After the college entrance examination, my arch-rival, the school beauty, handed me a note with an unnatural expression. Even a poor student like me could translate those few simple words, "Nobody likes you." I chuckled and said, "Alright, then I'll leave." The next day, I disappeared as if I had been completely erased from her life. Neither my classmates nor my teachers knew where I had gone. She went to my house to look for me and found that my family had already moved away. In the end, with no other options, she cried and begged her father to use his connections to check my ID information at the police station, only to discover that my ID information had actually been erased. At that time, a thought floated into Sumuyao's mind: her beloved boy was already dead. For 3 years, she had firmly believed in this thought. 3 years later, I returned after successfully completing a national research task, upon learning that Sumuyao was attending university in the capital. In order to make up for the regrets of high school, I, who could have been a professor at Tsinghua University, chose to join Kyoto University and become a freshman there. At the reception for new students in the Department of Management at Kyoto University, Sumuyo sat calmly in a chair. She simply sat there quietly, attracting the amazed and captivated gazes of many passing new students. Her good friend Song Mengmeng teased, "Mu Yao, you really are the recognized first beauty of our Kyoto University. Just look at those new junior students, they can't take their eyes off you. And I wonder how many of them will be trying to find out more about you around campus." Sumuyao's expression was calm. "Let them be. I'm not really interested in dating anyway. Compared to dating these people, spending time with you good friends by the Weiming Lake enjoying the evening breeze, or going to the snack street outside the north gate of the campus for some late night snacks, isn't that much more romantic than love?" However, as soon as she finished speaking, the light in her eyes suddenly dimmed a bit. She had said these words to that boy years ago, but unfortunately, among the students coming and going on campus now, although there were those with eyes like his, noses like his, and even those who spoke with his tone, they were ultimately not him. Seeing Sumuyao's dimmed gaze, her friend immediately became anxious. "Muyao, you're not still pining for your boyfriend who died 3 years ago, are you? Even if you've been in mourning for 3 years, that time has already passed." Sumuyo understood her roommate's concern and smiled nonchalantly. "Actually, it's not that I'm still pining for him, it's just that I still can't seem to like anyone else." Saying that, she tugged at Song Mengming's hand and urged, "Alright, stop standing here foolishly. At this time, the new students are probably entering the school. You should go to the school gate to welcome them. Who knows, maybe this year our department will have a few handsome guys that you find appealing." "That makes sense." Song Mengming's eyes lit up instantly, and then she quickly left the reception area to welcome new students at the school gate. Sumuyo let out a long sigh. The joy of youth is not something that can be easily forgotten. Once, with just a gentle turn, he took away her entire youth. Her slightly reddened eyes blinked a few times, and she seemed to return to those past times when she dozed off in math class, passed notes in Chinese class, and copied lyrics during self-study, able to have a good dream in the 10-minute break between classes. Soon, a summer breeze blew by, tousling the long hair at the girl's temples. Sumuyo slightly raised her head, her expression inexplicably tinged with a hint of sadness. "How nice it would be if you were still here at this moment." At the entrance of Kyoto University, I took a long deep breath as I looked at the school in front of me. She must have been very sad about my sudden departure back then. As I walked into the campus, I instantly became the focus of attention for many girls around me. "Sisters, quick look, that new student is so handsome. Could he be the legendary charming guy?" I ignored the noise around me and walked straight to the registration area. After walking a few steps, Song Mengmeng, wearing a welcome volunteer armband, quickly approached me. "Junior, I am a volunteer for this new student registration. Let me take you to register." I did not refuse, as I was not very familiar with the way. "Then I'll trouble you." "Senior." After walking just a few steps, I raised my head and asked, "Senior, may I ask if you know Senior Su Muyao?" "Of course I know." Song Mengmeng nodded. Her eyes teasingly said, "You, this junior, are quite well informed. You just arrived at school and already found out about the most beautiful girl in our college. So, are you also interested in our school beauty?" I laughed. I went to the same high school as Senior Lin, and it was because of her that I chose to come to Kyoto University to study management. Song Mengmeng was a bit surprised and quickly gave me a knowing look. "You came here because of her reputation." "Ha, the young people nowadays are impressive. But since you both went to the same high school, you must have heard about Senior Lin's achievements, right?" I was a bit taken aback. Sumuyo was always a good student in high school. Besides being called a school beauty and a top student, I really didn't know of any other achievements of Sumuyo. "Does ranking second in the grade count?" "I was the first in the grade." At that moment, my phone in my pocket suddenly rang. I apologetically glanced at Song Mengmeng. "Sorry, I need to take this call." I picked up the phone and answered. "Professor Liu, this is Chu Yang." A cheerful voice came from the other end of the line. "Engineer Gu, I'm really sorry. Originally, The plan was for me to welcome you at the school gate, but there was a sudden issue with a project above. So I'm not in Kyoto right now. I sincerely apologize. I shook my head and smiled. The project above is important. I'm fine. I'm already preparing to handle the enrollment procedures. Professor Lu continued to ask, but I still don't understand. With your research level, you could completely supervise doctoral students. Why are you suddenly thinking about going back to university? But as I said, whenever you figure it out, I can immediately report to the higher-ups and make you an honorary professor at Kyoto University. If you want to teach a course, we can even create a special program for you to teach. I guarantee that the benefits we offer will definitely be better than those at the neighboring Hucking University. I smiled and replied, let's talk about that later. You have to let me rest for a while first. Alright. Professor Lu nodded repeatedly. Then you should report in. Although I'm not at the school for now, if you have any problems in life, just call me directly. Okay, when you return to Beijing, I will definitely pay you a visit. After saying that, I hung up the phone. Soon, I arrived at the new student registration area, and Song Mengmeng noticed that Su Muyo, who was at the reception, had disappeared. She looked a bit disappointed and turned to me, saying, I'm sorry, Junior. Senior Lin has something to do, so you won't be able to see her for now. I chuckled lightly and nodded. It's okay, there's still plenty of time in the future, and we'll have the chance to meet. Song Mengmeng immediately smiled. You'll see her again tomorrow during the new student meeting in class. You should register first. I nodded slightly, found my name in the new student list, signed it, and then followed the second-year senior towards the dormitory. Not long after I left, Su Muyao returned to the new student registration area with some people. Song Mengmeng immediately rushed to her, saying, Muyao, your timing is just too unfortunate. I have to tell you, this year our department has a super handsome guy, and he said he went to the same high school as you. I think this junior is definitely here for you. Su Muyao smiled helplessly. Stop it. I'm not thinking about dating right now. Song Mengmeng spoke up. I didn't say you had to date, but since he's a direct junior from your hometown, you should take good care of him. You'll see him at the new student meeting tomorrow. Then Song Mengmeng asked, his name is Chu Yang. Do you remember this junior? As soon as Song Mengmeng said this, Su Muyao's heartbeat instantly slowed down, and even her voice began to tremble. What did you say his name is? His name is Chu Yang. What's the problem? Song Mengmeng asked in confusion. Nothing. Su Muyao shook her head somewhat dejectedly. Which direction did he just go? Song Mengmeng pointed in the direction where Chu Yang had left, and just as Su Muyao looked over, I happened to turn into a small alley. However, in that moment, Su Muyao seemed to see the silhouette of a young man from years ago. However, she quickly shook her head. It's impossible. It could just be a coincidence of names. At most it's just the same name and a similar silhouette. In the end, Su Muyao trembled a bit as she retracted her eager steps to chase after him. On the other side, I pushed open the door to the dormitory that I would be living in for the next 4 years, following the dormitory number marked on my key. Soon, the other 3 arrived at the dormitory one after another. The 4 of us arranged ourselves by birth date, with Xu Pengfei being the eldest, Zhang Mingyang the second, I, Chu Yon, the third, and Wang Lei the youngest. Zhang Mingyang laughed. It's not easy for everyone to gather from all over the place. I'm from Kyoto, and I'm quite familiar with this area. I'll treat everyone to a meal. How about that? Xu Pengfei quickly said. Let's skip the treat, we can go Dutch. But since you're familiar with the area, you can choose the place. Wang Lei and I nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Song Mengmeng walked over to Su Muyao with a smile. Muyao, let's go for a stroll at the North Gate tonight. See if there's anything good to eat, and buy some fruit to bring back. Su Muyao immediately shot her a glance. I see you just want to go out and check out the new freshmen in our school. It's hard to dismantle a person's hopes. Song Mengmeng said helplessly. Su Muyao turned to look at the other 2 roommates in the dormitory. What about you guys? Do you want to go out and take a stroll together? The other 2 girls immediately nodded. No problem. Su Muyao looked up at Song Mengmeng and said, alright, after a whole summer, we haven't gone out together from our dorm for a long time. So let's go. Soon after finishing up, the 4 of them set off from the girls' dormitory. At the same time, the 4 from room 319, having finished packing, quickly left the boys' dormitory and headed straight for the snack street at the north gate of the school. Almost at the same time, the 4 of us arrived at the snack street at the north gate and directly found a barbecue restaurant to sit down. Song Mengmeng linked her arm with Su Muyao's wrist, looked around, and asked, Sisters, let's think about it. Which restaurant should we go to eat? Su Muyao looked up, quickly scanned the surroundings, and suddenly trembled slightly. In front of the barbecue restaurant, Chu Yang stood next to Xu Pengfei's few people and just happened to walk inside the barbecue restaurant. That moment, Lin Qingxue only felt her mind go blank, her eyes looking straight at the store that Chu Yang had entered. Hold your breath. It took a long time to come back. It's just too much of a resemblance. It's different from the morning's backstory. Just now, she really saw a boy who looked like Chu Yang. Almost the same. The clothes were just as she remembered them. Too. Clean white short sleeves, slim jeans, and long, messy but not unkempt black hair. That moment, Lin Qingxue felt like she was suffocating, no matter how much she didn't want to believe it. Chu Yang is dead. Li Qian shook Lin Qingxue's wrist a few times. Qingxue, what are you staring at? Only then did Lin Qingxue come back to her senses and looked at Li Qian and the others. Let's eat barbecue. Summer barbecue with beer. Perfect match. Li Qian several people naturally had no opinion. Subsequently, Lin Qingxue then led Li Qian several people to slowly walk to the barbecue restaurant that Chu Yang had just walked into. Every step, her heart then beats a few moments faster. The world. Are there really people who look exactly alike? Or is it? That moment, Lin Qingxue's mind that had been dead for 3 years, inexplicably, it's gradually coming alive again. Whether it's a fluke or a delusion, she's all set to meet this. A boy who looked exactly like the Chu Yang she remembered. Chapter 6 Drunken Lin Qingxue, Chu Yang's Princess Embrace. Zhang Mingyang several people went directly to the store and found a box to sit down. Chu Yang casually took the menu and after flipping through a few eyes, he looked at the several people. I'm going to go to the restroom. You guys just keep an eye on it. Other side. Lin Qingxue and Li Qian several people also came to the store and directly found a corner to sit down. After greeting the boss to bring up the menu, Lin Qingxue then looked at the several people. You guys just watch and order. I seem to have seen an acquaintance. I'll go look for him for a bit. Li Qian's eyes lit up. What kind of acquaintance? It wouldn't be little brother, would it? Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes. Go. You order first you. She then stood still, her eyes glancing around the perimeter of the grill. After realizing that there were unfamiliar faces everywhere, his expression grew a bit disappointed. But then she took a deep breath, and one by one, she quickly pushed open the doors to the various compartments within the barbecue. After realizing that there was still no familiar face, he walked out of the box again, saying, Sorry, I'm in the wrong box. In the end, Lin Qingxue pushed open the door to the room of Zhang Mingyang's box that they were in. Senior sister Lin? Seeing Lin Qingxue come in, Zhang Mingyang's eyes instantly widened. Hello, you guys. Lin Qingxue smiled awkwardly towards Zhang Mingyang's trio, then looked at the 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks laid out on the table again and asked curiously, You guys, is there another person? Xu Pengfei hurriedly said, Our oldest went to the restroom. Oh, Lin Qingxue nodded and apologized. Looking at the few people, I'm sorry, I just thought I saw an acquaintance and went to the wrong box. And then she quickly exited the box. As a result, just as she turned around, she saw a boy in white short sleeves walking by. That moment, Lin Qingxue's heart rate immediately steepened by a few points. After taking a deep breath, she then slowly walked behind the boy and gave him a quick tap on the shoulder. The boy in front of him turned quickly. After seeing that it was Lin Qingxue, her eyes instantly lit up. Classmate Lin, what are you looking for me for? The expression on Lin Qingxue's face was instantly awkward. I'm sorry, this student. I recognized the wrong person. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Lin Qingxue apologized repeatedly and finally returned to Li Qian several people in a state of disorientation. Li Qian quickly asked, What's going on here? Going out for a spin? Like you've lost your soul? It's nothing. Lin Qingxue looked up with a forced smile, then looked at the cold beer on the table. Everyone is out for the first time this semester to have a barbecue together. Let's have a couple of drinks first. I'll drink first. Quickly opened the beer with a bottle opener. After pouring himself a full glass of beer, Lin Qingxue then tilted her head and gurgled, drinking all of the beer in her cup. Other side, Chu Yang slowly walked out from the toilet, and without looking at the location of the lobby, he directly pushed open the door and walked inside the box room. The box table. It was already full and poured with cold beer. Seeing Chu Yang come in, Xu Pengfei's trio immediately laughed. Lao San, you've been on the toilet for too long. Everyone can wait for you. Come on. To celebrate that we can get together from the south and north of the sky, let's come together and take a walk. Xu Yang didn't squirm, and after sitting down, he immediately lifted the wine cup in front of him and smiled at the three of them. To the encounter. More than half an hour later, after 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Zhang Mingyang this time flushed, holding a wine glass towards a few people laughed. Brothers, Lin Qingxue Lin's sister also eat in this store. You say we want to go out together to give her a toast at least is also the future of our military training when the assistant counselor Xu Yang's expression was stagnant. Did Lin Qingxue come over just now? Wang Lei immediately opened his mouth. You just went to the restroom. Sister Lin might have gone to the wrong box, so she came into our box for a bit. I just saw it when I went out to use the restroom. And she and her roommate are still drinking outside. Xu Pengfei nodded his head and concurred. Yes, 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 I've seen it too. I should say no. Sister Lin is worthy of being the #1 school flower of our Beijing University. Even when she drinks, it's all gaga and fierce. Drinking? Xu Yang frowned slightly. The Lin Qingxue of the past. That was not a drop of alcohol. Stab! With the sound of moving chairs, Xu Yang instantly stood up from his chair. Xu Pengfei and the others immediately looked at Xu Yang. Old three, what are you doing? Xu Yang's eyes had an extra touch of worry in them. Then he smiled and looked at Xu Pengfei and the others. I'll go out for a while. You guys continue to drink. Strike that. Xu Yang then directly pushed open the door of the box and walked into the lobby. Eyes put out. He soon found Lin Qingxue, who was constantly drinking. Drinks. Li Qian and the other two roommates looked at Lin Qingxue worriedly. Qingxue, why don't you stop drinking? See how drunk you are? Lin Qingxue turned around inside this barbecue restaurant. They then sensed that there was something wrong with Lin Qingxue, always feeling lost, drinking that was one drink after another. At first they all thought Lin Qingxue was in a bad mood, so they drank a few glasses with her. I didn't realize the sister was drinking so hard. It's fine. I'll just finish this last cup. I'll stop drinking. Lin Qingxue's eyes were already a bit mesmerized. The hand that held up the wine glass was trembling slightly, her face scarlet and red. At this point, suddenly before her eyes appeared a cheek that haunted her, although it looks a little fuzzy in appearance. But Lin Qingxue was sure. That's Xu Yang. Don't drink. Xu Yang snatched the cup of wine she was holding in her hand and poured it into his mouth in one gulp. Li Qian glanced at Xu Yang in surprise. Junior brother, it's you. Good day, senior sister. Xu Yang greeted Li Qian, then gave Lin Qingxue a heartbroken look and asked towards the few people, how much wine did she drink? Li Qian pointed to the 4 or 5 bottles of beer sitting on the ground. These, all of them, were drunk by our big school girl Lin. And then, she drank too much. Lin Qingxue instantly looked up. 2 lines of tears instantly flowed from the slightly reddened eyes. I'm not drunk. Xu Yang, is that you Xu Yang? You finally showed up. She then directly hugged Xu Yang, who was standing next to her tightly, sobbing all over. I promise you, I'll never fight with you again, so don't disappear all of a sudden again. Okay. Xu Yang's eyes were complicated. Reaching out and gently patting Lin Qingxue's trembling shoulders, he said towards Li Qian, Senior sister, where is your dormitory? Let me help you guys send her back to the dormitory together first. Good. Li Qian first froze for a moment, then she excitedly said, it just so happens that we can't drag her around, so I'll trouble you. Senior brother, no trouble. Xu Yang shook his head, directly reaching out. He took Lin Qingxue's well-groomed waist. A princess hug. Quickly, he lifted her out of the chair and into his arms, then stepped smoothly, slowly leaving this side of the grill. Chapter 7, Drinking and Taking Pictures? Remember to make me look good. Inside the box, Xu Pengfei and a few others probed their heads and came out, watching Xu Yang pick up Lin Qingxue and leave. Several people were instantly dumbfounded in place. Quite suddenly, they had just planned whether to go to give Lin Qingxue a toast or something. To Xu Yang this is good. Directly on the hand to carry away. What is this? The other 2 roommates inside Lin Qingxue's dormitory were also confused. Inside the year of entering college, the boys who pursued Lin Qingxue included the second generation of luxury cars and off-campus business owners, but without exception, all of them were rejected by Lin Qingxue. On campus, she doesn't even pretend to treat all the boys in the school. How is it that when this elementary school kid comes over, just jump on people? Li Qian was also a bit surprised. For what it's worth, there might be some kind of gossipy story between these two. However, as far as she knew, Lin Qingxue had also had a story with a boy. That would be her ex-boyfriend who's been dead for 3 years. Did Xu Yang? Just thinking about this, Li Qian couldn't help but shiver. Is it hard to believe that this is a resurrection armor? But she didn't have the heart to think too much about it at this time. Quickly ran to the cash register at the grill, after the checkout. Then he led the other 2 people in the dormitory to follow Xu Yang as he walked over. Outside the barbecue, many Kyoto University students came and went on the road. The moment Xu Yang hugged Lin Qingxue and immediately barbecued the restaurant, it instantly attracted the gazes of many students. Sister, look, princess hug, is this an idol drama? This boy is so handsome, especially the legs. They're so long, like when that girl in his arms. Countless girls covered their mouths and shrieked. However, there were quite a few sharp-eyed boys who saw clearly the Lin Qingxue that Xu Yang was holding in his arms and instantly exclaimed in shock. Holy, isn't that sophomore Lin Qingxue in this boy's arms? TSK, beast, let go of my goddess. Let me, is my goddess off the hook? I'm a virgin. Lin Qingxue opened her eyes in a daze, staring tightly at Xu Yang who was close in front of her. Her hands instantly wrapped around Xu Yang's neck. Her whole body was like a squirrel hugging a tree hanging on Xu Yang's body. The side of her mouth exhaled like an orchid murmuring in a low voice. Chu Yang, is it really you, Chu Yang? You finally come back. Promise me that you won't leave in the future, okay? That I will never fight with you again in the future. A girlish scent, mixed with the faint odor of alcohol. There was also Lin Xingxue, who was constantly fidgeting in her arms and whose eyes were mesmerized. How about a hot young man who hasn't been an adult for long? This action by Lin Xingxue, in an instant, it made the qi and blood in Chu Yang's body surge up chaotically. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and helplessly glanced down at Lin Xingxue in his arms, a touch of doting color instantly appearing in his eyes. I promise, I won't even leave you again in the future, okay? He. Lin Xingxue listened to Chu Yang's words and instantly nestled in his arms and laughed contentedly, as if she was a child pampering herself. She cried out, then you promise, you'll never be allowed to leave again, and in the future, if whoever disappears without a word, whoever disappears will be a puppy. 1111111111111111111. Chu Yang nodded his head repeatedly. I promise, whoever is disappearing is a puppy. The wang kind of puppy. This time, Lin Xingxue finally settled down, honestly nestled in Chu Yang's arms and slowly fell asleep. Chu Yang turned his head to look at Li Qian who was following beside him. Is she often like this after drinking? Li Qian shook her head back and forth. No. Although our dormitory occasionally goes out to party and drink beer or something, but Xingxue has always been very measured and has never gotten drunk. After saying that, she couldn't help but laugh again. Speaking of which, it's also the first time we've seen Xingxue drunk. I didn't expect that someone who is usually so high and mighty would actually act like a little kid when she's drunk. The two girls following beside her nodded their heads in unison. That's right. Chu Yang nodded his head slightly, then glanced at the cell phones that had been held up in the hands of Li Qian's trio and asked suspiciously, are you guys videotaping? Li Qian's expression stagnated and she smiled awkwardly towards Chu Yang. Recording the good times. We're simply recording her drunkenness. When they wake up tomorrow, we'll send it to her to read. It's more convenient to help her remember what happened tonight. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched, and after a few lines of desire to speak, he just faintly dropped a sentence. Shoot as you wish. Remember to make me look good. Got it. Li Qian and several people immediately laughed out loud. However, just before taking 2 steps, Li Qian gave Chu Yang another curious look. That elementary school brother, you wouldn't be the one she talked about, the ex-boyfriend who died 3 years ago, right? Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. If nothing else, it should be me. Then she also said that you. Li Qian and several people were instantly puzzled. You guys are trying to say that I've been dead for 3 years, right? Chu Yang glanced down at Lin Xingxue in his arms who had already peacefully slept over. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. Actually, I'm also very curious to know why she would say that I've been dead for 3 years. There was a pause of a few seconds in between. The smile on Chu Yang's face then gradually became playful. My ex-girlfriend, led by Li Xin. Chu Yang had been carrying Lin Xingxue to the entrance of their dormitory before he carefully set her down from his arms and looked at Li Qian. Several school sisters, while she's inside the dormitory. I'll ask you to take care of her for a bit tonight. No problem. Li Qian's few people nodded their heads in succession. Then just a few people stood next to Lin Xingxue together, helped her to her feet. Step by step, I walked inside the girls' dormitory. Only after a few people disappeared from sight did Chu Yan leave the entrance of the girls' dormitory. When Chu Yan rushed back to the barbecue restaurant, Xu Pengfei's few people were still sitting inside the box with their old gods. After seeing Chu Yang push the door in, the 3 of them rose in unison. One person was responsible for carrying chairs for Chu Yang. One person was responsible for clearing a clean table at the table. One person was in charge of serving Chu Yang hot kebabs and bottles of beer. After Chu Yang pressed on the chair, the 3 only rows sat back to their positions. A look of the 3 halls, full of gossip looking at Chu Yang asked, Lao San, say it, what is the situation? This is only the first day of the university. You do not say anything to our Beijing University's most beautiful school flower to take down? Chapter 8 Failed Scientific Research? The mythologized Chu Yang. What to take or not to take? Chu Yang helplessly glanced at the few people. I knew her when we were in high school. I just heard you guys say she was outside, so I went over to say hi. I didn't expect her to be drunk, so I just sent her back to the dormitory by hand. Did you feel your conscience when you said that? Xu Pengfei blankly glanced at Chu Yang. Lao San, don't think we're all blind. Ordinary friends relationship. You this send her back to the dormitory to use the princess embrace. Her roommate is a pose. Not to mention, I can see clearly, is Lin big schoolgirl initiative to jump into your arms. Wang Lei's eyes lit up. Lao San, you wouldn't be the ex-boyfriend who died 3 years ago that Linda's schoolgirl was talking about, right? You two broke up 3 years ago, and then you broke her heart and grew to hate her out of love. And that's why you're out there everywhere saying you're dead? Zhang Mingyang this moment is also understand the king possessed, slapped his thigh, Lao San. I understand. You are not a good is it that you start and end? Abandoned our Lin big schoolgirl, and then she said that you are dead? Wang Lei has already substituted into it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If so, in the future this half-month military training, Lin big schoolgirl as our assistant counselor, shall not give us small shoes this thing you have to solve Lao San. Chu Yang was completely helpless. Don't make any wild guesses. I didn't do anything to apologize to her. And the two of us aren't a couple. And as far as I know, she didn't fall in love when she was in high school. I see then. Zhang Mingyang laughed. So that ex-boyfriend who died 3 years ago was fabricated by Lin Dashue, using this unfounded ex-boyfriend as a shield? In that case, doesn't it seem like I have a chance? Go go go. Zhu Pengfei blankly glanced at Zhang Mingyang. Don't get any ideas here. I swear with my keen sixth sense that there are definitely some untold stories between Lao San and our Lin University school beauty. Wow! With a whoosh, the three of them, Zhu Pengfei, then turned their gazes to Chu Yang again in unison. Big brother, begging for melon. Chu Yang sighed helplessly, have not been together, and did not start and end, on the normal relationship of classmates, so you don't have a clue? Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Yes, no idea. He's not a good professor or academician. But a college student at Kyoto University? The three instantly burst out laughing. Lao San, you should have said this earlier not. You are just stalking people's body. You are cheap. Ha 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 ha. But a schoolmate who doesn't want to sleep with a schoolmate isn't a good schoolmate. Lao San, I support you. Support. You go for it. Lao San, if you pick up the big school beauty, our entire 319 dormitory will be blessed. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. These few people in your own dormitory are all living treasures. 2. In the future, who will say that those who get into prestigious universities are all nerds? In the meantime, some large space engine research base in the north of the desert. Inside the conference room, a middle-aged man who was no more than 40 years old but had a head full of white hair, wearing a lab coat, looked at the stacks of top-secret design drawings in front of him, and almost had his head spinning. This was Prof. Lu, who had talked to Chu Yang on the phone earlier. Lu Yong, Associate Dean of the School of Electronics and Information Technology at Kyoto University. Chu Yang's previous photolithography project in his hands pretty much draws the nation's top professors and experts in every field, but they are all only responsible for part of the program. After the project is completed, most of them then immediately have to return to other research projects. Lu Yong is one of them. For the photolithography project, he stayed at the research base for a month, and after completing the production of the module parts belonging to the area he was responsible for, he left the research base, and because of this merit, let him be at the age of 50 not yet reached, became the Associate Dean of the School of Electronics and Information Technology at KYU. But, just 3 months ago, he was again urgently drawn to a hidden research base for 5th-generation aerospace combat engines. This research program has been underway for almost a decade. As the heart of the airplane, aerospace engines have long been known as the crown jewel of modern industry in the field of high-end manufacturing, a reflection of a country's aviation strength. It depends on being able to independently build ultra-high-performance space engines. But the research of Chinese space engines started too late, 30 years behind other top countries. Although in the subsequent scientific research programs, crossing the river by touching the stones has allowed Chinese research scholars to take many fewer detours. But detours are often accompanied by skill and experience. What HWA lacks is experience. It is simply not possible to independently accomplish research on high-performance space combat engines. This also leads to the current Chinese top fighter engines, all still imported from abroad, in the highly sophisticated vector turbine propulsion engine, resulting in the domestic research and development of the top fighter, has not been able to be in a state of mass production. It's the equivalent of being stuck with a foreign country. So, 10 years ago, research on the Generation V space engine was then started on a project, and he was drawn in to swoop in and solve, among other things, some minor issues regarding the integrated design of the engine's operating circuits. For 3 months, he and a group of other scientific research experts, in cooperation with the completion of the circuit design and the overall assembly of the engine, to make this completely belongs to the Chinese research and development of the 5th generation of aerospace combat engine. The first test machine was manufactured just this morning. Because of the nice weather, the Generation V engine they worked on finally made it to the test flight stage. But because of some combination of issues, the test flight failed. All of a sudden, everyone in the research base started to get busy. The moment an old man near the age of us stood at the front stage of the conference room, looking down at the crowd of scientific research scholars on the stage with a grave gaze, and said seriously, "Gentlemen, what are your own thoughts about the failure of this test flight?" The problem Has it been found out? One of the researchers immediately spoke up. The test results are out. There are a few places where problems have arisen. First of all, it's still a problem with the turbine blades. The precision of the turbine blades is still slightly off. And then the crowd just quietly listened until the end of the debriefing. The old man at the front of the conference room immediately grunted coldly. Let's not talk about other aspects. How many times has the precision of the turbine blades been tested, and it still fails to meet the standard? What exactly is the meaning of those group companies supplying the materials? Are they going to let us change the design drawings? Other research bases established at the same time as them. Some have built engines for fifth-generation transport planes, and others have built various types of drones and missiles. But their space combat engine research, it took a full decade. And yet, during the test flight, it came up with a result like this. At this time, Lu Yong, who was in the crowd, suddenly raised his head and looked at the old man and spoke. Chief Engineer Yi, I know someone, perhaps, he can help us solve the problem. The person he was talking about was Chu Yang, research on photolithography. The research base had its share of problems at that time, but these problems would soon be solved once they were in Chu Yang's hands. In some ways, in the minds of those researchers who had participated in the research and design of the photolithography research base, Chu Yang's status in their minds had become almost mythical, and it wasn't as if he hadn't once discussed with Chu Yang about the setting of the aerospace combat engine, and Chu Yang had quite a few unique insights of his own in this regard. He believed that if Chu Yang came over, he would definitely be able to solve this problem. Chapter 9 Serve your country and fight for it for the rest of your life. Hear that. Yi Jiangwo, who was responsible for the general design of the fourth-generation aerospace fighter engine, immediately looked over to Lu Yong's side. Who do you think can come and solve this problem? Chu Yang, Lu Yong slowly said. As the words fell, the entire crowd inside the conference room began to murmur. Who is Chu Yang? An expert in which field? How come I've never heard of this name in the country? Is there an expert named Chu Yang in this area of aerospace research? Chief Engineer Yi is the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He is not even sure of solving this problem. That Chu Yang came over to be able to help us solve the problem? Whether it was the scientific research project they participated in or the one Chu Yang was in charge of, it was all top secret level. Not to mention that right now Chu Yang's identity was definitely an SSS level top secret in the country. That was why all the people present basically did not recognize Chu Yang's name yet. Only Yi Jiangwo, who stood at the head of the crowd, looked at Lu Yong and asked, that Chu Yang you mentioned, is he the chief designer of that project you once participated in? As the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he was still relatively well informed. Not to mention that at that time, in order to nominate Chu Yang as a senior academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, these old men of the Chinese Academy of Sciences had also held a meeting together. He also had some knowledge of Chu Yang's deeds. Yes, that's him. Lu Yong nodded heavily. Yi Jiangwo asked doubtfully, you were able to invite him over? As far as he knew, hadn't that little guy run off to study at Kyoto University without doing his job now? That's right. It's just not working. Chu Yang's scientific research talent. These old guys of theirs also had some understanding of it. In 3 years, it was able to research a 1-nanometer photolithography machine from scratch, and in one fell swoop, China's chip development became the top of the world. With this scientific research talent, he couldn't wait to press this little guy into the research base 24 hours a day to conduct research. Lu Yong nodded. I can't guarantee it, but it's always worth a try. Yi Jiangwo pondered for a few seconds. His eyes gradually grew more and more colorful with anticipation, and finally nodded his head and said, then you can try it out. Just in time. I'm also eager to get to know that interesting little guy. They are all getting old, and the future of Chinese scientific research will ultimately be handed over to the young. The next day, early morning, Chu Yang was packing up his own clothes inside the dormitory while saying to Lu Yong on the other side of the cell phone, no problem, no problem. I'll buy the ticket for the earliest flight over later. I should be able to arrive tonight. After that, Chu Yang hung up the phone. Zhu Pengfei, who had just gotten up from his bed, scratched the back of his head in a daze and looked up at Chu Yang, who was packing up his luggage, and asked suspiciously, Lao San, what are you doing packing up this early in the morning? There's something going on in my family. I need to go back, Chu Yang said in a deep voice. He had just received a call from Lu Yong, who wanted to invite him to participate in the design and research of the fourth-generation aerospace combat engine. This was a matter that would have kept him out of it, but he also understood. Once he committed himself to scientific research, he was never personal again. Like a couple months ago, the same paragraph he filled out to write on his membership/party/application after completing his bar mitzvah at the research base. I would like to actively engage in scientific research and use the power of knowledge in science and technology to serve my country with my body and fight for it for the rest of my life. There are some things that someone has to do. Go back? Zhu Pengfei instantly came to his senses. Asterisk 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 you're not going to participate in military training? It's been cleared with the school side. Oh, Xu Pengfei nodded his head seemingly in understanding. Don't you have to go to military training if you say hello? After that he went on to ask, how long have you been going there? A week if it's fast, and if it's slow, I guess I'll be back by the time your military training is over. Just going over to help out with the counseling, not involved in major planning studies. 2 weeks at the most is enough. Xu Pengfei completely sobered up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You this kid will not be just to avoid military training, right? A week if it's fast. If you're slow, you'll be back after military training. Needless to say, that's definitely coming back after military training. Xu Yang slowly raised his head. People are hard to break up, boss. Xu Pengfei waved his hand repeatedly. Alright, just kidding. If there's something going on at home, you should go and do your business first. Immediately after he laughed again. It's good if you don't participate in the military training, if not by virtue of your face, who will still look at the other 3 in our dormitory during the military training? You first disappeared for half a month, and then come back when we get off the hook. Ha ha ha. Xu Yang smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. Let's hope so. Right. Xu Pengfei suddenly asked, did you greet big schoolgirl Lin when you left this suddenly? Xu Yang's movement of packing up his clothes instantly paused. Girls' dormitory. The early morning sunrise shot through the window onto the floor of the dormitory. Lin Qingxue rubbed her vaguely aching forehead with a bit of a headache, casually stretched out a lazy waist, and asked towards the already up Li Qianqian next to her. Little Qianqian, what time is it now? 7 o'clock. It's still early. Li Qian laughed. Not sleeping. Lin Qingxue quickly climbed up from the bed, and after sleepily rubbing her eyes, she opened her mouth and asked, was I drunk last night? I so vaguely remember that I so wanted to still hug someone. Yo, I thought you were disconnected. Li Qian laughed, directly took out her cell phone, clicked on the video she recorded last night. How is it? Do you want to be a sister of me to help you recall memories? You even recorded a video? Lin Qingxue exclaimed helplessly. There you are, I'm really convinced. Li Qian handed her cell phone to Lin Qingxue's face. Take a look for yourself. This person who hugged you and walked away. Do you still remember? Lin Qingxue quickly took her cell phone. After seeing the image on the cell phone screen, the whole person instantly froze in place. In the cell phone, the image of Chu Yang carrying her back to school was playing. It even recorded Chu Yang's line. If you're going to film it, remember to make me look handsome. In an instant, all kinds of memories constantly flooded the mind. Qingxue, accompany me to the kiosk. No go. I have to do my homework. Xu Yang went. Go. Nah, chips for you. Dropped on the floor? Xu Yang, you asshole. Love it or hate it. 1 drop. 2 drops. Continuous tears quickly flowed down from Lin Qingxue's eyes, seemingly afraid of Chu Yang's disappearance. After watching the video once, Lin Qingxue quickly ran under the bed. Her eyes widened as she looked at Li Qianqian and asked, Little Qianqian, how do you know Chu Yang? Where is he now? Li Qian returned. He's our freshman junior in the Department of Economics and Management. He showed up last night after you got drunk, then you jumped into his arms, and then, he carried you back. Li Qian asked again as an aside. Qingxue, he wouldn't be the one you said. The boyfriend who died 3 years ago, right? I'm going to find him. Lin Qingxue simply couldn't wait to answer Li Qian's question, and after quickly changing into her clothes and casually finding a duck-tongued hat inside the dormitory to put on, she rushed out of the dormitory in her flip-flops. Li Qian shouted helplessly, Hey, you're so hot and bothered. Do you know where his dormitory is? You send me the freshman dorm assignment sheet. As assistant counselors, they have forms in their hands for the dormitory assignments of each student in their class. Chapter 10, a 7-foot body. Already committed to the country, no longer committed to the emperor. The entrance to the boys' dormitory. There wasn't much of a crowd coming and going. Chu Yang slowly walked on the road in front of the dormitory, preparing to go to the school cafeteria to have a breakfast. Suddenly, Lin Qingxue's somewhat trembling voice appeared in his ears. Chu Yang! Chu Yang raised his head violently. The tears on Lin Qingxue's face had long been wiped dry, and she just looked at Chu Yang with a calm gaze. 3 years have passed. Chu Yang's appearance basically didn't change much, but his height seemed to have grown quite a bit again, and his eyes had faded away from the former boyishness, with a bit more maturity and stability. The temperament hasn't changed. In the past, she had always felt that Chu Yang was old-fashioned and followed the old pedant. Talking in a serious manner looks very funny. Now, still that scholarly vibe. Even in the simplest and plainest of clothes, he still looked so gentle and elegant. Although when she was inside the video, Lin Qingxue had already seen Chu Yang once, but now after the official meeting, right at that moment, Lin Qingxue felt like her heart was going to stop. A deathly silence fell between the two. No one spoke up. Just like back then, She huffed and puffed at Chu Yang and said, "I never want to see you again." Only back then, the gambling element was predominant, and now she was more curious, puzzled, and indignation. Hated him back then. Why you left without saying a word, even if the two have never been together. But don't friends need to say goodbye to each other? Chu Yang also froze in place. He stared tightly at Lin Xingxue for a long time. She still looks the same as she did 3 years ago. She hasn't even changed much. She still looks as good as ever. The unpowdered white cheeks were still so pure and beautiful. Actually left from the research base. He had then already thought of the various openings after meeting Lin Xingxue. 18 is here. Have you talked to your boyfriend yet? How have you been these past few years? Congratulations on finally getting into Kyoto University. However, he really didn't know how he was going to face Lin Xingxue. 3 years ago, himself with a legacy from a super civilization, the treasury of eternal knowledge. Although with the level of knowledge he was currently exposed to, he couldn't comprehend the concept of the eternal treasury of knowledge for the time being. But it exists in the depths of your own brain. It was through studying the contents inside the treasure trove of eternal knowledge that he himself eventually researched 1 nanometer lithography technology. And that's just the uninspired technology in the treasury of eternal knowledge. It's also because of that 1 nanometer precision photolithography. He took a chance, turned this technology over to the state. It was only 3 years ago that he left without saying goodbye. The two men stared at each other for tens of seconds. Just within these dozens of seconds, the little bits and pieces of the two people getting along in high school surfaced in the duo's minds once again, together with the uproar of the students on the stage when the teacher called out to the podium to solve the problem, cheering each other on as they ran the 1500 meters of the school games, sneakily eaten chorizo in class, and the evening sunsets at dusk, with reddish sunsets all over the sky, in both of their youths, all engraved with names associated with each other. It's just too bad she never took his dirty hand after a basketball game, and he never smoothed her windblown, full head of black hair. Chu Yang stood still and hesitated for half a day before he raised his head and asked, "I heard that I died?" Lin Xingxue's eyes quickly danced for a moment, and with a whoosh, they turned red again, as if 1,000 words were choked in her throat. She clenched her teeth in death, almost hissing as she cried out, "Yes, Chu Yang, aren't you dead? Why did you appear again? 3 whole years." She really had always thought Chu Yang was dead, but now, he actually appeared before his eyes again. Chu Yang's tone was stagnant. He would love to explain all those things that have happened to him in the last 3 years. Why you left yourself? What was it doing again? But with his current status, it was not convenient to reveal it at all. The countless words in his mind that he wanted to explain were stifled. The things he's done in the last 3 years, the specifics should never be known, even by those closest to you. Even those contributions he made himself. All of it could only be made public until after his death, so that he could stand in the sunlight for good. Eventually, Chu Yang just whispered, "No matter what, it's been a long time. I didn't really want to see you." Lin Xingxue's expression immediately turned icy. "I came over to see you just to make sure you were dead or not, and now that I know you're still alive, then I'll leave first." After saying that, Lin Xingxue turned around and prepared to leave. "Lin Xingxue." Chu Yang opened his mouth and called out to her, "Something's wrong?" Lin Xingxue quickly looked up. Chu Yang slowly said, "I just want to tell you that I didn't break my promise back then." "The agreement back then?" Lin Xingxue laughed coldly. She forced herself to hold back her anger and looked at Chu Yang. "Chu Yang, what kind of relationship do the two of us have? Who do you think we are? You can leave when you want to leave and show up when you want to show up. 3 years, I sent you so many messages. You did not reply to a single message, for no reason at all, as if the human body had evaporated, directly disappeared. Do you think that's particularly dashing and smug? Is that what you think will make me remember you for the rest of my life? Didn't you disappear? And if you've already disappeared, then why did you reappear?" The last sentence, Lin Xingxue almost roared out. It seemed to be to vent all the sadness, grievances, and all the dissatisfaction of the past 3 years, the very beginning. She was genuinely still holding out the expectation that it wasn't Chu Yang playing a prank on her and suddenly disappearing for a summer vacation. He himself was thinking at that time, when you find him, you must scold him severely. But then she gave up. For 3 years, Chu Yang had no news. She was gradually feeling like she was about to forget all those stories that had happened with Chu Yang 3 years ago. But now, he just showed up out of nowhere again. Chu Yang was speechless. What can he say? The 7-foot body has already promised the country, and it is difficult to promise the secretary again. In the end, he just sighed helplessly. "I'm sorry, back then, shouldn't have left without saying goodbye." He left in such a hurry back then. Nor did he know how to face Lin Xingxue about this matter of him leaving. The scientific research program that you are going to participate in is a state secret. Even his parents. It is also only known that he was recruited by the state to study in a special place, dedicated to his country. He has no regrets. but for Lin Qingxue, he had a guilty conscience. Chapter 11, the romance and tenderness I've saved up for a long time. I want to give it to you all at once. No, you don't need to apologize to me. Lin Qingxue smiled with a face full of self-deprecation. Whether we have any relationship or not, you can leave if you want to. Stay if you want to. Whatever you want to do is none of my business. I'm leaving. Chu Yang glanced apologetically at Lin Qingxue. There's an emergency at home that requires me to go back for a while, but I'll be back after military training at the earliest. What happened? Lin Qingxue's face tightened, but then she turned cold again. If you want to go, just go. I'm not who you are. You don't need to explain to me. Chu Yang laughed. Although I said that I've already greeted the school, but you're at least the assistant counselor of our class. And isn't it proper for new students to greet the assistant counselor when they're absent from military training? While saying that, Chu Yang slowly took a few steps towards Lin Qingxue's front. Besides, in my eyes, you're far more than just my assistant counselor. Can't understand what you're saying. Lin Qingxue snorted lightly, then she pretended to be calm again. Do you still have something to do? If not, I'm going to leave. It's alright. Chu Yang laughed lightly. He raised his hand slightly. It seemed to be trying to smooth out Lin Qingxue's somewhat messy hair. However, just as his palm was about to touch Lin Qingxue, he still restrained himself and stopped the movement of his hand. He quickly straightened his waist and looked at Lin Qingxue and slowly said, "This time, it shouldn't be considered an unannounced goodbye without a word. I don't want to be a puppy anymore. Too lazy to care about you." Lin Qingxue instantly recalled the words she said last night after getting drunk. Her face flushed scarlet as she glared at Chu Yang. "If you have something to leave at home, just leave quickly. It's annoying." After saying that, Lin Qingxue quickly turned around and left. Chu Yang then slowly stood in place, watching Lin Qingxue's back as she slowly left, a smile gradually growing at the corner of his mouth. Maybe it's because I'm just really bad at talking about love, always pissing you off, but I just want to be with you. Wait for me to come back. All the romance and tenderness that you have saved up for a long time. You want to give it to you all at once. After leaving the boys' side of the dormitory, Lin Qingxue slowly walked on the main road of the campus. The messy thoughts in her heart began to gradually calm down. Then suddenly annoyed complained to herself, "Lin Qingxue, can you not be so unproductive? Do not want to soften your heart as soon as you see him, okay? He left without a word for 3 years. There is an understanding of your feelings, and you care about what happened to his family? Take a few deep breaths." After calming down again, Lin Qingxue quickly made up her mind in her heart. Although Chu Yang was also studying at the capital university now, but one can never just let go of these 3 years. Later, he went his way, she went hers. Yeah, that's it. Lin Qingxue, you have to branch out. After cheering herself up, Lin Qingxue planned to go back to the dormitory. At this point, across from Lin Qingxue suddenly walked over a boy. After seeing Lin Qingxue, the expression on the boy's face immediately became excited. Quickly coming together in front of Lin Qingxue, "Qingxue morning eat breakfast or not? Do you want to go eat breakfast together?" Lin Qingxue's voice instantly went cold. "Sorry, I'm very busy. I don't have time for breakfast. Also, student Wang Xiujie, although the two of us are in the same class, however, I'm not so familiar with you yet. You can either call out to me as the head of the class, or you can call out to me directly by my name." The boy had a somewhat ugly expression on his face. "Qingxue, I've been pursuing you for a year. Can't you give me a chance? That's just your own wishful thinking." Lin Qingxue's attitude was extremely cold. "I said it in my freshman year. I have no interest in you, so don't waste your time on me. It's absolutely impossible for me to be with you. Strike that." Lin Qingxue also heavily emphasized. "Not before, and even less now." Near noon, Chu Yang carried his suitcase and appeared at the Kyoto International Airport. Speaking to Lu Yong on the other side of the phone, he said, "Prof. Lu, I am now at the Kyoto International Airport. I expect that I will be able to arrive at the research base in Mabe at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I would also like to trouble you to send someone to come to the airport to pick me up at that time." "No problem, no problem." Lu Yong on the other side of the phone nodded his head repeatedly and said rather gratefully, "Chief Engineer Chu, I'm really sorry for disturbing your rest time." Yes, it's rest. Whether it was in Lu Yong's heart or in the hearts of other researchers who knew Chu Yang, everyone felt that Chu Yang was currently going to school just on vacation. As long as Chu Yang rested enough, with Chu Yang's scientific research talent, he was definitely going to return to the front line of scientific research. There's nothing to apologize for. Chu Yang smiled and said back, "All matters of state come first. That's all for now. I'm ready to enter the waiting hall on my side. Anything else? Let's talk about it when I arrive." The words fell. Chu Yang then hung up the phone, pushing his suitcase slowly in the direction of the terminal. In the meantime, on the other side not far from Chu Yang's side, a group of girls' frenzied screams rose and fell, and in the middle of these girls stood a man with a heavily made-up face and a pale complexion. The feminine aura was strong. Even the way he walks has a slightly effeminate quality to it. This is one of the country's rising stars only in the last 2 years. 2 years ago, he ended his 3-year career as a trainee abroad, returned to China to sign with an agency, and soon starred in a National Day movie by a well-known domestic director. The acting wasn't great though, but yet, just because of a good-looking face, it instantly exploded in the country and became the male god of thousands of girls, and it has been on the top of the hot search list of the Scarf app several times. For a while there was no two ways about it. Everyone, back up, stay away. People in front of you, get out of the way and get out of the way. You hear me? This male star is in front of him. A group of ferocious security guards and assistants with hideous faces angrily rebuked all the pedestrians in front of them who were in the way, their attitude arrogant to the extreme. The male star walked with his head held high, arrogance in his eyes. This taste of being wildly touted, the thrill of becoming human, something he would never experience as a trainee abroad. Soon, the male star led the way all the way to the elevator door. Xu Yang had just stepped into the elevator to the waiting hall and stood inside. At this time, the male star's assistant immediately rushed inside the elevator and shouted loudly towards the crowd standing inside the elevator. The people inside come out. Hurry up and come out first. Chapter 12 Airport Dispute. Xu Yang's identity leaked? There was a boy inside the elevator who was a bit indignant. This elevator is a public place. We went in first. Why should we come out? The others inside the elevator didn't say anything, but they nodded their heads in agreement. The male celebrity assistant was not pleased. Can't you see there are so many of us? Xu Yang raised his head to look at the elevator outside the crowd. There are not a few teenage fans in the hands of the photo with the support. Immediately realized the identity of the people in front of him. Could not help but sneer. You people will not wait for the next trip. This airport is your home to repair? What do you mean? The male celebrity assistant's face expression instantly became ugly. Don't you know how full our family Han schedule is for shooting? We're almost late for our check-in. So hurry up and get out of the way. What's it our business if the airplane is late? Xu Yang still didn't change his face. Is this your first time taking an airplane? Don't you know that air travelers need to be at the airport 2 hours in advance to wait for their flight? Also, ask the people standing inside this elevator. Which one of them doesn't have their own business? Do celebrities have privileges? Hear that. Some of the rabid female fans surrounding the male star couldn't take it anymore. How can they be as busy as our family Han? He's a top star in China. He's busy with announcements every day. Can't you let our family Han go up first? What's wrong with this person? If it were me, I would have given way to Chill a long time ago. Giving Chill the elevator is simply his honor. Why don't you quickly get out of the way? What are you waiting for? If you delay our family Han to get on the airplane and delay his trip, can you people bear this responsibility? The male star's face was also a little hard to see. He had long been pampered and used to enjoying himself during the years he had been on fire at home. Don't say let an elevator. Even when he was 2 hours late for a scene, the whole crew had to wait for him. What's wrong with you regular people giving up an elevator? Still, as is his professional habit as a star, he is very cautious in certain areas. As a public figure, there's no telling how many paparazzi are snapping pictures of him at any given time. If you do something drastic, it's easy to get the public to turn against it. Although he has his fair share of brainwashed fans, he doesn't want to lose some of them after all. After glancing around, he instantly saw countless cameras and cell phones filming at the location where he was standing. In the next second, an extra smile appeared on his face, and after he pawed back his assistants and bodyguards, he looked at Xu Yang and the others inside the elevator and laughed. It's alright, although I'm in a hurry, but let them go first. After all, everyone is busy. The corner of Xu Yang's mouth twitched breathlessly. That's enough time for the elevator to go up and down again. The female fans are excited. Our Chill is really too kind. Obviously, he himself is also very hard. Chill is still so sympathetic to them people. I really didn't powder the wrong person. Our Chill is too cultured. It's not just about using the elevator first. These people are just unbalanced in their own minds, jealous that people are big stars, or that our family Han is better. Xu Yang shook his head helplessly and didn't pay attention to that male star. After the bodyguards and assistants all exited, he directly pressed the button to close the elevator and waited for the elevator to rise slowly. The hero's withered bones are unasked for, but the playwright's family affairs are known to the whole world. Just little things like this are capable of causing resentment and volatility among fans. So sad for these people. Of course, Xu Yang was not their real parents. He had no right to evaluate the right and wrong of these people's behavior. It just suddenly feels a little sad in this day and age. He doesn't deny the value of stardom. As public figures, they may not fail to be edifying if they go about channeling positive behaviors, which is commendable and agreeable. But the reality is that such people are few and far between. And, in his opinion, The progress and strength of a nation should come from learning new knowledge and drilling new technologies. If entertainment becomes the national focus, then this country is standing still. Without generalizing, at least the people who make entertainment the first line are just staying put. And who knows, countless celebrities of bad character are partying in front of people and getting big blowouts at the same time. And how many anonymous scientific research scholars, living all day long between the formula and design drawings, exhaustive efforts, hair loss, just to enhance our comprehensive national strength in science and technology. And how many border guards, while enduring the infinite cold, sacrificed their lives to protect the border. We advise you not to forget the achievements of your predecessors, and only when you are in danger will you know the affairs of your family and country. Of course, this was nothing more than some small thoughts that Chu Yang himself had suddenly triggered. Wait for the elevator to arrive. He then pulled his suitcase and hurried in the direction he had boarded. However, Chu Yang's series of behaviors could make that male star unable to endure it. After being famous, how long has it been since anyone dared to ignore themselves like that? He then turned to look at the fervent fans who were uproarious next to him and laughed, and a shadowy look flickered in his eyes. Alright, everyone, let's not make a scene for now. It's just a little hiccup. Don't ever make a scene on the internet. We should also go. Everyone disperse. The assistant also quickly understood and smiled towards the crowd. Everyone disperse first. Remember, don't spread this matter to the internet, ever. Although, of course, that's what the mouth says. But in his heart, he had already begun to calculate how to take advantage of this matter to market a wave if this matter went online. Brainwashed and all that. It's the best controlled phishing will tool out there. Although those fans couldn't understand the words of the male star and his assistant, this series of Chu Yang's actions had really angered them. It hadn't even been thought of in that direction, but when they mentioned it, it instantly blew up inside the various fan bases of this male celebrity. Chill is their day. Bullying their brother is worse than killing their own parents. It's not as if there aren't sensible fans among them analyzing the issue, but the next second he was kicked out of the group chat. Chill has tens of millions of fans in China. The number of rabid fans among them is even more numerous and highly combative. 10 minutes later, the Chill fanboys have taken to the internet all sorts of maliciously edited videos, slogans to crusade against Chu Yang, and even posts with big data searching for Chu Yang. All of them popped up in a brain. Even a report titled "Come Out and Apologize to Chill. Our idol needs to be respected." The post was even directly topped by those fervent female fans on the hot search of the net, and the rankings continue to soar rapidly. However, it was at this time that an emergency red light instantly lit up inside a particular office, and a man wearing a green military uniform and glasses immediately stood up from in front of the computer he was sitting in. Immediately report this. A large number of users are disclosing the identity information of our country's SSS classified members on the internet. There may be a risk of leakage. I'm ready to intercept it. Please give specific instructions from above. Chapter 13, within a day, I'll give you an explanation. Scarf on. Not only was the post about crusading against Chu Yang quickly topped the top 3 of the hot search list, some information about Chu Yang was also posted on the internet by certain people. Name, Chu Yang. Age, 18. Education, freshman in the Department of Economics and Management. Kyoto University. Home address, unknown. Contact telephone number, unknown. Personal experience, attended in elementary school, although most of the critical information, after the SSS level encryption, basically no one can find it unless the authority is extremely high. But even so, also let Chu Yang's photo to the exposure of the network, especially in the personal experience of the column, but also wrote the middle 3 years, did not query any information about Chu Yang's experience. After this incident came to light, countless female fans of Chill immediately began to bring up the keyboard on the internet to start spraying. Is it so easy to get into Beijing University these days? Can anyone go to Beijing University? Is he seeing our Han Han's high reputation and wants to rub off on our Han Han? There is no information at all about this person's college entrance exams, or whether he has participated in top international tournaments. How did such a person get into Beijing University? I suggest that the relevant authorities must conduct a rigorous investigation. At Huaxia General Administration of Education, what's the matter with Kyoto University? Don't they even look at the character of the students when recruiting? This kind of person is also recruited to study in the university? I think he paid for this degree, right? Moreover, as far as I know, the freshmen are preparing for military training. Why would he appear here, taking advantage of his family's connections to escape military training? Of course, it's not like there aren't any uninformed fans who commented under the video after watching what was put out there. The person who posted this video is also too much of a dog. Professionally speaking, this video is definitely edited. Is it really good to smear others randomly like this? Why do you need to apologize to some Chill? That dude said, well, the elevator is their house? Letting people leave without telling them. The The star is superior? Eat your melon rationally and make no other remarks. Of course, these comments are only in the minority. Under the rhythm of the various fanatical fans of Han Han, the fishing wheels on the network from the very beginning fell to Han Han, so that Chu Yang immediately became the target of all. KYU dormitory. Li Qian had been comfortably brushing the scarf in the melon. After seeing this rapidly rising hot search, immediately greeted the next. Lin Qingxue leaned over. Qingxue, see if this is your family elementary school brother. Now on the network a lot of people are scolding him. What, my family's elementary school brother? Lin Qingxue froze for a moment and quickly took Li Qian's cell phone, and after scrolling through the video and comments in question, she immediately said breathlessly, those fans are all little cuties, are they? A star is going to make people give him an elevator? Don't let these fans just talk on the internet. What kind of brainwave is this? Then she took out her cell phone. On the neck, directly clicked into the hot search, began to scold, star is superior? It's just that they didn't let the elevator go. Are they in a hurry to go to the next life? Or are they in a hurry to go to their deaths? Big stars can't wait for the elevator? She could scold Chu Yang. That was what he owed her. But no one else could. Looking at Lin Qingxue's indignant appearance, Li Qian immediately couldn't help but laugh. Qingxue, just now when we went back to the dormitory, who was it that said that we have to start afresh, and we'll have nothing more to do with Chu Yang in the future? I see you like this. I'm afraid that you are still in love. Which is not. Lin Qingxue's cheeks slightly reddened, and after blanking Li Qian, she righteously said, it's not right for what happened. If anyone else was treated like this, I would have done the same. Just keep your mouth shut. Li Qian laughed, picked up her cell phone and started typing quickly. Look at sister work. As she spoke, several consecutive comments defending Chu Yang were sent out by her. But the internet is lopsided on fishing wheels. There were simply too many people who abused Chu Yang. Whether it was Lin Qingxue's comment or Li Qian's, it was soon all drowned out by the malicious comments. Li Qian was a little worried. Xiao Qian, the big thing is not good. Wu Han's those fanatic fans look like they don't want to let go of your family's elementary school brother. He can get into big trouble this time. I said, I have nothing to do with him in the future. Lin Qingxue immediately opened her mouth to explain, but immediately after, a touch of worry appeared in her eyes. Her finger quickly slid on the cell phone screen for a few times, eventually stopping at the location of Chu Yang's prestige avatar, and her entire person fell into deep contemplation. 3 years ago she sent countless messages to Chu Yang, did not get a response. She was even thinking of deleting Chu Yang's contact information in a fit of rage, but in the end she couldn't give up, letting him lie peacefully inside his friends list. But now, should she, send him a message? Cass. Wang Weiman looked at the computer screen, that sentence of unpleasant words. The fire in his heart instantly could not be suppressed, fiercely slapped on his desk. Nonsense. Simply nonsense. About the contents of the network he also understood almost. Chu Yang left the Beijing University to participate in the design staff of the aerospace combat engine thing. He also received the scientific research base reported. As the designer and manufacturer of the 1-nanometer photolithography machine, Chu Yang is a well-deserved pillar of the country. For China to be able to have today, it also all relies on talents like Chu Yang, contributing his part in obscurity. It's been almost a month since the successful development of the photolithography machine, although it is said that there will be a celebration to follow, but Chu Yang's names of these people would never be published. Their contributions to the program will be sealed in top-secret files in the country for the rest of their lives. However, it is such a young man who does not seek fame and fortune and is dedicated to serving his country, who is now actually being trolled so much by a celebrity's fans on the internet for not allowing an elevator. This matter, if not properly resolved, how many people who have dedicated themselves to the country and have worked in obscurity in scientific research must be chilled. This thing, he will never be forgiven. Immediately after that, he dialed Chu Yang's phone. Chu Yang, who was resting in the waiting hall, picked up the phone. Dean Wang, what's the matter? Wang Weiman asked. Xiao Chua, you know about what happened on the internet, right? You are here for this matter. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He's not old-fashioned either, scarfing and all that he was well aware of. He also saw the information about the so-called chill fan hacking him on the internet. Didn't expect it though. I can't believe that Wang Weiman was alarmed so quickly. This is the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, letting him know about it. I'm afraid this matter can't end well. Someone's in for a rude awakening. Wang Weiman immediately asked Chu Yang the ins and outs of the matter. Chu Yang sensed the truth. When asked about what happened, Wang Weiman on the other end of the phone immediately roared over the phone. Asshole, the internet is not a place outside the law. These people think they can turn right and wrong and do whatever they want on the internet? It's simply too much. After cursing a sentence, Wang Weiman then continued to exhort Chu Yang. Xiao Chua, this matter you don't care. Leave it to the old man, I'll deal with it. You can wait for the plane at ease. Don't be disturbed by the outside world of these things to disturb your thoughts. Within a day, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 14. The scientific research community cannot live without Chu Yang. It doesn't matter to me. Chu Yang responded in a low voice. I'm really sorry that I still need you to worry about it. He also didn't expect that his small action just now had caused such a big ripple. It's fine. Just wait for my news. Wang Weiman lightly hummed. And when he hung up the phone on Chu Yang's side, he immediately rummaged around inside his address book, and finally dialed the phone number of the person in charge of the General Security Department. Hello, this is Wang Weiman, General Security Service. As the highest level of counterintelligence and domestic administrative security and defense agency within China, the administrator's office on the top floor, General Administration of Security Lu Changqing is now very annoyed. Looking at the information uploaded by the staff of the office under his command is fuming. What are you people up to? Immediately let people give me all the information about Chu Yang on the internet, all to be withdrawn, and immediately go to arrange someone for me to check. Behind this thing there is no foreign spy organizations people who are fueling it. I only give you 10 minutes of time. If after 10 minutes I still see information about Chu Yang on the internet, all of you will wait for me. As a talented research scholar in the country, a chief designer who researched a 1 nanometer precision lithography machine for China at only 18 years old, Chu Yang's personal file has long been linked to the General Security Administration. Whether it was any organization that wanted to inquire about Chu Yang's information, it would immediately set off the danger alarm, but he was never expecting it. This time, it wasn't a single person, or a single organization that was inquiring about Chu Yang's identity information. There were even countless uninformed netizens spreading news about Chu Yang on the internet. Once Chu Yang suffered any damage as a result, all of them are going to have to eat their words. Huaxia could do without him as the director of the General Security Administration, but Huaxia's scientific research community could never do without Chu Yang. After admonishing the staff under him, Lu Changqing gritted his teeth again and cursed under his breath. Nowadays, some of the individual stars and their fans are really becoming more and more unlikable. After the incident, the surveillance of the airport elevator and all the footage of those who were there were sent back to the Data Analysis Department of the General Security Administration. It's okay to play the big game. Grossem playing the big game to what people to play. Making a research scholar who was about to become the youngest academician in the country give you the elevator. Do you deserve it? But, also just as his words fell, his private cell phone number rang. Once he looked at the cell phone notes, Lu Changqing's face instantly sank, taking a deep breath before nervously connecting the call. Elder Wang, this is Lu Changqing. It was Wang Weiman who made the call. Back then, the Chinese scientific research community, which was already in a stage of green and yellow, there were fewer and fewer outstanding scientific research scholars in the country. Don't look at those old men for a project, right or wrong, to be able to fight in the seminar of the country's major scientific research projects. But the matter of protecting the shortcomings of the matter, they have account one. All good hands, not to mention the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences like Wang Weiman. Although, according to the administrative level, the two of them were on equal footing. But seniority, he's a generation behind. Not what he expected. After picking up the phone, Wang Weiman directly split his head and cursed at him. Lu Changqing, what are you doing as the director of the General Security Administration? Now that such a big thing has happened on the network, does your General Security Administration not have any measures? And that star involved, what are you going to do? I tell you, if Chu Yang's identity is exposed, old man, I don't want to lose my face. I'll come to your office to make a scene. Lu Changqing's face was bitter. Elder Wang, you calm down. Calm down. My side is already arranging for people to solve this matter. 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, the news on the network will all be withdrawn. Where's the star? I'll immediately interview the relevant person in charge of the Cultural Development Department. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you and all the research scholars of the Chinese Academy of Sciences an explanation for this matter. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Wang Weiman murmured and hung up the phone at a fiery pace. Lu Changqing exhaled a deep breath. The whole person sitting inside the office gritted his teeth up. Lousy, I mixed in the General Security Administration for so many years. The first time being people so split-faced scolded a meal cannot say. Immediately after that, he picked up the phone on his desk. Go inform the head of the Cultural Development Department and limit him to come to my office within half an hour, or I'll personally go to the General Department of Cultural Development to find him. Airport Lounge. Chu Yang just finished replying to Wang Weiman's message. A few girls dressed in colorful dresses grouped together and walked to Chu Yang. Just the hell are you, Chu Yang? Oh? Chu Yang slightly froze and looked up at the several people who suddenly appeared before him. I am Chu Yang. Do you have something to do? One of the girls carefully looked Chu Yang up and down, and then laughed coldly. Long is human-like. Aren't you in a hurry to do something? Why are you still waiting here in the waiting hall? Sitting here is also sitting. Just now why don't you let the elevator for us Chan-chan? The few remaining people hastily agreed. It's disgusting. I think you're just looking at our Han-Han's fame and want to rub off on our family Han-Han's hotness. Don't you want to be on fire? Then we, Chills fans, will help you have a good fire. Really let you give me disgusting bad. Don't have nothing to look for scolding. Give your parents to look for scolding, okay? Simply have father born not mother raised under the head of the male. The words fell. One of the girls with a mineral water bottle in her hand directly unscrewed the cap and gurgled a bottle of water, directly pouring it over Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang got up too late and was directly poured over. Chu Yang wasn't annoyed. He even looked at the few people in front of him with some pity. Have you finished? If you've finished, you can leave. One by one. They're also in their 20s, being an adult without the independent thinking and judgment expected of an adult. It's pathetic. The security guards in the terminal also saw this scene and quickly rushed to Chu Yang's side. What are you guys doing? A few girls looked at each other and immediately ran away quickly. When the airport security arrived, all that could be seen was Chu Yang alone pulling out a packet of paper towels from his body and silently wiping the water droplets from his body. Seeing this, the security guard hurriedly asked with concern, "This gentleman, are you alright?" "It's fine." Chu Yang shook his head, raised his head and smiled at the security guard. Go about your business, please, thank you." At this point, the screen of the cell phone Chu Yang had put aside suddenly lit up. Lin Qingxue, who hadn't sent her another message for several years, silently sent a text message. Are you okay? Chapter 15, Once I see him, I'll hold up the white flag and surrender unconditionally. Chu Yang stopped the action of wiping the water from his cell phone, put the paper towel to one side, and was just about to pick up his cell phone to return Lin Qingxue's message, when someone from the 319 dormitory side called. It was Zhu Pengfei who called. Seeing this, Chu Yang had no choice but to first connect Zhu Pengfei's call. "Boss, this is Chu Yang. What's the matter? *******. Lao San, you've made a big deal out of this." Zhu Pengfei screamed excitedly on the phone. "A few of us in the dormitory just got up in the morning, ran to the cafeteria to eat buns and drink soybean milk, and then saw you being scolded by Wuhan's group of brainwashed fans on the internet. How about it? Your mind is still stable now." "I'm fine." Chu Yang looked down and glanced at the clothes that were about to get wet, and thought about the three sons inside the dormitory that only met on the first day to be so concerned about themselves. His heart was slightly warm, and then his expression calmed down and said, "But you guys don't have to go online to get involved in those things. Just leave it to me to deal with, and it'll be fine very soon. We are nothing." Zhu Pengfei continued, "But Lin Big schoolgirls can be miserable. The Scarf Lin Big schoolgirls in their dormitory, a few girls are in the network crazy for you. The results do not know by which sand sculpture to burst out of your high school when you are the relationship of the same table. There are also people to send her photo to the internet. Is now being Wuhan those fans scolded. Said she is rubbing Wuhan's hotness." "What?" Chu Yang instantly exclaimed in shock, and hurriedly said to Zhu Pengfei inside the phone, "Boss, I still have things to do here. Hang up first. Remember, you guys don't need to get involved in the online matters. I'll handle it." After hanging up the phone, Chu Yang immediately boarded the bib. The heat of this matter was now being hyped up by various marketing numbers, which soon allowed him to find a post about trolling Lin Qingxue, with one of Lin Qingxue's life photos on it, but along with his, it had been photoshopped into a black and white photo. Various voices of abuse below. Growing. "You look like a human being. You want to debut like crazy, or just to defend your dog boyfriend? Why don't you two go to hell? I think you just want to use this kind of gesture to get the attention of our Han. Don't worry, our Han can't look at a cheap/breed woman like you. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, rubbing the heat of the 8 women and dog men together to go to hell. Tonight on the C-suite in hell." From the very beginning, Chu Yang had looked at Wuhan's group of fanatical fans with an accommodating attitude, but in this moment, he couldn't bear it. The internet is cursing so hard. God knows how Lin Qingxue would be scolded by those fans of Wuhan and other places on the internet that he couldn't see. Chu Yang then took a deep breath and looked down at the message sent by Lin Qingxue from the Prestige interface, and instantly felt some heartache. "You've been called out on the internet yourself. I can't believe I still care about myself. Silly or not." Chu Yang clicked on the chat interface with Lin Qingxue. Her Prestige avatar was a very kawaii avatar. After pondering for a few seconds, Chu Yang pressed the voice call button and made a voice call over. The voice call was quickly answered, after a long silence between the two. In the end, Lin Qingxue took the lead and spoke. "Hey Chu Yang, how are you doing at the airport now? Are you alright? I heard that those fans of Wuhan's are very crazy. They didn't do anything to you, did they?" It's fine. Chu Yang slightly shook his head, took a deep breath, and after calming down his somewhat angry mood, he continued to say in a gentle tone, "This matter you should not care for the time being. Leave it to me to deal with it, okay? For the time being, You stay in the dormitory and don't look at the scarf. Look for a happy movie to watch, and when the movie is over, I'll settle the matter. How are you going to solve it? Lin Qingshua's tone was a bit agitated. Now that so many people are all over the internet scolding you, how are you going to solve it alone? Toward the end, her voice took on a sobbing tone. If she hadn't gambled with Chu Yang this morning, the freshman orientation is at 3 p.m. anyway. Wouldn't this have happened if he had gone to see Chu Yang off himself? Don't worry, Chu Yang gently soothed. Just trust me, I'll fix things. Chu Yang's words were as if they had a magic, calming Lin Qingshua's thoughts in an instant. She spoke slowly and asked, so what are you going to do about it? You don't have to care about this. Chu Yang continued. There were some levels that it was better not to let Lin Qingxue know. Immediately after, in order to change the topic, Chu Yang then feigned a smile and returned. Senior sister Lin, if you're so nervous about me, does it mean that you've already forgiven me? No way. Lin Qingxue immediately arrogantly skimmed her mouth. Chu Yang, I'm telling you, one size does not fit all. I'm only helping you on the internet because I don't want you to be slandered by those fans of Wuhan, and what he did was really too much. That's all. You must never, ever think too much about it. Just die this heart. I will never forgive you. After saying that, Lin Qingxue silently added in her heart, at the very least, it won't be so easy to forgive you. She's just so out of it. Obviously it had been 3 years since they had contacted each other, but as soon as Chu Yang appeared, her heart immediately raised the white flag and surrendered unconditionally. No matter how many harsh words had been said, and how angry he was in his heart, as long as he saw him, all the unhappiness in his heart immediately disappeared again. Alright then. Chu Yang raised his head and smiled lightly. There is still a long time ahead. When I'm done with my family's business, I'll go back to school, and at that time, I'll properly beg you to forgive me. Eyes can't be deceived. From the first moment he saw Lin Qingxue, he knew that she was still the same person she was back then. It was a pity that he was so wooden and rigid at the time that he could not always see her who was always around him, nor could he guess the little thoughts in every word she said to him. The only thing to be thankful for, between him and her, there was still no missing. Lin Qingxue, absent your best 3 years in ignorance. The rest of the romance, let me spend my life making it up to you. Too lazy to talk to you. I'm hanging up. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Qingshue's face tightened and she directly hung up the phone, then quickly took a few deep breaths and raised her hand to quickly fan the wind a few times on her slightly red cheeks. Li Qian, who was sitting next to her, smiled and asked, what? No more crying? When Lin Qingshue's message was pulled out by those fans of Wuhan, there was no telling how many vicious private messages were sent to Lin Qingshue's cell phone, even if she is as high-strung as she appears. But deep down, it's just a little girl who's only 20 years old this year, probably an early preschool initiation. Lin Qingxue was the smallest in their dormitory. It's always been a group favorite coming in. No more crying. Lin Qingxue quickly shook her head and continued to pick up her cell phone and began to send comments. I won't read the scarf private messages, but this matter, I must fight for justice out for Chu Yang. It wasn't that she wasn't willing to believe what Chu Yang had said earlier, but Chu Yang, an ordinary person, faced with so many fanatical fans of Wuhan, how was he going to solve it? All one can do now is to help him share and take some of the pressure off. Survive the storm. When those fans of Wuhan subsided, this matter would naturally pass. That's what she thought. Chapter 16, Actions of the Parties, Thunderbolts, Kyoto International Airport. Inside the premium VIP waiting room, Wuhan leisurely lying in one of the luxury massage seats, casually flipping through the microblogging has been fired on the hot topic. Eyes full of contempt and complacency color, stinking. Just you an ordinary person still want to fight with me. Lousy move your fingers will be able to get you killed. Earlier he said he was in a hurry to catch a plane, not that he really had to catch a plane. Just don't want to deal with those silly fans at the airport. All one had to do was smile at them a little and make it seem like he was closer to them than even their own father. Accompanying them for a while at the airport had been a great honor for them. The assistant next to him laughed. Chill. Your fans are still really powerful. It's only less than half an hour. This topic heat is about to soar to the first of the hot searches of the scarf. Your exposure has increased quite a lot again. That's not enough. Wuhan laughed and said casually, although the video on the internet was edited, there are still some images that are not conducive to my persona. So arrange for the marketing number to put out a message to go and say that the boy was actually a substitute for the camera. And that's why the security guards kicked them out of the elevator. Wonderful. The assistant immediately laughed. As for whether the news put out by the marketing numbers is true or false, that's not something they care about. Network fishing wheels are still very controllable. When this message was sent out, it was easily able to make those fans of Wuhan believe it, and a wave of fan heat could be harvested immediately. Wuhan also immediately became a victim from this incident completely and utterly. It makes sense for me to kick out a valet with a bad attitude. I'll arrange it right away. The assistant laughed softly and immediately dialed out the phone to the marketing number. The marketing number is also fast. Wuhan's side revealed the win to go. Immediately a marketing number began to operate. In just a few minutes or less, there were some voices on the internet about Chu Yang being a proxy, and then after Wuhan's fans made a fuss, the heat rubbed off and started to go up. Countless people immediately started defending Wuhan on the internet. I knew the staff of our family Han wouldn't be so rude. They are so rude to drive people away. It must be because if they don't act fierce, they will be harassed by proxy shooting. Damn the substitute shooter. He actually wants to rub our family Han's heat. Why doesn't he go to his death? All the proxy shots are abominable. My heart aches for my family. Chill. It's really pathetic. Nothing has been done. And he's been scolded by so many marketing numbers on the internet with their rhythms. General Security Service. Lu Chongqing stood inside the big data office, looking at the topic that was still soaring on the scarf, and immediately looked at the staff next to him with a slight frown. What's going on? Haven't we already started clearing some of the comments? How is the heat still so high? The staff was a bit helpless. Wuhan's fans are too many. We can't delete the comments or anything else. After deleting a batch, another batch appeared right away. What about the scarf side? Lu Chongqing snorted coldly. What did the person in charge of the scarf side say? This heat is still not suppressed. Is it that you want me to invite their bosses to come to the General Security Office for tea? The staff quickly said. The person in charge of the scarf didn't answer the phone, but I contacted my friend who works in the scarf, and said that this event of Wuhan has already had quite a lot of capital down to take this opportunity to hold up Wuhan again, and that his commercial value is still quite high now. Hold up his mother's bull ********. Lu Chongqing instantly couldn't help but burst a foul mouth. I don't care what capital behind that Wuhan. The internet is not a place outside the law. The fishing more can't be allowed to operate. It will by these people of theirs, directly arranging for the technical department of the people, stopping all the servers of the scarf for me, all the people who have made improper remarks on the network about this incident, all sealed, leading all to me. Please come to the General Security Department, as well as notify all other organizations. Within 2 minutes, I want all the news about Chu Yang on the network to all disappear. After saying that, Lu Chongqing continued to ask, where is the head of the Cultural Development Department? Has he come yet? It's on its way. About 10 more minutes to the General Security Office. Tell him to come straight over and meet me when he arrives. Understood. Guangshan City. As the top social software company in the country, inside the office of Penguin's old boss, a file named Top Secret was sent by the secretary to Penguin's old boss Ma Teng. After Ma Teng suspiciously opened the document and glanced at it, he looked at the red fonts that were reflected in his eyes. His eyebrows instantly couldn't help but jump, and he immediately said towards the secretary who hadn't left yet, immediately let the person in charge of the technical department come and see me. File contents. It was to immediately ban all news about Chu Yang from circulating on social software. As for the identity of Chu Yang, it was not named. If it had been any other document, he might have waited and come back to it, too. But the document is stamped with the seal of the General Security Administration. It was a matter for DSS, and he couldn't have imagined the consequences Penguin would face if the matter was delayed. Immediately afterward he added emphatically, wherever he is now, you tell him to come and see me at once. Every police station in the country, every military camp, the relevant heads of each department have all received red-tip documents from the General Security Service to assist in the handling of cases. When the deputy commissioner of a police station saw the content on this document, he immediately asked in a somewhat puzzled manner, who is this Chu Yang, and how did the above make such a big commotion over this? There are just two elements inside the file. The first one is to prohibit private discussion about the incident about Chu Yang in the police station. The second thing is the arrest. Based on the network IP address information passed over from the national security side, go to the address in question and arrest the person. All descriptions within the document are simple, but all the people in the system know that. The big head of this document begins with the document in red font, and the shorter the words, the bigger the deal. Don't bother. The police commissioner frowned slightly. Arrange for all vacationers to return to the police station immediately to report for duty, and go arrest someone for me based on the information from the General Security Department. A military headquarters camp. A pale-haired commander looked at the papers in his hands with a grave expression. After staring for a long time, he immediately dialed the phone of Lu Chongqing of the General Security Department and asked in a hurry, Old Lu, what's going on this time? How did it come to be the turn of our military department to take action? As a member of the Ministry of the Army that protects the stability of the country, non-national events should never be easily moved. But now, it's actually worth getting their military department to do something just to catch some mind-numbing people who are wreaking havoc on the internet? Busy anxious Lu Chongqing hastily said, Lao Jiao you first ignore this thing above all called over. In the way of confidentiality regulations, I can only say that the document inside the young man is our country's important scientific researchers, his value, and even comparable to the years-old Mr. Shen. What? The commander's eyes immediately gazed up. Alright, I understand. Don't worry about this matter. Our military department will definitely cooperate. They all understood what Mr. Shen was like. Back then, if it wasn't for him, Huaxia definitely wouldn't have been as strong and bottomless as it is now. Now that China has actually produced a scientific researcher who can be compared to old Mr. Shen, this is something to rejoice about. However, a researcher who had made such a contribution to his country was actually being casually slandered by a celebrity's fans on the internet. How could he tolerate this? What are those people capable of doing other than spouting off on the internet? Being able to push forward the development of Chinese science and technology? Or are you able to guard the frontier and protect your country? This network environment. It's time to fix things. After putting down the phone, the old man's face reddened with anger, and his fist slammed heavily on his office. Correspondent, immediately draw me a regiment of men to come here, and in conjunction with the police department personnel, go and arrest someone for me. Chapter 17. I am Chu Yang. Confidential number. General Security Service. Office of the Administrator. Lu Chongqing. Old God put down the cell phone. His eyes looked at the person in charge of the cultural sector concern sitting across from himself. The person in charge immediately couldn't help but shrink his neck. The Sector for Cultural Development and the General Security Service have always been two independent and non-interfering departments, followed by a certain degree of cooperation at times, but those were related to the need for high-level propaganda. When he received the message from the General Security Service, his whole body was shocked. Whichever administration in the country, the last people they want to mess with can be the people of the General Security Service. Because of the access that these people have, it's just too much. It also means that if you are not dead, you will have to take off a layer of skin. But now the General Administration of Security directly a phone call to his private cell phone number, so that even pushed a capital bigwig's banquet, hoofed it to the General Administration of Security. From the first door, he had the feeling that everyone inside the General Security Office was looking at him strangely. There was grumbling, but more than that, there was pity. What's going on here? After a few seconds of contemplation, he then looked up at Lu Chongqing and asked, Director Lu, I wonder if there is anything that the General Security Administration needs our Cultural Development Department to cooperate with? Cooperate? Yi Chongqing laughed coldly. I wouldn't dare to ask your Cultural Department to cooperate. Just any star can incite fans to make a scene on the internet. Your Cultural Development Department has a lot of energy. Administrator Lu, what do you mean by that? The person in charge immediately stifled a cold shiver, and after swallowing a mouthful of saliva in a panic, he tentatively opened his mouth and asked, You called me over. It wouldn't be for that matter on the internet, would it? One of the functions of the Cultural Development Department was created to manage that big circle of things in the entertainment industry. This thing with Wuhan is really quite a big deal. Earlier, he was still marveling at the power of the internet, and in this short period of less than an hour, he was able to pick apart the identifying information of both people. I didn't expect to eat melon all of a sudden on my own head. You also know Lu Chongqing coldly snorted. Although our country's law has not yet knight to the internet organization, but the network is not something outside the law. These years because of violence on the network, has provoked a lot of severe depression, and even committed suicide. Don't think that we, the General Administration of Security, do not care about this piece, so we don't know anything. Finished, Lu Chongqing cold face glared at the person in charge. Of course, at the beginning of the establishment of a new industry, the relevant provisions are not perfect. There are loopholes, that is normal. The above has been working to rectify the policy, but this policy is still out. You guys gave me a big surprise. Lu Chongqing angrily slapped his table. Do you know what kind of identity that young man who is now being trolled by countless people on the internet has? Is that person a descendant of that old man up there? Cold sweat broke out behind the person in charge. If it really involved a direct descendant of an old man, it would be a big problem. But he didn't remember that there was such a person in Kyoto, right? That's not so bad. Lu Chongqing indignantly said. But this is of a much worse nature. In light of the confidentiality regulations, I can't say much about this young man's identity. I'm mainly shouting at you to come over here today, mainly for that business in the entertainment industry, and don't think that I, Lu Chongqing, have long hands and want to meddle in the affairs of your cultural sector. But this time it's just too nasty, and I've printed out the documents, and all the people involved. You'll see to it that they're dealt with. After saying that, Lu Chongqing directly threw a document from his desktop in front of the head of the cultural department. Wuhan, suspected of slandering domestic classified personnel and intending to expose domestic classified personnel information data, dealt with as treason. Sun Bing, Wuhan's assistant, who envisioned slandering classified domestic personnel and inciting the cyber crowd to leak our country's classified information. was dealt with for treason. On top of this file, altogether, big and small, there are 17 or 18 stars involved. Except for Wuhan, the others are all in this period of time on the network in solidarity with the Wuhan incident, or rubbing the heat of the Wuhan incident. Some see the fun, not afraid of the big stars, which there are even a few showbiz a line of top stream. Throw the document to the Cultural Development Department in front of the person in charge. Lu Chongqing will continue. This is only the first step. In the end, how to deal with, or to see the results of your department's debates, but I ugly words in the front. This incident is significant, not good or even the incitement of foreign organizations. The follow-up monitoring departments, tax departments, economic departments and other departments, will be a joint action. The words came out. The head of the Cultural Development Department was instantly unable to sit still, and would almost have collapsed to the floor if it weren't for the chair he was leaning on. This young man called Chu Yang. What exactly is the status? Let's not talk about the fact that the General Security Administration seldom meddles in the affairs of the entertainment industry. This meddling not only arranges a direct treason charge, but even a joint multi-agency operation, and even the possibility of involving offshore organizations. Then things are really big. With this wave coming down, it is foreseeable that the entertainment industry will definitely welcome a huge change of water. Then he will fiercely clenched his teeth, quickly stood up from the chair, towards Lu Changqing full of seriousness. Director Lu, you can rest assured. The General Security Administration of the document instructions I go back after the implementation of the good. All the stars involved in the case. The works involved in the case should be taken off the shelves of the shelves. Involved in the case of the person should be blocked, regardless of the above appeared to have any contact. We must try to cooperate in the Department of Cultural Development. This is best. Lu Chongqing let out a light sigh and finally rubbed his forehead helplessly. This thing, it's hard to do. The offshore organization he just talked about isn't bluffing this person in charge either. They've taken over a lot of similar cases in the General Security Bureau. Many organizations outside the country have funded and set up many various marketing organizations in the country. And they like to stir up confrontation between the people and between men and women in the country, so as to weaken the credibility of the executive. Let's hope which ones don't get involved this time. Or else, there would be no telling how long Chu Yang's identity could be concealed. Plus the other side. Chu Yang was naturally unaware of everything that was happening behind the scenes. After hanging up Lin Qingshua's phone, after slightly pondering for a few seconds, he took out a confidential cell phone from inside his suitcase, and after flipping through his cell phone's address book for a few times, he ended up dialing out a number. I'm Chu Yang. Confidential number XXXXXXX. I'm requesting to have a conversation with Director General of the Security General Administration, Mr. Lu Chongqing. Chapter 18. Don't pry into the affairs of the Zhenghu. Inside the offices of the General Security Service, Lu Chongqing connected the phone in front of his desk. After listening to the words of Chu Yang on the other side of the phone, he hurriedly replied, Chu Academician. Really sorry. You can rest assured. This matter our Security General Administration has long been started to take action. You can rest assured that your identity will never be exposed. All the people involved. Our Security General Administration will also certainly be investigated severely. Then I'll trouble Administrator Lu. I'm really sorry for adding to your workload because of my personal matters. After hearing Lu Changqing's words, the corners of Chu Yang's mouth gradually grew more than a touch of smile. It turned out that before he made this phone call, the General Security Administration side had already made all the deployments. However, after hesitating for a few seconds, he still opened his mouth and urged, this matter still needs to trouble the staff of the General Security Department to work a little harder. And that girl from Kyoto University who showed solidarity with me on the scarf. I hope you will pay close attention to her for me. I don't wish for her to be disturbed by this matter anymore. Protecting the data and information of you researchers is originally what our General Security Department should do. This incident was originally a dereliction of duty on our part. I hope you don't mind. Lu Chongqing smiled, and after a few seconds of rapid rotation of his thoughts, he continued to ask, however, Academician Chu, I'm able to take the liberty of asking, that student Lin Qingxue on the internet, is she your girlfriend? If so, our General Security Department will have the appropriate arrangements. For the families of top research scholars like Chu Yang and the like, their General Security Department had a series of security plans, just like Chu Yang's parents. The moment Chu Yang stepped into the scientific research base 3 years ago, Chu Yang's parents had already moved inside the family compound in Kyoto, and for their daily travels, there would be staff from the General Security Department to ensure safety. Chu Yang froze for a moment, and after a slight pause of a few seconds, he slowly said, not yet. I get it. Lu Chongqing nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I will arrange for this matter. I still need to deploy some follow-up work on my side. You get busy first. I won't bother you. Finished. Lu Chongqing hung up the phone. The mouth constantly muttered up, I Lu go. I said how this kid suddenly ran to the Beijing University to go to school. The original will be sweetheart to go ah. He laughed as he said, asterisk 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 asterisk, that's like a young man. There were some legends about Chu Yang that he was also aware of. This kid engaged in scientific research. That stubborn attitude. Simply more stubborn than some of the old antiques of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Academician? The head of the Cultural Development Department sitting opposite Lu Changqing could not really sit still. He remembered the news about Chu Yang on the internet. His age was just under 20 years old. Right? You're an academician at 20? What the hell? He then came to Lu Changqing's face and asked nervously, Administrator Lu, what do you mean by that? That Chu Yang on the internet is still an academician? Though he didn't think it was too plausible. When has there ever been an academician under the age of 20 in the WASC? Who would believe it? But this was coming from Lu Changqing's mouth. And the General Security Administration he was in charge of was the top administrative organization in the country. So it seemed like there was no need to tell this lie again. Don't pry into the affairs of the Jianghu. Lu Changqing immediately glared at this person in charge. If there's nothing else, you can leave first. I have business later. You're busy. I'm on my way. The person in charge nodded repeatedly. However, after leaving Lu Changqing's office, he raised his hand and wiped the mustache on his chin. Also know that the Jianghu matters less inquisitive. This Lu administrator is also quite hip ah. What are you standing in the doorway for? The person in charge turned his head in a hurry. Go now. Go now. Back to Wuhan's side. After arranging for someone to spread out the rumor that Chu Yang was a substitute photographer on the internet, he stared at the photo of Lin Xingxue that was found on the internet, and looked at the assistant next to him and said, when this time is over, you go and inquire about that girl from the Beijing University for me. It's called Lin Xingxue, right? You find her contact information. I'm going to go and chat with her. As long as he's willing to talk to me if he wants to get paid, and if he wants to debut, you can be responsible for helping to arrange for it. And if he wants to make a debut, you can be in charge of helping to arrange it. When the words fell, Wuhan sat down on the massage chair with an old god and quietly enjoyed himself. With his influence, the internet has really seen a lot of girls like this rubbing off on him, but most of the ones with some good looks. Basically he got them into his bed later on, and when he got tired of them, he made a big fortune, or just gave some showbiz resources, and gave some small favors or something. It's a routine that he's gotten pretty good at playing. Understood. The assistant naturally understood what kind of goods Wuhan was, but just as he was about to go to Lin Xingxue's scarf and privately chat with her to ask for contact information, suddenly the scarf's backstage crashed. Almost at the same time, all the people in the country who were swiping their bibs had their phones lagged slightly. Scarf directly shows server issues, quickly dodged back out of the way, but there was less than 30 seconds in between. After the scarf's servers were restored again, both Wuhan's fans and the other people eating on the scarf instantly realized a problem. All the information about Chu Yang above the bib hot search all disappeared. The bib hit was even taken right down. Countless of Wuhan's fanatical fans bib blocked and banned. Even in other social communication software, after typing out these two words about Chu Yang, they could not be sent out, becoming the key blocking words on the whole network, as if this matter had never happened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on here? Assistant Wuhan immediately exclaimed after seeing this scene. The next second he opened his cell phone address book and contacted one of the executives working at the scarf and asked, buddy, what's going on with this scarf? How come all the news about that brat on the network has disappeared? They often buy hot takes at the bib. Pretty well acquainted with most of the executives within the bib. The executive of the scarf instantly cursed angrily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's still not a bunch of brain-dead fans of Wuhan that make things happen. I'm telling you, something big has happened now. For old time's sake, I'll give you a word of advice. Either you run away quickly, or when the time comes, you'll confess to leniency and resist to severity. Just because of this incident with Wuhan, do you know how badly it harmed us? Just a minute before you called, a group of people from the General Security Administration ran to the headquarters of the scarf and directly unplugged the power cables of our headquarters servers, and most of the equipment inside the company was all taken away. And I reckon after making that call to you, all the top brass in our neck of the woods will be waiting to go to the Directorate General of Security for tea. After saying that he is still not relieved, he directly cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Today I put my words here. It is best not to let my old man see you in the country. Otherwise, I have a way to screw you. Chapter 19 is everything fan behavior? Multi-departmental joint case. Listen to the beeping sound on the other side of the phone as it was hung up. Drops of cold sweat began to emerge quickly on Assistant Wuhan's forehead. I'll be damned. How long has it been since this thing, from start to finish, with no more than half an hour in between, was pulled off the internet? How much power does that have to be? He then nervously turned his head to look at Wuhan and said, Han, we've gotten into big trouble this time. What's wrong? The unknown Wuhan was still fantasizing about how he was going to come and make Lin Qingxue willingly lie on his bed after getting her contact information. And after hearing this from his assistant, he hastily looked up and asked, "What happened?" "On the scarf, all the news and information about that brat have all been removed." The assistant's voice trembled, "And I've also heard that later on, all the top management of the scarf will be invited to the General Security Bureau for tea." That's the General Security Bureau. Once the DSS is involved, it's time. That's not something that money can fix. What? Wuhan also instantly calmed down from his fantasies, but his head also spun fast, and after taking a deep breath, he immediately laughed indifferently. "So what? I didn't buy this hot search up. Fan behavior. What does it have to do with idols? When the authorities find out about it, just put all the blame on the fans, right? If he really wants to touch me, that kid will have to weigh how many people he can offend." Wuhan is still floating. Of course he has the capital to float. As the current domestic can be said to have the most flow of super tier 1 star, he does not know how many capital big brother behind the escort. As long as it is not touching the bottom line of the problem, other people can withstand him. How? And who was Chu Yang to fight him? That's right too. The assistant's eyes lit up. Wouldn't he be able to brush off all the faults by putting them on the fans? Guangshan City, the roof of a luxurious mansion. This is where the country's top entertainment agencies are headquartered. And this was the same agency that had signed Wuhan and single-handedly promoted him from an ordinary trainee to a super tier 1 domestic penthouse. The strength is immense. At that moment, the phone inside the president's office suddenly rang. The company's executive president quickly picked up the phone. After the microphone in the hand, the head of the Cultural Development Department splits his head and directly scolded, "Surname Wang, ing your company hold up or what stars? The airport play big cards also even if it is. People." A young man said he too began to incite fans on the network to abuse others, but also made a hot search. The old man is really convinced. Now don't ask me why, and I don't want to explain so much to you. I'm calling you to inform you. All artists under your agency's current pending all film and television projects all stop. Do not bring it to Lao Zi again. Lao Zi if you pass, after ing with your last name. And all those stars from your company who just spoke up for Wuhan on the internet, all of them are blocked for me, especially Wuhan. Of course you don't have to worry about that one. He's dead through and through. Before tonight, bring the top management of your company to the General Administration of Cultural Development, and I'll treat you to a collective tea." After a long scolding, the head of the Directorate General of Cultural Development has only finally gotten over it. If it wasn't tea for Wuhan that made a mess, would it be necessary for him, the head of the cultural department in charge of this part of the entertainment industry, to run to the General Security Bureau to be scolded by others? The brokerage company's boss was instantly confused. "Director Zhou, what do you mean by that? Did something happen to our company?" "Wuhan. What happened to Wuhan? He also knows about the internet. But isn't that a very common marketing tactic in the entertainment industry? What's going on?" "You wait for the notice. You will know when the notice arrives. In addition, as an old friend, I remind you, you seek your own luck." The head of the Cultural Development Department that angry directly hung up the phone. Joint multi-sectoral action. This thing is not going to go away so easily. Self-seeking? The brokerage boss still didn't get it. At this time, his office door wearing Paris family black stockings of the secretary hurriedly ran in. Mr. Son, a big deal. There are people from the tax bureau came over. Look at the situation is to take all of our company's information about the financial and tax all away." "What?" The company president instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The company has grown to the present day. How can there not be a little trickery in it, which can withstand the investigation? But it's usually fine. Why are you running over here all of a sudden now? He didn't get the message either, and all the information would have to be taken away. Wouldn't that be a hiccup? The secretary hadn't finished her words, and besides the tax department, the business department, the finance department, the fire department, and even the police department, all of them are coming this way towards the company. The owner of the company instantly sat down on his leather sofa, his eyes falling directly into a daze. "It's over. Everything is over. Don't think about anything. Straight up cool." This side of the airport, the smiles on Wuhan's and his assistants' faces didn't last long either, as a variety of calls nearly blew up both of their phones. "What? The brand to cancel the contract? What's going on here? Wasn't it a good deal originally? If the price is too high, it's not impossible to lower the endorsement fee a little bit. But what's the situation with the sudden termination of the contract? Have we offended someone? Mr. Huang, didn't we have a good notice this afternoon? We've come to the airport and you're telling me that the notice is over and you're suing us for damages for breach of contract. Why? Director Zhang, you want to cancel your contract too? What do you mean by that? Our chill is a guarantee for the box office. If you terminate your contract, what about the box office? What do you mean by saying that if there's a chill, this movie will be over? Big deal. Can't we not use a stunt double this time? Do. The last call Wuhan received was a call from the boss of their agency. I don't care what you use. You have to get your ass back to the company tonight or suffer the consequences. Both Wuhan and his assistant's legs went weak, one after another. All kinds of cancelled announcements, cancelled endorsements, cancelled contracts to liquidated damages call over. What's all this about? Chill. What should we do? It seems like something really big has happened this time. The assistant was a bit skeptical. Who the hell knew that kid really had so much energy? First, go back to the company first. Wuhan's face turned pale, and even his voice couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. However, just as his words fell, a few black-clothed men in plainclothes with bulging waist sacks walked up to the duo of Wuhan and his assistant. After showing his work ID and arrest warrant, he then directly took out his handcuffs and cuffed the two people's hands. I don't think the two of you need to go back to the office. We are the staff of the General Security Department. According to the investigation, you two are suspected of endangering state secrets personnel, and are now authorized to be arrested. Please come with us. Chapter 20, Stripping Political Rights for Life. At the very least, it was also after the arrest of Chill by the General Security Service staff. Within several of the country's more economically prosperous provinces and cities, a police car with sirens blaring whizzed by. The storm has begun. The Chill fan group also has already exploded. What's going on? That man and woman on the bib so all gone? Just nasty, outrageous. That man who shall not die and the S-name can't be typed on the internet. Yes. I just searched inside my cell phone and couldn't post all of their photos either. Even the scarf hot search was down. It was also while the crowd was discussing this topic that a trumpet that had just been added inside the group spoke. Do you guys think there's a possibility that the guy at the airport has a background? Or that the girl at Kyoto University actually has a powerful family, so she paid a lot of money to have the content undone? As soon as these words came out, the crowd in the group immediately got into a heated discussion. Yeah, it must be the dog woman who got begged/paid for by the gold master, tried to rub it in but couldn't, and then went to beg the big man for help to keep these news down. Scarf is also a real dog. Money can do whatever you want. At that moment, several other trumpets that had just joined inside the group chat spoke up. Scarf cannot do this kind of thing. Such a big action. There must be other behind-the-scenes pushers. I was told that this matter of domestic so many departments have interfered. Private weapons and public utilities is simply a waste of our taxpayers' money. That would be disgusting. But yeah, I've seen a lot of this kind of collusion with each other in this country. It's just poor our brother. These words came out. Instantly, each cold fan group stirred up 1,000 waves. Some unusual urban area in the country. The amicable family of three was sitting in the dining room having lunch. Sitting on the opposite side of the table, the middle-aged woman spoke a mouthful of authentic local dialect and said to the man in front of her, "What do you think about this matter on the network? That Chu Yang looks like he has a special origin, and according to the news I got, this time that guy has kicked the iron plate. Do we want to take this opportunity to operate a wave, and bring the rhythm of the official huaxia? Don't bother, it's a big deal. Prepare to run." The man sighed softly. This time, multiple departments have joined forces. The General Security Administration, the Police Department, and even the Military Department have all stepped in. It definitely won't be as simple as before. To go and bring the rhythm of the official huaxia at such a time is looking for death. At most it will cause a commotion, and it won't move the fundamentals of official credibility. The man chucked a piece of braised pork into his mouth. The General Security Administration is getting real this time. Look, I guess a batch of swallows, intelligence, won't be able to return to their nests. Then he chucked another piece of fish. But that Chu Yang must not be simple. With the 3 years of history gap in between, that Male Stars fans are really quite useful, digging out a big melon for us. If the intel we bring back this time is useful, after this job, we can retire with our kids. An ordinary person can't just disappear for 3 years for no reason, much less the various official administrations that came out en masse when news of him broke. Chu Yang's identity must not be simple. In a luxury neighborhood in some city, cars from the police department and the military department arrived at the entrance to the neighborhood at the same time. Get out of the car. Countless loaded police and military personnel then rushed inside the neighborhood, aiming straight at a particular floor of the neighborhood. After determining that the network IP address was correct, the military personnel directly broke down the door and instantly took down all the people in the house. Someone from the police department's technical identification section quickly walked over to the computer that was running in the house. After carefully searching for a few minutes, he immediately spoke towards the commanding officer at the head. Confirmed. All the news about Chu Yang is stored within a special hard disk of the computer, and some photos of the buildings around the military base of the Ministry of the Army have also been found. but this information should not have been passed on yet. After saying this, the person from the technical identification section also said with a strange face, it was also found that they had joined some fan groups of chill and were fanning the flames inside the fan groups. A bunch of big men, being girls inside someone's fan base, shouting one brother after another. Is it really not disgusting? The leader of the commanding officer's face instantly sank, looking at the several people in the room who were holding their heads and crouching down with a cold snort. Now on behalf of Huaxia, I'm arresting you for the crime of international espionage. Take them away from me. In addition to this, there are also many simple marketing departments and chill fanatic fans. In order to heat up the chill event heat, but almost all at the same time, feel the police department Uncle Care, you are suspected of false dissemination of bad news on the network, malicious leakage of personal privacy, violated our criminal law. A large number of staff from marketing companies have been taken away for investigation. Many fans of Chill and the station sister were all invited into the General Security Office for tea. Soon, everyone in the Chill fan group realized it. The little sister who had been chatting with them and the group suddenly stopped replying to their messages. Some of the station sisters who were responsible for coordinating and planning to once again prepare to denounce Chu Yang on the internet also disappeared. The bottom line is this. Multiple hits appeared instantly on the Bibs hit list. Chill was arrested at the airport. Cultural/Development Agency issues letter to take down several stars' works. Chill brokerage company suspected of tax evasion was investigated. All business is currently forced to stop. The relevant departments are further being investigated. Chill sleeps with fans without paying. Chill suspected of unlawful coercion of minors. Along with the appearance of these hot searches, Chill's personal scarf account, in the first time, was cancelled by the scarf. Inside the airport, Chill and his assistant, who were taken away by DSS staff, turned pale. Every step of the way, both felt as if a 1,000-pound lead weight was dragging hard on their legs. What had he been through in less than half an hour? Various partners have demanded termination of contracts and compensation for breach of contract. The company's side is also being jointly investigated by various departments. So I guess it's not much better. And the walls are falling down. Those who are his rivals in the entertainment industry will surely take advantage of this incident to throw stones. Didn't he or she just let someone give up an elevator? The elevator hasn't made it yet. Getting ed up like that myself. What the hell is that guy? Unwillingly, Chill looked up at the nearby staff member of the General Security Department and asked, am I able to ask, that Chu Yang, what kind of person is he? Even if it's deaf, he's also going to be an understanding person. You don't deserve to know his identity yet. The staff of the General Security Department immediately gave Chill a disgusted look. Had it not been for the fact that he had brought his group of fans to cause trouble on the internet, would it have been their turn for the Security Bureau to make such a big fuss? Immediately afterward, he continued, anyway, just know that by the time the court sentencing is over, you'll be deprived of your political rights for the rest of your life at the very least. Chapter 21 Shut up. Chu Yang is calling. Wu Han's heart instantly went cold. Isn't that pure bluffing when you say it? If he is found to have cheated on his taxes, he will admit it, and the big deal is to pay back the taxes. Those things that cannot be on the surface of the people were exposed also recognized. They still have money. At most 20 years later another good man. What does it mean to be deprived of political rights for life? Although he hadn't studied law, he knew, however, that if he was really sentenced to this penalty, this charge, basically, is the least serious. But before he could slow down and look up slightly, his gaze instantly froze. Chu Yan was sitting quietly in the waiting hall, and his gaze was also slowly looking over towards him. Immediately after, just in front of him tugged with 250,000 like a few security general administration staff immediately walked to the front of Chu Yang. Two of them escorted on both sides of Chu Yang, and respectfully said, Mr. Chu, the matter on the network is almost finished. However, our security general administration still needs about an hour or so to complete the finishing touches of some other actions. Wait until an hour later. This matter will almost be completely resolved. The two of us were sent here by Mr. Liu, because of your identity. We are worried that someone will be unfavorable to you on the way, so we will escort you throughout the whole process this time to ensure your safety. And the side of the Mabe airport has also made arrangements. When you get off the plane, there will be people from the military department who will escort you into the research base. Alright, it's really hard for you guys. Chu Yang quickly got up and thanked towards the two General Security Department staff members, then looked at Wu Han with a playful gaze and laughed. Big star. Inside the coming days. Good luck. You. Wu Han was instantly agitated, but at the slightest movement, he was immediately held down by the two General Security Service officers escorting him. Don't play tricks. Come back with us honestly. After saying that, the rest of the staff also nodded their heads towards Chu Yan before leaving the waiting hall with Wu Han and his assistant. The incident continues to fester on the internet. How could our Chill cheat on taxes? Someone must be looking for him to take the blame. I demand a serious official investigation. That girl who said she was slept with by Chill doesn't even look at herself. We Chill will look at goods like you. No one will want you even if you are a G. Why are you arresting us, Chill? There must be a misunderstanding. Chill must have offended someone. It must have been that damned man who made the move. Countless black information about Wuhan was exploded. It made those individual fans of Wuhan instantly sit up and take notice. But it was only after 10 minutes or so that the bigger bombshell came out. Upon inquiry by the tax department, Wuhan evaded 1.43 billion Chinese dollars in tax evasion. This wave has caused direct outrage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There are just over 1.4 billion people in China in total. Right, this person really deserves to die. Good catch. Such inactive stars should have been caught a long time ago. And the entertainment industry must be properly rectified. I believe the entertainment industry like him is definitely not an exception. A great joy. I have long felt that this person's heart is not right. You know what those peers of his say about him? Walking canon and actually tax evasion. Only those brain-dead fans of his will embrace him. Where's everybody? Where's everybody? Why don't those cold blows talk now? The major entertainment companies in the country. On what grounds? I just retweeted some of Wuhan's messages. Why do you have to take down my work and block me? Asterisk 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 Wuhan, if you die, why do you still want to harm us? Grass. Wuhan, you son of a better not let me see again. I want you not to die. This wave. Wuhan simply fired a wave of map cannons directly. Check out the top stream star tax evasion, more than 14 billion. Do not have to think about the official have to go out to rectify. This time is estimated to go to make up the tax is too late. Think about that. All those stars hated to kill Wuhan by 1,000 cuts. Wuhan sat down inside the General Security Administration's holding vehicle with his eyes blank. Even before meeting Chu Yang, he still had some luck in his heart. So many big shots behind himself. He just couldn't believe that the big boys wouldn't bail themselves out. But now, all the illusions in his mind were shattered. There was a special escort from the General Security Service and security all the way from the Ministry of the Army when they arrived at their destination. Who the hell is this? He's got so much power? But he felt he could still salvage it. He looked at one of the General Security Service officers guarding him next to him and said, "This big brother, can you not bring me my cell phone so that I can make 2 calls? And when this matter is over, I'll privately give you $5 million. Damn, you're still rich." The DSS officer sneered and pointed to a law enforcement recorder hanging on his chest and laughed. "Well, bribing a law enforcement officer is going to be another one of your charges. What if you're trying to move in to find someone to save you? I'd advise you to give up on that. Who's going to have the time to take care of you now that everyone around you is on their own? Do you think you're still the same big star with no second place in the wind?" The General Security Service officer pulled out his cell phone again, and after tapping on the scarf interface, he handed it to him and laughed. "The phone definitely can't call you. That's the rule. But you can still take a look at what's going on out there right now." Wuhan immediately went over to look at it. Looking at that one piece of black information that was blown up on the internet, and the news that the company was being investigated by multiple departments. Even his own scarf account was blocked. Done. It's really all over now. Wuhan directly went limp with weakness and an inexplicable smell wafted inside the escort vehicle. "Cam!" The DSS officer immediately exploded. "Old Wang, stop the car and let me sit back in the front. What's going on?" This kid pissed himself. Another half hour passed. When Chu Yang boarded the plane, several messages forwarded by the official People's Report scarf appeared on the scarf. The Finance Department has issued an official document that it will soon join forces with the Cultural Development Department, the Economic Surveillance Department, and 18 other departments to start rectifying major problems such as tax evasion and tax evasion in the entertainment industry. China's Justice Department has issued the latest joint convention on the Chinese internet, adding a new law and regulations on regulating internet cyber violence, so that in the future, the main people involved in cyber violence incidents will be subject to severe criminal penalties. In the meantime, in the girls' dormitory at Kyoto University, Li Chen excitedly looked at Lin Qingxue and cried out, Qingxue, did you see that? The officials have stepped in. This time your family Chu Yang is really lucky. And in the future, randomly using verbal violence against others on the internet will be sentenced to imprisonment. I guess no one will dare to talk nonsense on this internet anymore. I see. Lin Qingxue nodded her head repeatedly, but she then hurriedly explained, I once again solemnly declare Chu Yang and I really have nothing to do with each other. The result is the next second. The cell phone she held in her hand then rang. What's the situation? Lin Qingxue's face instantly tightened and she immediately made a shushing motion. Don't make noise first. Chu Yang is calling. Chapter 22. What does ex-girlfriend mean? My ex-girlfriend? Li Chen. A few people instantly laughed, still saying that you and Chu Yang have nothing to do with each other. As soon as people call over you're nervous like this. Go. Lin Qingxue hastily rolled her eyes a few times and looked at the voice call from Chu Yang on her cell phone screen, her heartbeat speeding up a few points unconsciously. After taking a deep breath and calming her emotions, she then picked up the phone and asked, Chu Yang now, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Chu Yang, who was sitting in the waiting hall, pondered for a few seconds. I'm getting ready to get on the plane, so, I'm calling to let you know. Oh, Lin Qingxue nodded thoughtfully, and then immediately skimmed her lips and said, the two of us have nothing to do with each other. You get on the plane, just get on the plane. What does it matter to me? You don't have to call me. However, after hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but ask, you saw what happened on the scarf, right? Wuhan was all arrested, and all those messages about you on the internet have all disappeared. Lin Qingxue celebrated. You're so lucky this time. You've actually met the country to rectify the culture of the entertainment industry. She didn't think that this time around, Chu Yang had found someone to do it. Several administrative agencies were mobilized in quick succession to jointly remove various messages on the internet. It even sent Wuhan straight in. This was definitely not something that an ordinary person like Chu Yang could do. Yeah, and thanks to the country, it's kind of indirectly doing us a big favor. Chu Yang smiled, but it doesn't really matter. We are not afraid of the shadow. Justice will definitely be on our side in the end. He didn't explain too much either. It was naturally best for Lin Qingxue to be able to think in this direction. You don't have to go through the extra trouble yourself. At that moment, a boarding voice suddenly rang in his ears. Attention passengers traveling from Kyoto to Mabe. Your flight XXXX will stop checking tickets in 15 minutes. If there are still passengers who have not boarded the plane, please check your tickets as soon as possible and board the plane. Hearing this voice, Chu Yang hurriedly said, all right, since this matter has passed, there's no need to bother about this matter in the future. I'm going to prepare to board the plane. I'll come back to you when I'm back. Speaking of this, Chu Yang slightly paused for a few seconds before asking with a smile, I still want to know, what do you mean when you say that your ex-boyfriend who has been dead for 3 years? Ex-boyfriend? My ex-girlfriend? What ex-boyfriend? I don't know anymore. Lin Qingxue's cheeks instantly reddened as she hurriedly and quickly said, you go board the plane. I'm hanging up, but the phone hangs up. Lin Qingxue immediately got a little nervous. Why does he remember this? He had really thought that Chu Yang had died at first. Who knew that he was still alive now? How does that explain it? What now? She couldn't possibly say that she liked him very much. That's why she gave the dead guy the identity of her ex-boyfriend, as a kind of tribute to her relationship that died before it even started, right? Immediately afterward, though, she was a little puzzled. Passengers traveling from Kyoto to Mokpo? When did Chu Yang move to Mabe? Just before she had time to let her think about it in detail, Li Qian came up to Lin Qingxue and laughed. Little Qingxue, do you know what it looks like just now when you're on the phone? Like what? A little she-cat that's about to go into heat/love. Li Qian asked. Honestly, are you still pining for that elementary school brother? Go go go. Lin Qingxue immediately blanked Li Qian, then looked at the other people in the dormitory and smiled. Thank you for all the leaders who went down to the countryside to send warmth. All morning they were busy with this for me. It's really hard work. Please have dinner at noon. The place is randomly selected. The dormitory crowd shook their heads and laughed. No way. If we're going to have a treat for dinner, shouldn't we have your elementary school brother come back and treat us too? The corner of Lin Qingxue's mouth twitched. It's excessive, but jokes are jokes. One of them immediately gave Lin Qingxue another worried look. Qingxue, you said that this matter won't have an impact on your status as the host of the freshman party after military training, right? After military training, every college has an orientation party. Lin Qingxue was one of the hosts of their School of Economics and Management orientation party. No. Lin Qingxue shook her head. I didn't receive any information from the student council either. And even if it's revoked, then it's revoked. It just so happens that I don't really want to be partnered with Wang Xiujie either. Really feel sad for the old king. Li Qian was a bit helpless. There is one to say one. Excluding Chu Yang's younger brother not to mention. The old king of our class is still very powerful. His family's assets are also 400 or 500 million. After graduation, he can go home to inherit his family's property. Academic performance is not bad. Treating people is also quite warm. Nothing rich second-generation frame. Now is still the vice president of the student body. Estimates that the junior year is the student body president. Although his looks do look a bit worse than Chu Yang's younger brother. But this kind of high-quality boy, where he is not welcomed by millions of girls. It's a pity that he met our Qingxue. Li Qian continued to laugh. If he was chasing me, I would have agreed to do it a long time ago. Then you go and confess to others. Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes, then laughed. Okay, don't mention him. Quickly figure out what you want to eat. It's not easy for my sister to bleed my wallet today. The opportunity is only this time. I want a roast. I want fondue. I want hot pot too. 2-1. Fondue is complete. Go for fondue. 2.5 hours later. Desert Airport. The airplane coming from Kyoto International Airport slowly landed. Just after getting off the bus, Chu Yang was directly brought inside the special passageway of the airport by the General Security Department personnel. After walking through the special passage, what came into view was a black sedan. There were also several army green jeeps around. Upon seeing Chu Yang's arrival, a man at the head of the group immediately walked up to Chu Yang, gave a standard military salute, and said with a serious face, "Mr. Chu, I'm Captain Changsha Wolf, a special squad leader of the Wolf Pack belonging to the Desert North Military Department, and I'm now under the order to take you to the Desert North Scientific Research Base. Thank you. Hard work." Chu Yang nodded slightly and sat inside the black minivan. Another hour or so of driving followed. From the skyscrapers and traffic at the beginning, the more you veer off to the northwest, the fewer buildings there are around you. In the end there was just one lonely road sitting alone in the middle of the desert in the middle of nowhere. 4:30 in the afternoon. After crossing the iron fence of the restricted military zone, the convoy finally came to a stop in front of a building with a yellowish body. In front of the building, a group of researchers were standing at the entrance waiting. In the center of the crowd was the main person in charge of this research base, Yi Jiangwo. The car door opened and Chu Yang slowly got out of the car. Yi Jiangwo immediately walked to Chu Yang's front and clasped Chu Yang's hand with both hands. "Academician Chu, first time meeting, my name is Yi Jiangwo. I have to work hard for you on this occasion." Chu Yang even laughed. "Yi Dean, you can be too high on me. I'm still not an academician. This time over, but also just to see if you can for the development of our country's national defense science and technology, slightly make a modest contribution. Soon, when the celebration banquet is over, this academician title of yours is ironclad." Yi Jiangwo also smiled, and then asked with concern, "The incident on the internet this time, should it all be resolved?" Half an hour before Chu Yang came, they were still working on their scientific research project, and it was only after they got out of the research room and got their cell phones that they realized that so many things had actually happened on the network. "Solved." Chu Yang smiled. "That's good." Yi Jiangwo then nodded reassuringly. With a serious face, "I see that the entertainment circle and whatnot, it's also time to rectify a bit. All are some salacious and shrewish, engaged in misogyny, bringing down the social atmosphere. Alright, this matter will be over. Don't let those people give you a bad temper." Chu Yang slowly smiled and continued, "Dean Yi, if it's not too much trouble, I would like to go to the lab now." Chapter 23 Conceptualization of Curvature-Driven Engines. "No more rest?" Yi Jiangwo asked. "This running from Kyoto to Mabe, traveling, not only mentally but also physically is quite hard." "No need." Chu Yang shook his head repeatedly. "By solving the engine problem as early as possible, we will be able to let the engine add more power to our country's national defense cause as early as possible." "Good, very good." Yi Jiangwo nodded with satisfaction. "We have young scientific research talents like academician Chu in China who are dedicated to the country, the development of our country's scientific research endeavors. There will be successors." Lu Yong walked up to Chu Yang and smiled. "Academician Chu, you're thinking of solving the problem earlier and going back to school to meet your sweetheart, right?" These people, although they know the news no late, but the ins and outs of this matter can be almost all understand clearly. Immediately after that he continued, "But it's a good thing for young people to fall in love. I've heard of that child Lin Qingshue's name. She's got a keen talent in finance. A few academicians from our School of Economics and Management may want to wait for her to help out at the studio in their name when she's in her third year of college and call out for her to help out at the studio under their name. Anyone in academia knows that. An undergraduate student starts working for these professors in his junior year. Either you can just bail out of grad school, or that exam or whatever is just going through the process, and becoming a grad student of some professor is easy." Chu Yang smiled. "Then I'll thank the several deans for her." The crowd then walked straight to the interior of the research base. After turning in all the electronic equipment, Chu Yang changed into the lab coat and slowly walked inside the research lab. Inside a large laboratory, in the center of the lab was an engine that Yi Jiangwo and the others had designed and researched. Various parametric drawings were placed on top of the various work tables around the room. Although Chu Yang had spent the previous 3 years inside researching the technology of photolithography, however, in his spare time, it is not true that he has not studied some of the contents of the engine in the eternal treasury of knowledge, or else, it would have been impossible to talk to Lu Yong about some of the ideas about the engine before. After getting the drawings and quickly browsing through them, all kinds of formulas and parameters, Chu Yang instantly understood, and then looked at the side of Yi Jiangwo and asked, "Dean Yi, according to these parameters on the drawings projected words, this time the 5 generations of engines, the benchmark should be the parameters of the beautiful country F-135 combat engine, right?" The core structure is composed of a pressurizer and a high-pressure turbine and a low-pressure turbine, and if the operational problems can be solved, the single thrust is theoretically capable of reaching 190 knots. Right. Once Yi Jiangwo heard that Chu Yang knew all the various parameters like the back of his hand, his eyes instantly lit up. Then he looked at Chu Yang with quite a bit of regret and said, "Unfortunately, the domestic combat engine industry is starting too slowly. Even if we design an engine that can theoretically reach this standard, the industrial components that are manufactured still fall short of the desired conception." Chu Yang smiled. "Dean Yi, I don't need to look at the internal structure of the engine. First put aside the industrial elements. Even if this engine is researched, it can only be able to reach the level of the beautiful country. Then why don't we just abandon the original idea and directly build an engine with a higher level?" Wow! The moment Chu Yang's words came out, everyone present, even including Yi Jiangwo, froze in succession. Throw out the original thought. Build another high-caliber engine out of it? What's he talking about? You know, the fifth-generation engine researched by their research institute is also relying on the structure of the domestic fourth-generation engine to do optimization testing. The engine of the fourth generation, on the other hand, was copied from the complete data of the R-79 engine of the former Red Alliance countries, and then innovated, trying to overthrow all the original thinking to rebuild a whole new engine too. The difficulty of this, it's like ascending to heaven. Countless researchers who followed Chu Yang and Yi Jiangwo next to them whispered, asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is this dude? As soon as he comes he wants to overthrow all of our research results? So damn arrogant. Oh, arrogant is arrogant. People do have arrogant capital although I do not know what exactly he did what research results out, but you just did not hear the chief engineer Yi said. This guy is about to be named an academician, a 20-year-old academician. If I had to be an academician at 20, I'd probably be crazier than him. Only Lu Yong and Yi Jiangwo had somewhat gloomy expressions. Yi Jiangwo hurriedly asked, Academician Chu, is that true or not? Do you already have a rough idea? If so, old man, I'm willing to accompany you to go crazy again. No one else knows. Can he still not know? 3 years ago can be Chu Yang this kid. Overthrew the domestic research system of all the photolithography. Their own leading research out of the new generation of domestic 1 nanometer precision photolithography. I have a certain amount of certainty. Chu Yang nodded slightly, and then smiled as he looked at Yi Jiangwo and said, Elder Yi, you can stop calling me Academician Chu. I'm just half a big boy. If you're willing to do so, you can still just call me Xiao Chu directly. Immediately after that, Chu Yang continued, the ideas are indeed there, but if we want to truly realize them, we still need the help of you and a group of colleagues. No problem. Yi Jiangwo nodded his head repeatedly. As long as you have a need, talk to the old man me, and if I can solve it, I will definitely help you solve it all. There is indeed one. Chu Yang nodded. The equipment inside the base isn't quite enough. I need a large equipment that can fire lasers. And, you mean, Yi Jiangwo's scientific research knowledge reserve was extremely rich. After hearing some of the equipment Chu Yang needed, his mind only pondered a little for a few seconds before he realized what Chu Yang was thinking. Could it be that the brand new engine you're talking about is the curvature engine? Theoretically, the engines that mankind can build, no matter how much technology develops, need to be limited by the rules of the universe. In other words, both fighter jets and other vehicles are theoretically capable of reaching 10 times the speed of light. But that's the limit. Unless the rules of space and time are utilized. The rules of this time and space are not about reversing time and space, or controlling time and space, but about time and space in a broad range. This concept of curvature drive was introduced in 1994. The space of the universe is not flat, but has curvature. Curvature is the inverse of the radius of curvature. Greater curvature indicates greater curvature. If you imagine the universe as a whole as a large membrane, which has a curved surface, the whole membrane may even be a closed soap bubble. Although the membrane appears to be locally flat, spatial curvature is still everywhere. A ship in space that is able to utilize some way of scalding a portion of space behind it to reduce its curvature. Then the ship will be pulled through by the greater curvature of the space in front of it. This is a curvature drive. This in itself is no longer a concept of self-propulsion by the internal engines of the vehicle, but more so involves the concept of space folding. It is also true that the feasibility of curvature drive has been studied in recent years. By shining a laser with a certain amount of energy, a negative energy is created in the space, and this negative energy, then, is able to change the curvature of space. However, this is only possible in the laboratory and its ideal environment, while representing the curvature drive is possible, but the various theories involved are incredibly complex. Even trying to drive the curvature engine requires a lot of energy. So, want to put the curvature drive engine to practical use. The idea of a curvature-driven engine will not be truly realized until a complete curvature-driven model can be structured and the energy losses in it can be massively reduced to produce a device that can actually control the curvature of space. Just a study on this. Even overseas countries have only been in contact for more than a decade, and it was only a few years ago that it was determined that there was indeed feasibility. It will take at the very least 50 or even 100 years for the actual application of the technology to be truly researched. Chu Yang actually said he wanted to build a curvature drive engine? Shocked, Yi Jiangwo immediately asked quickly, Xiao Chua, you are sure that there is certainty? If it is the curvature drive, this thing can be researched. Not to mention, the old man, I'm the chief designer of this engine position, along with the position of the Chinese Academy of Sciences vice president, all of which are let to you all. For the rest of the study, old man, I'll sub you the whole time. That's a study of intergenerational significance. With a study, Chu Yang's name alone was enough to be within the history of the world. 1,000 years of fame. Chapter 24, Good night, you little munchkin. Chu Yang nodded slightly. There are indeed some ideas, but it requires a large amount of research data to prove the feasibility of the theory. Yi Jiangwo immediately heaved back. This is not a problem. You want people, I give people. Want equipment, I give equipment. This time the old man, I will come to you as this deputy. His words came out. This thing is kind of down to the argument. In a flash, the rest of the staff in the institute began to get busy quickly, starting to pack up the grounds and maintain the equipment. And take this period, Chu Yang also finally returned to the reception center dormitory that Yi Jiangwo had arranged for himself. Inside a small room of almost 40 square meters, but all sorts of equipment is quite complete. His suitcase had also long been sent inside the reception center by the institute's receptionist. After cleaning up some change of clothes and hanging them on the clothes rack in the room, Chu Yang slowly leaned back on the seat in the room and slowly closed his eyes, with outsiders seemingly asleep. Within a special black space, a body that looked exactly like Chu Yang's rapidly converged. After casually observing the surroundings, Chu Yang's mind moved, and the entire space immediately changed its appearance quickly, turning into the appearance of a laboratory. Chu Yang sat down on the experimental table. Please help me call up the design drawings and related theoretical information of the curvature drive engine technology that can be realized by the current Earth technology. Next, a large amount of research material on the curvature drive engine appeared right above the lab table, as well as a thick stack of design drawings for the curvature drive device. Seeing this, Chu Yang's eyes immediately had an extra smirk in them. The treasure trove of eternal knowledge contains a vast array of over-the-top black technology within the universe. Curvature drives are just a tiny part of it. However, in order to get the design drawings and underlying principles of these black technologies, he still needed his personal basic knowledge reserve content to be up to par. Only when his own knowledge base reached a matching level could he access the relevant information. It's like a design drawing for a curvature drive. If not for the fact that he had previously dedicated his leisure time to researching and studying the relevant information within the eternal knowledge treasury and had reached a certain level, the design drawings for the curvature drive are simply not available. So, he has a long way to go. Cheer up. After cheering himself up a bit, Chu Yang began to quickly flip through most of the theoretical information about the curvature drive engine. He had promised Lin Xingxue that he would return to school after military training at the latest. After he had learned all the relevant theories and tested the corresponding data in the outside world, the task that belonged to him would be completed. He didn't want to spend another 3 years at the research base. Of course he could have chosen to just publish the design drawings for the curvature drive. It's just that if that's simply the case, even he himself could not explain the design principle of the design drawing, let alone using this design drawing to convince others in the research base. Making a curvature engine unit, after all, is no small task. All kinds of data and parameters that want to be concretely represented in the outside world are labor-intensive. And of course most of all, he's afraid of being sliced. Girls' dormitory. Dead Chu Yang. No news at all after going back. Arrived home or not? Lin Xingxue sat in the girls' dormitory, viciously looking at the call record with Chu Yang from 5 or 6 hours ago, and immediately ruthlessly clenched her silver teeth. Li Chen laughed and walked up to her. Xingxue, do you know what you look like this? Like what? A lookout stone. Li Qian immediately laughed, living like a lookout stone waiting for her boyfriend to return her messages. If you really still have thoughts about someone, send them a message. Maybe he's just too busy with family stuff and that's why he forgot to send you a message. No way. Lin Xingxue immediately shook her head and skimmed her lips. My old lady is so beautiful. Apart from him Chu Yang, there's still no one else. Why should I take the initiative to send a message to him? Then you consider thinking about Wang Xiujia? No consideration. 11 o'clock at night. Chu Yang came inside Yi Jiangwo's dormitory and passed a USB flash drive in his hand to Yi Jiangwo. Dean Yi, this is some of my ideas and research drawings about the curvature drive device. You can take a look and speculate on the feasibility. but you still need to wait for specialized personnel and equipment to be in place before you can test the specific data. Good. I'll take a look first. Yi Jiangwo nodded, but he didn't expect too much from this theoretical concept that Chu Yang had handed over. After all, Lu Yong had also said before that Chu Yang only had some insights into this area, and had not specialized in research. Even if his scientific research ability was strong, scientific research data also needed time to accumulate. However, when he saw the feasibility theory about the curvature drive device that Chu Yang had written at the beginning, his expression gradually became grave, and he hurriedly looked at Chu Yang and asked, "Little Chu Ah, is this what you have conceptualized after coming to the base today?" "That's not so much." Chu Yang smiled and said back, "When I was conducting photolithography research before, I curiously studied some specialized information and added a bit of my own conception before this was deduced." "That way." Yi Jiangwo nodded slightly. In that case it was still considered normal, because this information given by Chu Yang was too detailed. Many if not all of these specific data need to be tested before the theory can be determined to be correct. With this complete theory on curvature drive given out by Chu Yang alone, he surmised that the matter was then 70% feasible. For the next half an hour, Yi Jiangwo did not say a word to Chu Yang. The whole time he was quietly looking at this information given by Chu Yang. Even certain formulas and data himself personally picked up the paper and began to project up. At this time, Chu Yang's cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting Yi Jiangwo's contemplation. In response, Chu Yang immediately apologized and glanced at Yi Jiangwo. "I'm sorry, academician Yi." Yi Jiangwo laughed. All right, so late. It should be your little girlfriend in the Beijing University sent a message over it. Young people fall in love. The old man, I also understand. I am also over. You do not have to care about me. Back to your message on the line. Regarding Chu Yang and Lin Qingshue's news, his old man also knew something. Chu Yang nodded and immediately picked up his cell phone and looked at it. And sure enough, it was Lin Qingxue who sent over the message. "Have you arrived home yet?" Seeing this, Chu Yang immediately smiled and quickly replied, "I've already arrived home. I'm chatting with someone else." "What's wrong? Chatting with someone else?" Lin Qingxue, who saw this message, was instantly furious. It wasn't like she knew what had happened to Chu Yang's family. "I've been worrying for a long time today inside the dormitory by myself. Even today with the freshman meet and greet. Both have been distracted wondering when he got home yet." After a long time, she let go of that last trace of stubbornness and took the initiative to ask him what he was doing. And he actually gave her the answer that he was chatting with someone else? "You used to leave without saying goodbye or messaging me for 3 years and that was fine. It's back now. Even if something comes home now. But there was time to talk to someone after arriving home. Not even time to send me an arrival message? If you disappear for 3 years, you're not a good friend anymore, right?" In the past, when the two were still at the same table, he used to talk to each other every day. At that time Chu Yang would have told her the reason for suddenly not replying to the message even if he had gone for a bath before replying to the message. "Now you're with me on this?" Sure enough, men change. So now I'm the one who's in love? After a light hum, several messages from Lin Qingxue were sent over. "Oh, that was a bad time for me to come. I should have known better than to talk to someone else. Talk to him today. I'll come back tomorrow. It's staggered between so that it's not too cold. You see? Good night. I'm going to bed." Seeing this large section of information that Lin Qingxue had suddenly sent over, Chu Yang instantly felt a little baffled. What's going on here? And the tone of voice, what does that mean? Seeing this, Yi Jiangwo hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Saying that he also laughed. "Back when I was chasing my wife, that coaxed her to be happy. If it's an emotional problem, consult the old man me. Maybe I can help you." Chu Yang handed his cell phone to Yi Jiangwo. "Dean Yi, do you know what this means?" "This." Yi Jiangwo looked at this large section of information sent by Lin Qingxue was also a bit puzzled. The tone of this speech is a bit like Lin Daiyu inside the Dream of the Red Mansions, meaning that it should be blaming you for being too busy and not taking the initiative to send a message to her, and then telling you that she's going to sleep. But then he brightened up. "I'll tell you what, just go back like this, turn on the air conditioning in the dormitory in the summer, sleep with a good blanket at night, be careful of catching a cold, and then go back to good night. Muffle you little thing. That's what they say on the internet. Muffle you little thing?" Chu Yang froze for a moment. It was true that he had been doing research at the research base for 3 years, and he wasn't really paying attention to the various popular buzzwords or popular quotes or whatever that were appearing on the internet right now. But would there really be such a thing? Yi Jiangwo continued, "You just send it out like I did." "It's exactly right." Chu Yang nodded with seeming understanding, then picked up his cell phone and quickly returned. "Good, then go ahead and go to sleep. The dormitory turns on the air conditioning in the summer, so don't catch a cold if you sleep with a good blanket at night. Good night, muffle you little thing." Chapter 25, This information. From aliens? Cover up the quilt. Cover up you little thing? Looking at the message sent by Chu Yang, Lin Qingshue's expression instantly solidified, gritting her teeth and quickly typing on her cell phone. Chu Yang, haven't hit you for 3 years, are you itching for trouble? Cover your ass. You little thing. I'll cover you up, you son of a. Chu Yang froze. Don't you want to be smothered to death, you little? After a few seconds of hesitation, he immediately sent a message asking, isn't that what they say on the internet? That's a ing wussy dixie. Chu Yang, you're from the primitive people, right? Lin Qingxue was really pissed off. Qingxue, I'm a bit hungry. Do you want to have a snack? Li Qian, who was sitting on the other side, asked at this time. Don't eat. Lin Qingxue balked. I'm full of gas. Deliberately. Chu Yang definitely did it on purpose. You have to be it today, don't you? What's wrong? Li Qian and a few people in the dormitory immediately looked towards Lin Qingshue's side with gossipy eyes. It can't be that your family Chu Yang is angry with you, right? I've decided to ignore him for at least 3 days. Lin Qingxue fiercely clenched the cell phone in her hand. Li Qian silently said, I'd say a day at most. Absolutely 3 days. Yi Jiangwo dormitory. Looking at Chu Yang, whose face was dulled up, Yi Jiangwo asked again, how is it? Is she happy and went to sleep? Right, going to sleep. Chu Yang thought quickly in his mind for a few seconds, then turned to Yi Jiangwo with a smile and said, how is it? Academician Yi, do you have any thoughts on this information? As soon as he talked about scientific research, Yi Jiangwo's expression became a bit serious. For the time being, I can't see the problem, and it's very thoughtful and highly feasible. Saying that, he took a sip of the wolfberry chrysanthemum tea inside the thermos cup next to him, and continued, but I still have to polish the specific data, or how about this? It's not too early. You go back to the dormitory to rest first. You've had a busy day running over here and then organizing information and all that. You've suffered today. I'll see you tomorrow to discuss any problems. Good. Chu Yang nodded slightly, and looking at Yi Jiangwo, who had a great tendency to stay up all night, he couldn't help but open his mouth and reminded, Elder Yi, you, take it easy, rest earlier. Yi Jiangwo immediately picked up the wolfberry chrysanthemum tea next to him. It's okay, I have this. Go. You go take an early rest. Sleeping? No way. This information that Chu Yang had put together was getting more and more energetic the more he looked at it, and he would never rest until he got this thing straightened out tonight. Chu Yang nodded slightly and turned around to leave the dormitory. In the next second, Yi Jiangwo's eyes turned sharp and grave for a few moments as he continued to carefully start reading the information inside the document. 7 a.m. The next day, Yi Jiangwo removed the glasses on the bridge of his nose with a slight fatigue, and after slowly raising his hand and rubbing his somewhat sleepy eyes, a gleam of light soon burst out from his eyes. His main specialization was in space engines. He has basically handled all generations of domestic space engines, including combat and space engines, although some of the areas involved have formulas and content that he can't. But now he could be pretty sure of a pat on the back. If the data that Chu Yang had speculated above this information could be proven in real-life tests, there was at least a 70% guarantee that a curvature drive engine that could be utilized in the field of fighter propulsion could really be created. That's a lot more impressive than some Gen 5 or 6 combat engine. Even if it was only partially realized, the power that the curvature drive engine could bring to bear would be enough to take the engine beyond several times the speed of sound, even approaching and even reaching the realm of the speed of light. This is definitely a landmark study in the world of engines, and the provider of this theoretical data. He was at a loss for words. The content covered inside this material includes dozens of disciplines such as physics, quantum physics, materials science, electronic information science, etc. And one must be extremely knowledgeable in each of these fields. How old is Chu Yang? How the hell did this kid do his research? Yi Jiangwo then picked up the phone he had placed next to him himself, found his old friend, and made a call. Kyoto, Curvature Propulsion Research Laboratory, Huaqing University. Just early in the morning, a gray-haired old man came to the office of the institute, which had just brewed himself a cup of wolfberry chrysanthemum tea. He placed on the body of the confidential cell phone rang. The old man's name was Wu Li, and he was also an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. After studying applied physics in his early years, he waited until the theory of curvature drive had been proposed, and then immediately declared the establishment of a research program on curvature-driven engines and set up a special research institute. After Wu Li raised his hand and picked up the phone, he looked at the incoming call on the cell phone screen and immediately smiled. Old man Yi? Isn't this old guy working on the 5th generation fighter engine? How come he has time to call me? Is the test flight successful? After picking up the phone, Yi Jiangwo's bright laughter immediately came from inside the phone. Old Wu, guess what good news I brought you? If it's about your project, don't tell me. I don't want to know. Wu Li immediately shook his head and laughed. Both the project of the curvature drive and the project of the 5th generation combat engine in Yi Jiangwo's hands were top secret in the country. This can't be done without saying, and I don't care what heavenly matters you have. Within today, you must give me a trip to our research base, Yi Jiangwo said in a hurry. The content of this curvature-driven engine information is just too specialized. He certainly couldn't handle it on his own. All of the country's top experts and professors in every relevant field must be called to the research base. This thing, it's too much. What do you mean? What situation requires me to come over? Wu Li was a bit curious. And it's not realistic for me to come over today, even if we are both from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. But to go to your research base, we need to make a report with the top in any case, right? I've already expedited the report and sent it up, and it's been approved as well, Yi Jiangwo immediately said. I'm telling you, if you don't come today, I guarantee you'll regret it for the rest of your life. What do you mean? Wu Li's expression became serious. Although Yi Jiangwo, the old man, loved to brag, he was still very serious when it came to serious matters. This time, he is definitely not going to fool himself. I'll send you a copy of the information on the Huaka Academy intranet to show you what you know. Right away, Yi Jiangwo continued. What information is so urgent? Wu Li got curious. A complete, operationally ready curvature drive engine profile? Do you want to see it? Really? Wu Li instantly stood up, then quickly sat down again. Okay, you send it over quickly. I'll go look at it right away. You know, this research institute of theirs has been studying the curvature drive engine for almost 20 years now, and they haven't really made the curvature drive ready to be put into use yet. And now they actually have a complete copy of the curvature drive engine information. From aliens? After saying that, Wu Li immediately hung up the phone, opened his office computer, and entered the private website of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. When Yi Jiangwo sent the information over, he quickly concentrated on the content inside the information. Theories and concepts about curvature-driven engine design. Chapter 26, Who can stand up to the words honoring the ancestors? 2 hours later, Wu Li finally quickly skimmed through the entire contents of the profile roughly, although many of the formulas in it he hadn't calculated in depth. But just by virtue of the whole paragraph about the design theory of the curvature drive device recounted in the opening paragraph, he was probably clear about the authenticity of this material. Silence. A deathly silence soon fell inside the office. Wu Li was even more filled with shock. Where the hell did this information come from? It's no exaggeration to say that he's also asked for nearly tens of billions of dollars in research and development funds from the top in order to study the curvature drive. Although in the middle there are more or less pounded out some practical patents that can be used for military purposes, but there is still a long way to go before the development of the real curvature drive device. But now this information, if all of the contents are true, this thing is definitely a big deal to use as an engine in a domestic fighter. It's even ready to be used as an interstellar class space engine. Shocked, Wu Li immediately quickly picked up the confidential cell phone in his hand and dialed Yi Jiangwo's phone. Old man Yi, tell me where this information came from. Don't you tell me that it's from your research base? Beat me to death and I don't believe it. Aerospace engine design is related to the field of curvature-driven design though, but many of them were specialized quantum field knowledge now, which was definitely not something that the engine designer in Yi Jianming's hand could research. What about feasibility? Yi Jianming asked. Very high, Wu Li immediately asserted. I'm not exaggerating. With the theoretical content of this information, if a curvature-driven engine that can be put into use is really manufactured, not to mention using it on top of your fighters, the idea of the South Heavenly Gate program that was put forward in the last comprehensive meeting of the Chinese Academy of Sciences can directly advance a big step forward. The expression on Wu Li's face was unusually excited. Years ago, the pretty country had a space race with the former Red Alliance countries. However, due to the constraints of basic science and technology, the space race eventually became a joke, and ultimately became an administrative tool for those administrators. But the last 2 years, at the collective meeting of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the idea of a future South Heavenly Gate program was also put forward, and was even listed as the direction of Chinese scientific research for the next 100 years. This is a phase that must be experienced in the future. Once Earth's technology crossed over into the interstellar age, the shortcomings brought about by mankind's traditional weaponry would be magnified countless times in the sky. Therefore, it is necessary for mankind to build a military force consisting of a completely new combat doctrine and new types of weapons and equipment. These include large strategic air and space carrier platforms, as well as attached air and space fighters, and tactical mechs, and most notably, the design and research of large strategic air and space carrier platforms. In their vision, the platform will be composed of energy weapons and guided weapons composed of multi-layered weapons systems, itself in the possession of enhanced firepower at the same time. The power system also needs to be equipped with a set of large-scale force field drive arrays, to be able to ensure that the large-scale strategic airborne platforms in space to move quickly. And what makes this plan listed as envisioned? It's because with humanity's current technology, it's simply not enough to develop drive arrays for large force fields. However, This curvature drive design research information gives this idea, the possibility of becoming a reality. In his lifetime, he actually saw the possibility of the realization of the Southern Heavenly Gate plan, thus showing how emotional he was going to be. Immediately after that, he quickly said to Yi Jiangwo inside the phone, "Old man Yi, tell me, who exactly gave you this information? Is he in your research base right now? Wait for me here. The feasibility of this information is really too high. This curvature drive engine project I must participate in, even if it's just to play a hand in it." Yi Jiangwo froze. "Old Wu, are you serious? It should be known that the Curvature Drive Research Institute founded by Wu Li, not to mention in the country, even in the international arena, also enjoys quite a reputation. His behavior like this also meant that this information provided by Chu Yang might really be able to create a practical curvature drive device. As for playing second fiddle, sorry, he's still trying to hit the ground running. You're just coming over to staff the program. The deputy position on this program, that's mine. If this thing is manufactured, definitely a glorious achievement. As a Chinese, who can arrive at the honor that comes from the words honorable ancestors? Immediately afterward, he quickly said, "Then don't just stand there. Come over quickly. I can't wait to verify the feasibility of this information." "No problem." Wu Li quickly nodded, "But I still want to know, when did such a demon come out of the country? I remember that in addition to me, there are only a few other old guys in the country who are researching on curvature drive, but their level of scientific research is a piece of cake. This information is definitely not researched by them. It's Chu Yang." Yi Jiangwo rather sighed. "This little guy is remarkable. If the curvature drive device can be made this time, coupled with his previous merits, I feel that this academician's position has been delegated to him." "That kid?" Wu Li instantly froze, and only after half a day did he murmur under his breath, "In that case it's not a problem. That kid, he can't even be compared to normal people." Chu Yang's name was not unfamiliar to the ears of any of their academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a character who was able to work on a 1 nanometer lithography machine when he was less than 20 years old, not to mention the curvature drive. It's not even unusual for him to work on controlled fusion technology later. "You wait for me at the research base, I'll directly call the military department's airplane to send me over." After putting down a sentence, Wu Li immediately hung up the phone, not even bothering to go back to collect his luggage. He directly dialed the phone of the commander of the military battalion stationed in Kyoto, Old Yang. 100,000 fire. You immediately arrange a helicopter over to me. I want to go to Mabe. Chapter 27, from now on, I'll call you the oldest and youngest, and you'll call me Dad, each in his own way. Kyoto University, school playground. Under the hot sun, countless new students wearing green military training clothes are standing on the playground standing military posture. Lin Qingxue, who was an assistant counselor, was sitting underneath a large shed on the opposite side of the playground to cool off, and the table was filled with water bottles brought by each new student in the class, and next to them were 2 large buckets of mineral water, as well as glucose, which was responsible for replenishing sugar, and patchouli, which was responsible for preventing heat stroke, among other things. Looking at Lin Qingxue, who flipped through her cell phone from time to time, Li Chen, who was sitting next to her, hurriedly asked, "Qingxue, you're hiding a man inside this cell phone. Every few minutes you look at your cell phone. Every few minutes you look at your cell phone. What's the situation?" "It's still not Chu Yang." Lin Qingxue instantly pouted, her tone extremely sultry. After deciding to ignore Chu Yang for 3 days last night, this morning Chu Yang sent her a good morning message again, and out of politeness, she still returned a good morning message to the past. As a result, it was almost noon, and Chu Yang's side had not returned a single message. "Though my mom said to ignore you for 3 days, but I didn't just tell you to ignore you. She even sent out a special friend circle for this, with a picture of military training on a hot summer day out, just waiting for Chu Yang to send her a message. It's okay to ask the school what's going on with military training. Maybe I'll give you a ride when my old lady gets soft. Who knows, you're useless when given the chance. This is not like you watching Xue." Li Qian hurriedly opened her mouth. "Didn't you used to never show false colors to those boys? How come once you arrived at Chu Yang's place, you seem to be a different person? Besides, didn't you say yesterday that you would ignore him for 3 days? Then couldn't he send me a message?" Lin Qingxue continued to beep. Seeing this, Li Chen instantly couldn't help but raise her hand and pinch Lin Qingxue's delicate face that still had a hint of baby fat. "Please, little Qingxue, do you want to be so cute and normal, or else those freshmen across the street who see you in this cute little look, how can they still stand honestly in military postures, After a little pondering, she continued, "If he doesn't send you a message, then don't pay any attention to him. There are thousands of men in the world. If we can't, let's change. You don't like him, Chu Yang, a man. Say it again." Lin Qingxue skimmed her lips and lifted her hand to tap on her cell phone again to take a look. There was still no news. At that moment, a sudden commotion started in the playground. A boy with a clear face carrying several large cups of milk tea slowly walked to the front of Lin Qingxue and Li Qian, accompanying them for military training all morning. Must be a bit thirsty. I've prepared some ice-cold milk tea for you to relieve the heat. As he spoke, the man distributed the milk tea one cup at a time to Li Qian and a few beside her, the hands of the assistant counselors in the other classes. Thank you old one. Li Qian happily accepted the milk tea handed over by Wang Xiujia. Finally, the boy then handed the milk tea in his hand to Lin Qingxue, class president. This cup is yours. Thanks. Lin Qingxue slightly raised her head and took the milk tea in Wang Xiujia's hand. Then she picked up her cell phone and looked at Wang Xiujia and said, "How much is this cup of milk tea? I'll transfer it to you." Wang Xiujia casually laughed. No need to be polite. It's kind of my treat for you guys. No merit, no reward. Lin Qingxue shook her head. Either you tell me how much and I'll transfer the money to you, or I don't want this milk tea. This. Wang Xiujia froze for a moment, but then still quickly resumed a smiling expression. $19. If you transfer it, just transfer my prestige. Thanks. Lin Qingxue nodded slightly, and after transferring the money to Wang Xiujia, she immediately looked up at him again and said, "Do you have anything else?" "No, it's fine." Lin Qingxue continued. "It's alright then, let's go. It's quite hot outside." Well, nodded Wang Xiujia somewhat deflatedly, and after another helpless glance at Lin Qingxue, he silently left this side of the playground. After Wang Xiujia left, Li Qian immediately came up next to Lin Qingxue. "Qingxue, you're not giving old Wang too much face. Are you really not giving people any chance at all? Why give it a chance?" Lin Qingxue immediately shook her head and said, "Since there is absolutely no possibility between him and I, then why should I let him keep harboring fantasies? You. Li Qian was a little helpless, hated the iron and said, "Just that elementary school brother in addition to good looking a little bit. He has what Originally I also just thought that you are a difficult to catch fish. Did not expect you actually as a stubborn donkey." Soon, military training intermission. Xu Pengfei and the others immediately ran to this side of the shed to get a water cup to drink. After Lin Qingxue carefully recognized in the crowd for a while, she found the tall Xu Pengfei and asked, "You're Xu Pengfei who is in the same dormitory as Chu Yang, right?" "Yes, I am." Xu Pengfei nodded his head and said with a smile on his face, "Sister, what are your orders? Did Chu Yang tell you what he went back for?" "No." Xu Pengfei scratched the back of his head and grinned, but he left in quite a hurry, collected a few pieces of daily change of clothes and left, saying that he would be back after military training at the latest. "That's right." Lin Qingxue pondered for a few seconds, then she waved her hand and said, "Alright, rest and go. Cheers to military training." Zhang Mingyang came up to Lin Qingxue, "Third sister-in-law. Don't worry, we'll definitely cheer." "Third sister-in-law?" Lin Qingxue instantly froze. "You, what did you call me?" Nothing. Zhang Mingyang immediately laughed and shook his head, and then laughed cheaply again. "Sister Lin, you are not thinking of our old three. If you want to, you take the initiative to send a message to him. Old three, that guy is quite wooden. Sometimes do not get the hang of it. You're more forgiving." Lin Qingxue stifled her laughter a bit. "So you kinda know him?" Zhang Mingyang smiled coyly. "Just general understanding. Adults matters, children less interfering." Lin Qingxue immediately rolled her eyes, then couldn't help but smile again and waved her hand. "Take advantage of this 10-minute break to rest. Go. Don't bother me here. Got it." Zhang Mingyang quickly nodded his head and dragged Xu Pengfei several people and left this side of the shed. Until they walked away, Xu Pengfei and Wang Lei immediately couldn't help but ask, "I go. What are you doing? The oldest three and the schoolmates, this is still not done?" Sooner or later, Zhang Mingyang looked like he had his hands full. These two seem to have love for each other, and a concubine, and they are just missing the final kick. "Have you guys never been in love? Do you not understand this? I am helping them," said Zhang Mingyang and laughed tishly. "I definitely have no idea about Sister Lin, but I've heard that a few of the sisters inside Sister Lin's dormitory are quite pretty and are all single. So you guys say that if I set her up with Lao San, she won't be able to introduce me to an object at that time?" Xu Pengfei and Wang Lei duo were instantly shocked. *******. Lao Air, it's still you. There's something to be said for this wave of maneuvering. Go. Didn't we agree not to call out the penis? Zhang Mingyang quickly waved his hand and said, "This penis is too damn ambiguous. You can call me by my nickname, Ba, or you can call me Dad. I think this is fine. In the future I will call you the oldest youngest. You call me Dad on the line." Each shouting each ah. Xu Pengfei and Wang Lei instantly hammered over. Looking for death. You. Chapter 28, Chief Project Manager. I, Xu Yang, am definitely not here for gold plating. Scientific research base. In the afternoon, Basically some of the top experts and professors in the country regarding the field of researching curvature drive all came to the base. Inside the conference room, dozens of top experts and professors in the fields of applied physics, mechanical engineering, and materials science in China have gathered together. Countless old acquaintances mingled in the conference room, their voices cacophonous. Professor Liu, you were also invited here by Dean Yi? Ah, old Wang, you were also shouted over by that stinky old man old Wu? What on earth is the point of calling this many people over here? Professors who are experts in so many fields? Of all the people, apart from Wu Li, most of the others had been sent to the Desert North Research Base in an emergency directly after receiving the transfer order, and had no idea what had happened. But there are some older wasps among them who know something about it. This old Yi 5th generation combat engine project is doing well. Suddenly calls so many of us over. Is there a new breakthrough in the project? Or are there other projects about the engine to be done? But even if the engine's new program to select people is not directly shouted so big a piece of people, I see this inside the Yangtze River scholars, Huaca academicians, etc. Not a few. This battle is not general I don't know what that old man is selling, but from what I've gotten, it's really a new project, and if it's researched, it could cause a shock in the world's scientific research community. And just as the crowd was talking, Yi Jiangwo finally brought the duo of Chu Yang and Wu Li slowly inside the conference room. Who is this kid, so young to be next to Dean Yi? Is he also a program participant? Seeing Chu Yang's appearance, some people inside the conference room froze. They didn't know about Chu Yang's achievements, but the researchers serving inside the research base were at least around 30 years old, and the older ones like them were almost 70 to 80 years old. And Chu Yang, it looks like this is just under 20 years old. Only some of the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences had their expressions frozen when they saw Chu Yang. This kid shows up here, figuring that the project, indeed, is not small. It is important to know that the impact brought to China after the success of the 1 nanometer photolithography project is only slightly weaker than when old Mr. Chen led Chinese research scholars to build the atomic bomb, completely solved the impact of domestic chip technology being necked by foreign countries. It's a big leap forward in terms of technology. Yi Jiangwo glanced around the crowd. Everyone, please be quiet. There was something serious about his voice that instantly made everyone in the room shut their mouths. Even the few other old academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences had the sense to shut up and looked at Yi Jiangwo's side with an old spirit. After clearing his throat, Yi Jiangwo then continued. There must be a reason for calling everyone here this time. But before that, it is still necessary for you all to sign a confidentiality agreement. And when the confidentiality agreement is signed, then we will mention the rest. Immediately afterward, a staff member from the research base handed out a confidential dossier bag in front of each of them. After everyone opened the file bag, some documents with top secret written on them instantly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Top secret? 1, 2, 3, 5-star top secret protocols? What kind of program is this? A 5-star top secret agreement that hasn't come up a few times since the founding of the country, right? All of the people in the room had been in a number of classified programs, but many of them are still involved in a top secret program for the first time, let alone a 5-star top secret one. Now, the crowd in the conference room was agitated. A scientific research project that can be classified as a 5-star top secret. Just think about it and you'll know how great the impact of the research and development can be. To be able to participate in such a mission-critical scientific research program is a dream that many scientific research scholars can never reach in their lifetime. After everyone had signed the confidentiality agreement, Yi Jiangwo then continued. After the confidentiality agreement is signed, then I will introduce to you all. The next project I want to announce to you all is our country's design and research and development project on the curvature drive. And this Chu Yang standing next to me is the main person in charge of this project. Curvature drive program? So young to be a program leader? What's going on here? Is the engine program for the 5th generation fighters over? And that's why the curvature drive program is being started? Or is there a major breakthrough in the curvature drive area? Who is this young man? Come to gild the lily? I've never even heard of this young man. As one of the top professional scholars in the country, many of them had not been exposed to the curvature drive field, though most of them were also aware of what the curvature drive stood for. And since this project has already been proposed and formalized, it also means that the feasibility of this project is already high. But Chu Yang, isn't that too young? Someone spoke up and asked. Dean Yi, you're not kidding, right? Just such a young man can really be in charge of this program? One after another, others began to ask questions. That's just it. If it's arranged from above to come here to gild the lily, I don't think there's any problem. But isn't it a bit too hasty to make him the main person in charge of this project? This young man is not even 20 years old, I think. Can he do it? This is a 5-star top secret program. Dean Yi, you're not kidding. This can't be sloppy. It's not that these people don't believe, but the news is just a little too appalling. They were all geniuses in scientific research, and countless of them had entered the major top research institutes and even the Chinese Academy of Sciences to work at the age of 27 or 18. But how is it possible that a young man of less than 20 wants to be in charge of a 5-star top-secret research program? No matter how evil you are, you won't be able to reach this point, right? Yi Jiangwo glanced at Chu Yang, who immediately understood, and after clearing his throat, he slowly walked in front of the crowd. All experts, professors, and even academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I know that my age is too young, and I also know that all of you are very puzzled as to why I will be participating in this project, and if you all want to leave or stay, Chu Yang, can't stop you. I'll give everyone 3 minutes to think about whether to stay or leave. In 3 minutes, I'll explain the reasoning to you all, and if you have any doubts or questions, you can just ask me then. Quiet. The entire conference room was instantly quiet. There were also people who glanced at Chu Yang rather unexpectedly. Let's not worry about the level of his scientific research. Someone who could speak so confidently in front of so many of their experts and professors. Guts-wise, it's already more than 99% of the young talent in the country. 3 minutes later, naturally, none of them wanted to leave. Whatever. With a 5-star, top-secret program, no one wants to miss out on an opportunity like this. It was only after seeing this scene that Chu Yang slowly spoke. This research on the curvature drive engine device was proposed by myself, and has already obtained some of the theoretical results and research materials. That is to say, I will follow up with an independent and full account of the research ideas about this curvature drive project, and what you will need to cooperate with next. Those with questions can also object. I will make everyone understand that I, Chu Yang, am definitely not standing here today for the sake of the so-called gold plating, but I truly want to work together with everyone to research and manufacture this project in its entirety. Chapter 29, Fall in Love? I'll move the Civil Affairs Bureau here tomorrow. He researched it? Is it really a curvature drive? Is it that all of us are getting old? That the young people are so powerful today? Countless people marveled. However, after Chu Yang had said such words, they also finally sort of accepted the matter of Chu Yang being the initiator or even the main researcher of this project. If not, Chu Yang simply did not dare to speak out in front of them. The scientific research piece is something that can't be faked in any way. After thoroughly accepting this reality, the crowd then held a brief meet and greet. After having dinner inside the reception center in the evening, Chu Yang pulled a group of them to start a meeting. The meeting lasted almost 6 hours. It was only after 2 in the morning that Chu Yang finished this meeting. Some of the theories for the realization of curvature drives are highlighted. There were also many experts and scholars who raised various questions in the middle of the process, but they were all easily solved by him. After the meeting ended, Chu Yang then looked at the group of people gathered around the stage in great numbers and slowly said, "Fellow colleagues, the significance of the curvature drive device if it is introduced, I think there should be no need for me to emphasize it with everyone. The time has come for our country to need us, and the time has come to put our country ahead of the world in the field of engine drives. During this next period of time, I hope that you can all cooperate fully, as soon as possible to our country's curvature drive device, as soon as possible to implement out. Everyone understand? Understood." Next moment, thunderous applause accompanied by the fervent shouts of one research scholar resounded throughout the conference room. Yi Jiangwo, who was sitting in the crowd, also laughed and applauded, then said to Wu Li next to him, "I told you that this kid has a knack for it." Right. This roar of his voice suddenly made me seem to go back to the time when Abacus built the atomic bomb. I was young then, counting formulas with the professor, and every time the political commissar finished his speech like he did, I felt my whole blood boil. Not bad, not bad. Wu Li slowly nodded his head, and his eyes couldn't help but redden slightly. In fact, at the very beginning, he was a little worried. Chu Yang was still a young man no matter what. Even with the great achievements in the field of photolithography, the field of curvature drives is another field. As a result, he didn't expect that after this mere explanation meeting, Chu Yang had used his incomparably abundant professional knowledge to conquer all the people present, including him as well. They people are really old. Fortunately, however, the Chinese scientific research community has a successor. Magnificent, my great China. A new generation, even more so than the old. The meeting was adjourned. The experts from various aspects then returned to their respective dormitories inside the professor, while Yi Jiangwo and Wu Li retained Chu Yang. Yi Jiangwo looked at Chu Yang and smiled. "Xiao Chua. About starting the curvature drive engine research and design of the project, I've already handed it over. The Chinese Academy of Sciences side has also approved it down. The research funding piece is tentatively set at 100 billion. Warrant this side also came down. This time you serve as the chief designer of this project. I and Lao Wu too will be responsible for coordinating all aspects of resources for you. Play the hand. There are any needs, I and Lao Wu too are for you to solve the problem." This. Chu Yang froze for a moment, then looked at the two of them and smiled. Elder Yi, Elder Wu, I proposed the project. It's only right for me to be in charge of it, but I think it's enough for me to take on the title of an advisor. According to seniority, one of you is the chief designer of the 5th generation combat engine, and one of you is the director of the Curvature Drive Research Institute, which is the first in the country. The chief designer piece. You still let you, or Wu Lao duo to pick one of them to serve as it can be. Saying that, after slightly hesitating for a few seconds, Xu Yang continued. Besides, I'll only stay inside the base for 2 weeks. After the military training on the side of the Beijing University is over, I still have to go back to the school. Otherwise, the school should deduct my credits. Who dares to deduct your credits? Yi Jiangwo instantly straightened his back. I'm going to call Lu Yong here. Let's see if they, Jing University, dare to deduct your credits. Wu Li also said bitterly, Xiao Chua, research theory and design drawings are provided by you. This chief designer position is not you. And why do you have to go to Beijing University to study? Those teachers can teach you what? It's not the same. Xu Yang shook his head with some difficulty. Yi Jiangwo quickly reacted. You're not doing this for that little girlfriend of yours from Beijing University, are you? Xiao Chu, you can't put this project at risk just because of that. What little girlfriend? Wu Li was a bit curious. Yi Jiangwo hurriedly explained. It's this kid who has taken a fancy to a girl at the capital university. That's why he specifically ran to the capital university to go to school. What? Wu Li couldn't help himself. Xiao Chu, is that why you're here? If you want to fall in love, you tell my old Wu. My old Wu has nothing else but 2 granddaughters. After a little thought, he continued, but the boss are married out. The young couple is quite loving. It is not appropriate to call her divorced now, but my little granddaughter just happened to be on the 3rd year of college, also studying in Kyoto. The age is just 3 years older than you. As the saying goes, the female big 3, hold the gold brick well. When we leave the research base, I can still show you her picture. If you think it's suitable, I'll call and shout her over tonight, and tomorrow I'll move all the civil affairs bureaus for you, and directly get a license to get married and cave in, guaranteeing a full set. Chief designer of the Curvature Drive engine, and it's a program directly tied to the War Department. A designer's name, although there is no real power of the Ministry of the Army, but at least can also fish a deputy military level of administrative level. I can't believe he doesn't want it, just to run back to a relationship? And again, this project was proposed by Chu Yang, and a lot of key research materials in it came from Chu Yang's hands. If something went wrong in the middle of the research, and Chu Yang wasn't there, who was going to solve it? Chu Yang also knew that the two of them, Yi Jiangwo and Wu Li, were worried about something, so he hurriedly laughed and said, don't misunderstand the two of you, even before I leave. At the very least, I will make the initial model machine, and even if I'm in Kyoto, I can still handle the base's information remotely. No problem. Once these words came out, Yi Jiangwo and Wu Li were then reassured for a few moments. However, soon after, Yi Jiangwo asked worriedly, however, isn't it a bit too hasty to finish the modeling machine within these 10 or so days? Xu Yang nodded his head slightly. I have a number in my heart. This piece, I definitely won't work perfunctorily. After saying that, Xu Yang, Yi Jiangwo and the others then left the research base together. After going to the secrecy box at the entrance, Xu Yang retrieved his cell phone. He turned it on while going back inside the dormitory of the reception center. After turning on the computer, Xu Yang saw the message sent by Lin Xingxue. It was sent at around 11 o'clock in the evening. It was a short goodnight message. After pondering a little for a few seconds, Xu Yang smiled lightly and replied back, good night, good dreams. The result is the next second. Lin Xingxue's side then directly returned the message in seconds. Chapter 30, First Ignition Experiment. Lin Xingxue, Agu, our busy man finally gave up returning messages? Xu Yang paused slightly and lifted his hand to say back, you woke up from your nap? Lin Xingxue instantly gritted her teeth. She slept a hairline asleep. Xu Yang this day in addition to a good morning after, really is a redundant message are not sent to her. Make her heart scratching like, send a good night message also wanted Xu Yang send a message over. The results of their own wait has been waiting until now. After taking a deep breath and quickly calming her emotions, Lin Xingxue slowly returned. Didn't fall asleep. Accompanied my roommate for a nagging session. Is there a problem? No problem. No problem. Xu Yang returned a few messages over in a row and asked, then when do you plan to sleep? I don't know. Lin Xingxue skimmed her mouth, and after hesitating for a few seconds, she immediately sent another message asking, things are so busy at home? Too busy for you to take time out of your day to send me a message? It's quite busy. Xu Yang silently said back. In the morning he was perfecting the content of the material, and in the afternoon he was receiving various experts and professors, and in the evening he had to give them a meeting, so he was really quite busy. That's quite good. Lin Xingxue quickly replied back, and silently bit her silver teeth. Since you're busy, You just don't send me any messages, just go about your business. However, in the end, she still didn't send out her inner activities, but asked curiously, last time, I was so dumbfounded by you that I haven't even had the chance to ask yet. Chu Yang, you disappeared for 3 years without saying a word. Don't you have to give me an explanation for that? But after careful thought, I realized that I was a bit too hasty in asking, and continued, of course, if you don't feel the need to explain it to me, that's fine. We don't have much to do with each other anyway. Stinky Chu Yang, disappearing for 3 years without saying a word. This beautiful girl is lucky to be able to send you a good message now. You'd better properly explain to me the reason why you left without saying goodbye 3 years ago. Chu Yang hesitated and returned. Qing Xue, can we not talk about this matter? Ah. Lin Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to smash the bed, but she still calmed herself down and quickly returned. Oh well, that's it then. I'll go to sleep first. Chu Yan was not too wooden after all. After seeing this message he quickly asked, are you angry? Hey, you actually know that I'm angry. There's progress. Lin Qingxue laughed to herself and continued back. No, I wouldn't dare to be angry with you, Chu the busy man. If you get angry again, what if you come back to what you did 3 years ago without saying goodbye? Why does it feel shady? Chu Yang froze and hurriedly returned. No. 3 years ago was really something, but I promise that I will never leave without saying goodbye again. I'm not one of your people. You don't have to make a point of telling me that. Aren't we good friends? Just good friends? Could it be anything else? No way. Lin Qingxue pouted in anger, and after quickly replying to the message, she stroked her forehead helplessly. It's hopeless. This guy's really hopeless. He had made himself so clear. Didn't he understand what he meant? After sighing lightly, Lin Qingxue hurriedly replied back again. Forget it, I want to go to sleep. You rest early. Good friend. Good. Then you go to bed. Good night. Lin Qingxue. Good night to you. The next few days, the two men chatted in the same way with one another. Chu Yang sent a good morning and Lin Qingxue returned a good morning. Lin Qingxue sent a good night and Chu Yang returned a good night. Beyond that, there was no communication. However, every time he saw Lin Qingxue sending over a message, it was also a rare moment of relaxation for Chu Yang in this busy scientific research work. Inside the scientific research base, a variety of project studies were also advancing at a rapid pace. Time passes day by day. 10 days later, military training at Kyoto University is almost at an end. And inside the scientific research base in Ma Bay, everyone seemed to be energized and busy as if they were constantly operating a variety of precision equipment within the base. Chu Yang stood in the middle of it, wearing a dustless garment for scientific research, and in front of his eyes, a 10:1 scaled-down model of the curvature drive device was currently placed, surrounded by researchers who were doing the final assembly work, and on both sides of Chu Yang, there were also countless experts and professors standing, each of them looking at the curvature-driven model in front of them with scorching eyes. Within these 10 days, utilizing Chu Yang's theory and design drawing information, and with Chu Yang practically living in the research laboratory, they quickly worked out a theoretical model, increased laser power and reduced energy loss, and a full warp engine bay was built to house the high-energy warp plasma from the negative energy generation process. The key, of course, is to control the special dilithium crystals produced by the dissociation of warp speeds and the like, and the warp coils that convert the warp plasma into a warp field. These two devices, both after nearly 10 days and nights of repeated research failures, and repeatedly corrected and reworked, before finally confirming the initial material. After watching the last piece of the curvature drive model being assembled on, and seeing the nodding gesture from the scientific research staff, Chu Yang immediately turned his head excitedly to look at everyone in front of him. Gentlemen, I announce that our curvature drive device's initial practice model has been successfully assembled. Clap, clap, clap. There was an instant burst of applause from the base. 10 days. Inside these 10 days, they had soaked in the research base day and night, just for the sake of building this model in front of them. As long as this model was able to operate successfully, it also meant that Chu Yang's theory was valid. Then today could be an epical day. Countless people had begun to murmur with their heads bowed. It's really amazing to see the possibility of curvature drive realization in my lifetime. If the model is able to run in its entirety, this is definitely a great advancement in the field of power all over the world. A day that will surely go down in history. But during this period of time, Chief Engineer Chu has really worked hard. It's the first time I've seen someone who was so desperate to engage in scientific research. I'm really convinced. And the moment those words came out, everyone present turned their gazes to Chu Yang's body. If it was said that 10 days ago, Chu Yang had convinced the people here with his theoretical knowledge, now then, that was relying on Chu Yang's strong scientific research charm. The concept of curvature drive has been proposed for nearly 2 decades, and has been studied domestically for nearly 2 decades. for which a lot of money has been invested, and has not led to leapfrog progress. And Chu Yang, it just led them to build a complete curvature drive inside just 10 days, even if it's a model. But as long as there was no problem with the model, the rest of the content only need to follow Chu Yang's theory in actual drawings, and then perfect a variety of basic materials, completely can be the real curvature drive device to be manufactured. Chu Yang laughed. Everyone, don't be busy praising me first, let's prepare for the first ignition experiment. Chapter 31, This is the Fortune of Huaxia. Yi Jiangwo glanced at Chu Yang worriedly. Chu Yang, do you want to rest for a day and come back tomorrow for the ignition experiment? He had seen all of Chu Yang's hard work over the past few days. When he ate at lunch today, he noticed that Chu Yang had a few extra white hairs in his hair. In order to catch up with the progress, he hadn't properly closed his eyes for almost 10 days, even if they are tired. It was just as well to go to the dormitory and squint for a few hours before continuing back to the research base to do research. Even an Iron Man can't help operating like this. No need. I can still hold on. Chu Yang gave Yi Jiangwo a placating look and continued. Let's proceed directly to the ignition experiment. Yi Jiangwo also knew that he couldn't argue with Chu Yang, and after giving a light sigh, he silently stood to the side. Other people didn't know what Chu Yang was working so hard overtime for, but could he not be clear about it? After Chu Yang led the crowd to a safe range, a scientific researcher soon delivered a red ignition button. Chief Engineer Chu, you can light the fire. Chu Yang took a deep breath and was about to press the button when he suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Jiangwo next to him again. Dean Yi, why don't you come? I'm a bit nervous, although he still took over the title of chief designer. However, within this scientific research base, the one with the oldest qualifications was still Yi Jiangwo. Go go go. Yi Jiangwo directly waved his hand. You're still discussing seniority with me here? You're the chief designer, so you press it. The others also chimed in. Right, Chief Engineer Chu. This button still needs to be pressed by you, so stop being modest and press it. Chu Yang smiled. I'll press it then. Press on. The crowd couldn't wait. Chu Yang nodded. Then he pressed the button in his hand with a grave gaze. Everyone held their breath. Immediately after, the model of the curvature drive was immediately up and running. Powerful electrical energy was infused into it. The entire research base began to light up with a burst of red light. A continuous stream of voices began to reach the ears of the crowd. Ignition successful. Launching curvature engine pods. Warp engine bay activated successfully. Negative energy generator warm-up complete. Laser fire. Negative energy presence detected. High energy warp particle collection program underway. Warp energy level 0, 01. Warp energy level 0, 02. Warp field being built. Warp rating 0, 01. Warp rating 0, 02. Warp field established successfully. Currently detecting warp level 0, 1. Experiment drop ready. 1, 2, 3. With the end of the final countdown, an orb weighing 100 pounds was dropped into the warp field directly from midair. Next, the iron ball that should have landed vertically flew directly towards the front position the moment it entered the warp field, and finally smashed heavily into a large iron gate 100 meters away. See this scene. The hearts of the people hanging in the air then slowly fell to the ground. Next moment, the entire interior of the base then erupted into a frenzy. We did it! We did it! Curvature drive works! Curvature drive works! Ha 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 ha! Mom, I'm out of my league. I've witnessed the success of the curvature drive. Ha 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 ha! Countless people have hugged each other and cried tears of joy. They had only conducted preliminary research and manufacturing this time, and the setting of the warp rating wasn't really a lightspeed setting, but was scaled down countless times, and a warp setting of 1,000 meters per second was finally chosen. Isn't a warp rating of 100 meters per second? But this has been an achievement across the ages. Don't forget that this is still just a preliminary modeler. No exaggeration. In the next 5 years, at most 10 years, China will definitely be able to move the real curvature drive device to the world stage and show China's style. Yi Jiangwo reddened his eyes. He's been around engines all his life. From the very beginning, he had watched China's combat engine technology grow from scratch, and he had experienced almost all of the hardships that it had gone through, and he hoped more than anyone else that China would be able to stand at the top of the world in the field of air and space. And today, he saw it. He had even seen what countless Chinese warplanes looked like when they were loaded with curvature-driven engines, eagles striking the sky and soaring into the 9 heavens. This life, no regrets. Immediately after that, he turned his gaze back to Chu Yang, his eyes filled with a look of celebration. It was fortunate that a scientific research demon like Chu Yang was born in China. It is also fortunate that Chu Yang has this full-blooded passion to serve the country. Predictably, Chu Yang's existence would definitely become a nightmare for many hostile countries in the future. This is the fortune of China. And just as the crowd was getting excited, Chu Yang's voice silently appeared in their ears. Everyone, Since there is no problem with the theory and design model of the curvature drive device, my mission is complete. After 1,000 journeys through the mountains and waters, we must finally say goodbye. And the onerous task of further research and design regarding the curvature drive device in the future may have to be entrusted to all of you present. I believe that with your scientific research capabilities, even in my absence, you will be able to bring our curvature drive device to a level where it can truly be used in production. The words came out. The crowd present instantly froze. What does that mean? These people haven't reacted yet. What does this mean? The model's ignition experiment had only just succeeded, and Chu Yang was planning to leave? The crowd was retained. Mr. Chu, won't you join us? Chief Engineer Chu, what do you mean by that? Are you not going to follow up on the curvature drive device? Chief Engineer Chu, although the theory is established, but if you want to finally perfect it, it will take a lot of work. If you're not here, we don't have confidence. Only Yi Jiangwo laughed. All of you do not mess. Chu General Engineer is not like us old guys. He is still young. He still has unlimited possibilities. Cannot let him be bound by this single project. His future, there is still that wide sea of stars. 1 nanometer lithography was the beginning of Chu Yang. However, he did not think that the curvature drive device was the end of Chu Yang. This kid's future is unfathomable. Of course, the main thing is that while research is really important, it's not really forbidden to fall in love, is it? The young man is still young. It's also getting to the point where it's time to get into a relationship. And as soon as Yi Jiangmo said this, the crowd came back to their senses. Right. With Chief Engineer Chu's scientific research ability, he really can't accompany his people to keep spending time on this project. With his scientific talent, how is the future going to be more than stuck on this curvature-driven device? If there is a new project, Chu General Engineer, you can rest assured that you will do it. We guys will definitely support it. And we will also do a good job with the curvature drive project. Chu Yang slowly bowed slightly towards the crowd. Chu Yang would like to thank all of you for your understanding here. For the rest of the way, it will be hard work for all of you. However, after slightly lowering his head, Chu Yang felt that his head was getting heavier and heavier. And in his heart, he instantly let out a dark cry of misfortune. It's been too much of an overdraft for my body to hold up physically. The dizziness was creeping in. His body subconsciously began to sway slightly. Chapter 32. Two academicians cursing at each other. Chu Yang missing again? Yi Jiangwo was the first one to pay attention to Chu Yang's physical condition, because since this morning, he had felt that Chu Yang's mental state was not right, but because the curvature drive device model was about to be assembled and completed, he was only lifting a mouthful of essence. Now that the model test was over, the breath that Chu Yang was carrying was dispersed. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. This physical quality is still not good. This only stayed up for 10 days. Mental state is like this. He was probably aware of his current condition. That is, he was physically exhausted. He just didn't know how many days he would be unconscious. I hope I'm not unconscious for too long. Otherwise Lin Qingxue should be anxious again. Then with what strength he had left, he glanced at Yi Jiangwo with his afterglow. This time, I'm going to trouble you guys again. In the next second, Chu Yang slowly closed his own eyes, and his body uncontrollably began to lean forward into the past. But fortunately Yi Jiangwo and the few researchers around him reacted faster and quickly rushed to Chu Yang's side to help him in his arms. Immediately afterward, Yi Jiangwo shouted loudly toward the door. Quickly, someone come, send them to the military hospital in Mabe immediately. Over Kyoto University, 4 of China's most advanced fighter jets whizzed by, and in the center of these 4 fighter jets, there was an armed transport flying smoothly. The students who were in the middle of their rest period looked up to the blue sky with a slightly tightened expression. Holy, 4 fighter escorts. What kind of people are sitting on top of this transport in the middle? Or are they transporting some kind of critical supplies? Even the fighter jets are out. What's the big deal here? You guys, that helicopter isn't sitting on some big shot inside. It looks like it should be our country's advanced fighter jet. What kind of mission is this? It's not unusual for fighter jets to fly over Kyoto, as there is a landing strip for them somewhere on the outskirts of Kyoto. But this trip was a little more unusual. Such a big battle. The armed transport plane in the center must have an important person sitting inside or transporting important supplies. It wasn't as if there weren't students with cell phones who started taking pictures. At this time, the military training instructor who had also been sitting on the sidelines resting with the students in a peaceful manner instantly stood up. Everyone put down their cell phones. No photos. All the photos taken are cleared for me. No pictures. Put down your cell phone and delete all pictures. Along with the rising and falling reprimands, the voice of the chief instructor also sounded over the radio. Everyone, break time is over. Put down the cell phones you're holding. Break is over. They were all local armed police officers who had been invited by Kyoto University to come and lead training, but they were all transferred from the military ministry before they were transferred, and the secrecy regulations were memorized to this day. though it was currently unknown what so many fighters and transports were up there at the same time for. But definitely something major has happened, and in the rest of Kyoto, it was just as well that no one had filmed the scene. Surprisingly, though, either the videos they had in their hands simply wouldn't send out, or they were all deleted less than a minute after sending them out. Lin Qingxue looked up at the fighter jets whizzing by in the sky, and for some reason, she suddenly felt a tightness in her heart. Next to her, Li Qian quickly noticed her abnormality. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Your face looks a bit ugly? It's fine. I'm just feeling a bit uncomfortable all of a sudden. Lin Qingxue shook her head breathlessly, then barely smiled to appease Li Qian. It's fine. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Her gaze, however, was firmly fixed on the fast-flying fighter planes in the sky. 3 days later, Kyoto, Intensive Care Unit, Military Hospital. Wang Weiman and Yi Jiangwo, 2 old men, sat on the sofa in the ward. Wang Weiman sighed. It's been 3 days since then. Originally, according to Reason, today's celebration banquet about the successful development of 1 nanometer photolithography. Chu Yang should be the protagonist, and now he's actually lying on the hospital bed. What do you call this? Yi Jiangwo comforted. Fortunately Chu Yang is fine. The celebration banquet or something, this time did not go into there is a next time. After Chu Yang fainted, the research base immediately called for a helicopter to send Chu Yang to the military hospital in the north of the desert. But that's what the military hospital concluded. Chu Yang was overworked and mentally damaged these days, so it led to a brief period of shock. After confirming that Chu Yang had no problem, plus the test on the Mabe side came to an end. In order to let Chu Yang get better care, he let the Kyoto side send someone over, and received Chu Yang to the general hospital of the military department in Kyoto to do further examination. You know that too. Wang Weiman instantly roared. Surname Yi, I agreed with you to invite Chu Yang to participate in your project. It was because I wanted Chu Yang to be able to help you solve the problem. But you just used the person for me like this? I'm telling you, if anything happens to Chu Yang, I'll find you to fight for my life. Outside the ward, the corners of the mouths of the 2 doctors in white coats twitched. Come on, the 2 inside are arguing again. But even so, the duo didn't immediately go over to stop it or anything. This is the intensive care unit of the military general hospital. There is no easy character who can stay in this, especially these 2. 1 or 2 of them can be academicians. Immediately afterward, one of the doctors sighed softly again. It's been 3 days. It's about time for the one inside to wake up. After Chu Yang was sent to the Kyoto General Hospital, the top directly ordered that basically all the top experts within the general hospital were called over to collectively examine and consult Chu Yang, keeping them all on their toes. Anyone who can get a direct order from the top is a remarkable person. It wasn't until after formally determining that Chu Yang was just overtired and needed to rest, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, after a slight hesitation for a few seconds, the duo slowly walked to the ward and coughed lightly. 2, what are you doing? The 2 academicians immediately stopped talking. Wang Jiangwo dryly coughed twice and laughed. It's fine, it's fine. The old man is fooling around. Doc, you see what I believe? The playground of Kyoto University. Li Qian asked towards Lin Qingxue next to her. Qingxue, do you want some milk tea? Don't drink. Lin Qingxue's mood was a bit distracted and said, I'm in a bored mood. I don't want to eat anything. What's wrong with you? Li Qian asked curiously. You've been distracted for the past 3 days. What's going on? After coming back to her senses, Li Qian began to ask with a smile. It can't be because of Wang Xiujia. I've heard that he's planning to confess his love to you at the orientation meeting tonight. You're not bothered by this, are you? That's not the main reason. Lin Qingxue sighed. From 3 days ago, after Chu Yang sent her a good morning, it was as if he had vaporized. I've sent several messages over in a row myself, and not a single message has been responded to. It's like, Chu Yang, missing again. Chapter 33 I know. You're green. The playground. Xu Pengfei's trio glanced at Lin Qingxue from afar, sat in a pile under the shade of a large tree and murmured in a low voice. What do you say about this old tree? It's been almost 3 days. Not even a single message. He doesn't know that Sister Lin is going to be snatched away from her all? That's not necessarily true. I've heard that senior Sister Lin has never picked up on Wang Xiujie, and that confession of his is probably not going to work. I don't think so. Wang Xiujie is at least the vice president of the student union. His family is rich, and he is sincere to his sister Lin, and he confessed his love in front of so many people in our academy. What if his sister Lin said yes after he was moved? Has the news that Wang Xiujie is going to confess his love for senior sister Lin been sent to Lao-san? Sent it. Let's see when he messages back. General Hospital of the Military Department in Kyoto. While the 2 old academicians were fighting, Chu Yang, who was lying on top of the hospital bed, wiggled his fingers slightly, and immediately after that, He slightly opened his own eyes, and with his afterglow glanced at Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weiman beside him, and weakly opened his mouth. My cell phone. Where's my cell phone? Little Chu, you're awake. Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weiman both instantly stood up from the sofa in the ward. Ecstatic, they came to Chu Yang's face, then they shouted towards the outside of the ward. Doctor, come over, the patient has woken up. Chu Yang glanced at the excited duo. Wasn't he just sleeping? And he wasn't so excited after waking up from his sleep. Immediately after that, he then repeated, Elder 2, which one of you two has the time to help me bring my cell phone over for a bit? By the way, how many days have I been out this time? 3 days. Yi Jiangwo nodded his head repeatedly, and after walking to the table where Chu Yang's personal belongings were placed and finding his cell phone, he immediately handed it to Chu Yang. 3 days? Chu Yang instantly froze, then opened his cell phone screen. It's not lit. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. This cell phone of mine didn't help me charge it? What's the matter with you? Wang Weiman asked. No, it's fine. Chu Yang shook his head and greeted Yi Jiangwo again to help him get the cell phone charger out and started charging his cell phone. But perhaps it was because he had really slept for too long, and none of his muscles had been properly exercised. Chu Yang's muscles felt a little sore and weak as he moved. At that moment, a couple of doctors quickly walked inside the ward, grabbing Chu Yang and checking his pupils and blood pressure. After poring for a while, the head attending physician then looked at Chu Yang and said, Mr. Chu, your current physical condition is basically fine. My personal recommendation, however, is that you stay in the hospital for 2 more days to recover your vitality and supplement it with proper exercise. After all, you've been sleeping for 3 days now. Your muscles may have some soreness issues, and this is something that needs to be worked back up. How long will this situation probably take to recover? Chu Yang asked. This depends on the individual's physical quality. The doctor spoke. If you are in good health, it might be about half a day or a day, and if you are slightly worse, it might take 2 to 3 days. No exercise for 3 days. Even if every day the hospital had specialists to give Chu Yang a massage to prevent muscle atrophy, but there's more or less a bit of fallout. This way Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully. The doctor saw this and stopped interrupting. If there's nothing else, we'll leave now. At this time, Chu Yang's cell phone finally turned on. Quickly open the screen of your cell phone. A series of contents instantly popped up in front of Chu Yang. Lin Qingxue, good night. Lin Qingxue, didn't you sleep all night last night? Lin Qingxue, where are you? Chu Yang, are you planning on disappearing again and not returning messages? Chu Yang, I'll give you another half an hour. If you don't reply to the message, I'll never ignore you again in the future. Chu Yang, you asshole. Chu Yang, I'll give you one last chance to message me back. Chu Yang, where the hell have you been? Chu Yang, I hate you. Then there were messages from a few people in the dorm. Shu Pengfei, Lao San, tell you an urgent news. In 2 days our college inside the welcome party. Our college sophomore that the vice president of the student union to confess Lin's senior sister. Your family things are busy yet? Zhang Mingyang, Lao San, come back quickly. Your corner is going to be dug up. Wang Lei, Lao San, the house is going to be stolen. Come back quickly. He glanced again at the collective message inside the class group. Counselor at all members. All students should enter the auditorium with their admission tickets for our department's orientation party tonight, so don't lose your tickets. And for those who have prepared a program for our class, cheer up and add to the glory of our class tonight. After quickly reading through this series of messages, Chu Yang immediately raised his head quickly and called out to the several doctors who had just walked to the entrance of the ward. Am I able to be discharged from the hospital today? What did you say? Before the doctor could react, Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weiman looked at Chu Yang in unison. Xiao Chua, didn't the doctor tell you to take a good rest? What are you doing here that you're going to be discharged today? If it's for the celebration dinner tonight, we can get someone to pick you up from the hospital, push you over there just as well. Or if you ask me, just don't go over there at all. The doctor also walked up to Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, it's not a problem if you want to be discharged today, but are you able to guarantee that your limbs will be able to recover within this half-day's time? I can guarantee it. Chu Yang nodded heavily, then looked at Wang Weiman and Yi Jiangwo and said, what are the arrangements for the celebration banquet? The celebration will be at the assembly hall, starting at 7 o'clock, and the chief will come over around 7:30 to give an awards speech, and then it will end at 8 o'clock, and go to the state guest house at the Edgewood Court to start the dinner. Chu Yang took another look at the time of the orientation party on his cell phone. Orientation starts at 8 p.m. Chu Yang continued to ask, how long will it take for Jiangshan Pavilion to leave for our school? Wang Weiman casually said, this is very close, like 10 minutes. Yi Jiangwo was immediately shocked. Xiao Chu, you don't want to go back to school. Can you do it in this physical state? Men, you can't say no. Chu Yang gave Yi Jiangwo a firm look back, then looked at the two of them and said, Trouble the two old men to help me up for a bit, and by the way, order a meal over for me. After dinner, I'll start my recovery exercises, and when I'm done with the celebration banquet tonight, I won't be accompanying you for dinner. Just prepare a car for me to take me back to school directly. Yi Jiangwo was a bit puzzled. Why do you have to go back today? The doctor also just said you'll be fine after 2 or 3 days of rest, so why the rush for 2 or 3 days? Xu Yang helplessly said. Home was stolen. Yi Jiangwo nodded thoughtfully. Oh, then I know. You've been green. Chapter 34 Amputated right leg. A few more black lines appeared on Xu Yang's forehead. You're a real hipster. And what does it mean to be green? There is no such thing, alright. The few doctors standing next to them couldn't help themselves and almost laughed out loud, but after seeing Xu Yang's eyes looking at them, they hardened their soon-to-be exposed laughter and collected it again. Wang Weiman cleared his throat and gave Xu Yang a rather compassionate look. Little Chu, you really, suffered. Xu Yang wanted to cry. No, I'm not being green, it's just that there's something going on back at school. We get it. Yi Jiangwo quickly said. Xiao Chu, you don't need to explain. We all understand. What do you want to eat for lunch? Xu Yang didn't bother to explain. Just be able to eat. The doctor interjected from the side. But, Mr. Chu has only just woken up, so our doctor's advice is that millet porridge with a little bit of vegetables or something like that would be good, and it's not suitable for too much grease for the time being. Okay. Yi Jiangwo nodded repeatedly. Xiao Chu, you wait. I'll go to the hospital's cafeteria to give you a meal back. It was the turn of the doctor inside the ward to be a little surprised. They also all knew that Xu Yang's identity should not be low, but to have an academician run around and get the food himself, that's no one's treatment. Soon, Yi Jiangwo's meal was called back. A very simple serving of millet porridge, then a pumpkin soup, a bok choy, and a side of oatmeal. Good fellow, it's really just all vegetarian. The corner of Xu Yang's mouth twitched as he looked at the dishes that were placed in front of him. Then he looked up again towards Yi Jiangwo and explained. Yi Lao, I really haven't been green. There's no need for you to be like this, right? What happened to me? Yi Jiangwo was a bit puzzled. The vegetables are either green or yellow. What's the situation? This Yi Jiangwo smiled awkwardly. Didn't the doctor say that you can't eat anything too greasy right now? So I had the cafeteria casually make some. And I don't know why they're all this color. What's with that millet porridge with scallions all over it? This one. This is what the chef said to put some green onions on it. It's more flavorful and appetizing. I remember you're supposed to eat green onions, right? Eat, _ After the meal, Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weiman didn't stay inside the hospital with Xu Yang all the time because they still had to be busy with the celebration banquet. Xu Yang, on the other hand, was also under the watchful eye of the two paramedics, slowly moving along the railing next to the hospital walkway. At that moment, a scream appeared in Xu Yang's ears, almost frightening him to the point that his grip on the railing was loosened. Puzzled, Xu Yang looked up and asked, what is this situation? Next to the care of a paramedic hastily said, this is a period of time ago on the borderline was urgently sent back to a warrior, in the special ward downstairs, and you're also about the same size. Before not in the border on the 3 countries of the Arab states some friction there was a time when the 3 countries of the Arab states of the people armed with a gun to cross the border, the boy carrying a gun on the charge up. He was sent to this side of the general hospital for treatment after getting his leg cut by a grenade fragment during the chase. He's pretty good too. Scratched his leg and chased people for a long time. Just one thing, he's especially afraid of spanking shots. He screams when he gets one. I think the nurse was just giving him one. Whimpering while muttering? Such an image instantly appeared in Xu Yang's mind. And in turn, he asked, then how is his current situation? Pity. The paramedic sighed. The medical conditions at the border are not very good. Even if he was brought in just in time, we didn't save his blasted leg. It was amputated to prevent infection. Can I go take a look? Xu Yang asked. We help you down? The paramedic glanced at Xu Yang and reminded, but you have to be psychologically prepared. Inside this floor of wards downstairs are some disabled warriors. They doctors are used to seeing okay. It's hard for an ordinary person not to be shocked if they suddenly see it. Lots of serious injuries in there. Even all the limbs have been amputated. It's fine. I'll walk down by myself. Xu Yang gritted his teeth and slowly walked downstairs holding onto the railing. Xu Yang walked along the downstairs wards one floor at a time. The doors of many wards were not closed, and Xu Yang clearly saw the cheeks of many of them. Many of them had childish faces and looked like some of them were about the same age as him, but some of them had gauze wrapped around their heads, some had their hands amputated, and others had even been in a coma for many days and were only able to rely on the equipment in their hospital beds to maintain a normal life. Seeing this scene, the corners of Xu Yang's eyes turned slightly red as he opened his mouth and asked, how were they all injured? The paramedic replied, some of them are demoning fighters from the border defense, who were blown up by mines in an accident while demoning. Others are firefighters, who suffered burns all over their bodies while putting out fires. Or they are border guards, who were injured in battles to face some illegal border crossings. Immediately afterward, this paramedic looked up again at the people inside the ward in front of him, and then looked at Chu Yang and said, "Well, this is that lad's ward." Chu Yang raised his head slightly. There are 2 beds in the ward. One of the men, a little older, was wearing a hospital gown, though one of the arms had an empty sleeve. Another one, it's the young man who just let out a scream. The lower limbs of the right leg were amputated. At this moment is lying on the bed of the ward a strong cold air. I drop a mother ah. This spanking needle is really painful ah. Next time must shout to the nurse lady sister hand a little lighter. After seeing Chu Yang walk over, this young boy immediately stopped pumping cold air and looked up at the several people suspiciously and asked, "Are you guys up to something?" The paramedic replied, "This is a patient from the intensive care unit upstairs who said he wanted to come and see you." Hearing this, the man's expression instantly tightened. Although his right leg was still a bit numb, he still climbed up from the bed with his crutches, and saluted a military salute towards Chu Yang. "Good day, Chief. The intensive care unit upstairs from them, that's where only the big shots get to stay. Quickly sit down, quickly sit down. I'm not a chief." Chu Yang hurriedly smiled and quickened his pace, holding onto the replica railing at the edge of the ward's wall to walk in front of the boy. Finally, when the paramedics moved a chair, he sat down next to the boys. The boy stared at Chu Yang carefully for a while and nodded his head silently. "It's true that you don't look like it even though you're so young. Look at Chu Yang's age, probably just about his age." Immediately afterward he asked, "And what are you?" Chapter 35. Those who hold the paychecks for the multitudes. Something must be done for them. Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds, sort of a scientific researcher. Chu Yang continued to ask, "Can you tell me about this leg of yours? What is the situation?" "Can." The boy smiled proudly. "I won't say anything about the military departments that I served in, but the general situation is that at that time, San's group of people, who had the guts to be thieves, deliberately approached the borderline when we were patrolling the area, and the most excessive ones had even broken through the borderline. Our captain looked at it and it was absolutely intolerable, so he took us over there and then we fought. San's group was able to us?" The boy's face was full of pride. 3 times. "We beat the crap out of them. But there are bold ones. We went after them. They not only didn't surrender, but also dared to fight back at us. Can I spoil them with this violent temper?" Our captain was racking his gun, so I rushed over there with my gun. Just slightly unlucky. Got my leg blown up, but I will definitely work hard on my rehab at the hospital, and when my leg is healed and replaced with a prosthetic, I'll be a good man again. Chu Yang asked, "Why do you want to become a soldier and go to the border defense?" "Actually, I didn't think about going to the border defense." The boy coyly scratched the back of his head and laughed. "It's just that at that time, after high school graduation, when the school recruits for the army, the brain was hot, so I signed up for the area of the border defense with a few friends. As for why we became soldiers, our family has been soldiers for 3 generations. My grandfather even fought in the counterattack back in the day. Being a soldier is a tradition in our family." "And does the family know about your situation?" "I know." The boy nodded. "My parents came over to see me, but my mom just asked me if I was brave or not. Then naturally I said didn't bring shame to our old young family." Perhaps it had been a long time since he had chatted with someone his own age. After seeing Chu Yang, the boy opened up like a chatterbox. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Chu Yang continued to ask. This rain of gunfire, a young man rushing over. This also needed no small amount of vigor. "Fear who is not afraid of death?" the boy immediately said, and then smiled coyly. "But at that time, things had already happened. I didn't think that much, and it's a first-class merit, honoring the ancestors. My family has been a soldier for 3 generations, and we're just short of a first-class plaque. And now that I've finally gotten my hands on it, it's not a loss to have this leg ruined." "Awesome." Chu Yang gave him a heartfelt thumbs up and turned to ask, "Then do you still want to go back to the border defense?" "Want? I dream of it." Speaking of this, the eyes of this big boy who had been wearing a foreign smile on his face immediately reddened. "But the notice from above has already come down. Even if I replace this leg with a prosthesis, either I will be transferred to another military department to work as a clerk or I will have to be discharged from the army. I can't go back." Chu Yang slowly smiled. "Perhaps I can help you guys." "Really?" The boy was a little puzzled. "You can do that much?" Chu Yang laughed. "Then what else? Why am I able to live upstairs? If you trust me, I promise you, I'll make sure that you'll be able to go back to the border guard team that you've been longing for." Chu Yang also took another look at the veteran next to him who was missing one of his arms, and spoke with a serious expression. "And all of you, I promise you that within a year, I will guarantee that you will be able to return to your original unit that belongs to you in a dignified manner, just like normal people." Where is the so-called peace and quiet of the years? There are only all the people inside this congregation of wards, as well as other soldiers, uniforms, firefighters, police department officers, etc., who are struggling in various places. They are the ones who, undaunted by hard work and danger, toiled and struggled in countless unknown dark corners, shielding and protecting everyone else. They are the ones who carry the others through the years. He who carries the paycheck for all must not be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow. Down from upstairs to downstairs. After seeing all the people inside these wards downstairs, Xu Yang had already secretly made up his mind. He's going to do something for them. Something must be done for them too. The paramedic next to him was a little surprised, and even a little incredulous. How is that possible? Among the patients on this floor are more or less those with some disability. Are you able to bring back their severed limbs? Or a prosthetic limb that is truly capable of being fully bionic? Even the most advanced bionic prosthetic limbs in the current medical world can never be truly indistinguishable from a normal human being, but they didn't speak out against it. Maybe, it really could be? And while Xu Yang stayed inside the hospital chatting with the patients and trying to move his limbs to regain his strength, on top of the scarf, another big, earth-shattering event took place. People's Report posted a teaser. At 7 p.m. There will be a major news announcement from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. People's Report will live stream the entire press release in real time, and the TV station will also synchronize the press release. So please pay attention to all of you in real time. This message came out. The bib blew right up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The People's Report actually posted a preview of the article. What kind of stuff has the Chinese Academy of Sciences researched here? Crap, guys. We can't keep the 99 thing under wraps. The fewer the words, the more important the content. Online for the 7 p.m. broadcast. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This news is also too powerful. What big thing is going to happen here? I have a hunch that the tech sector should have produced a great research result this time. Countless people commented frantically below. You should know that the media, as the official press release, never has anything to say and will never warm up in advance. Something big is definitely going on this time. Time passed by. Approaching 6:30 in the evening, Xu Yang changed into a black suit inside the ward. After all, it was an important occasion. The suit was still more formal. After Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weiman, who had waited at the door early, looked at Xu Yang, who had changed into a suit and pushed out the door. Both of them were stunned. Yi Jiangwo hastened to say, "Xiao Chu, we still see you wearing a suit for the first time. Should say not to say. It is quite decent. It is just a drop worse than when I was young." Wang Weiman smiled. A little bit of spirit is also quite good. After all, today you are the protagonist. Even if you can't get on TV in the end, you will be able to leave a good impression in front of the chief. After all, Xu Yang's identity was still being kept secret. Both awards and decorations are granted privately and internally. There wouldn't be any media to capture Xu Yang's front or even side face. At best it would be a back view. Xu Yang nodded slightly. He naturally understood what Wang Weiman said and understood it very well. His commitment to research was never meant to be for fame or fortune. Afterward, after chatting for a few sentences, Xu Yang's three left the General Hospital of the Military Ministry in unison, and rode on the black-red star car prepared in advance at the entrance, heading straight to the celebration banquet, and its launch venue. It was only 10 minutes. The vehicle was parked right in front of the entrance to the river house. All the surroundings were tightly guarded. There were internal guards wearing black suits and in charge of security. After checking the invitation letters of Xu Yang and the others, they let the three of them go in. Chapter 36, Green Dragon 1 Chip. After walking to the lobby on the top floor of the River and Mountain Pavilion, the atmosphere in the hall was unusually serious, and there was no extra air of cacophony. Even the news media from all walks of life, after mounting their tripods and setting up their cameras, waited quietly for the conference to begin. Nearly 100 white chairs were set up around the hall, each with a person's name on it. Wang Jiangwo's and also Jiangwo's identity cards were placed in the front section. Xu Yang was also in the first row, but his position was on the position against the side. After seeing this seat placement, Xu Yang immediately asked, "Elder Wang, Elder Yi, isn't it a bit inappropriate to place my name here?" Placed in the row with him were all the names of the top academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. What's so inappropriate about this? Wang Weiman immediately laughed. You are qualified to sit in this row with us. Besides, it's already aggravating to not let you show up for this incident in the first place. This position should definitely not be messed up. And don't worry, all the various media are also all in-house. They've all been greeted. No camera will fall on you anymore. At most it'll be a backdrop. After saying that, Wang Weiman sighed again. Back then, all of us were incognito and worked hard on our research. But times are different now. When the time is right, your great name, Xu Yang, will surely represent my Chinese scientific research community and make a name for itself in the world's scientific research field. This is the confidence that comes with the rise of China. And amongst this confidence, there was Chu Yang's share of credit. Then, fine, Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds, but in the end, he also sat down on this seat. Seeing this scene, the looks of the group of media people standing in the back row froze. Most of the people admitted to this CAS conference are researchers in their 30s and 40s. When did they mix in such a young man? And in the first column, these can all be seats occupied by bigwigs of the WASC, or bigwigs within the administration. That young man just sat on it? Not without some media people wanting to point the camera to Chu Yang's side, but a little bit of movement. Each media person standing next to the inner guard immediately alert eyes to the side of the crowd. There were also many people who did not know Chu Yang's identity. After seeing that Chu Yang was actually sitting in the first row, their expressions were all surprised. But after all, they are all people who have seen some big scenes, and know that this CAS launch has a lot at stake. There was some confusion, but no one went up to climb up easily. Soon, after the crowd had all taken their seats, the countdown to the CAS launch was down to the last 5 minutes. The People's Reports Bib live streaming room has been flooded with almost 1 million people watching online at this moment, with all kinds of pop-ups sliding rapidly. Asterisk 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 it's finally starting. I was going to reward myself after dinner and I haven't even rewarded myself. Dude up there, ask for the URL. Ditto, ditto, brother, it's a great lineup this time around. I can't wait to see just what research technology is going to be released. Kyoto University. Inside the auditorium, freshmen and veterans within the College of Business Administration came together and sat in rows nestled between the various seats in the auditorium. Lin Qingxue was standing in the behind-the-scenes lounge of the auditorium stage. Tonight she was wearing a gorgeous red dress, slightly curling her long inky wavy hair, with a pair of Deering silver earrings dangling from her ears, and with the light red lips painted on her lips. The whole person looked full of temperament. And standing not far from Lin Qingxue, there was also Wang Xiujia, wearing a black suit and dress, wearing a 3/7 back hairstyle, who was currently straightening his tie in front of the makeup mirror. After finishing his tie, Wang Xiujia immediately walked to Lin Qingxue with a smile. How about class president? Nervous? It's okay. Lin Qingxue replied back nonchalantly, then sat down on the chair belonging to herself in the lounge and raised her hand to casually play with her cell phone. Wang Xiujia froze slightly when he saw this, but in the next moment, his eyes became more and more determined. Tonight, he must succeed. Xu Pengfei and the others sat on the seats in the auditorium. The 3 men in the dormitory muttered, I don't suppose the oldest will be late for the party tonight. He said he was coming over for the party tonight? I don't think so. Lao-san just sent a message saying that he's already on his way here, and he'll definitely be able to make it to the school's auditorium by 8:30. That's good. That's good. And on the was side, time passed by. Wait until after Kyoto time reaches 7 p.m. on the dot. In the live broadcast of the crowd, and even countless people in front of the TV, have been waiting for the press conference, which finally began. The live channel opened instantly. Footage of the launch also appeared on the TV screen. What comes into view is a man with a full head of gray hair, the current spokesman for the General Information Office, Wang Bin. Good evening everyone, media friends, welcome to this CAS press conference. It's now Kyoto time, 7 p.m. sharp. I'm the spokesperson for this conference, Wang Bin. Next, countless flashbulbs lit up. Various lenses began frantically snapping pictures of Wang Bin speaking. There is only one thing in this press conference, and that is about a major invention that was broken through by this CAS. In China's Chinese Academy of Sciences, to Wan Weiman academician as the head of the scientific research team research. After 3 years, to break through the barriers and difficulties, our country has finally succeeded in breaking through the 1 nanometer photolithography technology research. The introduction of 1 nanometer precision lithography technology will greatly enhance our country's development in science and technology. It also represents our country's scientific research team, breaking through the technological blockade of many foreign technology groups, independently and autonomously, developed a chip that belongs to our own Chinese people. And in the process of realizing this goal, we also realized the bend in the road to overtake the car. In one fell swoop, let our country's chip business, standing in the forefront of the world's chip technology. It's no exaggeration to say that in the industry of chips, we have achieved world-leading status. Here I can proudly announce to you that in the field of photolithography, there is no longer any country in this world that does it better than us. This statement by Wang Bin ended. Everyone in the room froze. The various pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more frantic. Holy crap, our country actually has its own chip? Really sit in the world's leading? Does that mean that in the future, the cell phones we use, in the future, can be installed on the domestic 1 nanometer chip? The speed of playing games shall not be quacking fast? Upstairs, the significance of this can be more than that. In addition to cell phones, with this 1 nanometer chip, our country's medical equipment, automobiles, and even some military equipment. It can be said that all about the electronic information industry are able to get a further leap forward, and the most critical thing is that do not have to be subjected to others at all, meaning no need to pay royalties to the gringos. Speaker's podium. After saying this large paragraph, Wang Bin then continued to look up at everyone and smiled. Next, we have President Wang Weiman of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, personally coming up to the stage. Please invite him to show us the specific parameters and data performance of the domestically produced chip named Qinglong No. 1-inch manufactured by our 1-nanometer precision photolithography machine. Chapter 37, Xia did it. The other side of the Pacific. Within an elaborately decorated palace in the pretty country, the head of the intelligence structure was standing next to the president's office, and before the eyes of the duo, the fruit computer was streaming the CAS launch live. A white-haired old man sitting in the office, his face full of anger, loudly reprimanded the head of the intelligence department in front of him. What are you intelligence agencies doing? Why do we have to wait for Huaxia to open a conference for this kind of heavenly matter before we know about it? Even they have only worked on 3 nanometers photolithography chips so far, but China/Summer has actually already secretly researched a 1-nanometer precision photolithography chip. It led to the disruption of a whole series of arrangements they had made for China/Summer. From the previous active, it had completely turned into a passive party. And now China/Summer 1-nanometer precision chips have begun production use, but they are still complacent to show off their hands 3 nanometers precision lithography technology. If they can't catch up with China/Summer in the field of photolithography within the next 3 years, wait until China's chips rise to sell well around the world. What the hell is there to compete with? What will hamper the technological development of China/Summer? Mr. President, I admit that there was a serious dereliction of duty on the part of our department in terms of intelligence. The head of the intelligence agency lowered his condescending head, but it is really their secrecy work is really too good. This time the photolithography research technology one estimate that in addition to some of the top academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, there is no disclosure of the outside world to any top level. Otherwise our intelligence department will definitely be able to get the news. And of course, the other thing is, they're so fast. Photolithography is no small matter, and it is still directly bypassing their many foreign patented technologies and researching new lithography technology from scratch. This is definitely not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. Given enough time, the intelligence services under his command were absolutely capable of infiltrating it. But who would have thought? The project of 1-nanometer lithography technology to the completion of the project research added up to just 3 years. This is just incredible. Did I call you over to hear you come to shirk your responsibility with me? The president didn't want to listen to the explanation of the head of the intelligence agency. I called you here to let you tell me if there's any room for redemption in this matter. The information of those researchers responsible for the 1-nanometer lithography technology in China. The information of the main person in charge. Can you find it for me? You must do everything you can to find a way to bring those people back from China/Summer for us to study. Speaking of which, the head of the intelligence department's eyes instantly lit up. Mr. President, speaking of which, I do have some good news to bring to you. Maybe things aren't as bad as we thought. The president laughed hopelessly. You'd better bring me good news indeed, or else you'll be waiting for me to hold your head in a flush toilet and eat. Mr. President, take a look at this information. The head of the intelligence department smiled and sent a document he had brought to the president. The president flipped open the file and quickly skimmed through it. Finally, he put down the paper in his hand, frowned at the person in charge and asked, "What are you showing me information on a 20-year-old kid for?" The person in charge immediately explained, "It's like this. This is the information brought back by our overseas team. This young man named Chu Yang happened to disappear 3 years ago. I've used almost every intelligence network I have over there, and I've had no inquiries about this young man. It's as if this man disappeared into thin air. It wasn't until about a month ago that he reappeared in the public eye. And most crucially, also just a month after he disappeared, China/Summer announced that 1-nanometer precision lithography had been researched, so we have reason to be suspicious. This young man is definitely a researcher who has been involved in 1-nanometer precision lithography, and may have been responsible for certain important steps." The president was still a little disbelieving. Just a half-grown kid? Oh, my lord president. One reality we have to accept is that it's possible for many gifted super geniuses to emerge from all the other countries, except for our beautiful country. The person in charge hurriedly said, "Don't forget that among our scientific research departments, there are also many young geniuses who hold many important scientific research positions alone." A cold light immediately appeared in the president's eyes. "Then go and find out for me, if it's really him, what to do. You know." "Understood. I'll arrange it right away." Jiangshan Pavilion. Wang Weiman was standing on the podium to tell the crowd about the data parameters of the Qinglong 1 chip. I don't need to talk to you about overly complicated terms, just use the parameters of the A14 chip inside the current popular domestic fruit cell phone to make a comparison. The 5 nanometers chip manufacturing process, compared to the A14 chip, is capable of cramming 170 million/mm2 of transistors per mm2 of chip. Our Green Dragon 1's 1 nanometer manufacturing process can cram nearly 700 million/mm2 of transistors per square millimeter of chip area. This also means that the Green Dragon 1 core will have more than 4 times the computing power of the A14 chip in terms of the speed at which it will run and process our computing power. And while bringing supercomputing power, the energy consumption used by our Green Dragon 1 chip is only 1/3 of that of the A14 chip. The words came out. The whole internet is abuzz. Good lord, aren't these numbers overly counterintuitive? I suspect that the old dean of the WASP is saying this so that we can understand it. It doesn't feel like this is just the only aspect of this chip that stands out. Truth upstairs, high performance and low power consumption for our common man's cell phone needs would be awesome, but its real advantage would definitely not be to be put on a cell phone to be used as a cell phone chip. Maybe it's already secretly working on second generation chips. It makes sense. It makes sense. Who Let Our Flower Grower family has always announced 1 generation, developed 1 generation, and pre-researched 1 generation. So maybe the 3rd generation of chips has already begun to be researched. Wang Weiman was not sure about the contents of the pop-ups on the internet though. However, he also saw the shocked faces of many people on the stage, and his heart was very freely pleased with himself. Shocked, aren't you? Unbelievable, isn't it? Does it feel like a dream? As a matter of fact, after meeting Chu Yang for the first time and being confronted with these chip data that he elaborated out, he was also extremely shocked and incredulous, but it didn't occur to him that after 3 years, it had really been researched by Chu Yang. He did. Hua/Xia. 2. Did it. Chapter 38. No regrets for entering Huaxia in this life, still planting flowers in the afterlife. At the end of the statement, Wang Weiman once again picked up the microphone in his hand, and after glancing at Chu Yang sitting in the corner with his afterglow, he slowly opened his mouth. Finally, I would like to say to you that although the main person in charge of this project is me, the chief designer of this scientific research project is someone else. However, due to the confidentiality regulations, we can't directly report the name of this outstanding researcher, and even the photo will not appear in our footage, but it was he who, 3 years ago, at a time when he should have been in his spirited years, resolutely uprooted himself from his hometown, led our scientific research team, and overcame one difficulty after another, and finally came up with the photolithography technology that truly belongs to our Huaxia, as well as the emergence of the Qinglong No. 1 chip that we're now showcasing. He is the one who deserves to be our national scholar in Huaxia. Here again, as the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, I sincerely thank this excellent scientific researchers, but also sincerely thank the other has been hidden in the shadows, silent, intoxicated with scientific research of many other scientific research workers. Thanks to them, for our country's scientific research endeavors to make great contributions. This honor of standing here today belongs to them. Wang Weiman's words came out. Immediately, there was rapid scrolling inside the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. What does mean by that? Saying that the person who researched the photolithography technology should be another of its people? This is normal. The identity of normal researchers is kept secret, especially when it comes to photolithography. A technology that can even affect the fate of the Chinese nation is even more top secret. 3 years of obscurity. And continued anonymity in the future. They are the stars we should really be chasing. Hats off to the anonymous researchers. Nothing more to say. Hats off to the researchers. At that moment, a pop-up scrolls in front of the crowd. In this life, I do not regret entering China. And in the next life I will still be in the flower planting family. In the next second, countless identical pop-ups appeared in the live broadcast. In this life, I do not regret entering China. And in the next life I will still be in the flower planting family. In this life, I do not regret entering China. And in the next life I will still be in the flower planting family. In this life, I do not regret entering China. And in the next life I will still be in the flower planting family. Soon the press conference was over. It's simple and straightforward, without a lot of bells and whistles. Various in-house media outlets began to quickly pack up their equipment and leave the site of the launch. They have to rush back to write their manuscripts. Some of the other attendees came inside the banquet hall of the Jiangshan Pavilion to prepare for this internal celebration. Wang Weiman walked up to Chu Yang. Little Chu, let's go. The chief is already waiting for you in his office. Chu Yang froze for a few seconds. The heart rate instantly couldn't help but speed up. He had been at the research base for 3 years and had met many of the top leaders, but most of them were in the research direction. Meet the chief. That's a first. Soon, he was going to meet the character that appeared in the news every day. In the next second, He nodded with a smile and followed Wang Weiman out of the banquet hall and inside an office on the top floor of Jiangshan Pavilion. This is the chief's temporary office in Kyoto. A large room with a bright red carpet on the floor was furnished with very simple furnishings. A tall bookshelf, a desk. There is also an old sofa set for hospitality. At the moment, the old man with the pale face was sitting next to his desk, and in front of him, there was a red certificate of honor and an exquisite little box made of sandalwood. After Wang Weiman led Chu Yang inside the room, the old man slowly stood up from his own chair. After seeing such a young Chu Yang, he first froze slightly, but soon smiled amiably and walked over to shake hands with Chu Yang. Academician Chu, it's true that it's not as good as the first time you see it. The future of the future scientific research community of China will depend on you young people to hold it up. It wasn't like he hadn't read Chu Yang's profile, only in person. It really looks too young. First came the 1 nanometer lithography. Then there are the theoretical techniques and design drawings for the curvature drive. No exaggeration. Currently, within the Huaxue Academy, there were absolutely no more than a handful of people whose achievements in the field of scientific research could surpass Chu Yang. Chief is exaggerating. Chu Yang nodded his head slightly. I am merely doing what we, Chinese citizens, should do. The old man laughed out loud. What a Chinese citizen should do. This time you have made a great achievement for our country. The old man let go of Chu Yang's hand and smiled amiably. Your 1 nanometer photolithography technology has really solved a big problem for us. From now on, we in China in this aspect of the chip, we no longer have to look at the face of the other technological countries. It's all because of you. Chu Yang humbly smiled. The technology of the photolithography machine, I was only providing the technical theory conception. The real credit should belong to the entire project research team. If not for them, how would I be able to complete it alone? You're just too modest. The old man laughed. He then returned to his desk, his expression gradually becoming serious. Comrade Chu Yang, on behalf of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, I'll be handing down the rewards for you below. Chu Yang's expression was instantly solemn. About Comrade Chu Yang as the project chief designer. 3 years of hard work, leading our scientific research team, breakthrough 1 nanometer precision lithography technology, for the country under the major achievements. Now awarded Comrade Chu Yang, China's highest scientific and technological awards, and broken promotion, awarded the Chinese Academy of Sciences Senior Academician honor. The old man slowly walked up to Chu Yang and handed him the certificate of honor in his hand. Little Chu Ah, take it. This honor is something you deserve. Yes. Chu Yang nodded heavily and received this certificate of honor with solemn hands. Immediately afterward, the old man returned to his desk and picked up a medal inside the box. The base color of the medal is red. A gold 5-pointed star is set on top, and in the center of the pentagram there is also the still fast red area, which depicts a scythe and hammer crossed with each other, glowing in the light of the house. The old man continued seriously. In addition, in view of the significant contributions that Comrade Chu Yang has made to China, on behalf of the organization, I hereby award you the Chinese National Scholar Medal in the hope that in the future, you will continue your efforts to make my Chinese scientific research career reach new heights. Strike that. The old man then slowly clasped this red medal onto the left side of Chu Yang's chest. Finally, after helping Chu Yang to straighten his collar, the old man then looked at Chu Yang in a serious manner and said, Xiao Chua, this time the awarding of the medal will be entrusted to you. At present, we have not yet reached the time when we can arbitrarily set off the table. When it really comes to that day, I will definitely personally in front of the entire Chinese people, for you to award the medal. Speaking here, a sharp glance immediately flashed out of the old man's eyes. That day, I promise, will come soon. Chapter 39, The real thing is better than the picture. After leaving the top floor of the Jiangshan Pavilion, Chu Yang immediately raised his hand and glanced at the cell phone in his hand, and it was only 10 minutes past 8 o'clock. Wang Weiman looked at Chu Yang and smiled. Xiao Chua, you really don't want to accompany us to the celebration banquet before you leave. You can be a major contributor to us. Elder Wang, as you also know, I don't like this kind of socializing occasion too much. Dinner on, you guys eat happy on the line. Chu Yang laughed bitterly, and then asked, has the car prepared for me called over? I'm ready to go back to school? This side of Jiangshan Pavilion is now in full lockdown. You can't get in without a pass. I prepared it for you long ago. Wang Weiman immediately smiled. I will let someone directly send you to your school auditorium, but your body has not fully recovered. Tonight you take it easy on yourself. People confession is not necessarily successful. Don't be angry and intentional. My phone is on 24 hours a day. There is something you directly call me well. Chu Yang scratched the back of his head. Elder Wang, you know everything? Then what else? Wang Weiman immediately laughed. Although we old men are concerned about your scientific achievements, we are still quite concerned about your personal situation as well. You're about the same age, and you can really fall in love. That girl from Kyoto University is pretty good, and she's your high school classmate, so you need to get a good grip on her. As a hot new star of scientific research in the country now, CAS is still very concerned about Chu Yang's personal situation. When he knew that Chu Yang was going to be discharged from the hospital early to go back to school, he pretty much found out the reason why Chu Yang was going back to school. Immediately after that, Wang Weiman urged, "Well, since you're leaving, then go ahead and hope that the next time we meet, you'll be able to bring your girlfriend over for us old men to meet." "Definitely." Chu Yang nodded heavily before quickly leaving the Jiangshan pavilion. After getting into the black sedan that had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, this sedan immediately drove quickly in the direction of Kyoto University. Inside the auditorium of Kyoto University, Zhu Pengfei was somewhat unable to sit still. "What do you say, Lao Sen? This situation is not said to be on the road. This party has begun. How he has not come back However, in the next second, Wang Lei looked up and said, Lao San messaged back inside the dormitory group, saying that he's on his way and will definitely be there within 10 minutes. Zhu Pengfei then breathed a sigh of relief. 10 minutes. Okay. But also at this time, Wang Leian cannot help but burst a foul mouth. Asterisk. What is the situation? Quickly look at the class group inside. The counselors sent a message. Said our class to prepare for the program of the female students suddenly uncomfortable. The pain went directly to the infirmary. It is estimated that cannot be on the stage. Ask the group inside there is no will play the piano. Who of you will play the piano? Zhu Pengfei and Zhang Mingyang shook their heads. This one really won't. Next, Chu Yang inside the class group suddenly returned a message. I will. I can go up instead of her. Immediately after, Chu Yang sent another message inside the dormitory group. How much time is left for our class program to start? Zhu Pengfei pondered for a few seconds and returned. About half an hour. Okay, be right there. A few minutes later, the small black sedan immediately stopped in front of the auditorium of Kyoto University. Thank you. Hard work. After thanking the driver master, Chu Yang immediately quickly rushed to the entrance of the auditorium. Upon seeing Chu Yang, the several members of the student union standing at the entrance of the auditorium instantly froze slightly before stopping Chu Yang at the entrance of the auditorium. This student, may I ask which academy you belong to? Tonight inside here is the welcoming party of our School of Economics and Management, and if you don't have an invitation letter, you can't go in. I'm from the first class of Economics and Management. Chu Yang hurriedly opened his mouth, but the invitation was something he really didn't have. After quickly thinking for a few seconds, he quickly said, but I left my invitation in the dormitory. Can you accommodate me? One of the girls looked at Chu Yang with a starry-eyed look and walked up to him and smiled. This senior, how can you prove that you are from our School of Economics and Management? Do you have a student ID? There. Chu Yang quickly nodded his head, and after sending a message for Zhu Pengfei's few people to come and pick themselves up at the auditorium entrance, he immediately opened his cell phone's photo album, from which he pulled up a photo of his student ID card. The girl took Chu Yang's cell phone, and after carefully comparing the photo on her student ID card with herself, she silently said, Chu Yang, right? The real person looks better than the photo. Okay, go in. Thank you. Chu Yang nodded slightly before quickly rushing inside the auditorium. A few of the boys next to him looked at the girls and asked, Team leader, that's just letting him in? Then what else? The girl casually skimmed her mouth, then slowly laughed. That boy is so handsome. How come I didn't realize during military training that our School of Economics and Management actually had such a handsome boy? You guys do something. I need to know his contact info just for the night. It's time to say no. Chu Yang hadn't even changed out of the suit he was wearing. The look of the suit, combined with his delicate cheeks, was nothing short of handsome. Several. Is this guy handsome? But after a few seconds of mental struggle, a few people gave up. Okay, long indeed. A little bit handsome. Asterisk. Lao San, you can finally come back. At the entrance of the auditorium, after seeing Chu Yang who appeared in a suit, Zhu Pengfei several people instantly exclaimed. Zhang Mingyang also looked Chu Yang up and down a few times. But where did you get this suit? After changing it up it is indeed human-like. It's just a drop worse than me. As for the medal of the state scholar that Chu Yang still wore on his clothes, it was directly ignored by him. It's kind of normal for suits to have a brooch or something. The eyes of Chu Yang and Zhu Pengfei, Wang Lei immediately looked at him in unison. Zhang Mingyang immediately scrunched his neck. Alright, pretend I didn't say that. Chu Yang didn't have time to catch up with Zhang Mingyang and the others, and directly opened his mouth to ask, where is Lin Qingxuan now? Wang Lei casually said, where else can it be? It's now the backstage lounge of the auditorium. Take me to her. We can't go. Zhu Pengfei's few people were a bit helpless. The backstage were only able to go by the performers. No. Zhang Mingyang let out a light laugh. We can't, but Chu Yang can. Isn't he the actor who performs piano music in our class now? Lao San. I didn't realize you've studied piano. Ha, learned that as a child. Then what are you waiting for? Go go go. Chapter 40, Chu Young takes the field. The young girl's prayer. Inside the lounge, Zhang Mingyang came up to the senior sister in charge of the program flow and said with a smile, "Senior sister, I'm really sorry, just please let us change the tune?" The senior sister was a bit impatient. "What's the matter with you guys? You suddenly changed people when you were close to the performance, and now you have to change the repertoire. If everyone in every class messes up like your class, then is this welcome party open or closed?" "Sister, I'm really sorry." Zhang Mingyang continuously bowed his head to accompany the smile. "It's mainly that track the student we newly replaced is still not too skillful, so just let us change it." The schoolteacher said in a cold voice, "Where's the man who changed up? You tell him to come and talk to me himself." That. Zhang Mingyang scratched the back of his head. "Our dormitory's oldest is not very good at talking and is a bit shy. No, just standing here. Senior sister, just be accommodating." The schoolmate glanced at Chu Yang, and her eyes instantly lit up. "The boy you said was going to play the piano is him?" After hesitating for a few seconds, she slowly spoke again. "I also know the tune Maiden's Prayer, which expresses as a young girl's expectation of a beautiful fantasy. Is this tune what he's going to play for his girlfriend?" Zhang Mingyang froze for a moment, and after his eyes quickly turned for a few seconds, he immediately laughed. "No, how could that be? School sister, our oldest three have not even held a girl's hand since elementary school, not to mention falling in love. Immediately afterward," he explained, "but as you know, we changed the person temporarily, and he hadn't prepared before for fear of making a mistake, so that's why he just chose a more skillful tune. This way." The schoolteacher slowly smiled. "I agree with this issue of exchanging tunes, but I'm also taking a risk in this matter. In exchange, you have to do me a small favor." "Go ahead. I want his contact info after orientation." "No problem. It's done." When Zhang Mingyang returned, Zhu Pengfei's few people immediately asked curiously. Zhang Mingyang smiled proudly. "That's for sure. When my brother Zhang steps in, getting rid of a schoolmate isn't a simple matter." The crowd continued to ask, "How did it get done?" Zhang Mingyang skimmed his mouth. "Doing an exchange. That young lady has her eyes on our Lao San. In exchange, after the party is over, I'm going to push Lao San's contact information to her." Xu Pengfei and Wang Lei looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Is this really okay? Can you get away with just a contact? There's a benefit to being handsome?" Chu Yang smiled faintly. "The probability is that it's possible." "Right. At the entrance of the auditorium, I didn't bring an invitation, and I also came in by swiping my face." The three of them despised in unison. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "It's great to be handsome, however." Zhang Mingyang asked again. "Lao San, why did you have to choose this song?" Chu Yang slowly said, "Because once I promised someone that I would play it for her at our high school sports day's cultural performance, but I transferred to another school before we could wait for the cultural performance to start." "This person is senior sister Lin Qingxue Lin?" "Right. Something there Lao San." "No." Half an hour passed quickly. The two of them, Lin Qingxue and Wang Xiujie, had also gotten the revised enunciator cards. "Next, please welcome, from the first class of Economics and Management." After Lin Qingxue, who was holding the new announcement words and preparing to announce the curtain, glanced at the name written on the announcement card, her entire body suddenly froze in place, her mind going directly blank in this instant. "Squad leader, what's wrong?" Wang Xiujie glanced at Lin Qingxue with his afterimage. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath and shook her head before saying with a somewhat trembling voice, "Next, please welcome Chu Yang from the first class of Economics and Management, who will bring us the piano piece Maiden's Prayer." The words fell. Inside the backstage, a student council member came up and moved a piano from the side of the stage to the side of the stage. The schoolmate who was in charge backstage immediately walked over to Chu Yang's few people. "All right, schoolmate Chu, it's your turn to go on stage." Saying that, this schoolmate even smiled at Chu Yang and made a cheering gesture. "Go for it." Chu Yang nodded his head slightly. Then he slowly stepped up the steps from the backstage lounge, step by step, and walked to the top of the stage. After glancing deeply at the expressionless Lin Qingxue who stood on the opposite side of the stage, Chu Yang then quickly walked to the front of the crowd, slightly bowed and saluted, before sitting on the bench next to the piano. The spotlight above the stage shone directly on him, and on the big screen at the final position of the stage, the camera's position also captured Chu Yang's angular and handsome side face. The crowd of girls below immediately cheered. Sisters, fast look. That boy on the stage is so handsome This is also our Beijing University this year's freshman This is also too handsome blah 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 blah. My god, why is this man so handsome? In 3 minutes I want to get all the news about this man. Good lord, this can't be any star, can it? Isn't it a little too handsome looking? The three of them, Zhu Pengfei and Zhang Mingyang Wanglei, returned to their class positions after Chu Yang went on stage. In the process of returning all the way, listening to the broken whispers of these girls around them, a few of them instantly became a bit speechless. Good lord, are all the girls who got into the Beijing University also so shallow? This damn face-reading world. At that moment, the sound of Chu Yan playing a leisurely piano also slowly appeared in the ears of the crowd. Side of the stage, Wang Xiujie noticed Lin Qingshua's mood swings and hurriedly asked, "Class president, what's wrong with you?" Ever since this freshman named Chu Yan came on stage, he had noticed that Lin Qingshua's mood was off. Lin Qingxue shook her head. "It's fine." Slightly raising her head, Lin Qingshua's gaze immediately met Chu Yang's gaze that was currently looking her way. Subconsciously, Lin Qingshua's eyes began to dodge. Chu Yang sighed slightly in his heart, but also slowly withdrew his gaze and began to concentrate on his playing. Until a song is played, Chu Yang rose slightly again and walked to the center of the stage. After slightly bowing and saluting towards the crowd below the stage, he stood on the side of the stage again and looked deeply at Lin Qingxue before slowly walking off the stage. Lin Qingxue quickly gathered her emotions. After she finished going on stage with Wang Xiujie to announce the curtain for the next program, she looked at Wang Xiujie and spoke, "I have something to go backstage, so if I don't come over later, you can announce the next one alone." After saying that, Lin Qingxue stepped on a pair of red high heels, dragged her bright red long skirt, and quickly chased after Chu Yang towards his back. Chapter 41, Lin Qingxue, from now on, we don't interfere with each other. Lin Qingxue had just walked from the stage to the lounge, and before her eyes could see Chu Yang, her right hand was grabbed by Chu Yang. "Come out with me for a moment first." Lin Qingxue didn't struggle either, and expressionless, she was dragged by Chu Yang inside the walkway outside the lounge. Just after closing the door of the lounge, Lin Qingxue violently flung her hand, releasing Chu Yang's hand that was tugging at her, and coldly looked at him. "Chu Yang, have you made enough of a scene? Disappeared without a word 3 days ago, and now suddenly appeared, and ran to the stage to perform the program. What do you want to do by pulling me out? You think this is funny, do you? Or do you want to see how much of a mess I've had the last 2 days? Qingxue, Chu Yang looked a little guilty. He didn't know how to explain it, though. He can't say he slept in the hospital for 3 days. Can he? You what you? Lin Qingxue laughed coldly. Chu Yang, I admit that I used to like you in high school. Even at the beginning of the school year, when I found out the news that you weren't dead, I was so happy that I still had the feelings I once had for you that I hurried to the door of the boys' dormitory early in the morning to wait for you. But that's no reason for you to play me over and over again. Last time you disappeared without a word. I stopped asking you why. But now, what are you doing disappearing for 3 days without a word? Not answering your phone calls, not answering your messages. Do you really think that just because I like you, you can do whatever you want in front of me? Qingxue, I really didn't mean it. Chu Yang hurriedly explained. There's a reason why I haven't returned your messages for these 3 days. I really didn't mean it. And I came to Kyoto University because of you. So give me another chance. I promise. I'll never disappear for no reason again. Lin Qingxue sneered. Is that your explanation? I was really out of it a little bit. So tell me, what's the reason? Even if you're busy, you can't even send a message, right? Chu Yang couldn't say it. Lin Qingxue was completely disappointed. Forget it, you don't have to explain then. Chu Yang, I don't care what exactly the reason is for your sudden disappearance 3 years ago and now coming to Jing University. I don't care about any of this anymore. I've thought about it within the last 3 days. You can message back if you like. Go wherever you like. Be as dashing as you want. And from now on, your life has absolutely nothing to do with me. That way, I don't have to be on my toes wondering when you're going to leave again without a word. I'm already tired. Chu Yang, I don't want to like you anymore. Towards the end, Lin Qingxue almost shouted out with a roar. Between us, let's call it a day. Everyone's well water doesn't offend the river water. In the future, let's pretend that we don't know each other. When the words fell, Lin Qingxue walked past Chu Yang expressionlessly, quickly pushed open the back door of the rest, and took big strides inside the lounge, causing the gazes of the people inside to surround her, until Lin Qingxue walked up to the other side of the stage again. A crystalline teardrop, that's what slipped quietly from her good-looking eyes. Soon, though, the teardrops were wiped away again. After taking a deep breath, she collected her inner grief and forced a smile on her face. The expressionless rubbing of her shoulders was all pretend, but that's as far as the story goes. Maybe only after letting go completely. She didn't have to worry anymore about when Chu Yang would disappear again. Her youth, completely over. Chu Yang looked at Lin Qingxue's back as she left, wanting to open his mouth to stay, but a half-dozen musings. Still silently, he turned and left the backstage corridor. After sending a message to ask Zhu Pengfei about the location of their own class, he returned to the location of his own class. As soon as he sat down, Xu Pengfei and the others came over and asked in a gossipy manner. Lao San, did you and Lin Xingxue confess successfully? Xu Yang froze for a moment. Confession? What confession? Didn't you attend this performance just to go backstage and find Lin Xingxue to confess your love? Wang Lei was a bit puzzled. No. Xu Yang shook his head. What do you mean? The confession failed? She got mad because I didn't return her messages for 3 days before. And then she got mad. Zhang Mingyang nodded thoughtfully. Lao San, this is your fault. There is a saying on the network, called 3 days do not return the message. That is an automatic breakup. You have not yet chased the person. You do not return her message for 3 days. No wonder people are angry. Xu Pengfei asked. So Lao San, what happened to you in the past 3 days that you suddenly disappeared? Xu Yang dwelled on it for a few seconds, then suddenly spilled out. Forget it, let's not mention the past anymore. Just watch the show properly. The confidentiality regulations provide. What he did was destined not to be told to other uninvolved people. Zhang Mingyang soothing patted Xu Yang's shoulder. Nothing. Not just angry. Well, as long as she did not accept that what Wang Xiuji's confession tonight, then you still have a chance in the future. People are still willing to lose their temper to you at the very least. If you do not lose their temper to you, then you're really screwed. You still say. Xu Pengfei glared at Wang Xiujie. You've said that people don't accept Wang Xiuji's confession. So Xu Yang has a chance. What if she accepts Wang Xiuji's confession tonight? That's okay. Zhang Mingyang quickly said. There is still divorce after marriage, not to mention that it is to accept the confession. As long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no wall that can't be dug down. Xu Pengfei and Wang Lei, you're really shameless. Xu Yang smiled. Alright, I'm fine. Let's leave this matter as it is. What happens in the future? We'll talk about it later. That's right. Xu Pengfei even laughed. It just so happens that you are also back. Tonight our classmates put together a bureau. We all go to the KTV to sing together at night. The boxes are all set. Let's go together at night. Sing and drink. There's nothing that we can't get through. Xu Yang pondered for a few seconds and finally nodded. Good. But after hesitating for a few seconds, he continued. But I won't drink the wine. I've had an upset stomach for the past 2 days. So I'll just accompany you guys over to sit down. And recognize your faces by the way. Or else it's been such a long time since the start of the school year. And I still don't know any of my fellow classmates. So that would be embarrassing. Future projects if nothing too significant. He is supposed to stay inside the school all the time. It's only right to recognize faces with classmates. That's a bit of emotional intelligence he still has. Can. Ha 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 ha. Tonight I'll let you guys know what it means to sing like a mic. Chapter 42, Release Party Photos, Familiar Backs. Stage. Wang Xiujie quickly walked to Lin Xingxue's front and asked worriedly, Class President, what's wrong with you? What happened? It's nothing. Lin Xingxue shook her head expressionlessly. And then she didn't bother with Wang Xiujie anymore, her eyes looking listlessly at the other people on the stage who were performing their programs. She had also heard the piano piece that Xu Yang had just played on the stage, but the tune that's been delayed for 3 years. There's no point in listening to it now. Time flies. The program time for the welcome party is just 2 hours. When the last program was performed, Lin Xingxue and Wang Xiujie went on stage together to give the closing speech. However, by the time the closing remarks were over, the crowd was preparing to disperse. Perhaps it was because Wang Xiujie was the first to greet him well. The flashing lights on the stage suddenly hit Wang Xiujie's body. Immediately afterward, a student on the side next to the stage immediately held a bouquet of roses and delivered them to Wang Xiujie's hands. See this scene on the big screen. The students who were still planning to leave sat down, showing an expression of eating water. Wang Xiujie picked up the microphone in his hand and looked at the crowd on the stage and said, after delaying everyone for a few minutes, I hope you can witness this moment for me. Saying that, he cupped the flowers in his hand again, raised his hand and sent it to Lin Xingxue's eyes, and slowly said, Fellow student Lin Xingxue, from the first time I saw you in my freshman year, I have fallen deeply in love with you. And now, in front of the entire courtyard, I confess my love to you. I've liked you for a year and courted you for a year. I want to get to know you, to know what the world looks like to you. I don't know when I realized I couldn't live without you. So today, I want you to give me a chance for me to be honorable, to stand by your side, to be with you. The words fell. A momentary silence fell over the entire auditorium. In the next second, the crowd on the stage was buzzing. Holy, confessing in front of the whole hospital. That's too romantic, isn't it? Romantic? I so feel a bit of moral abduction. No wonder after a year of chasing people don't care about you. It's not putting them on the fire? Lin Xingxue is the #1 school flower of our Jing University, but I heard that the boy on stage did chase him for a year, and his family condition isn't bad, so this won't be a yes, right? Zhang Mingyang directly cursed, this guy is a real grandson in front of so many people. People are promised it, or not. Immediately after that, he looked at Chu Yang and said, Lao-san, send a word, do you want to go up on him? Little master is most displeased with such men. But before Chu Yang could say anything, Lin Xingxue then directly said to Wang Xiujie, I'm sorry, I know that me agreeing to your confession was the outcome you wanted, but for me, if I want to be with someone, I really have to like them a lot and like them a lot before I can be with them. But unfortunately, because I don't get to like you as much as you like me, I can't promise you that. After saying that, Lin Xingxue's face gradually cooled down. Also, Wang Xiujie, I've already told you very plainly a long time ago that I don't like you, so this time today is the last time. There will be no next time. One last piece of advice, if you have to push through a door you can't push through. It's not called liking, so do it. Bother. Lin Xingxue's voice wasn't very loud. Still, her words traveled throughout the auditorium through the microphone she held in her hand. After saying that, she just took the microphone and turned away without hesitation. Xu Pengfei skimmed his mouth. Asterisk. This man is really good. People clearly said that they do not like but also entangled. Xu Yang, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. After taking a long breath, he then slowly said, well, the party is over. Go back to the dormitory first to take a shower and change your clothes. Don't you have to go to the KTV to sing later? Right. Let's go. Zhang Mingyang's few people nodded their heads in succession. Xu Yang raised his head again to look at Lin Xingxue's back as she left, and after letting out a light sigh, he followed Xu Pengfei and the others with firm eyes and left. Love and ideals are not in conflict. He, for one, would not give up so easily. The main street of the school. Li Qian stood next to Lin Xingxue, looked at her and said in amazement, Xingxue, you just rejected Wang Xiujie's look is really too valiant. It's just a pity that our old Wang, again, to be frustrated. We really just so desperate to leave How about you go be his girlfriend? Lin Xingxue blankly glanced at Li Qian without any good humor. I don't like him anyway. He had to confess in front of so many people. What can I do? Disliking is disliking, even if it's more touching. Since he was able to confess in front of so many people in a dignified manner, he should also be prepared for his confession to fail. I'm not spoiling him for a stinker. Makes sense. Li Qian nodded and continued to ask, then let's talk about something else. Just now, did that Chu Yang elementary school brother of yours look for you backstage? What happened to you guys? Lin Xingxue's expression instantly went cold. Don't mention him to me. I won't have any relationship with him in the future. In my heart, he died 3 years ago. This. Li Qian hesitated for a few seconds. She could sort of tell that Lin Xingxue's mood was very off right now, especially once Chu Yang was mentioned. It felt like it was going to kill someone. Then let's mention something else. After smiling awkwardly, Li Qian raised the cell phone in her hand and handed the screen to Lin Xingxue's face. Look at this. The message sent out on the internet. China's Chinese Academy of Sciences has researched 1 nanometer precision photolithography technology, but also made a 1 nanometer level chip. Maybe not long after, we will be able to use our own domestic chip. This time, I must support domestic. Not much interest. Lin Xingxue was in a low mood right now, only casually glancing at Li Qian's cell phone screen before inclining her head. However, in the next second, she immediately turned her head again and snatched the cell phone in Li Qian's hand. Wait, let me take a closer look. After saying that, Lin Xingxue stared at a photo of the Wako Academy's launch that was sent out on the scarf inside Li Qian's cell phone screen, and after enlarging it, she watched it carefully. Li Qian asked curiously, it's just a photo of the launch. What's there to see? Lin Xingxue, however, froze. This is Xu Yang? The photo captured only the back though, but in that position in the first row that was most to the side, the clothes that were worn, and not yet the look of that back, were practically identical to Chu Yang. The others she might be able to recognize, but Chu Yang's back, she would never recognize it wrongly. Then associating it with the medal that Chu Yang had just hung on his chest that resembled the badge of the Communist Youth League. At first she didn't think twice about it, but after seeing the photo of this back, a bold thought instantly appeared in her mind. Chu Yang's disappearance. It can't be because you went to this conference, can it? Chapter 43, Sweeping Pornography? Chu Yang, comrades, I advise you not to mind your own business. Was it a misreading on your part? Lin Xingxue was a bit puzzled. How old was Chu Yang, and what kind of abilities did he have? Those who are able to participate in a launch event of this level should all be bigwigs in the research industry. What's more, Chu Yang was actually sitting at the very front. That was even more unbelievable. However, Chu Yang's back, she absolutely could not be mistaken. Is it an illusion? Qianqian, let's go back to the dormitory. Lin Xingxue didn't bother to think about it. She directly took off the high heels under her feet and quickly ran on the main road of the school with her bare feet. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Xingxue then found the large picture that People's Report had sent out on her own. After looking at it carefully for some time, immediately, he opened his computer and did a quick search on the internet. Red background, golden 5-pointed star, and a sickle and hammer cross-molded in the center. What kind of medal is it? Search engine quick search. Soon a picture appeared in front of Lin Qingxue. Order of the 81st. Medal of Independence and Freedom. Medal of Honor for Heroes. Medal of Honor for Victory Merit. There are many other military departmental first and second class merit badges. Many of these medals of all shapes and sizes look similar to the one Chu Yang was carrying on his chest, but they seem to be different from either one. Next to her, Li Qian asked curiously, Qingxue, what are you checking on the internet? Lin Qingxue quickly closed the computer page. It's fine, checking a little bit of information. I'm done now. Immediately after that, she asked, Qian, what kind of people do you think are attending the CAS launch? Li Qian pondered for a few seconds. It should be some academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and senior researchers of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, or some leaders of the General Administration of Science and Technology. Also, Lin Qingxue slowly nodded, then couldn't help but laugh to herself. What was she expecting just now? Expecting Chu Yang to not be able to take her cell phone and send her messages for 3 days because he's going to attend a CAS conference and has a non-disclosure agreement or something like that? How is that possible? Moreover, even if it really was Chu Yang, what did it have to do with her? She and he, it's in the past. Chu Yang sighed. After returning to his dormitory, he changed out of the suit he was wearing, then carefully removed the Kikuchi medal from his suit and placed it inside the drawer of his dormitory desk. Chu Yang then found out his change of clothes and ran inside the dormitory's bathroom to take a shower. 10:30 at night. Chu Yang then came inside a KTV in the center of Kyoto with Xu Pengfei and the others. The first to organize the activity was the acting class president of Chu Yang's class, directly lifting the cup to the crowd inside the box and smiling. Military training is finally over. Tomorrow is a holiday. Tonight we will not get drunk. The rest of the crowd chimed in and laughed. It's going to be a hard day's work out of the squad leader's pocket. The acting squad leader nodded his head repeatedly. You're welcome, everyone. Well, let's order songs and sing and get high. After that, the crowd should have ordered a song, and those who should have sat down for a drink and a chat went on their way. The acting class president, on the other hand, walked over to Chu Yang several people with a wineglass in his hand, and after taking a closer look at Chu Yang, he immediately laughed and said, "This is the last student in place in our class, right? Hello." Chu Yang slowly nodded. The acting class president immediately lifted the wine cup in his hand. "From now on, we'll be in the same class. Come on, I'll toast you." Chu Yang shook his head repeatedly. "I've been unwell for the past few days. I can't drink wine. Sorry about that." Xu Pengfei raised the wineglass in his own hand. Come, squad leader. Our oldest is not feeling too well these 2 days. Let me drink with you." The acting squad leader's face changed slightly, but he still looked at Xu Pengfei with a forced smile and laughed. Okay, then let's drink." After a drink, this acting squad leader turned and left. Chu Yang pondered a little for a few seconds, looked at Zhang Mingyang next to him and asked, "What's the situation with this one? Isn't it a little overly enthusiastic? What else could be the case?" Zhang Mingyang smiled faintly. "You didn't participate in military training, you don't know. This guy has a particularly strong desire to perform. On the first day of the freshman orientation, he furtively offered to be the acting class president, and he organized this bureau today, so I think he wants to get rid of the word acting. By the time you get to college, it's actually pretty much a small community, and there are basically no cuties who can get into KYU." This was not the class president of a junior high school or high school, but the class president of a class in a certain faculty at Kyoto University. Just the title of class president was placed inside his student file. The path that people start on at the very beginning after graduation must go smoother than the rest. That's a lot of gold for a squad leader. That's so. Chu Yang understood. Then he looked at Zhang Mingyang and the others and smiled. "I'll go out for a while and use the restroom." But Kyoto is Kyoto after all, and it was still a KTV near the center of the city. Chu Yang strolled around inside the KTV and couldn't find a toilet. But just then, inside the passageway next to it, a group of men and women suddenly ran out. When Chu Yang saw this, he subconsciously planned to bolt. What's going on here? He's running so fast. He's not in a fight in a karaoke bar, is he? Based on the principle of avoiding harm, Chu Yang immediately prepared to bolt. As a result, at this time, in Chu Yang's ears suddenly rang the voices of several men chiding. "Stop where you are, don't run." Chu Yang looked back. Immediately, he saw several men quickly chasing after him. Chu Yang's retreat was even faster. As a result, before he could run out 2 steps, he was directly grabbed by the collar by one of the boys chasing him. "Freeze!" Chu Yang instantly stopped his own pace and turned his head to look at the man and said, "This, friend, is there something wrong? I am a police officer." The man snorted coldly. then grabbed Xu Yang's collar and yanked back. Be sensible and go back to the box with me first, and I'll send you to the police station later. Why? Xu Yang felt somewhat wronged. He hadn't even found the restroom yet. How come he was going to be arrested at the police station? What did he do? What do you guys do? Xu Yang continued to ask. What do we do? Don't you know in your own heart? The man snorted coldly. Sweeping/pornography. Asterisk. Xu Yang couldn't help but burst out. What are you arresting me for by sweeping/pursuing pornography? It's not like I've been messing around. I'm innocent. The people we caught all said they didn't mess around. The man laughed indifferently. Since you're innocent, why did you run when you saw us? Cut the crap and go back to the box with us first. After saying that, the man brought Xu Yang back inside a box. In the dimly lit box, 7 or 8 men and women squatted, followed by one of those who had been recaptured. Seeing this, Xu Yang continued to explain. That police uncle, I'm really not in a box with them. I'm just out singing with my friends. If you don't believe me, I can call them over to prove it. One of the men glanced at Xu Yang and compared it to the others inside the box, slowly nodded his head and said, all right, you fight. Xu Yang immediately secretly rejoiced, quickly took out his cell phone and dialed the number inside the dormitory group. It turned out that maybe the sound inside the KTV was too loud, or maybe it was just drinking and getting high, and there really wasn't a single person who answered the phone. The man continued, do you remember the box number? Xu Yang thought about it. KTV, this place he really came to less. A face of confusion was Zhu Pengfei. They were brought to the box inside. He then scratched the back of his head. I forgot. He forgot he pressed the box number. The man's face sank. Then first stay here properly. We'll go back to the police station inside. If you have no problem, naturally you can leave. Our police station is not far from here. By the time you directly call your friend to pick you on the line, calling out to a friend to come and pick them up? Xu Yang's eyes brightened slightly as he looked at the crowd in front of him, and he didn't know what he was thinking inside his head. At that moment, the door to the box was pushed open. 2 men in black regular clothes walked up to a few plainclothes police officers and casually pulled out their IDs. Several comrades, we can prove for him that he really isn't the person inside this box, so we'll have to take this person away. You are? The plainclothes police officer in the lead casually took the documents of the 2 of them, directly opened the lighting inside the box, and after seeing the content of the documents clearly, his expression was instantly solemn, and he raised his hand and saluted. Good comrade, it's a DSS ID. Xu Yang instantly raised his head and directly asked, you guys are from the General Security Department? After the 2 DSS officers first returned a salute, they nodded towards Xu Yang and said, Mr. Xu, we are arranged from above to protect your private security. Now, Xu Yang's gaze immediately rose in a ghostly manner. 2 comrades, do I know you? I advise you not to mind your own business. Chapter 44 Duty Officer, take your boyfriend away quickly. The 2 DSS staff members were a bit puzzled. If you don't recognize us, we'll talk. What do you mean? Don't mind your own business? Brother, we're here to fish for you. At this time, Xu Pengfei over at the box also called. After Xu Yang picked up the phone, Xu Pengfei's voice immediately came from inside the phone. Lao San, what are you calling me about? Xu Yang replied back, it's fine. I just have a few things to deal with in the middle of the day. You guys have fun first. So are you still coming over later? Xu Pengfei continued to ask. Well, it also depends. Good, then go about your business. Inside the box, a silence. Especially the group of men and women squatting on the ground had a very confused expression. Big brother, what is your situation? Someone to fish you do not go. The people in your dormitory called and could prove your identity and you didn't leave. What's the situation? You want to go into the police station for tea so badly? At this time, a big brother squatting in the corner stood up. That police uncle, I'm able to prove for this little brother that he really isn't from our box, so you let him go. You don't mind your own business either. Xu Yang blankly glanced at that big brother, then looked at the police officer in the lead and asked, Uncle Police Officer, that after I'm arrested and taken in, after confirming that I'm okay, is it possible to call for someone to come and pick me up? The police boss was a bit confused. Indeed you can. That's fine. Xu Yang nodded and leisurely asked, so when did we go over? If it's a little later, our school dormitory is probably closed, and the people fishing for me won't be able to get out. Who else do you want to get to fish you out? The policeman was a little helpless. The General Security Administration has come out to prove it to you, but you still won't leave. What's the point? Playing them for fun? My friend, Xu Yang leisurely said. And the reason? It's just like that. They were caught by the anti-pornography police. The corners of the 2 DSS mouths twitched. Is this really the national leader they said they'd protect? A scientific genius? What's wrong with this kid's brain? At this time, Xu Yang took another curious look at the 2 General Security Service officers and came up to them and asked, You two, You've been following me around? The two General Security Service officers looked at each other, and one of them typed a text on his cell phone for Chu Yang to see. Because of the reason why your identity was leaked on the internet before, to prevent any foreign organizations from working against you, we'll all be by your side to protect you within the next period of time. Chu Yang's complexion was slightly condensed. Thank you. It's been hard for you guys. Afterwards, he looked at the officers of the police station and asked, Uncle Policeman, isn't this KTV a proper KTV? How come you guys are sweeping against /pornography also sweeping here? Mostly, it actually swept them off their feet. One of the police officers explained, we have received information before, said that this KTV, although the surface serious KTV, but privately will also find a little special personnel to come over to meet the needs of some big customers. Stared at a lot of days, only today to close the net. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Understood. So when do we go to the police station? Now. Soon. After the police officers had arrested all the people involved in the case, they took the people involved in the case, together with Chu Yang, a voluntary member of the community, into the police car. Chu Yang naturally had nothing to scrutinize. There are staff of the General Security Administration on the side of the escort, and also really check the monitoring. Chu Yang is mistakenly arrested. After a simple statement, Chu Yang has nothing to do. Two DSS officers have also disappeared. They were only responsible for protecting Chu Yang's safety in the dark. Glancing at the time on his cell phone, it was only 11:20, 40 minutes before the 12 o'clock gate at their school. After pondering for a few seconds, Chu Yang immediately picked up his cell phone and sent a message over to Lin Qingxue. Qingxue, save me. Lin Qingxue's side of her heart instantly tightened when she saw the message sent by Chu Yang, first sending a question mark over, then proceeding to ask, what's wrong with you? Chu Yang, I was arrested by the pornographers. I need someone to bail me out. Lin Qingxue instantly froze and directly sent a message asking, Chu Yang, are you sick? After sending that message, she was instantly a little pissed off, caught by the vice squad. How pure Chu Yang was 3 years ago, and now he was actually arrested by the pornography crackdown. What has he been through these past 3 years? The next second, she sent a 60-second voiceover directly with a lot of moments. Chu Yang directly chose not to listen to this voice. Immediately after, Lin Qingxue sent another message asking, can't the other people in your dormitory come over to fish for you? They have to have me come over. What kind of relationship do the two of us have? Chu Yang, they can't get through on the phone. I don't know what they're doing. Just for the sake of previous friendship, you come over to fish me out a bit. You won't see death to save me. I was mistakenly arrested. As long as I come to a person to sign and collect the person on the line. Lin Qingxue was instantly speechless, but after hesitating for a few seconds with a complicated expression, she still returned a message. Wait. She's been tired all night with her hosting duties. She doesn't want to run around either. But, who made him Chu Yang? Half an hour later, Lin Qingxue, who was wearing denim wide-legged pants and a short white t-shirt with a high ponytail, walked inside the police station where Chu Yang was being held. Ma'am, how can I help you? One of the officers on duty at the front desk asked. Lin Qingxue said somewhat helplessly, please ask you if there's a person named Chu Yang who's been detained here, and I'm here to bail him out. You're his girlfriend, aren't you? The police officer on duty at the front desk immediately smiled. Did you have a fight with your boyfriend? Hurry up and pick up your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend. Lin Qingxue's complexion was cold, but then she asked with some curiosity, but what does it mean to pick him up quickly? The police officer on duty immediately laughed and said, your boyfriend's matter can be spread all over our police station. He should be accompanying a group of people in their dormitory to sing inside the KTV, and then happened to meet our police officers to handle the case, and was mistakenly arrested. Although his innocence was proved inside the KTV, he still had to rely on following our case officers back to the police station, saying that he had to wait for his friend to pick him up. Said the duty officer also laughed. Small couples quarrel. Nothing can not pass the hurdle. Take back a good training on the finish. Couples also bedhead fight bedtail in it. I see your boyfriend in order to see you. Indeed quite spell. He's been on the force for quite a few years. It's the first time I've seen a man who asked to go into a police station to see his girlfriend. Chapter 45. It's easy for me to forgive you. Tell me what you did 3 years ago. Lin Qingxue immediately smiled awkwardly. Okay, I'm really sorry to trouble you guys. Then under the guidance of the staff on duty, Lin Qingxue quickly found Chu Yang who was sitting inside the lounge waiting. After the duty officer left, her cheeks instantly turned cold and she took large steps forward towards Chu Yang's front. How dare you lie to me, Chu Yang? You're finished. After rushing in front of Chu Yang, Lin Qingxue immediately stood coldly in front of him. Chu Yang, are you sick in the head? Didn't I say that in the future, we will not interfere with each other? Don't you know what this sentence means? I've seen small feet wrapped, but I've never seen a small brain wrapped. Shouting at me for coming all the way over here to give you a scolding is also a really big no-no. Just for that you come to the police station. Why don't you really let your police uncle grab you to go calm down and cool off for a few days? Xu Yang raised his head slightly. But even if you really get locked up by the police, it's better than you really don't want to see me again. Lin Xingxue instantly froze. Have you ever seen that kind of big boy who was over 5 feet 8 inches still showing a pitiful expression? Especially when coupled with Chu Yang's rather lethal cheeks. Are you being cute for me? Lin Xingxue's face instantly a plate, not allowed to pretend to be pitiful. Speed to me to stand up. Do you believe that I believe that a shovel directly to you to the medical insurance card arrears? Chu Yang raised his head defiantly. I've taken the rabies vaccine. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Lin Xingxue was almost laughed at. Right. You're not even afraid to go into the police station, people. What else can you be afraid of? If you have the ability, don't send a message shouting for me to come and pick you up. Chu Yang shrunk his neck. No ability. Condescending, earnest and abject. Lin Xingxue helplessly stroked her forehead. Let's go. You still want to stay here for the night? Oh. Chu Yang silently got up and stood next to Lin Xingxue like a little daughter-in-law. All the way to leaving the police station. Lin Xingxue stood in front of Chu Yang and raised her eyes to look at him and asked, "Chat? Good." Chu Yang nodded his head slightly, and immediately after, his stomach growled and rumbled. Hungry? Right. Then stop by and get something to eat. The two didn't say a word along the way, walking and stopping, and finally found a barbecue restaurant at the intersection of a street. After casually ordering some barbecue in the store, Lin Xingxue let the boss bring 2 bottles of ice-cold beer, and after opening it with a bottle opener, she immediately poured a cup for herself, and then poured another cup for Chu Yang. Raising his cup and looking at Chu Yang, he asked, "Have a drink first?" Chu Yang glanced at the beer in front of him, and then remembered what the doctor had instructed when he was discharged from the hospital in the evening. In the last 2 days, you must eat a lighter diet and avoid smoking and drinking. Do you hear me? But the next second, Chu Yang then nodded his head without any hesitation, raised the wine glass in front of him, clinked the glass with Lin Xingxue, and then drank the entire beer in the glass in one gulp. That penetrating feeling. It instantly gave him goosebumps all over his body. But the next second, his afterglow then peeked across the room at Lin Xingxue. Lin Xingxue instantly reacted. What are you looking at me for? Chu Yang shrunk his neck again. Didn't do anything. So you're still watching? Can't help it. Lin Xingxue's heart instantly softened, and then she didn't say anything else, and after putting down the wine glass in her hand, she looked up at him and asked, "Alright, tell me, you've gone to taking all the trouble to call me out. What exactly is it for?" Chu Yang looked at Lin Xingxue whose tone was hard and asked, "Can you not be so cold in your attitude?" "Can't." "Alright." Chu Yang skimmed his mouth with a loss, then he looked up at Lin Xingxue and continued, "I called you out because I just wanted to properly apologize to you. 3 years ago, I really had a very special reason. That's why I left without saying goodbye to you. And these 3 days behind me as well. There was a little accident. That's why I didn't send you a message. I'm sorry. Causing you to worry. Yo, you still know how to apologize?" Lin Xingxue had a groundbreaking feeling and couldn't help but lose her smile. When you left without saying goodbye 3 years ago, how come you didn't think that in the future you would have to apologize to me for this? Also, I'm not angry anymore about the 3 days leading up to this, so you don't have to apologize to me. Chu Yang stubbornly shook his head. Look, one look at the way you look right now, and I know you're still angry with me over what happened 3 days ago. No, Lin Xingxue said categorically. There just is. Not if I say so. Alright. Chu Yang weakly nodded. If you say no. Then silently, he muttered twice in his mind. I wasn't even this stifled when I was at the research base. What's going on here? I haven't seen her for 3 years. She's got a temper. Lin Xingxue looked up and gazed at Chu Yang. Are you cursing me in your heart? How did you? Chu Yang immediately looked up, then quickly came back to his senses and shook his head. No. How could I possibly have such a bold idea? Still saying no. Lin Xingxue skimmed her lips. One look at your heartfelt expression and I knew you must be secretly cursing me in your heart. Chu Yang continued to raise his head stubbornly. Then you still said I was dead before? Lin Xingxue was speechless. So you're shouting for me to come over here to carry on with you? No. Chu Yang quickly shook his head. It's a very sincere apology. Apologize how? How about I write a 1,000 word review? Lin Xingxue shook her head. No sincerity. 1,500 words? Not enough. 3,000 words? Insincere. 2,000 words then? Chu Yang, you still bring bargaining? Lin Xingxue immediately raised her head and blankly glanced at Chu Yang. Then tell me away. How can I be forgiven? Lin Xingxue pondered for a few seconds. This is very simple. Either you honestly tell me what the hell you're doing these 3 years to go, and why you suddenly didn't return messages for the previous 3 days. If you tell me this, I'll forgive you right away, and we can still be friends in the future. Or else, no friends at all. After saying that, she looked at Chu Yang with a face full of anticipation. Go ahead, I've given you the steps. Just say it, even if you lie to me, and maybe I'll forgive you. Chapter 46, There's only one couple's room left. Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. Why do you just have to hold on to what happened 3 years ago? No. So there's no deal? There's talk. A fine sweat broke out slightly on Chu Yang's forehead. Why don't you say why women are hard to coax? He would rather go back to the research base to study the curvature drive again, or even casually go to solve one of the world's 7 major millennium math problems, which is also simpler than coaxing women. Then why can't we talk about it? Because, I don't want to take this matter and sell it in front of you. Chu Yang took a deep breath, his movie star level acting skills instantly possessed. 3 years ago, I got sick. That's why my whole family moved to Kyoto, just to cure my illness. What's wrong? Leukemia. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. Leukemia? Lin Qingxue froze, and in the next moment, her eyes reddened. Then why didn't you talk to me? Why didn't you send me a message to tell me? It's cool for you to hide away and think you're leaving, to hide away and be secretly sad. Do you think that's cool? Do you know how much I've worried about you these past 3 years? Speaking of the last sentence, Lin Qingxue almost shouted out in a growl. 3 years, Chu Yang could hide and secretly heal alone, but who knows how she really got through those 3 years? Chu Yang's heart violently trembled, slightly raising his hand, somewhat hesitant, but in the end, he gently held Lin Qingxue's palm. Qingxue, I'm sorry. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell Lin Qingxue the truth, but he knew that from the time he worked out the 1 nanometer lithography technology. In his life, he was destined for anonymity and obscurity. To Lin Qingxue, he had a guilty conscience, but he has no regrets about his dedication to his country. Lin Qingxue quickly collected her emotions, and after wiping her tears with the tissue on the table, her tone gradually became cold. No need to tell me I'm sorry. I just don't understand. If it's just to go to the cure, why can't you talk to me about it? However, once she thought that Chu Yang actually had leukemia, her voice couldn't help but tremble again. Even if it's leukemia, with the current level of medical care in the country, it may not necessarily not be incurable. But I'm afraid. Chu Yang exhaled a deep breath of cold air. I'm afraid that I don't know when I'll die on the operating table, and I'm also afraid that I'll never be cured of this disease. In the end, Chu Yang sighed lightly. I'm even more afraid that I can't give you an exact promise. 3 years ago, at that time, even if he had obtained the treasure trove of eternal knowledge, he didn't know exactly where his future lay, not to mention that he couldn't give Lin Qingxue a definite promise. I don't know the future. I don't know the return date. If you can't be there for her for a long time, why hold her back? Lin Qingxue gave Chu Yang a heartbroken look. Then how in the world did you get through these 3 years? Look at your photos. Chu Yang laughed. Look at every picture you posted in your circle of friends. Look at how well you did on your exams. Look at whether or not you took your medicine properly when you caught a cold. Look at how you've grown from 16 years old to 19 years old now. Those 3 years, after the boring scientific research, reading Lin Qingxue's circle of friends is his biggest pastime every day. Then you didn't reply to the message 3 days ago? Lin Qingxue continued to ask. During military training, I went to the hospital for my last surgery. The anesthetic strength was too strong. I slept for 3 days. Chu Yang slowly said, but it's okay, if it won't recur after 25, it'll be fine. This was also considered a promise to Lin Qingxue. Before the age of 25, he wanted China's defense strength to reach the first level in the world. When that day actually comes, he must stand squarely in front of Lin Qingxue, bask in the sunshine. Filled with pride, he told her that the boy she loved as a young girl was actually an amazing man. There will definitely be no relapse. Lin Qingxue's eyes were firm, and her tone of voice gradually flowed freely. Alright, let's not talk about this. The barbecue should be sent up soon. Get ready for a snack. So does that mean you've forgiven me? Doesn't count. And what more do you want from me? This midnight snack is on you tonight. Wait until after the snack. After Chu Yang settled the bill, he left the barbecue restaurant with Lin Qingxue. Where are we going now? Chu Yang looked at Lin Qingxue and asked. Lin Qingxue slowly nodded. Hotel. This. Chu Yang hesitated slightly for a few seconds. Isn't it a bit too fast? Should we not wait any longer? Lin Qingxue instantly rolled her eyes. Don't think nonsense. It's so late, the dormitory has long been closed. Do you think you can still go back? When I say go to a hotel, I mean get 2 rooms and sleep in them. I can't be asked to follow you around and sleep on the streets, can I? It's okay. Chu Yang nodded silently. At that moment, a breeze blew. This time should be considered early in the morning, while cool wind blowing over. Freezing Lin Qingxue instantly shivered with cold, quickly raised her hand to her mouth and blew a few times. Isn't it a bit cold? Shu Yang came up next to Lin Xingxue and reached out to go and hold Lin Xingxue's hand in his hand. Lin Xingxue immediately dodged to the side. Hey, what's your situation? I treat you as my friend. You want to take advantage of me? Shu Yang awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Didn't I want to see that your hands were cold and wanted to warm them for you? Men and women are not related. Lin Xingxue's cheeks blushed a little. So I'm not your ex-boyfriend? That's just the outward talk. Alright then. Shu Yang was a little lost. However, right at this time, Lin Xingxue suddenly put her hand in front of Chu Yang. Yuan. Shu Yang suddenly laughed. Didn't you say that men and women are not related? Love warm or not? Lin Xingxue intended to withdraw her hand. However, in the next second, Shu Yang quickly took her hand. Finally, the two stepped into the door of a hotel in unison. Hello, please get us 2 rooms. A man manning the front desk of the hotel froze slightly as he watched the two still holding hands. Then he said in a good-natured manner, now our hotel only has the deluxe couple's big bedroom. The room fee is 400 and the deposit is 200. Do you want it? This. Shu Yang hesitated for a few seconds and looked at Lin Xingxue and asked, should we change the hotel? Lin Xingxue picked up her cell phone and searched, and after looking at the surrounding hotels that didn't have any rooms available, she opened her mouth and asked, is there a sofa inside the room? Yes. The man nodded slightly. Lin Xingxue nodded. Then let's get a room. After saying that, she then looked at Chu Yang again and explained, there are no more rooms in any of the hotels within a kilometer around. So let's get a room. Tonight you'll sleep on the sofa and I'll sleep on the bed. Yes, soon, because neither had their IDs with them. After boarding the plane with an electronic ID on their cell phones, the man at the hotel front desk opened a room for the two, but the two had just walked inside the room. Then he saw a heart-shaped pattern sprinkled with rose petals on the large, clean white bed in the center of the room. Lin Xingxue's cheeks swished red at this. Chu Yang also froze. He then looked up somewhat woodenly towards Lin Xingxue and asked, I'll clean it up. Okay, I'll go to the bathroom first. Lin Xingxue quickly nodded her head before she fled and ran inside the room's bathroom, quickly turning on the faucet and splashing her face with cold water a few times. Then cheer towards yourself inside the mirror. Lin Xingxue, you have to hold it. Wait for Lin Xingxue to come out. Chu Yang also almost swept all the rose petals on the bed down to the trash can next to him. Do you want to take a bath before going to sleep? Chu Yang asked with some urgency. There's one to say. It was the first time he had ever been out in a room with a girl. I took a shower before I came out. Lin Xingxue quickly replied back, then asked back, what about you? I also washed it. Chu Yang awkwardly returned. Then go to sleep. Lin Xingxue took a deep breath before she sat on the bed in the room, took out a pillow from it and threw it onto the sofa in the room, and said towards Chu Yang, I'll entrust you to sleep on the sofa for the night tonight. Okay, it's fine. Chu Yang nodded his head slightly, then he just laid down on the sofa. But it was also at this time, on the roof of their room, there was a sudden kooky sound. Hearing this, the two faces instantly stiffened. Embarrassed, Chu Yang quickly waved his big hand and said, turn off the lights and go to sleep. Wow. Lin Xingxue nodded, and without taking off her clothes anymore, she directly scurried to the bed and turned off all the lights inside the room. Finally, after almost 20 minutes, the sounds from upstairs then gradually subsided. The moon was high in the window. Lin Xingxue suddenly opened her eyes and quietly looked at Chu Yang, who was to the side, and asked, Chu Yang, you fell asleep? Chu Yang's voice trembled a little. No, it's summer and the central air conditioning inside the room is on rather cold. It's kind of going to be a pendulum swing. Lin Xingxue pondered for a few seconds. What's wrong with your voice? Isn't it a bit cold? After a few more seconds of hesitation, she spoke slowly, or you can come up here and sleep, but there's a 38th parallel in the middle, and no one is allowed to cross it. Chu Yang's eyes instantly lit up. If you say so, I'm not sleepy. Perhaps for fear of Chu Yang's misunderstanding, Lin Xingxue continued, I just don't want you to catch a cold. You don't want to mess up your thoughts, and even more so, you're not allowed to mess up. As a result, before Lin Xingxue's words fell, Chu Yang directly jumped from the sofa to the bed. Inside the late-night environment, two pairs of trembling eyes slowly locked together. Chapter 47. Neither do I want you to mess up, nor do I want you not to come. Looking at Chu Yang dabbing and jumping inside the quilt, Lin Xingxue's eyelashes immediately trembled slightly. You're not allowed to move. Absolutely do not move. Chu Yang nodded heavily. However, in the next second, Lin Xingxue let out an ah and said angrily, didn't you say you wouldn't move? Why are you pulling my hand? I'm afraid of the dark. Lin Xingxue, if I believe your bull tonight, then the ghosts are really coming. However, she was still tightening Chu Yang's somewhat cold hand and lightly hummed, just hold it like this, no more moving around. Chu Yang nodded. In the next moment, the inside of the room slowly fell silent, leaving only the continuous breathing of the two people. Half an hour later, Chu Yang then violently opened his eyes again. Laugh it up. He might as well go sleep on the couch. Warm in bed is warm. I can't sleep at all. After quietly opening his eyes and slitting them open to look at Lin Xingxue next to him, he realized that she was breathing calmly, as if she had already fallen asleep. In the next second, Chu Yang quickly closed his own eyes and his consciousness entered the treasure house of eternal knowledge. Along with Chu Yang's entry, the interior of the dark space gradually took on the appearance of a laboratory again. Chu Yang slowly said, "Trouble help me to tune in the technical information about the human amputation and limb rebirth category." In the next second, an electronic synthesized voice appeared in his ears. There are two major types of options for human limb amputation regeneration type of technological information. One is the genetic enhancement technology of the universe's first generation of super warriors, and the second is a pure biogenetic agent that promotes the regeneration of amputated limbs of the biological organisms themselves. May I ask which one is needed? What's a cosmic primordial super soldier? Chu Yang froze for a moment. This was the first time he had ever heard a description of a cosmic super soldier. The electronic synthesized voice replied, "Cosmic super soldiers are as the initial generation of transcendent soldiers developed by advanced cosmic civilizations. The technology is able to successfully optimize the genes of individual organisms to perfection, maximizing the overall strength of the organism's body such as its resilience, reflexes, and speed, so that it reaches the peak of the organism's own strength. And successfully learning the Super Warrior genetic enhancement technique is a prerequisite for learning the Super God genetic technique." Super God gene? Chu Yang froze. He had only wanted to come to the treasure house of knowledge to set his mind at rest, and in the meantime, find out if he could help those hospitalized soldiers recover. But now, he seems to have found something remarkable. "Pull up the information about the Super God gene for me," Chu Yang softly said. In the next second, in his hand appeared a document that recorded the Super God gene technology. But say its information, more like the historical development of the Super God gene. Turning to the first page, the explanation about the Super God gene came out. The 3,000 laws of the Tao originate from nature, and the universe itself has its own rules of operation. And the essence of the rules originates from the life gene chain that constitutes the organisms and the dark matter energy that is ubiquitous in the universe. Genetic chains and dark matter energy are also essentially nothing more than the evolution of the underlying fundamental rule data of the universe after they converge. As long as one masters the cosmic data, one is able to rationalize the creation of a super god gene to communicate the power of the universe with a mortal body. After waiting to carefully go through the contents of an entire book, Chu Yang's back was shocked into a cold sweat. What was he exposed to? It's called the Cosmic Code? The beginnings of the Super God gene originated from the genetic optimization technology of a certain higher civilization in the universe at one time. Through certain technological means, it is possible to stimulate mutation and evolution of genes in living organisms. Ultimately, the combined strength of the creature's speed, reflexes and recovery ability will be as high as the peak value of its own genes can reach. And even further is the fusion of racial genes. The ability to gain access to the genes of other organisms can be achieved by incorporating important genomes of other organisms into the gene fragments of the native organism. An example is the ability of plants to photosynthesize. A genetic fragment that incorporates such abilities can serve the purpose of borrowing stellar power to enhance one's overall strength. Of course, this is still only the power of the initial etc. A step above that is the dark matter code. After being exposed to the field of dark matter and fully understanding the composition and operational codes of dark matter energy, by obtaining the cosmic data of dark matter, it is possible to incorporate the cosmic data of dark matter into biological genes. Gives creatures the power to control dark energy. With the manipulation of dark matter energy, not only can you achieve with mortal strength, open wormholes, make space jumps, space transients and other operations close to God, we can also control the data of dark matter energy fluctuations in the operation of natural phenomena. It is possible to simulate such fluctuating data to achieve control over the power of flames, hurricanes, and even lightning. This made Chu Yang couldn't help but trigger some reverie. Ancient Chinese mythology also contains legends of various fairy spells, shrinking the earth, 3 flavors of fire, dryness in the sleeve, and so on. All of this can actually be explained by dark matter energy now. Shrinking is basically already implemented. It's just a higher level of curvature drive. The 3 flavors of true flame could well be the result of controlling dark matter energy and then using it to simulate the dark matter composition data of a particular flame in the universe to form the 3 flavors of true flame. The sleeve, on the other hand, is a cosmic space construct built. Take control of the dark matter data built up in cosmic space, and then use the dark matter energy under your control to form a small space for your own use, etc. It's like ancient people looking at modern people. People nowadays are able to fly into the sky in airplanes, drive a car 1,000 miles a day, etc. Doesn't that seem like a miracle too? Ancient myths. It may not be the reality. Thinking of this, Xu Yang did not dare to think any further and quickly closed the information data about the super god gene. Think about it any further. He felt like his worldview was about to collapse. This level of technology was definitely not something that the current him would have access to. After quickly casting this thought aside, Xu Yang then continued to ask, what if it's a pure biogenetic potion that promotes the rebirth of human severed limbs? Roughly how many books of information would I need to read and how much time would I need? Given that you haven't studied everything about the genetics category, in order to get the biogenetic potion technology for human genetic amputation rebirth, you need to read at least nearly 500 books about biogenetics and 100 books about drugs in the herbal potency category. Forget it, forget it. Xu Yang instantly shook his head. Even if he himself possessed the ability to forget everything, coupled with the fact that he was able to stay in a special state of enlightenment by studying inside the treasure house of knowledge, it quickly allowed him to integrate what he had memorized. But that's a whole 600 books. He would have to watch it for almost a year without sleep at least. That's way too slow. But nah, biogenetics is inherently a very complex project. Mutations can't be managed. Xu Yang can only settle for the second best. Turning to mechanical technology, give me relevant information and design drawings about human bionic prosthetic limb data. Inside the hotel room, Lin Qingxue didn't even know that Xu Yang's consciousness had already appeared within the treasure house of eternal knowledge. Eyes flickered as they stared at him for a moment, discovering that Xu Yang seemed to be thoroughly asleep. Her hanging heart then gradually landed on the ground, her body gradually relaxing. But the next second, she then inexplicably glared at Xu Yang again. I'm such a pretty girl sleeping next to you, and you actually fell asleep like that. Are you still a man? That's why girls will always be the cutest and most complex creatures in the universe. It's like this time of year when you're neither expected to mess up nor not come. Chapter 48, 3 Years of Blood Money. Day 2. Near noon, the sun shone through the window onto the quilt in the room, and Lin Qingxue's cell phone suddenly rang. Who is it? Lin Qingxue somewhat impatiently reached out and fumbled next to her pillow for a few moments, and after slightly opening her eyes, she saw that it was Li Chen who had called, and then immediately crossed her cell phone screen and connected the call. Li Chen's gossipy voice soon came from inside the phone. Qingxue, what's your situation here? It's almost noon and you're still not going back to school? This was the first time in over a year of college that Lin Qingxue had stayed out at night. It's noon. Lin Qingxue was a little disoriented from her sleep, but immediately afterward, the expression on her face instantly solidified. How she felt as if something heavy was pressing on her body, especially on her chest. Next, Xu Yang, get up! Lin Qingxue screamed. Xu Yang, what Xu Yang? Li Chen inside the phone was immediately shocked. Qingxue, you stayed out all night last night. It wouldn't be that you went out with Xu Yang to get a room, right? Qianxian, I still have things on my side. I'll explain to you later. Lin Qingxue quickly explained, then directly hung up the phone. At this time, Xu Yang, who was woken up, also slowly opened his own eyes, feeling that his palm seemed to have been placed in a very soft place. Subconsciously he moved his hand and pinched it. You're still moving around. Lin Qingxue shyly reddened her cheeks. Xu Yang got up somewhat confused, and after sitting up and rubbing his eyes that were still drowsy, he immediately opened his mouth and asked, Qingxue, what's wrong? The result is the next second. His eyes, which had just opened, saw a slap coming from far to near and finally slapping him heavily on the face. Lin Qingxue said angrily, you still have the face to say that? What happened to me? Xu Yang was a little aggravated. How come this just woke up and slapped me? I didn't mess around last night, Lin Qingxue's face reddened to the point where it seemed like it was about to drip. Your hand, you just placed it on my. At the end of the sentence, she just couldn't go on. This. Xu Yang instantly came to his senses completely, and hurriedly explained, that I didn't do it on purpose. Stop it. Lin Qingxue quickly climbed up from the bed and viciously cut Xu Yang a glance. This matter, you're not allowed to mention it anymore. And even more so, you're not allowed to let others know about it. Xu Yang nodded his head repeatedly. Understood. Then the next second, he sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly rubbed his cheeks. It's time to say no. The strength of Lin Qingxue's slap. That's strong. Are you alright? Lin Qingxue nervously came to Xu Yang's face again, quickly reaching out to try to rub Xu Yang. She ended up catching the palm of Xu Yang's hand that was rubbing his face. Shasta. An electrifying sensation instantly appeared in the duo's hands. Lin Qingxue quickly withdrew her palm, her gaze somewhat not daring to meet Xu Yang's. Then, I'll get up first. She then quickly got up from the bed and quickly ran inside the bathroom, and seeing Lin Qingxue slipping away, Xu Yang then drew another breath of cool air and quickly rubbed his cheeks. Holy, this slap is also too hard. Then quickly grabbed his cell phone and turned on the cell phone camera to take a look. A bright red slap mark was slowly emerging. The corner of Xu Yang's mouth instantly twitched. Broken face. Ah, how's that gonna get him out there today? After that, Chu Yang then also quickly climbed up from the bed, listened to the sound of water flowing on the wash basin inside the bathroom, and knocked on the frosted texture glass door of the bathroom. Lin Xingxue immediately opened the glass door. The redness on her face had disappeared quite a bit, but her gaze towards Chu Yang was still somewhat evasive. She opened her mouth and asked, "Is something wrong?" Chu Yang pointed to his cheek that had already surfaced with a slap mark on one side, and directly blocked the bathroom doorway. "This face of mine is now red like this. Are you going to be responsible for it?" Lin Xingxue froze for a moment. After seeing the slap mark on Chu Yang's face that matched his own palm perfectly, he immediately couldn't help but laugh. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was trying to hold it back, but I really didn't. This slap mark, look. It's just too funny." The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. Then he continued to take a step forward. "Also, you slept with me last night. You mustn't be responsible for that? What do you mean I put you to sleep?" Lin Xingxue instantly widened her eyes. "Old lady didn't even move you last night. This is also called sleeping?" But immediately after that she smiled playfully. "Sleeping is sleeping. We are innocent between us, and did not do anything. What is the responsibility?" She looked up at Chu Yang again. "Moreover, now that you're a freshman and I'm a sophomore, call out to me as a senior sister? Calling school sister?" Chu Yang froze for a moment, and his face instantly became odd. This lone man and woman sharing a room. Isn't it a bit too exciting to call a schoolmate? In the next moment, Chu Yang was instantly playful. Taking one step directly in front of Lin Xingxue, she blocked her in the position of the wash basin and teasingly said, "Senior sister, do you know that this kind of behavior you're doing right now makes people feel like they want to commit a crime?" Lin Xingxue was stunned for a second. Looking at Chu Yang who kept coming over, his body subconsciously fell backward. Finally, after realizing that there was really no way to retreat, she then stubbornly looked up, her eyes panicked and pretending to be calm. "What are you doing?" Lin Xingxue was nearly 1.75 meters. However, in front of Chu Yang's height of a meter or so, he still had to helplessly raise his head. Chu Yang directly lowered his head and met her bright eyes. In this current situation, Lin Xingxue's stubborn little appearance appeared more and more adorable. Finally Chu Yang directly bent down, came to Lin Xingxue's ear, gently puffed out a mouthful of hot air. 3 years of blood money, death penalty is not a loss of the kind. You, don't mess around. Lin Xingxue forced herself to fall back a little more, but Chu Yang was just too close, so close that she was even able to smell the exclusive smell of Chu Yang's body. Chapter 49, Deliberate. Chu Yang must be deliberate. Chu Yang teasingly laughed, slowly continuing to lean over towards Lin Xingxue's eyes. "What if I have to mess around? You rascal." Lin Xingxue immediately closed her eyes nervously, her heartbeat speeding up. No way. He's not going to kiss me, is he? If he kisses me, do I resist, or what do I do? Finally, nervously holding his breath, going out on a limb. A kiss is a kiss. It's not like they're going to die anyway. But then she was a little scared. What should she do if Chu Yang kissed her and then did something else? Will she say yes, or no? However, in the next second, Chu Yang suddenly laughed and raised his hand to flick her on the forehead. "Little cutie, if I really wanted to mess around, do you think you would still be able to stand in front of me intact right now?" Lin Xingxue slowly opened her eyes, standing in front of him intact. What's that supposed to mean? In the next second, however, her cheeks instantly flushed crimson and she spat in her mind. He too a stinking rascal. Chu Yang bypassed Lin Xingxue and unwrapped the wash set on the nearby washstand. "Take out your toothbrush and squeeze the toothpaste. By the way," he also grabbed a nearby mouthwash cup and filled it with water. Getting some of these ready, he then handed his toothbrush to Lin Xingxue. "Brush your teeth first. After that, I'll take you to lunch and go back to school together." "Ow." Lin Xingxue reacted half a beat slower and nodded. After receiving the toothbrush in Chu Yang's hand, he silently started brushing his teeth. Chu Yang continued, "However, before we eat, you still have to do something for me." "Ha?" Lin Xingxue froze again. "What else do you want?" "Go downstairs to the supermarket and buy a mask for me. I guess this slap mark won't go away for a few hours. How can I go out to meet people without a mask?" "Ha ha 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 ha, that's true." Lin Xingxue couldn't help but laugh. "I'll be sure to buy you a handsome and good-looking mask for you to wear later." Chu Yang helplessly blanked Lin Xingxue. Then he rubbed her hair favorably. "Alright, brush your teeth." With that, he turned and left the bathroom. Lin Xingxue was stunned in place. He just actually touched my head. The next moment, though, she huffed and puffed and beamed. "What's this? This is it? Thanks to me. I thought I'd let you kiss me before. You're not doing anything? Wasted feelings for nothing. Chu Yang, are you still not a man?" "Pa!" Lin Xingxue immediately clenched her silver teeth and smashed the mouthwash cup in her hand onto the washstand, brushing her teeth alone and sullenly. When Lin Qingxue finished brushing her teeth and came out, after seeing her sullen appearance, Chu Yang was instantly puzzled. What's wrong with you? Collapsing a face. Who messed with you? It was fine just a minute ago, wasn't it? No. Lin Qingxue bristled. Then he picked up his cell phone and turned toward the outside of the room. What are you doing? Getting you a mask. Silly? After Lin Qingxue came back, Chu Yan was also almost washed up. Looking at the two masks Lin Qingxue was holding in her hand, he immediately asked suspiciously, why did you buy two masks? Isn't one enough? Old lady is happy. Lin Qingxue skimmed her mouth, and after putting on a black mask herself, she handed the other black mask in her hand to Chu Yan. Put it on. It should barely be able to cover the slap marks. Chu Yan looked deeply at Lin Qingxue. After taking the mask and putting it on, he spoke up and asked, what do you want for lunch? Whatever. No randomness. You watched to come? So guess what I'm going to take you to eat later? Fondue? Guess right. Outside the hotel door. When Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue both left the hotel and walked on the road, behind the two of them quietly appeared the figures of two men. It was the same two DSS officers who were ready to fish for Chu Yang last night. Looking at the two who put on masks and walked together with a smile on their faces, one of the General Security Service officers scratched the back of his head in confusion. I'll be damned. That trick of his actually worked? The other person next to him laughed. What? You want a pretty young lady to fish you out of the police station too? There was indeed that thought. Are you as handsome as he is? No. Then please don't daydream about it. What do you mean? We've been partners for years and you're making this personal attack on me? I'm just being honest. The two scuffled around a bit. That's when the classified cell phone on one of the men rang. Get on the phone. After hearing the content inside the phone, the man immediately nodded quickly and finally said with a serious face, I know. Don't worry. If something really goes wrong, even if it's my death, I'll still protect him. What's wrong? The person next to him asked with a grave expression. Something happened? The man nodded. I just received news that someone is eyeing Chu Yang. It should be from the Pacific side. Said he also cursed a sentence. Blame the damn Wuhan's fans. Nothing in the network to expose what net to us to add to the chaos. Originally, Chu Yan's resume was clean and normal schooling was no problem at all. I didn't realize that the results would actually be exposed information. Plus, China is on the cusp because of the emergence of 1 nanometer lithography technology. Come this way. Even if the top stepped in and quickly quelled the matter. But as far as those foreign organizations are concerned, they'd rather kill the wrong person than let any of them go. It was hard for Chu Yang's identity not to be targeted. The next days, some of them are tired. Chu Yang sighed, and Lin Qingxue briefly found a hot pot restaurant. After a hot pot meal, the two waited for a bus to take them back to school. Get in the car. Lin Qingxue immediately took the seat by the window. Chu Yang naturally sat down next to her, then pulled out his cell phone, and incidentally pulled out a set of headphones from inside his own pocket. After plugging the phone with earphones, Chu Yang handed one of the earphones to Lin Qingxue. Want to listen to a song? Good. Lin Qingxue nodded. Then before she could react, Chu Yang directly picked up the headphones and slowly got up from his seat, circled around to Lin Qingxue's front, and with a face full of seriousness, put the headphones on her left ear. Seeing Chu Yang who was close at hand in front of him, Lin Qingxue's heart rate unconsciously sped up. You? What are you doing leaning so close to me? Putting headphones on you. Chu Yang laughed. Why can't we wear the right side? Because I took the left side. Chu Yang smiled playfully, after slowly putting the headphones on for Lin Qingxue. Only then did Chu Yang sit back down again, full of simplicity. If you think wearing the left side doesn't work, why don't I change it over again? No need. Lin Qingxue directly rolled her eyes. Deliberately. Chu Yang definitely did it on purpose. Chapter 50, Make a bet. I'll kiss you if you lose. You kiss me if you win. Sitting on the bus was quiet for a few seconds. Chu Yang then asked again. In a few days it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Do you want to go back for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Lin Qingxue shook her head. No going back. It's just a 3-day vacation. It's too much trouble to go back and forth. After saying that, Lin Qingxue sighed again. It's a pity that after going to college, this is already the second Mid-Autumn Festival that I haven't gone back. So I want to go back to see the fireworks party on the Scholars Island at home. A spot in their old neighborhood. It's a small island that gradually evolved in the middle of a big river because of the rapids back and forth and sand and gravel. And then it became an attraction. New Year's Eve, especially for a grand festival like the Mid-Autumn Festival. After the application, the Scenic Administrative Organization above Scholarship Island will put on a fireworks party on the island. Just after arriving in Kyoto, fireworks were strictly forbidden within Kyoto, and she hadn't seen them in ages. Want to see it very much? Chu Yang asked with a sideways glance. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen the fireworks on Shangnan Scholars Island for a long time since he joined the HAS and left Shangnan. Only a little bit. Lin Qingxue casually replied back, but it's just a thought now. Fireworks are not allowed in Kyoto. Xu Yang smiled mysteriously. That's not necessarily true. How do you know? Well, shall we make a bet? What do you want to bet? Xu Yang smiled playfully. If there are fireworks on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, you'll kiss me. How about it? Bet or not? What if it doesn't? If not, I'll give you a kiss so you don't lose out. It's a big loss. Okay. Lin Qingxue directly rolled her eyes. Little cutie. Only then will I bet with you. Back to school. After accompanying Lin Qingxue to her roommate to finish her meal, Xu Yang sent her back to the dormitory. When Xu Yang returned to the dormitory, Xu Pengfei's few people had not yet returned. Apparently they had also gone to sleep in a room outside last night. After pulling out his cell phone from his body and tapping on a software with a special logo on it, the cell phone screen instantly blue-screened. This was a small software that Xu Yang had casually made when he was at the research base before. There's not much else to use it for, but it was able to detect various signal sources within 20 meters of itself. After confirming that there were no surveillance or listening devices arranged inside the room, Xu Yang then took out his secret cell phone and called Wang Weiman's number. The phone was quickly connected. Inside came Wang Weiman's bright laughter. Xiao Chua, this is not yesterday just met. Today call me what's the matter? Xu Yang pondered for a few seconds. Elder Wang, I intend to apply for a laboratory at the capital university. And then I might also need your side to allocate some materials and equipment over to me. Wang Weiman on the other side of the phone brightened up. Got a new idea? Right. Xu Yang nodded. The relevant materials needed. I'll organize them into a materials list later and send it to you inside your mailbox. Compared to the biotech side, researching genetic agents to revitalize those soldiers' severed limbs is definitely not going to be accomplished in the short term. But mechanical technology is easy. Manufacturing top-notch bionic prosthetics was as simple as fully understanding the human body's structure and then learning the design division of mechanical parts, the basics of which he had learned long ago. Only, after witnessing the information on the super god gene, he's raised the bar for himself quite a bit more. So this time with the bionic prosthetics, he had some other new ideas. Wang Weiman laughed. Yes, you can directly report a project name to come, and then send me the material list, research funds and research materials, etc. I'll get them all ready for you. Xu Yang wanted to do project research that was naturally no problem. It was no exaggeration to say that with regards to the scientific research capabilities currently displayed from Xu Yang, as long as it is not a scientific research project that consumes enough to deplete the country's strength, in terms of funds and materials, the top hates how much Xu Yang wants and how much they will give, because these things are given to him. That's really helpful. Xu Yang pondered for a few seconds. For the name of the project, let's call it the Research on the Single Soldier Mechanical Exoskeleton Armor Project. Inside the office, Wang Weiman's eyes instantly widened in shock. You want to go into exoskeleton armor research? Research on exoskeleton armor. The War Department in conjunction with their Chinese Academy of Sciences have been studying it for almost 10 years. And it's not just WAH. After the concept of exoskeleton armor was introduced many years ago, there have been a number of research institutes in top countries working on this aspect, but with little success. Even boasts in the exoskeleton armor this piece to the forefront of the beautiful country, currently made out of the exoskeleton armor, can only be used as a showpiece, simply cannot be put into the real combat. First of all, energy supply is an issue. None of them currently have a good solution to the problem of supplying exoskeleton armor with energy, and at best, you'll be a real man for 5 minutes. Then there's the overall strength. Because of the immaturity in terms of technology, the exoskeleton armor is made to be completely ineffective against modern construction machinery. Then there is the issue of linkage. Wanted to design an exoskeleton device that would be a sufficient substitute for simulating more than 90% of normal human movement. The knowledge and theories involved in ergonomics, multi-degree of freedom movement and strength checking make the design as difficult as climbing up to the sky. This is not to mention the control program that has to be written after the design is out. This area, they have a long way to go. But in the next second, he quickly laughed. Yes, just wait. I'll get you whatever equipment you need tonight. Whether it's the lab at Kyoto University. Other than that, if you still need manpower, you can also call me, and I'll transfer the relevant researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences side to you. Xu Yang nodded. I'll study it myself for fun first, and when I need manpower, I'll definitely call you. Subsequently, after communicating some details, Xu Yang hung up the phone, quickly opened his own computer, and began to organize a list of the various materials he needed. Half an hour later, Wang Weiman then received a supply list of materials Xu Yang needed: point control CNC machine tools, linear control CNC machine tools, open loop servo system CNC machine tools, gold, titanium alloy. After reading a long list of materials, until you see the end page, the corner of Wang Weiman's mouth, who had been concentrating, suddenly twitched. What's the situation with so many small circuit boards? glowing lead light tubes, and small engine motors? This isn't the part that makes the glowing drones? There's, like, something weird mixed in here? But these things were not even a drop in the bucket compared to the materials needed as before. Although he didn't know what Chu Yang was going to do. But, granted, Chu Yang's contribution to China was worth more than just this price? Chapter 51, Lu Yong's Plan. Evening. An army green truck drove quickly inside Kyoto University. It instantly drew a crowd. Holy, what's with all the Ministry of War transportation trucks? Is this filled with some top-secret instrument that actually uses a department of the army truck? Good lord, what's going on here to make such a big scene? Cafeteria entrance. Chu Yang and Zhu Pengfei, the three of them slowly walked out of the cafeteria. Because of last night's unannounced departure, this time it was Chu Yang's treat to make amends. After seeing these trucks go by, Zhang Mingyang was immediately shocked and shouted towards Chu Yang and the others. Quickly look, what's the situation? This isn't a car from the military department, is it? What special equipment has been sent to our school? Wang Lei pondered for a few seconds. Maybe it's a certain lab in our school that researched some extraordinary technological achievements in order to prevent leakage, so it's possible that people from the military department were specially sent over to transfer the technological achievements overnight. Chu Pengfei, however, looked at Chu Yang and asked, Old 3, what do you think this is for? Chu Yang's heart was clear. This would be the series of equipment that Wang Weiman had sent him. He then laughed and said, I'm not too sure about this, but by the looks of it should be at the state secret level. So it's better not to pry and go back to the dormitory. Hear that? Plus the cars are all driving away. A few people then shrugged and didn't ask any more questions. Early the next morning, because of the reason that they had classes in the morning, the three of them, Zhu Pengfei, got up from their beds early. After washing up, Zhu Pengfei then looked at Chu Yang and asked, Lao San, let's go eat together. Let's go to the classroom together after eating. I've heard that the teacher who's teaching us high math this time is notoriously strict, so don't be late for your first class. Chu Yang smiled. No need. You guys go ahead. Zhu Pengfei was puzzled. Lao San, you're not planning to skip class right after school starts, are you? Chu Yang slowly nodded. I applied for an exemption. If he had been studying mechanical exoskeleton armor at school, he would have followed up with fewer runs to the lab to do research. Even missing time from school is not uncommon. Solely don't go over there. It wasn't like his real purpose for coming to Kyoto University was to learn something anyway. Good lord, how many classes have you been exempted from? Zhang Mingyang was shocked. Inside the university, it is not unusual for some courses to be waived, especially in a school like Kyoto University, where there were many demons. Many people had their own set of methods to study. A lot of the big guns don't go to class year-round, just go over and take the final exam. All of them. Chu Yang nodded slightly. It seems that this is the difference between mortals and geniuses of my generation. The corner of Zhang Mingyang's mouth twitched. Chu Pengfei's trio also quickly accepted the fact that their roommate was a demon. Then let's go have dinner together. After dinner we'll go to class, so you just go about your business. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Good. After having breakfast with Chu Pengfei and the others, Chu Yang came inside the laboratory. Lu Yong had already returned to Jing University and was introducing the laboratory to Chu Yang, Academician Chu. This laboratory is a good new construction in our school. It has not yet been formally put into planning and use, and now his right to use it belongs to you. Where's all the equipment you wanted? All set up for you last night too. Also, there are some other staff members inside this lab, but don't worry, they're all people sent by the military. On the one hand, it's responsible for protecting your safety, and on the other hand, it's just to make up the numbers. After all, this huge laboratory is really a bit conspicuous if you're the only one using it. After the introduction of the general laboratory situation, Lu Yong then looked at Chu Yang with a smile and asked, Chu Academician, how is it? Are you still short of people for the project you are holding? I've got a couple of brainy grad students under me, too, so if you need them, I can call them over to give you a hand, free of charge, and I'll still pay the stipend. After saying that, perhaps for fear that Chu Yang didn't need a graduate student, Lu Yong then laughed again and said, or I'll come over and give you a hand, as long as you need it, I'll be at your beck and call. This is Chu Yang's project. It's definitely a dip to be a part of it. Chu Yang laughed and shook his head. I'll just make it casual. I don't need too much manpower for the time being. When the need arises, I'll definitely invite you. This way. Lu Yong was a little disappointed, but he didn't say anything. After all, Chu Yang was not going directly to the research base now, but continuing to stay at the capital university to conduct research, which was already a good sign. Still, just that is not quite enough. Once he left the lab, he rubbed his chin for a moment, then slapped his thigh. That's it. Chu Yang should be running towards Lin Xingxue, in order for Chu Yang to always be able to stay at the capital university. That girl, Lin Xingxue, Must stay at King's University. You still want to graduate with a bachelor's degree? Not until the PhD. You'll see if our school releases anyone. As far as this current situation was concerned, as long as Lin Qingxue was at the capital university, Xu Yang would be at the capital university. It's been a long time. Even if the school students couldn't get into Xu Yang's lab, it can also leave a few scented favorites. Chapter 52, Lin Qingxue, what are you doing? And after Lu Yong left, looking at the large, empty lab, and after a precision instrument placed inside, Xu Yang clapped his palms to cheer himself up. Alright, let's begin. In the next second, he walked over to the central mainframe of the lab, pulled out a silver USB flash drive from his own body, and inserted it on top of the mainframe. In the next second, the screen of the lab's mainframe computer instantly blue-screened, displaying a white progress bar on it. 0%, 10%, 20%, 100%, in just a few seconds. However, the program inside the flash drive was completely uploaded within the internet. After Xu Yang pulled out the USB flash drive, the basilisk-looking desktop pad appeared on the host computer's desktop. After watching the appearance of this basilisk, Xu Yang immediately revealed a smirk on his face. Xuanwu, from now on, you'll take over all the network devices within the lab. Okay. An electronic synthesized voice came out of the stereo connected to the mainframe. Hearing this voice, Xu Yang secretly nodded. It was weak AI software he had designed, written in a set of programming languages inside the treasure trove of knowledge, has the ability to think simply and independently and is a superb learner. The moment it is uploaded onto the network, it exists in the entire virtual network and is only independent of him. Next, Xu Yang began to remodel the various mechanical equipment inside the lab, because the amount of work involved in creating exoskeleton armor was simply too much for him to handle alone. As for recruiting researchers, there is no need at all. In comparison, he prefers a group of fully automated, intelligent robots that can directly follow his instructions. Behave yourself, and no need for rest. It's very suitable free labor. His goal today was to transform all the precision instruments inside this lab into fully intelligent and fully automated instruments. They are then strung together into a complete production line that is eventually used to produce every component of the exoskeleton armor. Of course, that's still just the first step. 2. The design of the initial exoskeleton armor was already inside his head. Only the parts produced would only address the flexibility of the exoskeleton armor. Of course, this was already a big breakthrough for the many institutes out there working on exoskeleton technology. This is because the exoskeleton armor that is currently being researched on the market has very poor flexibility and mobility. When a person puts it on, they will only feel like they are inside an iron shell, and when they walk, they will have a very stiff and bulky feeling. And the problem of flexibility was completely solved within the design diagram that Xu Yang obtained. What follows is the energy drive and the hours of operation, which, of course, can be said to be a problem with the same module. The more powerful the energy source, the more power the drive generates, and naturally the more hours of work. Afterward, when the basic outline of the exoskeleton was assembled, he would have to think about the energy drive core, and some of the weapon systems that would need to be equipped on it later. An exoskeleton is simply also known as a mech, and in Xu Yang's opinion, the significance of the existence of mechs was war and guarding. When necessary, the soldier in the mech must have the superior force to penetrate the enemy sea independently and strike right at the heart of the enemy. Of course, this could be considered, as well, some of the little romances that men dream of. Other side, inside the girls' dormitory, since Lin Qingxue and the girls didn't have any classes in the morning, they didn't go to the school building. Li Qian was resting while the other two students went to the school library to read books. As for Lin Qingxue, she is watching the market, the big stock market. It was one of the reasons she was favored by some of the professors at Kyoto University. Her financial acumen is extremely powerful. In just 1 year of college, he made $300, 000 with $200, 000 in startup money from his family. A near 150% return. But that's when it happened. An email popped up next to the desktop of the computer she was logged into. After seeing this email, Lin Qingxue first froze for a moment before quickly moving her mouse and clicking in. This is an email from Kyoto University, main campus. No way. Is this for real? After Lin Qingxue quickly skimmed through the contents of this email, she immediately screamed in ecstasy inside the dormitory. Oh my god, is this for real? Prof. Zhang is actually going to accept me as her master's degree student. This Professor Zhang she was talking about was a famous professor of finance at Kyoto University. He is also one of the few authoritative professors in economics in the country. It has even followed the drafting of code bills concerning the economic sphere. She had, at first, had the idea of taking this professor to graduate school. I didn't realize that this time I was directly recruited into a master's program without examination, as soon as she finishes her undergraduate degree. It's almost time to go to her side of the family for a master's degree. She then directly took out her cell phone and quickly sent a message to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, Professor Zhang Chunlan Zhang from our college wants to accept me for her master's degree. She's an authoritative professor in economics in China. Li Qian also came over and looked at Lin Qingxue in surprise and asked, Qingxue, this Professor Zhang you're talking about. It can't be the old professor in economics who talked to you before and said that you were welcome to take her graduate exam, right? In their College of Economics and Management. As long as the students who studied economics-related majors, there was basically no one who hadn't heard of this old professor's name. Right. Lin Qingxue nodded heavily. Then she laughed freely. Hurry up and call the two of them back. I'll treat you all out for lunch today. Once you become a disciple of Prof. Chang. Nothing else. In the future, as long as you work in finance and economics, even if it is a first-class top company in China, as long as they go over to work, they are more or less to give some face. And in the lab piece, Chu Yang, who had originally tossed his cell phone aside to modify the instruments at ease, heard a voice from Xuanwu in the lab's mainframe computer. Boss, Lin Qingxue sent a message to you. Chu Yang immediately stopped what he was doing, picked up the cell phone that was not far away on the lab table and looked at it. After seeing the finished message, Chu Yang froze slightly. So suddenly? He remembered that Lu Yong had mentioned this matter when he was at the research base before. Lin Qingxue was quite favored by a few old professors at Kyoto University. But, older professors, who were supposed to start selecting people in their junior year, had already sent over their paperwork for their master's degree in their sophomore year, and it was his first day in the KYU lab. There's some mystery to the relationship, and this time, looking at Chu Yang who was slow to reply to the message, Lin Qingxue sent another message over. What are you doing? Chapter 53, what are you staring at me for? Chu Yang smiled. What? It's only been a day since I've seen you and you miss me? Not at all. Lin Qingxue immediately returned a message. Chu Yang smiled. Then to celebrate a good news. Do you have to treat me to a meal at noon? Shouldn't it be you who invites me? Lin Qingxue inside the dormitory cried and laughed a little. Then she returned another message over. But, I'm not available at noon. Chu Yang froze for a moment. So busy? Don't you have time to have dinner together? Lin Qingxue replied back. I'm going to invite my roommate to dinner at noon, so I can do it in the evening. Evening. The sun was setting in the sky, coloring a line in the sky into a red evening glow. Chu Yang quietly stood on the floor of Lin Qingxue's and their dormitory. After waiting a little while, Lin Qingxue, who was wearing a long white dress, then bounced down the steps of the dormitory building. Finally, she stood smoothly in front of Chu Yang and asked with a smile, You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Chu Yang shook his head. No, I've only just arrived. He then smiled and asked, Have you thought about what you want to eat tonight? Lin Qingxue wrinkled her cute little nose. Let's go to the cafeteria. I've heard that the second cafeteria has come out with a particularly delicious spicy hot pot place. I haven't even gone to eat there yet. No problem. Chu Yang nodded slightly before leading Lin Qingxue in the direction of the school's second cafeteria. Lin Qingxue just quietly walked next to Chu Yang. After looking at Chu Yang's good-looking side face, his heart immediately fluttered and beat wildly again. What if we weren't going to tell him? She was really happy after getting the news at lunch today. Walking bouncy and almost falling. On the way, I met the school's ugly-looking slag cat, Big Orange. When I was in an advanced math class, I was writing a topic and suddenly laughed and got several glares from the crusty old professor. But standing next to Chu Yang, suddenly it felt as if the wind was a little gentler this evening. At this time, Chu Yang suddenly turned back and gave Lin Qingxue a playful glance. After quietly staring at me for so long, have you seen enough? Stare at what? Lin Qingxue's cheeks immediately blushed slightly. It's over. It's over. I can't believe he found out. She then quickly shook her head. What are you looking at? I'm not looking at you. Are you going to be so self-absorbed? Chu Yang didn't say anything. He just looked at Lin Qingxue for a long time with playful eyes. In the end, Lin Qingxue was a bit tense and asked nervously with a blush. What are you staring at me like that for? Because it's good looking, and it's mesmerizing to watch. Lin Qingxue, degree delta degree. Brother, do you want to be so provocative? I'm a little overwhelmed. After blankly glancing at Chu Yang, Lin Qingxue quickly ran towards the front. Too lazy to care about you. Hurry up and go. Let's go eat. Day 2. Mid-Autumn Festival. Inside the girls' dormitory at 8 o'clock at night, Li Qian was bored as she swiped the short video on her phone, then suddenly looked up at Lin Qingxue and said, Qingxue, it's so boring. Why don't a few of us from the dormitory go out at night for a stroll? As a result, before Lin Qingxue could speak, another girl in the dorm just laughed. What's there to hang out for? Don't you know that all the festivals have now become days for couples to show their love? Running out this late at night, eating dog food? The remaining one also nodded in agreement. Right. No go. No go. Out of sight. Out of mind. Lin Qingxue sighed. Don't want to go. What's wrong? Why do you feel that you are a bit unhappy? Do you want to go home? Li Qian said with some surprise. That's not true. Lin Qingxue skimmed her mouth, then glanced down at her cell phone again. Since this morning, Xu Yang had sent her a good morning message. Didn't even post Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Didn't know what to do until now. Stinky man, can't you send me a message? This side of the lab. Xu Yang wiped the fine sweat that emerged on his forehead. Then he looked up at the rows of densely packed, palm-sized drones that were placed in front of his eyes, each of which had various colored LED lights installed on top of them. After wiping his sweat, Xu Yang then opened his mouth and spoke to Xuanwu. Xuanwu, test the connectivity of these devices. Okay boss. Next, the LED lights on these drones in front of Xu Yang's eyes all lit up once. Seeing this, Xu Yang then nodded with satisfaction. Very well, Xuanwu, start the fireworks program. Location, the school playground. Immediately after, these small drones that were lying quietly on the ground then flew up from the lab floor one by one, under Xuanwu's control through the window of the laboratory. In a long line, he quickly flew towards the school's playground. On the other hand, Xu Yang picked up the cell phone in his hand and quickly dialed Lin Qingxue's prestige phone. The call was answered in seconds. Lin Qingxue's crisp voice came from inside. Hey, Xu Yang, what's up? Xu Yang laughed. Go to the balcony of your dormitory and take a look. Balcony? Lin Qingxue froze for a moment. This day did not send a message to himself. Now I'll let himself go to the balcony is what is going on. But then she took her cell phone and walked to the balcony of their dormitory. The balcony of their dormitory was situated in such a way that it happened to have a full view of the entire playground. Xu Yang asked, are we there yet? Lin Qingxue nodded. It's here. Look up at the sky. Look at the sky? Lin Qingxue was a bit confused. However, in the next second, her entire body was directly frozen in place. The playground, a whole 500 small, black drones converged in a single mass, and then, at the same time, began to fly rapidly toward the upper reaches of the sky, until after the drones had all disappeared into the night. First a little bright light appeared in the center. Immediately afterward, this diffuse drone light and shadow was like the stars in the sky, rapidly spreading out in all directions. It's like a firework in bloom. And these fireworks, but also constantly in the sky to arrange combinations, changing the shape of the new fireworks. Did you get all these? Xu Yang sighed and said, yes, it took a day to get it. He was really not expecting it. These 500 drones are so hard to get. Lin Qingxue suddenly laughed. Wait, I'll make a wish first. What do you want to wish for? Take a guess? Xu Yang laughed. Can't guess. You can't possibly wish me a long life, right? And what if you were in my wish? Chapter 54, You're All My Stars. Xu Yang was stunned for a moment. Lin Qingxue then slowly said to Xu Yang on the phone, Xu Yang, let's meet, right now. Xu Yang hadn't yet recovered from Lin Qingxue's sentence. After freezing for a long time, this was returned somewhat stiffly. Okay, where is it? It's in the playground. Li Qian and the others also rushed out from the dormitory. Wow, this drone's light fireworks show is too good to be true. This if anyone puts up a fireworks show like this for me, I'll definitely marry him. Which bully president of our school is coaxing his little petite wife again? This is too enviable. Good lord, that's too romantic. Then they saw Lin Lixue who was preparing to leave. Li Qian turned around and asked, Qingxue, where are you going? Get out. Lin Qingxue didn't explain too much and quickly left the dormitory. Inside the lab, Xu Yang also changed out of the lab wearing a white coat and quickly came to the playground. The streetlights on either side of the playground track were still on. There were all kinds of couples of all shapes and sizes sitting on the lawn. There's also the boys and girls dormitory sororities mucking about in the playground, as well as performances by the school's music clubs, which seemed to be buzzing with activity. As for Xu Yang, he also met Lin Qingxue who was waiting for him at the location he and Lin Qingxue had agreed upon. He then quickly ran to Lin Qingxue. Sorry for the long wait. Not long, I just arrived as well. Lin Qingxue shook her head, then casually sat down on an open space in the playground, smilingly beckoning towards Xu Yang. Sit over here. Xu Yang slowly sat down next to Lin Qingxue. A breeze blew by, and he was even able to smell an ethereal scent wafting from Lin Qingxue's body. Lin Qingxue smiled brightly. You close your eyes first. Going to fulfill the bet? Xu Yang smiled. You close your eyes first. Lin Qingxue immediately pouted. Xu Yang smiled and closed his own eyes. Lin Qingxue hesitated for a few seconds. Then she quickly came to Xu Yang's face and kissed him on the side of his cheek like a dragonfly. In the next second, Xu Yang violently opened his own eyes. Lin Qingxue was a bit vain. Don't think nonsense. This is just to fulfill the bet on the bus that day. Nothing else. Xu Yang smiled. Is it really just honoring the bet? What else do you want? Lin Qingxue bristled arrogantly. Chu Yang directly reached out and pulled Lin Qingxue, who was sitting next to him, into his arms. Dimly lit, the two men's eyes quickly met. Lin Qingxue tensed up. You, what do you want? Do you know a saying? Chu Yang's gaze towards Lin Qingxue gradually sizzled. Courtesy. Lin Qingxue's heart snapped and her heart thumped wildly. So, I like it. You have to kiss me. Next. Before Lin Qingxue could react, Chu Yang directly blocked her mouth. Lin Qingxue's brain instantly went blank. Wow. You the man. It's not about martial arts. It's about sneak attacks. Only after half a minute did Lin Qingxue blush and break away from Chu Yang's arms, pouting and glaring at Chu Yang. Bad guy. If men aren't bad, women don't love them. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders, then looked at Lin Qingxue and smiled. So, did you hear what I just said? Which sentence? Lin Qingxue began to play dumb. I like you. I didn't hear it. Lin Qingxue laughed. Say that again? I like you. Lin Qingxue laughed. Why don't I know? How long have you liked it? Chu Yang reached out and hugged Lin Qingxue into his arms again, and said in a warm voice, I'm not too sure. Only, one glance for 10,000 years. So this is considered a confession by you? Lin Qingxue obediently leaned into Chu Yang's embrace, then wrinkled her cute little nose again. It feels like if I directly agreed to you like this, I'm rather losing out. So if you say some more nice words and coax me, maybe I'll agree once I'm happy. What do you want to hear? I'll listen to whatever you say. Chu Yang pondered a little for a few seconds, looked up at the stars that kept flickering in the sky, and slowly said, You should know, right, that the universe came from the Big Bang. Lin Qingxue nodded. No. So every atom in your body came from an exploded star. The atoms that formed your left hand may have come from a different star than the atoms in your right hand, and the atoms that formed your hair may have come from billions of stars each. Lin Qingxue looked up slightly. So, you are all the stars for me. Chapter 55, I'd like to take your dress to dinner, and if it's convenient, you can come along too. 2 days later, in the lab at Kyoto University, in the center of the experiment, on a huge workbench, a variety of mechanical tentacles, constantly from the platform on both sides of the shelf constantly picked up a variety of parts. Quickly these parts, assembled into a 2-meter-high steel man model. Only in the back of this Iron Man model, there was also a huge transportation circuit pipe inserted. Xuanwu, conduct a joint adjustment test. Xu Yang began to give orders. Boss, want some music? I can get him to do a disco buckle. Xu Yang nodded. Yes, you can. Just watch. It's been 2 days of massed work inside this lab, and it's not like I can't listen to a song and kind of relax. Understood. In the next second, a powerful song appeared inside the laboratory, and along with the beginning of the song's intro, the left leg of this empty shell of a steel man model then directly began to take a step forward, and with the sound of a lyrics coming out, the Iron Man model immediately began to pulsate, and as the accompanying song's tempo grew more and more upbeat, so did the steel man's bouncing rhythm. Come to the left and draw a dragon with me and a rainbow on your right. Let's go. Good lord, what's going on inside this lab? Isn't that a little upbeat? How do I get the feeling that it's smashing the wall in there? In a thumping, hammering 80? Outside the lab, some of the DSS personnel disguised as lab workers, as well as some of the military personnel from the Ministry of War who had been transferred over for security, had stretched their ears. However, because the inside of the lab is fully sealed, aside from Chu Yang, none of them had the authority to enter the laboratory, so they also had no idea what was going on inside the laboratory. One song played, the Man of Steel also just slowly returned to where it had been standing in the first place. Xianwu laughed cheerfully. Boss, how was it? How was this dance just now? Average. Chu Yang nodded his head as he somewhat wanted to laugh. Then he gave his next command. The overall maneuverability and flexibility is still good. This initial generation mecha, let's call the name White Tiger Mecha. File the model drawings for the White Tiger 1. Then build me a 3D model of the White Tiger 1 out on the computer and I'll see which color is better to put on it. The White Tiger Type 1 mech. The whole body is made of titanium alloy. This white shaking mold, it always looks like it doesn't have enough character. Okay, Xianwu returned. In the next moment, a 3D stereoscopic image of the White Tiger Type 1 was immediately recorded on a computer not far from the side, all on black and see. In the next second, the shell of the White Tiger Type 1 mech in the stereo image turned all black. No, it's too dark to look good. 7 colors? Too flowery, and this is even uglier. In the end, Xuanwu was really tossed out by Chu Yang. This one's aesthetics didn't seem to be good either. It directly selected some anime products from inside the web gallery, the shape drawings of various armors. Boss, why don't you take a look at the colors of these armors? Which one do you like? That's fine. Chu Yang nodded his head and began to carefully pick it out. Finally, he had his eye on a model of fire dragon armor. The whole body is red, and some parts of the lines are made up of gold. This is it. Send it over for painting. After directly finalizing it, Chu Yang took out his cell phone from his own body, and after glancing at the time, it was already almost 12 noon. Chu Yang flipped through the circle of friends again. Then he saw a photo that Lin Qingxue had posted on her friend circle 2 hours ago. Today she was wearing a short-sleeved red French dress and was leaning against the sun next to the soccer goal frame next to the school playground with her roommate, with the caption, "The sun is shining today. See here." After a slight hesitation for a few seconds, Chu Yang clicked on Lin Qingxue's avatar and sent a message over. "I see that the dress you wore this morning is nice. I would like to treat her to a meal, so if it's convenient, you can follow along." Ever since that night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lin Qingxue had been avoiding him for the past 2 days. Said something about having to think about it for 2 more days before giving him an answer. All other chats are rebuffed. A few seconds later, Lin Qingxue messaged back, "Skirt? She's not available yay. She's already gone shopping with her immortal and lovely mistress." In the meantime, on the corner of a street in Kyoto rests a black van. Inside the van, a few of them, their gazes were staring intently at Lin Qingxue, who was accompanying her roommate to buy milk tea on the side of the road. A young man in the passenger car asked towards a middle-aged man in the main driver, "Captain, do you think we'll be able to lure out that Chu Yang after we capture that girl?" "Absolutely." The man's eyes were ferocious. That Chu Yang stays inside that lab in their school all day long and doesn't come out. And even when he does come out, he's surrounded by all the people from the General Security Department guarding him. There's definitely a big problem with him. But then he smiled. It's not practical to go straight to the lab and get him. But the girl is different. I've investigated. Her relationship with Chu Yang is extraordinary. And there are even people from the General Security Department surrounding her to set up controls. But at the very least, there's still a chance on her side. As long as I catch her, I have ways to make that Chu Yang compromise. Chapter 56, Lin Qingxue was kidnapped. From now on, you're only allowed to enter, not to leave. Went out shopping? Chu Yang froze. Well, then I'll have to eat alone at noon. Xian Wu, the doorway, please ask someone to help me go to the cafeteria to play a meal over. A cafeteria's fried meat with bean curd bamboo will do. After saying that, Chu Yang looked up again and asked, "Is the lithium-air battery ready?" This lithium-air battery technology is something he took straight from the treasure trove of knowledge. In fact, it's not as if there aren't people on the planet right now working on projects about lithium-air batteries, but there's also a large segment of the population that doesn't see the rationale for lithium-air batteries, because lithium is an extremely reactive metallic element. It can react with almost all gases in the air except rare gases, unless, of course, it is possible to isolate the oxygen in the air and build a closed environment where only the oxygen naturally enters the reaction system built out of lithium. And the most excellent approach to this conception is the direct use of special micromolecular physical diaphragms. In the area where the lithium battery is in contact with air, this diaphragm is used to isolate other elements in the air. But this thing is easier said than done. Doing it up is hard. Current technology on Earth is completely incapable of reaching this level. And in the treasure trove of knowledge, Chu Yang just made a slight inquiry and found out the manufacturing technology of the high permeability oxygen molecule separation membrane. However, due to the problem of basic technology, yesterday he had to remodel the instruments inside the lab and assembled a set of devices to produce a high permeability oxygen molecule separation membrane by himself. Of course, the technique is difficult as it gets, but after the breakthrough, the benefits brought out were predictable. Compared to conventional lithium-ion batteries, lithium-air batteries are able to complete the reaction by consuming only oxygen in the air because they do not need to consume the reactants at the cathode at all. And the theory is that there is an almost inexhaustible supply of oxygen in the air. So the energy reserve of lithium-air batteries depends only on the weight of the electrodes on this side of the lithium metal. And the energy reserve of lithium-air batteries will be more than 5 times that of ordinary lithium batteries in the same volume. And after hearing Chu Yang's question about the lithium-air battery, Xuanwu immediately quickly replied, "The lithium-air battery has been encapsulated. Do we need to conduct an energy test now? Go and take a look." Chu Yang nodded. Then it was time to walk over to the lab's instrument that specialized in testing energy strength. A large intelligent mobile forklift, at the moment, is from the lithium-air battery assembly workbench in the distance next to it. Using the fork at the front end, quickly forked up a piece of lithium-air battery on the workbench that had just been encapsulated. Total weight is close to 100 kilograms. The shape was also designed to fit the White Tiger Type 1 mesh, and was designed to look like a backpack. When in use, simply mount this battery in the back, with little or no impact on the flexibility of the White Tiger 1 itself. After placing this battery on the test bench of the energy tester, immediately from above the inspection table several mechanical arms appeared, pulling a data wire and connecting it to the positive and negative terminals of the lithium-air battery. Begin the energy detection. Along with Chu Yang's words fell, a reaction begins immediately inside the lithium-air battery. and on top of the display next to him, a data box quickly appeared, and the data on it continued to rise. Energy density 100 kilowatts, energy density 200 kilowatts, energy density 300 kilowatts. The test consumed close to a minute in total. Soon, the data inside the data box settled into a stable range, energy density 13,200 kilowatts. After seeing this energy density, Chu Yang immediately nodded with satisfaction. This measurement is every 1 kilogram lithium can achieve energy density. This level of energy density has been fully comparable to ordinary fuel cars. What's left next is a real-world test. Although it is absolutely fine to install this level of battery in a car, but it's for mechs. Although Chu Yang had not yet designed a corresponding weapon module within the mech, but the driver module he's already added. On the soles of the mech's feet, there are two miniature curvature drives that are fully capable of reaching speeds of 100 meters per second at full power exertion. 20 minutes later, Chu Yang got the rotisserie fried meat sent over by the General Security Administration personnel from the doorway, then nestled inside the lab and ate it with relish. And on the other side, Lin Xingxue also came out from inside a shopping mall with a few of her roommates, carrying a few handbags of loaded clothes in her hands. Girls, shopping in addition to eat, the rest is to buy. However, it was at this time, just as they walked to the side of the road, a black van directly ignored the red light and quickly rushed in front of Lin Xingxue and the few of them. When the car door opened, a few strong men came down and forcefully grabbed Lin Xingxue into the car. Ha ha, boss, got it. One of them laughed out loud. Run away according to the original plan. The middle-aged man driving the car also laughed. This time, they're kind of taking a huge risk, snatching people right out from under the noses of the General Security Service personnel. But the rewards received are definitely proportional. As soon as they escaped Kyoto, they could immediately run back. Something's wrong. On the other side, the faces of several General Security Department personnel who had been keeping an eye on Lin Xingxue in the shadows instantly changed drastically. Quickly notify the General Security Department. Lin Xingxue has been abducted, suspected to be the activities of an offshore organization. Several of them were sent over to secretly protect Lin Xingxue. After all, although Chu Yang was not yet with Lin Xingxue, but it was still someone who had a significant relationship with Chu Yang, and Chu Yang is an important scientific researcher who has been named by the top to focus on. This is if something happens to Lin Xingxue. Who knew what kind of things Chu Yang would do? Office of the General Security Service. Lu Changqing has had a very nourishing 2 days. Chu Yang was honestly working on the project he was holding in the laboratory of the capital university, so he just had to send people to guard the surroundings of the capital university. As soon as we find one, we'll arrest one. We've already taken out several foreign spy organizations one after another. At that moment, the phone he had placed on the table suddenly rang, and after casually connecting the call, the urgent voice of a General Security Administration officer immediately came out of the phone. Administrator, Lin Xingxue has been kidnapped. What? Lu Changqing instantly stood up from his seat in shock. It's only been 2 days. Another accident? According to how important Chu Yang was to Lin Xingxue, if something happened to Lin Xingxue, wouldn't that guy have to blow up? This guy is now the only one in the country who has won the National Medal of Honor. Previous. It's Mr. Shen. The significance of this is self-evident. If something goes wrong with Chu Yang, all of them are going down with it. Then the expression on his face became serious. Immediately send a notice to all departments in Kyoto. Now within Kyoto, only allowed to enter, not allowed to leave. When to find Lin Xingxue, only to give me unblocked. Then immediately have the General Security Service personnel at Kyoto University notify Chu Yang and properly calm him down. As for the rest of the deployment, wait for my orders later. Chapter 57, Blame Your Boyfriend, Not Us. On the road, Li Chen and the two roommates next to her looked at this sudden scene instantly panicked. What's going on here? But then she calmed down quickly, pulled out her own cell phone, and dialed the police. Alarm! This matter must be reported to the police immediately. After living for more than 20 years, it was literally the first time she had encountered such a thing. The alarm call was quickly answered and a soft woman's voice came from it. Hello, Alarm Center, how may I help you? Li Qian's voice trembled a little. I want to call the police. My roommate was kidnapped by a group of unidentified people on the street. The location is near the Trade and Commerce Building in Chaoyang District. After saying that she carefully recalled what that license plate number looked like, she continued. It was a black van, and the license plate number on the van, if I'm not mistaken, should be Beijing AXXXX. The policewoman inside the phone quickly confirmed. Is it confirmed that it was kidnapped? Li Qian quickly nodded. I confirm. Okay. The policewoman on the other side of the phone immediately nodded and said, This young lady, if you have time, can I trouble you to come to the police station now? We need to record in detail the information you said, and then carefully recall. Your roommate in the usual. There is no offense to anyone. In this way, it is more convenient for us to handle the case in the police station. No problem, we'll go over right away. Li Chen nodded her head repeatedly, and after hanging up the phone, she immediately took the other two roommates to take a taxi in the direction of the police station. It's clear that this kidnapping was definitely premeditated, but she really didn't think that Lin Xingxue hadn't sinned against anyone in her life. So how could someone come over and kidnap her so blatantly? And at the Kyoto Police Department's commissioner's office, after receiving the phone call from Lu Changqing of the General Security Department, the Kyoto Police Commissioner wearing a white shirt nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, don't worry, our police department will definitely cooperate fully in this matter, and find the kidnappers as fast as possible. When the phone hung up, he saw the photo of a paper document sent over by Lu Changqing on his cell phone screen. Lin Xingxue? After seeing the name and photo on the document, the police commissioner instantly froze. The call he had just received was to go find a girl named Lin Xingxue on this file, and even included a license plate number for the reason of the kidnapping. But the exact reason, or anything else, is not mentioned at all. Which family's daughter is this? The administrator began to secretly think about it, but at his level, basically the families of the top leaders on this side of Kyoto have all met, and even if they haven't, they probably know the name. But Lin Xingxue was the first name she had heard, but he didn't think so much about it anymore. It was the General Security Administration that had stepped in, and it was Lu Changqing's phone that had personally called his cell phone. Without even thinking about it, this Lin Xingxue in the photo must have an extraordinary relationship, or rather, special status. In any case, this was something that he absolutely could not slack off on. He then tightly clutched the cell phone in his hand and quickly dialed the landline phone in front of him. Get me the head of the traffic police department. I want to talk to him right now. Soon, the phone was picked up, and a middle-aged man's voice came from it. Administrator, what are your instructions? The white-shirt administrator said in a hurry. Lao Zhou, I'll send a picture to your cell phone right away. From now on, your traffic police department is going to be busy. I don't care if you're looking for it in the big data or setting up a roadblock halfway through the day. Anyway, do whatever it takes to find that girl on the paperwork for me, and that car. After saying that, he also emphasized, note that this is a mission sent down from the side of the General Security Administration, so I have reason to suspect that this incident should have the shadow of an offshore organization. You guys must pay close attention to it, and the people on the opposite side may have guns in their hands. Make sure to ensure the safety of the girl in the photo. As for the others, in case of force majeure, they may be allowed to shoot on the spot, and this time, the operation is a success, not a failure. If it's screwed up, then you're on your own. Soon, a temporary command post was set up directly on the police station side. The traffic police department, the information department, and even the SWAT department. All three departments worked together on the case. Various main roads in Kyoto, countless police cars whizzed by, all the police officers on vacation, all returned to their own posts, and there were even SWAT officers in explosion-proof armored cars. Everyone was loaded and serious. In the sky, several helicopters also quickly appeared and began a carpet search of the ground. Seeing this scene instantly drew countless people around. Is this going to be a drill? With so many police department cars out? The special police are out, and there are helicopters. What's the big deal here? It can't be an offshore organization operating in Kyoto, can it? Off the charts. What kind of person is this going to catch that it's such a big deal? And then quickly, people then noticed some changes around them. At various intersections, more or less 1 or 2 police cars appeared, surrounded by countless armed police officers, as well as special police, are standing at attention, and more relevant police officers began to check the road one by one each car inside the situation. In the meantime, inside a certain alley in Kyoto that circumvents surveillance cameras, the crowd that had just kidnapped Lin Xingxue instantly got out of the car before replacing it with an upscale sedan with blackout curtains. After pushing Lin Xingxue inside the car, these few people then quickly started the car again and ran towards the location on the outskirts of Kyoto. Lin Xingxue's face had turned white. She had lived for almost 20 years and it was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Don't even know what in the world to send what. He was somehow captured by these people. Calm down, calm down. After continuously giving herself a wave of mental hints, Lin Xingxue then took several quick deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down as her brain began to race. At the very least a little. They should be in the escape phase now. And it's true that one hasn't sinned against anyone. The family isn't particularly rich. Talk about kidnapping for ransom level. In other words, those of them who kidnap themselves should have something else in mind. If that's the case, she shouldn't be in any harm's way anytime soon. Thinking of this, Lin Xingxue quickly opened her mouth and asked, "Who the hell are you guys? Why did you kidnap me? I shouldn't have sinned against you, right?" But, even if she was already psyching herself out, but as she spoke, her voice still trembled. Offended is nothing to talk about. The man who was driving smiled. As for the reason why you were kidnapped, if you get the chance later, you can ask your boyfriend yourself. If you want to complain, just go and complain about him too, but don't ever complain about us. We are also acting on the words from above. Chapter 58, Chu Yang's preparation. Battle armor activation. Boyfriend? Lin Qingshue's heart violently trembled. Chu Yang? Why would these people want to threaten Chu Yang by kidnapping themselves? At this time, the young man sitting on the passenger seat of the car suddenly looked at the middle-aged man next to him and said nervously, Captain, a message has been sent over from above for us to pay attention. Now the traffic police, special police, and the General Security Department of Kyoto have all been mobilized, so let's pay attention to it. Moreover, Kyoto has already closed the city. What are you afraid of? Hasn't this been planned for a long time? The middle-aged man sneered. Then through the rearview mirror of the car, he looked at Lin Qingxue, who was sitting in the back row with a shocked face, and teased, Little friend, you still don't know what your boyfriend does for a living, do you? Immediately after that, he smiled rather admiringly. Speaking of which, I have you to thank for this. We weren't sure about the identity of your boyfriend before, but now, I'm completely sure. That little boyfriend of yours is much more than you know. Yo, hear that? Because you were kidnapped by us, the whole of Kyoto is closed. That little boyfriend of yours has a lot of power. Lin Qingxue was stunned. Kyoto is closed? Even if the kidnapping case is really big, it shouldn't reach the point of sealing off the city, right? And what the hell are these people threatening Chu Yang for? The 3 years Chu Yang disappeared, did he really go to cure his illness? But healing? Why would you mess with someone like that? She had just been arrested, but she had seen that in the hands of these people. There were guns. The moment she suddenly couldn't see through Chu Yang somewhat. Kyu Lab. Chu Yang was continuing to study the next step of the weapon template to be installed on top of the White Tiger Type 1 mech. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the lab door. Chu Yang hurriedly put down what he was doing and walked to the door of the laboratory, and after opening the door of the room, he saw those two familiar old acquaintances again. Seeing this, Chu Yang hurriedly asked suspiciously, Both of you, looking for me at this time, is there something? Normally, people from the General Security Administration would not take the initiative to approach themselves, unless, of course, something happened. One of the men glanced at Chu Yang somewhat nervously. Mr. Chu, there is something that we need to inform you about, but I hope that you won't get excited after hearing this news. What happened? Chu Yang's complexion stared. Lin Qingxue has been kidnapped. What? Chu Yang's face instantly sank. When did this happen? Half an hour ago. The man hurriedly said. Our team members from the General Security Department who were responsible for protecting her were protecting her in the dark when they accidentally allowed her to be kidnapped by the kidnappers. The man then apologized and lowered his head. I'm really sorry, Mr. Chu. In this matter, it's our dereliction of duty. Any news on the person? The emotions on Chu Yang's face gradually eased. The man returned. An abandoned van was found, and it is now presumed that they switched vehicles and ran away. Then after a slight pause of a few seconds to organize his language, he looked at Chu Yang and continued, but please rest assured, Kyoto is now blocked off, and our General Security Department has already joined forces with the police department side to search the whole city. They are definitely not able to run out of Kyoto. Is it because of me? Chu Yang asked. There is a high probability that it was at the behest of an offshore organization. That's so. Chu Yang lightly sighed, then looked at the several people. Then this matter will trouble you all. If it is found, I hope that you will continue to give me news. After that, Chu Yang then returned directly to the laboratory and tightly locked the door of the laboratory. Outside the door, the DSS officers were a little confused. What's going on here? Chu Yang had just displayed an attitude that didn't seem to be anxious. Doesn't he worry at all? However, what they didn't know was that the next second they returned to the lab, Chu Yang's face was completely gloomy. Can't move myself. Those guys actually hit on Lin Qingxue. Damn. You really think I'm Chu Yang's man? Is it for you guys to just move around? The next moment, Chu Yang said in a cold voice, Xuanwu, prepare to assemble the mechs for me. Okay boss. Chu Yang took off the experimental jacket he was wearing, and then he stood on the assembly platform of the mech. One by one, the mechanical arms danced quickly, and all sorts of mecha parts began to continuously cover Chu Yang's body. After the last piece of the mask was installed on Chu Yang's face, his entire person was completely covered by the White Tiger Type 1 mech. But this time, instead of a giant transport wire attached to the back of the mech, it's a lithium-air battery, and in front of Chu Yang's eyes, after being covered by the mask, there was first a darkness, and then a virtual electronic projection screen soon appeared. It monitored the overall data of the White Tiger Type 1 mech, as well as the remaining charge of the lithium-air battery. Genji, activate the operating system. Operating system activation in progress. Mech internal circuitry self-test in progress. Curvature drive detection complete. 99% power remaining. Plenty of power. Boss, welcome to use it. With the appearance of a series of Xuanwu's voices, the White Tiger Type 1 battle armor that was originally locked down was completely unlocked. Xu Yang's bound limbs also began to move freely, and on the screen in front of him, a vast view of the front of the mech appeared. A little bit of activity. After feeling that there wasn't much of a difference from normal people, Xu Yang then heavily clenched the fist in his own hand and said in a cold voice, Xuanwu, give me a big data retrieval of Lin Qingshua's current location within the boundaries of Kyoto. Okay boss. Next, a huge stream of data just appeared on the internet. A few seconds later, Xuanwu replied, alright boss, the positioning has been found. The vehicle that the boss's wife is traveling in has now appeared on a thoroughfare in the eastern suburb of Kyoto, and is currently in a situation at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, roughly 80 kilometers away from your location. Very good. Xu Yang nodded slightly, his eyes gradually turning cold. Aren't you looking for me? Today? Then, I will do as you wish. Chapter 59, Unidentified Flying Objects over Kyoto. Activate the warp drive. In the next second, Xu Yang, who was wearing a mech, quickly rose directly from his original position, directly crashed through the ceiling above the head of the lab, and quickly rushed towards the outdoors, and inside the lab. The loud noise made by the mecha breaking through the ceiling, as well as the various pieces of debris falling onto the ground and stone, instantly drew the attention of everyone in the lab. What's the situation? The two DSS officers guarding the outside of the lab were also stunned. In the next second, they saw a mech with a flaming red body, which was interspersed with a golden sheen. Appear. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't see it wrong. What is this thing? However, just as the duo blinked their eyes and tried to get a clear look at the exact appearance of this mech, Xu Yang had already piloted the mech and disappeared into thin air. The two men were confused. Did you see what just flew past? I saw it. Is it a hallucination? There's nothing there? See a ghost? But just as the duo were discussing it, one of the walkie-talkies hanging on their chests gave an urgent voice, emergency. Something's wrong in the lab. The expressions on the two's faces changed instantly, and they quickly rushed towards the laboratory. Over Kyoto. Xu Yang's expression was a little hard to bear, not because the impact from the mech crashing through the ceiling backfired on him, because inside the mech he had also created buffering equipment. As long as it didn't exceed the mech's capacity, close to 99% of the force of the external force would be consumed by the mech's internal buffering device. Mainly, it wasn't his first time flying in an airplane, but playing with mechs, this was definitely a first. He's a little afraid of heights. Moreover, it was also his first time using a mech, and he simply hadn't had the time to become skilled in some of its operations yet. After flying around in the void for a period of time, he then gradually became proficient in controlling the state of the mech's flight. Then directly in a straight line direction, with a fast speed, he rushed towards Lin Qingshua's bearing, and in the area around Kyoto University. Although these people inside the lab didn't see the real mecha figure, there were quite a few of them who had a good look at it. In the sky, a creature in the shape of a human quickly weaved its way through the sky. The boy down the street looked up quickly and was then shocked straight away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is this thing that flies so fast? A girl standing next to him raised her head more slowly, but also still saw the figure of Xu Yang driving the mech. Instantly couldn't help but widen her eyes, and some of them stuttered and opened her mouth. Is this a drone? But it doesn't feel like it. This thing is also too small. Right, and mechs fly fast. In but a few seconds, the mech's figure disappeared from the pair's sight, and they looked at each other in unison. Baby, that red thing, what is it? I'm not seeing things right, wife. Did something just fly past up there? It can't be an alien invasion. Sure, those two weren't the only ones who saw this scene. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the mechs that flew past their heads with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this a UFO? How does it fly so fast? Is this the latest technology developed in the country? Why do I feel as if there is a person flying in the sky? What the hell is this? Could it be that one of the big guys had a flight through the air and got caught? There were even countless people who raised their cell phones and began to capture this wave of images, which were then quickly posted online. Kyoto Garrison Barracks. There was a sudden red alert in one of the radar detection offices. Alert! Alert! Unidentified flying objects sighting over us. Alert! Alert! Unidentified flying objects sighting over us. Almost the next second, inside a large screen at the front of the office, a satellite surveillance image appeared. It was precisely the figure of Xu Yang flying rapidly in his mech. The people in the office who saw the scene had their eyes wide open. What is this? Good lord! Isn't this thing flying a little too fast for flying? Is this a new device researched by the Chinese Academy of Sciences? But we haven't been notified of a test flight either. Then one of them exclaimed, the results have been detected. The flight speed is close to 220 kilometers per hour. That speed does look about average in the air. Civilian airliners were able to reach speeds of 900 kilometers per hour, not to mention their military department's fighter jets, which only flew faster. But this thing in the video footage is just bizarre. In the next moment, the head of the office looked tight. Whatever it is, get ready to report it and bring him down. And inside the lab, two people from the General Security Department knocked sharply on the door of Chu Yang's laboratory. Mr. Chu, is something going on? Could you please reply? But half the time, no one inside the office replied. Something happened? The hearts of the crowd suddenly tightened. The two DSS officers and the lead looked at each other, then nodded at the same time. Break down the door. In the next second, the duo broke right through the door of the lab. In an instant, the security alarms inside the lab went off, but they couldn't care less, and with a group of personnel behind them, they quickly rushed into the lab. 2 doors in a row. That's when they rushed inside the lab. But after seeing what was inside the lab, all the people present all froze in place. Countless mechanical arms that had been transformed by Chu Yang. Huge mech mounting workbench. There were even 2 assembled mech shells in the lab leaning to the side. These were the 2 versions that Chu Yang had created when he initially tested the mechanical flexibility. It was only after being optimized by these 2 versions that he got this white tiger type 1 mech he was wearing. Good lord, what is he working on in here? Isn't this a bit much? Is this a sci-fi movie? With all the mechs? Everyone in the room froze. However, in the next second, one of the head General Security Department officers turned his head to look at the crowd in front of him. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, from now on, you can't leave this lab. Right away, we, the General Security Department, will send someone over to take over the lab. Immediately after that, he looked at his companion next to him and said, call the General Administration Department right away and inform the director that Chu Yang has disappeared. Chapter 60, Me, Finding You, Kyoto Garrison Barracks. Inside the temporarily established wartime command, the top 10 military department executives looked at the mecha that was still flying rapidly high in the air with grave expressions. When one of the information investigators entered, one of the senior officers immediately turned his head and asked, how is it? Has the origin of this UFO been clarified? It hasn't been identified yet. That information investigator said nervously, but I've already called with the Chinese Academy of Sciences side, and this UFO was not researched by him, and there haven't been any recent flight tests of the new shaped drone. Is it possible that it's a craft from another country? Someone is already dealing with the neighboring countries, but it may take a while to get specific data. The high-ranking officer's face immediately sank. Then let's ignore it for the time being. Immediately prepare 2 fighters to chase after them. First make sure that there is no one inside that craft, and if there is no one, directly shoot it down for me. In China, especially still in Kyoto's airspace, such an unidentified flying object actually appeared. It's okay if it's domestic. Once it's foreign, it's a big problem if it's recording Kyoto's detailed compositional data. Understood. A correspondent inside the office then picked up the landline on the table next to him and dialed. This is the temporary command of the Kyoto garrison. An unidentified flying object has been spotted in the sky above Kyoto, and an urgent order has been given to send out fighter jets to intercept it. Repeat, an unidentified flying object has been detected over Kyoto, ordering an emergency sortie of fighters to intercept. Over. However, this order has just been given. A correspondent from one of the other working departments then ran inside the command headquarters, and after giving a military salute to the highest person in charge of it, he immediately reported quickly, Commander, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has called in an emergency, and is now requesting that our department send at least a company of personnel to immediately go to the Kyoto University labs to conduct armed guards. What? The commander got a bit of a headache. This UFO over Kyoto hasn't been fixed yet. Why is there another incident at Kyoto University? But they had people defending the military headquarters there in the first place. It also knew how important the experimenters inside that lab guarded by Kyoto University were. Now that WASC is calling, something must be wrong. He then said seriously, it's approved. Get a team of men over there right away to take a look. Soon, 2 state-of-the-art military fighter jets quickly took off from the Kyoto Fighter Airport and quickly tracked towards Chu Yang's position. And in the meantime, inside the laboratory of the capital university, the Chinese Academy of Sciences had come with a group of academicians, each with a grave expression on their faces. Now Chu Yang could be said to be the most important scientific researcher in Huaxia would not be an exaggeration. If something happened to him, this would be a big problem. Wang Weiman looked at the various instruments inside the lab while dialing Chu Yang's phone. The sky. Xuanwu inside the mech spoke. Boss, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Wang Weiman, called you. Do you want to answer it? Dean Wang? Chu Yang froze for a moment. Switch to autopilot mode. I'll take the call. In the next moment, the mech immediately shifted to an automatic operation program. still rapidly flying towards Lin Qingshue's location, while Chu Yang picked up the phone and slowly laughed. Elder Wang, what's wrong with you calling me at this time? Chu Yang. After seeing that Chu Yang actually picked up the phone, Wang Weiman immediately let out a sigh of relief, and immediately afterward began to quickly ask, where are you now? What's going on in the lab? After spending a long time in the lab, I was out running. Chu Yang slowly laughed. As for the lab, the mecha was made by me, but it's still in the testing stage, and before, when I accidentally mishandled the operation, I cracked the ceiling. Testing? Wang Weiman instantly grasped the key point within Chu Yang's sentence. Chu Yang, you're telling me that the UFO that flew over Kyoto was researched by you, right? Well, it's been discovered. Chu Yang skimmed his lips. I'm conducting a flight test right now. Don't think too much. I'll be back later. Afterward, Chu Yang directly hung up the phone and asked towards Xuanwu. Xuanwu, how much longer will we be able to arrive? 5 minutes. Full speed ahead. The next moment, the speed of the mech started to increase rapidly. However, soon after, 2 Chinese fighter jets appeared next to Chu Yang. Master, there are people on the 2 fighters in front of us who are ready to talk to us. Is that allowed? Fighter? Chu Yang froze for a moment. After casually turning his head to look to both sides, he immediately nodded and said, yes, access it. Wait until the connection is clear. Chu Yang's ears immediately resounded with the voice sent by the personnel inside the fighter. Warning, this is the Huasha Air Force. Now you have entered our airspace. Please state your identity and land immediately. Otherwise, our fighters will carry out a shoot-down counterattack. Over. Is the military so fast? Chu Yang froze slightly, but right now he didn't have so much time to chat with the people from the military ministry, and hurriedly said, don't follow me and watch. Go back and report. Tell your commander that I'm Chu Yang, and I'm in the middle of a battle armor test. Chu Yang? One of the fighter pilots in the lead froze for a moment. They didn't know what exactly Chu Yang's identity was, and inside the lab, looking at the phone that was hung up by Chu Yang, Wang Weiman's face instantly changed drastically and quickly dialed the hand of the commander of the military camp station in Kyoto. Commander-son, that unidentified flying object in the sky is an academician of our Chinese Academy of Sciences conducting a flight test. You guys haven't done anything about it yet, have you? What? The commander who received the call was speechless. I just asked you so not to say. My fighters are sent out. If it's fast, you'll see that flying thing fall from the sky soon. No way. Wang Weiman immediately shouted. Absolutely not, shoot it down. Our researchers are still inside. And on Chu Yang's side, after speaking to the fighter pilot, the mech's altitude dropped rapidly. That fighter pilot's face changed. Tower. There is an operator present inside the flying object, and he said he is Chu Yang. Will we proceed with the next eviction? Over. Soon. The tower returned the message. This is the tower. You two have worked hard. Identity confirmed. It's our researchers testing a new type of scientific research. Over. The expressions of the 2 fighter pilots who heard this instantly froze. Our new scientific research? When did China actually have such a thing? In the meantime, along with the rapid landing of the mech, within the mech's interior Chu Yang's field of vision, a black sedan that was speeding down the road also appeared. Seeing this, a cold smile instantly appeared on Chu Yang's face. I have found you. Chapter 61. If you resist, you die. Inside the black sedan, looking at the surrounding avenue where not many vehicles passed by, and then thinking that as long as they drove to the suburbs, they could immediately be arranged to leave Kyoto by water. The middle-aged man sitting in the main driver's seat and driving the car laughed smugly. Brothers, get your spirits up. After we finish the job, we'll be able to return to our country right away. Those of them had been submarined and sent to China to hide if they were early, even 10 years ago. Responsible for long-term collection of special intelligence, creating law and order chaos to provoke international fishing vessels, etc. And when necessary, special assassination missions, live in fear of your heart every day. But now, after having Lin Qingxue as a bargaining chip, this glimpse of the day is finally coming to an end. They might even leap into the middle and upper echelons of their organization after returning home, enjoying fine wine and luxury cars, and hearing their captain's words. The others in the car also laughed. Finally, don't live this kind of fearful life in China. It hurts, but the smiles on these guys' faces haven't disappeared yet. Suddenly, the young man sitting in the co-pilot seat looked up quickly and incredulously at the sky overhead. Even his voice began to stutter. Captain, look, what's that thing in the sky? As soon as the middle-aged man looked up, he immediately saw Chu Yang who was about to rush towards them, and his pupils instantly contracted violently. Damn, what the hell is this? After cursing, he stepped on the gas pedal fiercely. Brothers, sit tight, I'm going to accelerate. At this moment, his heart rate reached an apex. I'm about to retreat from Kyoto, but what's this thing that came out in the middle of the road? It wasn't as if they hadn't done their research on China's military technology products. But who can explain to him what this thing flying up in the sky is? Drones? Or mecha? The next moment, though, he dismissed his second choice. How is this possible? Not to mention Huaxia, even the top exoskeleton armor of the pretty country was barely able to perform some simple detection tasks within some special environments. But the head thing, if you're the size of a normal person, you can fly? There is absolutely no way in the world that such technology is currently available. Then the young man in the passenger side of the car's cell phone rang, an unknown caller with a bunch of scrambled numbers. After seeing this number, the young man's face tightened. Captain, this call, answer it or not. Catch. The middle-aged man didn't hesitate in the slightest. With one of those things flying overhead, the next second the phone rang, and I knew with my ass who was calling. The call was answered. Chu Yang then levitated in midair above his head and said in a cold voice through the microphone, "You've been surrounded by me. All of you get out of the car and hold your heads, squatting on the ground. If there is any resistance, die." The middle-aged man directly snatched the cell phone over. "Get off the hammer. I have a hostage in the car. Come down if you can." He then just hung up the phone hard and instantly. The next second he showed a vicious face and pushed the gas pedal directly under his foot to the bottom. With the sound of a rumbling car engine, the black sedan immediately picked up speed a few more points. Damn it! Chu Yang was somewhat helpless. He now regretted why he hadn't configured the weapon module on the mech earlier. The deterrent effect of this big iron shell without a weapon system could be said to have plummeted. However, soon after, Chu Yang snorted coldly. "Xuanwu, go down and meet those people." Without a weapon system, he might not be unable to these people up. Soon, when he was approaching a distance of tens of meters from the ground, Chu Yang then directly turned off the curvature drive, and the whole person quickly fell to the ground, quickly smashing a deep pit within the range of 100 meters in front of the black sedan, just like a god of the heavens descending. "Captain, this thing is coming down. What do we do?" The others in the car panicked. If it had been a helicopter over their heads, they wouldn't have panicked in the slightest. After all, there were hostages in the car, and they wouldn't have dared to actually open fire. But the unknown is the scariest thing. With this thing in front of them that they didn't know if it was a human or a ghost, they were completely confused as to how much danger it could pose. "What are you afraid of?" The middle-aged man cursed angrily. "Watch me smash him." Chu Yang slowly stood up from the ground. Then it directly maneuvered the mech and quickly rushed towards the front of this black sedan. Bang! Accompanied by a violent ringing sound, Chu Yang directly rushed to the front of this automobile, his hands gripping the front position of the automobile with a death grip. Countless sparks from friction blossomed under his feet, and the body of the mech kept falling backwards rapidly under the impetus of the car. "Xuanwu, adjust the power of the curvature drive upwards for me." Chu Yang clenched his teeth tightly and quickly beefed up the mecha's propulsion. Lin Qingxue was right inside the car, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at the scene in front of her. "What's this? Why did you suddenly appear here?" A mech that was about 2 meters tall for a person was actually able to stop a vehicle traveling at high speed. If only she wasn't kidnapped right now. She must think this is a sci-fi movie now. The middle-aged man in charge of driving the car showed a vicious look. "Son of a, what the hell is this? Shoot me, shoot me." Without any hesitation, he pulled out a pistol from his main driver's seat and began to quickly shoot towards the body of the mech that Chu Yang was wearing. However, the shell of this mech was specially strengthened by Chu Yang. Unusual bullets could not possibly break the defense of the mech shell. Chu Yang directly clenched his teeth fiercely. "Turn up the power to 80% for me. No one present today will want to leave." In the next moment, an even stronger thrust instantly appeared. Chu Yang this finally harnessed the mech and stood firm in place. Immediately after that, Chu Yang's ferocious hammer smashed directly on the front of the car where the engine was. Bang! In an instant, a large deep crater sunk down where the hood of the car had been, and a stream of black smoke came out from it. The black sedan, too, had finally lost power. Damn! The middle-aged man was about to gnaw his own teeth together, heavily raising his hand and slamming it hard on the steering wheel. What the hell is this thing? Don't they just kidnap someone? Do they have to create such a thing to stop them? But the opportunity to return home was at hand. No one, no matter who they are, will ever stop him from leaving today. Grass, all give me off. Him. The middle-aged man kicked the car door, took the submachine gun placed next to him, raised his hand and swept up madly at the mech. Chapter 62, The Furious Chu Yang. Inside the Kyoto police station, in the temporary command room where the traffic police, special police, and other auxiliary police are united, on a large command screen in front of them, a map of the network suddenly appeared, and at the top of the map, there was a red marker. What is this situation? The police commissioner who saw the scene had an instantly grave expression. This was their Kyoto Police Department's internal network, with a strong firewall, so why would an icon like this appear now? What's hacking in? Administrator, The system won't operate. The information officer in charge quickly tapped the keyboard, but realized that they had completely lost control of the screen. The next moment, a few words quickly appeared on the icon of this computer. Lin Xingxue is here. Come quickly. Eastern suburb? The police commissioner's heart trembled, and then he carefully looked at the location on this map. Commissioner, isn't this someone maliciously messing with our site? The other police department executives beside him asked in a hurry. Make a call. Have all the police officers in the neighborhood over there go over. The administrator clenched his teeth fiercely. This matter is of great importance. We absolutely cannot let go of any chance. Kyoto University. Several helicopter gunships suddenly appeared in the sky over the school grounds. A green truck carrying soldiers also drove quickly onto the campus of Kyoto University. Finally, it stopped directly around that laboratory of Chu Yang's. Heavy troops have surrounded this lab. What's going on here? Only a few days ago a group of transportation trucks from the Ministry of War came. This time there are so many people straight away. The one in his hand should be the newly modified Type 95 semi-automatic rifle. Right, so damn handsome? Am I the only one still concerned about that UFO at noon? I think the video that broke out on the internet is too cool. There's one way to put it. That thing couldn't have been researched in our school's lab, or else so many troopers would have come so suddenly all at once, and on this side of the eastern suburbs. Damn, come here if you can. The middle-aged man held the submachine gun in his hand and kept blasting away. The other few people beside him also raised their firearms in their hands, and the bullets flew as if they didn't need money and smashed in front of Chu Yang. However, these bullets did not bring any harm to Chu Yang, as far as the shell defense of the White Tiger 1 mech is concerned, unless it's an armor-breaking bullet. Otherwise, a simple bullet attack would never be able to break the White Tiger 1 mech shell. This level of lethality, wanting to fight against a mecha is simply out of one's depth. After snorting coldly, Chu Yang slowly raised his hand and the curvature drive device instantly turned on. Set. Under Chu Yang's operation, it was as if the space within a 10-meter radius around him was forbidden. The powerful warp force field changed the direction of these bullets coming towards him, directly immobilizing them in place. What's going on? The expressions on the faces of the group of gun-toting spies were immediately shocked, because they realized that not only could they not pull the trigger with their fingers, even opening their mouths to speak became difficult. Utilizes a curvature drive. Chu Yang had already taken control of all the space around here. Load the martial arts module. Chu Yang let out a low shout, and the various hydraulic devices within the mech immediately began to operate rapidly, though he didn't have a weapon module on the mech. But Chinese mechs, how could they not know martial arts? Module loaded successfully. Accompanied by Xuanwu's voice came out. Chu Yang's figure quickly disappeared in place, and flashed directly in front of one of the spies under the crowd's expression of having seen a ghost. Spreading the palm of his right hand, he placed it directly on the spy's jaw. A palm lifted him up. In the meantime, warp confinement also ends at this moment. However, it was too late for the rest of them to make a move on Chu Yang, only to see Chu Yang, who was driving the mech, flip all the people in front of him to the ground between the rapid movement of his body. Finally, he dashed and rushed to the middle-aged man at the head. Come on, kill me if you can. The middle-aged man who had been released from his confinement burst out, pulling the trigger in his hand like a madman. Even he didn't dare to run back to the car and threaten Lin Xingxue as a hostage, much less any thoughts of escape. Just now, this hand of Chu Yang's fixation technique was really too evil. He could only make a last stand here. To die, he had to die with dignity. Chu Yang laughed coldly, directly facing the countless bullets in front of him. He slowly walked up to this middle-aged man. Casually, he raised his hand and grabbed the muzzle of the submachine gun in his hand. Twist slightly harder. Enhanced by the power of the internal hydraulics inside the machine, it instantly exploded into thousands of pounds of strength, directly crushing this barrel into a flat one. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, none of you should have touched Lin Xingxue. Chu Yang's face was extremely gloomy, and after pinching and flattening the barrel of the gun, he snatched the gun from the middle-aged man's hands in his hand. The hands kept pushing. Finally, the submachine gun was directly pinched into a huge round iron ball. The subsequent tossed the iron ball aside after. Only then did Chu Yang slowly walk towards the front of this middle-aged man. It was easy to choke this middle-aged man, ease him off the ground, grabbed it like a chicken. Within the mech, Chu Yang's eyes were filled with indifference. There was even a moment he really wanted to do just that, to directly break this middle-aged man's neck. However, it would be too cheap to really let him die like that. They, all of them, will eventually have to face the law. It's for them. It's more horrible than death. A hard fling. Now, after throwing this middle-aged man out, only then did Chu Yang take one step at a time and walked inside the black sedan not far from the side. Lin Xingxue's face had long since turned white. After looking at Chu Yang who was constantly approaching, her body immediately curled up, her eyes filled with fear. That scene just now was just too weird. Plus Chu Yang's means. It made her also wonder whether this mech that suddenly appeared in front of her, in the end, was a foe or a friend. Chu Yang looked at Lin Qingxue with some heartache. However, at this time, he could never reveal his identity. A casual lift of the hand. After moving the dagger that was on one of the spies not far from the side, to his own hand with a warp force field, Chu Yang then directly made a move to open the car door. Gently holding the handle of the knife, he gave Lin Qingxue a cut of the rope that bound her hands. After doing so, he tossed the dagger in his hand to the side. See this scene. Lin Qingxue's heart immediately beat wildly. She had a feeling that inside this mech, there was really someone. And then after thinking about what these people said to themselves in the car earlier, the tears in Lin Qingxue's eyes were about to overflow. Chu Yang. In this moment, the winds seemed to stand still. Chapter 63, One day, let China's frontier never be offended by foreign races. Chu Yang was standing inside the mech, looking at Lin Qingxue, who was already crying with pear blossoms and rain. His chest gripped his heart and generally ached. He knew that many times a little bravery would have ended very differently. He was perfectly capable of removing his mask, abandoning everything and rushing to Lin Qingxue's front, holding her properly in his arms, giving her the firmest sense of security when she was in the most pain. It's not that he can't do it, but it can't be done. From the time he officially became a defense researcher, he didn't just belong to him personally. Before the principle of confidentiality, the interests of the country are always at the forefront. What is a small family without a large one? There are countless forefathers ahead of him. They're incognito, their backs against the wall. Without seeking fame and fortune, he sacrificed his life and constantly dedicated his life to scientific research for his country. This is what has forged a solid foundation for the present splendor of China. There is no let-up in the war between nations. He, for one, can't break the rule. In the end, Chu Yang still did not take that step, but in his heart, a furious rage flared up. It's not enough to do this on your own right now. Far from it. This is Hua Xia. It is the place where 1.4 billion Chinese people live, and she carries the lives and hopes of 1.4 billion people. The territory of China is not to be trampled on by foreigners. Dignity only exists above the blade. He has to do better. One day, let the Chinese territory never be offended by foreigners. Soon, the sound of sirens blaring around them appeared in Chu Yang's ears. Countless police cars drove quickly towards their side. Just a few hundred meters away from the black sedan Lin Qingxue was sitting in. Seeing this, after Chu Yang glanced down at Lin Qingxue, who was still sitting in the car with a haggard face, he quickly activated the curvature drive and instantly disappeared from the spot. Short video software on. The video of Chu Yang piloting his mech and appearing in the sky above Kyoto had already begun to spread like crazy on the software, and the assortment of comments underneath were rapidly increasing. Great guy. This is the first time I've seen a mystery video shot with such a clear picture. Kudos to the blogger. Is this true or not? Is it a new domestic flying machine? Blogger, I'd advise you to delete it and not get yourself in trouble. Good lord. Is this synthesized by special effects? Really? This is absolutely true. I saw this little thing when I was in Kyoto today, and swoosh, it's gone. In the meantime, within the General Security Service, Lu Changqing sat in an office, seeing the various images of captured mechs appearing on the computer screen. His expression unusually grave. What's the situation? Why haven't these things faded away? After confirming that this mecha was piloted by Chu Yang, Lu Changqing was both happy and headache. The happy one was naturally that Chu Yang had researched another top-notch scientific achievement, but the headache is that it was actually captured and posted online, and by more than one person. Doesn't this enhance their work? Administrator. Because the number of people spreading the word is just too high. It's too late to delete the video, in which case it might cause a backlash. One of the technicians said somewhat helplessly. Short video platforms spread so fast. I don't know how many people have seen this video in just this little while. Lu Changqing's face was serious. Think of a way. Go contact the people in the short video department to reduce the amount of traffic that sends these video accounts, and then immediately arrange for the staff in the network department to start spreading the news on the network, saying that this video is synthesized by the game's special effects. Also, get me the head of the General Administration of Cultural Development, and whatever he uses. Find a way to direct traffic toward this part of the entertainment industry for me. Do your best to minimize the impact of this. Inside Kyoto University, Chu Yang quickly navigated his mech back to the location of the lab. Still, the position was miscalculated when it came time to land. After turning off the curvature drive, Chu Yang, who was supposed to fall from this pit that he had smashed out earlier, directly again, less than 10 centimeters from this pothole, it smashed down heavily into a crater. Inside the lab, debris fell and smoke confused the room. The expressions of the many soldiers who were already on martial law inside the lab were immediately on alert. There was a flurry of gripping the guns in their hands. Countless blackened gun muzzles were aimed at the mech's position. When the smoke cleared, Chu Yang immediately waved his hand, looking at the countless blackened gun muzzles in front of him. After letting Xuanwu open his mask, Chu Yang quickly shouted towards the crowd in front of him, "Don't do it! Don't do it! Our own people!" Chu Yang? When Wang Weiman saw Chu Yang behind the mask, he immediately came to him and said nervously, "How is it? Are you alright?" "It's fine, it's fine." Chu Yang quickly shook his head before smiling towards Wang Weiman. "Elder Wang, wait for a moment, I'll go and unlock the mech." After saying that, Chu Yang quickly walked over to the workbench. Fortunately, when Chu Yang smashed down, he didn't damage the lab's wires or anything like that. After he walked over to the huge mech workbench, countless small mechanical arms quickly appeared, holding a variety of screwdrivers, and piece by piece, they removed the armor from his body. See this scene. The crowd in front of him was instantly stunned. Originally they thought the steel shells of the two test subjects in the lab were cool enough. I didn't expect this mech that Chu Yang was wearing to be even cooler. After Chu Yang had unloaded all of his mechs, Wang Weiman immediately quickly walked up to him, his face full of shock. "You researched this? This can only be considered the initial version." Chu Yang nodded and continued to look at Wang Weiman. "Elder Wang, I know that you must have a lot of doubts right now, but I don't have the time to explain it to you right now. How about I talk to you in detail after this incident is over?" Wang Weiman asked. "Is that little girl from the Lin family okay?" He knew Chu Yang's nature. If there wasn't an urgent problem detecting the research results, Chu Yang was definitely going to be like making a report to the top to approve the test site. Instead of being so adventurous, you start testing alone. That's risking your life. "It's fine." Chu Yang shook his head, and after hastily finding his cell phone, he quickly dialed Lin Qingshue's phone. "Hey, Qingxue." Chapter 64, Lin Qingsue. "Chu Yang, aren't you going to say something to me?" Kyoto Hospital. Special wards at high levels. Inside the building, countless gun-toting SWAT officers stood guarding the side. Chu Yang and Wang Weiman quickly rushed from inside the hospital's elevator to the hallway. Academician Wang, Academician Chu. Upon seeing the Chu Yang duo, a head of the General Security Department walked up to the duo. Wang Weiman spoke up and asked, "How is the situation inside?" "That girl's mood is not too stable. Apart from the previous phone call with Academician Chu in the police car, she hasn't said a single word." The person in charge looked embarrassed, then saw Chu Yang apologizing a little. "Academician Chu, I'm really sorry. This matter is a mistake of our General Security Department. It's not you guys who are to blame." Speaking of this, Chu Yang's face sank slightly. It's that group of people who are too arrogant. He then glanced nervously at the door to the hospital room. "Can I go over and see her now?" Our psychologist from the Directorate General of Security is inside taking her case notes as well as counseling her. So just wait a moment. At that moment, a woman in a white coat came out from inside the house, and after seeing Chu Yang's several people, she quickly walked to the front of the several people, and the person in charge hurriedly asked, "How is the girl's situation? Are the records done?" The female psychologist nodded. Then he looked up at Chu Yang in front of him. "Are you her boyfriend?" Chu Yang's identity was still at the stage of secrecy. Even within the General Security Department, other than those responsible for protecting Chu Yang around him, not many people were familiar with Chu Yang's identity. "I am." Chu Yang quickly nodded his head. "Go check on her. She's going to need your comfort right now." Chu Yang quickly rushed to the ward. Lin Qingsue was curled up on the hospital bed, her eyes red, obviously having cried. After seeing this scene, Chu Yang's heart ached again, quickly walked over to her, sat down on the hospital bed, and without saying a word, directly reached out and wrapped her into his arms. Immediately after, Lin Qingsue cried loudly in his arms. "I'm here." Chu Yang gently patted Lin Qingshue's back and said in a warm voice, "It's alright, it's alright, it's all in the past. I promise, nothing like this will happen in the future." After crying for a long time, Lin Qingsue then gradually stopped crying. The next moment, her face turned cold and she directly pushed Chu Yang in front of her. "Chu Yang, aren't you going to say something to me?" Lin Qingshue's eyes were still a little red, and even brought along a few crystallized teardrops. She's not stupid, even the thinking is clear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been admitted to the capital university as the top science student in Shangnan province. The 3 years when Chu Yang suddenly disappeared. Is it really just going for a cure? The clothes he was wearing that day, and the medallion hanging from his chest that I couldn't find anything about on the internet. There's just too much doubt in all of this. It was just that she didn't want to go into deep detail. Even if Chu Yang was really lying, she was still willing to choose to believe it. But now, it was all out in front of her, and she didn't want to run away from it anymore. And she couldn't run away from it anymore. This time it's still just his own kidnapping. What if it was Chu Yang who was kidnapped? How would he be treated? The first 3 years were in the middle of a gap in their time together. What did Chu Yang do? Why would you offend someone like that? Qingsue, Chu Yang was at a bit of a loss for words for a moment. What exactly did those robbers tell her in the car? Then he rushed to explain. Listen to my explanation. This matter is like this. I know, this matter is my fault. If there is no me, you will never be kidnapped by those people. But the last words came to his lips. Chu Yang ultimately did not say anything, and could only painfully clench the fist in his hand. It's a deep sense of powerlessness. From the day he first stepped into the research base, he no longer belonged to his family, much less to Lin Xingxue, but only to the nation and the state. Dedication to the country. It was his lifelong faith. Beyond that, there are so many things that are out of the body. At this time, Wang Weiman, who had been listening at the door, suddenly knocked on the door of the room, poked his head out at the door and looked at the two men and laughed. Both of you. Excuse me. In this case, it's better to let me explain it. Elder Wang? Chu Yang turned his head in surprise. Lin Xingxue also looked curiously at Wang Weiman, who had suddenly appeared. Wang Weiman's hand was still holding a confidentiality agreement, and after giving Chu Yang a reassuring expression, he handed the confidentiality agreement in his hand to Lin Xingxue's face, and slowly smiled. You signed this confidentiality agreement first, and after you do so, I will tell you what you want to know. When he finished speaking, he also sighed. Xiao Lin you shouldn't blame Xiao Chu. He had no choice but to do so. Lin Xingxue slowly stopped sobbing. After receiving the confidentiality agreement handed over by Wang Weiman, after carefully flipping through the top bar, he then quickly picked up a neutral pen clipped to it and signed his name. After seeing Lin Xingxue sign a confidentiality agreement, only then did Wang Weiman slowly smile. Xiao Lin now what do you want to ask? Ask, I just want to know. What exactly does Chu Yang do? He Wang Weiman smiled. He's considered a researcher of our Chinese Academy of Sciences, right? The mech you saw today, which has a few important pieces of data of the code, was written by him, and that's why those people kidnapped it. After saying that, he also apologized and bent slightly towards Lin Xingxue. In this matter, it was a mistake in our work. I'm really sorry. So those 3 years before him? That's right. Wang Weiman nodded. He's been inside one of the research institutes of the Chinese Academy of Sciences for the past 3 years, and we took him away because he showed special talent in the field of computers. Lin Xingxue glared at Chu Yang in dissatisfaction. Really? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. Yes, that's right. Computer genius? Barely. That's a better reason than telling the truth. If that's the case, why don't you say so? Lin Xingxue looked at Chu Yang with some puzzlement. Her eyes instantly reddened again. 3 years before, you didn't send me a single message. Why? Could it be that you can't be contacted after you went to the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Wang Weiman smiled and shook the confidentiality agreement in his hand. Just now, didn't you see the regulations on it? Lin Xingxue's expression stagnated. Alright, Wang Weiman smiled. Student Xiao Lin, after signing the non-disclosure agreement, this time, I'll trouble you to keep it a secret for our country. You two youngsters continue. Old man, I won't bother. After saying that, Wang Weiman turned around and left. It was even thoughtful enough to close the door to the room for both of them. Chu Yang slowly moved closer towards Lin Xingxue's side. Xingxue, you stand there first. Lin Xingxue glared at Chu Yang. Do you really think that this beauty queen can believe that you are just an ordinary researcher? The guy who just left was Wang Weiman. His picture still hangs on the wall of fame at KYU, president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. If Chu Yang's identity was just that of an ordinary researcher, this kind of thing, it is not the turn of Wang Weiman this level of characters personally come over to explain to her, right? Chapter 65. Can I, give you a kiss? This. Chu Yang was at a bit of a loss for words all of a sudden. What just went wrong? But just at this time, Lin Xingxue suddenly laughed. Forget it, I won't tease you. I'm just kidding. From the very beginning, she didn't want to speculate on these questions. Now after knowing certain identities of Chu Yang, she would be even less likely to speculate on these things. What she wanted was Chu Yang's man, not some special status he has. But immediately after, Lin Xingxue looked up at Chu Yang and smiled. However, I do have a question I want to ask you. Chu Yang nodded. You ask. Lin Xingxue smiled and cleared her throat, moving from the bed to next to Chu Yang. Then he raised his right hand as if it was a microphone and interviewed. As a national genius who was specially recruited to the Chinese Academy of Sciences at the age of 16, if you don't stay properly in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, why do you have to suddenly run over to the side of the capital university to hokey pokey people? Who did I ho-ho? A few more black lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. Me. Lin Xingxue rolled her eyes. Didn't you confess to me here 2 days ago? Don't you know that girls can be especially insecure sometimes? Especially since her future boyfriend again can't say this, can't say that. Secrecy over here. Secrecy over there. Isn't it a delay in case you go off the grid again at some point? Chu Yang smiled. So you're agreeing to be my girlfriend? Don't change the topic first. Lin Qingshue's face turned serious, but then she couldn't help but laugh again. You answer this question properly first. Why did you just suddenly think of coming to Beijing University to attend school? Xu Yang sighed. It wasn't a certain person who said that you can fall in love at the age of 18, so I came over. He smiled again when he finished. It's a year late, but it's not too late. Lin Qingxue giggled. But I didn't say it had to be a relationship with you. That's what I thought at the very beginning. Xu Yang smiled and nodded. But then I thought carefully. You're always going to find a boyfriend anyway. If it's not me or some other guy, then I'm definitely not happy about it. So I came. Count on you passing. Lin Qingxue playfully blanked Xu Yang before asking. But, when will I be able to leave here? Lin Qingxue's eyes had more than a hint of worry. Shanshan and the girls accompanied me out to go shopping. And now they still don't know what's going on with me. And the cell phone can't be used for the time being. After being brought to the hospital by the police department, for the sake of confidentiality, her cell phone was then temporarily taken away. Haven't taken it to her yet. You don't have to worry about this. Xu Yang spoke. Let's wait for some more time. After the people from the General Security Department outside have finished handling all the matters, they can leave. Until then, I will be here to accompany you. As for the cell phone, I'll just yell for them to bring it in later. Okay. Lin Qingxue nodded obediently. At this time, Xu Yang suddenly came up to Lin Qingxue and said with a bad smile, if you're bored, why don't we come and play a game together? What do you want to play? Lin Qingxue gave Xu Yang a wary look. A man and a woman in the same room. What kind of game are you trying to play? Just say play or not. Lin Qingxue nodded. Idle is idle. What do you say to play? As a result, in the next second, Xu Yang directly pounced her onto the bed. The two men touched nose to nose. It seemed like you could smell the unique scent on both sides. What do you want? Lin Qingxue's cheeks whooshed red, her heart pounding wildly. Think. Xu Yang nodded expectantly. Lin Qingxue was confused. What does think mean? Immediately after that, Xu Yang directly leaned over, and when his lips were about to touch Lin Qingxue's lips, even his breathing became a bit rapid. Can I kiss you? No way. Lin Qingxue immediately inclined her head and pouted. You still want to kiss me after pissing me off? And what did I do to piss you off? You lied to me about having leukemia. How did you come up with that excuse? Cough cough. Xu Yang dryly coughed. At that time, you have asked to this point. I really can't find any other better reasons. I won't dare next time. You want there to be a next time? Xu Yang quickly shook his head. No more. Just this once. It won't happen again. That's more or less the same. Lin Qingxue smiled with satisfaction and continued. I'll teach you chasing girls is not the way to chase. Just now in this situation. Don't ask. Direct kiss. Hear me. Before the last word could be said, Xu Yang leaned down and quickly kissed Lin Qingxue's lips. Ryoko. All a bit breathless afterward. Only then did Lin Qingxue blush and push Xu Yang away. Rascal. Xu Yang, however, had an expression of intent. How about it? I didn't kiss the wrong person. Did I? Kiss the wrong person? The one I kissed was my girlfriend. Xu Yang laughed. No kissing mistake. Lin Qingxue's eyes quickly rolled a few times. Mr. Xu Yang. Below I announce that you have successfully become Miss Lin Qingxue's internship boyfriend. Why is it an internship? Xu Yang was a bit puzzled. How can I turn regular? Please be licensed. In that case, Xu Yang smiled in realization, quickly carrying Lin Qingxue on the bed to his side, feeling her body temperature while slowly laughing. This idea of yours coincides with mine. Little friend Lin Qingxue, if you fall in love with me, you have to get married. Lin Qingxue's cheeks reddened again as soon as she brushed them. Immediately after that, she quickly rushed out of Xu Yang's arms. No, it's too much. I must send a friend circle. She ran straight out of the hospital bed. After changing his shoes, he retrieved his cell phone from the DSS officer at the door and bounced back inside the ward. After opening her cell phone to take a selfie, Lin Qingxue then directly leaned into Xu Yang's arms. Come on, look at the camera and smile. Xu Yang was a bit confused, but he did as he was told. Click. With the sound of a cell phone shutter going off, the two were photographed together again after a 3-year hiatus. As for the last group photo, it was still the first year of high school. The school organized an off-campus spring trip, a class shot out of the group photo. Then she just took the photo and posted a friend circle, first time showing love. Not too skillful. After sending this friend circle, she then looked at Xu Yang expectantly and smiled. Do you want to send one? I've never posted a friend circle before. Xu Yang froze. He hadn't posted a circle of friends since he participated in the 1-nanometer lithography program. Okay. Lin Qingxue also pretty much understood the nature of Xu Yang's work. Actually, it's fine if I don't send it. Xu Yang hesitated for a few seconds. Then he pulled out his cell phone. Consider this my first circle of friends after 3 years. Directly after copying this photo of Lin Qingxue, Chu Yang then also quickly sent a circle of friends. From now on, the smoky rain falls in the south of the river. One person holding an umbrella and two people traveling. Chapter 66, She's his favorite. Evening. After the people from the General Security Department had wrapped up everything, Chu Yang left the hospital with Lin Qingxue. Hospital entrance. Li Qian and the girls were still waiting at the hospital entrance. After seeing Lin Qingxue and Chu Yang walking out of the hospital hand in hand, Li Qian immediately gave Lin Qingxue an angry look. Qingxue, good for you. You woman who is more interested in sex than friends. Several of our roommates were worried about you for so long at the police station. But you actually showed love to Chu Yang in the hospital? After saying that, Li Qian looked at Chu Yang again. Elementary brother. Although our Qingxue is a woman who emphasizes sex over friends, but I'm warning you, since you're with our Qingxue, you'd better not bully her, or else, the few women in my dormitory aren't something to be messed with. Of course, Chu Yang smiled. It's really hard for a few of you today. It just so happens that it's almost time now. I'll treat you all to dinner in the evening. Li Qian nodded with satisfaction. On the road. After saying that, she quickly walked over to Lin Qingxue and smiled towards Chu Yang next to her. Now then, for the time being, we will lend your family Qingxue to us. After taking Lin Qingxue from Chu Yang, several sisters in their dormitory then came together and began to chat quietly. Tell us, what happened in the middle of this? Let's have a good gossip. Just after 9 o'clock at night, only then did Chu Yang return to the school with Lin Qingxue and the few of them. Because of the company of Li Qian and the others, Lin Qingxue didn't let him send him back to the dormitory, but went back with Li Qian and the others. Chu Yang returned to his dormitory. As a result, just opened the door of the dormitory. Xu Pengfei several people immediately put down all the things in their hands. Rows and rows of moving chairs. Big brother, open the class. Charge all. Let us learn to learn it. Chu Yang froze. What are you guys doing? Listen to your lesson. Zhang Mingyang said with a face of worship. How long has it been since the beginning of the school year? And you've taken care of the hardest to handle schoolgirl in our school. Lin Day, we've been good brothers for so many years. You mustn't teach us the secret? Wang Lei and Xu Pengfei two people also echoed. Yes, Lao San, there are techniques you do not hide. Our brother three are not yet singlet. You must not teach us two hands? Although Lin Qingxue's kidnapping had been pressed by the top, except for the parties. Also just some of the people around at the time saw it, resulting in almost everyone inside the school not knowing about Lin Qingxue's kidnapping. But they could all see the friend circle that Chu Yang sent. Little poses in this photo. It's just not too intimate. Okay, this is very simple. Chu Yang smiled. He said what was with the sudden class, so it was because of this. Immediately after that, he continued to look at the three people. Actually, there's not much skill. Mainly, relying on the face. Let's be honest, she's just craving for my body. The three instantly rolled their eyes in unison. Asterisk 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 off. Shame on you. He too. Lao San, you're too thick-skinned. Late at night, after taking a bath, Chu Yang sat next to his desk. After picking up his cell phone, he saw a message sent by Lin Qingxue a few minutes ago. What are you doing? Chu Yang smiled and quickly replied. I just took a shower and am ready to study some information. Lin Qingxue's side returned the message in seconds. In that case, then you get busy first. I won't bother you. Go for it. After sending this message out, added a cheering emoji. Seeing this, Chu Yang immediately smiled and picked up his cell phone and said back. It's fine, I can get back to you. Finish sending the message. Chu Yang then opened the computer on his desk. After logging Wilson on, he tapped on the genjutsu icon on his desktop again. Because of the data code of the basilisk he had uploaded to the network, it is not without any host as a carrier that will always exist on top of the interconnected network. Briefly, all the computers in the world can be synthesized to serve as his mainframe, greatly increasing its computing power. It's on his computer now. It's just a port of Genbu, and in the girls' dormitory. After Lin Qingxue looked at the message that Chu Yang had returned, the corner of her mouth immediately rose slightly. No, I'll just read. After returning a message, she set her phone aside. She would not bind Chu Yang in the name of love. With her, he could do anything. It was just enough to hope that he would think of her before he did anything, because she knows, the boy she had fallen in love with was destined to be a radiant sun in the future. Fortunately, she was his preference. The ones that take their time are sincere. Then take your time. Someday they'll be nestled on a couch, watching the same book, the same movie. Chu Yang sighed. After looking at the message Lin Qingxue sent over, the corner of his mouth also gently pursed out a smile. You don't have to stalk every day and keep in touch at all times. I know you won't go away. You know I won't change. Each is busy, and they are attached to each other. That's the ideal love at its best, right? Immediately after that, he sent out a command directly inside the Xuanwu port of his computer. Hack the databases of all the other countries' intelligence agencies for me. Maybe Lin Xingxue thought that this matter had already passed, but it hasn't passed in his case. If you move his people, then you must suffer the consequences. He wanted to make those who wanted to hit Lin Xingxue in the future understand. His Chu Yang's people, not so easy to bully. He wants to make it so that what happened today will never happen again. Chapter 67 Attacking the Central Intelligence Agency. P.S. The preceding search for military satellite launch schedules has been changed to hacking into the databases of all national intelligence agencies around the globe. The next second after Chu Yang's command was issued, the Xuanwu that existed in the interconnected internet immediately began to reveal his true strength. Inside a certain internet cafe in China, the rows and rows of neatly arranged computers ran with a sudden drop in speed. But it's only a 0.1 second lag. There was a slight delay, but it is also the 1 second delay. Take Yaso as crunching mess kill a teenager. Immediately began to curse, asterisk. What is the situation Old son zoomed in Y card, followed by the next second. His computer screen just went straight black. Somewhere inside a dark comforter, the light of a cell phone screen flickered on and off, and a shouting voice rang out from inside the Bluetooth headset in both of his ears. But also just as he was rewarding himself for being cool, originally also played a good network suddenly lagged, so that he instantly began to curse the mother, dog days. This site so suddenly becomes so stuck. The key moment you give me on this? But the next second, the expression on his face changed to a sage one. Hey, it's tasteless. Inside the shopping app one night, a handsome guy with black glasses was about to enter the software and grab his favorite limited edition second wife. As a result, just entered into the site, was running particularly loose smooth phone suddenly lagged a bit. It's just as well that the hand is so late. The limited edition wife was sold out. His expression was unusually bitter. Kam, what is this called? Lousy waited for so long. A second is gone. You group of people's hand speed so fast? In the meantime, such similar things continue to happen in various regions of the country. Even the servers of certain large internet companies are down slightly. The arithmetic was given a quick combination by the basilisk, and on the other side of the ocean, some intelligence agency of the pretty country that spies and subverts abroad. An intelligence officer in a black suit and tie had just walked slowly inside the office that belonged to him with his coffee and breakfast in hand. Inside a large computer room inside the intelligence agency, countless computers arranged in an orderly manner were constantly running inside, and each one of them was superbly configured and ran at an extremely fast speed. Here is the largest database in the pretty country. It is also one of the most confidential and important databases in the pretty country, because inside this one, there was stored the information of the spies that pretty country had dispatched to various countries over the years, as well as some subsequent deployment of strategic information. But just for a moment, the entire interior of the intelligence agency suddenly went off with the sound of a violent alarm. The moment. The head of this intelligence agency has only just arrived at the office. He heard this strong alarm first. In the next second, the door of his office was directly pushed open quickly by one of his staff. Boss, it's not good. Our database has been attacked by an unknown hacker. The firewall is now being destroyed by the other party. It is expected that after a maximum of 10 minutes, the firewall of our data is going to be destroyed, and at that time, all the information in our database will most probably be exposed. What? The head of the intelligence agency's expression immediately sank. The next second he slammed the coffee in his hand onto the floor. Quick, take me there. 3 steps after rushing out of the office, this person in charge then quickly ran inside the engine room. Immediately after that, he roared directly towards the people in the server room. Who can tell me what is going on here? Why is our organization's database being attacked? And with your level you're still stopping an international hacker's attack? Does the state take so much money to support you so that you can eat dry food? 10 minutes. When did our country's cyber defenses become capable of withstanding only a 10-minute attack from someone else? One of the blonde men nervously walked up to the person in charge. Boss, the opponent this time is just too powerful and has used attacks that we've never seen before. We're in big trouble this time. Wastes, a bunch of wastes. The person in charge began to shout furiously. I don't care what methods you use, you must guard it for me. The information inside the database absolutely cannot be discarded. This database contains information on the spies they have sent in and out over the years. Once this database is breached, the spy data inside flows out. What a layout after decades of hard work. It could be shattered this very day, overnight. In the meantime, inside the chat group of China's Reddit League, countless diving accounts popped up. Holy, is that the great god from our Reddit alliance making a move? I just got word that some intelligence agency's data in the pretty country has been hacked. I know, that's the pretty country's central intelligence agency, right? Good lord, who's so powerful? I've already sneaked in to watch the battle. If this is a breach of the central intelligence agency's database, the pretty country mustn't be pissed off? Is there a lot of spy lists in there? Guys, This is a great opportunity. Want to go online together and do a job? Charge. Get on the line right now and wait for me to gather in charge together. I carry the flag for the motherland. Brothers charge. KYU dormitory. Xu Yan was sitting on his desk. Zhang Mingyang and Zhu Pengfei passed by a few people, looking at Xu Yang's computer in a data box full of code, which was frantically scrolling a variety of codes. Several people became curious. Old 3, what are you doing? Xu Yan laughed. I'm watching the show. Zhang Mingyang and Zhu Pengfei looked curiously for a few moments, but then they turned their heads without looking anymore. Because, can't read it. At this time, Xuanwu suddenly sent a message over. Boss, there's another hacking force in the country that's starting to attack the pretty country's intelligence database. Do you want me to help them mask the IP address? Xu Yang nodded slightly. A quick tap on the keyboard gives the command. Yes, inside the Central Intelligence Agency of the pretty country. Wait for the Redditors League to join. The Central Intelligence Agency's servers were instantly caught on all sides, and the defenses were about to go down. Suddenly, one of the main technicians in the server room stood up violently. No, this isn't right. The attacker isn't simply trying to break through our firewall, much less steal our information. He's trying to expose all the top secret data within our Central Intelligence Bureau, directly on the network. Chapter 68, Intelligence Leak. The whole internet boils over. What? Cold sweat instantly broke out on the forehead of the head of the Central Intelligence Agency. If they let all this classified spy data inside the database and some of the strategic plans they've done before get leaked, he, the person in charge, is being held responsible for a great deal. If the top blames him, it's going to be hard for him not to die. He then roared with frantic fury. Quick, go pull the power for me. As a database of a Central Intelligence Agency, it can never be easily shut down in general. And now that the hacker has attacked, no matter if the power is turned off or not, if you still want to use the information inside the database, unless it is a complete solution to this hacking incident. Otherwise, even if the power is disconnected, it's nothing more than a reprieve. But now, he couldn't care less. The internal information of intelligence agencies should never be exposed to leaks out on the internet. However, Xu Yang's speed was not comparable at all. Under the invasion of Xuanwu, the firewalls of the databases of the world's nations were nothing more than the emperor's new clothes. Wearing it is the same as not wearing it. It takes 10 minutes to break into Central Intelligence? It's not just a matter of moving your fingers. As of right now, on this part of the internet, Genji is just unbeatable. After having Xuanwu break into the databases of the intelligence agencies of various countries, soon Xu Yan knew exactly which country had plotted this espionage incident. Give them 10 minutes. It was just that he wanted to see how good those hacking skills in pretty countries really were. By the way, it's just a matter of letting them hang around a little longer. Now it seems, it's really nothing more than that. Destroy, after inputting a command to the basilisk. Next, before the people from the Central Intelligence Agency could go and turn off the power, many of the computer mainframes inside their server room immediately began to emit a burst of sparks and white smoke. The internal system of the Central Intelligence Agency, accompanied by all sorts of miscellaneous garbage data that Xuanwu entered in at the last moment. The upper limit of the system's carrying capacity was reached directly. The system, falling apart. In the meantime, various top social media outlets around the globe were suddenly flooded with data exposed from the pretty country's Central Intelligence Agency. Of course, Xu Yang did not go too far. It just exposes some relevant data about the spies. As for the rest of the confidential data, he had asked Xuanwu to save it and did not expose it to the network. Just backing up a wave on my own. When you have time, just send it to Wang Weiman's email. Otherwise, the dog is in a hurry. Everyone has to play through. List of pretty country spies in China. List of pretty country spies in White Bear. Zhenbu is still very sweet. There was even time to put together a document of all this information that was going to come to light within the intelligence agencies of the nations of the world. When someone saw this detailed data information that had trickled out from the Central Intelligence Agency, he immediately laughed in excitement. Ha 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 ha. Doesn't he pretty country boast of being the world's #1 in science and technology? How is it that the intelligence agency's classified information has been taken by someone else in one fell swoop? There was also someone with a grave expression. Quickly go and compare the information inside our intelligence database. If it matches, immediately order an arrest operation. Chinese Redneck Alliance. Countless people started to speak up excitedly inside. I'll be damned. It's actually really been breached by us. I can't say it's us. I can only say it's that great God who is leading us to quack and kill indiscriminately. He's quacking indiscriminately and we're quacking beside him. Yes, 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 that great God is indeed powerful, probably sensing that we joined. I myself hadn't even finished cleaning up my invasion traces yet. The great God actually made a move to help me clean it up. Me too, me too. However, isn't this time's matter a bit too big? I'm going to go? The information of the Central Intelligence Agency has been leaked. I also think that this is something that everyone must keep secret. At everyone, this matter should be kept secret by everyone, so as not to bring unnecessary trouble to the top. Hacking into Central Intelligence was indeed a blast. However, this kind of thing can only be done with a sneaky shotgun. Out of the head not so much. That one was straight up flipping people's nests. They have been able to think. That great God who led them to gag and kill indiscriminately will be facing some level of hunting order from Pretty Country in the future. If that one doesn't die, go ahead and give them a go now and then. That president of the Pretty Country, probably not going to be able to sleep every night. KYU dormitory. Zhang Mingyang, who was originally brushing his scarf, suddenly exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys go and look at the scarf. A big happy event. What the hell? Zhu Pengfei raised his head. Zhang Mingyang quickly said, the spy information of the Pretty Country's Central Intelligence Bureau has been leaked, as well as some strategic plans for China. I'm laughing my ass off. Which god is this? It's also too powerful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? I'm going to eat melon. Wang Lei was shocked and immediately opened the scarf software. Xu Yang also smiled and opened the web page of the scarf. Underneath the countless hot news messages about leaks from the Pretty Country's Central Intelligence Agency, which hung on the Bib's hot list, large swaths of comments quickly appeared. A congratulatory message from the people of Hunan Province. Congratulations from the people of Kyoto. A message of congratulations from the people of Suland. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I knew there must be someone behind the domestic fishing vessels, so it's these guys. In the future, those rumors on the internet must not be believed. It is very likely that it is the other country's disassociation, so it's a culture war. People must trust the country and not just believe what people say on the internet. Just scrolled through the Bib a few times. At this time, Lin Qingshue's side suddenly sent a message over. Xu Yang, are you done? If you're done, you can go check out the hot search on the scarf. The Central Intelligence Agency was subjected to a large number of leaks. I guess their presidential people are all stupid. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 69, in China? You'll have to pay more. Finished reading the book? Xu Yang smiled and returned a message over. Lin Qingshue's side quickly wrote back. No, it's just that halfway through, I heard Shanshan and the girls discussing this matter, so I went to eat some melons and found it very interesting, so I told you the news. After replying to this one, she quickly asked, are you done so soon? You're busy looking up information and you're able to return messages in seconds? No, Xu Yang slowly returned, but it's just that I suddenly missed you. How much? Lin Qingxue inside the dormitory laughed. Xu Yang picked up his cell phone, looking at the chat screen, hesitated slightly for a moment. A minute later, Lin Qingxue sent another message over. Where is the person? How did this suddenly disappear into thin air? Xu Yang quickly replied back. I am. He then smiled and sent a text over. Just been trying to figure out how to answer that question for you, but maybe I'm not good enough at grammar. I can't really think of a better adjective. Sorry about that. I did, however, just think about you for a solid minute. Next moment, time passes on the phone. It is now 1 minute and 1 second. Ah, how can this person be like this? Lin Qingxue, who was sitting in the dormitory, was somewhat overwhelmed. Is Xu Yang's head all of a sudden enlightened? That's too titillating. Can't be beat, can't be beat. Li Qian and the girls had curiously shifted their gaze from the gossip on the scarf to the gossip on Lin Qingxue. What's going on? 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 Nothing, nothing. Lin Qingxue smiled and shook her head. Li Qian's few people rolled their eyes over. The corners of your mouth are going up to the sky. You see what I believe? General Security Service. Lu Chongqing returned inside his office overnight. After sitting on the office, while brewing himself chrysanthemum tea with wolfberry, he looked at one of the General Security Administration personnel who followed him and asked, how is it? Did you cross-check all those information materials sent out on the network? These spy messages sent by Xu Yang were too important. This is going to be all accurate. It can also remove a wave of pests for the country. The staff member nodded. Yes, the information is pretty much cross-referenced and accurate, and we've got staff from our General Security Department going forward to keep an eye on every region of the country. As soon as you give the order, the arrest can be made immediately. Okay. Lu Chongqing nodded, and after making the tea, he sat down on the seat of his desk, looking at the piece of information form on the computer screen. Name, Wu Li. Age, 48. Occupation, cab driver. Number of missions, 4. Name, Zhang Ling. Age, 26. Occupation, kindergarten teacher. Number of missions, 1. Name, Wang Hai. Age, 39. Occupation, vice president of BIB operations at Paywave Group. Number of missions, 27. Look at the data for each person on it. Every time he looked at a copy, Lu Chongqing's face became ugly, and in the end, His fingers trembled a little in anger. Outrageous. It's outrageous. Inside the identities of these spies include kindergarten teachers, middle school directors, cab drivers, tech company executives, and leaders of some investment companies. It's safe to say, in various industry sectors in China. Basically, there are a lot of spies lurking that have been sent over from pretty countries, especially those with higher status. The more missions they go on, some of them are even labeled as some of the executives that these people have dragged down to do their work for them through all kinds of dirty tricks and coercion. Unbelievable. These people collude. Just how much evil has been done in China? Lu Chongqing slammed the table. Arrest. No matter how many individuals are involved behind these people, arrest them all. Chinese customs. A young man with an oriental face would have been working diligently on the extra night shift at the customs transportation plaza. Suddenly, a mediocre watch he wore on his hand suddenly vibrated. In the next second, the man quickly ran inside the restroom and pulled out the cell phone he was carrying. After clicking on the penguin mailbox, a spam email was quickly sent from inside. After quickly clicking on the email and comparing it to some digital gibberish interspersed within the email, the man's face instantly changed drastically. Identity exposed. Go! Almost instantly, the man quickly pushed open the door to the restroom and hurriedly prepared to leave the customs side. That's when several police cars drove up to the man quickly. The officers of the General Security Department, in conjunction with the officers of the police station, stopped the man with guns in unison. I'm sorry, you're under arrest. Please come with us. Above the sea, numerous police station-equipped inspection speedboats quickly departed from the pier and headed in the direction of the open sea. And in the middle of the ocean, on a luxury yacht, a certain blonde man wearing gold-rimmed glasses had a glass of red wine in his hand, sitting on the board of the yacht with a cozy face, drinking red wine and looking at the moon. He was even accompanied by two colorfully dressed young women. Next, a satellite phone placed on the wine table next to him suddenly rang. After connecting the phone, this blonde man immediately said a local Chinese, "Sorry Jess, I have to go first. I won't go back to my country. Going back would be a death sentence, and there will be no more Agent James in the future. Bye-bye." After saying this, the blonde man directly hung up the phone in his hand and then dropped it into the sea in the process. He was a spy chief in China. Not anymore, of course. From the time he was dispatched abroad, he was prepared for his identity to be exposed. Spies whose identities are exposed, even if they return home, unless one has made a great contribution, it is difficult to escape death. This has been true since the beginning of time. In the words of HWA, since the beginning of time, all spies seldom end well. Fortunately, he also has his hands on the coffers of the entire intelligence network under his command. As long as he leaves China and does not return to his country, it's enough to take the money inside the money bank and live your life incognito. For those of them anyway, everywhere is home and nowhere is home. Them, it's just rootless flotsam. But the next second, it was accompanied by the sound of a siren blaring. Countless speedboats from the police department and the military department then surrounded the luxury yacht and began to continuously talk. People above, you have been surrounded by us. Please stop advancing at once. Please stop advancing at once. Pretty country. Inside some plush office, various documents and papers fluttered to the ground, filling the floor with a mess. Drops of black coffee continued to fall to the ground from the hair of the head of the Central Intelligence Agency standing in front of his desk. At the moment, the president of the pretty country is standing in front of him in a constant fury. Is this the intelligence agency you ran for me? All of the intelligence people we've been dispersing for decades are now being exposed. And do you realize how many calls I've gotten from those assholes on the council in just this little while in the morning? All these years of hard work, and now it's all for nothing. Do you know how many people in the outside world are waiting to see what we're up to right now? You'd better give me a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I'll definitely get you killed. The head of the intelligence agency was somewhat powerless. Mr. President, this is something I don't want to see either. But this time, our opponent is just too strong. 10 minutes. It was only 10 minutes. Their intelligence agency's cyber defense firewall was breached. But would you say their intelligence firewall is really weak? Hackers in countless countries around the globe have people constantly attacking their cyber defenses every hour of every day. But in the end, no one from any country was able to break through their defenses. But now, the opponents are just too sick. The president of the pretty country's face was grim as hell. This is the explanation you gave me? Where exactly did the opponent come from? Have you found him? Don't you tell me that the cyber black-clothed man who ruthlessly slapped our pretty country's face in front of the international community, you guys actually haven't found out his identity until now? Indeed not. The person in charge lowered his head in shame, and immediately afterward he quickly raised his head again. But I presume that it's definitely someone from the Chinese side. The last time we sent those people to Kyoto to complete a mission, all of them didn't come back. and then now right away there's a leak in the list of intelligence officers. My premonition tells me that this matter must be the work of the Chinese side. And it's even very likely that it's the young man we're going to deal with who did this. Asshole. The president slapped the person in charge directly and viciously in the face. Is that what you do in intelligence work with your hunches? After saying that, the president of the pretty country sat back down on his seat at his desk. Forget it. I'm tired. Go away. Take your stuff and leave the Central Intelligence Agency. Someone will be here soon to clean up the mess you made. Your Excellency the President. Please give me another chance. The expression on the person in charge's face suddenly changed. I promise, I will get to the bottom of this. He's in intelligence. I don't know how many people I've offended in my day-to-day life. Once he unloads that identity, if only those of his sins were known, it's not certain he'll live past tomorrow. The president jerked his head. Get out. The person in charge took a few deep breaths and finally clenched the fist in his hand tightly and turned violently to leave the office. But on the way out, his eyes were filled with a gloomy cold color. He's not happy about it. It was because of the appearance of that young man called Chu Yang that so many messes had been made in his work. Now he can't get better. The young man called Chu Yang. One should never make it easy for him either. Wait until you leave the presidential palace. After walking to the top of the street, he immediately took out the cell phone in his hand and dialed out a darknet number. I want a bounty. $1 million. For the life of a Chinese person. In China? Right. Send me the data information. I'll arrange someone for you. But since it's in China, have to add money. Chapter 70, Chu Yang, I can't charge money. Extra money? The former head of the Central Intelligence Agency was a bit speechless. It's just to kill an ordinary Chinese kid, and $1 million isn't enough? At this time, a man's cheerful laughter immediately came from inside the phone. 1 million is actually enough. Only, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to pay. After all. Next, it was accompanied by the sound of a sharp brake. A gray and black sedan suddenly rushed through an intersection in the street, directly into the former head of this Central Intelligence Agency. In an instant, he was knocked out a few meters away. The former head who was knocked out was filled with disbelief. With all the strength he could muster, he raised his blood-filled arm, and in his hand, he was still clutching the cell phone he had used to make the call. He reached for his cell phone with a resigned look on his face and asked, why? If you don't die, someone won't be able to sleep. In the meantime, in front of the office of the president of the pretty country, a man in his 30s, dressed in a black suit, slowly knocked on the door of the office. Your Excellency the President, I am the new head of the Central Intelligence Agency, KYU Dormitory. After chatting with Chu Yang for a few moments, glancing at the time on her cell phone, it was almost 11 o'clock. Lin Xingxue immediately smiled and sent a message over. When can I sleep with you? Chu Yang instantly froze. Sleeping with you? What do you mean? This was just together and we're starting to talk about this exciting topic? Hold back. Can't laugh. After taking a deep breath, Chu Yang then quickly returned. Are you sure? Sleeping can be, but it's a responsibility. I can do without the money, but you'll be responsible for it for the rest of your life. Lin Xingxue was a bit confused. After quickly sending a few black question marks, Lin Xingxue then quickly sent another message over. Chu Yang, what do you mean? I mean, when can you sleep? See, I was going to get ready for bed. Not about sleeping with you. Got it? After sending it, Lin Xingxue couldn't help but laugh again. That's how long we've been together. Can't you hide your tail? Immediately after that, she laughed and sent a message over. It's over. You exposed Chu Yang. Quickly say, are you with me just craving for my body? You're cheap. Chu Yang laughed. To be honest, if I don't crave for your body when I fall in love with you, why don't we just worship each other? Lin Xingxue directly froze when she saw this message. Cheeks swished red. Actually, Chu Yang said this. It doesn't seem unreasonable. But then she gave another quick shake of her head. Lin Xingxue, what are you thinking? Your thoughts are too impure. Then returned. So I'm coming out at night? Chu Yang's heart jumped abruptly. Really? I think you want farts to eat. Lin Xingxue giggled as she sat in her chair and quickly returned. This matter will be discussed later. When you serve this palace happily, I'll reward you for serving the bed. I obey. Day 2. The rising sun in the early morning is bright and colorful. Wang Weiman just came to his own office and gave himself a cup of wolfberry chrysanthemum tea. Immediately after opening the computer, a special email popped up inside the desktop's internal mailbox. Seeing this, Wang Weiman immediately became a bit puzzled. This is the email address used by WASI's internal staff for contact. Generally speaking, unless one is a researcher within the WASP, one would not send a document to oneself at this email address, but no one was informed in advance either. The next second, Wang Weiman put on his presbyopia glasses and opened this mailbox to watch himself pretty country part of the scientific and technological information design drawings, as well as detailed parameters. After seeing this document, Wang Weiman's pupils instantly contracted violently. A quick page turn followed. It turned out to be a whole lot of scrolling and I still hadn't gotten to the bottom of this email. It contains a great deal of information on the design of scientific weapons in the pretty country. And it's not just tech information from pretty countries either. Confidential scientific and technical information from other countries. In addition to the ones that existed inside the separate hard disk, the information inside the database, all of it, was organized by him. But Xu Yang didn't look at it either. After getting up in the morning and having Zhenbu organize it, he sent it via internal email. Wang Weiman was shocked. He didn't even need to verify the information inside this email. He was probably able to guess that it should all be real information, because he had once specialized in some foreign technological weapons. Some of the data in there is also more familiar, but then he got curious. Who the hell is this thing from? That's some of the top information available in each country. Who would be able to hack the information out of so many of the world's classified national databases at the same time? Didn't look at it closely either. Wang Weiman directly closed the email content and found the signer behind the mailbox number. The name Chu Yang was clearly written on it. After seeing Chu Yang's name, Wang Weiman was instantly enlightened. So it was this kid who sent it. That's okay. But then, he still took out his cell phone and called Chu Yang's number. The call was quickly answered. Chu Yang, who accompanied Lin Xingxue to eat breakfast in the cafeteria, picked up the phone. Elder Wang, what is the matter you are calling me about? Did you see the email I sent you? Wang Weiman nodded repeatedly. See, how did you get this information? I had nothing to do last night, so I just browsed the internet. The corner of Wang Weiman's mouth twitched. You think the classified databases of various countries are your backyard, just hanging out? Immediately afterward, he asked with some curiosity. Then the information of those foreign intelligence officers that was sent out at night, was also sent out by you? Xu Yang nodded. Right. Anyway, they're all little gadgets that aren't much use. I thought you guys should use them, so I copied them and sent them to you. Wang Weiman froze again. A twitch in his heart. He felt like he couldn't talk to Chu Yang on the phone. This is too damn exciting. You call all this defense weapons research data from various countries gadgets that don't do much good? But then he thought of Chu Yang's own strength. Either they're getting photolithography, or making curvature engines, and even now they're getting mechs. He then laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Chua. Then the old man will thank you for your contribution to the country. But after saying that, Wang Weiman's tone became a bit more serious. Speaking of which, Xiao Chua, that exoskeleton technology of yours, has it already been put into use? I've had quite a few high-ranking military officials call me recently, wanting a few sets of the exoskeleton mechs you researched to go back from the hands of our Chinese Academy of Sciences, through satellite reconnaissance techniques. The video of Chu Yang cleaning up those overseas intelligence officers that day could all be clearly recorded. Now those bigwigs in the War Department. Everyone was very eager to get a few sets of the set of mechs that Chu Yang was wearing that day. Chapter 71, I won't go to a big bathhouse with you even if I'm beaten to death. It's not impossible to use it. Chu Yang glanced at Lin Xingxue who was sitting across from him taking small bites of dumplings, then returned. But this thing is just a toy for now. It's not the optimal design yet, so if you want it, wait for a while. Once I've improved it, I can arrange a time to test the complete data once, and then if they want it again, you can just take it to mass production. Every part of the current White Tiger Type 1 mech is required to be customized. The subsequent optimization is all about adaptability. Otherwise, this stuff is promoted. Not to mention the universal promotion. Even if you want to promote it within the military department, it would be too troublesome if everyone has to be customized. Then there's the material side of things. Earth's current internal materials have not yet found a way to significantly weaken the warp force field, especially when applied to mechs. At 100 meters per second, it was also close to reaching its limit. If it went faster than that, the mech shell wouldn't be able to withstand the reaction forces brought about by the change in the warp force field. Toys? Wang Weiman smiled bitterly. Alright, in that case, I'll reply with them and tell them to wait a little longer. Whenever you feel ready to test, I'll prepare the venue. And by the way, I'll invite some of the higher-ups from the military department over to observe the test. Yes. Chu Yang nodded slightly, then hung up the phone. Just looked up. He then saw Lin Xingxue's eyes staring straight at him from across the room. A call from over there? Lin Xingxue asked curiously. Chu Yang nodded. After that Lin Xingxue didn't ask any more questions. She picked up a dumpling from in front of herself and handed it to Chu Yang with a smile. Nah, open your mouth. Reward you with a dumpling. Busy man it's really hard work. Chu Yang naturally wouldn't refuse. In one bite, he ate the dumplings Lin Xingxue handed over. But the next second, he then felt his back go a little cold. Big morning. There were also many students eating breakfast inside the cafeteria. and Lin Qingxue was extraordinarily eye-catching again. Seeing this scene, countless boys looked at Chu Yang, who was sitting opposite Lin Qingxue, in a sly manner. Asterisk 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 ah. To actually be able to eat dumplings hand-fed by Goddess Lin. Asterisk 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 doesn't this man have hands, and he actually needs a goddess to feed him? I'm different. I have hands. Really can't go to a room, can't you? Running to the cafeteria inside to spread dog food. Really convinced this old six. And somewhere in the cafeteria, Wang Xiujia and a boy were sitting at the table, looking at the two of you, Lin Qingxue and Chu Yang. His eyes were instantly filled with pain. Seeing this, the boy sitting across from him immediately opened his mouth and soothed. Xiujia, it's okay, that kid who fell in love with Lin Qingxue. I investigated clearly. It's the freshman in our management. You're a future student council president. I'm a hostile minister. Can't you clean up his a freshman? Wang Xiujia directly glared coldly at the boy. Then he sighed softly. Forget it, don't mess around. I'll wait for her. As long as I don't get married, I'll always wait for her. The boy's expression was a bit hard to bear. Do you have to be like this for a woman? Actually, sometimes you can look at the people around you. The sidekick? Wang Xiujia froze for a moment. Who are you talking about? The boy took a deep breath. Xiujia, I wasn't supposed to be that before. Was always into women. It wasn't until I met you after college that you were so good that I admired you and slowly started to care about you. Right now in my eyes, I don't think anyone is more important than you. I'll even die for you. After saying that, the boy looked at Wang Xiujia with an expectant face and said, Are you able to understand what I said? The corner of Wang Xiujia's mouth twitched. That. I can probably understand it all. Just probably. Not all of it, but, I'm normal. So, the boy was a little reluctant. So, can we still be friends from now on? Let's talk about this later. Wang Xiujia forced himself to hold back his facial twitching. But in the future, beat me to death. I won't even go to the big bathhouse with you to take a bath. Chu Yang sighed. After the dumplings are almost finished, Lin Qingxue immediately looked up with a smile and asked, Do you have any plans for this afternoon? Is there something wrong? Chu Yang asked. It's not a big deal. Lin Qingxue smiled. But I don't have classes this afternoon, and it just so happens that a good movie seems to have come out recently. So I wanted to call you to go see a movie with me. But then Lin Qingxue added, But if you're busy with things, you don't have to accompany me. So, Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. How many people? Of course it's two. Chu Yang nodded slightly. If it's two people, I can go out at 12 noon, so we can still get together for a fondue? No problem. After dinner and breakfast, Lin Qingxue went to class. Chu Yang returned inside the dormitory with the few breakfasts he bought from inside the cafeteria. Push opened the door to the room. Zhu Pengfei and a few of them were also up and were piled up next to the sink on the balcony to brush their teeth. Chu Yang immediately laughed. Sons, I'm back. Zhang Mingyang quickly finished brushing his teeth and directly replied back. My good dare, you're finally back. Chu Yang shook the breakfast he was holding. Zhang Mingyang instantly rushed to Chu Yang. Dad, I love you the most. This is probably one of the major reasons why boys' dorms tend to be more amicable than girls' dorms. How can there be a feud between father and son? Because they don't have classes in the morning either. After breakfast, Zhu Pengfei began to call his friends. Hurry up. A few brothers on the line not. Yaso thief slippery. Zhang Mingyang gave him a speechless blank look. Just your aso? It's not that I'm bragging. That wave of pushing the high ground last night. If you hadn't made a mistake, wouldn't we have one? Wang Lei nodded in agreement. Right. How much credit I got for that last game last night. The troop line operation was so good, but the result was still a loss. Boss, you definitely took the blame. After saying that, Wang Lei asked Chu Yang again. Lao San, how about it? Do you want to come and play 2 games with us? You guys play. Chu Yang smiled faintly. I'm not very good at this game, so don't pitch yourselves. He then opened his laptop on his desk as well. People are pack animals. He didn't want to run inside the lab every day if it wasn't non-essential. Once he opened his computer, he went straight to a diagram building software to prepare for the next stage of the mech structure design, until close to noon. After the set alarm clock rang, Chu Yang then rubbed his somewhat tired eyes. Save the mech structural design drawings that have been designed with a preliminary framework. After closing the computer, he then simply got up and left the dormitory. After waiting for a few minutes at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, Lin Qingxue, who had changed into another set of pretty little dresses, bounced up to him and looked up with a smile. Alright, let's go outside for lunch. Chu Yang nodded slightly. He then stopped a cab directly in front of the school's entrance and headed directly to the center of Kyoto. Lin Qingxue bought the tickets first. Chu Yang led her inside a hot pot restaurant. After sitting down, Lin Qingxue called out to the waiter. Ready to order. I also randomly ordered some fatty beef and other shabu-shabu dishes. Waiting for the waitress to leave, Lin Qingxue immediately inclined her head to look at the departing waitress again. and rather exclaimed, "That young lady's lipstick is so beautifully painted. Aren't they all red?" Shu Yang was a bit curious. "I've actually never been able to figure out how you girls are able to recognize so many color numbers. What orange, anti-red, tomato red, nice guy, isn't it all one color in his eyes? Then I don't know why you boys know so many ultras." Lin Qingxue laughed. "Why don't I quiz you and guess what color lipstick I'm wearing today?" "Can't guess." Shu Yang directly gave up. "Let him guess this. He might as well be working on mechs." "Silly." Lin Qingxue giggled. "That young lady and I are wearing a color of lipstick. Okay, both are Dior 999s, and let me tell you, this color numbers is very hot right now. When it comes to cosmetics, she's still head over heels." The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. "You're also able to tell this?" Lin Qingxue nodded her head smugly. "If you don't believe me, wait until she comes over and serves the food. Then we'll know if we ask." Soon, the waitress came over with several pots of fatty beef rolls. When she put the ingredients and was about to leave, Lin Qingxue opened her mouth to call out to her and asked, "Miss, is this lipstick of yours a Dior 999? "Yes, it's a Dior 999. The waitress nodded. Lin Qingxue immediately looked at Chu Yang smugly and laughed. "Isn't it? I told you it was. You still don't believe me." Chu Yang looked up at the young lady, then looked at Lin Qingxue in front of him, and queried, "But it's not right. Her color is a bit darker, and the color of the lipstick on your mouth seems to be a bit lighter?" Hearing this, Lin Qingxue directly rewarded Chu Yang with a blank stare. "Then who got the color off? I don't know who was being dishonest when I was just in the cab." "Ah, this." Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds and immediately nodded his head with a doting smile. I got it. Waitress, gentlemen, I'm just bringing you a dish. It's not necessary." Chapter 72, What the Heart Decides. The mouth can't answer. When the waiter left, Lin Qingxue instantly couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, Chu Yang, you're too bad. What happened to me?" Chu Yang felt a little confused. The look in that young lady's eyes just now was so hateful that she wanted to tear us both alive. "Doesn't she have a boyfriend?" Chu Yang asked rhetorically. Lin Qingxue, "It's hopeless. The man is hopeless. Wait until the two have finished their fondue." Lin Qingxue then brought Chu Yang to a nearby movie theater. Having just stepped into the movie theater, the expression of Chu Yang's expression became somewhat nostalgic. It was the first time he had appeared in a movie theater since he had been away for 3 years. Moreover, there was Lin Qingxue standing next to her. "How is it? Has it been a long time since you came over?" Lin Qingxue smiled and inclined her head to look at Chu Yang. "Yeah." Chu Yang rather sighed. "I remember the last time I came over. It was when we were in high school." "Right, a very long time ago." At that time they were still the summer between their freshman and sophomore year of high school. Came to the movie theater on vacation with a couple of friends who played well in high school. It was during that summer vacation that he was given a treasure trove of eternal knowledge. And then he joined the Chinese Academy of Sciences and began a 3-year journey of scientific research in Desert North. Looking back now, early on, he knew that time back then was the last time he had watched a movie with Lin Qingxue in the middle of those 3 years. He should have dressed better that day. Just in time. "Let's relive it then." Lin Qingxue smiled, holding Chu Yang's hand and quickly walked over in the direction of ticket collection. The luckiest is probably, 3 years ago she used to sit inside the same classroom with Chu Yang, shoulder to shoulder, envisioning what the future would be like after the college entrance exam. And now, he and she remained shoulder to shoulder as they walked together into their future. Toward the future that belongs to them, even if there were 3 whole years between them. But in the future, they will have another 3 years, 13 years, even 30 years. And, inside the coming time, they will all hold hands and face the future together where they belong, because they came to the movie theater earlier as well. After sitting on the small sofa in the waiting hall, Lin Qingxue nestled herself in Chu Yang's arms, smiling as she looked up towards him and asked, "Chu Yang, did you fall in love with me 3 years ago?" "Sort of." Chu Yang smiled. Lin Qingxue pouted. "What do you mean by sort of? This is too perfunctory of you." Chu Yang slowly shook his head. "Because at that time, I actually fell in love at first sight." Lin Qingxue continued. "Then why didn't you tell me at that time? What if we don't have any friends left by then?" "I will definitely promise you." Lin Qingxue laughed, then wrinkled her cute little nose again and glared at Chu Yang. "However, love at first sight can usually be love at first sight. So are you admitting that you had thoughts about me when you saw me for the first time? What kind of crooked reasoning is this?" Chu Yang rubbed Lin Qingxue's soft hair and laughed warmly. "Love at first sight, in my opinion, that is the soul recognizing the other person. So it's souls attracting each other. Thoughts on the same frequency. In physics terms, that's quantum entanglement." "What quantum entanglement?" Lin Qingxue was a bit puzzled, but she didn't open her mouth to ask more questions. He just hugged Chu Yang tightly with both hands and snickered. "You're so good at talking. Why don't you go and publish a book?" Chu Yang thought seriously for a few seconds. "If there is time in the future, It's not impossible to consider the matter of publishing a book. Lin Qingxue froze. I'm just saying it, and you're really taking it seriously? You really want to publish a book, don't you? But then she couldn't help but smile again. Original. I used to be the secret of your heart, too. Xu Yang slightly lowered his head. What are you laughing at? Just want to laugh. Lin Qingxue made a face at him, and immediately afterward, she said with some curiosity, but then again, how did you come to like me? Lin Qingxue continued slowly. I'm bad-tempered and petty, possessive, and inquisitively verbal. Let me tell you, I really super like to be jealous, but in the future if I am jealous, and certainly embarrassed to take this kind of thing to bother you, I will be a person who is jealous of the gas half dead, but I am really so petty. You are mine, no one else is allowed to like. She did look pretty though, but Xu Yang isn't bad either, and he will get better and better in the future. There's even the possibility of meeting someone better than her. At that point, between the two of them, what will happen? Think of this. The long eyelashes on Lin Qingxue's eyes fluttered slightly. Will you still like me like this? Xu Yang was simply too good. Excellent to the point where she shines. They all turned dull in front of him. Of course I will. Xu Yang replied without hesitation. What about the reason? Lin Qingxue continued to ask. What the heart decides, the mouth can't answer. Xu Yang tenderly glanced at Lin Qingxue. Of course, if you want to hear it, you can also have a reason. For example, you're smart, you're pure, kind, cute, etc. But I just thought of all the words I'd use to praise you, and those simple words don't quite sum up the reason I'm with you. But I also know the main reason, and that's probably because you're all for my fun. So you could also interpret it as being selfish on my part, wanting to keep you by my side for selfish reasons, so you don't have to feel that my love is a burden to you, or even grateful for it. The person I like is you and only you. So when it comes to me, you don't have to grow up if you don't want to, and you don't have to initiate if you don't want to. It's okay to be nervous and shy, and it's not a problem to be tongue-tied. Anyway, I'm responsible for understanding you. Chapter 73 Chu Yang, can you drink ice? Right? Lin Qingxue's heart instantly thumped wildly. My god, what is this man talking about? It's really disgusting, okay? If it wasn't for the fact that she and Chu Yang were in the same high school, knowing that this guy is in a relationship for the first time, I almost thought he was some battle-hardened sea king myself. What girl can stand this? After taking a deep breath, she then looked at Chu Yang with a smile and asked, so, how long will you like me? Chu Yang raised his head slightly, thinking for a few seconds before replying. If you're willing to keep listening to me talk about this nonsense, I'll always like you. After saying that, Chu Yang looked down and asked back, what about you? How long will you like me? Lin Qingxue nestled in Chu Yang's arms, shook her cute little head and blinked her eyes before looking up and saying, this answer is too long. To put it simply, I'll just ask you how long you can live. After saying that, Lin Qingxue shrank towards Chu Yang's arms again. Mr. Chu, do you realize that no amount of time spent with you will ever be enough? Chu Yang couldn't help but smile. That I'll probably be able to live for a long time. Then take your time and wait. Lin Qingxue playfully laughed. I'm telling you, in the future, you're not allowed to be too nice to other girls. I'll be jealous. I'll stomp my feet. I'll also rely on rolling on the ground for you to cuddle with. Let's see what you'll do then. Xu Yang smiled dotingly. I can promise you, but you have to promise me one thing too. What is it? Xu Yang tightly embraced the Lin Qingxue in front of him. In the future, you are angry, jealous, do not push me out. Not to mention I said how you say nothing, not allowed to hold anything in the heart of a person secretly sulking, more not allowed to secretly in the heart of the minus to me. Your heart loaded with the next I'm just fine. Do not allow any other unhappy things loaded in it. Is that all? Lin Qingxue raised her little head. That's it, I promise you. Lin Qingxue immediately laughed and directly jumped in front of Chu Yang's body. Her chest pressed tightly against his chest and came to his ear. Listen to it and see if you can hear my heartbeat. This. Chu Yang instantly froze, smelling the virginal fragrance that Lin Qingxue carried on her body, as well as the soft part of her chest. The qi and blood in her body instantly and unconsciously began to surge up. Even her body was a little stiff. Isn't this a little too exciting coming out of nowhere? At the end of the day, he was just a teenager approaching 20 years old. How can you stand this? All of a sudden, Chu Yang was a bit at a loss as to where to even place his hands. At this time, Lin Qingxue gently puffed out another mouthful of hot air in his ear. Is it because my soundproofing is too good? Or else you must be able to hear my thumping heartbeat, even if it's separated by 3,000 rivers and 600 trees. Chu Yang's body suddenly softened, using his hand to gently caress Lin Qingxue's long, silky hair. Dear Ms. Lin, I just forgot to tell you to thank God for letting me meet you. May the person who stays with you, being able to has always been me. The two just lounged on the couch in the movie theater for a while. After waiting for the time to approach, Lin Xingxue then reluctantly lifted her head from Chu Yang's arms and looked at him crisply and smiled. Alright, the time is almost up. Let's check the tickets and enter. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Gently, he took Lin Xingxue's hand. After picking up the movie ticket from the cinema's electronic ticket counter, Lin Xingxue then pointed at the small snack vending place not far from the side again and laughed. Chu Yang, I want to bring some popcorn just to go. I'm telling you I've heard from Chanxian and the others, that movie we're watching is particularly good, and it has an exceptionally high rating on the internet. Chu Yang glanced down at the movie ticket in his hand. It's a romance movie. As far as he could remember, that seemed to be the case with domestic love tickets. However, looking at Lin Xingxue's giddy expression, she didn't say anything more and hurriedly laughed. Okay, I'll take you to buy popcorn. When he came to the window selling popcorn, Chu Yang inclined his head to look at Lin Xingxue again. Can I drink ice today? Lin Xingxue was a bit unsure. Yes, what's wrong? Chu Yang nodded with a smile. It's fine, I'll just ask. With that, he looked up at the popcorn selling waiter and smiled. We'll have 2 iced cokes and a large bucket of popcorn. A total of 54 yuan. The waiter nodded slightly and started preparing to fill the popcorn for Chu Yang and the others. Chu Yang suddenly laughed and glanced at Lin Xingxue next to him. If the money isn't enough, can we put her up against a part-time job here? Hear that? The waiter in charge of serving the popcorn immediately stifled a laugh. Lin Xingxue, on the other hand, directly rolled her eyes towards Chu Yang, and skillfully went up and pinched Chu Yang's waist, coming up with a 180-degree rotation. You're going to say that to me again? Hissed Chu Yang, directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Then he laughed and looked at the waiter and laughed. Ahem, I'm just kidding. You go on, you go on. Waiter. After getting their popcorn and ice coke, the 2 men slowly walked inside the movie screening room. Maybe it's because the ratings are really good. The inside of the movie was already filled with quite a few people before the lights went black. Chu Yang brought Lin Xingxue to the couple's seat in the last row. Soon, the movie opens. With the appearance of the familiar dragon logo, the movie gets right down to business. Sort of a standard teen romance piece. It's about the clueless love of high school, and the bombast of college. Just as soon as the scene started, Lin Xingxue was already looking mesmerized into it. At this point, Chu Yang had just placed his hand inside the popcorn bucket when Lin Xingxue's men placed it inside the popcorn bucket in a second. Inadvertently, the 2 men's hands then met. Then, Lin Xingxue laughed badly and snatched one of the popcorns held in Chu Yang's hand. Chu Yang immediately turned his head. You grabbed the one in my hand too. Lin Xingxue immediately made a face towards Chu Yang. Slightly, the popcorn in someone else's hand tastes better. Are you sure? Chu Yang smiled playfully. What do you want? Lin Xingxue gave Chu Yang a stubborn look. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. Chu Yang smiled even more. Really not afraid? Not afraid. Lin Xingxue still had a stiff upper lip. Then you wait. Chu Yang put down the popcorn in his hand and slowly began to lean towards Lin Xingxue's side. Because it's a love seat, there is no spacing between the 2 seats. Looking at the suddenly approaching Chu Yang, Lin Xingxue directly covered her mouth in fear, and her whole body curled up to the chair. You, don't mess around. Chu Yang laughed evilly. You don't really think that you came to the movie theater to watch a movie, do you? Don't mess around. There's surveillance. Chu Yang directly stepped forward, set aside Lin Xingxue's hand and quickly kissed it. It's okay, it's not usually looked at. Only after half a minute did Lin Xingxue blush and push away Chu Yang in front of her. Then stuttering, he glared at Chu Yang and said, You, where did you just put your hand? If only movie theaters weren't darker. It was all but possible to see that her face was already so red it was dripping blood. Chu Yang dryly coughed. Cough. This hand of mine. I have to put it somewhere, right? Rascal. Lin Xingxue secretly spat at Chu Yang, then continued to blank him and slowly asked, You bad egg. Still saying that you're not craving for my body, and just asked me if I can drink ice. Just tell me if you're plotting against me today. I've always been scheming against you. Chu Yang did not hide it in the slightest, and slowly laughed. I have never said that I have no desire for you. From your hair to your fingertips, I want to have all of them. Love is never a temple. Instead, it's 10 miles of Yangzhou, and the lights don't stop. Too lazy to care about you. Watch the movie. Lin Xingxue directly blanked Chu Yang, but the next second, her little soft, white hands, it was still like a small snake holding onto Chu Yang's fingertips. It's not like there were any other hiccups in between, but it's just at the end. The director went straight for the plot kill and sensationalized it hard. It made Lin Xingxue's eyes tear up. Seeing this, Chu Yang hurriedly pulled out the remaining tissue paper that he took away from the hot pot at noon, and looked at Lin Xingxue and smiled helplessly. Come over here. Look at you crying like this. I'll wipe your tears. You're actually still laughing. Lin Xingxue's eyes were tearing up. It's really touching. After saying that, Lin Qingxue glanced at Chu Yang again. You just said so many love words. Where are your sweet words? Where are they running off to now? I'm crying, even if you don't coax me. You're actually gloating on the sidelines. It's outrageous. Chu Yang froze. Do you need coaxing for that? After slightly hesitating for a few seconds, Chu Yang then asked with some uncertainty, Heart, come here. I'll help you lick your tears clean? Lin Qingxue's tears stopped instantly. Looking at Chu Yang with an expression full of having seen a ghost, he asked, What did you just say? Come here, heart, and I'll lick your tears clean? Put. Lin Qingxue instantly covered her mouth, but she still couldn't help but burst out laughing, then quickly came to Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang, has anyone ever told you? Sometimes you're really funny. Ha 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 ha. Heart and liver? How on earth did Chu Yang come up with that sentence? She really couldn't help it. Ha 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 ha. The plot kill ends and the movie comes to an end. The white lights in the movie screening room turned on. Countless people rose from their seats and quickly left the screening room. Chu Yang also held Lin Qingxue's hand. The other hand was gently rubbing her little head. Alright, after the movie, what do you want to eat? Take you to eat something delicious. Why are you suddenly buying food? Lin Qingxue looked up curiously. Chu Yang continued to laugh. Even if it's a reward for not crying after you've cried for a while. What do you take me for? A 3-year-old? No? Lin Qingxue pondered a little for a few seconds. Then I'm going to eat an ice candy gourd. And I'm going to eat 2 of them. I'll buy you both bundles whenever you want them. After leaving the movie theater, the two then walked down the street. After glancing around, he soon found a vendor across the street carrying an ice candy gourd and hawking it around. But the road is full of cars. See this? Chu Yang immediately rubbed Lin Qingxue's hair. Be a good boy and wait here. I'll go buy you some ice candy gourds. Good. Lin Qingxue nodded her head obediently. Chu Yang quickly crossed the road and after walking in front of this peddler, he immediately smiled and said, Master, please pick me 2 of the biggest and most delicious ice candy gourds you have here. The vendor immediately smiled. Little brother, let me tell you, the ice candy gourds I have here, each one is big and tasty. Wait, I'll pick the 2 biggest ones for you. With that, he began to pick it out carefully. While picking, he glanced at the well-behaved waiting Lin Qingxue on the opposite side of the road and hurriedly looked at Chu Yang and smiled. Buying ice candy gourds to coax your girlfriend. Right. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Girls, the more they are coaxed, the cuter they become. When the master took the 2 ice candy gourds and wrapped them, he handed them to Chu Yang. Thank you. After Chu Yang paid the money and thanked him, he took the ice candy gourd and crossed the road again, quickly returning to Lin Qingxue. What were you just muttering about with master? Lin Qingxue asked with a curious smile. I'd say my little glutton wants an iced candy cane. You're the little glutton. Lin Qingxue directly blanked Chu Yang. Then she laughed. Alright, so are we going back to school now? Chu Yang laughed. Come out at noon. Watch a movie and go back. Ha? Then what else? Lin Qingxue asked back. Shop around some more. That works too. Shopped until 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. I ate all kinds of snacks in the small half of Kyoto City. Lin Qingxue stood on the side of the road and looked at Chu Yang and asked, Is it possible to go back now? Chu Yang glanced at the time on his cell phone, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he then said with some reluctance, Then, well, it's really late too. Then I'll stop a cab. Lin Qingxue smiled and started waving to stop a cab on the side of the road. Chu Yang always felt that something was missing. Is this going straight back? Lin Qingxue was stunned. Her face instantly flushed. What else do you want to do if you don't go back this late at night? I still have class tomorrow morning. This. Chu Yang froze for a moment before explaining. I mean, should I go bring some more food for your roommate? Lin Qingxue shook her head. Don't bring it anymore. If we go buy it again, we won't be able to return to the dormitory tonight. As we speak, the cab comes by. And coincidentally, it's the same cab driver they had when they arrived. Yo ho, it's you two again. It's not a coincidence, no. The driver master looked at the two Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue and smiled. Back to school, Right. Lin Qingxue nodded slightly. Get in the car. The two of them, Lin Qingxue and Chu Yang, were instantly in a cab. Lin Qingxue spoke directly. Master, we're closed at 12. Please drive faster. Chu Yang quickly rebuffed. Safety is the priority. It's okay to be slow. What do you want? Lin Qingxue directly blushed and blanked him. The driver laughed. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, master, I drove in the army back in the day. My driving skills are excellent. After laughing he nodded again. But the lad's right. Safety first. When he said that, he just pressed the cab's gas hard. By the time he sent Lin Qingxue to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, because it's already extraordinarily late, there were only a few scattered couples around still walking slowly through the night anymore. Chu Yang had been silently calculating something in his heart. Looking at Chu Yang, who was obviously a little absent-minded next to him, Lin Qingxue immediately asked curiously, What's wrong? Looking at you like this, are you unhappy? At this time, Xu Yang suddenly looked up. Speeding. That driver is definitely speeding. It was supposed to be a 40-minute drive. He drove hard for 20 minutes to the front of the school. Definitely speeding. Lin Xingxue at first froze for a moment. Then immediately afterward, she couldn't help but laugh. Don't tell me that from the entrance of the school all the way up to here in our dormitory. You've been counting on this all along? Xu Yang asked rhetorically. What else? You come with me. Lin Xingxue instantly laughed, holding Xu Yang's hand and quickly ran to a dark corner next to the dormitory. What are you doing? Trying to molest me? Xu Yang looked at the dark location around him. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile. Or what? Xu Yang glanced around and directly spread his hands. If it's molestation, then hurry up. Lin Xingxue quickly came up to Xu Yang, stood on her tiptoes and kissed him hard on his forehead, then rubbed Xu Yang's cheeks. Don't be unhappy ah. Xu Yang laughed and pointed to his lips. Here too. No way. Lin Xingxue shook her head violently. The doctor said that goodnight can only be kissed on the forehead, or else the kids will easily grow cavities. After saying that, Lin Xingxue quickly turned around. I'm going back to the dormitory. Bye. Xu Yang stood in place for a long time before he returned to his senses. Looking at Lin Xingxue, who stood at the dormitory entrance and quickly waved at him, a smile gradually grew in her eyes. Oh my lovely forest girl, I will be as loyal to you as I am to my country. Chapter 74, Don't be in a hurry. Sooner or later a person on the account book. Day 2. Inside the lab. It was only near to noon that Xu Yang was able to design the complete preliminary design. It was transmitted directly to the lab's big screen. Xuanwu, make me a 3D construction model of the design. Next, a 3D model of the second generation mech appeared on a large screen right in front of Xu Yang. Appearance. The shape of the mech is a bit more bloated and taller than the generations. However, some parts of the internal adaptation device has been added, which can automatically adjust the internal structure of the mech along with the height and size of the user, and completely fit the user's body shape. Simulate the data situation obtained from the last actual battle and compare it with the generation data model. Xu Yang began to prepare for the data test. Soon, a 3D model of the primordial mech appeared on the big screen, accompanied by a series of electronic data analyzing and comparing at the bottom of the right side of the screen. Very soon, the Xuanwu side gave the final test results. White Tiger Type 1 mech with 183 centimeters height. Private mech for you boss. Mecha weight 770 kilograms. External removable lithium air battery 100 kilograms. Total weight 870 kilograms. 4 hours of full working time. Over 1.5 tons of strength in both arms. Flying at 100 m/sec. The White Tiger 2 mech, paired with a height of 1.7 meters to 2.0 meters, can accommodate users of 1.6 meters to 2.10 meters in height down or up when adapted. The total weight of the mech is 890 kilograms, with an external removable lithium air battery of 100 kilograms, for a total weight of 990 kilograms. Full working time of 2 hours, over 1.7 tons of strength in both arms, flying speed of 100 m/sec. Comprehensive data comparison. Type 1 mechs have more range, though arm strength is slightly weakened. Type 2 mechs have seen a nearly 20% increase in defense and strength, as well as adaptability, but accordingly, warp drive flight energy consumption has increased by 30%, battery life has been reduced by 50%, and mech agility has been reduced by 40%. This data, it's still a bit weak. After seeing the results of the data given by Xuanwu, Xu Yang frowned slightly. The range is 2 hours less straight away, although strength and defense were improved. But because of the overall weight increase, the energy consumption of the curvature drive, and other actions, is bound to increase. And there's a major flaw. That would be the flexibility of the mech. Because of the increased size of the mech due to the addition of the internal adapters, it is normal for flexibility to decay. He hadn't expected it to be weakened by nearly 40%, though, that didn't fit the hopes he had in mind for the second generation of mechs. Xu Yang began to ponder. Starting with the materials, diminish the weight and size of the mech while maintaining its defense? But for now, he used already the world's top titanium alloy plus special composite metal fusion casting of top metal materials. However, it was just when Xu Yang was standing inside the laboratory pondering, Xianwu's voice suddenly came back to his ear. Boss, Lin Xingxue sent a message over. Xu Yang raised his head slightly. After temporarily casting the thoughts in his mind aside, he went to the nearby lab table and picked up his cell phone. After scratching the screen of his cell phone, he saw a message sent by Lin Xingxue. What are you doing? Xu Yang smiled and said back. Laboratory. Researching information. After Lin Xingxue signed the non-disclosure agreement, he had a showdown with Lin Xingxue, and he was currently relying on the strength of his computer to work for the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the labs of the capital university. Okay, Lin Qingxue slowly returned a message. I was going to ask if you had time to eat together at noon, but if you're busy, then forget it. But after sending this message, Lin Qingxue, who was in the dormitory, suddenly laughed again. But I can come over later to bring you food. Delivering food? Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. A schoolgirl delivering a meal does sound pretty cool, but then he quickly smiled and replied, the lab is in a state of secrecy. If family members, they can come in after registering their information, but they can't go to the secret area. Lin Qingxue, I don't count as a family member? Chu Yang, the family members I'm talking about are, well, the kind of family members that are protected by the law. After sending this message, Chu Yang then smiled again and returned a sentence over. But don't be anxious, sooner or later you'll be a person on the account book. Shay, seeing this message sent over by Chu Yang, Lin Qingxue's cheeks immediately whooshed red, quietly spitting darkly at the side of her mouth. She quickly replied, who promised to marry you? Shameless. After saying that, she seemed to suddenly remember something, and suddenly sent another message over through clenched teeth. It's all your fault. Originally we agreed to come back after watching the movie yesterday, but it turned out that you had to wait until the evening to come back. When I went out with Chanshan and the girls earlier to pinch dolls, I caught a Pikachu doll, which is particularly cute, and yesterday I had planned to wash it and dry it. Turns out I got back too late last night and forgot. When I went to collect Pikachu this morning, Pikachu was carried away by who knows who. You'll have to pay me for a new one. Pikachu was carried away? Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh and quickly replied back, fine. I promise to compensate you with a thief racing cool Pikachu. Inside the lab, Chu Yang looked at the chat screen with Lin Qingxue and slightly rubbed his chin. Pikachu? What's so funny about this rag doll? We're going to play. Then play one that carries weight. Chu Yang looked inside the lab again, and next to it was a pile of previously discarded metal materials. Think of it as a change of brain. Thinking of this, Chu Yang then directly said to Xuanwu, make me a 3D model drawing of Pikachu. I want to assemble a steel Pikachu out of it. 2 hours later, midway through the day, I had someone bring myself a lunch. After lunch, refined the overall design of Pikachu a bit. Chu Yang then knocked around inside the lab. Various robotic arms are working alongside to assist with the. After using not much time, a white Pikachu with a body size of 40 centimeters tall and emitting a metallic luster appeared in front of Chu Yang's eyes. Xuanwu, make it move. The next second, the white Pikachu on the table began to move slowly. Scream twice? Immediately a Pikachu's original voice came from within. Pika, Pikachu. Seeing this, Chu Yang's eyes immediately had more than a touch of laughter in them. It can move, it can bark, and it's in Pikachu's colors. Isn't this more fun than that what's it furry toy? However, just after staring at this Pikachu for a few seconds, Chu Yang felt as if something was missing again. This even makes a steel model of Pikachu. Want to add something else? Chu Yang pondered slightly for a few seconds. It's all been done this far. Then, add more. Just add a little bit. He then turned his attention to the diorama next to it showing a 3D diorama of Pikachu. Genbu, come on, break down this Pikachu diorama for me. Start by shrinking the lithium-air battery for the drive core, and then add the curvature drive for the reduced shape. For the weapon system, some electromagnetic cannons? Chu Yang also knew a little bit about the theory of electromagnetic cannons. It shouldn't be difficult to make a gadget out of it. It's all Pikachu. Isn't it normal to be able to discharge an attack? Can't electrocute people though. The bullets ejected from the electromagnetic cannons are no less powerful. Chapter 75 Nanotechnology. What else can be added? After looking at Pikachu, who was almost a circle larger in size, Chu Yang started rubbing his chin again and slowly considered. A kidnapping situation like the one Lin Qingxue encountered last time. Those kidnappers have guns in their hands. Even if his own previous wave of maneuvering had made almost all of the country's overseas intelligence agents disappear. But there's no guarantee that foreign countries will send someone in again at some point. If it's just a Pikachu look-alike, it's got enough attack power, but it's probably bad enough at blocking bullets. The curvature drive thing is still a bit energy intensive. What if the lithium-air batteries inside Pikachu are dead? That won't form a defense. After pondering for a few seconds, Chu Yang then slapped his thigh violently. That's it. Reference Transformers. Didn't the Autobots in Transformers get to go from cars to robots? Then it makes sense that I, a yellow rat, would be able to turn into a mech. Thinking of this, Chu Yang immediately began to redesign the internal structure of Pikachu. It doesn't need to have too much offense either. Those hydraulic thrust system modules that increase the strength of a mech's arms. Just get rid of them, mainly enhancing the defense of the mech. Once something really happened to Lin Qingxue and she was hiding in the tin shell, it would only take 10 minutes at the most for him to be able to pilot his mech and rush to her side. Right, just do it. Chu Yang smiled and accelerated the speed of constructing the design in his hands. Near the end of the evening, The second generation of Pikachu 3D modeling design drawings were finally made by him. Slight increase in size. It's only 60 centimeters. The internal morphing function has been added to transform from Pikachu into a lightweight and convenient stick-on mech. Then there's the foot curvature drive. As for the electromagnetic cannon system, it was set by Chu Yang at the position of both palms, and could fire steel balls with a diameter of 1 centimeter, which could theoretically be used as a pistol at all. But the curvature drive and the E-gun system, the permission to use these two systems was then changed from automatic to passive, with Xuanwu taking intelligent control so that there would be no possibility of accidental injury. After getting the design right, Chu Yang gave a direct order. Xuanwu, start preparing the manufacturing parts to start assembling them. At that moment, Xuanwu's voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Boss, are you sure this is the Pikachu you want to give to your boss's wife? You still know the boss's wife? Chu Yang was a bit surprised. My database has been learning about the internet, and according to you humans, I should call Lin Qingxue the boss lady. The little thing is quite smart. Chu Yang smiled. Then he continued to ask, is there anything wrong with me giving this Pikachu? First of all, I also think that a steel Pikachu is going to be cooler than a furry Pikachu, Xianwu silently replied. However, according to the results measured by the system, if this Pikachu is manufactured, together with the internal downsized lithium-air batteries, to achieve the desired effect, the total weight added up will have to reach 150 kilograms. If this thing is given to a girl, it won't be able to hold it. Chu Yang, the little thing seems to be right. Did you get high yourself? But, such a yellow rat is just so cool. Okay, is there a solution? Chu Yang asked. You can use nanotechnology. Use special materials to make nanoparticles, while retaining the original effect, drastically reducing the weight of its use, or even repurchase another Pikachu plush toy, directly storing the nanoparticles inside the Pikachu, and utilizing the nanoparticles at the moment of necessity to form a steel Pikachu. Chu Yang froze. Nanomaterials. Yeah, he could totally use nanites to make Pikachu, and it's not just Pikachu. Even if it's a second-generation mecha, it's still perfectly possible to use nanotechnology to make a mecha. Not only does it fit the body perfectly and maximize individual flexibility, but it can even be transformed at will under the control of the system. It's just cool. Okay. However, thinking about this, Chu Yang immediately had a few more black lines appear on his forehead. Why didn't you give me this advice just now when there was a problem with the mecha design? You didn't ask. Chu Yang was somewhat helpless. It's great. He was surprisingly powerless to refute this statement. However, at this time, Xuanwu immediately added. However, the current nanotechnology in the world is not particularly mature, so if the boss wants to use nanotechnology to make Pikachu, he will first have to face several problems. First is the issue of nanomaterials. When making materials close to the nanometer level, the nature of the material will be different from the macroscopic material, as if copper is electrically conductive at the macroscopic level, but at the nanometer scale, the conductivity of copper may be hours, and magnetic materials. If making an electromagnetic cannon, at the nanometer size, the magnetic material will be thousands of times more magnetic than in the macroscopic state. The second is the reunion role. According to the current research data, due to the small particle size of nanoparticles and the high activity of the surface, agglomeration occurs easily, which seriously hampers the application of nanopowders and the fabrication of corresponding nanomaterials. If the boss wants to use nanotechnology, the first problem is to solve these two difficulties. Is this a way to appear knowledgeable? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. Does this count as him being taught a lesson by an AI? But then he laughed. Just because there are technologies that cannot be solved on Earth at the moment does not mean that there are no relevant technologies inside the treasury of eternal knowledge. Read a book or something. He's not the most afraid. Even he thought about the mech transformations later. Just wear specific clothing to achieve shock and pressure relief. The control system is then laid out inside the suit according to the distribution of human bones and nerves, and a nanoskeleton is erected. Finally, a belt, or a bulkier watch, or something like that, will be used to hold the nanomaterials inside the box. At the time of use, release the nanoparticles inside. These nanoparticles could then quickly form bionic muscle tissue, eventually spreading the mech throughout the body. This not only maintains the power of the original mech, but also greatly enhances the flexibility of the mech now. Two birds with one stone. Chapter 76, Transformation of the Yellow-Skinned Rat. Late at night, Chu Yang's conscious body appeared within the eternal knowledge treasury. In front of him lay a dozen other thick books of information. Nanoparticle preparation and application technologies, nanoparticle stowage and storage technologies, neural command control systems. These next few days, he was going to die for these books. In fact, after switching his thoughts to this aspect of the nanomecha, his thoughts had become more open. It's like Iron Man in the movies and TV shows. There's nothing to be said about Iron Man's energy reserves for this one, and for the time being, Earth's technology simply won't be up to the task. The nano battle armor does have merit though. A single nano organizer that clings to the chest stores the nanoparticles needed for the entire battle armor. Lightweight and fierce, which relies on the high probability that it is also the phenomenon of nanoparticle deterioration. As long as he found the right material, the strength of the nanoscale material might far exceed the strength of the mixed metal material he was currently using. The agglomeration of nanoparticles is then addressed. Together with innovative nanoparticle control technology, an effective nano control system is formed. Nanoscale battle armor. There's still a good chance it'll be made. 5 days later, Xu Yang was sitting inside the lab. In front of him also lay yellow-skinned rats with a metallic sheen. The mold was similar to the one he had made earlier. It can vocalize and move, but the weight is very light and can be held in the hand completely freely. And underneath the steel Pikachu's exterior, he also laid a skeleton constructed from nano-level materials all based on Pikachu's bone structure. If in the event that it is not needed, these nanoparticles would all be hidden under Pikachu's steel shell. And, inside Pikachu's body, he is also going to place a nano-organizer. There were enough nanomaterials stored inside to build out an entire battle armor. The pink kind. Once officially launched, the nanomaterials link up with each other and immediately catalyze the movement of nanoparticles at an extremely fast rate, converging around the nanoskeleton and eventually covering the entire body of Pikachu. Moreover, the lithium-air batteries composed in the nano state have greatly improved the storage energy. It hasn't been tested in real life yet though. However, Xuanwu's calculated data, with full power on, it was perfectly capable of lasting 8 hours of endurance. It's definitely adaptable to most matchmaking environments now, as long as the enemy doesn't field large-yield missiles, or even nukes, etc., above the battlefield, almost equal to invincibility. Soon, after placing the last of the nano-organizers inside Pikachu's body, a mediocre steel Pikachu was made. Xuanwu, conduct the nano-coverage test first, Xu Yang commanded. In the next second, Pikachu's originally dark eyes suddenly turned a light red color, and countless pink nanobots began to spread across the surface of Pikachu's circumference. Almost instantly, just let this Pikachu finish transforming. Take 2 steps. Xu Yang's words fell. Before his eyes the pink Pikachu walked realistically around the lab table. 100,000 volts. Xu Yang continued with the next stage of testing. Next, Pikachu's tail then arched high, emitting a purple current that struck the floor of the lab in rapid succession. Bang! With a puff of smoke and dust scattering in all directions, one of the hard floor tiles in the lab shattered in direct pieces. It's kind of a real discharge attack. In the electric current released, the concept of an electromagnetic cannon is borrowed, still ejecting a projectile. Nothing more than a projectile made up of countless electrically charged nanobots. After mixing these nanobots, together with the electromagnetic force field effect, the current damage formed could completely reach the level of 100,000 volts. But these are disposable nanobots. Xu Yang had prepared a total of 100 copies of the nanobots needed for 100,000 volt. Enough for Pikachu to unleash 100,000 volts 100 times in a row. Soon, though, he sighed softly again. The only thing that's a bit of a shame. A 100,000 volt attack always felt like it still didn't have enough power. After all, a random lightning strike came down. The strength of the force alone exceeds the strength of 1 billion volts. Still not enough firepower. Immediately afterward, Xuanwu let out a voice of congratulations in Xu Yang's ear. Boss, it's worthy of you, actually solving the problem of nanotechnology so quickly. Xu Yang casually smiled and waved his hand. Low key, these are all small techniques, not worth mentioning. After saying this, Xu Yang picked up his cell phone and dialed Wang Weiman's number. Elder Wang, the battle armor on my side is almost perfected. If you have time, you can come over to take a look at it later, and then set a time so that you can carry out the performance test of the mech. What? Finished? Wang Weiman on the other end of the phone immediately became excited. You finished upgrading the 2nd generation mecha? Exoskeleton mech tech is inherently difficult to research. Or else, the world has long since seen exoskeleton mechs that can actually be used on the battlefield. But before, Xu Yang had made the perfect exoskeleton mecha in a short period of time even. And now it's actually finished upgrading its technology in less than a week? Are you kidding me? That's right. Xu Yang nodded slightly. If you're free, you can come over this afternoon. No problem. I'll be right there. Wang Weiman hung up the phone directly and quickly rushed towards the outside of the office. Arrange a car for me right away. I'm going to make a trip to the lab at the capital university. Wait until you reach your destination. Wang Weiman looked at the steel Pikachu laid out in front of him, and his slightly cloudy eyes immediately widened. Xiao Chua, you're not going to tell me that this is the technology you researched for the 2nd generation mecha, are you? This gadget turns into a mech? Right. Chu Yang nodded slightly and casually raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Xian Wu, Pikachu transform. Okay boss. Xuanwu's empty voice appeared in the two men's ears. Immediately after, Pikachu's surroundings then began to change again. After that, Chu Yang simultaneously demonstrated Pikachu's flying ability, attacking ability and so on for Wang Weiman, all the way to the end. Looking at the yellow-skinned rat that had turned into Steel Pikachu again, Wang Weiman immediately asked in shock, "You found the nanomolecule super polymerization chain?" As the president of the WASC, he doesn't know all directions of research though, but it's all sort of slight. It is a fact that nanobots move slowly, not to mention so many nanobots converging on this Pikachu to form a true nanomecha, or even a mech that fits the skeletal musculature perfectly. Unless Chu Yang could find or synthesize special molecular polymerization chains, thousands of nanomachines are held together by the supramolecular bonds in them. Each nanomachine produces linear telescopic motion of about 1 nanometer. Less is more. The integration of the movements of tens of thousands of small nanomachines allows the polymerized chains to act like muscle tissue, generating 10 microns of contraction and diastole, and fully composing a mimetic muscle cell tissue. The strength of the muscle cell tissue synthesized in this way is absolutely hundreds or thousands of times greater than that of a normal person. It is fully capable of meeting the strength requirements for mech use. Chapter 77, You guard China. I'll guard you. Chu Yang nodded silently. The difficulty of exoskeleton mechs is also in the area of materials, drives, and overall structural design. The nano battle armor, on the other hand, is fully capable of solving all three problems. Material-wise, the strength of materials at the nanoscale level is far greater than that of unusual metallic materials. Driving this, lithium-air batteries are currently good enough for the job. Then there is the structural design, abandoning all the original complex mechanical structure, directly using nanomolecules to form a nanomecha that covers the entire body. Not only can you solve structural design problems, even private customization of custom battle armor has turned out to be exceptionally simple. As long as enough parts of nanobots were made, different types of nano battle armor could be made indefinitely, and in the later stages of the fight, even if the nano battle armor suffers from attrition, or a lack of energy, jump directly into the same part, or exclusive energy supply nanobots converged into a big bath tube inside a bath. Under the control of Xuanwu, it was easy to be able to restore the nano battle armor as good as new, and after receiving Chu Yang's affirmation, Wang Weiman immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. The nanomech technology that Chu Yang had researched was already enough to make several different fields blossom into a new glory. Range issues in the energy sector, super polymerized chain technology in the field of nanomaterials. There was even a nano-electromagnetic cannon made by Chu Yang. This thing, when scaled up, in super doubled quantities, could totally form, on a large scale, a mega minefield. That's if it's applied on the battlefield. One of them has to die? But while shocked, Wang Weiman was a bit curious. But why did you use a Pikachu as a model? Can this thing be worn on a human body? Though it's not like Steel Pikachu can't show up in the lab, but it's also really hard to combine such a cute little gadget with a big killer on the battlefield. This one is a special customized version. Chu Yang smiled faintly. It's for my girlfriend. The other versions are on me. While saying that, Chu Yang started to take off his clothes. Wang Weiman hastily stopped it, and his eyes gave Chu Yang a wary look. Hey, Xiao Chu. Ah. What are you doing? My old Wang is a serious man. You don't mess around. Not with you. What is your old man thinking? Chu Yang laughed helplessly, and after taking off the experimental clothing on his body, a triangular nano-organizer appeared right in front of his chest. After lightly pressing the button in the center of the organizer, all sorts of nanobots began to frantically surge out of the nano-organizer in a frenzy, and soon spread directly over Chu Yang's entire body, eventually forming a layer of nano battle armor that emitted a metallic luster. In the next second, the nano armor on Chu Yang's head disappeared, revealing his original appearance. He raised his head slightly and looked at Wang Weiman. Inside these nanobots, I have also implanted some bio-nanobots, which can directly decode the information passed out by the human neurons by communicating with the bioelectricity in the body, allowing the maneuverability of the nano battle armor to be further enhanced. A side note, in Chu Yang's hand directly, a long sword was quickly formed from various nanoparticles. It soon became a firearm again. In the end, it directly formed the circle of light in Chu Yang's palm. Chu Yang explained, this is a laser transmitter, but it's not particularly powerful at the moment. It can only emit a laser beam with a distance of 50 meters or less and a heat level of about 20,000 degrees. Saying that, Chu Yang looked directly at Wang Weiman and laughed. I'll give you a demonstration. Next, the nanoparticles covered Chu Yang's head again. A locator coordinate quickly appeared before his eyes. After the system automatically aimed, a quick shot was fired, hitting directly on top of a pile of scrap metal 20 meters away. Only moments. The iron then melted right into a red liquid. After testing the effects of the laser cannon, Chu Yang then unloaded the helmet portion of the nanobot again and looked at Wang Weiman and laughed. The lab is just a little bit bigger, so for the time being, we can only briefly test the performance of the individual nano-battle armor. Most of the other data still needs to be tested in a wider area before the full performance of this nano-battle armor can be brought out in full. Wang Weiman had been shocked beyond words. The rest of the world's exoskeleton mecha technology is currently stuck in the alloy material, and the plus weapon module system piece. How come once you get to Chu Yang, let's not even talk about getting nanomaterials straight out to make battle armor? What's with all the laser guns? But after the shock, he vaguely began to get excited again. Where do you plan to test? Do you have a place in mind yourself? Or should I find a place for you? You decide the location. Chu Yang completely recycled the nano battle armor, and after slightly contemplating for a few seconds, he slowly spoke. However, I only have one request. You say? Wang Weiman nodded slightly. Chu Yang took a long breath of relief. I wish I could invite some of the general hospital of the military ministry, those soldiers who are disabled due to injuries and illnesses, to come and visit. From his original intention of researching and designing nanomechs, it just wasn't about making a big killing machine that would kill in battle. Rather, it is for the soldiers whose legs have been amputated due to injuries to be able to stand up like normal people, so that they can stand up and live in a dignified manner. For the little girl who is missing an arm because her daddy is in the military to have a physically able father again, so that she can straddle his strong arms and sing with silver bells. It is also for those elderly people at home who are looking forward to their children returning home safely, to be able to watch their children unloading their armor and returning safely. If you are poor, you are alone, but if you are rich, you can help the world. He couldn't do what the saints did to save the dawn and save the world, nor can we do a war to stop the world's nuclear peace, but he also wanted to do what he could, where he could, for this lovely group of people who came. I would like to use my youth to protect the flourishing China. That's your oath. As for me, thinking of this, Chu Yang suddenly smiled happily. You guard China. I'll watch over you. Chapter 78. It's hard to find a boyfriend. I don't want to force him to die. Toward evening, a slightly hot summer breeze ruffled the leaves of the balsam fir trees in front of the dormitory. Chu Yang held a mechanically assembled yellow Pikachu in his hand and stood peacefully at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Soon, Lin Qingxue inside the girls' dormitory rushed out from inside the dormitory, and after looking around a few times at the doorway, she saw Chu Yang standing not far away and quickly ran to him. After seeing the mechanical Pikachu held in Chu Yang's hand, Lin Qingxue's expression immediately became curious. What is this thing? Chu Yang slightly raised his hand and handed the Pikachu in his hand to Lin Qingxue. Didn't you say before that you wanted me to compensate you for a Pikachu? I thought about going somewhere else to buy it as if it wasn't particularly original, so I looked for some materials inside the lab and made a Pikachu myself. After saying that, Chu Yang even laughed. And this little thing is also able to walk around the same way as a mechanical dog and make the original voice of Pikachu. After saying that, Chu Yang placed the Pikachu in his hand on the ground, directly in voice command. Forward. Pikachu, who was placed safely on the ground by Chu Yang, immediately took 2 steps forward. Back up. Pikachu immediately fell back a few more steps. Spin in place. Pikachu instantly started spinning in place, even as his tail wagged. Finally, it slowly walked up to Lin Qingxue, raised its head slightly, and called out with a smile, Pikapi. See this scene. Lin Qingxue's heart almost melted. Although the mechanical Pikachu looks a bit polytechnic in style, it can't help that it will shout at you to be cute. Soon, this yelp also attracted the attention of many people around. Ah, look at that. This Pikachu, it actually screams at. Look at the way his tail moves. It's so cute. Come on. A mechanically put together Pikachu is cool, alright. Countless girls looked at Pikachu and began to have glowing eyes. What's more, there are a few girls among them who started to whisper, Baby, isn't your boyfriend a graduate student of the Intelligence College of our capital university? Why don't you let him make you a little thing like this out of it? It's really so cute. A certain girl who heard this immediately vetoed the decision. You guys forget about it. Sister, I've managed to find a boyfriend. I don't want to force him to die, though as far as she knew, current technology does allow for this effect. Let her boyfriend do it though. Guess that's bad enough. Lin Qingxue quickly squatted to the ground and took this Pikachu into her arms. The weight wasn't particularly heavy, and it should have been mixed with some other material, but it did look just like a tin can on the outside. After holding Pikachu in her hands, Lin Qingxue then immediately looked at Chu Yang with a playful smile. It suddenly occurred to me that in the future, if the two of us live together, isn't it true that if any electrical appliance breaks down in the house, we don't have to buy it? As far as Chu Yang's skill is concerned, she reckoned that if anything broke in the house after the two of them lived together, there would be no need to call for a repairman to come to the house. Xu Yang could take care of it all by himself. Xu Yang seriously thought about this question for a while, and after a few seconds, he then nodded heavily. I think it's very possible. After saying that, he raised his hand and rubbed Lin Qingshue's small head. Alright, go back to the dormitory and put Pikachu down first, and accompany you to dinner tonight. Good. Lin Qingxue immediately smiled. Wait for me. After giving Xu Yang a kiss on the side of his cheek, she quickly walked towards the upstairs of the girls' dormitory with this mechanical Pikachu in her arms, and after looking at Lin Qingshue's bouncing away appearance, the corner of Xu Yang's mouth gradually revealed a smile. Pikachu's internal nanoparticles would run out at irregular intervals and come to him to replace them and replenish their energy. There would even be bio-nanobots that would appear inside her veins, relying on her biocurrent to maintain energy. As soon as it detected an urgent life-saving command within Lin Qingshue's brain, it would immediately activate Pikachu's nano-battle armor form, quickly appearing at Lin Qingshue's side based on the nanobot's positioning. In this way, Lin Qingshue's personal security was able to be increased a bit. After putting Pikachu away, Lin Qingxue then quickly ran out from inside the dormitory again and directly took Xu Yang's arm, laughing, let's go eat something delicious. Xu Yang let out a light laugh. Taking Lin Qingxue with him, he slowly walked to the school cafeteria, casually ordering 2 orders of boiled rice. The two sat down at the cafeteria table. Lin Qingxue took a piece of braised pork ribs from her own bowl and put it into Xu Yang's bowl. As a result, in the next second, Xu Yang chucked an oversized piece of braised pork from his own bowl and put it into Lin Qingxue's bowl. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue immediately pointed towards Xu Yang's back. Look at that! Xu Yang subconsciously turned his head to look back. Lin Qingxue immediately and smartly chucked this piece of braised pork in her bowl back into Xu Yang's bowl. When Xu turned his head back, he looked at the piece of braised pork that had reappeared inside the bowl, and immediately smiled and used his chopsticks to pick it up. Lin Qingxue immediately covered the rice bowl in her hand. You're not allowed to clip it to me anymore. If you give it to me again, I'll get angry. Such a big piece of red meat. So mushy. Xu Yang silently laughed. What kind of expression is this? Don't flatter yourself. I was just planning to eat it. Lin Qingxue, Humph. Badass. Eat by yourself, you didn't say so. After not very pleasantly blanking Xu Yang, she then skimmed her mouth and said, too lazy to care about you. Eat. Said. She snickered again and took away a smaller piece of braised pork from Xu Yang's bowl. He even made a deliberate face towards him. If you don't give me food, I have to eat it. Slightly. Chapter 79, 100 meters in the air, falling into the sky. Day 2. Early in the morning, an armed helicopter hovered over the labs of Kyoto University. See this scene. Some of the surrounding students who were practicing in the morning had their gazes turned in the direction of the armed helicopters. Go. How come another armed helicopter? Our school recently quite lively. I've heard that our school has an extra joint lab with the military department. I went over there once by accident, and before I could even get close, I was blocked by a couple of men in black suits. Which one of our school's great bulls has researched something unimaginable again? Of course, chatting is chatting. KYU students are pretty much used to this scene. After all, it comes every other day. It's hard not to get used to it. Soon, once the helicopter landed on a huge flat bottom inside the lab, Wang Weiman then quickly walked down from the helicopter. Looking at Xu Yang who was waiting beside him, he smiled and said, Xiao Chua, everything is ready, right? The location of the test has been set. It's at the special training base of the Kyoto barracks, which can simulate all the environments in wartime, and it should be able to completely bring the performance of the mecha to the extreme. Xu Yang nodded his head slightly before getting on the helicopter with Wang Weiman, flying for almost an hour. The sun had long been high in the sky in mid-air. Below Xu Yang's helicopter and theirs, a huge special training plaza of the military department also appeared. In the center of the square, countless experts in military industry from the Chinese Academy of Sciences as well as researchers within the Ministry of War and some high-ranking generals had already assembled. Of course, there were also a number of disabled veterans from the General Hospital of the military department who were invited to come and participate in the observation. In front of them, there were all kinds of obstacles around, as well as several scrapped and decommissioned tanks, and all kinds of rocket launchers, mortars and other hot weapons. Some of the researchers from the military department had gotten together and were now piling on the discussion. I heard that the person who researched the exoskeleton technology this time is a young man under 20. Do you guys think that's true or not? I don't know if it's true or not, but as long as he actually researches exoskeleton technology, I'm convinced. This array is still very big. Actually came so many leaders of the Ministry of the Army. It seems that the upper face of this matter is still very important. Just don't know how the specific test effect. There was no shortage of somewhat skeptical voices in the crowd. But that's normal. The Armed Research Department of the Ministry of the Army, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. although at the same time under the management of the Ministry of Science and Technology. What the Armed Research Department researched, though, was more about modifying the weapons used by the War Department. Exoskeleton technology is also a focus of their research. They had been researching exoskeleton technology for over a decade, investing tens of billions of dollars into it, and hadn't seen much success. Results now. A brat under 20 years old actually researched it. Isn't this a slap in the face to their Armed Research Department? High in the sky, Wang Weiman sat right next to Chu Yang and carefully instructed, "Little Chu. This test is roughly divided into 3 parts. The first thing is to test the mech's fastest hourly speed, then the strength of the mech's arms as well as its combined attacking power, and finally, if I may say so, the mech's defensive ability. We've already prepared a 1-to-1 bionic human model for this one, so when the time comes, we just need to have the bionic human wear the nanomecha you've researched, and then we'll be able to conduct the final defense test." After saying that, Wang Weiman then continued, "If you're okay with it, you can arrange for the helicopter to descend." Yes, Chu Yang nodded slightly, but then he looked at Wang Weiman again and said, "However, Elder Wang, I won't go down with the helicopter. Have someone open the hatch. I'll just go down directly from here." "Are you sure?" Wang Weiman froze. The helicopter wasn't currently high above the ground, just 100 meters, but that's 100 meters up. A normal person would probably be left with a crumbled mess if they jumped, even if Chu Yang was able to wear a nanomech. However, the danger remains high. The Special Brigade commander of the Kyoto military camp next to him also glanced at Chu Yang in surprise. They know it internally. Chu Yang came over to test something. Even they had gotten part of the video when Chu Yang tested the generation of White Tiger mecha. However, this was after all 100 meters in the air. Once the mecha made any mistakes in the middle of the process, the faults thus caused would be irreparable. "It's fine." Chu Yang smiled faintly. "For me, from the moment I stepped into this training base, the testing of the nanomecha has already begun." After saying that, Chu Yang glanced at the man next to him. "Senior Captain, please open the helicopter hatch for me." The man hesitated for a few seconds, but in the end, he helped Chu Yang open the hatch and nervously urged, "Pay attention to safety." Chu Yang laughed lightly. "See you down there." With that, he got up from where he was sitting and slowly walked over to the hatch. A gust of wind whistled by. The entire cabin then resounded with the sound of violent wind. Outside the helicopter, there was a lush grassy field below, blown around by the breeze. Chu Yang looked down again at the others on the ground who were as if they were the size of ants. After a light laugh, he then, under the nervous and horrified gazes of Wang Weiman and the Special Brigade commander, he took a step out without hesitation and jumped up from the helicopter at a rapid pace. "Holy, look at the top of the helicopter, guys." Someone jumped off. It was also at the moment when Chu Yang jumped down. A group of researchers from the Armed Research Institute of those military ministries, as well as some of the senior generals of the military ministries, raised their heads to look at the sky. In midair, after Chu Yang jumped down from the helicopter, he directly dropped downward at a rapid speed. See this scene. The many researchers on the ground were instantly shocked. That's a distance of at least 100 meters, and he just jumped straight down like that? What's the matter? Jumping down so directly, don't want to die? Was there an accident? Several military generals even had their faces dramatically changed. To know, aboard the helicopter gunship, non-accidental circumstances, it's almost impossible to drop someone. Followed by the next second, they then saw Chu Yang's body begin to be rapidly covered with a layer of nano-battle armor. Under the sun, a shimmering metallic glow emanated from his body. At a height of 100 meters, it fell through the air. Chapter 80, Exaggerated Data. War Killers. What is this? What is this instantaneous covering of the whole body? What the hell has this guy built? The surrounding crowd was instantly shocked. Some of the top brass of the military ministry were even more stony-faced. Looking at the appearance, this person should be the legendary Chu Yang. But what is he doing now? Is he crazy? Even if you're wearing a mech, you can't just jump down from 100 meters in the air. Chu Yang's identity was clear to them. The only scientific researcher in China in the past 100 years to have achieved the Order of the National Scholar. And still so young. If something happened to Chu Yang under their noses, then things would be serious. A huffy look even appeared in the eyes of a few people when they thought of this. What's the deal with the special brigade leader on the helicopter? This kind of thing was actually not reported. Letting Chu Yang jump down so directly. People's lives are at stake. Think this is a joke? However, it didn't wait long for the crowd to be shocked. The moment Chu Yang was seen jumping off the airplane, almost instantly, he directly cut through the high altitude and quickly landed on the ground without any pause. Bang! With a loud bang, the smoke and dust rolled rapidly before the eyes of the crowd. The entire training ground shook violently along with it. Quiet. In an instant, the room went silent. Countless people had held their breath, not even daring to utter a single breath. The hearts of a group of top military officials were in their throats. What's going on here? Actually making such a big commotion. Why is this suddenly silent? Something couldn't have happened, could it? In shock, the surrounding group of researchers, along with the senior generals of the military ministry, all turned their own gazes to the center of the smoke-filled area. In the dust, Chu Yang's figure appeared in front of their eyes in a hidden manner. On his body he wore flame-red nano-battle armor. With one hand on the ground, he smoothly crouched above the ground in a semi-crouching position, and at his feet, on the old concrete floor of the training ground, the ground had cracked in layers, and even sunk downward a few points, obviously suffering from a considerable impact. In the next moment, the many generals and researchers from the military department quickly rushed to Chu Yang's side regardless. The expression on his face constantly switched between the two emotions of shock and anxiety. What was shocking was that Chu Yang actually did jump straight down just like that. Anxious on the other hand. If something happened to Chu Yang because of this, they would be greatly sinning. One of the 50-year-olds even quickly shouted, "Immediately notify the emergency rescue team to come over. Make sure academician Chu's life is not in danger." But, and just after those words were uttered, Chu Yang, who was originally half crouching on the ground, then slowly stood up, and after taking a steady deep breath, he slowly walked in front of the crowd. Every step, the ground then makes the sound of metal hitting the ground. It was only until he walked in front of the crowd that Chu Yang took control of the nano battle armor and removed the nano hood on his face. "Sorry everyone, for making you worry." He had piloted mechs fast before though, but it was the first time I experienced a leap from a height of more than 100 meters. The feeling is just so damn exciting. See this scene. Almost instantly, the countless researchers around him turned their gazes to the nano battle armor that Chu Yang was wearing, and their eyes were filled with incredulity. Is this really something that can be done with today's technology? I can't believe nothing happened at all. My goodness, I'm not mistaken. Several senior generals from the military department were also stunned, but in the next second, ecstasy began to rise in their eyes. Nothing else. For what it's worth, this battle armor has shown resistance to impact. It's already very strong. 100 meters in the air. Even the most elite soldiers of the special forces, equipped with the best parachute tools. It's all about perishing on the spot if you don't open your parachute at the right time. Chu Yang appeared in this scene. Although initially started, jumping straight down was thrilling, but the results now do make them a little happier. Immediately after that, among the many military generals, the leader, a senior military general who was close to 50 years old, immediately quickly walked over to Chu Yang. He had just reached out his hand with the intention of shaking Chu Yang's hand. However, after seeing Chu Yang's arm covered with the nano battle armor, he hesitated slightly, until he saw the nanoparticles in Chu Yang's hands fade away. Only then did he smile and come up to Chu Yang. His hands clasped his palms tightly. "Hello General Engineer Chu. I am the resident head of the Kyoto barracks. You can just call me Yang Xinghua." Chu Yang looked at his shoulder badge and nodded his head and smiled. "Hello Commander Yang. The preparations for this test have been hard on you guys. After Elder Wang and the others come over, I'll come back together and introduce the specific data of this nano battle armor in detail for you guys. And when the data is introduced, then we'll come back for the actual test." Chief Engineer Chu was polite. Yang Xinghua nodded slightly. "Then we'll see what happens." And among those researchers, after the shock and excitement gradually calmed down, they then looked unexpectedly at Chu Yang who had removed his mech helmet. "I can't believe it's so young. Is this the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences?" Chu Yang's identity, they were also notified only today when the relevant items were involved. It was the first time that he had seen Chu Yang's real face, what they had originally envisioned. Age even younger. As a member of the WASC, it should also be in the late 40s and beyond. I didn't expect that the one who appeared in front of them was actually a young man who looked less than 20 years old. Young is just too much. However, there were also some researchers, after carefully seeing the battle armor that Chu Yang was wearing, their eyes went red. Other than that, I, Lao Yi, am convinced, as long as I'm allowed to study and research this mech, I'm willing to die. Of them all, the ones that have been around for a long time have basically started working on China's own exoskeleton armor technology when the exoskeleton armor project was set up. But it has been suffering from technical bottlenecks. No decent scientific research has been done. And now there was actually a complete mech in front of them. How does that not thrill them? Others are beginning to fall silent. The questioning, doubts, and even a few unconvincing little thoughts that he had just had before Chu Yang came, all of them were received deep within his heart. Even after the silence had passed, they were still somewhat relieved to be up. It didn't matter if the technology of this exoskeleton mecha was researched by their Armed Research Institute of the Ministry of the Army, or by someone from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It also doesn't matter if the researcher is an older academician or not, or young researchers. As soon as mature exoskeleton armor can be researched, they are even to death. It's kind of like being able to rest in peace, because from that moment on, China will have another national weapon that will shine for national defense. In this way, they have achieved the ultimate goal and ultimate ideal of their scientific research over the years. Of course, while these people were shocked, other side, invited from a group of sick and wounded soldiers selected after signing a confidentiality agreement at the General Hospital of the Ministry of the Army. The young man who had been chatting with Chu Yang in the hospital room in the beginning, looking at Chu Yang inside the mech, his body immediately trembled with excitement. It's actually him. He naturally remembered about Chu Yang's face, the one who made the bold statement at the General Hospital of the Ministry of War in the first place, said it was going to be within a year, so that they people can live like normal people. The young man who went right back to his original unit to continue fighting. Originally, he thought that Chu Yang was just joking, didn't think about it though. It's amazing to see such technology emerge. He doesn't understand scientific research, but he was also able to think that such a sophisticated mech could be made. Chu Yang may not for that matter be unable to produce it. A bionic prosthetic limb that can truly restore them to a normal human life. Soon, the helicopter that Wang Weiman and the others were traveling in also quickly stopped at a tarmac not far away. After walking quickly to the crowd, looking at Chu Yang wrapped inside the mecha, Wang Weiman immediately looked at Chu Yang in shock. Little Chua, don't do that next time. It's scaring the old man to death. With his own eyes, he watched Chu Yang jump directly from a height of 100 meters. If he didn't have confidence in Chu Yang's skills, just now in the helicopter, he was probably about to turn his back in shock. Aren't I fine? Chu Yang smiled faintly. Then he turned around and looked at the crowd of curious researchers as well as military generals around him, and slowly began to explain some of the battle armor's parameters for doing battle. Since everyone is here, let me introduce the specific data of the mech to you first. This mech is a Generation 2 White Tiger mech. The mech itself uses nanotechnology. When the battle armor is activated, it can complete full body coverage in just 3 seconds. The battery is also the latest type of lithium-air battery. In the unusual state of lithium-air battery power and storage capacity exceeds the current market unusual lithium batteries several times. And in the nano state, the efficacy of lithium-air batteries is extended even further. In its standard state, the White Tiger Type 2 mech can work at full capacity for up to 8 hours at a time, with a strength of 1.8 tons in both arms, and 4 hours at full capacity with the curvature mode turned on, though the curvature drive is generally not required to be turned on all the time. Additionally, the White Tiger 2 mech is equipped with a nanoparticle hyperlink program that can subsequently accommodate a variety of nanoscale weapon materials. The first of the currently available weapon modules is the battle armor's own battle blade mode, which allows for close quarters mixed martial arts. The second is the laser cannon mode, which can release a 20,000 degrees Celsius super high temperature laser cannon within a range of 50 meters. The last is the electromagnetic cannon mode, which can release an electrical minefield close to 100,000 volts within a range of 100 meters. Moreover, the control system of the center inside the armor can be connected to the global satellite band, along with the remote control combat panel, which can be used to control the normal startup and shutdown of the armor in non-essential situations, as well as the self-destruct program in the most dangerous moments. The crowd just stood beside Chu Yang in silence, listening to his description of the mecha's data, until all the data explanation was completed. Yang Xinghua, who was the head of an army, immediately stared at his eyes in shock and opened his mouth incredulously, but was unable to speak. He was also aware of the exoskeleton research within the military department. Even the War Department's Armed Research Institute has worked on some nice technology to perfect the War Department's own exoskeleton armor. But those exoskeleton armors they worked on, compared to the nano battle armor that Chu Yang was wearing in front of him, it was simply a heaven and a earth. Plus he's a real live combatant. Also came from special operations. He's gotten to where he is all because he's done it punch by punch, shot by shot. Naturally, they are aware of the fluidity and danger of the battlefield environment. More than anything else, you know how much having great armed equipment can help a warrior on the battlefield. No exaggeration. This nano battle armor that Chu Yang was wearing was simply an absolute killing weapon. It's perfectly possible to be a one-man army. The researchers at the Armed Forces Research Institute were similarly in a state of shock. Lithium-air batteries. This kind of energy battery, which was still in the envisioning stage in the energy field of various countries, was actually made by Chu Yang, and it's made to be nanoscale. 8 hours of standard endurance, coupled with the mech's various near-perverse stats. Chu Yang's set of nano battle armor was useful on the battlefield. It even surpassed the combined effect of 10 of the country's top tanks, all appearing on the battlefield at the same time. After all, tanks are bulky. As for this nano battle armor of Chu Yang's, it could all be manipulated by a single person. 1.8 tons of strength in one arm. One punch could almost kill an elephant. The combined strength of both arms can certainly produce a 1+1 effect as well. except for heavy armor for tanks and such. What could block one of his punches? Not to mention the defense that the mech had just shown, as well as the laser cannons and various specific attacks described by Chu Yang. No kidding. This thing is going to be worn into battle. It's almost like cheating. Thinking about this, one of the researchers around them even turned their breathing into a rush. One of the leading researchers couldn't hold back and rushed to Chu Yang's face. Academician Chu, is all that you said true? You have to realize that this can be a matter of military security. You can't easily joke with us. Chu Yang nodded his head and smiled. Didn't you guys already see the initial effect just now? After he finished speaking, he then glanced at Yang Xinghua again. If you all don't believe me, then let's use actual tests to test these data I just mentioned. The words fell. The flame-red nano-battle armor then directly spread over Chu Yang's entire body again. In the light of the sun, above that flame-red battle armor, the blue area of the pupil area reflects a glittering blue light. Chapter 81, Survival of the Living. Survival of the Living. In front of Chu Yang's eyes, 3 different areas had been planned out. The first area was a simple speed test area, with a length of close to a kilometer, used to test Chu Yang's final hourly speed. The second area was the strength area, with a military jeep with a total weight of about 3 tons used to test the arm strength of the mechs. The last area was a special operations simulation of an abandoned urban area that could be used to test a mech's agility, accompanied by a group of researchers from the Armed Research Institute who had installed portable induction testing instruments at various locations on Chu Yang's body. Almost instantly, Chu Yang's figure disappeared in place. There were several military drones in the sky that were shooting overhead, transmitting all the test footage to the computers of these researchers at the Armed Research Institute. Various data on it was also displayed quickly beside it. Speed, 360 kilometers per hour. Left arm strength, 184 tons. Right arm strength, 185 tons. Beyond that, some testing instruments don't test for it, including the power of the attack caused by the mechs and so on, as well as the specific flexibility and so on. It was also quickly delivered to the crowd through the footage captured by the drones. After the jeep a kilometer away was lifted up and thrown a few meters away by Chu Yang. Almost instantly, with the appearance of a white laser beam, the jeep that was thrown up was cut in half by Chu Yang. It fell to the ground quickly. Immediately after, Chu Yang's figure appeared in the abandoned city center. The figure kept prancing around and eventually crossed a chaotic city area, appearing on top of a large chimney somewhere within the city. The entire test area was nearly 3 kilometers. Chu Yang had only used less than a minute to end the entire test. Seeing such data, these researchers present directly stood still, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Listening to Chu Yang's explanation was one thing, but watching Chu Yang actually operate was another matter. 360 kilometers per hour. This is already close to the speed of the fastest high-speed train in China. At such an impact, not to mention the mecha that Chu Yang had researched and the other weapon modules, it's just a simple collision. Probably would have been able to run someone over. And the range of this mech was actually able to reach 4 hours at this speed. That's 4 hours of continuous battery life. The significance behind sustaining such high speeds in a special operations situation is simply unimaginable. Moreover, the flexibility of this mech is incomparable to all the current exoskeleton mechs in the world. Totally anthropomorphic movement. When the nano battle armor was worn on Chu Yang's body, it was actually the same as if he hadn't worn any external attached equipment. And even the speed of simply running in the mech reached a staggering 15 meters per second. That's all well beyond the fastest speed a human can run up. Not to mention the superb defense carried by the nano battle armor itself. These points come together, putting this nano battle armor on the battlefield. It would definitely be the unparalleled super killing weapon in the world. Wait until Chu Yang ended the test. Once he returned to the crowd, he slowly recycled all the nanoparticles on his body into the nano organizer in front of his chest, and looked at the crowd in front of him and said, "Gentlemen, are you satisfied with the results of such a test?" Satisfied, satisfied. An old man at the head of the Armed Research Institute of the Ministry of the Army immediately nodded heavily and quickly rushed to Chu Yang. "How is it, Academician Chu? Your research at the Chinese Academy of Sciences is also research, and coming to the Armed Research Institute is also research. Have you ever come to our Armed Research Institute to develop If you're willing, I can immediately assign you the title of Deputy Director of the Armed Research Institute. If you don't think it's going to work, old man, I'll just step down and let you be the director of this institute." The Armed Forces Institute is not a simple institute. That's a research organization parallel to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Below the Armed Forces Research Institute, there are nearly 1,000 other facilities for weapons research and modification. The status of the director of the institute, and the status of the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, that's the same level. And hearing this, Wang Weiman instantly became unhappy. "Surname He, you're not fair I brought our Chinese Academy of Sciences people over to test. You directly put aside this with me to grab people. I tell you, Door or not, Grandma tease. Chu Yang was the one who had unearthed him back then. It was hard to bring it into its current form. You want to come over here and pick me off? Old Wang, don't be in a hurry first. The director of the Armed Research Institute laughed. No matter what you say, we have to see what Xiao Chu means. Xiao Chu, there is absolutely no falsehood in what I have just said. As long as you are willing to come over and want me to take the position of the director of this research institute, I can let you have it as well. What Chu Yang had just shown could be more than just mecha skills. Lithium-air batteries, nanotechnology, laser cannon. There are even electromagnetic cannons. Taking one of these things out on its own is already a pretty good accomplishment. 2. And Chu Yang had not only researched and produced these things intact, but also fused them onto the mech. Even he knew that curvature drive that the Chinese Academy of Sciences had researched was also researched by Chu Yang. It's no exaggeration to say, Chu Yang was simply born to be a genius in researching high-tech weapons. This kind of good seedling, he must dig over. Wang Weiman sneered. Then let's see if you can talk your way out of this or not. He was still confident about that. If Chu Yang could be attracted by a position as the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, how could he still stand here and talk blindly to an old man like you? The old man went home to retire a long time ago. Nay, this kid has to stay inside the lab at Kyoto University. Want him to go to the War Department? You're afraid you want to fart. Chu Yang smiled awkwardly and slowly said towards the director of the Armed Research Institute. Director thank you for your favor. I don't have the idea of changing my working environment for the time being. If I wait when I have this idea, I will definitely apply to you at the first time. Really no idea? Director was a bit reluctant. The director's position. As long as you want it, I'll give it to you right away. The administrative level of the director of the Armed Forces Research Institute is the highest administrative level that an ordinary person can reach. Chu Yang was able to reach this position at the age of 20, and he doesn't want it? Chu Yang slightly owed his body. Thank you for your old man's favor. After saying that, Chu Yang glanced at Wang Weiman again and slowly said, Elder Wang, next, please trouble a few troop brothers to bring over the things I brought from the lab. Wang Weiman nodded repeatedly. Good. Before Chu Yang got on the airplane, he did take 2 large boxes and brought them to the helicopter. The surrounding crowd was puzzled. Has this brought anything else over for testing? Chu Yang shook his head slightly, then glanced at the several wounded soldiers invited from the General Hospital of the Military Ministry sitting in wheelchairs not far from the side. Compared to the mech, this is what I, today, really want to show. After saying that, and after a slight pause, Chu Yang continued. Or rather, my original intention of researching the nano battle armor was for them. When I was a kid and didn't know any better, he was still thinking, why did those strong soldiers die in battle? It wasn't until now that he gradually figured it out. Peace behind them, war before them. They are willing to dedicate themselves just to guard the lights of all homes. With one family's lack of reunion, the reunion of 10,000 families will be rounded up. Now, all he can do on his own is to make the living more alive and the survivors more survivable within his own power. Chapter 82, They live forever as long as we remember. What is it? The people present were instantly puzzled. Soon, a couple of special forces guys came out of the helicopter, bringing over the 2 large boxes that Chu Yang had brought. After Chu Yang went up and opened one of the boxes, he took out a special prosthetic limb that was one person's arm long, constructed from various precision equipment, and exuded a silver-white luster all over its body. After displaying this prosthetic limb in front of the crowd, Chu Yang then slowly explained, this is a prosthetic limb that I have created, and in the connecting part of the prosthetic limb the bio-nanomaterial that I have researched has been used. It's the same kind of technology used in the nano battle armor, and it can be perfectly adapted to the part of the injured person that he has lost. After saying that, Chu Yang slowly walked to the young man who had chatted in the hospital before, and smiled as he issued an invitation. This one is specially made for you. Do you want to try it? The young man was a little overwhelmed. Just for me? In his eyes, disbelief and anticipation alternately flickered. Can it? Of course. Chu Yang slowly nodded his head, and then he directly half-squatted in front of the young man, and after lifting up one of the empty trouser tubes on his feet, he directly docked this prosthetic limb on the young man's feet where it was amputated off. The various nanobots at the prosthetic joints immediately moved quickly, accompanied by a weak electric current invading his body. His right leg, which had already lost its sensation, and the calf area, gradually gained a few more sensations. Alright, stand up and try. Chu Yang got up and patted his shoulder encouragingly. The young man immediately nodded heavily, and with a face full of excitement, he used both hands to support the armrests of the wheelchair and stood up from the wheelchair with some difficulty. But it's probably been too long since I've walked with my legs together. He had just gotten to his feet when his left foot instantly softened and he nearly fell to the ground. Chu Yang hurriedly walked to the side of him and quickly helped him up. His eyes encouragingly said, at first you might not be able to get used to it. Take 2 more steps. 2 more steps and you might get used to it. The young man choked back a laugh and couldn't stop the hot tears from flowing from his eyes. Under Chu Yang's assistance, the first 2 steps are still a bit uncomfortable though. However, along with the distance walked, the control of the mechanical prosthesis on the right leg became more and more skillful. He quickly detached himself directly from Chu Yang's hands. 1 step, 2 steps, until finally it began to run wildly and recklessly. While running, on one side he looked up and hollered again. Ha 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 ha, I'm back on my feet. Mom and Dad, the country hasn't forgotten us. The people haven't forgotten us, and your son is on his feet again. Comrades, I rise again. Did you all see that our sacrifice was not in vain? There are still people who are still watching us, and while we're protecting them, they're doing everything they can to protect us. Y'all see that? Running, the hot tears in his eyes could not stop flowing down. Squad leader, squad vice, and Xiao Lu Zi, did you all see it in the sky? They are also trying to do everything to protect us all. See this scene. Everyone present was moved. Several senior generals from the military department rushed to Chu Yang with an arrow step. Academician Chu, this prosthetic limb, can it be popularized throughout the army? They are even if they are not in research. However, after seeing how this prosthetic limb behaves, one also understands what this prosthetic limb represents. Other prosthetics on the market, even if it was the most advanced prosthetic limb, in the end, it still couldn't do what Chu Yang had researched this prosthetic limb to be like a finger. Within the whole army, I don't know how many soldier kings and elites have had to be forced to be discharged from the army because of various war accidents that led to physical disabilities and ended in regret. Once this prosthetic limb made by Chu Yang could be promoted throughout the army, wouldn't the elites who were discharged due to disability have to say goodbye to their beloved military career with reluctance? Are there still many ordinary soldiers injured in the line of duty? And is there hope that they will live like normal people in the future? Of course. Chu Yang nodded slightly. The technology of these prosthetics comes from the fusion of the technology of the first-generation mech and the second-generation mech, and I have divided these prosthetics into 2 different versions. What that little brother just used is a biological prosthetic limb that combines nanotechnology. Not only can it directly receive messages from the human body's bioelectrical waves and make the appropriate movements, but it also possesses some of the power of a mecha, which can greatly enhance the user's strength. Of course, the cost of this is slightly higher. Other than that, there's one other version. Although it can't enhance the user's strength, it is nevertheless capable of restoring the user to a normal human life, and can satisfy at least 95% of the use of an equivalent human limb, at a minimum. Hearing Chu Yang's words, the group of military generals present were silent. Immediately after, headed by Yang Xinghua, all the soldiers present instantly straightened their chests. Everyone, salute! Yang Xinghua's eyes were red as he saluted a standard military salute towards Chu Yang, along with all the surrounding soldiers. With solemn and solemn eyes, they all saluted Chu Yang with the most sincere military salute. Chu Yang quickly stepped aside. Commander Yang, what are you doing? I can't afford this. You can afford it, Yang Xinghua said in a deep voice. Academician Chu, this is my way of thanking you, on behalf of the entire army's generals, for everything you've done for them. This military salute. You can afford it. If this prosthetic limb researched by Chu Yang could be popularized throughout the army, that would be a great piece of heartache for their military department. All of them in the war department. All of them had to miss this favor from Chu Yang. Soon, the young man who had run around the playground freely for a few laps also quickly walked up to Chu Yang. His eyes were slightly red. Straightening his chest, he saluted towards Chu Yang. Finally, after putting his hand down, he then choked a little and said, Academician Chu, I am really very grateful to you. I truly did not expect that I would actually have another day to be able to stand up and run so painfully on the playground. Chu Yang smiled and shook his head. There's no need to thank me. I'm just doing what a defense researcher should do. When he said that, he smiled again. Speaking of which, I forgot to ask you your name last time. What's your name? The young man straightened his chest. Report, my name is Yang Changjun. Yang Changjun. Chu Yang pondered slightly. Nice name. I'll memorize your name. Yang Changjun looked up at Chu Yang again. Academician Chu, am I able to ask, that mech you just demonstrated, is it also promoted in the military department? He had also seen the power of the mech that Chu Yang had just demonstrated. Of course, Chu Yang smiled. Why, do you want it? If you want it, you can fight for it yourself then. Nano battle armor is really not cheap to build. It is not possible to promote it throughout the army and have it for everyone. No, no. Yang Changjun choked and shook his head. Don't want it? Neither. What I want. Yang Changjun shook his head faster. Gradually, he spoke in a somewhat trembling voice. It's that flesh and blood is too fragile on the battlefield. The squad leader is gone. The squad lieutenant is dead. And the best brother, Xiao Lu, was sacrificed on the day his youngest daughter was born. He tried hard to make himself laugh. If I had the mech earlier, maybe if I took a vacation every year, I could have bought less cigarettes and wine to go to their mausoleum. In that case, wouldn't I have saved more money? Don't you think so? Yang Chengjun tried hard to joke, but the tears in the corners of his mouth and the twitching couldn't hide the pain inside him. He misses them. Don't want anyone else to leave either. Chu Yang stood right in front of Yang Chengjun, raised his hand as if to comfort him, but the words came to him and he hesitated. I am still a teenager when I leave home, but I have already returned to serve my country. Things like this happen too often in many unseen corners. A heavy sigh followed. Chu Yang's hand, then gently placed on Yang Chengjun's shoulder. Live well with their hope. As long as we remember, they will always live. Chapter 83, inviting everyone to the bathhouse to soak in the bath and suppress the shock. Back to school. Chu Yang's mood was still a bit low. However, when he pushed open the door of the dormitory, he looked at Zhang Mingyang sitting on his own chair with a face full of hard feelings and a look of lifelessness as he quickly tapped text on his cell phone. Upon seeing Chu Yang's return, he immediately inclined his head to look at Chu Yang, a smile barely appearing on his face. Old 3 is back. Old Zhang. What's wrong with you? Chu Yang gave Zhang Mingyang a puzzled look. This little face is white as a sheet. Rewarding yourself excessively last night? Hey, don't mention it. Wang Lei, who was sitting on the other side, immediately said back. Old Zhang ate the wrong medicine, and is preparing to apply with the counselor to give us the whole dormitory graduate school thing. But you have a master's degree and a doctoral degree. Graduate school or not graduate school is nothing. Bailing out? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. Old Zhang, what kind of drugs are you taking? Zhang Mingyang lifelessly said. This is not this morning when I woke up to feel uncomfortable. It should be a cold. I am ready to eat some Lianhua Qingdian capsule. The results. The more he said, the more sad. As a result of sleeping too confused, I gave into amoxicillin capsules. Said Zhang Mingyang also made a gesture of 8 pieces. 8 pieces. I came back from class feeling sick. I'm especially sleepy right now, and having nausea and especially wanting to throw up. But I don't dare to sleep or Baidu. What if Baidu says I'm going to die? At this time, Zhang Mingyang's cell phone came from the counselor's voice. Zhang Mingyang, what kind of medicine are you taking wrong? Did the infirmary look at it? You wait in the dormitory. I'm not in the school right now. Right away I'll drive over and look for you. Zhang Mingyang raised his cell phone and said back. Don't worry, guide. My parents are very enlightened and are not unreasonable people. In case I die, they won't come to the school to find trouble with the school. I have only one hope. Let my roommates all bail out of graduate school. Amoxicillin? Chu Yang forehead more than a few black lines. Old Zhang, you are really cold fever confused? Amoxicillin is an anti-inflammatory drug. Eat too much sleepiness and nausea, that's normal. But it can't kill you. Just sleep. Ha? Zhang Mingyang froze. Really? I don't read much. Don't lie to me. No lie. Chu Yang nodded his head heavily. Asterisk. Zhang Mingyang immediately stood up anxiously from his own chair. Then aren't you guys hopelessly out of graduate school? Then quickly wanted to withdraw the message he had sent. I will have written and sent it to my mom. Quickly withdraw. The result was a shaky hand. The withdrawal point became deleted. Seeing this scene, he directly sat back in his seat with both eyes lifeless. It's over. Your bailing out is over. And so am I. What a 1,500 word will he sprawled out. It can't be pulled back. The idea of bailing out my roommate for grad school went out the window. It suddenly feels like life is a bit dark and lightless now. No more love. Destroy. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched again. Are there any students in Kyoto University who are so middle-aged? But Zhang Mingyang's mindset was still very good. After realizing that the message could not be withdrawn, a few quick messages were sent to the counselor and his mom explaining. Then directly lay flat. Brothers, nothing more to say. In order to celebrate my aftermath of the robbery, but also regret that you did not succeed in graduate school. First wait for me to sleep. When I wake up, please go to Beijing University next to that big bathhouse to take a bath. Pressure shock. A bath? Chu Yang and Wang Lei froze for a moment. They're both from the south, and they are divided into dormitories with ensuite bathrooms. This really didn't go for the soaking experience. Lying on the bed ready to sleep, Xu Pengfei suddenly opened his eyes. Straight from the bed stood up. 2 eyes shining said, Old Zhang, you talk about this, I'm not sleepy. Boss, we are milk rub, vinegar rub, or red wine rub. Zhang Mingyang said quietly. Boss, shouldn't you be concerned about caring about me taking the wrong medicine? I checked for you a long time ago. No one can die. Then you didn't say it earlier? Zhang Mingyang gave Xu Pengfei a glance. He. It's not like I just played the game and forgot about it. Xu Pengfei awkwardly scratched the back of his head. First of all, milk rub, vinegar rub, or red wine rub. Both. Zhang Mingyang laughed out loud, then quickly climbed to his dormitory bed. Shouted me at 7 o'clock in the evening. It just so happens that there are no classes this afternoon. I'll take a good nap first. When I wake up from my nap, let's go and rub a bath together. And then come out to eat a small barbecue after rubbing. Perfect. But not long after lying down, Zhang Mingyang's cell phone then began to ring frantically. Pick up the phone and take a look. The memo says Mom. After the corner of his mouth twitched, he simply hung up the phone and quickly turned off the power to his cell phone. Anyway, it's already socially dead. As long as the old man isn't embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. 6 o'clock in the evening. There was no need for Chu Yang and the others to shout. Zhang Mingyang himself alone jumped up from the bed alive and well, looking at Chu Yang, who was reading a book, and Zhu Pengfei, who was playing a game. The two of them laughed and said, "Brothers, are you ready? Pack up and we can leave. Wait for me to finish this game." Zhu Pengfei didn't even turn his head back. "Watch my Yaso Ga messy kills. Ha 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 ha." Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds and also nodded silently. "I've been in Kyoto for a short time now, so it's not a bad idea to go and experience what it's like to have a Kyoto scrub." Zhang Mingyang is also quite familiar with the bathhouse next to Kyoto. After it was about time, he lightly led Chu Yang and the others to a large bathhouse near the capital university. Wang Lei stood next to him with some curiosity. "Old Zhang, what process do you think there is for this bubble bath?" Zhang Mingyang laughed. "Steps are simple. You come to soak more than a few times estimated to be skilled. First take the card red card blue card or something. After taking the card, the first cannot be soaked. There is a waiter back to you to send a piece of pancreas. This is our old Kyoto people shouting. That is, the soap. A small pieces of soap. Speak a little. First get some shampoo cream, and then use the soap to rub the back, clean, and then start to soak. Soak comfortably. You can find someone to rub the back, and not expensive. A person of 40-50 things, depending on what you choose to rub the object. Old Wang I can tell you, this thing I guarantee you rub once on the addiction." Wang Lei nodded his head as if he understood. Upon arriving at the bathhouse, a puff of hot air appeared before the crowd. After paying first, getting their tags, and depositing their clothes, everyone got a thumb-sized bar of soap in their hands. Chu Yang looked at Zhu Pengfei next to him and asked, "Boss, isn't this soap a bit small? How does this work?" It was really the first time he had ever scrubbed with one of these things since he was a kid. "Normal." Zhu Pengfei nodded his head calmly. "If this thing is too big, you'll just take it home and use it after your bath later on, and the boss is pretty much at a loss." And, said here, Zhu Pengfei looked at the white and tender Chu Yang in front of him, suddenly laughed badly. "This thing he is small, easy to fall, snapped off it. He is good to find friends in the bathhouse." "Looking for a friend?" Chu Yang froze for a moment. "That doesn't sound wrong though, but it always feels like." "What's wrong?" Chapter 84, A Chance Encounter in the Bathhouse. An urgent telegram from the Ministry of the Army. Zhu Pengfei patted Chu Yang's shoulder. "Lao San, what kind of eyes are you looking at me with? Don't worry, brother, I won't let you pick up soap for me." Chu Yang's figure subconsciously took a step backwards. Go. Boss, for the time being, don't touch me. I'm afraid I'm in danger." "Picking up soap? You think I don't understand?" Zhu Pengfei's few people immediately burst into laughter. Laughing, though, the expression on a few faces froze, and in front of them came a couple of boys walking head-on. At the head of the group was Chu Yang's first love rival, Wang Xiujia. Next to him were a couple of boys. Soon enough, the few people who were walking head-on had their gazes turned to Chu Yang's side. After all, this matter of Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue being together wasn't really big news in Beijing University. In particular, they were also all more familiar with Wang Xiujia, and knew the ways of this themselves. The next moment, this damned good nature of the man sprang to life. These people had glanced down at Chu Yang's several people, then glanced down at themselves, and inexplicably, the speed of their feet accelerated by a few points. The only one was a white boy next to Wang Xiujia, one step slower than the next. As he swept past Chu Yang's side, his eyes even took on a trace of inexplicable divine splendor. Chu Yang suddenly felt a burst of numbness, and inclined his head to look at Zhang Mingyang next to him. Who is that man next to Wang Xiujia now? Why do I feel a bit weird? Could it be the aftermath of Zhu Pengfei's joke just now? Why did he get the feeling there was something wrong with the guy? Zhang Mingyang glanced back at the boy and then spoke. "He's Wang Xiujia's #1 lapdog. He's almost inseparable from Wang Xiujia every day. And he's also the minister of our hostel department." Zhang Mingyang looked up and asked, "Lao San, what are you asking him for?" "It's nothing, I just casually asked." Chu Yang casually shook his head. After going to get disposable bath towels with Zhang Mingyang and a few of them, they also followed the direction of Wang Xiujie and the others and went to the shower room to take a bath. What a coincidence. The one standing next to Chu Yang was the hostel minister next to Wang Xiujie. Just turned on the faucet to start the shower. Squeeze in the shampoo cream. After just a few rubs, a tiny little soap slid over next to it. Chu Yang froze for a moment. In the next second, That minister of the hostel department walked behind Chu Yang and said with odd eyes, "This brother, I'm sorry, I dropped my soap, can I trouble you to help me pick up my soap?" Chu Yang's back was cold. Without even flushing his head, he left the shower directly. "That, you go in and pick it up yourself." And I don't know why, he always felt that there was something wrong with the man's eyes. The hostel minister was a little disappointed, but he also still walked inside Chu Yang's shower and picked up the bar of soap on the floor. By the time he got back to his shower, now, the foam on Chu Yang's head was finally washed away. Immediately afterward, he heard the voice of the hostel director next to him. "Xiao Jia, I dropped my soap, pick it up for me." Chu Yang glanced down at the small bar of soap in his hand that he was going to use to wipe his body. Does this thing fall off so easily? As a result, the next second, he heard Wang Xiaojia's almost growling voice. "I'll pick it up for you can. You don't come over you don't come over Finally, once all 4 people in the dorm had finished showering, it was time to head to the big bathhouse for a soak. There is one thing to be said for a soaking bath that is indeed quite pleasant. Just going in, the whole thing felt relaxed. "Do you want some water?" Zhang Mingyang came up to a few people. "I feel like I can soak in this for a while before going for a back rub." Xu Pengfei smiled and came next to Zhang Mingyang. "Old Zhang, water is not necessary. Do you know what I like to drink?" "Drink what?" Zhang Mingyang froze for a moment. Xu Pengfei laughed. "Of course I'm pampering you, Zhang Mingyang." Jesus Christ, what did he hear? "Should I go wash my ears later?" After taking a deep breath, Zhang Mingyang immediately said with a trembling voice, "Boss, don't mess around in this bathhouse. I'm afraid." "Meaning it's fine in the dormitory?" Xu Pengfei smiled badly. "Get lost." Zhang Mingyang directly cupped a handful of water and threw it at Xu Pengfei's face. Xu Pengfei ran to Wang Lei's side again. "Old Wang, do you often drink carbonated drinks?" "Ha?" Wang Lei also froze for a moment. "How else are you going to look good and bubbly?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Lei was instantly like an enemy, looking at Xu Pengfei in a defensive position. "Boss, we're good brothers in a dormitory. I'm warning you, don't mess around. If you really have a need for this, I can help you find it." Xu Pengfei immediately laughed out loud and turned to Chu Yang again. As a result, before he could speak, Chu Yang silently said, "Boss, are you a scum?" "For what?" Xu Pengfei was puzzled. "Why else would you be dirt poor?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. Immediately, Xu Pengfei quickly rushed in front of Chu Yang, crazily splashing water on Chu Yang. "Lao San, you're out of your element. No personal attacks. Little master, I'm known as the pure love male god. How can I be a scum?" Chu Yang's several faces were filled with disbelief. After saying this, he laughed awkwardly a few times. "I'm not recently fancying a young lady in our school. I'm going to tease her a little bit. I've learned a few love words online, and I'm going to try the effect on you guys first." Xu Pengfei asked again suspiciously. "How is it? Not too good?" The corner of Zhang Mingyang's mouth twitched. "It's a bit earthy." Wang Lei weakly echoed. "It's a bit greasy." Xu Yang's face was bland. "Don't look at me. I rely on my face to eat. I don't know how to talk about love. Asterisk 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 Nima. Xu Pengfei's trio simultaneously threw water on Xu Yang's body. "We're still good friends if we don't act like pussies." "Ah, Lao San." It went on until after 9 o'clock at night. It was only then that Chu Yang and the 4 of them came out of the large bathhouse in comfort. Xu Pengfei face satisfied. "Long time no bubble bath. This side of the teacher master back rubbing technology can in the future you can often come. Next time it's on you? No problem." Xu Pengfei immediately laughed out loud. Wang Lei slowly laughed. "It's quite comfortable, but I'm just a bit hungry. Find somewhere to eat. They can all come over for a dip on an empty stomach." As a result, the whole thing is now after 9 o'clock, and my stomach has been growling for a long time. Chu Yang laughed. "Let's go then. Today is my treat. Lao San atmosphere. Then I'll be damned. Recently my waist is not working. I need to eat more oysters to make up for it. Don't be heartbroken when I do. Lao San." The 3 of them, Xu Pengfei, immediately laughed out loud. "Eat openly." Xu Yang didn't think so. He didn't have much of a concept of money. There's at least about $10 million in research bonuses lying around in the bank card. As for the research funds that have passed through his hands, they are counted in tens of billions. However, it was just when a few people were discussing where they planned to go for a barbecue in the evening to properly slaughter Chu Yang. A cold wind suddenly blew in the sky. The cell phone on Chu Yang's body dinged. A look at the remarks. It was Wang Weiman who called after. Chu Yang slightly frowned, then he quickly picked up the phone. "Elder Wang, this is Chu Yang. What's the matter?" "General." Wang Weiman wouldn't take the initiative to call himself, not to mention the fact that it's now past 9 o'clock in the middle of the night. Wang Weiman's voice was a bit heavy. "Xiao Chu, I'm really sorry to disturb you so late, but there is now a very urgent matter that requires your assistance. Speaking of which," after a slight pause, only then did Wang Weiman continue to ask, How many sets of nano battle armor are available in your lab in total? 9 sets. Shu Yang nodded slightly. Good. Wang Weiman suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately after that he quickly said, in half an hour, there will be people from the military department who will drive a helicopter over to pick you up and take you to the military command headquarters, and bring all 9 sets of nano battle armor with you. This side of the War Department. Come over here first. I'm not at liberty to give out specifics over the phone right now. Wang Weiman spoke in a grave tone. It even brought with it a strong sense of powerlessness. Chapter 85 Border Breakout. Artificially created mutant creatures. Half an hour later, Shu Yang took the 9 sets of nano storage boxes for the nano battle armor that he had taken out from the lab, boarded the helicopter of the military ministry, and in the darkness of the night, he quickly traveled to the camp of the military ministry in Kyoto. During the flight, Shu Yang curiously glanced at a young soldier sitting next to him. What's going on that's so urgent? It's even if you call him over overnight. You actually had to bring 9 sets of nano battle armor with you? Is it now going to be a real battle? However, the people in the military department had never used a nano battle armor at all, so if they needed to go into combat, shouldn't they familiarize themselves with the mech's performance before using it in combat? The soldier sitting next to Chu Yang shook his head. Not quite sure. Our mission is only to transport you there. We don't know anything about the rest. Chu Yang frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything else. More than an hour later, Chu Yang arrived at the Kyoto Garrison military headquarters, but this time it wasn't in the training playground anymore. But after going through layers of scrutiny, he was taken to a command center in the military headquarters. Seeing this, Chu Yang's brows frowned even tighter. Isn't the command center, too, usually open for use during exercises, or wartime? And even if there was a real battle conflict, he shouldn't have been brought here, right? After entering the door, Chu Yang then saw a bunch of old acquaintances. Of course there were also some unfamiliar faces. Some of them were even wearing the lab's white coats, obviously picked up directly from the lab on an emergency basis. The group of military department executives at the head of the group were sitting upright, their eyes filled with a heavy look. What's going on here? And seeing Chu Yang walk in, Yang Xinghua immediately stood up from his position, and there was no more hush-hush politeness, directly bringing Chu Yang to the front of the command center, instructing the soldiers next to him to project a screen onto the big screen of the command center. Academician Chu, you have a look at this video first. In an instant, a scene of a tropical rainforest appeared on the large screen in the command center. The dense growth of trees around it towers over the city, and in the center of the screen, several dogs in steel armor appear. That's right, the dog. It was covered in steel and was 2 or 3 times larger than an ordinary dog. Ferocious fangs bare in the air. Sticky saliva kept falling out of his mouth. And, when the saliva fell to the ground, it all went up in a nuisance smoke. Apparently it's full of strong corrosive properties. What is this? Chu Yang's expression instantly condensed. It was simply impossible for such large dogs to appear on Earth. And looking at the appearance of these dogs, one could even vaguely see the original wolf dog's appearance, only more massive in size. In the areas not covered by steel, the hair turned black, as if it were a sharp steel needle, especially their eyes. No emotion could be seen in the scarlet eyes. Yes, there is only the mad intention to kill and plunder. This is the reason why we urgently sought you over this time. Yang Xinghua immediately said quickly. This is an image that was passed over from our border an hour ago. The location is in the guarded defense area of one of our special forces stationed at the border. Just an hour ago, our troopers were doing their normal patrols when they spotted these strange hounds coming over the border. We hypothesized that this would be a mutated creature made by some crime syndicate on the border. But this mutated creature is so bizarre that not only can they not be killed with a gun, but even with fire, not even a single hair on their body can be burned off. We've already sacrificed a full complement of special teams for this. Chu Yang listened to Yang Xinghua's narration while looking at the various images on the screen. Suddenly, his heart rate jumped up. Various thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind. Gene fusion, or gene leap, or maybe a super god gene? It was also the first time he had seen such a creature. But don't forget, he had seen the various genetic technologies inside the treasury of eternal knowledge. These hounds in the picture have obviously been genetically modified artificially, and it incorporates the genetic characteristics of quite a few creatures. The footage shows that the bullet shots actually wounded the mutant hounds, but their flesh and blood quickly recovered and healed, and surprisingly powerful. One claw down. Even the big trees in the rainforest that were hugged by 2 people were going to be cut off a section. This is no longer simply a result of genetic evolution. It was someone who artificially interfered with the evolution of the gene chain mutations in these mutant hounds, and even inserted fragments of other genes into them. The technical difficulty of such a modification, it's already no less than creating the cosmic supersoldiers described inside the treasury of eternal knowledge. But as far as he knows, there is simply no such powerful genetic coding technology in the world today. Even if there is, The countries are well hidden. It simply wouldn't be such a big deal to just let a few genetically modified mutant hounds break into the Chinese border. But this is an emergency. It was also too late for Chu Yang to think more. Chu Yang quickly asked, "What do you need me to do now?" An existence of such a level was indeed not something that ordinary people could be able to defeat. Not even the special forces, because they're beyond ordinary creatures. Right now there are still more than 10 special forces fighting these mutant hounds in the rainforest. Otherwise, once these mutant hounds break through the border blockade and break into the living area of ordinary people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Xinghua's face was serious as he said, "So we need to send out our fighter jets now, and send the nano battle armor to the special forces over there, so that they can use the nano battle armor to stop these guys from advancing." Yes, Chu Yang nodded his head without hesitation. "However, since they are not skilled with the nano battle armor, I need to remotely manipulate these nano battle armors and attach them to our soldiers to fight. And, after this incident is over, I would like to have a complete body of those mutant hounds in the picture. I need to study their genetic sequences." Chu Yang's face, for the first time, he showed a look of gravity. On these mutant hounds, must be hiding some unknown secret. Chapter 86, Everything is answered. Everything is settled. This thing was originally brought over for your Chinese Academy of Sciences and our Armed Research Institute of the Ministry of the Army to study together. Yang Xinghua slowly said, "If I can really kill these mutant hounds, I will definitely personally send a corpse of a mutant hound to your lab for you to study." "That's fine." Chu Yang nodded heavily. "How long will it take for the mech to be delivered?" "The fighters can take off at any time, and under ideal circumstances, they will be able to reach the border battlefield in as little as 50 minutes. Yang Xinghua gritted his teeth fiercely. In order to save the other civilians at the border, as well as those surviving special forces fighters, they had used the most advanced fighter jets in the country at the moment, and had given an early order to ban all airspace. It's all about making sure the fighters get to the borderlands as fast as they can. Chu Yang nodded. On the large screen in the command center, there were still images of these special forces in the border zone fighting with guns and those mutant hounds. Chu Yang sat down on one of the seats. After taking a deep breath, he pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Qingxue. "There's an urgent mission at the institution, so I won't be returning to school tonight. I probably won't be able to come back to breakfast with you tomorrow morning either. Be good. When I'm done, I'll bring you that strawberry cake you wanted to eat last time, back for you to eat." "Okay, soon." Lin Qingxue, who was in the girls' dormitory, received the message. After seeing the text above, a playful smile immediately appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Replied, "Granted." After a few seconds of contemplation, she then quickly replied a few more times, "If you're too busy, dinner can be any time. I just want to have dinner with you anyway, early or late, as long as it's you. You're busy. No need to reply to messages." After putting down the phone, Lin Qingxue then laughed. Love and lack of love can actually be seen in the details. Everything is accounted for, everything is responded to, and everything is settled. That's enough. Half an hour later, in the rainforest on the border, countless special forces in camouflage with night vision devices on their heads are ambling through the various exchanges of the forest. Some of them have even carried bazookas on their bodies. "Captain, what's the situation now? When will the top come over to support us? This ghost thing is just too weird." A member of the team was lying on his back in a pile of grass covered with fallen leaves somewhere in the jungle, wearing a night vision device on his head, with a heavy sniper scope loaded with armor-breaking bullets in his hand, aiming at the several mutant hounds in their encirclement at all times. "Soon." A man's calm voice came from inside his headset. "We still need to hold out for 20 minutes. And after that, the military department side will transfer the most advanced equipment in the country at the moment over to assist us in destroying these asshole things. Brothers, at our feet is the front line. Behind us are the people of our country, where the lights of 10,000 homes twinkle. We must hold this for 20 minutes. We must not let these things break through our blockade circle. Better to die 10 steps forward than live half a step back. Even if we're down to our last man back there, you all have to hold these things firmly for me. Can everyone make it?" In an instant, low voices of men and women resounded inside all corners of the enclosure. "Roger that. Understood. Never take half a step back." A ruthless look flashed in everyone's eyes. From the moment they became soldiers, especially after entering the special military camp, it has long been ready to sacrifice. Today, for the motherland, fighting for the people. "I'm not sorry if I have to die." However, it was just as they were interchanging. The noses of the several mutant hounds that were originally piled up and gathered together twitched slightly, and after smelling the scent of a living person, a fierce light instantly shone in their eyes. A frantic growl. These mutant hounds then quickly charged towards the position of one of the people in the encirclement. "Hit me." A command was given. Instantaneous. Countless muzzle fire tongues erupted. The bullets hit the heads, the necks of these mutant hounds in a frenzy. But the next second, The bullets were either deflected by the steel armor on these hounds, either that or it was simply warded off by the black fur on them. Bullets shot. It was also just merely blocking their progress. Just then, boom, a huge fire snake appeared. A well-weighted rocket was ejected directly from the bazooka and exploded onto the body of one of the mutant hounds, and the strong impact of the explosion directly sent the mutant hound flying out. The steel armor on his body was blown to pieces. Even the black and oily fur had turned a few degrees more wretched. In some places the skin was even blown away. Soon enough, though, the injured parts of this mutant hound's body began to recover quickly. "It's wounded." Immediately the captain's urgent voice came from the headset. "It's working. Keep going. Keep hitting the head. If one doesn't work, then two. Damn it, we have to get one dead today." Next, another rocket was fired, accompanied by an agonizing wail. The hound was instantly blown away again. By the time it got up again, the breath in his body was rapidly weakening. Even the self-healing has slowed down. This time, a few of the other hounds also quickly stopped themselves, their eyes alert as they began to look around at the hidden crowd. It was followed by another low shot. An armor-breaking bullet quickly flew out of the sniper rifle. After hitting the already wounded mutant hound in the head, the armor-piercing bullet finally shot right into the mutant hound's head while the epidermis of its head was still being repaired. Bang! The sound. The armor-breaking bullet instantly pierced the head of this wounded mutant hound. Oh, came the sad cry. The mutant hound slammed heavily onto the ground, and after struggling on the ground for a long time, it finally slowly stopped moving. It worked! The people present were instantly delighted. Well done! The atmosphere in the team gradually relaxed for a few minutes, and some people even began to breathe a sigh of relief. This thing doesn't look undefeatable. I said at the very beginning, if you can't beat it, it's just a lack of firepower. Hit it a few more times. You can always kill it. The words just fell. Someone in the headset then suddenly let out an exclamation. Look, you guys! The crowd's eyes immediately shifted, only to see that the several mutant hounds immediately piled up and rushed to the side of the dead mutant hound, frantically tearing up the flesh and blood on its body. Soon, apart from the puddle of blood on the ground, which proved the existence of that mutant hound, the rest of the mutant hound's body parts were all eaten by several other mutant hounds. Immediately after, the aura of these mutated hounds that ate the corpses of their kind began to rise rapidly. Even the figure seemed to be a few degrees more massive. Immediately after, they then looked intently at the group of special forces in front of them. The eyes were full of fierce and violent intentions. Quiet. The jungle was instantly quiet. Everyone held their breath. The limbs stiffened as he watched the scene unfold in front of him. The eyes were filled with disbelief. This is Evolution? Chapter 87, One Man, One Mecha. Make cheetah bigger and stronger. Captain, how long until backup comes? By the time the crowd had responded, they had begun to call out inside the conversation channel. Originally the primary mutation of these hounds they were hard enough to deal with. I didn't realize that these things could actually evolve after eating their own companions. The leader of the special brigade glanced at the time on his hand's tactical watch. 5 minutes. No matter what, the big guys must hold out for me for the last 5 minutes. Even if we die, we absolutely cannot let these monsters leave this jungle. Roger that. Roger that. Roger that. The moment. Everyone had a determined look on their faces. Immediately after that, the special brigade leader changed his call channel to the rear command channel. This is Cheetah Commando Squad 1. I'm Captain Chinyu. Now that the monster has mutated, the exact situation is currently unknown. The personnel of our team would like to vow to defend our country's borders to the death. If we are unfortunate enough to die, I hope the command will inform the family that we all is well. Cheetah, die fighting. In the middle of Kyoto, synchronized transmission of the border command center screen in the command room. The eyes of a group of military commanders were red. Clenching the fist in his hand hard, Xu Yang did not say a word, only his eyes were slightly red. His heart inexplicably held a mouthful of anger. Not enough. Doing this on your own is not enough. If he can research enough defense weapons and research more advanced technological products, perhaps today's outcome would not have been the same. Within the jungle, Qin Yu, the leader of the Cheetah Commandos, reached down and took a picture out of his combat uniform. Above is a picture of him with his wife and their little 3-year-old daughter. After fondly rubbing the surface of the photo slightly with the palm of his combat-gloved hand, he then quickly retrieved the photo to his chest, and his eyes grew steadfast as he looked ahead, his hand gripping the firearm clenched hard in iron, of no longer thinking about support. Instead, he looked around at the group of squad members with determined eyes. Everyone, I'm really sorry. Today it's me, Qin Yu, who went back on my word and wasn't able to take you out of here. Let's be brothers again in our next life. With that, he stood straight up from the prostrate ground and hissed, Cheetah, never say die. Die fighting. Absolutely no backing up. Seeing this, the rest of the people also rushed out of their cover. raising the guns in their hands to launch a quick attack. The moment. In all of their minds, almost simultaneously, the oath they swore before enlisting came to mind. I am a citizen of Huaxia, and military service in accordance with the law is an honorable obligation I should fulfill. In order to take up the sacred duty of a revolutionary soldier, I swear to be loyal to the motherland, to be loyal to the people, to defend the territory of the motherland and the security of the country, and to safeguard the lives of the people. They hadn't come here to wait for rescue in the first place. Their mission is to protect their family and their country. 5 minutes. They're going to use their own flesh and blood to buy the people behind them. Another 5 minutes. Inside the Kyoto Operations Command Room, Xu Yang had sat down on a computer with a serious expression, which showed that the nano battle armor had been sent to the border area. After looking at the 9 special team members who had already changed into the nano battle armor, he immediately gritted his teeth and quickly maneuvered around the computer. Come on, come on, come on. As long as the nano battle armor could arrive, it would be able to save these people. They, all of them, are good. Soon, 9 special team members, dressed in nano battle armor, under Xu Yang's control, he quickly rushed out from the border military headquarters. In the meantime, Xu Yang's low voice also appeared in the ears of the Cheetah Squad crowd in the jungle. This is Kyoto Command, calling Cheetah Commando Squad 1. Repeat, this is Kyoto Command to Cheetah Commando Team 1. All squad members, please secure yourselves. Backup is on the way, expected to arrive within a minute. We are with you. Kyoto Command is here to honor the hero's triumph. Support has arrived. Support has arrived. Ha ha ha. Brothers, hold on to the last minute. The Cheetah Commando Squad members went wild. Tay Grandma, aren't you great? Come over here. Let's see if I get you or not and be done with it. A stocky man with an RPG on his shoulder quickly pulled the trigger on the RPG in his hand. The guns in the hands of the others spilled out as fast as the bullets didn't cost anything. There's even a Gatling. With ruddy sparks, he swept up in a frantic blitz toward the mutant hounds. Those mutant hounds were instantly enraged. Fierce eyes looked recklessly at everyone in front of him, and with a growl, he launched a quick charge. The nearly 2-meter-tall body leapt up, quickly rushing up to one of the team members. He opened his sharp and blood-filled fangs and was ready to start tearing them up. But, and just in the nick of time, 9 sets of nano battle armor of different colors quickly hovered above the heads of the crowd. Turn on night vision aids. Laser cannon activated. The target has been located. Xu Yang manipulated the 9 sets of mechs in the air, and his eyes gradually became cold and fierce. Damn it! Just let you all come and let me test the mech's latest real-world capabilities. Laser cannon. Fire. Under Xu Yang's manipulation, one of the mech's palms quickly aimed at the leaping mutant hound. An intense laser instantly emanated from the mech's palm. The scorching heat instantly sends the mutant hound flying. But that's not enough. In the next second after that hound fell to the ground, it quickly rose from the ground. All sorts of fresh flesh and blood began to grow and converge wildly on the parts of his body that had been pierced by the laser. Xu Yang laughed coldly, beginning to maneuver the other mechs. They blocked the crowd of cheetah commandos and quickly attacked towards the front of those individual mutant hounds. I'll see how many times you can heal. Since you've stepped into my Chinese border, stay here forever. Anyone who offends my Huaxia will be executed. See this scene. The Cheetah Commando Squad members standing in the back were confused. What is this? I'll be damned. This isn't a movie, is it? The mechs are all out? What's this jangly thing? Some of them even gave up their hometown dialect in a single moment of inattention. Isn't this sci-fi style a little too serious? They're not dreaming, are they? Xu Yang was still earnestly maneuvering the mech. His hand speed was incomparably fast. With coldness in his eyes, he transmitted a battle command to Xianwu, who then coordinated all the mechs and began to frantically launch a counterattack. Some of the mechs began to coalesce into nano-longswords. There were also mechs with both hands, and all sorts of sizzling laser cannons fired wildly. Others go straight to the top. The punches knocked these mutant hounds to the ground. Next up, the hunting moment. These mutant hounds were also shocked by the mecha in front of them. In the back of their minds, though, only one thought existed, and that was to tear them apart. Some of the mutant hounds' claws clawed hard into the surface of the nanofighter. It even scratched a gout of sparks on the surface of the mech, yet it didn't do much damage to the mech itself. As for being their sharp fangs, there was no use at all in front of a flexible and maneuverable mech. Laugh your ass off, it doesn't even bite. The cheetahs had left the combat area and were just watching the battle from a distance. A man came up next to Chinyu, his eyes filled with astonishment. Boss, what exactly are these mechs from? They had seen the ferocity of those mutated hounds just now, but when these sets of mechs appeared, it was directly as if it had become a closed door. Those mutant hounds that were ferocious and incomparable in front of them looked as if they had become a few points more docile in front of the mech. I'm not too sure. It should be the result of our country's latest scientific research. Xinyu's expression was a bit excited, and even rubbed his hands together and laughed. If you have the opportunity, you must get a few sets of these mechs over. This defense, and this comprehensive attack power, it's simply too fierce. And on the other side, being the only combat medic in the assault squad had a somewhat stoning expression. Now I'm even more curious about where the hell those mutant hounds came from. These hounds are obviously being controlled by something, and I'm sure it's not man-made. Several of the assault team turned their attention to the medical officer who had spoken. Tell me, how did you see it? My ancestor came from a veterinarian. Aren't you guys well aware of that? The medical officer reluctantly smiled. Then soon after, he looked serious and said, these mutated hounds no longer have any emotion within their eyes, as if they were tireless killing machines, and as you just saw, they actually eat each other's kind, which is very abnormal. They have nothing but killing and devouring inside their eyes. Not even a human being can tame these things to the point where they don't have the slightest bit of emotion. My guess is that it's something that some biolab came up with, and they incorporated some weird gene fragments from it. As he said this, the medical man's eyes grew heavy. They're evolving. If they are allowed to get enough food, perhaps they can evolve indefinitely. If nothing else, the people who made these guys should be pretty much dead as well. Otherwise, there's no way these guys would have just barged right up to our Chinese border. When he finished speaking, he laughed to himself again. Humans will, perhaps, die by their own hands after all. These monsters. Already that's the warning. Things like genetic modification are inherently full of all sorts of uncontrollability. Who knows back there? What else would there be? Creating even more horrific creatures. And hearing this from the medical staff, the people in the room fell silent. However, soon, Qin Yu, as the captain, raised his temper again. Goon, see those mechs in front of you? When this is over, I'll get one of those mechs over for each of you, so that we cheetahs can grow bigger and stronger. Who cares about the messy creatures when the time comes? Come one, I'll get one dead. Come a pair, I'll get a pair killed. One of the team members next to him was a bit unconvinced. Captain, can you really get it over here? This thing doesn't look too good. Qin Yu, you're a pro at tearing me down? I guess it's still not hard enough. Go back in the evening for a weighted 5K trail run. Chapter 88 Lin Qingshua's Late Night Calls. Other side. A mutated hound, even if it becomes bigger and stronger, is still essentially a hound. Other than a simple biting motion and a claw attack, there would be no more attacks. Even, none of them could spare the fishy and corrosive phlegm in their mouths to spit onto the surface of the nano battle armor. But for 3 minutes, Chu Yang then maneuvered these 9 nano battle armors to quickly kill these mutated hounds on the ground. See this scene. The large crowd inside the command center of the Kyoto military headquarters breathed a sigh of relief. A smirk gradually appeared in Chu Yang's eyes as well. The mutated hound looked bizarre, though it wasn't incredibly strong. According to his speculation, the life force in their bodies should be very vigorous, thus causing the various cells in their bodies to be strengthened. And the cell's own self-recovery abilities have been strengthened along with it, which is why they seem to be superbly self-healing. However, there is an end to the life force. When the life force in their bodies was depleted, that's when they fell to the ground. This is somewhat similar to adrenaline in the human body. Adrenaline in the body is usually balanced within a stable figure. But once this time, after someone forcibly injects a large amount of adrenaline into a person's body, it causes the heart to beat wildly, the blood to flow faster, and dramatically blocks out pain and reduces fear, while increasing arousal, strength, and reflexes several times over. In a nutshell, if the average person were to pump in an overdose of adrenaline, there is a good chance that one of these scenarios below would occur. A 3-year-old child hangs boxing champion Tyson. Lin Daiyu plucks Lu Jishan upside down, and a scud-legged Yu catches up with Swallow who left in a car. Of course, there are side effects. Immediately after the effects of the adrenaline wear off, or at the beginning of the shot of adrenaline, the blood vessels blow up, the heart stops pacing, and eventually death results. And these mutant hounds, it could be that for some reason, inside his genetic chain, the genetic chain that drastically increased his life force appeared. It was also formalized that the appearance of these gene chains simultaneously increased the various data of their bodies. The only thing that puzzled him a bit was this. Why are these hounds evolving genetically at such a rapid rate? So fast that it's already outpacing the evolution of all living things on Earth. Not even the most specialized technology can make the rate of evolution so rapid. Unless, this gene fragment programmed inside the gene chain of these hounds, not from Earth. Thinking of this, a cold sweat immediately and rapidly broke out on Chu Yang's back. Aliens? He didn't rule it out. Otherwise, what explanation can be given for the treasury of eternal knowledge he possesses? After thinking about all this, Chu Yang directly entered the program. After having Xuanwu send the special forces inside the mech back to the military base at the border, he then quickly inclined his head and looked at Yang Xinghua. Commander Yang, how long will it take for the bodies of these hounds to be delivered to Kyoto? Yang Xinghua pondered for a few seconds. If you need it, I can have them send it over overnight. But the size of these mutant hounds is too large. the fighter definitely can't send it over, and the earliest it can arrive is tomorrow morning. But with that said, Yang Xinghua turned his words around, but if the small pieces are sampled, they'll be able to have their fighter pilots bring them back in about an hour and a half. We'll have a professional come in immediately to test the genetic changes in these mutant hounds. Their military department after discovering these mutant hounds. Immediately, all the experts in the field of biology within the Ministry of War were summoned, just waiting to work on it overnight. In that case, Xu Yang pondered for a few seconds. If it's testing the genetic code, roughly how long will it take? A researcher next to Yang Xinghua nodded. If it's fast, it might be around 3 days, and if it's slow, within 10 days. The procedure for genetic coding testing is cumbersome. This data, or they worked overtime in the lab to make it possible to reach it. Good, then I'll wait for your news. Xu Yang nodded heavily. At the moment he has not systematically studied about biogenetic issues. Just leave the professional stuff to the professionals. Xu Yang looked at Yang Xinghua and continued. As for the complete corpse of the mutant hound, if we wait until it's transported over, we'll have to trouble Commander Yang to send a copy of it inside my laboratory at the Beijing University. No problem. Yang Xinghua naturally had no problem. This would have been promised in advance. Immediately after a few seconds of slight contemplation, Xu Yang spoke again. Moreover, if possible, I suggest that we immediately send someone to clean up the battlefield and carry all the broken meat that fell off of all the mutant hounds present, and even all the blood tissue samples, out of the tropical rainforest. And no person or animal should be allowed to come into direct contact with any of the flesh and blood of these mutant hounds. I suspect these hound creature organizations may also have the ability to mutate other creatures. The moment Xu Yang's words came out, the group of biological research scholars present were first startled, then they agreed with serious faces. Yeah, I think we need to do that too. That's a very good suggestion. There must be no outflow of biological cellular tissue from these mutant hounds. Makes sense. Those samples should never get out. They couldn't figure out the reason for the mutation of these hounds now. However, if there are still mutated cells with super infectious properties or even viruses present inside their flesh and blood tissues, after allowing other animals in the rainforest to feed on it, it may not fail to produce a second mutant creature. If that's true, this will surely be new trouble again. Around 1 in the morning, Xu Yang finally came out from inside the military department. Sure, he can't go back to school at this hour either, and no more staying inside the military headquarters guest house. Rushed back to the school neighborhood late at night, got a cozy hotel. After a brief wash, looking at the message on his cell phone that Lin Qingxue had sent over good night more than an hour ago, a simple message back to a room near the school to rest, and then good night passed. Xu Yang then laid himself down inside the hotel room with a heavy heart and pondered. He needed to be alone to think it over. This happened today. It may seem like a simple case of animal genetic mutation, but, for him who has a treasure trove of eternal knowledge, he wanted more, and after this thought opens up, it just won't close anymore. Where did this treasure trove of eternal knowledge that one possesses come from? A product of an alien super civilization? Or is it a remnant of Earth's own super-age civilization? And do aliens really exist in this world? Ancient Chinese mythology. Is it a myth described by man, or is it a true history left over from ancient times? A mural of astronauts going into space left by the Mayans? Is it prophetic? Or just documenting the legendary civilization of Atlantis? Is it a legend? Or did it really exist right at the bottom of the sea? The world that was originally incomparably clear in front of his eyes was, at this moment, shrouded in a thick layer of fog. Even Xu Yang was somewhat emboldened and a chill ran down his back. He huddled helplessly on the bed in his hotel room, breathing in all the oxygen he could draw in front of him sharply, a look of fear in his eyes. It was also the first time he felt fear, and an extremely strong fear. If anything, these are real. So why haven't humans discovered aliens by now? For what reason did those super civilizations that existed on Earth disappear? And he who possesses the treasury of eternal knowledge, what role does it play in this? Successor to civilization? Or in the hands of those super civilizations hiding behind the curtain? Pawns? And what is his purpose for? It comes down to this. He himself is just a mere mortal, at least for now. His heart, not yet strong enough to accept these settings all at once. And that's when it happened. A couple of cell phone notifications went off in quick succession. Xu Yang slightly inclined his head. After picking up his cell phone and looking at it, it was discovered that it was a message sent by Lin Qingxue. Resting this late? Did something happen to you? Answer the phone. After seeing these messages, Xu Yang took a deep breath before picking up his cell phone with some trembling, intending to reply the message. The result is the next second. Lin Qingxue's phone call came through. After forcibly restraining his trembling fingers, he took a few deep breaths in succession, even ran inside the bathroom. After splashing a few handfuls of cold water on his face with the faucet to clear his head slightly for a moment, Only then did Chu Yang return inside the room and answered the phone in a normal tone. Soon, Lin Qingshue's crisp voice came from inside the phone. Chu Yang, are you asleep? Chu Yang reluctantly smiled. No, why? Didn't you go to sleep before, and woke up so soon? Lin Qingxue slowly replied. Didn't fall asleep. Chu Yang smiled. Is it because you miss me? A little bit. Lin Qingxue slowly said. I just saw the message you sent over. Are you unhappy? Girls are very perceptive. Look at the content of Chu Yang's message. She probably just sensed that Chu Yang should have encountered something. Emotions are particularly low. Chu Yang smiled and asked, why do you say that? Maybe it's a heart-to-heart, but I just knew you were unhappy anyway. So you called? I'm afraid that you have something in your heart, but you can't find anyone to say it. Lin Qingxue slowly said. After a few seconds of silence, she then continued. I'm coming over to find you now. If there's anything you're unhappy about, don't hold it in alone. You can talk to me. Don't be unhappy alone, okay? Isn't it already gated? Chu Yang asked. Lin Qingxue laughed playfully. A small door ban. How can it stop this beautiful maiden from seeing her man? Chapter 89, The Starlight Moonlight Night is yours, and so am I. Hanging up the phone call to Chu Yang, Lin Qingxue then quickly got up from her own bed. Carefully make your way to the ground. Quietly, he opened his closet door. After picking out a set of casual clothes from it and changing the pajamas on her body, Lin Qingxue planned to open the dormitory door and leave. At this time, a bright light from a cell phone screen flashed out from the bed quilt opposite Lin Qingxue's bed. Li Qian poked her head out of the comforter and curiously glanced down at Lin Qingxue, who had changed her clothes on the ground. Qingxue, it's so late. Where else are you going to go? This is actually even a change of clothes. What's going on? Qianqian, you're still awake? Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then immediately came to Li Qian, and nervously whispered, now it's time for you to dedicate yourself to your sisters. What do you want? Li Qian asked warily. I've got something to do. I'm going out for a bit. Going to find Chu Yang? Li Qian instantly reacted. Lin Qingxue nodded silently. Sister, I'm not sleepy if you say so. Li Qian's eyes lit up, quickly climbed down from her own bed, and whispered, you're not going to sneak into the boys' dormitory, are you? So exciting? What are you thinking inside this head? Lin Qingxue helplessly blanked Li Qian in the darkness. Chu Yang wasn't in the dormitory tonight. He opened a hotel outside, I think. I'm going to go over and look for him. Li Qian laughed evilly. What? Our Lin big schoolgirl can't stand the loneliness. Want to go out and give it for nothing? What are you blindly thinking about? Lin Qingxue blushed a little. What's going on inside this little girl's head? Such an unhealthy thought. Li Qian playfully nodded her head repeatedly. I understand. Covered with a quilt, pure chatting. Immediately after that, she looked at Lin Qingxue and asked, tell me, what's the plan? Roll over the window. Lin Qingxue laughed. When they went out shopping as a group in the dormitory, I got back late and missed the gate. It wasn't as if they hadn't gotten their classmates to quietly open the hall windows of the girls' dormitories for them, and then snuck in through a window. Lin Qingxue continued to whisper to Li Qian, wait, we first quietly touch down. After confirming that the hostess auntie is asleep, I will roll over the window and go out. You are responsible for helping me to close the window on me. Okay. Li Qian nodded without hesitation, and then continued with a bad smile. But say yes. You too must pay attention to safety. I don't want to be your child's godmother a year later. Go. Soon, the sneaky duo arrived at the girls' dormitory. First, he opened the iron door that separated the floors leading to the dormitory building. The duo then quickly made their way to the location in the lobby of the first floor of the dormitory. The place where the hostesses usually rested was inside a small room on the first floor of the dormitory. But now, the light had gone out in the room she was staying in. The moonlight spilling onto the ground was still vaguely visible outside. The two of them, Lin Qingxue and Li Qian, quickly ran to the window against the wall in the first floor hall. The two combined. After carefully opening the window, Lin Qingxue then directly and nimbly flipped the window from the ground to the edge of the window, turned her head to look at Li Qian and said, then I'll leave first. Remember to lock the window. Okay. Li Qian gave her a no-problem gesture. Next, Lin Qingxue then quickly rolled over the window and landed on the ground. Don't know who it is though. I can't believe I left a finished Coke can thrown by the window. Lin Qingxue went down with this kick. A direct guess at the Coke can made a crackling sound. In a flash, lights suddenly lit up inside the room where the hostile aunt was resting. Which dormitory brat is this again? Turning windows for me to escape the doorstop all day long? Lin Qingxue, who had just landed on the ground, changed her face. Li Qian immediately cried out, sisters, run, take care of yourself. Lin Qingxue looked back at Li Qian, then quickly ran out towards the front. Li Qian slammed the window shut, glanced at the figures swaying inside the room, realizing that the hostess auntie hadn't come out yet. She immediately scurried back inside the building. There's a thrill to be had. Half an hour later, Lin Qingxue knocked on the door of the hotel room where Chu Yan was staying. Seeing Lin Qingxue who was standing playfully in the doorway, Chu Yang immediately asked curiously, "How did you get out here? And you really let her out? Don't you know that the windows in the hall on the first floor of our girls' dormitory can be opened from the inside?" Lin Qingxue laughed playfully. "I came out through the window, because it came in such a hurry." Dressed in a casual summer outfit, Lin Qingxue had a pair of pink flip-flops on her feet. The white, soft toes moved as she spoke. "It looks adorable." After saying that, Lin Qingxue looked at Chu Yang again with a smile and said, "Mr. Chu, I came all the way over here. You won't even let me in the door, right?" Lin Qingxue even playfully raised an eyebrow at him. "Don't worry, sister won't eat you." Chu Yang gave up his position. When Lin Qingxue entered, she scurried straight to the bed in her room. The top quilt was lifted, tapped the empty space next to the bed. Then looking at Chu Yang with a face full of anticipation, he beckoned, "Come over here and accompany sister to nag and relieve her fatigue." Chu Yang's slightly heavy face slowly revealed a smile. After hiding his own emotions steadily, he walked with a smile and lay down on Lin Qingxue's side. "Running to my side so late? Aren't you afraid that I'll be beastly at night and put you that way? Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Lin Qingxue raised her eyebrows at Chu Yang without the slightest bit of cowardice. Chu Yang stared tightly at Lin Qingxue. Staring at Lin Qingxue all blushed a little. Don't you keep looking at me. It's a tough mouth though, but to say that it's impossible not to panic, that's simply impossible." "Okay." Chu Yang's eyes were slightly complicated, and he quickly opened his arms towards her. "Give me a hug first." Lin Qingxue was stunned for a few seconds. Looking into Chu Yang's flickering eyes, his heart immediately felt some heartache. Although Chu Yang hid his own emotions very well, yet, she still saw it. What a proud man before, with a confident, open look in his eyes at all times. But now, muddy and bleak, disheveled and frustrated. Even though Chu Yang's face was still more or less filled with a few smiles right now, his eyes inexplicably lacked a touch of the luster that he had at the beginning. Lin Qingxue reached out and hugged Chu Yang. Then she saw Chu Yang's bobbing head, constantly burrowing over into her arms as if he was a kitten looking for a bed. Lin Qingxue didn't say anything either, just quietly purring his lush hair. In terms of hair volume, this bit of Chu Yang's characterization, not too much like a researcher in Chinese scientific research. "Ryoko." When Chu Yang raised his head, she looked at him with a concerned face and asked, "Tell me, did you encounter something? That's why you're unhappy, ah?" Chu Yang shook his head. "Can't tell?" Chu Yang nodded slightly. "Well." Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, then naturally lay down on Chu Yang's lap. Looking up at him in front of her, he laughed. "Since I can't say it, then I won't say it." But the next moment, she heard the sound of Chu Yang's stomach gurgling. "Are you hungry?" Lin Qingxue's face got a little odd. Chu Yang paused for a few seconds, then suddenly couldn't help but laugh. "It's a bit. Starting at night. First, I took a bath. Then I went to the military command center. Now it's back by the school. So far, he hasn't even eaten." It was better if Lin Qingxue didn't mention it. He was feeling a little hungry at the mention. Lin Qingxue suddenly laughed badly and came to Chu Yang's ear and gently puffed out a mouthful of hot air. "Then, do you want to have a snack at night? Didn't you say before that you don't want to eat late-night snacks and that it's easy to gain weight?" Chu Yang's heart rate slightly accelerated. "I ordered for you to eat, ah." Lin Qingxue grunted and lay down in Chu Yang's arms again. "So do you want to eat?" Lin Qingxue smiled. "If you invite me, I can grudgingly help you eat a little bit." She also emphasized, "I'll just have a light taste. Just a little. It's better not to." Chu Yang laughed evilly. "By the time you gain weight, then isn't this pot being taken by me? How about this? What? You go get a coin and flip it to decide whether to have a snack or not. Eat on the front, not the back?" Nope. Lin Qingxue obediently climbed into Chu Yang's arms, expectantly wrapping her arms around his neck and laughing. "If the coin falls and breaks, I won't have a midnight snack tonight." "Okay, forget it then." Chu Yang feigned a lost sigh, and then proceeded to hug Lin Qingxue and laughed. "There's no need to flip a coin. Later on, I'll trouble the lovely mess. Lin to help me share a little bit of my snack. Just a little bit, ah. You invited me. I didn't mean to eat it." Yes. Chu Yang nodded with a smile. There doesn't seem to be any particular reason, but since Lin Qingxue had appeared, his mood seemed to have improved quite a bit. Soon, Lin Qingxue ordered takeout. Well, because the delivery takes half an hour as well. Lin Qingxue then shook the cell phone in her hand, looked up at Chu Yang and asked, "Waiting for takeout is also going to take some time. Do you want to watch some TV?" Saying that, she even smiled proudly. "Let me tell you, I've recently discovered a particularly good-looking drama." Chu Yang nodded slightly. Lin Qingxue immediately adjusted her posture in Chu Yang's arms. After switching to a more comfortable position and continuing to nestle in his arms, she clicked on a romantic drama she was catching up on and settled in to watch it. Chu Yang didn't say anything either. Just like that, he hugged Lin Xingxue and accompanied him to watch TV dramas on the bed. The night is still. It was also quiet inside the room. Other than the sound inside the cell phone player, there was only the sound of Lin Xingxue giggling when she saw the funny clips. And there's one thing about her watching the show, especially when he was in Chu Yang's arms, he liked to move around when he laughed. A burst of the milky scent of the shower gel came out from her body, constantly stimulating Chu Yang's nostrils, causing him to get a bit apoplectic all of a sudden. Watching TV? It doesn't exist. The beauty is in my arms. I can't even look at it, okay? It didn't take long. Lin Xingxue suddenly paused. It's almost 20 years old anyhow. Lin Xingxue instantly understood in seconds. The scarlet color on his face instantly reddened to the back of his ears. She raised her head slightly before realizing that Chu Yang beside her was breathing a little fast and her face was also flushed. See this scene. At that moment, Lin Xingxue didn't know that she suddenly came to have courage. Glancing at the male and female leads of the TV series that were kissing on her cell phone, she suddenly kissed Chu Yang by his jaw in a slapdash manner. She was then directly rolled over and pressed onto the bed by Chu Yang. Chu Yang's breathing was a little short, and his eyes were covered in blood. Lin Xingxue's heart thumped wildly. The moment Chu Yang rolled over, she had already had a premonition of what would happen next. There was some anticipation and panic. It even brought with it a bit of resistance, and a few unspoken other feelings. But the next second, Chu Yang restrained himself after gently kissing her on the lips. Then he leaned over and whispered in her ear, "I admit, now I'm tempted." Immediately after taking a deep breath, Chu Yang then quickly sat up from the bed again. His eyes gradually became gentle. "I'm not a decent person, and I also have a very strong desire to get possession in my heart, but my fondness for you is spreading to the depths of my heart, so I know this isn't a particularly good time, because I'm afraid of the future if we're separated. Sure, I'm just saying if we split up, in that case, I'll be able to return you to your mom and dad in one piece, too. Just so you know, you're my favorite person, but you're also the apple of your mom and dad's eye in their hands." As he said that, Chu Yang took a long breath and slowly wrapped Lin Xingxue into his arms. "Wait until later when we've all graduated. I'll be sure to come to your house to meet your parents. Wait until my aunts and uncles are on board with the two of us, so that they feel comfortable leaving you in my hands. It was at that time that I was able to do something as intimate as that with you. Liking is wantonness. Love is restraint." He wasn't able to say that it was all true, but to him it was. At a time when he wasn't sure if he could give Lin Xingxue the future he wanted. He doesn't get to do it all on his own desires. He was responsible for his own life as well as Lin Xingxue's. Lin Xingxue visibly froze. Nice eyes blinked and fluttered the long, slender lashes between her brows. Suddenly, her body, which had been a little stiff just now, gradually relaxed and leaned against Chu Yang's chest with a smile on her face. "And no talking. Just stay quiet." Chu Yang looked down at her. "Suddenly not talking? What are you thinking about?" "Thinking about our future." Lin Xingxue quirkily turned her pretty eyes, full of anticipation. "Thinking about what our home will look like in the future. There are sofas and rugs that we picked out together, and an open terrace where we can blow out the breeze, and there are even pots of flowers and plants on it that you and I planted with our own hands." Lin Xingxue slowly narrated. "There's soup I made for you gurgling inside the kitchen, and maybe we can even adopt a stray kitten together." When it grew dark, I stood in front of the house's floor-to-ceiling windows and looked out the window at the city lights of the traffic. By the time the door slammed, you were smiling towards the house saying I'm home. I ran over and hugged you, and the kittens prostrated themselves at your feet. The cat is yours, and the starry moonlit night outside the house is yours, and I'm yours too. After saying this, Lin Xingxue then slowly looked up at Chu Yang and smiled. "Do you think that we will have such a future?" Chu Yang said without thinking. "Of course, we will definitely love each other until we are 80. What? Are you going to fight at 81? Chu Yang instantly shook his head and smiled. "Suddenly I want to take a look after 60 years, to see if I'm still with you, to see the answer, to see how many children we'll have by then, and whether we'll go square dancing together, and wait until my grandchildren ask me how I chased after you back then. I'll definitely say no. It was your grandma that chased after me first, and that when she was younger, was even cuter than you guys." Chu Yang's voice changed again. "If a few little ones don't want to brush their teeth at that time, I'll tell them that if you don't brush your teeth in the future, you'll become a deflated old lady just like your grandmother. You person." Lin Xingxue unhappily made a scene in Chu Yang's arms. "You're the deflated old lady. You're the aging toothless old man." As a result, in the next second, she was directly rolled over and pressed down by Chu Yang. Lin Xingxue suddenly stopped making noise. Chu Yang lowered his head and looked at the stunningly beautiful face in front of him. That moment, you can really hear the heartbeat. Chu Yang cupped her fair cheeks with infinite tenderness and gently scraped her cute little nose. "Be good. Don't make a scene. I want it." Lin Xingxue remained unconvinced. Chu Yang laughed. Don't be tough. Even if you have a hard mouth, you're still soft when you kiss. How soft? Shu Yang slightly pondered for a few seconds. I didn't pay attention when I kissed just now. Try to feel the sensation again? Strike that. Before Lin Qingxue could react, Shu Yang then lowered his head and kissed Ryoko. When the kiss was a little breathless, only then did Shu Yang raise his head slightly. Another glance full of tenderness at Lin Qingxue in front of him, with a satisfied smile on her face, and the corners of her mouth gradually rose up. Maybe it's meeting cute people. Suddenly life didn't feel so tough all of a sudden. Evening breeze or cool breeze, just being able to hold back a laugh when thinking about her. He didn't know exactly what he would face in the future. Maybe even stranger creatures will appear next. Or maybe the Chinese myths are true, and Atlantis is real, and even the Mayan prophecies are nothing more than historical records. More even, there may be remnants of other transcendent civilizations on Earth. But, so what? The best thing in the world. It's seeing someone smile in front of you, and something even better. Probably because her laugh was due to herself. Although the unknown is always scary, you have to have the courage to go on. They have a long time to get through. No matter what happens in the future, he will guard this smile until forever. The moment. Chu Yang suddenly felt enlightened. Even the mood lightened up a bit. And looking at Chu Yang, whose expression was constantly changing, Lin Qingxue, who was lying on the bed, suddenly laughed, gradually sat up and gave Chu Yang a look full of provocation. That's it, huh? Chapter 90, a vegetable and a fun-loving person. Gaming rookies probably have a common problem. And vegetable and fun-loving, and Lin Qingxue, should be considered one of the best, because it's getting late. So the only takeout you can order now is spicy hot and barbecue. Fear that Chu Yan was simply too hungry. Lin Qingxue ordered some of both types of food. So, wait for the barbecue and spicy hot pot to be delivered in 10 minutes. Chu Yan could only endure the sizzling hot sensation at the corner of his mouth while slowly eating the barbecue and spicy hot pot. And after each bite, you have to draw in a cool breath. See this scene. Lin Qingxue, who was sitting next to him, instantly couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, you just deserve it. Then who can be blamed? Chu Yang helplessly touched the corner of his mouth. This girl is really mean. It's not just kissing a little bit longer than that and biting your own lip. It was clearly her who provoked it in the first place. As a result, you end up getting hurt. Who's to blame for this? Slightly. Lin Qingxue quaintly spat out her tongue towards Chu Yang. If you have the ability to continue, let's see who can't stand it first for another 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Chu Yang considered his current lung capacity and looked up. Everyone is a bit tired tonight. Why don't we stage it? Let's try a 5-second one first. Lin Qingxue, _? Can this thing even come in installments? Chu Yang continued to laugh. Do you know a good saying? What words? Lin Qingxue looked up in confusion. I like it when it's not life that's weighing you down. What's that? It's me. In an instant, Lin Qingxue's cheeks quickly flushed. Rascal you. If a man isn't bad, women don't love him. Chu Yan laughed evilly, saying that he was also going to take out his cell phone. I'll change the note for you on my cell phone later. What do you want to change it to? Lin Qingxue's eyes grew wary. Persimmons in September. What does this mean? Lin Qingxue was puzzled. Soft and sticky. You. Lin Qingxue glared at Chu Yang in shame and anger. Huffing and puffing, she pulled out her own cell phone. Then I'll change it too. What do you want to change it to? Persimmons in August. Lin Qingxue laughed triumphantly. Yellow and astringent. The two fought as they ate, until after the night has been late. The two of them only then together in the hotel bathroom inside the brushed teeth and washed their hands. Lying on the bed beautifully, Chu Yang turned off the lights on the bed and hugged Lin Qingxue to sleep. Lin Qingxue raised her head slightly and murmured in a low voice in Chu Yang's ear. Mr. Chu, good night nah. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Is this all there is? Lin Qingxue opened her eyes. Then what else do you want? Think. I mean, a kiss before you say it. What do you mean? Lin Qingxue was still a bit confused. Chu Yan lowered his head and kissed her gently on her forehead. My lovely Miss Lin. Good night. Lin Qingxue instantly raised her eyebrows, squeezing into Chu Yang's chest. He slept peacefully. This night, it was also the only moment when Chu Yang did not go to the Eternal Knowledge Treasury to study at night. Every night before, he had spent most of his time inside the Eternal Knowledge Treasury studying a variety of science and technology. But today, he wanted to give himself a vacation. Time began to pass slowly. The night was dim. The central air conditioner inside the room whistled out a slightly cold breeze. Chu Yang's forehead, however, began to sprout droplets and drops of icy cold sweat. His handsome brows tightly furrowed, and his face was filled with a pained and hideous expression. No! A sudden exclamation of surprise. Chu Yang violently sat up from the bed. After looking out of the window at the already faintly white sky, he let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Qingxue, who was lying next to him in deep sleep, was also awakened by Chu Yang's scream. After rubbing his sleepy eyes somewhat vaguely, she immediately sat up and leaned into Chu Yang's chest, listening to his wildly beating heartbeat while looking at Chu Yang worriedly and asked, "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" "Aha." Chu Yang nodded slightly. Lin Qingxue took the initiative to come in front of Chu Yang, raised her head and kissed his lips lightly, and laughed softly. It's fine. I'm beside you. Sleep at ease." Chu Yang shook Lin Qingxue's tender palm and let out a sigh of relief before lying back inside the quilt. However, Chu Yang, who had been awakened by the nightmare, did not settle down inwardly. It has even begun to make a huge ripple. In his dream world, a bizarre monster with a huge body appeared at the bottom of the sea, constantly devouring all the surrounding creatures and buildings. In the sky also stood a myriad of oversized airborne fleets powered by warp, unknown to be friend or foe. The city went up in a blaze. Monstrous creatures are seen all around, slaughtering the surviving people in a frenzy. The void. Many humans stood proudly in the void. Even, he saw himself in the crowd. On his hands were blood of all different colors. Death, silence, war, disaster, all over the world. Everyone's head was in the dark. One by one, the human powerhouses frantically charged towards the front of that giant monster. Someone was knocked off their feet. After getting up from the ground, he continued to rush. After one died, immediately another tops it. All of them went forward, and then one by one, they died before his eyes. He didn't know how he was able to dream up such a scene, and the scenes were so real that it was as if he had experienced them himself. The dream world was under tremendous pressure. Sharp nerves deadened. An inexplicable aura had been weighing heavily on his chest. The pressure was taking his breath away a bit. Despair, frustration, self-reproach, pain, decadence, all sorts of negative emotions constantly filled his mind. These negative emotions, the moment wants to drive him crazy. Even Chu Yang was beginning to think, the person in the dream, was it himself or not? And what exactly happened to make himself the way he was in the dream? He's trying to control himself. Don't let yourself think about that dream again. But the more he tried to forget, the more clearly he was able to recall the dream from his memory. Finally, Chu Yang, who really couldn't sleep, chose to let his consciousness enter the eternal knowledge treasury. He wasn't looking for answers to his dream appearances. All he knows is, the only way now is to keep learning, keep integrating new knowledge, and keep making yourself stronger. Only then could he be slightly, a tiny bit more at ease. Chapter 91, From this time on, the king does not have an early morning court. Day 2. Near noon, Chu Yang woke up leisurely in Lin Qingxue's arms. Awake? Lin Qingxue was playing with her cell phone in a low voice next to Chu Yang. After seeing the waking Chu Yang, the corner of her mouth immediately rose slightly. Are you hungry? Do you want to get up and eat a little something? No class this morning? Chu Yang gave Lin Qingxue a curious look. No. Lin Qingxue shook her head. But there's another big class in the afternoon, so we'll have to go back to school early after lunch. No problem. Chu Yang nodded his head and continued to hold Lin Qingxue with fascination, slowly closing his own eyes again. You're still addicted to sleeping, aren't you? Big lazy pig. Get up. Lin Qingxue laughed and pinched Chu Yang's cheeks. Chu Yang hugged Lin Qingxue tightly and didn't open his eyes, grinning. If only I was an ancient emperor. What would happen if you were the emperor? From now on, the king does not have a morning court. Lin Qingxue giggled, gently pinching Chu Yang's face. He laughed and said, Then, Your Majesty the Emperor, you can sleep a little longer. You can have everything in your dreams. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After taking Lin Qingxue to find a restaurant and have a simple lunch, Chu Yang sent her back to school. When Lin Qingxue returned to the dormitory, several people in their dormitory had stopped what they were doing. Li Qian even quickly came up to Lin Qingxue and laughed teasingly. Qingxue, you've come back too early for this. We're all going to wait and quietly sign the roll call for you. Lin Qingxue gave Li Qian a glance. It's noon, and you're still not back. It's not like I eloped. That's different. Li Qian shook her head. I'm not looking for if you work too hard at night and it's your first time. I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of bed today? Immediately afterward, she came up to Lin Qingxue and gossiped. How is it? Is your family Chu Yang fierce? Hear that, and then think about the scene that happened last night. Lin Qingxue's cheeks whooshed red. Fiercely blanked Li Qian. Qian, can you be a bit healthier in this thinking? We are still very pure between us. Okay, he didn't do nothing all night, did he? Lin Qingxue nodded. My gosh, then you should pay attention to Qingxue. Li Qian exclaimed. Pay attention to what? Is he not able to? Li Qian was shocked. Lin Qingxue is so beautiful, a big beautiful girl lying next to you Chu Yang at night. You've actually been up all night. You didn't do anything? It's almost animalistic. This ironically won't work. It's about Lin Qingxue's future happy life. This point should be examined. Or else what if she's widowed in the future? Lin Qingshui grunted and said towards the several people with a sweet face, "Don't be so impure in your thoughts. Our family Chu Yang is not as nasty." But after all was said and done, she couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Whether Chu Yang was nasty inside or not she was not too sure though. But indeed, so horny. And Chu Yang, back at the hostel. Xu Pengfei and a few of them should have gone out to eat. None of them are in the dorms. But it didn't take long before Xu Pengfei's few people returned to the dormitory together. Xu Pengfei glanced at Chu Yang, who was sitting on a chair playing with his cell phone. "Old 3 is back ah." Chu Yang nodded slightly. On the other side, Zhang Mingyang's nose twitched and naturally walked to Chu Yang. After making a few sniffs on his clothes, he immediately got up and looked at Chu Yang. "Lao San, you're not decent. So last night you abandoned our brothers not to have something to go and get busy, but to go to meet a beautiful person late at night, right?" Chu Yang just wanted to speak. Zhang Mingyang and stopped him. "You first do not rush to speak ah. I Zhang someone's nose is not cover. The man's flavor is not obvious, but the woman's flavor, a little bit of breath I will be able to smell out. Honestly, you last night is not going to be in our Lin Big Schoolgirls open room to play poker to go? Didn't play poker." Chu Yang shook his head, and thinking of the scene that happened last night, the corner of his mouth rose up slightly. "It's just that I was bitten by a kitten." The gazes of the three instantly looked at the edge of Chu Yang's lips. Seeing the telltale bite marks now, all of a sudden it soured. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Lao San, you're not a human being. We just came back from dinner and you're stuffing us with dog food. Just stuff it hard? If I'm guilty please let the law take care of me instead of throwing knives at my heart like the oldest. Lao San, we're still good friends if we don't act like assholes." The three of them ruthlessly spat on Chu Yang. But after that, Xu Pengfei was ready to change his clothes. "Change clothes while you're at it." While looking at Chu Yang several people asked, "Today's weather is good. It's idle. Brothers want to go to the basketball court together to move around? Playing soccer?" Zhang Mingyang glanced at Xu Pengfei and nodded repeatedly. I can. Wang Lei also pushed his glasses. "It's no exaggeration to say that back then I was the famous little prince of three-pointers in our high school." The three of them turned their gazes to Chu Yang. Chu Yang was slightly silent for a few seconds. "I'll go too, but I don't seem to have a jersey." He used to be an avid basketball player in high school, but then, haven't touched a basketball since I got into WASC. This is not a big problem. Xu Pengfei smiled. "Here are a few more sets of jerseys. You can wear mine first." Soon, the four people in the dormitory then all changed into their jerseys and headed in the direction of the school's basketball court. Come to the basketball court. Chu Yang's group instantly attracted the attention of many people. Of course, it was mainly because of Chu Yang. He doesn't spend much time outside of school and stays in the lab most of the time. But how about the existence of a schoolboy boyfriend with the title of schoolboy? Plus it's really not bad looking. Upon appearing, it instantly became the center of attention for most of the girls watching on the court. Zhang Mingyang spat out. "I'll be damned. If I had known I wouldn't have brought Lao San over to play ball." This time Lao San came over. "Who else is there to see me and the girls on the playground? Wear jerseys exclusively to play on the court. Aside from playing, isn't it all about the awesomeness of the girls on the court?" It's okay now. The girls were all attracted to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, while holding the basketball that Xu Pengfei brought from the dormitory, casually shot a few shots to familiarize himself with the feel, while then looked at Zhang Mingyang and laughed. "Old Zhang, don't be so discouraged the face of this thing, right, given by mom and dad. I can't change it, but don't worry, I'm a married man, so they are generally not too interested in me." Chu Yang patted Zhang Mingyang's shoulder again. "Play well later. Maybe a girl will come over and ask for your contact information." Zhang Mingyang's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Xu Pengfei called out 2 more male students in his class to join him before he came to the stadium. 6 guys play half the game. When Xu Yang first started, since he hadn't played basketball for a long time, he really wasn't particularly skillful. But later on, after slowly getting back to what it was like in the first place, all sorts of 3-step layups and post-up jumpers, even the 3-point shooting is surprisingly high. Gradually, the smile on Xu Yang's face grew more and more. Even his entire spirit became much more lively, as if he had recovered the feeling of that year. Carefree and unbridled. Chapter 92. A woman is too old to be a woman. Toward evening. Nice shot. After a 3-pointer that went in without a hitch, Xu Pengfei, who was on the same team as Chu Yang, immediately ran to Chu Yang's front, smiled widely and high-fived him. "Lao San, I didn't see it. You're good at this basketball." Zhang Mingyang from the other team was a bit helpless. "Lao San, you are too perverted, not to mention good academic performance. The ball is also played so beautifully. Can't you give us ordinary people a way to live?" Chu Yang looked at Zhang Mingyang with a playful expression. "Bailing out the ordinary people of Beijing University? Go go go." Zhang Mingyang quickly waved his hand. "What's there to show off? All of you present, Don't all of you in the Upper Beijing University have hands on it? Seemingly understated. But on that face that was disguised to be full of unwanted smiles, the corners of his mouth were on the verge of grinning to the sky. The words fell. Soon, Zhang Mingyang's eyes dully glanced at the side of the basketball court not far from the side, and quickly patted Chu Yang's hand. Lao San, take a quick look, is that the one from your family? Chu Yang smiled and turned his head. Lin Xingxue was still holding a book in her hand, and it looked like class had just ended. In the other hand was a bag of water, was smiling at the few people who were on the court. Chu Yang trotted to the front of Lin Xingxue, raised his hand to touch her head, but just now his hands were covered in dust from playing ball, and retracted his palm, looking at her with his hands folded and laughed. Why did you come over? Lin Xingxue laughed. I saw the message your cell phone sent me, and it just so happened that we didn't have any other classes after class, so we just wandered all the way here. Chu Yang smiled with a slightly raised eyebrow. Just stopping by? Right. Lin Xingxue playfully nodded her head and laughed. Then she handed all the water in the bag in her hand to Chu Yang's face. The bottle of Red Bull inside is yours, and you can give the rest of the mineral water to your roommates and them to share. Did you buy this on the way, too? Is there a problem? Chu Yang shook his head repeatedly. No problem, no problem. After he said that, he looked at Lin Xingxue and said, alright, you stay here for a while. I'll come over and find you after I go give them water. Lin Xingxue shook her head. No need. You continue to play with them, Shanshan and I will watch and then leave. Speaking of which, I haven't watched you play basketball for a long time. Next to her, Li Chen rolled her white eyes to the sky. Stopping by? Stopping by for water? I don't know who it was, but after hearing that Chu Yang was going to play on the basketball court, after class, he dragged her to the supermarket to buy water, and then he ran his ass over to the court. Could you be any more arrogant? That's fine. Chu Yang smiled. And don't leave. We're almost done fighting. We'll have dinner together later in the evening. Aha! Chu Yang is back on the court, handing out the moisture in the bag to Zhu Pengfei and the others. Come on, take a break and have a drink. Zhang Mingyang glanced at the Red Bull in Chu Yang's hand. Lao San, why is it that you're holding a Red Bull in your hand and we're holding only water? This third sister-in-law is also too biased, isn't she? Chu Yang leisurely laughed. Why don't you go find a girlfriend too? Zhang Mingyang, can we talk properly now? Do you have to stab people in the heart? The crowd had a few mouthfuls of water. After a few minutes of rest, Zhang Mingyang continued to pick up the basketball. Provocative looked at Chu Yang and laughed. Lao San, I'll keep an eye on you this time, so that you can score a goal. I zhang someone's name written upside down. Virtuous. Zhu Pengfei laughed, and after looking at the direction Lin Xingxue and the girls were standing, he patted Chu Yang on the shoulder. Wait for old Wang and I to get the ball and pass it to you. Perform well in front of big schoolgirl Lin. Chu Yang nodded with a smile, and then looked at Zhang Mingyang. And don't write it backwards. From now on you'll take my last name. Today I'll let you know what it means to be a father. C.I. Son. Filial piety. Especially the last 4 words. He also deliberately increased his pitch. A few more black lines appeared on Zhang Mingyang's forehead. So it's a father-son game now? He wasn't scared though, and after the kickoff he took a quick walk up and down the field. Father-son bureau. It's not certain who's the father and who's the son. Until dusk and sunset. After playing ball and getting soaked through their clothes, a few of them dispersed. The few people from Chu Yang and their dormitory walked up to the Lin Xingxue and Li Chen duo. Hello guys. Lin Xingxue smiled and greeted Zhu Pengfei's few people. Hello third sister-in-law. Zhu Pengfei's few people instantly laughed. Immediately after that, Lin Xingxue directly stood next to Chu Yang, held his hand, looked up and smiled. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat. The hands aren't washed. Chu Yang tried to pull his hand out of Lin Xingxue's hand. It's dirty. Lin Xingxue, however, smiled and tightened her grip on Chu Yang's hand. It doesn't matter, as long as it's your hand. I'll hold it no matter how dirty it is. The afterglow of the setting sun shone above Lin Xingxue's side face, flooded with a nice color. Within the next few days, Chu Yang didn't even go to the laboratory, nor did he go inside the treasure house of eternal knowledge to look at anything else again. Every day, he either accompanied Zhu Pengfei and the others to play soccer, or he accompanied Lin Xingxue to eat, go shopping, and attend classes, all the way through the weekend. In the morning, Chu Yang got up early in his dormitory, shaved, and after a quick wash, he was going to get ready to go out. He had an appointment with Lin Xingxue today, getting ready to go take her to an amusement park in Kyoto. However, also just when Chu Yang had just left the dormitory, on his cell phone screen, it suddenly rang, and in the girls' dormitory, Lin Xingxue also woke up early, changed into a long white dress, gave myself a nice light makeup. She even had Li Xin give her hair a good curling with a curling iron. Xingxue, you're dressing up too grandly, Li Qian said with a smile while helping her curl her hair. You already look good without makeup. This is light makeup and curly hair. Are you trying to make your family Chu Yang drool when he sees you? Said Li Qian and laughed badly. Be careful, you can't come back to school tonight. This is the first time the two of us have gone to an amusement park alone. Lin Qingxue laughed. Then we definitely need to dress up. TSK TSK TSK. Li Qian shook her head helplessly. It's really a woman who is too big to stay. Chapter 93, the one I like is a fearless hero of the world. Xu Yang sighed. After looking at the phone call from Wang Weiman, he hesitated for a few seconds before he picked up the phone. Elder Wang. What's the matter? Wang Weiman's voice inside the phone was urgent. Xiao Chu, the results of the research over at the military department came out. When do you probably have time to come over to the military department to take a look? There are major discoveries. The genetic coding test came out? Xu Yang froze for a moment. Is it urgent? Right, Wang Weiman said in a deep voice. The genetic code that was detected is very odd. It's a kind of genetic code that has never appeared on Earth before. When will you probably have time to come to the Research Institute of the Ministry of War to take a look at it? Xu Yang hesitated for a few seconds. Some more time. I want to stay inside the school. For a while longer. Wang Weiman froze for a moment. Did you encounter something? Wasn't Xu Yang interested in the genetic data inherent in these mutant hounds before? That's not true. Xu Yang slowly smiled. Maybe I'm a bit tired from being busy all this time. I want to take a good rest. He doesn't consider himself to be all-powerful, especially when exposed to such unknowns, though he was prepared to accept certain conjectures. Only now, he also wanted to be secretly selfish for himself. The earth spins as it does without anyone. Even sometimes he wondered. He himself was just living his student life inside the school in an uneventful manner. After graduation, according to the schedule and Lin Qingxue a good relationship, and then married, have children. It is possible to not set too high a bar for yourself. It's actually not bad to live your life plainly and contentedly. Then how long do you need to rest? Wang Weiman asked eagerly. This matter, perhaps only you can solve it. Now whether it was the scientific researchers of the Chinese Academy of Sciences or the researchers of the Ministry of War, all of them were powerless to do anything about the genetic code extracted from the mutant hound. That was why he had made this call to Chu Yang. Perhaps Chu Yang could have a solution. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. Not quite sure. I might give myself a long vacation for a while. This. Wang Weiman didn't know how to answer. But in the end, he also sighed softly. That's good. Then you can rest well inside the school. What Chu Yang had done for the country was indeed more than enough. Even if he never touches the field of scientific research again, still enough to hold an important place in the history of scientific research all over the world. His contribution, indelible. Good. I'll rest for a while. Chu Yang smiled and hung up the phone. But wait until his hand with the cell phone slowly drops. Instead, the smile on his face faded. He went to Desert North 3 years ago to study photolithography without a second thought. What exactly is it for? The entrance to the girls' dormitory. Lin Qingxue, who had cheerfully walked to Chu Yang, clearly felt that Chu Yang's state was a little off. Or rather, ever since that night, Chu Yang's state had never been better. It was something she could feel clearly, because she had seen that spirited and fearless Chu Yang. Instead of now, even though Chu Yang still looked very relaxed on the surface, there was a heavy aura surrounding his body at all times. This, unlike him. What's wrong? Lin Qingxue lightly smiled and raised her hand, tenderly holding Chu Yang's arm. It's nothing. Chu Yang lowered his head and reluctantly smiled at Lin Qingxue. That smile, however, always gave the impression of a leathery smile. Is there something going on with the Chinese Academy of Sciences again? Lin Qingxue's IQ was still very high, or rather, she understood Chu Yang very well. Something that could make Chu Yang change so much. It's probably only things that have to do with the scientific side of things. Chu Yang hadn't been to his lab at the capital university for several days. Chu Yang was silent for half a second and finally nodded slowly. Are things serious? Lin Qingxue was a little worried. Chu Yang nodded slightly. It's more serious than all the problems we've encountered in the past, and will even cause international turmoil. Once it was determined that that genetic code did indeed come from outer space, and with such bizarre abilities, the world, it's going to be a big mess. Lin Qingxue was silent. Once upon a time, Chu Yang was still the little boy who secretly slept in class and had to ask for his help to keep an eye out. But in the blink of an eye, it's amazing that he's been exposed to this level. It was as if the little monkey that had just been born in the mountain of flowers and fruits had become the great sage of Qi Tian in the blink of an eye, who had caused havoc in the palace of heaven. And now his hesitation. Because of what? Because of yourself? Or maybe inner responsibility? She always knew. Chu Yang's inner sense of responsibility was actually far stronger than what he exuded on the surface. He was afraid. Afraid you can't handle the responsibility? Think of all these. Lin Qingxue suddenly patted and kissed Chu Yang on the cheek, then suddenly released his hand and said, pretending not to care, Go back to where you are needed. Chu Yang was a bit stunned. So we're not going to the amusement park today? Cootie. Lin Qingxue laughed. Between us, there's still a long time to go to the amusement park. How much of a difference is there between going today and going next time? Lin Qingxue held Chu Yang's hand. Although I'm not quite sure what exactly you all are doing. However, didn't you already do a good job before? You always have to believe that you are more than just my son. With your ability, you too can be the son for more people. After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Qingxue smiled arrogantly again. Of course, you can shine your sunshine on everyone, but there's only one girl allowed to have me in your heart too. That's something I'm still very petty about. Immediately after, Lin Qingxue looked at Chu Yang with an extra touch of adoration in her eyes. I always believed that this man that I fell in love with right in front of my eyes will always be the one who was clad in the golden armor sacred clothes, with his feet on the seven-colored auspicious clouds, who is proudly in the world, and is fearless as a world-defying hero. Chu Yang's eyes moved slightly, gently squeezing Lin Qingxue's small hand. The eyes gradually became firm. Pride of place, fearless Gaijin. Can he do it? Maybe it's okay. An hour later, the helicopter from the Ministry of the Army took off quickly from in front of the lab at Kyoto University. Above the schoolyard, Lin Qingxue, who sat dumbfounded on the lawn and watched the helicopter gradually go away, was silent for a long time and suddenly couldn't help but laugh. This is the purest Chu Yang. I wish my most favored boy that all evils will be avoided and nothing will happen to him. I'm at school, waiting for you to come back. Chapter 90 for the possibility of immortality. The armed helicopter directly brought Chu Yang to a secret life gene laboratory in Kyoto. Everywhere around the lab were armed SWAT officers with loaded guns standing guard. After identification, Chu Yang was then brought inside the laboratory. Seeing Chu Yang, Wang Weiman didn't have too many courtesies and directly brought Chu Yang to a computer in the center of the lab with a serious face. Take a look at it first. This is a video sent over by our armed police fighters at the border when you were just on your way. Chu Yang looked up. Inside the video, inside a luxurious biolab, there are 3 sealed clear jars in the center of the lab. Inside these clear jars were filled with a thick yellowish liquid. In the midst of this liquid, there were also 3 differently colored biological corpses immersed in the liquid. All are insect-like, but again, very different from what insects look like on Earth. First is the body type. Each body was nearly the height of a human adult, a hideous and ferocious mouthpiece, as if it were a hard tentacle capable of penetrating steel, as well as razor-sharp limbs and a super dense shell. A living, breathing alien monster from a sci-fi movie. The most crucial thing was that it was unknown how long all these special creatures had been dead, yet their surfaces still exhibited a lifelike appearance. It's like being alive. Where was this found? Chu Yang's expression stared slightly. Wang Weiman said in a deep voice. Our armed police fighters followed the traces of these mutant hounds to a private laboratory found in the Silver Triangle area outside the border. The Silver Triangle region itself is in a triad of areas. Inside, all kinds of underground black forces are intertwined and chaotic. It's not unusual to have this special biolab. Wang Weiman continued. All the people inside the lab are all dead. According to speculation, all of them might have been killed by these mutant hounds. And we also found the surveillance video of it. Take a look at the picture of the surveillance video. The picture might be a bit bloody. You have to be mentally prepared. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Wang Weiman immediately opened another video. It's a mix of edited surveillance video. Inside the video, it simply boasted a few researchers in white lab coats and some armed men with guns. And the time recorded by the surveillance was the day the mutant hound appeared. The experimenter was inside one of the tanks. Through a special syringe, a tube of blue blood was drawn from the special organism inside. Then the scene shifted. These experimenters then came into a closed glass room. Inside were secured a couple of regular hounds that were constantly barking furiously. Outside the glass room, after the experimenters injected the blue blood inside the syringe into these ordinary hounds through the instrument control, in an instant, the eyes of these hounds reddened. But soon, these hounds gradually stopped barking. Even the figure began to shrink continuously. It was as if they hadn't eaten for a long time, so thin that you could even see the jagged bones. At this time, the experiments were all running smoothly. Wait until later in the experiment. These hounds, which had been gradually quieting down, suddenly turned frenzied. Even if it's bone thin, the limbs were surprisingly strong. The chains that had bound their limbs were easily broken free. After running off the test bench, the hounds, which had begun to mutate, then began to pound up the glass room in which they were kept constantly. Next moment, the researchers inside the lab cried out with their hands full. The general meaning is not clear. Soon, however, numerous green poisonous mists appeared at the top of the glass room. Another 10 minutes passed. After the movement in the glass room had died down and the poisonous mist had been evacuated by the air circulation apparatus, changing into their protective suits, several of the experimenters then walked inside the glass room. Several of the mutant hounds in the glass room lay on the floor in what appeared to be a coma. But, at the time these experimenters entered, those unconscious mutant hounds directly opened their scarlet eyes and frantically pounced on the few researchers who went into the glass room, and then ferociously gnawed on them. The end of the picture. All that was left inside the glass room was a few puddles of thick blood, and these mutant hounds gradually returned to the size of normal hounds. This was immediately followed by the appearance of armed men with gunmen. Only a few thuds and gunshots were heard. Some of the mutant hounds were knocked out of the air, but they quickly got back up and frantically tore towards the armed men who were shooting. In the middle of the video, every time you devour a blood meal, these mutant hounds then undergo a mutation in size. While increasing in size, the organs of the body also continue to strengthen with the increase in size. Moreover, the steel armor on them that Chu Yang had seen before was actually not artificially installed on them. Rather, they are mutating and evolving, self-evolving, armor-like shell of steel. The mold was just like the shell armor of the special creatures inside those tanks. At this point, the video ends. Chu Yang continuously took a few deep breaths. Wang Weimin had the good sense to kick a nearby trash can in front of Chu Yang. Next, Chu Yang then directly squatted on the ground and vomited furiously. It was only after he was finally about to spit out the bile that Chu Yang gradually stopped. Wang Weimin took mineral water again and rinsed Chu Yang's mouth. Immediately afterward, the pale-faced Chu Yang slowly got up and looked at Wang Weimin and asked, "What about the results of the genetic test?" Wang Weimin changed the video. It's an animated simulation of a video. One of them has a normal DNA gene strand. There is also a special DNA gene strand in blue. In the middle of the picture, these blue special DNA gene strands are constantly infecting, or rather, devouring these normal DNA gene strands. After devouring these normal DNA gene strands, these blue special DNA gene chains themselves immediately replicate and split new blue special gene chains again. And basically after every 20 splits, the structure of the split blue DNA gene strand then undergoes a subtle change. In this infinite loop, the blue DNA gene strands were then constantly strengthened and mutated. Wait until the video is finished. Wang Weimin looked at Chu Yang with a serious expression and said, "Little Chu, do you know the results of our tests? Those mutant hounds we saw were not fully evolved mutant creatures, and according to our testing and analysis, the special cells represented by these special gene fragments have the ability to divide indefinitely. In other words, it means that the hound cells after this special genetic infection can divide and evolve without limit after receiving enough energy to support cell division. Eventually, it may be possible to bring these mutant hounds to a state of immortality." Chapter 95, An Increasingly Interesting World. Chu Yang looked up in surprise. Isn't this the same as a cancer cell? Theory. Cancer cells are capable of taking people to immortality. The death of mankind. It all boils down to the fact that there is a limit to the number of times a human cell can divide. In order to prevent too many cell divisions, resulting in mutation of human cells, the human body possesses a special mechanism within its cells. At split times up to about 20, every time a cell divides, it ages. After most of the body's cells have aged, human life comes to an end. And once cancer cells are present in the body, cancer cells, however, can divide indefinitely. Theoretically, they just don't die. The only thing that is somewhat unfortunate is that cancer cells do not have the functions of normal cells in the body. So to speak, humans simply cannot carry the infinite division of cancer cells. When the rest of the cells in the body are destroyed by the cancer cells, the only way out is to die. I wanted to take you to eternity, but you didn't fight for it. Wang Weimin nodded heavily. It means pretty much the same thing, but what's slightly different from cancer cells is that these cells, after mutation, are extremely aggressive themselves. The cells also divide faster than cancer cells divide and have many specialized functions. For example, the self-recovery feature we saw earlier. As long as enough life energy is provided, they will be able to continually recover from all of their own damage, and constantly strengthen their cellular power. This was why the mutated hounds from before had become so huge in size, and they would evolve rapidly after devouring their own kind. There is only one means of being able to kill these specialized cells. It is to completely consume all of his own life energy, so that they do not have the energy to replenish, so that the cells gradually lose their activity, and eventually die. In other words, just starve them to death. Chu Yang contemplated for a few seconds and raised his head to ask, "Those three special creatures in the picture, roughly how long will it take for them to be delivered to Kyoto?" "It's already on its way here," Wang Weimin slowly said. "It will be able to be delivered inside the lab by 4 o'clock this afternoon." Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds. "Is this an alien creature?" "The initial speculation is that they are species that already existed on Earth." Wang Weimin gazed. "According to our analysis, these three special creatures should belong to the same race and have existed on Earth tens of thousands of years ago, or even earlier. The reason the bodies are so well preserved is probably because they went through some great ice age that caused their bodies to freeze in an instant and end up buried deep under the glaciers at the Earth's poles. These things should have been excavated by some ambitious people from underneath the extremely cold glacier. This sort of thing is not uncommon. Along with the warming of the climate in recent years, the glaciers at the Earth's poles have been melting. A number of corpses of creatures thousands of years old, or even older, have appeared over the years. Mammoths, for example, and certain specific viruses. These three special creatures, not that it won't be one of these, but their genes are more vicious and specific. Hearing Wang Weiman's words, Chu Yang's pupils instantly contracted violently. Could it be that they are researching immortality? What is a human being? Desire is full of it. Desire is infinite. Poor people want to be rich. Rich people want to be richer. And once money becomes a number for a period of time, it starts to focus on enjoyment. And, along with getting older and living longer, they would begin to be more and more afraid of death, plus having enough money, so they began to study longevity, a vain attempt to control the wealth they have for all eternity. Strong as Zulong Shi Huangdi, who unified the six kingdoms back then, after reaching the pinnacle of power, didn't they also seek the law of eternal life? Or even, to think a little more boldly, what about some of the monsters in ancient Chinese mythology that are described after these particular creatures? Alternatively, Shi Huangdi that year, there has not been a study of similar such special creatures. Very likely. Wang Weiman nodded heavily, then said with some concern in his eyes, the only thing we're not sure about right now is whether these special creatures exist in laboratories all over the world in addition to the three that have been found out so far, and whether there are any other similar creatures in existence. If their blood alone can achieve such an effect, what would it be like if they revived themselves? With the special abilities revealed in these strange creatures, they, notwithstanding, cannot be revived. Plus the land of the poles communicates with the world's oceans. Humans themselves have yet to fully explore the oceans. Once these special creatures appear at the bottom of the sea, constantly infecting the seabed creatures, that's for humans. It's going to be an absolute doom and gloom. Xu Yang was silent. Soon, however, he smiled again. Perhaps mankind can really study the mystery of eternal life through these creatures? By then you'll be 1,000 or 2,000 years older if you're still alive. When you have your 1000th birthday, I will give you a proper kowtow. You, Wang Weiman instantly froze. He looked at Chu Yang helplessly and said, at a time like this, you still have the heart to joke? Saving for a rainy day is a good thing. Chu Yang smiled, and gradually, an unprecedented bright light appeared in his eyes. However, assuming that this kind of creature really exists on Earth, and may even revive one after another in the future, or infect other creatures, we humans aren't vegetarians either. If you can't, one shot of Big Ivan and straight world peace. Xu Yang smiled sagely. Wang Weiman was momentarily speechless. Why does this kid suddenly seem to have turned a corner? He didn't used to be such a smart ass. Xu Yang continued. Elder Wang, get me a copy of those special gene structure diagrams within the mutant hound's body. I want to study them individually. No problem. Wang Weiman nodded quickly. I'll have someone print out a copy for you right away. Half an hour later, Xu Yang's consciousness then appeared within the eternal knowledge treasury. Give me a pen and paper. With a thought, a lab table appeared in front of Chu Yang's eyes, along with white A4 paper and a neutral pen. After quickly drawing out that particular genetic structure, Chu Yang then spoke directly. Can you help me retrieve the provenance of this genetic structure? The treasury of eternal knowledge holds an infinite amount of knowledge within it. Although there are currently no genetic records of such creatures on Earth, but it may not be absent from the treasury of eternal knowledge. The next moment, a thick book appeared in front of Chu Yang's eyes. One of the cosmic races, the origin and historical development of the insectoids. Bugs? It was not what Chu Yang expected. There really is a record of this within the treasury of eternal knowledge. He then opened the book and flipped through it quickly, looking at one of the descriptions of the bugs recorded on it. After taking a deep breath, the light in Chu Yang's eyes gradually flourished. The world. It's getting more and more interesting. Chapter 96, chopped up. 600 times the protein of beef. The bugs are one of the higher civilized races of the universe. Because of its intense vitality and mutation ability, it once occupied a dominant position in the universe. But the bugs are just too much of a hazard. The bugs themselves emerged, themselves the product of genetic mutations in ordinary insects. Then in the process of continuous evolution, it possessed a special evolutionary gene. As long as they kept devouring all sorts of creatures, they could absorb a small amount of the life genes in the bodies of the cosmic creatures that they devoured. In small amounts, the incorporation of these life genes can rapidly advance their evolutionary process. And because of that, in order to rapidly evolve, they have continuously invaded a wide variety of planets. causing the destruction of life in the universe, and have become the most infamous beings in the known universe. Eventually, the other races of the universe joined forces and outright wiped out all order of civilization for the bugs. In the midst of a great battle, only a handful of bug hatchlings were also scattered across the universe, feebly continuing the flame of bug civilization. Bugs on Earth. The odds are that they're the bug hatchlings that drifted to Earth after the destruction of the bugs at the time. Finally, read the entire book afterward. Chu Yang then raised his head towards the void and asked, "So, other super civilizations have appeared on Earth before, right? What's in the book?" Bugs are extremely fertile, while the vitality is high, the good courage is fierce, and even the same clan fights each other. If no other race of higher civilization had ever appeared on Earth, there are planets where bug pups have been left behind. Even if the bug race was suppressed by the other races in the universe and didn't dare to show their heads easily, but they can't stay hidden on Earth until they die of ice. An electronic synthesized voice came from the void. Yes, Chu Yang's pupil shrunk slightly. Then why did all these civilizations on Earth eventually die out? At one time there really was a civilization on Earth that was able to suppress the bugs, and for what reason have those higher civilizations on Earth now disappeared? Insufficient authority. The cold electronic synthesized voice reached Chu Yang's ears. Chu Yang was stunned. It had also been several years since he had obtained the eternal knowledge treasury, which allowed him to go through all sorts of technological information in the universe. But, why in asking this question? Insufficient permissions are indicated inside the eternal treasury of knowledge? This was the first time he had ever been in such a situation. How can I have enough authority? Chu Yang continued to ask. Raise Earth's overall civilization level to 10 cosmic civilization levels to unlock the appropriate permissions. 10 cosmic civilization levels? Chu Yang pondered. Then what level is Earth at now? 0. 7 cosmic civilization level. Chu Yang was somewhat helpless. 0. 7 is a long way from 10, and the distance in between is just too far apart. But it's also normal. The development of technological civilization on Earth has not even reached the point where it can be sufficient to control the entire planet. Not to mention significant planetary level migration in the middle of the universe. And in this book, one of the cosmic races, the origin and historical development of the bugs. The known universe boasts tens of thousands of superclusters of galaxies. At the height of the bugs' glory back in the day, it also occupies only 1% of the known supercluster field of these galaxies, and has become the public enemy of every race in the universe. And even then, the bug race's own racial cosmic civilization level had only just barely reached the level of a 9th level civilization. Trying to get Earth's civilization to the 10 universe civilization level, there's a long way to go next. One last question. After Chu Yang took a deep breath, he slowly asked, in the universe, are there any other human races? And at the peak of the human civilization's development on Earth, how many levels of cosmic civilization level did it once reach? That's 2 questions. Answer me. Chu Yang's eyes slightly condensed. First, the human race now exists only on Earth. As for Earth's civilization level, the civilization level that is now recognized in the universe was ordered by the original Earth human race. The voice within the treasury of eternal knowledge gradually drifted away. A cosmic civilization level formulated by humans? Chu Yang's heart was violently shocked. The people who can make the rules are definitely the ones who can break them. How glorious would the once human race have been if the level of cosmic civilization had been ordered by the human race in the first place? And, so brilliantly human. Why, up to now, have you had to live at a snail's pace on a tiny planet called Earth? There is not even any contact with other high-level civilizations in the universe. Even if the human race is in decline, it's not such a bad mix, is it? At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly felt, as he went further and further into the truth of the universe, the fog that surrounded him grew deeper and deeper and deeper. It's like looking straight into an abyss of eternal, endless darkness. The darkness of it. It was on the verge of swallowing him whole. Ryoko, returning to his senses, Chu Yang then continued to speak again. Then why would you? He's still wondering. Why? Then, did the treasury of eternal knowledge choose itself? And what role does it play in this? However, before he could finish his words, the voice within the treasure trove of eternal knowledge gradually drifted out again. Don't ask. To ask is to have insufficient permissions. A few more black lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. Can't you just let me finish my sentence before you reject me? You've learned to take questions? 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After easily accepting and digesting these messages obtained from the eternal knowledge treasury, Chu Yang came back inside the life laboratory. At this moment, the 3 bug corpses from before had already been transported inside the lab. Wang Weiman and a group of experts in biology from the Chinese Academy of Sciences all surrounded the 3 insect corpses. In the end, Wang Weiman turned his gaze to Chu Yang. Little Chu, what do you think of these 3 corpses of special creatures? Chu Yang took a closer look at the insect carcass in the special glass jar, nodded his head and smiled. Quite good. Pinch the head and remove the tail. The protein content is 600 times that of beef. These guys don't look much different from the bugs in the book. This is despite the fact that the bugs are superb at reproduction and have a unique way of devouring evolution. But the coding of the source genes at the bottom of their genes is determined. Whatever they evolve into, they will have ferocious mouthparts, sharp tentacles, and elaborate outer armor. This is arguably the most important physical feature of the bugs. The bugs. Chapter 97, Eat if you can. Can't eat medicinally. If you can't, then make wine. Wang Weiman was instantly confused by Chu Yang's words. What can I say to that? The surrounding group of researchers also had odd faces, kind of wanted to laugh, but held back from bursting out when I saw how serious the scene was. Chu Yang continued. In case if this thing really recovers in the future, then should we study and research if we can eat it first? If it can't be eaten, then we'll study it to see if it can be used for medicine. And in the end, if it really doesn't work, it can be used to make wine. If you can't soak them in wine, maybe the outer armor and skin you get from them will be able to make a new style of weapon. Bugs may look disgusting, but they really are full of treasures. Whether or not they could be eaten, Chu Yang didn't know, but the strength of the outer armor and skin epidermis on their bodies was barren. Research study. It doesn't necessarily mean that you can't make new scientific products. You finished? Wang Weiman had a look of having seen a ghost. Is this what you, Chu Yang, finally researched after half a day of research? They were a pain in the ass all afternoon. If this thing does make a complete revival, what will humanity have to fight with? Chu Yang was actually already thinking about how to use these insect race corpses. Wait until Wang Weiman's words fell. Some researchers nodded thoughtfully. These strange organisms do contain a lot of special nutrients within their bodies. If they can't be eaten, grinding and grating them, and breaking them up might even be able to be made into fertilizers. The corner of Wang Weiman's mouth twitched as he looked toward the researcher who had spoken. Got to. Another crazy one? Nice guy. I called you here to study the countermeasures. But after a few seconds of careful thought, he also nodded silently in his mind. This thing does seem like it would be quite appropriate if it were made and used for the farming piece. Immediately afterward, Wang Weiman quickly threw the idea that had popped into his head out of his mind. Doing the right thing. What's on your mind? Wang Weiman continued to look at Chu Yang and asked, Xiao Chu, do you really not have any solutions for these few things? Chu Yang raised his head a few more times to look at the several corpses of the insect race in front of him, and slowly said, the appearance of these few special creatures looks similar to the insects on Earth. I think that in the future, we can call these types of creatures as insect race creatures. Looking at the current situation, I'm afraid it's a matter of time before the bug race recovers. As to the length of that time, none of us can say. So the existing solution is to keep researching these bug corpses while at the same time keep upgrading our country's defense force. Even if there really is an insect race revival in the future, at the very least, we must give my human race the strength to have a battle with this type of insect race creatures. After saying this, Chu Yang smiled again. Actually, we don't need to be particularly pessimistic right now. Aren't all of those mutant hounds that appeared before and were infected by the insect race eliminated by us? On top of that, we still have bazookas, we have mortars, and even missiles, as well as the last of the nukes and so on. All fear comes from nothing more than a lack of firepower. Since the bugs have not been able to become masters of the earth in the past, then today, it will surely not be able to dominate the future direction of our human race either. Several of the researchers nodded thoughtfully. Chu Yan looked at Wang Weiman with another smile and laughed. Alright, Elder Wang. Next it's going to be another hard work for you. These 3 insect corpses, just like those mutant hounds. I want a complete insect corpse to study. Also, if possible, I need the most advanced genetic equipment in the world, as well as a large number of books and literature on genetics. You're not going to start student life genetic engineering from scratch, are you? Wang Weiman was shocked. As far as he knows, it was true that Chu Yang hadn't learned about genetics before this. The reason why Chu Yang was invited over. He also wanted to see if his attainments in scientific research could lead to the research of other weapons to fight against the bugs, or maybe find another way to upgrade the second generation of nanobattle armor. Not to mention mass production. At the very least, we should speed up the manufacturing of nanobattle armor, early enough for China to have a full complement of mech combat regiments, to resist future bug invasions. Chu Yang smiled. What's wrong with that? Isn't it a bit too rushed? Wang Weiman was a little hesitant. If this whole bug thing hadn't come up, Chu Yang gave up his research in mechanical engineering and switched to the technology in life genetic engineering. He also felt that it was not unavoidable. But now, without any foundation in genetics, Chu Yang plunged headlong into the field regarding the genes of life. He was a little unsure in his heart. Chu Yang laughed. Have you ever received the Order of the National Scholar? Wang Weiman shook his head. No. How old are you? 78. How old am I? I remember it was this year for my 20th birthday. Who worked on the 1 nanometer lithography? You. After Wang Weiman finished answering Chu Yang's last question, he immediately felt a little puzzled. It's asking questions. What's going on? Old man, I know you brats are young and talented, but there's no need to show off so much. My old man is fine. How do you let the researchers next to you who are in their 30s and have nothing to show for their research live? You're going to kill yourself with a block of tofu? Shu Young smiled. So yeah, don't worry about me. You old man. Within a year, I'll definitely find a way to pound out something. The end of science is metaphysics. That's true, and it's really not true. After basic science has been elevated to the extreme and all creatures cannot find a way to advance, they will begin to study the mysteries of genetics. Once upon a time, on seeing the information about the super god gene, Shu Yang still felt that these things were too far away from him. I didn't realize that now. It was time to dive in head first and start working on these things. It's kind of the time and the place. After saying those words, Shu Yang turned around and prepared to leave. Wang Weiman called out to him, "Where are you planning to go?" Shu Yang didn't even turn his head back. "Go back to school, and if time is not too late, you can still have a dinner with your girlfriend." The corner of Wang Weiman's mouth twitched. This brat, more and more out of shape. Immediately afterward, Wang Weiman looked at the surrounding group of researchers and said, "Did you all understand what we just chatted about?" "Hear what?" The researchers were a little confused. "I'll solve the Life Gene Laboratory of Beijing University. The equipment problem, each of your laboratories is to put together or to buy again all the relevant equipment. All send me a set of the best to the laboratory of Beijing University." Some researchers were unconvinced. Elder Wang, it's true that academician Chu is capable in scientific research, but he hasn't even touched the technology in the field of genetics, and for you to favor his side so directly, you're not afraid that we, the scientific researchers of the lab, will be in an uproar? They came here with a high-level non-disclosure agreement, so there was some understanding of Chu Yang's identity, but even so, mechanical engineering and life gene engineering, that's a field that's not even close. Was Chu Yang really able to research something? Wang Weiman was furious and blew his beard. "Have you guys ever gotten the Order of the National Scholar?" The crowd shook their heads. "No, that's not it." Wang Weiman bristled. "Alright, this matter is settled." After saying that, Wang Weiman was also ready to leave. But, as he walked to the door of the lab, he glanced back at the several bug corpses inside the lab. This stuff would be powdered and mixed into fertilizer or something. Grow the stuff. Can it taste good? Chapter 98, Flirting and Being Flirted Back. Back to school. Shu Yang arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. The moment drew the attention of a crowd of girls around them. Shortly after that, Lin Qingxue playfully walked from inside the dormitory building to Chu Yang. The daytime long dress was replaced with a casual white short tee. A head of long, black, oily hair was casually scattered on the shoulders, showing the youthful look. "Nah, for you." Chu Yang smiled and handed the bouquet of flowers that he had hidden behind himself to Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue laughed, quickly took the bouquet of flowers handed over from Chu Yang's hands and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that today's comrade Chu Yang is quite romantic. Actually knows how to send flowers. Wanting to bribe me, ah? Didn't I say I would bring you flowers last time?" Chu Yang smiled. Baidu says that occasional romance between couples helps to strengthen their feelings. After all was said and done, there was a slight pause in his voice for a few seconds. Eyes slowly fixed on Lin Qingxue, "But in my opinion, there's actually nothing romantic about this flower delivery thing. It's only because the flowers are for you that I find it romantic." Lin Qingxue instantly froze. The face bristled with red. This one, what is this man up to? Obviously two people have done more intimate things, but sometimes, still blushing because of one of Chu Yang's words. Soon thereafter, Lin Qingxue smiled as she held the flowers. "Then I'll trouble comrade Chu Yang to still wait here for a few minutes. I'll go upstairs to put the flowers down and come back to you for dinner." Chu Yang nodded. Lin Qingxue smiled faintly, holding the flowers in his hand. He immediately jumped up and down and rushed towards the inside of his dormitory. Push open the door to the dormitory. Li Qian. Several people immediately looked at Lin Qingxue in surprise. "Qingxue, aren't you going out to dinner with your boyfriend? How come this just went out and came back? He stood you up again?" "That's not true." Lin Qingxue smiled smugly. From the balcony of his dormitory, he found a glass vase of empty bottles. After placing the bouquet of flowers sent by Chu Yang inside the vase and watering it with some water by the way, just set the vase on his desk. "Qingxue, you won't forgive him for standing you up during the day just because of this bouquet of flowers, right?" Li Qian and a few others were a bit surprised. During the daytime, this matter of Chu Yang letting Lin Qingxue off the hook, they all knew about it. "I wasn't angry in the first place. What to talk about forgiveness?" Lin Qingxue was full of happiness and said, "It's just that my Mr. Shu had something to do today. That's why he didn't go. It doesn't matter anyway. It's just going to an amusement park. The future is so long. We still have plenty of time to go." After saying this, Lin Qingxue then hurriedly looked at the several people again. "Alright, I won't chat more with you group of single dogs. He's still waiting for me downstairs to go eat together. Li Qian's several people. So, you came back because you were afraid we wouldn't have enough for dinner. So you came over to give us a bite of dog food first, didn't you? Don't single dogs have human rights anymore? Excessive. It's just too much. Lin Qingxue smiled and walked to the door of the dormitory. After walking in front of Chu Yang, she directly took Chu Yang's hand and said with a smile, "Alright, let's go. I want to eat crayfish tonight. Today looks quite happy. What good things happened? Say to have fun together." Chu Yang smiled. "Not telling you." Slightly. Lin Qingxue playfully made a face towards Chu Yang, then she held his hand and quickly walked towards the front. What she was happy about was actually not the fact that Chu Yang sent her flowers, only because, the last time she made a casual remark, Chu Yang, however, remembered it clearly in his heart. That feeling of being remembered is just great. Soon, the two arrived at the crawfish restaurant outside the school gates. Chu Yang looked at the large pot of spicy crawfish that the waiter sent up and asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly think of eating crawfish today?" Lin Qingxue immediately spoke up. "When I was watching the drama in the dormitory today, I saw the hero and heroine eating lobster, so I kind of wanted to eat it too." "Then you can eat openly today." Chu Yang smiled, and after putting on disposable gloves, he started peeling the shrimp. Lin Qingxue also put on her gloves and quickly picked up a crayfish and peeled it. It didn't take long to start peeling though. Lin Qingxue suddenly looked up at Chu Yang and laughed. "Can you help me run my hair behind my ears? These strands of hair are just too troublesome. They are always floating around." Lin Qingxue even shook the gloves she was carrying on both of her hands towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded slightly, removed the disposable gloves on his hands, and after wiping the butter that had penetrated inside the gloves with a paper towel, he walked directly to Lin Qingxue's front, and gently smoothed out all of her hair that was full of hair, and put it behind her head. At this time, Lin Qingxue suddenly looked up. "Open your mouth." Chu Yang froze for a moment. Before he could react, Lin Qingxue handed a peeled shrimp tail in her hand to Chu Yang's mouth, blinking her lovely eyes and smiling. "Mr. Chu, thank you." Chu Yang sluggishly ate the lobster tail at the edge of his mouth. Inexplicably, I felt my cheeks get slightly hot. Is he, himself, aroused? But that's not all. Waiting for Chu Yang to sit back in his seat, he was still recalling the look that Lin Qingxue had just fed herself. Lin Qingxue suddenly smiled at him again and said, "Was that lobster good just now?" Chu Yang was stunned again. Looking at Lin Qingxue's smiling appearance in front of him, he instantly became somewhat overwhelmed and said, quite delicious. See this scene." Lin Qingxue immediately smiled triumphantly. The counter tease was successful. Soon, an hour or so passed. Both Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue had a thick layer of lobster shells piled up in front of them. The only thing that's a little different though is this. The lobster shells in front of Lin Qingxue were simply piled up, and in front of Chu Yang's eyes, he had already used lobster shells and gradually piled them up into a model of one of the bug corpses that he had seen inside the lab today. "Shell the last lobster in your hand." After handing the shrimp tails to Lin Qingxue for her to finish, Chu Yang then removed the head of that lobster shell in his hand and gently placed it on the head of the bug corpse model, replenishing the last piece of the gap. To this point, a complete model of the insect race was then built by Chu Yang. Chapter 99, Messing Around? I usually have a plan. Is this a crayfish alien version? Looking at the crayfish shells that Chu Yang had piled up, Lin Qingxue immediately smiled curiously. There's one thing to say, if there were really such a large crayfish, one would be able to eat until it's full. It's now the end of September, close to October. Crawfish meat during this period is all lean and faggy, and the texture is still a little different than the flavor of crawfish in May or June. Isn't the Australian dragon this big? Chu Yang laughed. That's different. Lin Qingxue shook her head. How expensive is an Australian dragon? It's better to eat crayfish. Immediately after that, she looked at this model in front of Chu Yang and laughed. You said that if you bury this lobster shell model that you built out into the ground, and people archaeologically come out 100 years from now, this will definitely be another top-notch discovery. Lin Qingxue circled around again, found a bunch of lobster shells randomly piled on other tabletops. Just Chu Yang was extraordinarily different. After looking at it, she smiled and gave a thumbs up towards Chu Yang. It's still you. This lobster is hard for you to eat, like we can't afford it. After saying that, Lin Qingxue took out a piece of toilet paper on the table and wiped her mouth, and continued to look at Chu Yang and asked, Right, just now I forgot to ask you, are things over there busy? Have the problems been solved? Chu Yang nodded slightly. For the time being, there shouldn't be any major problems. He took another look at the bug models piled out on the table and then associated them with what Lin Qingxue had just said, and suddenly he couldn't help but smile again. If nothing goes wrong, in the future, we'll have another home-cooked dish on our table. Lin Qingxue got curious. Is WASC still responsible for developing new dishes? Xu Yang seemed to have thought of a certain possibility in the future as he spoke. Just wait, at that time, if it's researched, I'll definitely get some out for you to taste. What if the research comes out and this thing is really edible? And in the future it'll be the territory of China, where bugs are banned. He did not doubt for a moment the superb appetite of Chinese foodies or the top talent of Chinese chefs. Crawfish on the table in front of you. It wasn't as an invasive species that appeared in China in the first place. It caused a lot of headaches for people at the time. But later on, after it was discovered to be edible, didn't they end up in a situation where they had to resort to captive breeding to keep the race alive? Future bugs. It's not necessarily impossible to go down the old crawfish road a bit, provided, of course, gotta make sure this stuff is actually edible first. After eating, the two didn't hang out anymore. After reshouting to the store's owner to prepare 4 spicy crawfish to pack, Xu Yang left the lobster store with Lin Xingxue. As for that bug model of his, naturally, it was also manually euthanized by Xu Yang. Until the new food has been researched, the existence of the bugs cannot be exposed for the time being. Back to the door of the girls' dormitory, Lin Xingxue then reluctantly turned her head to look at Xu Yang and spoke. Then I'll go up first. Go go go. Xu Yang nodded slightly. However, just as Lin Xingxue turned around and intended to leave, Xu Yang called out to her again. Wait, there's something that I almost forgot to tell you. Lin Xingxue turned back in confusion and walked over to Xu Yang, looking up and asking, is there anything else? Xu Yang smiled and rubbed Lin Xingxue's scented hair. It's not a big deal. It's just that I forgot to tell you that you're the second woman to feed me something. Today is a memorable day. Lin Xingxue immediately glared at Xu Yang in a savory manner. There were other girls who fed you? Quickly say, who was the first woman who took the initiative to feed you? My mom. Xu Yang laughed, slowly came to Lin Xingxue's ear and exhaled a mouthful of hot air. Feeding is good, but next time, please use your mouths directly. Feel the hot air blowing past your ears. Lin Xingxue's cheeks whooshed and flushed, took 2 quick steps back. Looking at Xu Yang in front of him, he stammered a little. You. What's wrong with me? Xu Yang laughed. You're playing a hooligan. Lin Xingxue blankly glanced at Xu Yang. Are you talking to other little girls and being so roguish as well? Xu Yang laughed. What are you talking about? How am I calling this hooliganism? Between lovers, isn't this called flirting? Xu Yang raised his hand again and rubbed Lin Xingxue's small head, continuing, and even if it's playing hooligan, I'm only playing hooligan in front of you. This kind of thing you don't want to go out and talk nonsense. It's easy to destroy the image of you as a high and cold schoolgirl in front of others. The corner of Lin Xingxue's mouth twitched. You talk when you talk. What's with that serious bull asterisk? Without that worldly desire? Too lazy to care about you. I'm going back to the dormitory. After pouting and glaring at Xu Yang, Lin Xingxue flew back inside the dormitory, and on Xu Yang's side, after returning to the dormitory, just pushed open the door to the dormitory. He then heard the voice of Zhang Mingyang shouting, asterisk. Brothers, come and see. The waves are rough. Asterisk. There's such a good thing? Wang Lei was closest to Zhang Mingyang and immediately rushed to his computer. Xu Pengfei also got up from his position and quickly came to Zhang Mingyang's front. Let me observe and see how big it is. See the 3 heads huddled together. Xu Yang immediately twitched the corner of his mouth. What are you guys looking at? Xu Pengfei immediately turned back. After realizing that it was Xu Yang who had returned, he immediately laughed evilly and said, observe and learn, how about it? Do you want to come along? Xu Yang casually glanced at Zhang Mingyang's computer desktop. Look at the picture. I should be watching an island anime fan. In the next second, he coughed slightly. Ahem. I heard old Zhang shouting about the waves and thought you were watching the sea together. The words just fell. Xu Pengfei's trio instantly turned back again and whitened Xu Yang in unison. Lao San, we're still good friends if we don't act like assholes. As an adult, you hear the words choppy and you actually think of the ocean? I don't believe it. But in the end, it was Zhang Mingyang's line that was more eloquent. Just be honest, do you want to be together? Xu Yang pondered a little for a few seconds. I really don't seem to have much experience in this area myself. How about, a little study? A few minutes later, Xu Pengfei's few people then grabbed the bathroom and went to take a shower. Xu Yang took a few deep breaths and sat back in his seat. It didn't take long. Lin Xingxue sent over a message. What time are you going to sleep tonight? Xu Yang laughed as he sat on the chair and quickly replied back. You don't sleep with me. What do you care when I sleep? Dog head. Hey, my violent temper. Lin Xingxue froze. This guy would actually send a dog's head now? But immediately after, she smiled badly and quickly replied a message over. It's still early. While the door is not closed, why don't we both go out to sleep together? It doesn't matter if we sleep or not. It's just that I suddenly want to see you take a shower. See this message. In an instant, Chu Yang felt that the torrential power he had just calmed down was violently agitated again. Old Chang, your stupid anime, it's hurting people. Immediately afterward he sent a message back. I don't see a problem. Lin Qingxue inside the girls' dormitory laughed and said back, but I thought about it carefully. I'd better forget about it. It's a big night. I'm afraid you'll make a mess. Chu Yan was slightly stunned. My god, aren't you torturing people? And, you little ninny is actually doubting your own character? After thinking for a few seconds, he then smiled and slowly returned. Believe me, I don't mess around. I usually do. With a plan. Chapter 100 Toxicological Testing of Mutant Hound Meat. A few days later, 4th of July holiday, 7 days of vacation. Lin Qingxue didn't intend to stay at school this time, and was ready to go home and rest for a few days. As for Chu Yang, he stayed at the school, accompanied by the truckloads of sophisticated biological instruments transported over by the military department. On the second floor of the laboratory where Chu Yang was previously located, a laboratory specializing in the study of life genes was soon formed, and along with these biological instruments came an intact bug corpse, as well as the corpse of a mutant hound. Chu Yang intended to use this 7-day vacation time, verify properly that the flesh of this insect race is, or is not, edible. The first day of the National Day holiday. After sending Lin Qingxue on the plane home, Chu Yan took a taxi back to the school alone. Inside the lab, the insect corpses were honestly set aside. The composition of the liquid inside the transparent glass jar that soaked the bug corpses was also analyzed. It's a specially formulated nutrient solution. It ensures that the insect corpses do not decompose, and maintains the stability of the blood in the insect corpses. That's right, stable blood status. On the surface, these bugs are dead though. But perhaps it was the ice that caused the bug corpses to be particularly fresh. The blood in the bodies of these bugs, even though it had lost its activity, still retained some of the genetic characteristics of the bugs. This was the reason why those researchers who had studied the bug race before had chosen to directly draw out the bug race's blood and inject it into ordinary hounds, which would be able to cause these hounds to mutate. The bug gene itself is going to be higher than the hound race gene, with the powerful destructive power of the bug gene. As long as they still have a drop of genetic coding in their vital genes, they are able to quickly breach the entire genetic chain of a normal hound and then modify it. Or, perhaps, to take over the body of an ordinary hound and take over it at the genetic level. For a short time, he wouldn't mess around with the blood in this worm corpse, because those are the only 3 bug corpses found in the country so far. If you do experiments, it's one use less. These days he had been learning about genetics in the eternal treasury of knowledge. He would wait until when he felt he could really go into the bug genes before he could think about utilizing the bug blood. Currently, this entire mutant hound would be enough for him to study for quite some time. The first thing is to perform a virus test under common substances. Whether it was a bug corpse or a mutant hound, it was all covered in treasure. It would be a shame to not study them properly for the special species genes in their bodies. The mutant hound's body was stored in a freezer. After coming inside the freezer room, in Chu Yang's hands soon crawled with densely packed nanobots. In the end, the mech covered Chu Yang's palm, and in his palm, a nanoscalpel also appeared. Utilizing the sharpness of the nanoscale scalpel, coupled with the power boost that came with the arm of the mecha, Chu Yang was able to cut a small piece of meat from the mutant hound's body. After cutting the meat off, Chu Yang then went back inside the lab and placed the meat in the testing instrument and started the toxicology test. It waited until 3 hours later. End of toxicology testing. No lethal toxins were carried in the flesh tissue of the mutant hounds, except for a small number of parasites with trace amounts of toxins detected. Seeing this result, Chu Yang's eyes instantly lit up. This stuff isn't poisonous? That means it's ready to eat? However, Chu Yang didn't have the audacity to boldly eat the meat of this mutated hound that had been infected by the insect race's genes after just going through an ordinary toxicology test. He still needs to experiment. He then ran to the freezer room, and after cutting a large piece of meat from the mutant hound's body, steamed, boiled, and sampled various meats at the raw meat level, medium rare level, and medium rare level. After that, Chu Yang came to the place where the lab was keeping the mice. In front of him there was a cage made of alloy, and on the surface of the cage, enough nanomaterials needed to make up a set of nano-battle armor were used to wrap the entire body, ensuring that the cage was sturdy. And inside the cage, there were a couple of cute and cuddly mice. Open the cage directly to feed. After putting these different levels of mutant hound meat into the rice bowl of these mice, soon, a special aroma emanating from the mutated hound meat as it was cooked quickly attracted the attention of the mice. Plus these mice had been starving for days before they came over. So, when the delicious food appeared in front of them, the mice in the cage immediately started to grab it. 10 minutes after all the mice have eaten, Chu Yang then took a notebook and constantly started recording. First up is number 1, the raw meat eating mice. Immediately after eating, the mice's behavior was manic, jumping up and down constantly inside the cage. Then there's number 2, the boiled meat-eating rat. Nothing happened after I ate. I was still quiet, but I seemed to have a lot more energy. Next up are some of the remaining mice. As long as the meat was cooked, these mice ate it without much problem, and half-cooked meat all showed varying degrees of change within 10 to 20 minutes of having been used. After 15 minutes of mania, the mice that ate the raw meat had blood vessels burst inside their bodies and died inside their cages. Those who ate the meat of half-cooked mutant hounds, their behavior was much more manic, and they did not die, but their bodies were obviously slightly stronger than before. See this scene. Chu Yang immediately took the pinhole, ready to draw those mice's blood for research. Changes in appearance are not enough to explain the situation. There needs to be some understanding of the genetic issues inherent in them. Chapter 101 Wasted Bug Blood. Obscurity. Soon, several copies of the blood of the mice were collected in Chu Yang's hands. Forget about the one that exploded. What makes the mouse a favored candidate for many biology labs is that the gene sequences in the mouse are similar to those in the human body. Something the mice can't eat. People are generally not expected to eat it. After placing these blood samples inside the instrument for testing genes, another period of waiting. Soon, a genetic comparison document appeared in front of Chu Yang. The first is the one that has changed the most. That is, the genes of mice that eat three-quarter cooked. The genetic strength of the body itself received an increase of close to 50%. Whether it was the strength of power or the ability to react in all areas, it had been greatly improved. There are some not-so-small problems, though. There was a severe breakdown of the original gene chain in this mouse. That is to say, some of the genes of the mice suffered some damage after eating the meat of the triple-matured mutant hounds, and most of it is about the neurological aspects of the genetic chain. There were even some additional added mutant gene chains in its body. After a systematic comparison, there is a high degree of similarity and contrast to a genetic sequence in the bug gene chain. Also on the neurological side, if it continued to eat, this little white mouse would completely inherit the tyrannical character of the insect race even if it wasn't insectized. In the words of a martial arts novel, that might be a case of going off the deep end at the end of cultivation. Then it's 70% ripe. Mice that have eaten the meat of a 7 mature mutant hound. It hadn't been enhanced much in terms of overall genetics, though accordingly, it hadn't suffered much damage to its own genes. However, some of the genetic sequences belonging to bug traits are still added. There will still be the problem of temperamental rage. Lastly, there's the boiled and steamed ones. The mice that ate both types of meat got a modest boost though, but the activity of the cells themselves got a small boost, especially in terms of the genes that symbolize the category of reproduction. There was a considerable boost in the area of reproductive ability. In the old Chinese saying, it's also kind of a what you eat supplement. What's uncertain now, though, is this. Are these genetic enhancements temporary or permanent? If it's permanent, then in the future the bugs will probably be able to make one more use of it. That's going in the direction of nutraceuticals. Edible health organisms similar to abalone and ginseng. Reproductive capacity is increased. It should be favored by a number of people. Boys eat it, girls can't stand it. Both sexes eat it. That might be. The bed can't take it. To summarize, overall then, if it's a cooked mutant hound chunk of meat, after eating, not only does it give a small boost to the genetic strength of the mice, but it also eliminates the appearance of side effects. This is definitely a huge plus. After detecting these problems, Chu Yang began to look at the second set of experiments. But in this moment, he quickly summoned the nano-battle armor. With his entire body covered in nano-battle armor, he was able to draw less than 1 milliliter of insect blood from that insect corpse. Finally, he walked over to a bioculture tank. It's stocked with freshwater, as well as saltwater aspects of life. After picking out a crayfish from it, Chu Yang first directly injected this faint insect blood into the crayfish, almost as fast as the eye can see. At the size of this crayfish he was grasping in his hand, although on the surface it doesn't seem to have changed much. However, Chu Yang was also able to clearly feel the weight of the crayfish in his hand becoming smaller through the perception ability of the nanomech. Next, Chu Yang then directly threw this crayfish inside a special metal cage. The metal cage was then dropped directly and casually into another empty biofarming pool. After dropping the lobster, Chu Yang then took out a large piece of pork from the refrigerator stuffed with all kinds of meat in the lab, using the mech to constantly cut into small pieces of meat. Finally, the meat was slowly thrown into the metal cage where the mutant crayfish were kept. Seeing the appearance of meat, the mutated lobster infused with insect blood immediately stirred. While quickly and continuously devouring these chunks of meat thrown down by Chu Yang, its figure quickly changed. First through the initial molt, the layer of carapace on the surface of its body that bound the growth of its limbs directly softened, and was quickly shed by it. And with the molted shell, the mutant lobster didn't waste it. All of it was stuffed into its mouth and eaten. In the meantime, mutant lobster after molting, the body size also grew from the size of a palm, directly into the size of an adult's face in a short period of time. A black carapace grew back on top of the already solid shell. It was even covered with a variety of sharp barbs, and its otherwise tiny mouthparts expanded instantly in that moment. The two tentacles on his head, moreover, directly turned into two hard and sharp spikes, and after. This is because the crayfish itself requires a small amount of evolutionary energy, plus Chu Yang's constant feeding. In just 10 minutes, the mutant lobster in front of him had gone from the size of an adult's face to a miniature monster again. The overall size had been more than twice the size of an adult's face. Even apart from the pair of huge double pincers that the lobster itself possesses, and the basic shape of the lobster's shrimp tail, other aspects, it resembled the look of the bug corpse that was contained in a glass tube inside the lab. Correspondingly, its temperament has also turned extraordinarily grumpy. It was even attempting to use his powerful twin pincers to clamp off the special metal cage that held him. But, after all, it was still the special metal cage made by Chu Yang and covered with nanomaterials that was superior. Deadlocked this mutant lobster in it. See this scene. Chu Yang was directly wearing a nanomech and using a special needle. He wanted to pierce the epidermis of the mutated lobster and draw blood from it to use it to study whether this crayfish had been completely insectized. But, as the needle pierces into the lobster's shell, the genetically strengthened mutant lobster's shell had long since hardened up. No matter how you stab it, it won't go in. In the end, Chu Yang was really helpless. Reached down and opened the special metal cage. Before this lobster could escape, with the palm covering the mech, he ruthlessly grabbed the mutant lobster into his hands. Subsequently, Chu Yang then grabbed this mutant lobster and came to the experimental dissection table. Silver light flashed in his hand. A stream of green blood instantly splashed out from the lobster's head. The huge lobster head fell directly in front of Chu Yang. The mutant lobster did try to struggle a bit, but because it's the head of the body, mutant lobsters that have lost control of their brains, without the control of the nervous system, there is an immediate loss of mobility. Seeing this, Chu Yang could not help but helplessly skim his mouth. Why don't you cooperate with me in my research? Do you want me to send you to hell? Wasted another little sample of bug blood. Obscure. Chapter 102 Bugs are endangered creatures? The 7-day 4th of July holiday flew by, because the dormitory roommates also went home. These days inside the time, Chu Yang basically did not go out of the laboratory. Food and drink are in the experimental building will be resolved. But, the research results obtained from this intense effort are also very good. At this moment, the so-called Life Gene Laboratory had already been transformed by Chu Yang into a giant mutant crayfish farm. Inside one of the rooms in the lab, the center of the house boasted a mutant lobster breeding pool that was close to 100 square meters. For security effects, in the four corners of the lobster pool, Chu Yang also prepared 4 sets of primordial white tiger battle armor, honestly guarding inside the lab. It's to prevent the mutant lobsters in the mutant lobster pool from showing signs of escape. Wang Weiman walked to the side of the mutant lobster breeding pool, full of incredulity looking at the mutant lobster pool in front of him. A huge-sized lobster turned his head to look at Chu Yang and asked, Xiao Chua, these are the major research results that you just gave me inside the phone call in the morning? Early this morning, Chu Yang happily called him over to visit his research results. He had thought it was some kind of genetic breakthrough. He didn't expect Chu Yang to actually give him a whole pool of mutated lobsters. This one lobster was close to the size of a soccer ball, covered with a sophisticated shell, and the 2 large pincers flared out, looking even bluffing. Elder Wang. Chu Yang looked at Wang Weiman and smiled. Haven't you noticed that this pool of mutated lobsters is very quiet? Wang Weiman was slightly stunned, and incredulously looked inside the mutant lobster pool, the gentle and incomparable mutant lobster, and asked in surprise, how did this happen? The mutant hound looked like something he had seen before. The character is fierce and violent, and the mutant lobsters inside these pools in front of them were all peacefully and quietly swimming around inside the pools continuously. Looks energetic, and yet, it seemed like there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Chu Yang smiled. After my previous preliminary tests, the meat of the insect race itself contains very sufficient nutrients, and after consuming it, it is even able to achieve the effect of strengthening the human body. Speaking of this, Chu Yang smiled smugly. So I used the technology of genetic coding to transform the blood drawn from within the corpses of the bug race, genetically, eliminating the gene fragments in their gene sequences regarding infinite split evolution, as well as controlling their thinking and actions, the violent aspects of the gene sequences. Using this modified bug gene, fused with a crayfish gene, regenetically modified to produce this particular mutant lobster. These mutant crayfish have perfectly inherited some of the characteristics of the insect race, such as fast growth rate, larger size, etc. And their meat is extremely fatty, and they also have the ability to strengthen the genetic strength of the human body. The corner of Wang Weiman's mouth twitched. I had thought you were joking about what you said in the lab earlier. I didn't realize you'd actually start researching how bugs eat directly, and the research is too fast. isn't it? It's only been a week and it got you out? Compared to Chu Yang's research speed, the other researchers of their Chinese Academy of Sciences are really pulling their crotch a bit with the speed of their research. Sure, what Wang Weiman didn't know was that the technology inside the eternal treasury of knowledge regarding the gene of life piece didn't know how many cosmic civilization levels ahead of Earth's technology. But it's a slight learning curve. It was enough to make Chu Yang's level in the field of genetic modification far exceed the current Earth's most powerful life genetic modification scholars. After taking a deep breath, Wang Weiman then quickly asked, "So, these mutant crayfish, how long is the cycle time for rearing them?" The unusual crayfish rearing cycle is about 3 to 4 months. The feeding cycle shouldn't be too slow after the modification, should it? Chu Yang nodded his head and said, "As long as the feeding aspect is done properly, regardless of any season or time, within an hour, it will be possible to feed these mutant crayfish, from pups all the way to the mature stage, and within 2 hours, they will be able to be sent directly to the dinner table." And then, after a slight pause of a few seconds, Chu Yang continued, "As for the reproduction cycle, the crayfish that has incorporated the genes of the insect race has itself lost its ability to reproduce, and the only one that is currently able to reproduce is the extraordinarily large-sized mutant lobster in the center of the pool, or, one might call it the mother lode of the mutant crayfish. The probability of production is 1 in hundreds of millions. The only one of these mother nests is still the product I finally created through directed gene mutation technology, after shining gamma rays in the lab for 5 whole days and killing hundreds of mutant crayfish." After saying that, Chu Yang smiled again and looked at Wang Weiman. "So, Elder Wang, in a short period of time, we actually don't need to worry about the problem of the insect race invasion. The insect race has a strong reproductive ability, but yet only the mother nest possesses the reproductive ability. The other insect races don't have the ability to reproduce at all. So even if the bugs still exist on Earth, without the appearance of the mother nest, these bugs can't make any waves." Chu Yang was aware of it. None of these bug pups still remaining between universes are bug mother nests, because the bug mother's nest itself belonged to the top of the bug race now. Only genetic evolution to an extremely high degree would have a chance of evolving a normal bug race into a bug mother nest. Or rather, the bug mother's nest was something that required massive amounts of resources to pile up. Even at the peak of the bug race, there were only 100 or so bug mother nests. All the others are just pups produced by the mother nest. In other words, even with the supply of all of Earth's resources, it might not be able to feed a bug race's mother nest out, and there is no mother lair for the bugs. It's definitely considered, on Earth, an endangered animal. The mutant crayfish motherships he had created with gamma rays were, in a sense, not even a low-grade version of the bug motherships. Breeding out mutant lobsters has lost the most important ability of infinite split evolution inside the bug gene. At best, it's just a production facility for mutant lobsters. Wang Weiman pondered for a few seconds before he spoke. That is to say, even if there are still bug races appearing on Earth, they don't have any reproduction ability other than mutating through blood infection? Chu Yang nodded slightly. That's the meaning. All that can be determined now is this: the total amount of genes the bugs have on Earth is constant, even if they can convert other creatures into bugs through their blood. The creatures converted are also limited and far less frightening than direct reproduction. By the time these bugs are truly able to pose a threat to all of humanity, it will be 3 to 5 years at the earliest. And within that 3 to 5 year period, Chu Yang was completely confident that he could raise China's defense strength to a terrifying degree. Even he had something to look forward to. Inside the time to come, he kept utilizing the bug genes to modify mutated plants and animals suitable for human consumption, while subconsciously upgrading the physical quality of human beings. It vigorously develops all kinds of black technology weapons, even slowly the Chinese people used to some daily items, such as kitchen knives, hose and so on, to strengthen the foundation. Wait until those bugs hiding in the darkness show up. Will the Chinese eaters who have gotten used to feeding on bugs carry hose and run after those bugs? Caught one. It's time to think about whether you're going to come home at night and fry it up or cook it. Chapter 103, One day, everyone in the Chinese race will be like a dragon. How about it? Want to try the flavors? Chu Yang looked at Wang Weiman and smiled. It's just about noon now. I prepared spicy, garlic, and 13 spice-flavored mutant crayfish before you came over. You've already prepared it? Wang Weiman froze again. This stuff is really edible? It's indeed possible. Chu Yang nodded slightly. I've already gone through many experiments. As long as it's not eaten raw, it's basically not a big problem. What if we eat it raw? Wang Weiman asked. Currently it is not recommended to eat it raw. Chu Yang directly spoke. Even if it is a modified gene, when the physical quality has not yet reached a certain level, with the current genes of humans, they simply cannot withstand the assimilation effect of the insect genes. After eating it, it is easy to be infected by the insect genes, and there may be the possibility of mutation, and there is a high probability that they cannot give birth to children. It's like Lei Zhenzi from the feudal romance. After eating the immortal fruit, his strength was greatly enhanced, but he had 2 wings on his back. Actually, the principle is probably similar. If you're going to say that, then it's better not to eat it raw. Wang Weiman's face stagnated. Then he smiled again and asked Chu Yang, "Little Chu Hua, the enhancement of the human body's genetic strength that you just mentioned, is it a multifaceted enhancement? Or is it only enhanced in certain aspects? Omnidirectional?" Chu Yang nodded his head, a playful smile gradually growing in his eyes. Of course, certainly the effect of a certain aspect may be a bit stronger, but exactly which aspect? After eating it, you can experience it. Wang Weiman was a bit expectant. Try it then? Try. Soon, Wang Weiman and Chu Yang arrived inside the laboratory. A huge oven was placed inside. On each layer of the oven, Chu Yang put different flavors of mutated lobster meat. Soon, Chu Yang turned on the electric grill. The nano battle armor that was prepared along with him directly covered his palms, and effortlessly, Chu Yang was able to serve the mutant lobster in it. In an instant, the scent of lobster wafted up inside the lab. Good guy. Looking at the mutant lobster that was about the same size as the Australian dragon, Wang Weiman rubbed his palms together and his mouth was about to water. It's the first time in my life that an old man has eaten such a big lobster. Help yourself. Chu Yang didn't care about Wang Weiman either. After placing the finished mutated lobster on the experiment table, he directly removed the nano battle armor and started eating it beautifully. Isn't that more satisfying than eating that dinky-sized crawfish? Half an hour later, both Wang Weiman and Chu Yang were lying comfortably inside the laboratory. Chu Yang sipped the ice-cold cola while looking at the red-faced Wang Weiman next to him and laughed. "Elder Wang, how do you feel about the flavor?" Wang Weiman shook his head. "The taste of this meat is not bad, but your kid's cooking skills are not good." After saying that, Wang Weiman directly burped. Chu Yang forced himself not to laugh. "How is it? How does it feel?" Wang Weiman began to think carefully. "The food is quite full, and the inside of the body is all hot." Saying that, Wang Weiman laughed again. "This feeling rather makes me feel like I've returned to 10 years ago." He now finally understood the one Chu Yang had said that certain aspects might be a little stronger. Referring to those aspects now, immediately afterward, he then looked at Chu Yang and asked, "This thing, can it be promoted in the military department? These mutant lobster meats can really work." On the surface, it was not obvious what was going on, but after eating it, it did make an old man like him feel energized. "This is definitely good stuff." Of course, Chu Yang nodded slightly. "However, the current reproduction rate of the mutant lobster mother nest, the limit of my prediction, is only about 10,000, and a large amount of resources will have to be invested in feeding them, so it's a bit unrealistic to promote it across the entire army." After laughing, Chu Yang then continued, "However, I think that we can circle a separate demonstrative military department out and go ahead and promote the mutated lobster meat, trying to get them to eat it for a month to see the effect. Mutant lobster meat is still just the first step. In the follow-up, he can even transform mutated chicken, pork, etc. Consumed in small amounts, the boost in strength won't actually be too great, but if consumed consistently. According to the research data obtained from the mice, it was shown that after consuming fully cooked mutant hound meat for 7 consecutive days, the combined strength of these mice increased by more than 2 to 3 times. Even when consumed by humans, the effect is greatly diminished. But as long as you keep at it, it's definitely just a matter of time before your fitness level doubles. Thinking of these, Chu Yang continued to laugh. Subsequently, if the output is stabilized, a complete mutant-like creature breeding base can be established, responsible for exporting the meat of these mutant creatures to the entire army, and even to the entire population, to greatly enhance the overall quality of our nationals. The physical fitness of Chinese people is not the top in the world, but wait until the entire population consumes the meat of these mutated creatures. In less than a decade, perhaps children born in the future are already going to be far more physically fit than current humans. Wang Weiman hesitated. "Xiao Chu, is it a bit wrong to promote this thing to all the people? Scientific research has no borders. Scientists still have borders." He's still a little selfish. If you can, a single benefit to the people of China he felt was enough. However, the idea is absolutely unrealistic once it's universal. Within China, there are also quite a few foreigners. "I know what you are worried about." Chu Yang smiled. "I've already performed a directed genetic setting. The genetic enhancement effect within these mutated lobster meat, after using it, will only target purebred Chinese people's bloodline, and won't be effective against foreigners. Genes are different for different races, even if they are the same human. The races are genetically different. So when it came time to genetically recode the crayfish, he thought of this link. One day, he wanted to make the Huaxia clan, everyone like a dragon. As for other countries, do what you want. That's fine." Wang Weiman smiled, and again felt some kind of dry impulse inside his BOD, quickly smiled towards Chu Yang and said, That's fine. That's it for today. I'll push forward with the cooperation with the military department. I suddenly remembered that the clothes inside the washing machine in my house have not yet been dried. I need to go home first. Chu Yang laughed. Go go go. Wang Weimin immediately turned around. It waited until Wang Weimin left the lab. Chu Yang quickly took a deep breath and prepared to go back to the dormitory to take a cold shower. This stuff, you can't have too much of it. However, just as he returned to the dormitory, he received a message from Lin Xingxue on his cell phone. I'm ready to go back to school. I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you miss me? Chu Yang brightened up. How long to arrive? I'll pick you up at the airport. It's really too hot today. How about taking you to eat ice cream cake later? Hot. Lin Xingxue, who had just gotten off the airplane, was a little confused. It now coincides with the impending fall, plus the invasion of an exotic cold front. Where's the heat? Chapter 104. To get to the point, I'm not old. In the end, Lin Xingxue didn't let Chu Yang pick him up at the airport anymore, and made an appointment to meet in front of the school. After putting down his cell phone, Chu Yang changed his clothes and ran to the independent bathroom on the balcony, turned on the faucet, and began to frantically give himself a cool shower. After 10 minutes, when he came out from inside the bathroom, the whole thing was finally calm. Half an hour later, the school entrance of Kyoto University. Lin Xingxue stood in the same position that Chu Yang had stood in when he first came to the University of Beijing. Carrying a large suitcase in her hand, her gaze began to look around, her eyes taking on a few puzzled colors. Chu Yang had clearly agreed to pick her up in front of the school. As a result, she had been there for a few minutes, but Chu Yang hadn't come over yet. However, just as she was about to pull out her cell phone to send a message to Chu Yang, a pair of large, thick hands suddenly blindfolded her. Lin Xingxue immediately screamed out in shock. Next, in her ears then appeared Chu Yang's slightly low, but magnetic voice, "Don't move, I'm the heart-stealing thief. You're just too cute looking. Hurry up and stretch your hand out for me to hold." Shasta. After hearing Chu Yang's voice and smelling the unique smell of his body, Lin Xingxue's body that was originally a little stiff relaxed. Neither did she use her hands to grab open the eyes of Chu Yang that were covering her hands. Instead, she made a flexible turn and hugged Chu Yang tightly with both hands, cackling triumphantly at the side of her mouth. "Now that you're surrounded by me, put down your weapon and surrender to me right now." "I surrender. I surrender." Chu Yang smiled and lowered his hands. After seeing the light again, looking at Chu Yang in front of her who hadn't seen her for a few days, Lin Xingxue smiled even more happily. "Haven't seen you for a few days. Did you miss me?" "Thought about it." Chu Yang nodded slightly. "How much?" Chu Yang pondered slightly for a few seconds, then turned and smiled slowly. "When I was seeing you off to the airport, watching your back disappear in front of my eyes while I had to take a taxi back to school, I've been thinking about when we can go back to our home together." Lin Xingxue's cheeks blushed slightly. "I was just asking you how much you missed me. Why did you bring this up? Can't we talk properly anymore? That's just how long we've been together. You're actually thinking of abducting me home?" After she finished speaking, she gave Chu Yang a blank look. "Let me tell you, if you want to take me home, you still have to get past my parents. They are very hard to handle." Lin Xingxue laughed playfully, "And it's a good thing you just spoke up, or else I would have been ready to give you a direct over-the-shoulder drop." "Over-the-shoulder drop?" The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. "When did you know this? This kind of thing requires force value." There was something about how it looked that didn't fit with Lin Xingxue. Besides, it's not like she's ever learned sparring or anything like that before, right? Lin Xingxue smiled smugly. "There's a lot you don't know. The year I graduated from high school, my dad was afraid that if I came to the capital alone, I would be bullied if I was unfamiliar with the city. So he enrolled me in a sparring class and let me learn sparring for a summer vacation. And this beautiful girl happens to be gifted. And now the force is strong. You may not be able to beat someone else, but it's still enough to wrestle you, a little handsome guy who just looks svelte." After saying that, she also demonstratively showed Chu Yang the small muscles on her hands. Chu Yang laughed. "So that means the body flexibility is also good?" "Average." Lin Xingxue nodded, then laughed with a smug smile on her face. "Just barely knows a one-horse, lower back, and so on." Chu Yang laughed evilly. "Enough is enough. There's no need for two difficult poses." "What do you mean by that?" Lin Xingxue looked at Chu Yang's weird smile, and suddenly felt that something was wrong in her heart. Why does this smile look and feel a bit nasty? But, anyways, she was kind of indoctrinated by her dormitory roommates, one by one, although emotionally single dogs, but absolutely full of theoretical knowledge, especially when opening cavities with color. The bravado was as if there were no more boys inside the school that they cared about. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Xingxue understood. Her pretty face swished red and cut Chu Yang viciously, pouting. "Chu Yang, you're this old colorful bastard." Chu Yang's expression was all of a sudden serious. Hey, What are you thinking about in this little head of yours? How come I became an old colorful batch all of a sudden? Words can't be nonsense, baby. With an expression full of I don't believe you, Lin Xingxue looked at Chu Yang and asked, the two of us, whose mind is impure? I can't believe I'm asking about my flexibility. You think I don't know what you're up to? Chu Yang cleared his throat. Cough, cough. I just want to correct you. You didn't say some things correctly. Which ones? Color checking is color checking. But, I'm not old. Lin Xingxue, degree. Help. Somebody. There's a guy here who's shameless. Alright, no more fooling around. Chu Yang smiled and let go of Lin Xingxue. After raising his hand and rubbing her little head, one hand took her small soft white hand. The other picked up the heavy suitcase beside her and slowly led her towards the school. Looking around at the countless students coming and going carrying suitcases back to school, Chu Yang smiled again and turned his head to look at Lin Xingxue and asked, how are you doing at home these days? Not bad. Lin Xingxue nodded obediently, then smiled towards Chu Yang. The first day at home comfortably slept all day. The second day accompanied my mom to go shopping, and also went to one of the hot pot restaurants we ate in high school to eat a hot pot, but it might be that the owner changed. It didn't taste as good as it used to. And then on the third day, crackling all the way, Lin Xingxue then told Chu Yang all the things she had done when she was at home during the National Day holiday. Chu Yang listened quietly without saying a word. When Lin Xingxue finished speaking, she realized that Chu Yang beside her hadn't said a word, and then asked a little nervously, did I say a little too much? That's probably what happens when you seriously like someone. The biggest fear is that he'll become boring and want to share anything that comes up with him, whether it's interesting or boring. The exhaustive desire to dissect your entire being for the one you like. It's like I have the words I'm super fun, I'm so much fun, and just look at me written all over my body. Chu Yang inclined his head and looked at Lin Xingxue and smiled. No, I feel like this is quite good. I do hope that you can share all the things that you do every day with me, no matter if it's interesting or uninteresting. After saying that, after a slight pause of a few seconds, Chu Yang then continued, as long as it's about you, I want to know. Really? Lin Xingxue laughed. Really? So what do you do at school these days? This time Chu Yang didn't think twice. Turning his head, he then looked at Lin Xingxue and smiled. Apart from being busy in the lab, the rest of the time, all the time, I'm pretending that I'm having a good time even when you're not around. Lin Xingxue froze. The heart thumped and began to beat wildly. For a while some overwhelmed, she immediately blushed and looked at Chu Yang and said, what about? Give me this suitcase. When I came over my mom stuffed a lot of things inside my suitcase. It's weirdly heavy. No need. Chu Yang shook his head. You're just a little piece of trash that doesn't deserve to lift heavy things. Lin Xingxue suddenly let out a breath. This time, should I praise you or scold you? A good man. Why did you just grow a mouth? Chapter 105. What's that saying? Really don't blame King Zhou. All the way to the door of the girls' dormitory. Only then did Lin Xingxue take the suitcase in Chu Yang's hand and looked up at him and smiled. Wait at the door for a while. Wait for me to put the suitcase down and bring you strawberries down to eat. Your mom even stuffed strawberries inside your suitcase? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. That's not true. Lin Xingxue smiled and shook her head. When I went back, my mom went to the fruit store and bought a lot of strawberries, and I thought they tasted pretty good, and they couldn't eat that much at home anyway, so when I went out today, I picked out some big, sweet strawberries, just waiting to bring them to school for you to eat. You're still really their sweet little cotton coat. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Wait. Lin Xingxue laughed and turned around, carrying her suitcase towards the inside of the dormitory. In the evening, Chu Yang slowly returned to the dormitory carrying a box of strawberries and a variety of small snacks that he had bought after accompanying Lin Xingxue on a shopping trip outside the school. The door to the dormitory opened. Xu Pengfei several people returned to the dormitory. Seeing Chu Yang who was carrying a large bag of things in his hand, Zhang Mingyang immediately smiled. Lao San it's only been a few days since we've seen each other. You don't need to be so courteous. Come on, give me the things. I'll take them for you. Chu Yang raised his hand and avoided Zhang Mingyang's attack. After placing the strawberries on his table, he handed the rest of the snacks inside the bag in front of a few people. Feel free to eat these things. Strawberries. Don't move. Asterisk for what? Zhang Mingyang was a bit curious. Chu Yang smiled faintly. This is what the one in my family specially brought over from home for me to eat. Excessive Xu Pengfei's few faces instantly became odd. Lao San, it's only been a few days since we've seen each other. There's no need to be so doggy. Stuffing us with dog food before we've even had dinner? Zhang Mingyang was even angry. Che, who wants to eat your strawberries? Sour. Absolutely sour. While saying that, his hands were still constantly picking at the snacks inside Chu Yang's bag. At this time, Xu Pengfei laughed. Well, Lao San has arrived as well. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat together. It's been almost a week since I ate cafeteria food. I miss it quite a bit. Wang Lei nodded heavily. I agree. I also miss the school meals. My mom made that dish. Delicious is delicious. But who can't top drinking rib soup every day? I've made up for it, can't stand it. After saying that, Wang Lei looked at Chu Yang again and asked, Lao San, you didn't even go home during this National Day 7-day vacation? Chu Yang shook his head. They don't know which tourist attraction they are playing in the country right now. I don't want to disturb their world of two. Ever since he was a child he had had an illusion. That is, his parents were definitely true love and he himself was an accident. Even if he hadn't seen himself for 3 years last time, they came home to be with themselves for 2 weeks of rest. It's 2 weeks. He's full of dog food. Soon, the 4 people in the dormitory arrived inside the cafeteria. After typing up the meal and sitting down, this hasn't even eaten 2 bites yet. Zhang Mingyang is carrying the dish basin, looking to the side not far from the window for beating rice, frantically picking up rice, and as far as his eyes could reach, there stood a beautiful young back, wearing a short denim skirt. A pair of straight big white legs directly gave Zhang Mingyang a look. Xu Pengfei. Several people see this immediately helpless up. Ilo go. Old Zhang. You, this is not too obscene a little, too nasty it? This is pure appreciation on my part. Zhang Mingyang justified while picking up his meal. Don't you guys know? Looking at a beautiful woman while eating, that's called downing your meal. I'll absolutely go over there and ask for a tweet when I'm done with this bowl of rice. This back, it's definitely the goddess of my dreams. Chu Yang's few people immediately laughed. However, soon after, Chu Yang saw Lin Xingxue walking next to that girl. Even Lin Xingxue saw Chu Yang sitting not far from the side and waved her hand towards Chu Yang to greet him. Immediately after that, this back figure standing next to Lin Xingxue slowly turned around. The next second, Zhang Mingyang suddenly coughed, and all the rice he had eaten inside his mouth was coughed out by him. Asterisk. How is she? Xu Pengfei's few people also looked over. The back that turned was no other than Li Chen. Xu Pengfei. Several people laughed playfully. Old Zhang, just now you did not say to go to ask for WeChat. Still go or not? There's one to say. Although Li Chen didn't look particularly pretty standing with Lin Xingxue, that was just a contrast. Taken out individually, that is also definitely 85 points upwards of the temperament of the beauty. Well, on the premise that she doesn't talk. Inside those days of military training, Xu Pengfei. Several people can be profoundly seen Li Qian's toughness. Afraid of what? Zhang Mingyang immediately put down the rice bowl in his hand, quickly picked up the draw paper on the table and wiped his mouth before continuing to speak. It's not just asking for a WeChat. What's there to be afraid of? Soon, Lin Xingxue and Li Qian, who had beaten the meal, then walked to Chu Yang and the few of them, looking at each of them who couldn't hold back their laughter. Lin Xingxue immediately asked towards Chu Yang, what were you guys just chatting about? Laughing so happily? Nothing. Zhang Mingyang shook his head quickly with a fake smile towards Lin Xingxue's few people, then gave Xu Pengfei's few people a deadpan look. Dads, don't with me. Xu Pengfei and Wang Lei laughed playfully. Even Xu Pengfei raised his leg and slightly kicked Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked up at Xu Pengfei after finishing the rice in his mouth. A look of wannabe moonshiner was plastered across his face. Seeing this, Chu Yang immediately turned his head to look at Lin Xingxue and slowly laughed. There was no chatting about anything. It's just that old Zhang has taken a fancy to senior sister Li Qian, and is planning to ask for contact information after dinner. Li Xin passed out a puzzled look. Zhang Mingyang instantly went limp on his feet. While avoiding Li Qian's gaze, his head was getting lower and lower and lower. In the end, it was almost time to get on the table. This wave, large-scale social death scene. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Mingyang only then summoned up the courage, and slowly raised his head, viciously glared at a few eyes gloating Chu Yang. A few people, face barely squeezed out a smile, toward Li Qian slowly said, Sister, what you listen to my sophistry? Bah! I mean you listened to my explanation. I just saw your back and thought it looked nice and quite downbeat. Finished Zhang Mingyang. Also strong desire for survival towards Li Qian winked. Is that sentence what came? Really do not blame King Zhou. No. Show colors can eat? Yes is the show of color. Chapter 106. Disliked? The virtuous wife. Li Qian placed the dinner plate in her hands on the table, moved her hands slightly like a fist pump, and coldly looked at Zhang Mingyang and smiled. This big brother. Come on, repeat your statement. Shoei, why didn't I know I had this power anymore? Zhang Mingyang was first dumbfounded and then suddenly pulled out his cell phone. Hello, Mom, you're pregnant? Great, I'm going to have a brother. I'm coming home right now. After saying that, Zhang Mingyang directly and quickly stood up from his chair and fled the interior of the cafeteria. The magnitude of the action. Only the slightest touch of his leg on the table as he ran caused it to wobble. The corner of Li Qian's mouth twitched. This is really responding to the country's call. And while Zhang Mingyang was running, both Xu Pengfei and Wang Lei had their chopsticks in their hands. The only one who put them down as Chu Yang spoke. The table shook a few times at random, The chopsticks that Chu Yang had placed on the dinner plate then rolled straight down to the ground with a crisp ringing sound. Lin Qingshuo smilingly handed the chopsticks in her hand to Chu Yang. Use mine. I'll just go to that other pair. Don't. Chu Yang shook his head with a bad smile. Disgusting. What did you say? A few more black lines instantly appeared on Lin Qingshuo's forehead. I haven't even used the chopsticks I brought over to save you a trip. That's why I'm giving them to you. You're telling me you don't like it? Lin Qingshuo's gaze towards Chu Yang suddenly became dangerous. Say that again? Chu Yang's back instantly went cold. He suddenly remembered. The woman in front of me had practiced sparring. Then he coughed dryly a few times and turned the conversation around. Wise wife. Wise wife. Put. The duo of Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei sitting next to him instantly couldn't help but laugh. Lao San. You're too bottomless? That's a wimp? Definitely another bronchitis in the future. Li Qian also covered her mouth and laughed, secretly giving Lin Qingshui a look. Sister, you're a good husband. Day 2. The vast array of Ministry of War transportation trucks then drove inside the Kyoto University's campus road. Asterisk. Brothers quickly come over to see. What is this going to be the case? Originally but went to the balcony toilet to let off some water. Zhang Mingyang suddenly looked at the window outside that one traveling past the Ministry of War transport vehicle. Expression suddenly odd. This Nima battle is also too big. They'd been surprised about the military transport trucks that drove in inside the school. But isn't this one a little bit off the mark? In addition to the several trucks from the Ministry of the Army that were responsible for the transportation, there were also several transportation vehicles loaded with loaded special-level armed police around. And everyone's expression was extremely serious. Making a movie? Wang Lei curiously came over and was immediately shocked after seeing the scene. My Nima, such a big battle. I can see that even if $1 billion bill is transported in the TV show, it's not such a big show. Xu Pengfei also curiously came over. Let me see. Only Chu Yang, after smiling calmly, also went along with the general flow towards the side of a few people. If they don't know, can they not know themselves? Wang Weiman had given him the letter last night. After all, Kyoto University still belonged to the category of a university, even if there were quite a few people from the General Security Administration and the Ministry of War guarding the lab's surroundings. But what's in the lab? That's a mutant lobster with bug genes. Although under Chu Yang's genetic coding technology, all of these mutated lobsters had become much more docile. Still, they are extremely powerful in their own right. Those pliers are nothing else. If these mutant lobsters came out of the lab and randomly clamped down on a student's hand or foot or whatever, once the clip is not broken, he Wang Weiman the 3 words written upside down. So the decision was made last night after an emergency meeting between the WASC and the Ministry of War. All of these mutant lobsters must be transferred to a giant farm temporarily set up by the Ministry of War within today, and all of the related live experiments must be conducted within the confines of the Ministry of War. This was still considering Chu Yang's current state. Having just left for 3 years, it doesn't seem right to ask him to leave for a few more years now. Otherwise, this level of experimentation would have to go to other private military bases for research, if not to the desert region. This is if something goes wrong. It's easy to get into big trouble. Zhang Mingyang looked at this one vehicle, eyes are full of envy. This is our school which powerful experts and professors made such a powerful noise. If let me know who it is, I must directly give him kowtow too, and then let him take me well. This big brother is also too powerful, right? Xu Pengfei and Wan Lei, 2 people laughed. Lao Zhang, you this idea or first save it? You finance major, people can look at you? This is definitely a national level bull, and still the top kind. But after saying that, Xu Pengfei pondered for a few more seconds. However, I'm also a bit curious. When did such a powerful bull appear in our school, actually able to cause such a big commotion? KYU is the top university in the country. Some of these industry bulls are too numerous to count. Even the professors in their minor in law are still involved in codification. However, spare me, there had never been a professor so powerful that he was able to directly attract the Ministry of War and make such a big commotion. However, just as Zhu Pengfei was talking while turning back, he saw Chu Yang, who was ready to leave the dormitory after approaching over to take a look, and quickly opened his mouth to ask, Lao San, where are you going again? Going out to do some errands. Chu Yang smiled back and then directly left the dormitory. Zhang Mingyang's few people looked at each other. A bold idea suddenly appeared in Zhang Mingyang's mind. You guys say, will Lao San also take part in this research? This guy day by day, mysterious, and he has to go out as soon as the car from the military department comes over. There must be a problem in this. Xu Pengfei laughed. Old Zhang, you've read too many science fiction novels. Lao San is indeed great in his studies, I admit. Otherwise it would be impossible to have all subjects exempted. But that's a project linked to the Ministry of the Army. Can there be anything simple about a project that can be linked to the Ministry of the Army? A program of this level, Ordinary people like us probably won't have a chance to participate in it for the rest of our lives. Speaking here, Xu Pengfei pondered a little more for a few seconds and nodded his head. As for the oldest, if he's not from our finance department, but goes into scientific research or something, he might still be able to have a chance in his lifetime. After all, it's been so many years since Kawaiu opened its doors. Xu Yang was really the only student he knew of who could go to school at the capital university with the entire department exempted. Chapter 107 Overseas Movements. No one can resist the lure of eternal life. Around the lab. At this moment, all around the laboratory had been filled with a team of armed SWAT officers, their eyes alertly observing the movements around them. There are even special drones in the sky that are responsible for surveying the air and sky, as well as interfering with satellite signals to ensure safety and confidentiality during the transportation of mutant lobsters. The two of them, Chu Yang and Wang Weiman, stood at the entrance of the laboratory. In front of the duo's eyes also stood Yang Xinghua, dressed in his military uniform. In order to show that their military department valued this research of Chu Yang's, he had directly put off a planning meeting for an exercise and came over specifically. Commander Yang, you can have your men leave me a few mutant lobsters in the lab. Chu Yang looked at the personnel of the military department in front of him who were carrying out mutant crayfish from the lab one by one to load up their vehicles, and said with some meat pain, without the mutant lobster mother nests, it will be difficult for this lab of mine to want to make these mutant crayfish again, so you'll have to leave some rations for me? Definitely. Yang Xinghua smiled and turned to look at Chu Yang and asked, that, Academician Chu, the efficacy of this mutant crayfish of yours, is it really that amazing? Chu Yang laughed. Which aspect of your saying is mainly designated? Yang Xinghua looked around at the soldiers of the military department who were busy working, and smiled towards Chu Yang with a squeeze of his eyebrows. It's that what? Saying that, Yang Xinghua let out a breath and directly said, it's that aspect you're thinking of. Oh, it's this Chu Yang smiled thoughtfully, looking at the red-faced Wang Weiman who stood by the side and laughed. You can ask Elder Wang about this. Elder Wang should have already experienced the efficacy of the mutated crayfish yesterday. Feeling Chu Yang's gaze looking over to his side, Wang Weiman's rare old face flushed. After he lifted his pants and straightened his shirt, he then said in a serious manner, how do I know this? I feel just average. After he finished speaking, though, he couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising. That effect, it's really powerful. After saying this, Wang Weiman looked at Chu Yang again and laughed. But you kid is indeed powerful. How long has this insect corpse been given to you? Actually, this has been researched into mutated crayfish. Immediately afterward he asked with some curiosity, but I'm curious to know why the crayfish and not some other creature? This Speaking of this, Chu Yang's face immediately had an extra smile on it. Mainly when I was having dinner with my girlfriend before. My girlfriend felt that the current crayfish meat was too little and not too tasty. So, I'll just directly use the crawfish as the first test subject. Saying that, Chu Yang laughed. But fortunately, the results of the research are good. This portion of crayfish should be enough for her to eat. Yang Xinghua instantly froze. Originally, he had thought that it might be the crayfish's genes that were better suited to fusing the bug genes. And it turns out that's why you're here? That's it? Wang Weiman was somewhat understanding. When Chu Yang had hacked the Pretty Country's database, he had been wondering if he had hacked the Pretty Country's database just to retaliate against the Pretty Country for sending spies to kidnap Lin Xingxue. Now Chu Yang said this, totally something he could do. To control the number of mutant lobsters inside the lab, Chu Yang didn't feed the mutant lobster's mother nest too much food, so the number of mutant lobsters inside the lab wasn't really too large, just a few hundred, but each one was huge. A few were left for Chu Yang to use as rations, and after agreeing to send mutant lobsters over to Chu Yang as daily food after a while, Yang Xinghua and the others were ready to get into the car. Of course, Chu Yang was also responsible for following the car. After arriving at the breeding base established by the military department, he still had to tell those cooks in the cooking class who were responsible for raising lobsters some of the key points of breeding mutant lobsters, and send a few sets of nano battle armor over. By the way, trying to butcher these things, a regular kitchen knife won't get through their shells. Even Chu Yang was wondering if he was preparing to create some more powerful knives, and on a larger scale, the enlarged version could completely become one of the main weapons of the nano battle armor. On a smaller scale, a scaled-down version would be nice to leave in the hands of the cookbook chef and use as a kitchen knife. And on the other side, inside some private biolab in Pretty Country, an old man in a white coat was looking at the people inside the lab and cursed angrily. Wastes, they are all wastes. They said not to arrange a lab in the Silver Triangle region, and they actually released 3 fey corpses over to study them, and now all of them are being annihilated by the Huaxia people. If they study anything from the fey's bodies, you people will die for me. Hearing this, a young man standing in front of the old man hurriedly spoke up. Professor, our Pretty Country's genetic technology has always been the world's leader. And we've been researching the phase project for almost 10 years now, and we haven't even found a truly meaningful way to be able to utilize these Fae genes perfectly. As far as those yellow-skinned monkeys in Huaxia are concerned, even if they got the Fae corpses, I don't think they could study anything. The young man's eyes were filled with contempt as he spoke of Huaxia. After he finished speaking, he whispered and glanced at the old man, slowly saying, "Besides, placing the laboratory in the silver triangle, didn't you agree to it in the first place? Only over there will you be able to carry out biological experiments on the human body with impunity." The old man's eyes instantly chilled. "Scram! Get the hell out of here!" The young man immediately scrunched his neck and was ready to turn around and leave. However, soon after, the old man called out to him, "Go and contact the people from the Central Intelligence Agency for me, and have their intelligence officers pay close attention to the movements of the experts and scholars in the field of genetics in Huaxia. And if we get the Fae, I don't believe that the group of people in Huaxia won't want to go and study it." Thinking of this, a touch of fervor appeared in the old man's eyes. It's a long lifespan and great power. No one can refuse the temptation brought by eternal life and absolute power. Chapter 108 Traffic Control. Kyoto. In the process of transporting mutant crayfish to the military base in a military department transportation vehicle, above the various roads along the way, in order to prevent all kinds of traffic accidents, or snooping and messing around by other organizations, countless police cars with sirens blaring quickly appeared at various intersections along the side. There were even traffic police teams with batons standing next to the intersections, temporarily blocking off the intersections. Seeing this scene, countless people driving on the road turned off their engines and stopped their vehicles, turning to poke their heads out of their vehicles to look at the only military transportation convoy traveling on the road. Someone asked curiously, "Uncle Policeman, what is this transportation actually have to close the road?" The traffic policeman raised his hand in salute and said with a cold face, "Sorry, military secrets. No comment, please cooperate." Someone took out their cell phone and tried to film it, but the next second, immediately, there was a gun-wielding SWAT officer, who walked directly to the person who wanted to take pictures, with an instantly serious expression. "Sorry, taking pictures during transportation is prohibited. I hope you can cooperate." There are also a number of people who are still on the phone. However, after entering the area of traffic concern, the originally smooth phone suddenly went without signal. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come this is suddenly without service? No signal at all? One after another. Many people also found that their cell phones were temporarily without signal. Holy, my cell phone is dead too. I can't even make a call. What is this transporting? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even if you have direct traffic control, you still block the signal? What on earth is being transported inside this transporter? This battle is too fierce. But it's more than that. When the people saw the armed SWAT officers with loaded guns following the perimeter of the Ministry of the Army's transportation vehicle, one by one, their scalps went a little numb. So many SWAT officers, they can't be transporting such a dangerous item. No wonder there's traffic control. Good lord, this isn't going to be a big war and is secretly transporting missiles, is it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Missile transportation is absolutely not in the daytime. So brightly take the city center transportation road. Should some expensive special experimental equipment. Mom, how much Lotus Clear fever is left in the house? What? No, no, no. Stock up. Xu Yang, Wang Weiman and Yang Xinghua were sitting inside a jeep of the military department. Yang Xinghua sat in the passenger seat. Xu Yang and Wang Weiman were sitting in the back of the car, looking at the surrounding roads on a row of crowds of onlookers. Yang Xinghua eyes some concern. Chu academician. These mutant crayfish, you are sure that all drugged coma it, which if there is an accident, the problem can be serious. Mutant crayfish exposed are fine. Anyway, after that, when the subsequent production goes up, it will be announced directly to the public. But, if a brand new unnotarized species suddenly appears, it's bound to cause a crowd to panic. In that case, that's a big problem. Chu Yang pondered a little for a few seconds. Normally it won't. This time, a total of 10 fully enclosed transportation trucks from the Ministry of the Army had come, each containing 30 or 40 mutant crayfish, because the orders came fast from the military side, and it takes a certain amount of time to manufacture specialized safety carriages for transporting mutant crayfish. So in order to keep these mutant crayfish quiet during transportation, don't get restless and destroy the compartment, he also deliberately put a special tranquilizer inside the water they live in that would keep them dormant, unless they awaken, and appeared extremely manic. Otherwise, these mutant crayfish would never be able to break through these military transport carriages that had been reinforced for defense. However, it was also just as the transportation vehicles of the Ministry of War passed a certain road leading to the outskirts of the city. On the sidewalk next to them came a group of promoters wearing special clothing and carrying billboards on their shoulders, as if they were advertising some special product. But publicity is good publicity. perhaps in order to attract the attention of the public. In front of this propaganda team, there are a dozen or so members of the atmosphere group who beat gongs and drums, constantly beating the metal drums in their hands. It made an ear-splitting ringing sound. Hearing the appearance of these voices, Chu Yang could not help but experience a feeling of panic in his heart. And inside the compartments of the Ministry of War's transportation vehicles, the sound of these metal drums also traveled from the outside of the car to the inside. Many mutant crayfish that had originally fallen into a deep sleep, one by one, gradually began to awaken, their bodies involuntarily agitated. Chu Yang had actually left out a little bit about the characteristics of the insect race when he was studying them. Insects are particularly sensitive to sound, and the bugs even more so. The crayfish that had fused the insect genes carried some of the insect characteristics themselves. A special band of sound frequencies was carried within a metallic scrambling sound. Though to people, the sounds are just harsh, but for the bugs, the sound is an extremely difficult torture. Gradually, some of the mutant lobsters with better physique began to awaken, and agitatedly scurried around inside the transportation wagon. But, it's a transportation vehicle though. But in order to transport these mutant crayfish, the interior of the Ministry of War's transportation vehicles were also reinforced with special metals. It's not like these mutant lobsters can break it for a while. Gradually, people on both sides of the road could see that the closed compartments at the back of these Ministry of War transportation vehicles had one bulge after another on the surface. It was as if it had been smashed and deformed by a powerful force. Countless people began to gasp in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this can't be filled with anything alive, can it? What the hell is in here that's making such a big commotion? Brothers, we can't hide the 99 secrecy program anymore. The Ultra Beast is going to appear. Originally sitting peacefully inside the Jeep, Chu Yang also saw this scene. His eyes quickly looked around for a few moments before immediately shouting at Yang Xinghua's driver to stop. Stop! Quickly stop! Yang Xinghua's face also changed dramatically. That's really what you're afraid of. Why is this thing awake? The driver quickly slammed on the brakes. Before the vehicle could stop, Chu Yang directly rushed down from the vehicle. After looking around for a few seconds, immediately, he quickly rushed to the propaganda team that was banging on the gongs and drums and shouted out, "Stop banging! Stop banging!" The crowd was a little uncertain. However, how to say that Chu Yang was also the one who came down from the military department's vehicle? All of them still honestly did as they were told. The sound's gone. It made the mutant crayfish inside the compartment gradually quiet again. Once the medicine came up, they all fell back into the dormant stage. However, there were a handful of mutant lobsters that, after a constant barrage of slamming, used their hard pincers to harden the side of the Ministry of War's transportation vehicle, the compartment, and smashed out a huge gaping hole. Shasta, a mutant crayfish, then crawled out of the carriage and fell to the ground. Chapter 109, Who can refuse a good thing that will boost performance? Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is this? It looks like a lobster, but isn't it a little too big to be a lobster? An Australian dragon? But an Aussie dragon shouldn't be that strong to actually poke right through the iron? Good lord, really working on some dangerous creatures. Ha, barbecue diet, this can't be the Earth about to have an aura revival, can it? The crowd of onlookers present instantly gasped, subconsciously wanting to take out their cell phones to take pictures. Seeing this, the surrounding carries escorting the special police troop carriers instantly came down. Countless handheld firearms. Special police. Serious face stopped in front of the crowd. Military secrets. No photos. No photos. In the meantime, at the back of the crowd, a few men and women with ordinary faces quietly used their cell phones to take a few high-definition photos of the mutant lobster before turning their eyes and disappearing directly in front of the crowd's eyes. Chu Yang walked directly to the transportation vehicle. After waiting for the surrounding SWAT officers to surround themselves, a layer of nano-battle armor was immediately attached to the palm of his hand, and he quickly grabbed this mutant crayfish into his hands. After quickly placing the crayfish through the original transportation wagon holes, Chu Yang then used the nano-battle armor and directly transformed it into a thin layer of iron, temporarily sealing the holes in the transport carriage. Once that was done, he quickly returned to the Jeep. Yang Xinghua immediately arranged for people to accelerate the speed of transportation, and the rolling wheels sped up on the road. Academician Chu, what's going on? Yang Xinghua looked at Chu Yang, who got into the car. His expression suddenly became a bit gloomy. Didn't we say that we have sedated? Why are these lobsters suddenly agitated? That's only a few smashes. Their deliberately thickened transport carriages were then smashed out. Although these mutated lobsters had been genetically modified by Chu Yang, their power was still not small. It might have been stimulated by some kind of special audio. Chu Yang's expression was a bit grave. This should also be a weakness of the insect race, fearing some kind of special audio. All things are born together. The bug's racial gifts are absolutely powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to reach the level of a 9th level cosmic civilization class. But they do have weaknesses. That's fear of some kind of special audio. Inside the treasury of eternal knowledge he had seen the narrative in question though. However, he felt at the time that the current human race should not have the ability to be able to create this kind of audio that could make the bugs fearful. Didn't realize. I can't believe all you have to do is bang a drum. After sighing, Chu Young then continued. Well, the priority now is to first send these mutated crayfish to the military base. As for the appearance of the mutated crayfish to be exposed, it's only a matter of time anyway, so we'll think of other countermeasures separately when the time comes. Yang Xinghua nodded with a heavy face. That's fine. Now it's better to send these mutant crayfish to the base first, but don't make any more trouble. In the meantime, countless people on the street onlookers have photos, and even videos, etc., of the mutant crayfish inside their cell phones. Even if it was deleted, something like mutant crayfish probably wouldn't be able to hide it. So Chu Yang and the others had no intention of deleting the photos and videos inside the cell phones of everyone at the scene. Almost instantly, these videos and photos of mutant crayfish were directly spread like crazy inside major WeChat chat groups and even various short video software. Various videos below have varying opinions. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what kind of crawfish is this? Is there a hungover bioscience blogger out there to enlighten us as to what the heck this is? Undergraduate animal studies major. From the appearance, this thing is indeed a bit like the domestic local breeding crayfish. The original name is called crayfish, but the size of the local crayfish in Huaxia is absolutely not grow so big. I also deliberately go to look up the worldwide lobster information, and took pictures of my animal studies professors to ask, and they said that this may be a new species. Upstairs is awesome. A new species. Does that mean we have a new lobster we can eat? Good guy. Afraid is not a joke. I witnessed this at the scene. This lobster power boss. General people do not say eat. Do not be eaten by it is considered a good thing? And the matter is about the Ministry of the Army. This kind of video or do not indiscriminately send. Be careful to leak state secrets. Nice guy. It's not genetically modified out, is it? But this lobster looks kind of mean. And inside the breeding base of the Ministry of War, Lu Changqing of the General Security Bureau drove over himself. After looking at a mutant lobster that was caught inside the breeding pool by the dormant period, Lu Changqing immediately looked at a few people with a bitter face. A few people. Can't you pay attention to a little bit in the process of transportation? How can the situation be messed up now? The whole internet is now going crazy with videos of mutant crayfish, a completely new and unseen species, and it's incredibly destructive. Even if the Directorate General of Security tries to control the rhythm on the internet, or even take down the video and transfer it to netizens, it is estimated that it will not be able to do so. Yang Xinghua and Wang Weiman glanced at Chu Yang. As the researcher of these mutated crayfish, this matter is still something Chu Yang has more say in now. Chu Yang shrugged. In that case, let's leave it for now. After saying that, Chu Yang laughed again. Or, we can come and fish once. What do you mean? Lu Changqing's few people froze. What kind of fish? Chu Yang laughed. This mutant crayfish follow-up itself is to be oriented to the nationals, so knowing it in advance is knowing it in advance. When the time comes, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, or the Ministry of the Army decide to come out and explain it on the line, and then a slight pause of a few seconds. After his expression was slightly solemnized, Chu Yang then looked at the several people again. Don't you guys want to know that the bug race research laboratory abroad, in the end, which side does it belong to? Yang Xinghua, so to say, has also led the team of Real Combat Faction. Quickly figured out the joints of the joints. The eyes instantly bright. It makes sense. Mutant crayfish still bear some resemblance to those bug corpses in terms of appearance. Others may not think of anything, but the same bio-research labs that studied the bugs in the first place can't figure it out? As long as there is a trace, they might come to China to trace their roots. And this one, there may well be some countries in the picture. Before, it had always been the enemy in the dark and them in the light. Now, however, as long as those people were curious about the relationship between these mutated crayfish and the insect race, they would definitely send people over to investigate. To that moment, as long as the General Security Administration does not pull down, not only will it be able to punch up its performance, but it will also be able to uncover those shadowy countries and organizations. So why not? And most of all, those people from countries and organizations, even if they knew that there were dangers involved and that it was a matter of the bugs, they still had to come. That's Yang. Wang Weiman also secretly nodded, then looked up at Chu Yang and asked, Little Chu, is this the countermeasure you just thought of? That's not true. Chu Yang shook his head. The moment the mutant crayfish was exposed, I was prepared to do so. TSK. Lu Changqing staggered and gave Chu Yang a rather surprised look. You guys who engage in scientific research just have a lot of ideas. He laughed again when he finished. But, I love it. Who can say no to a good performance rush? Chapter 110, You'll Break Your Hand. Inside a biology lab on the other side of the ocean, The old man with a full head of white hair just stood coldly in front of a large screen in the lab, exuding an aura of unspeakable anger. And displayed on the big screen was the video of the mutant crayfish running out of the compartment of the military department's transportation vehicle. At this point, the young blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy from before quickly walked in front of the old man again, and looked at him somewhat nervously. Professor, the test results of the biological comparison have come out, and the similarity has reached more than 80%, so the probability can be confirmed that this should be the group of people from Huaxia, who utilized the fey corpses, and researched the mutated organisms. Nonsense! The old man immediately turned his head angrily. Do you think I'm blind? With such a similar appearance, am I able to not see the connection to the Fae? The young man was a bit aggravated. Professor, weren't you the one who shouted for me to investigate before? The old man was a bit speechless. I just want to find someone to take it out on. What's your problem? After taking a deep breath, the old man looked at the young man again and said, have you communicated with the people from the Central Intelligence Agency? The young man nodded. Communicated. They will find a ways to get the flesh and blood cell tissues of these mutated creatures, but they need you to give them a little time. After the last intelligence leak, basically, all of their country's intelligence layouts in China are still being reconstructed. It's still a little difficult to steal some of the biological data within the War Department. After saying that, he looked at the old man with a smile and said, Professor, do you think that group of Chinese research scholars are really that powerful? It's only been how long since they got the Fey corpses? And they've actually researched controllable mutated creatures. They studied it for 10 years. It was also only just barely able to utilize some of the aliens' biological genes to achieve some decent success, but it simply doesn't do what it does in the video. I can't believe they researched such a docile mutant creature. Impossible. The old man's voice instantly flared up with rage. Absolutely impossible. That group of Chinese people definitely obtained the fake corpses a long time ago as well. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to achieve such an accomplishment. It's even possible that they got the Fey bodies earlier than we did. I'm the world's greatest authority on biogenetics. They've just been at it longer than I have in terms of research. Give me the same amount of time to research as they did, and I'll do better than they did. The young man shrunk his neck. Yes, Professor, you are the greatest expert in the field of biogenetics in this world. But, I'm still a little confused as to why the Chinese actually researched controlled mutant organisms first. You say that again? The old man's eyes immediately sharpened. The young man instantly shook his head nervously. Professor, I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. The old man took a deep breath. An enchanting figure appeared in his mind. Forget about it. Give a face. He then pointed angrily at the lab door. Get out. Get the hell out. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? And on the other side, inside the offices of the General Security Service, after returning from the military department, Lu Chongqing had just stopped not long ago. All of a sudden, there was a knock on his office door. Come in. Lu Chongqing slightly raised his head and soon saw a young man anxiously walking up to him with a tablet computer. Administrator, look at the comments on the internet right now. It's not good for us. Lu Chongqing took the tablet. The conversation about mutant crayfish has caught fire on the bib. All sorts of malicious reviews went wild. This is not researching biochemical weapons, is it? Huaxia is really too scary. Heartless, actually still researching GMOs. It just looks very scary. Can this stuff really be good for the body if you eat it? Even the biggest lobster in the world shouldn't be able to smash through a steel plate. Is this sure it's not a biochemical weapon? What on earth are they researching up there? Shouldn't they give our people an explanation for this kind of thing? And what kind of heartless researchers are capable of researching something like this? Artificially tampering with biological genes to carry out biological weapon modification. Is this not already out of the original intention of scientific research? Next time is it going to carry out human experiments? This time there is no one to come out to give us an explanation for this matter. The civilian population does not deserve to have the right to know? After Lu Changqing finished reading the comments, a young man standing next to him immediately sighed. Administrator, now the internet is rumoring that we're researching biological weapons, and it's making a lot of noise, wanting the top to give an explanation. What do we have to do? Do we need to just block these remarks? No need. Lu Changqing's face was also a bit ugly, but he still shook his head and spoke. Go and check the yips of these accounts that are bringing up the tempo on the internet for me. Directly deleting the posts won't help. The matter has already become a big deal, and there are definitely some people behind the scenes who are fishing in troubled waters again. First, let's determine who exactly we're up against this time. After saying that, Lu Changqing rubbed his temples with some bitterness. War. It's starting again. Ever since the rise of the internet, this part of the web has become a place where many countries take the beat. As long as there is some wind in the country, it is inevitable that some people will start to bring up the tempo on the internet, damaging the credibility of Huaxia. Fishing wheel warfare. It's an inevitable war. It's ridiculous to think about. Researching food that can actually be called a biochemical weapon? Afterward, when the staff left, Lu Chongqing dialed Chu Yang's phone. Hey, there are already people on the internet who are starting to bring up the tempo. Start with your next step. Such a thing. Chu Yang had expected it. Otherwise, and he would not have allowed it to come to this. Now it was up to Chu Yang to see what the secretive plan he had mentioned was. Could it really be a surprise? Chu Yang on the other end of the phone laughed. I saw what happened on the internet. 10 minutes at the most. Just wait and watch the show. The internet is not beyond the law either. It's best for other countries to stay out of the business of the Chinese. Otherwise, hands off for you. Chapter 111, the whole internet is shocked. The IP is exposed? Returning to the dormitory, Chu Yang opened his computer. A direct command was sent out on the Genji's port. Are you ready? Xuanwu's side gave an immediate reply. Implantation can be done at any time. Then let's do it. Chu Yang's eyes immediately flashed with an expression of pain. Look at the future. These people from other countries are still not bringing up the tempo in the country. For once, let's show the domestic netizens as well. What kind of people are those who say how bad China is at home? And along with this instruction issued by Chu Yang, all the social software servers of the Chinese internet experienced a slight pause. Next, mandatory updates have been made to all software, and the update was incredibly fast, taking less than a few seconds to complete the update of each social software. Soon, behind Chu Yang's back then sounded the voice of Zhang Mingyang, who exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. When I was brushing my scarf, how did I see so many people's IP addresses? Really? Wang Lei and Zhu Pengfei, who were playing the game, turned back in succession. Zhang Mingyang immediately turned around and held up his cell phone to look at a few people. Really, you guys look I just had wanted to eat that mutant crayfish melon on my scarf, and then just now my scarf was forced to update, and when I came online again, I saw that a lot of accounts had the IP address shown on their backs. Then along with his constant sliding of the various comments on the scarf, the smile on his face became more and more odd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are all these comments? An account over here that says Huaxia is working on biochemical weapons. The source of the IP address is pretty country. There are also some that say that Huaxia is secretly conducting human experiments, and the source of the IP address is still pretty country. On top of that, I also took a look at the scarf IP addresses of those domestic bloggers who claim to be living abroad, and they're actually all from Xiangnan. After saying that, Zhang Mingyang looked at Chu Yang and smiled. Lao San, I didn't expect your self-media industry in Xiangnan is doing quite well. Chu Yang laughed. Maybe. Then he got on the fence too. Noticed that the wind had immediately changed in the comments section inside the bib about the mutant crayfish. Bro Mo, can you guys see where my IP address is? Why can't I see mine? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly feels so funny. This comment area with the rhythm of the IP address is actually basically all foreign. This damn is not a walking $500,000, $500,000? Doesn't exist. People are in pretty countries. How can you catch them? Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Is this a counterintelligence operation? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Never again believe the words of those spammers on the network. Actually so many are offshore IP addresses. The dog days of bad intentions. What's this going to do to my circle of friends in Iceland? Dog's head, dog's head. Circle of friends, look at how sweet the Maldives sunshine is. How cozy the sea breeze is. Even the air is sweet. IP address, domestic, within the General Security Service. Lu Chongqing personally stared at the hot search data on the scarf from the hot search of the mutant small dragon small. All of a sudden jumped to the hot search of the social software real IP address. Expression suddenly odd up. Good lord, that's too good to be true, isn't it? Immediately after, he received a text message from Chu Yang on his cell phone. I've taken care of it on my side, but you still have to go and say hello to these social software companies. I'm just directly helping them update their social software. Lu Chongqing was a bit staggered and quickly messaged back. How did you manage this? The IP address display looks pretty simple. However, the real operation is still very complicated. I did not expect that this is only a few minutes of time. Chu Yang directly to the entire network of social software are an update. Chu Yang, just have a hand. Lu Chongqing, we'll still be good friends if we don't act like assholes. Pretty country. Inside a special office attached to a foreign intelligence agency. Each of them had a dozen or so cell phones in front of them, and originally their jobs were all very simple. That is, to use these social software to post some hostile news and rumors and so on the network of Huaxia, or directly communicate with the water army in China to bring all kinds of rhythms. But just now, after all their social software was forced to update a bit, everything has changed. God, why do I see our country's IP address in the comments section of the bib? What's this about Huaxia? Boss, are we exposed? Almost instantly there was a commotion inside the office, but that's just the beginning. Immediately afterward, on their accounts, one after another, they received a variety of private messages and comments sent from IP addresses in various regions of China, laughing me to death, actually saying that we, Huaxia, are speechless. Won't your conscience hurt if you hide behind the internet and secretly denigrate our country? Ha 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 ha. On the Nima outrageous IP address shows in the country of the stick, actually said that our Huaxia upper layer does not act. You have something qualified to comment on Huaxia? Hiding in the world behind the bedbugs. This time cannot hide it. Afraid of exposure can never use. Ha 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 ha. Just ask you if you're afraid. Of course, these are still inside ing personal private messages. Soon after realizing that the IP address was exposed, someone posted a message out. Open IP address is violating personal privacy. I strongly protest. IP address displayed, pretty country. All sorts of comments are pouring in below. Ha 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 ha. The labeled location is in the Soviet province of China, and the location of the IP address is in a pretty country. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that, brother? Dogs with rhythm get out of China. Joyful, supportive, ha 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 ha. Is this $500,000? Brothers, is this $500,000? Can I get rich if I catch it? Ha 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 ha. Within the General Security Service, Lu Chongqing, who saw the scene, immediately waved his fist fiercely towards the air, and the whole person took a long breath of relief. Great joy, ha 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 ha. With this feature, in future, the workload of their Directorate General of Security can be greatly reduced. Those who bring the rhythm of the comments, in the end, is the domestic issued or foreign issued. In the end, what is the intention? He believed that the people of the country this judgment consciousness still have. The point is these comments. It looks like a real relief. Nice work. Next, let's see what other tricks you guys can pull off. Chapter 112, The Glory That Belongs to You. An hour later, operators of major social software have posted a message on the web. Between the recent domestic and overseas malicious forces in our network to fish in troubled waters, and frequently provoke confrontation fishing wheels, the Chinese territory since today, all social apps will be updated in real-time social account IP belonging to the place. Hope that the majority of netizens understand. The comments below were instantly happy to see this message. Ha 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 ha. To actually update directly without even notifying the update time. Is it just to catch the foreign forces off guard? This is shocking, right, old iron? Where are all those accounts that say Wasia is bad? How come I don't see anyone posting comments all of a sudden? I feel good about this. It feels like the internet is much less hostile. I told you it was specifically designed to deal with overseas intelligence officers. And I was right. Ha 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 ha. This wave of operation is also too showy. And the pretty boy from Shangnan is straight up powerful. Congratulations from the people of Suzhou. A message from the people of Deep City. Congratulations from the people of Kyoto. Kyoto University. Inside the boys' dormitory. After seeing the piece of information published on the internet, Zhang Mingyang immediately laughed. I have to go brush up on a short video to see if there's anyone else under the comment section of that scamming old six from the country of Burma who's washing her hands of the world. Is that the same old six who said he was going to buy a ticket back home last month and hasn't returned today? I'm going to take a look too. The duo of Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei instantly laughed. They also picked up their phones and opened the short video app. Xu Yang was a bit confused. What are you guys talking about? Zhang Mingyang. Several people were immediately surprised. Lao San, you don't even know about this. Before the official notification, it is a fraud group in Myanmar. In the short video app to send a video, cheat our Chinese people to go over to travel, and then the sister karma waste, especially that old six. That doesn't seem to be a good person. After saying that, Zhang Mingyang immediately smiled. No more, I'm going to take a look. As a result, Zhang Mingyang had just opened the short video app, and after traveling to that person's short video account, he found that a lot of comment messages had already appeared below her latest updated video today. Ha 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 ha. Did you update your IP address to come over here, specifically to see old six? I just came over here specifically to see the IP. Brothers who think like me, come over and gather in the comments section. I'd like to see where those waterboys who were washing their hands of it before are now. It's true, there used to be people who always whitewashed, but after the IP address was published, the whitewashers were nowhere to be seen. Xu Yang also followed the trend and went to have a look. After inquiring to the short video account of that old Lu in their mouth and seeing the comments, a smirk gradually grew in his eyes. It seems that this wave of announced IP operation can indeed not only did it block the infiltration of overseas intelligence agents, but by the way, it was also able to clean up the cyber environment a bit. Two birds with one stone. However, it was just over an hour later, Zhang Mingyang, who was still eating melons on the internet, suddenly exclaimed, asterisk. You guys look at the scarf. Pretty Over has united with some other countries to release a statement. What statement? Zhu Pengfei, who was playing the game, looked back curiously. As a result, The next second he cursed, asterisk 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 asterisk. I just backed to ahead of time. How come my screen is black? Which sneak attack me? Xu Yang frowned slightly. Old Zhang. What joint statement was released? I just published an IP address and you guys want to issue a joint statement? Look it's those lobsters that were previously shipped out from our school. Zhang Mingyang sucked in a breath of cool air. That said, I didn't even know that our school's lab was actually researching something so dangling. This crayfish is a bit of a thing I don't know which big brother researched it. While saying that, Zhang Mingyang handed the cell phone screen in his hand to Chu Yang. Here, look. It says that it suspects that our Huaxia is researching on biochemical weapons, and it wants an explanation from our Huaxia's upper echelons? Chu Yang looked down. Pretty country official, pretty country united with the group of 7 countries, as well as the European Union questioned whether Huaxia is researching biochemical weapons, violating the International Convention on the Development of Genetic Research, and hoped that Huaxia to stop the research, if Huaxia denies it, and hope that Huaxia's upper echelons can release its research information to the countries, in order to wait for the verification of whether it is in violation of the International Convention on the Development of Genetic Research, or else pretty country will unite with the group of 7 countries, as well as the European Union, to carry out the research on Huaxia. See this scene. Chu Yang's breathing instantly tightened, and a nameless anger instantly surged to his heart. Either stop the research, either release the research to them. If you want research data on mutant crayfish, just say so. Is it necessary to be so grandiose? Still, there are a lot of discerning people on the internet. The comments look especially comfortable especially after the publication of IP addresses, which eliminated a number of other powers that were stirring up confrontation on the internet. Good man, this is not to rob our country's research materials in the open, but it is also true that the beautiful country has always been used to dominating, and to do something like this is also in my expectation. Doghead. A great nation actually uses tactics. Does it not want billion anymore? The cosmic tailor is out. Everyone run. Funny, why should we answer to you for what our country has researched? There's one thing to be said for the pretty country being really shameless, but I'm also really curious as to whether these unknown varieties of crayfish are genetically modified species from genetic modification research or some other new, undiscovered species? This is the biggest joke I've seen made this year. The beautiful country's biolabs are spread all over the globe. Who knows which country is actually the one violating the international convention? Dog's head. And also just after the pretty countryside issued a statement. A statement was also quickly released on the side of the WASC. Notice, now on the network rumors of unknown crayfish is my Chinese Academy of Sciences and the joint laboratory of the University of Beijing, jointly researched a new type of healthcare ingredients. Its meat is fat, low rearing costs, and has a certain health effects, is currently preparing to carry out the Ministry of the Army for the fixed point consumption test, about 3 months to 6 months time. As long as after the final clinical test, the follow-up will be a large number of increased production value for the majority of the people, the masses. If other countries have objections, Huaxia will invite the agents of all the countries to come to Huaxia Academy this Sunday to attend our internal conference of Huaxia Academy. Also, the Chinese Academy of Sciences is ready to face the masses, to conduct a naming poll on the latest genetically modified lobster research activities. The name with the highest number of vote-getters will be selected as the naming of the variety of genetically modified crayfish. See this one. The internet instantly exploded. Ha, laugh me to death. What other countries think our biological weapons are just food researched by my great China? There is a say one. This can be interesting. This conference can I go? Eat or not matter. I am just very curious about the so-called health effects. Said in the end which aspect of the health effects, doghead, genetically modified. Is it okay to eat this? Up there, don't they all say? Now the military department conducts clinicals. If it's okay then promote the masses. Hats off to our nation's military. Why should the military be prioritized? Because they are ahead of us in all things. 12-year veterans report that there is one way to say it. And it is true that there are many nationally relevant food or drug promotions that are basically tested by our military department before they are launched to honor the military. 8-year veterans report that this should be true. Back when a certain vaccine was being researched, all the clinical tests started with our military department first, and only after confirming that there were no problems were they pushed out to the masses. Honor the soldiers. Honor the soldiers. Chu Yang flipped through these comments below as he did so. That's when Wang Weiman's call came in. After picking up the phone, Chu Yang immediately walked to the balcony of the dormitory and inquired, "Elder Wang, is something wrong?" Immediately inside the phone came Wang Weiman's laughter. "Xiao Chua, this week's launch may have to work hard for you?" Chu Yang was a bit curious. The thing about the CAS launch was kind of part of their ploy, but haven't we worked out all the details, and there should be nothing else for us to do? Wang Weiman continued, After our research indicates that you will be the spokesperson for our Chinese Academy of Sciences for this launch. Speaking here, Wang Weiman's voice grew serious. The glory that should belong to you. It's time to return it to you. Chapter 113, You're thinking of me just as I'm thinking of you. Xu Yang was silent. In fact, from the research of 1 nanometer precision photolithography, he is clear that there is now the glory can only be placed in the place where others cannot see. Applause, praise, and blessings are things that may or may not be felt until you are too old to walk. He both cares and doesn't care. But it's like the words both life and death. If one can indeed stand in the light and lift oneself up to glory, who wouldn't crave it? Now, the day came. After taking a deep breath, Xu Yang then slowly spoke to Wang Weiman on the other side. Are you sure? It's confirmed, Wang Weiman said decisively. This time, the decision was reached after a joint study by our Chinese Academy of Sciences and the General Security Administration. After he finished speaking, there was an extra touch of smoothness in his eyes. I also didn't expect this day to come so quickly. All of us have been waiting for this day for a long time. Xu Yang should be the only one. In youth, the researchers who voluntarily disclosed their identities to the world in a classified capacity now. This is definitely a great advancement in China's national defense research endeavors. It's also a big step forward in China's defense confidence. After all, as a national defense research scholars, which person does not belong to their own pride? Which person does not want to stand under the light, greatly admitting the results of their own research? And which person, really anonymous for life? Even in their later years, after retirement, they were able to receive the honor that was rightfully theirs. But that's decades of waiting. Most people, moreover, even throughout their lives, can only wait until they die before they can disclose the glory that belongs to them. And the reason for all this, it's all because of the shortcomings in terms of China's national power. If you do not see, how many top research scholars in the world have been assassinated and died with a grudge because their identities were exposed in advance. But now, China stands up. They have their own exoskeleton mechs, with transgressive curvature drive technology, no longer constrained in terms of chips. Even in the near future, the strength of China's military personnel would reach the top level of the world. Now the Wahini, unafraid of any challenge. This was also the reason why they chose to announce Xu Yang's identity in this one wave of sudden change in the international situation. And that's just the first step. In the future, the country will make a big effort to increase the exposure belonging to researchers. More and more researchers, all were able to get the glory that was rightfully theirs at the age they were meant to be. Xu Yang smiled. It's a pride that comes from the heart. The Lion of China has gradually awakened. He then nodded his head and smiled at Wang Weiman on the other side of the phone and said, everything is subject to the organization's arrangements. After hanging up the phone, Xu Yang immediately laughed freely. Zhang Mingyang and the others inside the dormitory were a bit unsure. Lao San, you're bewitched. What do you mean by obeying all the organization's arrangements? Could it be that you're our party's underground intelligence officer hidden in the crowd? What's all this with you? Xu Yang laughed helplessly. Anyway, it's just getting good news. After saying this, he pulled out his own cell phone and sent a message over to Lin Qingxue. Online invitation for a dry runner. All-inclusive service. After sending this message, Xu Yang also sent an emoticon package that was so excited that he danced in passing. And also stole her emoji while chatting with Lin Qingxue, but also at the same time he sent the message. Lin Qingxue's side of the message was also sent over. Is a succession of a dozen screenshot photos, including clothes, shoes, wallets, watches. It basically contains all sorts of items that guys need, and came over with a message. Guess which one of these gifts I'm going to get you for your birthday. However, after seeing the message sent by Xu Yang at the same time, Lin Qingxue immediately sent another message over. Ha 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 ha, actually sending messages at the same time. Do you think we have a heart-to-heart? Xu Yang first looked at every picture Lin Qingxue sent over, then returned. I can't guess. You're just starting to get me a birthday present? After replying to this message, and seeing the message Lin Qingxue sent behind, after the corner of Xu Yang's mouth rose slightly, he immediately returned another message. Do you think there's a possibility that when you're thinking of me, I just happen to think of you? Ha 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 ha. Lin Qingxue inside the girls' dormitory immediately laughed. My goodness, is this guy really a WASP researcher? This kind of polytechnic bigwig is actually able to say something like that off the cuff? She then quickly replied back, it's still you my treasure. This operation of saying love words is still you. Listening to others I cough. After sending this, Lin Qingxue continued to ask, hurry up, have you thought about it clearly yet? Which birthday present do you really want? Xu Yang pondered a little for a few seconds and directly sent a piece of pinyin over. You Jinxiang? Looking at the text that Xu Yang sent over, Lin Qingxue was immediately confused. What was the meaning of this? After typing the letters on her 9-panel keyboard, the word tulip appeared before her eyes. Flowers? Lin Qingxue froze slightly again, and then asked directly, You don't want me to just send you a bouquet of tulips for your birthday present, do you? Chu Yang laughed. Guess again. Lin Qingxue was a bit puzzled. I really can't guess. Chu Yang continued back. It's actually very close. Lin Qingxue was puzzled. Is it really a flower? Afterwards, a bad smile appeared in her eyes, and after pinching her throat, she clipped her voice and sent a voice over to Chu Yang. Brother, I really can't guess. Can you tell me directly? Okay, I beg you. Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds as he looked at this message sent by Lin Qingxue, then chose to just tap the voice out button. In an instant, a soft voice instantly appeared inside Chu Yang's dormitory. Zhang Mingyang was still happily watching the beautiful young lady on the short video software. After hearing this voice, instantly felt that the whole person is numb. *******. Lao San, are you overdoing it? Kill the dog also does not bring so kill? Is this the joy of the oldest three? I didn't expect Appearance high cold Lin big school flower. Behind the scenes actually have such a soft side. That's why it's best to be a pampered woman. Zhang Mingyang and Zhu Pengfei's mouth corners also madly convulsed. *******. Can't do it. I feel like people are going to be crispy. Lao San, can you in the future not put in Lin big schoolgirl's voice outside the dormitory? Kill the dog would be excessive. We are all the way to the dormitory, and you still don't let us off the hook? Chu Yang smiled. Next time for sure. After he said that, he typed quickly on his cell phone and sent over a message. Where do tulips smell as good as your bath towels? Chapter 114, Why Not a Maid's Outfit? Wow. This person, Lin Qingxue, wasn't a 3-year-old anymore. After seeing this message from Chu Yang, her cheeks whooshed and flushed. Big bro, the old color grant is hammered. After quickly fanning herself slightly next to her cheeks, Lin Qingxue immediately let out a long sigh of relief and returned with a bad smile. So you're actually this kind of Chu Yang. After sending this, Lin Qingxue continued to reply, although I know that this fetish isn't particularly good, but as a man, I'm kind of a little bit better at it, so I can still satisfy your request, which is a little bit too much. This. Chu Yang froze. Does that count as lifting a rock and stoning yourself? So what? Do you believe me when I say I don't actually have a fetish for this? Chu Yang, there's no shame in having a special fetish, but don't worry, I'll try to help you correct it. Chu Yang, good lord, look at this. He can't say anything to explain himself now? Chu Yang then directly sent a message over. Forget it, I don't want the bath towel or anything else. Just send it as you see fit for the birthday gift or something. It's not like it's the gift you receive that's important anyway. It's the person who sends the gift. Lin Qingxue skimmed her lips and sighed helplessly. Mr. Chu, that's quite a standard answer. After all this talk, still not sure about the birthday present. Li Qian, who passed by her, suddenly walked up to her. Qingxue, what are you sighing for in the middle of the day? What's wrong? It's not because of Chu Yang. Lin Qingxue spoke helplessly. He's going to have a birthday in a few days, but I haven't thought of what kind of birthday gift to give him yet. So distressed. Gift giving? Li Qian brightened up. I'm good at this. Immediately after, Li Qian curiously came up to Lin Qingxue and asked, does Chu Yang like playing games? Lin Qingxue shook her head. No. What about playing basketball? Hasn't he played basketball on a basketball court before? Lin Qingxue pondered for a few seconds before shaking her head again. He doesn't seem to be particularly fond of these sneakers or basketballs or anything like that either. It's not true that Chu Yan likes to play basketball, but he didn't seem to be particularly concerned about these superficial things. What with sneakers and basketballs and whatnot, they weren't in his line of attention. This way Li Qian pondered for a few seconds. Suddenly, a hot bright light radiated right in her eyes. I know, this gift is definitely powerful. What is it? Lin Qingxue instantly raised her spirits. He can't be anything less than horny, can he? Lin Qingxue. This, as if she hadn't really thought of a point that could refute Li Qian's statement. I was actually speechless. And on Chu Yang's side, after watching the message sent out, Lin Qingxue didn't return the message for half a day, and immediately sent another message over with curiosity. Where are the people? Why are they suddenly gone? At this time, Lin Qingxue, who had just completed a simple exploration with Li Qian, suddenly set off a thought in her mind, and after rejecting Li Qian's various ideas of frantically testing the waters at the edge of the river crab, she directly returned a message to Chu Yang. I know what birthday gift to give you. Send what? I'm going to give you the most unique gift in the world. That's probably a no. Why? Looking at the message that Chu Yang returned, Lin Qingxue immediately became curious. Chu Yang smiled without thinking and quickly typed back. In my eyes, the most unique in the world is only you. After sending this message, Chu Yang smiled again and continued back. Of course, if you intend to give yourself to me, when I didn't say that above, I have no opinion. Absolutely no opinion at all. Lin Qingxue. Why did she feel that Chu Yang had directly chatted the sky to death? After pondering a little for a few seconds, Lin Qingxue then continued to smile and said back, what exactly is the gift is kept secret for the time being. It's my turn to ask you below, why did you suddenly think of calling me to have dinner with you? Didn't you say that you're particularly busy tonight? Chu Yang sent a message this morning, saying that there are more things to do today, so he won't accompany her for dinner. How come things are done before the day is over? After sending it, Lin Qingxue asked again, is that matter resolved? The thing she was talking about, that was about the mutant crayfish. As an online internet eater, she'd seen quite a few videos about mutant crayfish, combined with what Chu Yang had said earlier about how there might be one more home-cooked dish on people's tables in the future or something, as well as the presence of Ministry of War transportation vehicles in Kyodai today. With a little bit of reasoning, she knew exactly what Chu Yang was doing inside the laboratory of the capital university. Everything is going according to plan. Chu Yang smiled back and immediately continued to ask, let's just say if you're free to have dinner with me tonight. Woman, he was in a particularly good mood right now. The corner of Lin Qingxue's mouth twitched. What's with this long-dead bully dialogue suddenly attacking me? But then, she quickly replied back, got it, President. I hope you can send me the time and place. I'll be there on time then. After sending this message, both men on the opposite side of the cell phone screen laughed. The happiest thing in the world is probably the fact that when you're in the middle of a drama, there's someone else who can fool around with you. Sunset. The dressed-up Lin Qingxue cheerfully walked out from inside the dormitory. Today she was wearing a blue JK uniform along with a matching short plaid skirt, paired with a pair of greasy little leather shoes, and those big bright white legs that were simply eye-catching. Normal people aren't even that white after being dead for 3 days. Chu Yang smiled and walked to Lin Qingxue and held her hand, nodding his head with satisfaction and smiling. Secretary Lin, is today's outfit pretty? Lin Qingxue directly laughed and glanced at Chu Yang. Then what you mean by that is that I wasn't pretty in the past? Chu Yang instantly shook his head to deny the trifecta. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. After saying that, after slightly thinking for a few seconds and carefully organizing his words, he then slowly replied, I mean, your face value is so strange. All of a sudden it's high, all of a sudden it's even higher. Lin Qingxue wrinkled her cute little nose. Alright, barely count you as passing. Chu Yang laughed, but I'm still curious. How come you suddenly wanted to get up and wear JK today? It seems like I haven't seen you wear it before. I wear it less often. Lin Qingxue laughed, then blankly glanced at Chu Yang and said, it's not because of you. You're not going to roleplay. Absolutely beautiful secretary and handsome overbearing president. Isn't this quite a match? Role-playing. Chu Yang suddenly laughed badly and reached out to put his arm around Lin Qingxue's waist. Lin Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. In the next second, she felt the hot breath coming out of Chu Yang's ear lightly. If that's the case, why isn't it a maid's outfit? Chapter 115, I choose. I want them all. Maid outfit? Lin Qingxue instantly froze after hearing Chu Yang's words. Dude, I can't even roleplay with you, but you're actually into it? Maid's outfit. Do I look like a maid's outfit to you? Without the slightest word, Lin Qingxue just directly raised her hand and did a 180-degree fancy spiral choke on Chu Yang's arm. After pinching, Lin Qingxue then gritted her teeth and whispered to Chu Yang next to her. Are you thinking a little too well? Chu Yang immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. That can hit hard. He then immediately looked at Lin Qingxue with a compensating smile and said, since it's already ugly, don't I have to think beautifully? After saying that, he started tugging on Lin Qingxue's fingers that were still on his arm. Hurry, let go. It hurts. How come these little fingers are so strong? A pinch can hurt like hell. Lin Qingxue smiled triumphantly. Let's see if you dare to talk nonsense again in the future. However, after saying that, Lin Qingxue's voice instantly became gentle, and after obediently continuing to hold on to Chu Yang's arm, she looked up at him with a smile and opened her mouth. Do you really want to see me wearing a maid's outfit? After another slight pause of a few seconds, Lin Qingxue continued to laugh. Or rather, maid outfit and black silk. You choose one? Chu Yang froze. Is this thing even selective? This is too good to be true. After his eyes quickly turned for a few seconds, Chu Yang immediately smiled and said back, that, can I choose? All of them. It's the kids that make the choices. Adults will only live with 2 hands. As for what exactly was caught, ahem, I can't think about it anymore. The picture is too good. I'm going to get a nosebleed. It was Lin Qingxue's turn to be surprised for a few seconds. Then she hammered Chu Yang's chest angrily. Good for you, actually wanting both. You yourself asked me to make a choice. Chu Yang laughed, and after grabbing Lin Qingxue's fist that was hammering him, he immediately said back, you didn't say that you couldn't choose to have them all. Lin Qingxue smiled. You really want them all? Unconsciously, her fingers went from the sleeve opening of the short-sleeved t-shirt that Chu Yang was wearing, slowly reaching inside Chu Yang's clothes. softly grasping the arm inside Chu Yang's clothes, slightly pinching a few times. It's not very painful. Instead, it made Chu Yang's insides dry up all of a sudden. Is it so exciting to be out in public? Chu Yang's breath instantly stagnated, quickly taking a few deep breaths and quickly forcing himself to let his heart calm down. Only then did Chu Yang's voice trembled and said, all of it. Those 2 words, cut and dry. A man has to give and take sometimes. Sometimes, though, one must stand on principle, have a backbone. I appreciate you. Lin Qingxue laughed, and then moved closer to Chu Yang's side, and rather seductively exhaled a mouthful of hot air towards his ear. Whenever you serve my sister me happily, I'll wear it for you to see. No problem. Chu Yang immediately nodded his head, but after he finished speaking, he quietly lowered his head and whispered in Lin Qingxue's ear. However, can you first take your hand out from inside the sleeve of my clothes? Lin Qingxue blinked with a simple face and looked at Chu Yang with a puzzled face as she looked up and asked, why do you have to take it out? Chu Yang sucked in another breath of cool air. Itchy, this little goblin, isn't she a little too provocative? Who can afford to do that? Slightly. Lin Qingxue immediately laughed triumphantly, and after making a face at Chu Yang, only then did she slowly take her hand out from inside Chu Yang's sleeve. Where did you learn all these tricks? Chu Yang was a little confused. Last time I had lobster too. I fed myself shrimp after tying my hair, and then now, actually had the audacity to put his hand up his shirt. This waits until the next time we see each other. Wouldn't she be in heaven then? Baidu. Lin Qingxue playfully opened her mouth and laughed. Baidu still teaches people this? Chu Yang froze. That Baidu also teaches people how to kiss. Lin Qingxue was full of teasing. My Mr. Chu, when he first kissed, wasn't it something he learned on Baidu? Swish. Hearing Lin Qingxue's words, Chu Yang's cheeks whooshed and flushed. How did you know? It's the first time for everyone. So a long time ago, he was learning this stuff. But soon, Chu Yang was puzzled again. However, how did you know that I was checking Baidu? Who let you? Browser records are not deleted. Lin Qingxue shallowly rolled her eyes. Last time in the hotel, my cell phone was charging, so I took your cell phone to check the information, and then I saw your search history. Is there anyone who doesn't delete their browser history these days? ABA. Chu Yang was somewhat dumbfounded, as if, indeed, there is such a thing. Immediately after that, he hugged Lin Qingxue directly and tightly towards his side. You people, you don't learn from the good ones, you learn from the bad ones? Lin Qingxue grunted and laughed. Chu Yang laughed. So as a courtesy, don't I have to look at your browser history as well? Lin Qingxue's body instantly stiffened. Browser logs? Is this something you can just show people? And it's still Chu Yang, so it's even more impossible to look at. No way. Thinking of this, Lin Qingxue immediately shook her head quickly. No. You can go through my cell phone as you like, but the only thing, no going through my browser history. Don't say you can't watch this stuff now. To exaggerate, even 30 seconds before she died, she had to get up and delete the thing. I'll just take a look. Not even a glance. The journey was noisy and soon the two arrived at a normal restaurant on campus. After ordering 2 Hunan's southern homemade small dishes, Lin Qingxue immediately looked at Chu Yang and smiled. Right, I haven't asked you just now. I see that you were especially happy when you sent me a message calling me for dinner today. What good thing did you encounter? Winning $5 million in the lottery? You can even feel this? Chu Yang was a little surprised. Who made me your most adorable girlfriend? Lin Qingxue laughed. Being able to feel the good or bad mood of your boyfriend at any time. Isn't that a basic operation? After saying that, she continued to look at Chu Yang and asked, what good things have you encountered? Tell me about it? Chu Yang was silent for a few seconds and after organizing his language, he then looked at Lin Qingxue and solemnly said, this weekend night, I want to invite you to a party. What party? That's a secret for now. Keeping it a secret would be no fun. Lin Qingxue beamed. I don't know what kind of party, and I don't know what to wear over there then. You promise? Lin Qingxue nodded. I can accompany you but you first have to tell me what the nature of the party. I will be good with clothes It's just a simple party. Anyway, you'll know when you get there. Chu Yang slowly smiled. And you look good in anything you wear. Simply casually wearing it over there is enough to brighten up everyone's eyes. This way Lin Qingxue pondered slightly for a few seconds. Then I'll pick out my own clothes then. But after saying that, she suddenly laughed again. Do I really look good in anything? Chu Yang shook his head slightly. That's not true. Chu Yang looked around at the people in the restaurant. Then he picked up his own cell phone and waved it in front of Lin Qingxue's eyes, quickly sending a message over to Lin Qingxue. It looks best when you don't wear it. Chapter 116, teaching me this when you don't even have a girlfriend? Lin Qingxue picked up her cell phone and glanced at the message sent by Chu Yang. After seeing the content of the message, the expression on his face instantly froze. Looking at Chu Yang shocked and instantly speechless. You. What's wrong with me? Shu Yang laughed evilly. Lin Qingxue immediately beamed. Bad egg. But however, she then looked up at Chu Yang again and asked, but, why did you suddenly think of taking me over to attend some banquet? She hadn't heard of Chu Yang having any social engagements in this area before. Chu Yang paused slightly for a few seconds. Various images in his mind about the last time he participated in the 1 nanometer photolithography celebration banquet appeared before his eyes one by one. Finally, the various thoughts within melted into a few short words on my lips. The more crowded it gets, the more I feel that you should be by my side. This party means a lot to me. So that time, I'd rather have you by my side. Last time when he was at the celebration banquet, he wondered what it would be like when Lin Qingxue was next to him. But at the time, that can only be thought about. Now this time, this is his first public appearance. Parents can't witness it though they're not in Kyoto. Family members, though, can still bring one over. Aha! Lin Qingxue's eyes instantly lit up, and immediately afterward, she looked up at Chu Yang and smiled. This wave of answer. Full marks. Soon, the waiter inside the restaurant began to serve the food. Lin Qingxue started to give Chu Yang dishes one after another. Chu Yang was all a bit uncomfortable. In the past, when the two of them ate together, Lin Qingxue did give herself dishes. But today, isn't that overzealous? After thinking for a few seconds, Chu Yang immediately raised his head and glanced nervously at Lin Qingxue. Qingxue, why are you suddenly pinching so many dishes for me here? Eat them yourself. Lin Qingxue laughed softly. Reward you for today's portion of sweet mouth. Reward? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to continue speaking. Give me a dish or something. Beats black silk and a maid's outfit? However, when the thought popped up, Chu Yang immediately began to spit on himself inside himself for a few seconds. Chu Yang, why are you getting so out of touch with your thinking? You used to be so honest, you wouldn't even think about these colorful topics. But soon, his other personality then came out and interjected. Chu Yang, why are you so depraved? All you need is black silk and a maid's outfit. Can't you think of a nurse's and a sailor's outfit? Soon enough, Chu Yang inwardly and directly took out this personality. In science speak terms, this is what happens when a human boy's hormones are aroused for a girl, not necessarily a girl. Of course, that's right. So essentially, I'm still a decent, good guy. After dinner, after the two of them wandered around inside the school for a while longer, only then did Chu Yang reluctantly send Lin Qingxue to the dormitory, and Chu Yang returned to the dormitory. Pushing open the door of the dormitory, he saw that Zhang Mingyang was shouting up inside the dormitory, brothers, does anyone want to eat chicken? I'm starving to death. If I want to eat, I'll order it with you guys, and I can also make up a full reduction. Wang Lei hesitated for a few seconds. Yes, give me one. I want the cumin flavor. I don't really want to go down to eat today. At this time, Zhu Pengfei, who had been playing the game, suddenly took off his headset and looked at Zhang Mingyang and the two of them and asked, Old Zhang, what were you just talking about? I asked you if you want chicken, eat or order. Zhang Mingyang was a bit speechless. Is there any difference between eating and ordering this chicken? This. Zhu Pengfei suddenly froze. Doesn't one seem to exposed something? He then quickly said, I want a golden crispy chicken. As the words fell, Zhu Pengfei put on the headset and continued to conquer the game world. He shouldn't have understood what it meant. Yes. He must not have understood what it really meant. But the next second, Zhang Mingyang then directly slapped his thigh fiercely. Beautiful boss. Absolutely. Next to him, Wang Lei was confused and scratched the back of his head in confusion. This eating and ordering, isn't it the same thing? What are these two playing at? Why did he feel like he still didn't understand what it meant? Zhang Mingyang immediately waved his hand. Adults talk. Children don't interrupt. Wang Lei, what's going on? He then turned his gaze to Chu Yang. Old 3, do you know what it means? Chu Yang pondered a little for a few seconds, and immediately couldn't help but laugh. The difference between this eating and ordering is that one is really for eating, while the other is used for sleeping. Now, even if Wang Lei was slow to understand what it was, his expression was stimulated at once. His eyes looked at Zhang Mingyang and Zhu Pengfei, two people, oddly and laughed. You too? Not good to be honest. Zhang Mingyang picked his own bangs that drifted down on his forehead. Extremely pretentious, low-key, basic operation. Do not 6. Zhu Pengfei, on the other hand, laughed and didn't say anything else. Immediately after, Zhang Mingyang saw Chu Yang standing next to him. His eyes playfully looked at Chu Yang and laughed. Lao San, when it comes to this, my brother, I'm a veteran in this. Do you want me to teach you a few tricks? You teach me? Chu Yang gave Zhang Mingyang a faint look. Someone who doesn't even have a girlfriend is teaching me this? Zhang Mingyang. He suddenly felt like a dog walking on the side of the road that had somehow been kicked in the face. After that, Chu Yang smiled and sat down on his seat. This period of time with a few people in the dormitory really made him find the kind of days when he was in high school, when a group of boys nestled inside the dormitory and chatted all night long. Relax and speak freely. However, I just don't know. When the launch starts in a few days and my own identity is announced, how long can such days last? Chapter 117, A Simple Party Activity? A few days later, Chu Yang changed into the black suit he wore when he attended the launch before in his dormitory, but this time he didn't wear the Order of the State Scholar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao San, you're suddenly dressed so formally here. Are you going on a blind date? Zhang Mingyang curiously glanced at Chu Yang, who had changed into a suit. Most of the time Chu Yang inside the school was wearing simple casual clothes, and the last time he was seen tartly changing into a black suit was the last time attending a small event. Dress more formally. Chu Yang let out a light smile. Oh. Zhang Mingyang nodded casually and turned to ask, did senior schoolgirl Lin follow along? Right. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyang's eyes instantly lit up. Then are you guys not going back to the dormitory tonight? In thought for a few seconds, odds are, no. Last time, he didn't participate in the celebration banquet of CAS, and after this launch, he had to accompany 2 cups anyhow, coupled with the fact that although it was an internal launch event, there were still quite a few domestic and international media out on the scene, and the exposure of one's identity was a certainty. In order to avoid trouble, it was better not to go back to the dormitory at this time itself. Just let the bullets fly for a while. Zhang Mingyang laughed, put on an expression of a man who has been there and slowly said towards Chu Yang, it seems that tonight is another whole night of artillery fire. Ah, remember buddy a word. Wait if there are oysters and leeks and so on, eat a little bit more, and make up for it properly to avoid not having enough bullets at night. If you don't serve well here, if this goes on for a long time, the other Lin big schoolgirl will definitely have complaints. Xu Pengfei and Wan Lei also instantly laughed when they heard this. Old Zhang said it's no problem. I think it's fine. A few more black lines immediately appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. May I ask where you guys got the idea that I'm not very good? How can a man not work? But he didn't argue anything. Instead he walked over to the mirror on the balcony and straightened his sleeves slightly before turning to leave the dormitory. However, before leaving, he still smiled and looked back at Zhang Mingyang with a smile. Brothers, whatever news you get tonight, don't be too surprised. Zhang Mingyang, several people? What the hell are you screaming for? What are you screaming for? What do you mean we shouldn't be too surprised? Is it possible that your kid is participating in some kind of show-off event where I show my cards and stop pretending that I'm super rich? The crowd was a bit puzzled, but it didn't dare to think that Chu Yang was there to attend the internal conference of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This kind of launch, it was too lofty a distance from mortals like them. Don't even think about it. The entrance to the girls' dormitory. Lin Qingxue wore a fairy-like white princess dress today. After seeing Chu Yang, who had changed into a suit and slowly walked towards her side, his expression instantly became odd. Didn't you say it was just a simple party? Why did you change into a suit? Although the suited and booted Chu Yang looked like he had more of a special temperament than usual. But that's not the point. The point is that Chu Yang actually changed into a suit, and they are believe in his evil. Although carefully matched with a set of princess dress, makeup is also playful and cute outfit. However, it seems to be a bit out of place with Chu Yang's formal suit. Is this really a simple party? What's the problem? Chu Yang smiled. There, big problem. Lin Qingxue exclaimed. Is it okay if I go up now and change into another set of gowns down here? Because I usually participate in the activities that I participate in hosting at school. So she still had a few dresses inside her closet. No need. You're already beautiful like this. Chu Yang smiled and held Lin Qingxue's soft little hand. Besides, the special car that people picked us up in is already almost at the entrance of the school, and it's too late to have time to change. After saying that, Chu Yang's other hand rubbed Lin Qingxue's cute little head again and laughed. Believe me, tonight you'll definitely be the prettiest girl in the room, said I. Chu Yang also added later. My girl. Lin Qingxue's cheeks whooshed red, and after shyly glaring at Chu Yang, she directly opened her mouth and said, those are your words. I said. Chu Yang nodded slightly and was about to lead Lin Qingxue away. Wait. Lin Qingxue suddenly called out to Chu Yang again. What's wrong? Chu Yang looked up in confusion. Then he saw Lin Qingxue let go of his hand and quickly pose to him, carefully starting to straighten up Chu Yang's slightly wrinkled collar and cuffs. Finally, she also slightly undid the tie that Chu Yang was wearing, and carefully began to straighten up the tie that looked a little awkward for Chu Yang. Finally, after Chu Yang's tie was organized and served, she smiled with satisfaction, turned to hold Chu Yang's hand and looked at him with a guffaw and laughed. Even a tie can't be played well. You said that if you go out in the future without me, I'll see you do it this way. Chu Yang froze for a moment before he looked at Lin Qingxue and smiled. This is a false proposition. What pseudo-proposition? Because in the future, I'll be by your side all the time. In other words, when I go out in the future, how can I not have you by my side? Virtuous. Lin Qingxue smiled and blanked Chu Yang. Chu Yang laughed again. However, I'm curious. You're very skillful at tying bow ties. Secretly practiced? Not telling you. Lin Qingxue laughed quaintly. I'm not going to tell you. The last time I saw you wearing a suit to tie a bow tie is weird, so I watched the video of the tie behind me, and learned a little bit, so it's better to be prepared than to suffer. After saying that, Lin Qingxue smiled smugly again. See, isn't it being used now? Chu Yan laughed evilly. So, in fact, all along, you've always had me in your heart, right? Lin Qingxue's pretty face instantly reddened, and covering her ears, she quickly walked towards the front. Don't listen, don't listen. The Wang Bang recites scripture, all the way to the front of the school, because after waiting slightly for a few seconds, a black sedan slowly drove in front of the duo of Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue. There was also a pass hanging in the front of the window. After the vehicle is parked, an old acquaintance of the General Security Administration came down from the car, and after giving Chu Yang a respectful look, he opened the rear door and looked at the two of them and smiled. Mr. Chu, Miss Lin, get on the car. Hard work. Chu Yang nodded slightly before leading Lin Qingxue to sit inside the automobile. As for Lin Qingxue, who had followed Chu Yang to the back of the car, she had been in a state of confusion. Who am I and where am I? Although the car looks ordinary, but the pass hanging in the front, and the license plate number of Beijing A00009. Who dares to call this car ordinary when they see these two things? Is this, really, just a simple party event? Chapter 118, Chu Yang, Academician Chu? After getting on the car, Lin Qingxue clutched Chu Yang's hand tightly. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Chu Yang inclined his head to look at Lin Qingxue with concern. That's for sure. Lin Qingxue's little face went white. With that kind of show, who would dare to believe that this is a simple party? She then nervously looked up at Chu Yang and asked, Chu Yang, tell me honestly, what exactly are you participating in this time? Originally, she thought that she should almost be able to guess Chu Yang's identity, but only now did she realize. She thought that the probability was that it was only the third or fourth layer of Chu Yang, but she didn't expect that it was actually on the top layer. The license plate number of Beijing A00009A. There are only 8 people who can the owner of this car, if you look at the whole of China. And now, this car actually came over to pick up Chu Yang. What exactly is Chu Yang's identity? With a head full of doubts, Lin Qingxue didn't even dare to move while sitting in the car, and waited until the people from the General Security Administration drove the car to the Daiyoutai State Guest House. Get out of the car. After looking at the surrounding security personnel wearing black suits, as well as the various vehicles parked in front of the state guest house with license plate numbers that looked intimidating, as well as many domestic and foreign media vehicles, her entire heart hung straight up, and she didn't even dare to utter a breath. When she was almost walking into the state guest house, Lin Qingxue's inner curiosity finally overcame the nervousness in her body, and she sneakily came to Chu Yang's ear and asked, Chu Yang, what kind of party is it that you're taking me to today? State House, Special Kyoto A photo shoot. Even just now she had seen a few big names that only appeared inside the news channels, and wasn't the elegant middle-aged man with a full head of white hair, who had just passed by them, the spokesman Wang Bin, whose name was particularly hot on the internet. God, simple party? Wasn't the news sent out before? The internal conference of the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Chu Yang laughed. Then he looked at Lin Qingxue and warmly pacified. Don't be nervous, just listen to the lecture later. The corner of Lin Qingxue's mouth twitched. Simple lectures. That's pretty simple for your old man to say. Listening to the lecture, even the spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs came over. May I ask what level of lecture this is? But, now they have all been tricked by Chu Yang. Whatever the hell the party was himself, he had no choice but to go through with it. At the very least, he couldn't lose Chu Yang's face. Go Lin Qingxue, you're the best. Soon after, the DSS officer took the two men through the security check at the gate, and after writing his name on the register, he slowly walked towards the banquet hall on the top floor of the state guest house. Then, when she was almost at the entrance of the banquet hall, Lin Qingxue became a little weak in the legs. These old people she didn't recognize, but her dad's favorite thing to watch was the news, so she was familiar with some of the people in the news. That's a big leader of the General Administration of Science and Technology at the head, the kind that can reach the ears of heaven. Immediately after that big leader of the General Administration of Science and Technology, along with Wang Weiman, and some leaders of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, walked up to Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue. The leader of the General Administration of Science and Technology directly shook Chu Yang's hand. Little Chu Ah, long time no see. Chu Yang smiled and nodded, and after letting go of his hand, he took Lin Qingxue's hand and introduced himself to the few people in front of him. Administrator Zhang, Elder Wang, Elder Yi, and Elder Wu. Let me introduce you to you. This is my girlfriend, Lin Qingxue. After saying that, Chu Yang introduced Lin Xingxue again. This is Administrator Zhang of the General Administration of Science and Technology, and President Wang of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Academician Yi, and Academician Wu. Hearing Chu Yang's introduction, in an instant, Lin Xingxue's heart thumped wildly. Director of the General Administration of Science and Technology, Presidential Fellows of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. These are big men who are rare to see in the ordinary world. As a result, today she was given a one-time meeting. Come on, Lin Xingxue, you're the best. After forcing herself to do a wave of psychological construction, Lin Xingxue then smiled and looked up to start greeting a few people. Administrator Zhang, Elder Wang, Elder Yi, Elder Wu. How are you? Wang Weiman and a few others immediately smiled. Hello, hello, hello. Immediately afterward, Yi Jiangwo, who had previously worked with Chu Yang on the curvature drive device, looked at Lin Xingxue and smiled. Miss Lin, we've heard about your great name for a long time. I've heard a lot about you. Me? Lin Xingxue froze and looked at Chu Yang next to her with some confusion. What should I say to that? Immediately after that, Yi Jiangwo continued. When our academician Chu was at the research base before, he read your name every day, and in order to be able to see you earlier, he worked desperately day and night, and in the end, his body was exhausted. Academician Chu? Lin Xingxue was a bit nonplussed. She was also aware of some of the rules and systems in Huaxia. Without certain scientific achievements and research materials, you simply cannot be assessed as an academician. But now, Chu Yang is actually an academician? And what does it mean to be physically exhausted? However, there were still so many people around now, and she didn't want to get into trouble with Chu Yang at this time. Wait until the party is over. At this time, the administrator of the Science and Technology General Administration, who was standing on the other side, smiled. Well, since everyone has arrived, let's not stand at the entrance for now, and go inside the banquet hall first. A few people nodded along. Immediately afterward, Wang Weiman led the crowd inside the banquet hall. Unlike previous launches, because this was an internal launch about mutant crayfish, the people who came there were basically from within the WASC. As for the rest, it's the media agents of many foreign countries. Plus there's a sampling process when the time comes. So the banquet hall had been set up with a table for feasting. There are other DSS personnel inside making final preparations. But, when Chu Yang and Lin Xingxue followed Wang Weiman and a few others inside the banquet hall, it immediately caught the attention of some foreign media later in the ballroom. God, who is this boy and girl and why are they on the scene? Are these two young men too young to be researchers at WASC as well? To actually have Administrator Zhang as his companion? This young man is not simple. And among them there are also many foreign media people. Did not sound any words, just raise the hands of the camera. Quickly shoot down a few pictures of the crowd walking together. Some of the insiders at WASC were also a bit surprised. Chu Yang left it at that. Many people had seen Chu Yang before, as Chu Yang had appeared during the last Green Dragon ship release. Among the crowd of middle-aged people, he was just too young. So impressive. Only now. And who was this girl who appeared next to him? And there was actually the director of the General Administration of Science and Technology, Mr. Chung, accompanying him. That's too big of a rack. He's everywhere. Could it be one of the top two? Even at the moment, in the hearts of many of them who still didn't know Chu Yang's identity, they also didn't even think of Chu Yang as a researcher, or even an academician for that matter. Because, this is just appalling. Chapter 119, the good and the bad will always be the same. I will always love you. Soon the crowd arrived at a banquet table in the front row. Each chair also had each person's name in front of it. At the banquet table of Chu Yang and theirs, other than the two of them, Chu Yang and Lin Xingxue, it was the senior leaders of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as well as a few senior members of the General Administration of Science and Technology. Lin Xingxue was still a little nervous. She had been alive for almost 20 years. When had she ever attended such a scene? Even the grandest commencement ceremony for freshmen of the capital university that he and she had ever presided over seemed a bit small underneath a party of this caliber. After settling the two of them down, Wang Weiman smiled. You two sit down first. Later the chief will also come over to show his face. We still have to go to the door to welcome him. This time, Chu Yang's decision to show up was also the chief's decision to shoot down. Otherwise, the identity information of the top secret scientific researchers of the country concerned would never be published at such a time. Chief? Lin Xingxue's eyes directly froze. She had just thought that she had seen enough people, but she didn't realize that even the chief had shown up now. Who am I? Where am I? It wasn't the first time she'd inwardly voiced such a question. A party of this caliber. Is it really something that a little transparency like her can participate in? Lin Xingxue gently pinched Chu Yang's palm, her expression a little nervous. Chu Yang, I suddenly feel a little unreal. It's the same thing with the world's top luxury cars. There are some things that are not available at birth that may not be available in this life. And someone of Chief's caliber, Lin Xingxue also didn't think that she would actually be able to meet the Chief under such circumstances in her life. Then pinch yourself and see if it hurts. If it hurts, then it's very real. Chu Yang laughed. Lin Xingxue directly blanked him. It's not funny to make jokes like that at this time. Among the insiders of this launch, there were also quite a few people who knew Chu Yang. For example, Lu Chongqing, the Director of General Security, who was responsible for maintaining order at this launch, and some senior leaders of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. After seeing Chu Yang sitting on the seat, these people walked up to Chu Yang to greet him. No exaggeration. Chu Yang was definitely considered a rising star in the domestic scientific research field. The achievements that have been researched now have reached areas that many people have never touched in their lives. Not to mention the fact that Chu Yang had now become the main spokesperson for this launch. This has sent out a lot of signals. The top is going to vigorously promote Chu Yang. If you don't come to get acquainted at this time, when else do you have to wait to get acquainted? The county records have their names. The provincial chronicle has its glory. Ancestral Shrine C-Suite. The name appeared inside the exam questions of the political test or something. In front of Chu Yang's glittering aura. It may all seem slightly understated. Chu Yang's name. The future is absolutely to be recorded in the historical annals of China, and even the global scientific research community. In the future, if there was an opportunity to be able to participate in a research project led by Chu Yang, that's definitely a good thing. While Chu Yang was chatting and talking with these researchers who came over in an endless stream to strike up a conversation with him, on the other hand, he was also constantly introducing this kind of people to Lin Xingxue, who was standing next to him. Although Lin Xingxue was flustered, she nevertheless managed to force a smile to accompany Chu Yang, until after everyone has left. Lin Xingxue brought Chu Yang to the seat, and her expression inexplicably became a bit gloomy. She originally thought Chu Yang was even more powerful, but he was still the fire-like sun with a radiance that filled the sky. But now, everything has changed. He is more than the blazing sun of heaven. It was simply that God above the 9 heavens that one did not dare to look directly at. The senior leaders, who often appeared in TV images on weekdays, were warmly smiling and appreciative of Chu Yang, a Chinese Academy of Sciences academicians and professors, but also to him worship, and himself. He himself was nothing more than an ordinary sophomore at Kyoto University. Nothing but good looks. Those points on his own body were as weak as dust in Chu Yang's glittering points that filled his body. For a moment she wondered. One could not manage to look behind him even if one had spent half a lifetime chasing after him. The man before his own eyes. Far better than she had ever imagined. Excellent to the point that, confident as she was, when facing Chu Yang, she also inevitably had a few more feelings of inferiority. She was afraid that she was not good enough for Chu Yang. Fear that she was not good enough, not gentle and considerate enough, not witty and pretty enough, not worthy of all the tenderness and consideration that Chu Yang had for her. She knew all the bad things about herself, but Chu Yang seemed to be a beam of light, piercing and eye-catching. The light shines in all directions. Chu Yang keenly sensed that Lin Xingxue's mood was a bit low, and hurriedly asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Lin Xingxue looked up at Chu Yang, opened her mouth, and after hesitating for a few seconds, she then said somewhat with a sobbing tone, "What to do? Chu Yang, you are saying that you are too excellent. So excellent that I suddenly feel that I am somewhat unworthy of you. Cootie, what kind of words are you talking about?" Hearing this, Chu Yang instantly couldn't help but smile, gently holding Lin Xingxue's hand, soothingly saying, "There's no such thing as matching or not matching within a relationship. Don't think nonsense." After saying that, Chu Yang came back to Lin Xingxue's face and laughed badly. "Besides, just by virtue of this face of yours, it's enough for me to like it for the rest of my life." Lin Xingxue instantly stopped her slightly choked sobs. "So you just like this face of mine?" When she said that, she wanted to cry even more. "Then if I get old and unattractive in the future, will you not like me anymore? Are you thinking too much?" Chu Yang slowly laughed, and gently pinched Lin Xingxue's soft little hand again. "In my eyes, the current you is a little cute. Grow up a little bit more to be a big cute. When you get old you'll be an old cute, and when you die you'll be a cute dead." Chu Yang slowly said word by word, "In my eyes, you will always be lovely. It won't get fat and old. It won't take on the smoke and mirrors of always the same teenage girl." He remembered wearing a long floral dress and being youthful and pretty. After saying that, Chu Yang also didn't care what kind of venue it was now, and gently wrapped Lin Xingxue into his arms, gently comforting her. "Just know that the girl I like, who is gentle and generous, sunny and cheerful, kind and lovely, positive and enterprising, as well as reasonable and understanding, that person is you, and only you. You don't have to be anyone, just be yourself. Don't care if you're good enough or how bad you are. Strengths and weaknesses always go hand in hand, and I, forever, love you." Chapter 120, National Treasure Surrendered to the State. Lin Qingxue slowly climbed up from Chu Yang's chest, her eyes glittered with glittering starlight, and she asked curiously, "Then, what was it that they said before that you had exhausted your body before in order to see me earlier?" After saying that, Lin Qingxue opened her mouth again and asked, "Was that the last time you didn't reply to a message for 3 days?" Chu Yang nodded slightly. "Yes, last time, because I was too involved in research. I stayed up late and stayed up more, so I slept in the hospital for a few days, and it wasn't really too much of a problem." Chu Yang nervously glanced at Lin Qingxue. "I'm really sorry, I lied to you before." Humph. Lin Qingxue immediately snorted lightly and quickly pushed Chu Yang away. "In your eyes, am I such a careful person? If you had made your reasons clear to me at that time, wouldn't I have understood you?" She looked at Chu Yang with some annoyance again. "The body is your own. Even if you are conducting scientific research, you still have to pay attention to your own body. Don't rely on the fact that you're young to mess around." As she said that, Lin Qingxue added with heartache, "Those days must have been very hard. I can actually get so tired that I just pass out, just by casually thinking about it." One would know how hard the Chu Yang of that time worked on his research. Chu Yang explained, "I wanted to see you earlier at that time. That doesn't work either." Lin Qingxue immediately gave him an angry look. "No matter what time it is, you have to pay attention to your body as well." Immediately after, Lin Qingxue beamed again and pouted, "I'm just inside the school. It's not like I'm going to leave." Hearing this, Chu Yang smiled. "So, you're not angry because I lied to you?" "A little." Lin Qingxue skimmed her mouth and continued, "You're not allowed to lie to me again in the future. And, surely, you can't make fun of your own body anymore. Do you hear me?" Chu Yang gave Lin Qingxue an odd look in his eyes, then suddenly he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Qingxue was a bit puzzled. "What are you laughing at all of a sudden?" Chu Yang slowly said, "It's just that when I looked at the way you were lecturing, I suddenly thought of how I would look after we got married in the future. The look of the kid in the family who makes a mistake and sits in front of you with his head hanging down waiting for a lecture while I get high on the sidewalk. This scene is quite exciting to think about." Lin Qingxue's pretty face instantly blushed. "Who promised to have a child with you? If you do it yourself, go. That won't work." How do you get seeds to germinate without land?" The clock is ticking. The attendees in the ballroom were also basically gradually in place. The last one to come in was the old man, Wang Weiman, together with the director of the General Administration of Science and Technology, accompanied him. After he entered the door, reporters from various news media raised their cameras and began to frantically shoot up, and the old man had long been familiar with such scenes. After a slight pause at the doorway and waiting for everyone to finish filming, they were guided by Wang Weiman and slowly walked in front of where Chu Yang and the others were sitting. Chu Yang immediately stood up quickly. "Chief, little Chu no need to be formal." The old man smiled amiably. "This is your home ground today, and I'm here to accompany you." "You are joking." Chu Yang hurriedly owed himself a smile. The old man controls the fate of this country of China. What kind of occasion would he dare to accompany? The old man looked at Lin Qingxue next to Chu Yang again. "This is your girlfriend, right?" Lin Qingxue's face was flushed red, and after shrinking her neck nervously, she slightly hid behind Chu Yang a little bit before she borrowed some courage to look up at the old man and smiled. "Chief, good." The old man quickly smiled and said, Hello. With that, he looked at Chu Yang again and said, Xiao Lin is a good girl. You should hold on tight." "Ha, definitely." Chu Yang nodded his head repeatedly. Seeing this, the old man looked up at Lin Qingxue again and smiled. "Xiao Lin after today, Xiao Chu after the burden on the body to be aggravated again. Also hope that you can understand more understanding. This matter, is the country cannot afford you." Lin Qingxue showed some composure this time, and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, after handing him over to the state, he's our family's national treasure, and I'll definitely treat the national treasure well." Ha. In an instant, the crowd present burst into laughter. Lin Qingxue, on the other hand, secretly hid next to Chu Yang and spat her tongue out at him in a quirky manner. In the past, perhaps she didn't know enough about Chu Yang's identity, but now, gradually, she understood. There can be countless Lin Qingxue in China, but Huaxia, there will only be one Chu Yang. She could still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater, and seeing this scene, many of the media people present instantly sat back. Who the hell is this boy? Many of them are foreign media people though, but it is also aware of the old man's identity. Those who could speak to this old man could not be idle. My God, it's actually the chief himself who receives him. This boy has so much face. Who the hell is this boy? Has there been such a person within China before? Hurry up and take more pictures, and make sure you investigate the identity of the boy and girl. For a moment, the entire banquet hall then gradually became darker and darker. The media reporters who traveled to and from China from various countries, but they came over this time, Everyone, to a greater or lesser extent, carries some other task on their backs, and on Chu Yang's side, after a few moments of small talk, the old man just left. An occasion like this, all he had to do was come over and show his face and it was considered grand. Finally, Kyoto time, 8 p.m. Sharp, after all the people came together, the launch event was considered to have officially begun. At the speaker's podium at the front of the ballroom, first on stage was Wang Bin, who had a full head of white hair, the image of elegance once on stage. Immediately various flashing lights began to flash. Hello everyone, I am Wang Bin, spokesman for the Foreign Affairs Department and the host of this conference. Welcome to all of you who have traveled a long way to attend the launch of our latest genetically modified lobster researched by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This launch process, first of all, it will be our youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Academician Chu Yang Chu, who will introduce to you some of the research history and concepts of our genetically modified lobster and so on. At the end of the presentation, we will invite everyone to taste how the genetically modified lobster researched by our Chinese Academy of Sciences tastes. Wang Bin's statement was simple. Finally, he turned his gaze to Chu Yang, who was seated on the seat, and slowly smiled. Next, please invite Academician Chu to come up to the stage and give us an explanation. The words came out. The various foreign media spokespersons who were still a bit agitated on stage immediately froze. Even if the Chinese Academy of Sciences had previously issued a notice before that it was genetically modified food, they absolutely did not believe it. Have you ever seen food break through a steel plate? But now, you're actually going to let us taste it directly later? Is it really not a biochemical weapon? Chapter 121 3 Years of Hard Research? The crowd of foreign media people on stage began to whisper. What's the situation? China is actually really just working on genetically modified food? Shady, absolutely shady. This is definitely a tactic by the Chinese to cajole us. How can a creature like that be for eating? Can that stuff really be used for food? Of course, on top of that, there were quite a few people from some of the domestic media who started to get curious. Academician Chu, the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Who is this person? How come I've never heard of him? Do we seem to have dug up big news this time? I do wonder who this youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is. As he spoke, everyone began to look for the youngest member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Wang Bin's mouth. And Chu Yang, who was sitting in the first row, after gently patting Lin Qingshua's palm, he slowly smiled. Sit over here for a little while, I'll be down soon. Lin Qingshua's face stagnated. Soon her pupils contracted violently. There were just so many people she had just seen that she had missed quite a bit of information. Now she had a sudden flashback. Yeah, Chu fellow. Just now, she had heard those people calling Chu Yang an academician. After watching Lin Qingxua nod her head, still somewhat confused, Chu Yang immediately smiled and stood up from the seat he was sitting in, slowly walking towards the top of the speaking platform. In the next second, the people present all turned their gazes to Chu Yang. My God, what is this young man standing up for? My goodness, this boy is the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Isn't that a little too young? Ha 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 ha. Is Huaxia unable to find anyone? Actually found a child to come up and speak. And the youngest academician. Isn't that hilarious? Many foreign media started talking about it. There were also quite a few mixed in with some of the intelligence agency personnel whose faces tightened, their eyes full of surprise. They're all from the intelligence agencies of various countries. Taking this opportunity to blend in was to probe for some information on the mutant crayfish. But unexpectedly, before the information on the mutated crayfish could be dug up, Chu Yang's information was dug up first. To know, some of the files concerning Chu Yang could have appeared in more than just the pretty country's intelligence agencies. Within the intelligence agencies of other countries, Chu Yang's name was also listed. It was only in the way of the last leaked list of spies. With the wave of overseas intelligence personnel sweep conducted by the Chinese General Security Administration, the overseas intelligence personnel of many of their countries that existed in China had also gone silent, and it was simply too late to investigate Chu Yang's identity. But now, he actually jumped right out and faced the crowd. This hand operation directly confused them a bit. If Chu Yang's is indeed a classified scientific researcher, at his level, shouldn't his identity be strictly confidential? Some have even started brainstorming. Was this a smokescreen released by the upper echelons of China? And was Chu Yang merely a pawn used by the upper echelons of China to confuse the public? In order to protect the real researchers behind the scenes, Chu Yang took one step at a time and walked up to the speaker's podium. There was always a faint wisp of a smile on his face, no stage fright or panic, and a perpetual glint of calm and confidence in his eyes. Take a look around. After clearing his throat, Chu Yang began his introduction in a low voice. Fellow members of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, leaders, and journalists and friends from the media, good evening to you all. My name is Chu Yang. Xu Yang's calm voice reached the ears of the crowd through the microphone in front of him. Under the sweep of his confident gaze, the crowd, which had just been murmuring, fell silent. What's more, even the breathing was put on a calmer note. If many of them were still questioning Xu Yang's age just now, but along with Xu Yang's ascension to the stage, all doubts just instantly dissipated. A young man who can be so calm and collected at such an age and on such an occasion is a rare sight in the world. He was just simply standing there, and he was able to attract the attention of countless people. It's like a natural-born protagonist. Without the slightest hesitation, Xu Yang then directly faced the crowd and slowly introduced them. Next I will introduce you all to the latest genetically modified food product researched by our Chinese Academy of Sciences, the first generation genetically modified crayfish. Xu Yang's figure turned slightly, holding a PPT remote control in his hand and quickly pressed it a few times. A picture of the mutated crayfish immediately appeared on the screen projected over behind him. With its hideous face, large and powerful pincers, and huge size, it looked like a small monster. See this scene. Many researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences on the stage had gotten together and discussed in low voices. The overseas media reporters on the other side were even more shocked. Oh God, what kind of monster is this? The Chinese actually said that this monster was researched to be used for eating? This is like a biochemical weapon. Definitely a biochemical weapon. After all, this was the first time they had seen such an odd lobster. Xu Yang took over the introduction with a smile. The genetically modified crayfish researched by the Chinese Academy of Sciences is a brand new variety that was researched under my leadership over a period of 3 years in the genome of the crayfish itself, with the addition of some other relevant biological genes, and after tens of thousands of genetic experiments and trial and error, which I'll refer to as the No.1 mutant lobster for the time being, compared to ordinary crayfish, our No.1 mutant lobster, which has received a massive boost in meat quality and has characteristics such as a short growth cycle and fast reproduction speed, and contains quite a lot of nutrients needed by the human body itself. Our scientific studies have shown that after long-term consumption of that crayfish, certain health effects can be achieved. Off stage, Wang Weiman and Lin Qingxue they all sat at a banquet table, listening to what Xu Yang said on the stage. Even though the current occasion was particularly serious, Wang Weiman, as one of the few who were in the know, instantly couldn't help but laugh after sneaking a glance at Lin Qingxue across the room, who seemed to be unaware of the situation. 3 years of hard research? How can you say that? Not to mention 3 years, not even 3 weeks, okay? Lin Qingxue, on the other hand, blinked curiously. Although Xu Yang hadn't specifically introduced him to what exactly he had done within these 3 years, she also didn't believe at all that Xu Yang was as a simple computer-based scientific researcher. But maybe it's intuition as a woman. She always felt that there was something not quite right about what Xu Yang said on stage. Has he really been studying these mutant lobsters for 3 years? Chapter 122, My Rules are Rules. Finally, along with the end of Xu Yang's speech, it soon came to the reporters' question session. A group of overseas media personnel came together in front of Xu Yang. The first to ask a question was a media reporter sent by the domestic media of a beautiful country. She raised the microphone in her hand and started to ask Xu Yang in fluent English. After listening to the woman's question, Xu Yang smiled slightly and spoke with a bland expression. I'm sorry, please ask your question in a different way. I think you should be able to speak good Chinese. You are welcome to ask questions directly in over Chinese next time. In Chinese, I prefer to answer. In Chinese, questions asked in Chinese. After saying that, Xu Yang didn't pay attention to that reporter who asked a question, and turned his head to the other side. The other media reporters who asked questions. Next question. This dude is bossy. Well said. In China, questions should be asked in Chinese. I don't know why. Somehow it feels good. Looking at Xu Yang directly ignoring the reporter from the pretty country who asked questions in English. Some of the domestic media reporters present immediately had a more than a touch of pained expression in their eyes. In China, questions should have been asked in Chinese. Wang Weiman and their table, some of the older leaders of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as well as some of the senior management of the Science and Technology Department, also had a few more smiles on their faces. Wang Weiman even didn't mince words in praising Xu Yang. This little guy, not bad at all. Very good. As for the other side, standing next to the gentle Wang Bin, a faint smile gradually grew on his face. He also knew a little bit about Xu Yang's information. This is a direct answer to a reporter from a beautiful country. If this little guy does not go to do scientific research, come over to their foreign affairs department to engage in diplomacy, that is also absolutely a good handoff. Raise the prestige of our Chinese nation. Nice work. As for the fact that Xu Yang behaving in such a manner might make certain people feel arrogant, even excessive and disrespectful, he didn't think so. Though, respect is supposed to be mutual. Since you have come to China, you have to speak Chinese, and if you can't even speak Chinese, then don't come before it's too late. It's not 100 years ago. Now the Wahini, My rules, our rules, and those other reporters who wanted to ask questions. After hearing such a domineering answer from Chu Yang, after thinking for a long time, a reporter from another country immediately picked up the microphone in his hand and started asking questions towards Chu Yang in not too skillful Chinese. Academician Chu, I'm a reporter from England's National Taiwusher newspaper. I'm very curious about how you came up with the idea of researching on genetically modified organisms, GMOs, at your age. Most of them should be during their university studies. Right, and you, why are you so good at it? Hear this question. After Chu Yang smiled faintly, he directly replied with a bland look. I don't think I'm very good. My ability in China is only at a medium level. There are many people who are better than me, and I'm only slightly luckier than the others. As for why research on GMOs, when he said here, Chu Yang's voice paused slightly for a few seconds, and after his gaze lingered on Lin Qingshua's body on the stage for a few seconds, he then smiled with a few doting smiles and said, the original intention of my research on the one Newton lobster was just to make my girlfriend a little bit more comfortable when eating crayfish, because one time when I went out to eat lobster with her, she said that if the meat of the crayfish was a little bit more meat would be good, and from that, the current one Newton lobster came into being. So half of the honor of my being able to have such a research result belongs to my girlfriend. Man, is this the kind of romance that belongs to a researcher? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? This Nima is also able to spread dog food? Why does it feel so romantic? Is this an official announcement in front of the whole country? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's sour. It's sour. The corners of the mouths of some of the domestic media reporters in the arena twitched. They are not responsible for asking questions. They are only responsible for recording some important moments of the launch and then just post them when the time comes. However, after hearing Chu Yang's words, he still couldn't help but spit them out. Even, they had already thought of what kind of comments would be sent out by the group of netizens who were eating the melon when they waited for the conference to end and when they posted Chu Yang's remarks on the internet. Tricked the dog in? Excessive. And at the banquet table, Lin Qingshua's cheeks that were mentioned by Chu Yang even whooshed and flushed. But by the time she reacted, the expression on her face was instantly odd. 3 years of painstaking research? Who are you fooling? She remembered that the last time she said this to Chu Yang was more than a week ago it seems. Hoping you said 3 years of hard research. Is it actually a week? Make it up. You just keep making it up. Speaker's podium. Immediately after this question, the media from the pretty country started to grab the first question. This time, he used fluent Chinese and asked Chu Yang, Academician Chu, I'm a reporter from a beautiful country's epic-making newspaper. I'd like to ask if the one Newton lobster that you mentioned is really only used to carry out usage research? If it's just for use, why is it that the video we saw earlier on the internet showed you guys creating Newton lobsters with the power to break transportation truck boxes made of steel? Such power. Do you think it's really something an ordinary creature can possess? May I ask if you are in the process of creating a biological weapon unknown to mankind? Having already violated the provisions of the International Convention on the Prohibition of Biological Weapons? And is this manufactured biological weapon a secret weapon that can be used in the future, when China's global hegemony is at stake? The reporter from the delineated newspaper was particularly sharp in his questioning. Even the sentences are barbed, and carries a number of traps. After hearing that, Wang Bin, who was the most perceptive about diplomacy, was instantly startled in his heart. That's a question if you can't answer it well. It will be an international controversy. But the next moment, Chu Yang's reply immediately made him laugh again. Chu Yang just coldly glanced at the reporter of that epical newspaper and said decisively, First of all, Huaxia has never had the ambition to compete for world domination. Huaxia's goal has never been to compete for world domination, not to mention surpassing certain countries, but rather, to continually transcend itself and become a better Huaxia. As for violating the Biological Weapons Convention, as far as I know, the pretty country itself has quite a bit of biomilitary activity. I would also like to know what has been done at the largest Headley Cobalt biological research site in the pretty country, as well as at the more than 300 biological laboratories outside the country. And is it attached to the provisions of the Biological Weapons Convention? I remember that 20 years ago, the pretty country exclusively rejected the international community's documented treaty on the establishment of a multilateral verification mechanism and the Convention on the Prohibition of Biological Weapons. If you're not breaking the rules, and why would there be an exclusive rejection of a multilateral verification mechanism? Chapter 123, Lin Qingxue, how tonic can this lobster be? The moment Chu Yang's words came out, for a moment, the room was silent. Wang Weimin and the Ministry of Science and Technology of several senior leaders' face that smile cannot hide. This kid or too young. What words dare to say outside? Although it sounded as if he was saying that Chu Yang was too young and talking nonsense. But there was a smug look in his eyes. The beautiful country has been internationally criticized for its problems in this area. so its own politicians have largely avoided the issue. I didn't expect a launch over here. The reporter from the pretty country used the biological weapon gimmick to question Chu Yang, only to have Chu Yang turn the tables on him. Aren't you guys great? That's it? That's it? Wang Bin's gaze towards Chu Yang became even more and more appreciative. Such a good seed. How nice to do diplomacy. Of course, although admiration was admiration, Chu Yang's achievements in the field of scientific research overshadowed his talent in diplomacy, or else, by the end of today's briefing, he'll have to scoop up people at the Foreign Office. The reporter from the pretty country was also somewhat dumbfounded by Chu Yang's words. That's not what the script says, is it? I'm the one who asked you the question. How come? By now, you've turned the tables on me? No questions? Chu Yang gave this reporter a smiling look, then he turned his gaze to the others around him. Next, in an instant, some reporters from other countries came to Chu Yang and started asking questions. As for the reporter from the pretty country, it's just a defeated dog. No one wants to hitch a ride anymore. It's no less true that they're all professionally trained and probably coy when it comes to domestic interviews. When they arrived in China, one of them was particularly sharp with his words. It seemed that they all wanted to ask Chu Yang about some of the research process of the mutant crayfish from his mouth, as well as subtly mentioning the role of the mutant crayfish in biological weapons. Just waiting for Chu Yang to make a slip of the tongue so they can slam China's scientific research on mutant crayfish in the media. However, there is a precedent for pretty country journalists. Rather, no one dared to say so bluntly that Chu Yang was studying the topic of biological weapons. After all, not many countries have clean asses when it comes to this sort of thing, and the answer Chu Yang gave was also very uniform. It's the research used for food that has some health benefits. As for the rest, no comment. If you have to ask, then I'm sorry. I'll just reject your answer. If there are still questions, then you'll hold your tongue. As for the aggravation, then you'll suffer for it. Xia will never be the same again. It could be said that this interview, Chu Yang's performance on the speaker's platform alone had shown a big face to Xia. Fully told these overseas media people who want to make small moves behind the scenes. What is meant by is the majesty of a great nation. Soon, when Chu Yang's introduction and the questions from the foreign media ended, it was then the turn of the live sampling session. After some introductory remarks by Wang Bin, from the big door on the other side of the banquet hall, a chef pushing a food cart came in. On each food truck, it carries dishes made from the meat of mutant crayfish. Made from the meat of mutant crayfish. These include steamed mutant lobster, garlic mutant crawfish, and peppered shrimp tails. After seeing that huge head of crawfish on the table, some of the overseas media reporters instantly froze, not knowing how to move their chopsticks for a moment. Although it is said that the cooked mutant crayfish shell color is also red, but they are so hideous that some journalists with a weaker mental capacity can't even get their mouths around them. But a burst of fresh scent coming from the mutant lobster made them unable to resist some appetite. After doing a few mental struggles, soon everyone started moving their chopsticks. Even some people don't even chew, directly swallowed in one gulp, swallowing the shrimp meat into their stomachs in one big gulp. Chu Yang and their table also came up with some mutated lobster meat. The people sitting at their table were basically aware of the efficacy of the mutated lobster meat, and after seeing the food served, a few more rays of sizzling light appeared in their eyes. This stuff is now a pilot special for the War Department. It's only today that I have a chance to be able to eat like one. Lin Qingxue quietly came to Chu Yang's ear, and after glancing at the lobster meat that was served in front of her, she teasingly laughed. Is this the result of your hard work of researching for 3 years before you researched it? With a calm face, Chu Yang shrugged and smiled. What's the problem? Immediately afterward he then went on to laugh. We call this strategic lulling. If it really blew up that he had created genetically modified mutant crayfish after just a week or so of research, those foreign biological laboratories that are also researching the bugs must have exploded? Fooling around. Lin Qingxue helplessly rolled her eyes towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang directly moved chopsticks to Lin Qingxue clip a small piece of cut, mutant lobster shrimp tail meat. Then in her ear slowly said, tonight we are estimated to be unable to go back to school. The health effect of this lobster is more than enough. You try the flavor can be. Night hungry. We go to eat some snacks at night. This stuff works, and it's really powerful. It's barely manageable if you eat it all by yourself. But in case Lin Qingxue ate too much too, this is going to be a tough night to get through tonight. Is it really that amazing? Lin Qingxue was a bit disbelieving. Perhaps he had gotten used to going out with Chu Yang to get a room to rest. Now at the mention of not going back to school at night, Lin Qingxue didn't act too nervous or shy. She's kind of grown up with an ear for things like healthcare. Even if it was researched by Chu Yang, it did have a healthcare effect. How strong could this effect be? And, isn't having health benefits good for the body? Why would you want to eat less? Again, does this have anything to do with them not staying back at school tonight? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. If you don't believe me, you can eat more. But, consequences are your own. then I'll eat more. Lin Qingxue smiled cheekily. The health effects are even stronger. It's just a nosebleed if you've eaten it. What could go wrong? Said Lin Qingxue. That little mouth was a big bite. The look is still smug. Chu Yang directly dropped the lobster in his hand in shock. It's over barbecue. It's a long night tonight. Wang Weiman and the rest of them were eating joyfully one by one, even as if they were afraid of not having enough. You and I were frantically pinching the usual lobster meat on the table with one chopstick in the other. Only Chu Yang, sitting quietly in place, also had a token shallow taste of a few mouthfuls. Wang Weiman glanced at Lin Qingxue, who was gorging on meat next to him, and then glanced at Chu Yang, who was somewhat afraid to move his chopsticks next to him, and asked suspiciously, Xiao Chu, why don't you eat more? This stuff is very tonic. Chu Yang smiled awkwardly. That what? I'm just afraid that it's too complimentary. These bad old men. They're bad. The words came out. A few people. Wang Weiman first froze for a moment, and then immediately looked at Lin Qingxue, who was next to him, who was a bit unsure, and laughed maniacally. Lin Qingxue, what are you laughing at? Just feel mysterious. Chapter 124 Wheat Juice Drink. The dinner is over. A group of WASP researchers then left. Several media reporters from within WASIA also rushed back to their offices, ready to write publicity articles overnight. As for some overseas journalists, they were all quick to leave the conference site and go back to their own country's embassies to rest. A few journalists, after going out, started to call and contact the driver. The samples got it. Drive us away right away. However, it was not long after their call had just been made. The driver hadn't even driven out of the parking space yet, when a group of personnel from the General Security Department suddenly stopped in front of these reporters. Friends, it's really too late in the night tonight, and driving back so late, I'm afraid that you'll encounter something unsafe on the road. So tonight, it's better to ask all of you to rest right here in our state guest house. These reporters coincidentally sank their expressions, followed by a smile. There's no need to be so polite. The territory of China is still safe and secure. We still have things to do in our own countries. We have to go back tonight to catch up on our articles. After all, we are all in the news business. First-hand information is still very precious. No. The captain at the head of the General Security Department immediately smiled. We in China have always been a state of etiquette. We must treat our friends well when they come from afar. So please make sure you have a good night's rest here, and get refreshed before you set off. Or not. A reporter from the pretty country instantly grimaced. For one night? That's a nice thought for you. If they stayed all night, they would have digested everything they had eaten tonight. How can I go back to work? It's better to stay for a night. The captain of the General Security Department laughed, and then directly winked at his teammates next to him. You guys, why don't you have any eyesight at all? Why don't you send our honored guests back to rest? After that, he was ready to turn around and leave. However, before taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back again, and after looking at these overseas reporters, he directly smiled towards these team members and said, You guys must be in good spirits, so that our honored guests must have a good rest tonight, and head for not letting idle people enter at will, or else, if you catch them, they will be dealt with directly in accordance with the crime of espionage. After saying this, he then turned around and left with a beautiful smile. In a hurry to get back? That's a definite no-no. Tonight, you all stay at the state guest house, and don't even think about leaving China until you pull out what you've eaten. Think of this. His mind immediately recalled the task Lu Changqing had assigned him at noon today. Tonight, no matter what, you can't let any of the overseas journalists who have eaten the mutant lobster meat leave. Let them consume their food, and then leave again. As far as he knew, this mission was still a key account of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Said it was to prevent them from taking biological samples of mutant lobsters, except for the digested ones, even cooked meat. It would also be very easy to check out the genetic sequences in them, so the WASC is still the WASC. This wave of detail, it's just too fine. Above the net, the launch was over in less than half an hour. A press release sent out by the General Administration of Propaganda of Huaxia just directly dominated the entire network. Launch, front view of the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. 3 years of research, 1 day to sheath the blade. The latest research data on GMOs and whack. At first, these news stories still don't get much attention. After all, in today's society, things in the entertainment industry can be quite a bit hotter than in the research world. But in conjunction with the scarf, coupled with the exposure of Chu Yang's frontal photo, in an instant, these related reports immediately caught fire, especially underneath a report that introduced Chu Yang's identity. All sorts of comments came out. Good lord, a CAS academician under the age of 20, is he really that good? IP source, Xiangnan, it can't be anyone's children coming down to gild the lily. Academicians under the age of 20, it's just too much bull *******. IP, pretty country. Above the stupid. You have seen which gold-plated is so plated. Chinese Academy of Sciences Academician. Ah, you think it is a cabbage in the market? IP address, Kyoto. Crying. Someone else is 20 years old. Become a senior member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And my 20 years old. Ignoring the risks, continue to install. IP address, location. Up there. Why is your IP address unknown? I blew a big groove. This buddy I've seen. Ah, is not the last time that what Star Fans Network stormed that young man. Did not think that actually is the Chinese Academy of Sciences academician. This wave, that star can rest in peace. The death is not wrong. Ah, and that's just the beginning. Along with that, more and more people knew about Chu Yang's existence. This side of the news is like a depth charge. It directly sparked the entire internet. Chu Yang's side. Wang Weimin and the others sent Chu Yang to the entrance of the state guest house. After watching Chu Yang and Lin Xingxue get into the General Security Department's car, Wang Weimin then said with a bad smile, "Little Chu Ah, tonight, I'll trouble you guys to go to another state guest house to rest. After all, this side may not be quite complete tonight." After he finished speaking, he also deliberately added, "Don't worry, the soundproofing of the state guest houses are all quite good, so it won't disturb your rest." What it means in other words is, at night, you can build whatever you want. No one else will be disturbed. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. You're almost 80 or 90 years old. Why are you still so old and shy? And not much more. I know. You guys go back and have an early rest as well. Then we'll leave first. After smiling back, Chu Yang closed the car door and let the people from the Security General Administration Department take charge of driving. Lin Xingxue's face was slightly flushed. The body is also a little hot, but the consciousness is still very clear. After all, this thing is also healthcare effect. Eat more than just a little bit of complimentary. Not much other effect. Lin Xingxue looked at Chu Yang curiously and asked, "Where are we going now?" "Find a place to rest." Chu Yang smiled. Then he looked at Lin Xingxue and asked, "How do you feel?" "How about what?" Lin Xingxue queried. "Mutant crawfish." "This ah." Lin Xingxue smiled with intent. "It tastes pretty good. Better than all the lobsters I've eaten before. I just feel a little hot after eating it. I don't know why." Immediately after that, she looked at Chu Yang and said, "When we get to the hotel later, I want to drink something chilled. It's too hot." "Yes." Chu Yang nodded. "What do you want to drink?" "I'll go buy it for you later." Lin Xingxue pondered for a few seconds and suddenly laughed. "Wheat juice drink. Chu Yang? On the market. Is this drink still available?" Chapter 125, The Dean is my roommate? Inside the car, looking at Chu Yang's dumbfounded look, Lin Xingxue instantly couldn't help but laugh. "Silly or not, wheat juice drink is beer ah." Lin Xingxue looked at Chu Yang again and continued, "Forget it. It looks like it's been disconnected from the internet for many years. I won't tease you." After the words fell out of her mouth, Lin Xingxue began to wave her white palms and kept on starting to fan herself, and she also kept on muttering under her breath, "It's so hot, so hot." Looking at Lin Xingxue's action, Chu Yang instantly couldn't help but smile. "Isn't it feeling energetic now? I've already told you that this stuff is quite complimentary. Just try the flavor." "Who knew it was so complimentary?" Lin Xingxue pouted and looked at Chu Yang. "I thought about feeling so hot and clammy all over. When I go to the hotel, I'll definitely take a good cold shower." This weather was already still a bit muggy, plus this mutated crayfish that Chu Yang had gotten out. I don't know if it's psychological or if it's really that amazing, but the feeling after eating it, it feels like my whole body is sizzling, as if I'd burst a furnace. Right now, she just felt like she had an inexhaustible amount of strength in her body, and she just wanted to find a place to let it out. Seeing this, Chu Yang immediately spoke. "These are all normal. Eat a few more times and you'll get used to it." After knowing that the mutant crayfish had the effect of enhancing that aspect, he took another good look at its principles. Even drew a tube of my own blood for the experiment. Facts. While it's true that eating mutant lobster meat has some enhanced ability in that area, it's all a side effect of its other utility on its own. The effect of mutant lobster meat is to increase the whole body. It's just that certain aspects of the human body are inherently more sensitive, which is why it feels like it has an enhanced effect in that area. Wait until you get used to eating mutant lobster meat. Physical fitness slowly improves. There will be no discomfort once your tolerance for this aspect is improved, and the enhancement effect, too, will continue to decay. The first serving gives the best results. Subsequently, as the human body's genes continue to be strengthened, the genetic strengthening effect brought about by the mutant lobster will become weaker and weaker. Lin Xingxue grunted and didn't say anything more, snuggling in Chu Yang's arms and honestly swiping her cell phone. However, when she clicked on the scarf, Looking at the scarf hot search list, has dominated the list of Chu Yang, the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the latest research of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and so on all kinds of, and with Chu Yang and the Chinese Academy of Sciences related to the words and phrases. Lin Xingxue, the whole person is a little unsettled. After casually clicking on the word Chu Yang, some personal facts about Chu Yang quickly appeared before her eyes. For example, where did you go to elementary school, middle school, and where did you go to high school? As well as the time period in which he was specially recruited as a researcher by the WASC and eventually researched genetically modified mutant crayfish and became a member of the WASC. There are countless comments of all kinds below, with the hottest one being the top one. Is this what it means to be born with something? What the hell is this bull asterisk 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 asterisk? How did we get this bunch of losers? It's not rigorous, dog's head, dog's head. And below that comment, there were all sorts of replies. +1. I might just come to Earth to make up the numbers. Joke, without us losers, how can we set off the emergence of the elite, dog's head, brother Meng? I directly crack I put all the news about this big brother have brushed once. The results of people in high school began to talk about his girlfriend, actually become an academician. I'm damn almost 24 or maternal single, so is there a possibility that you didn't become an academician because you were missing a girlfriend? Then why don't you say that people have the ability to become academicians so they dare to fall in love in high school? Note, the news report justified the research by saying that it was started 3 years ago when a girlfriend wanted to eat crawfish. I'm solid. This dude must be a traveler. +1. I feel like I'm just an NPC. I'm there to make up the head count for the game. Brother Mo upstairs, stop zoning out. Okay, you guys aren't trying to tell me that I'm having such a miserable time in the virtual world. 2. After seeing these comments, Lin Xingxue instantly couldn't help but giggle in Chu Yang's arms. Chu Yang. Look at it. The netizens' comments are just too funny. Yes? Chu Yang slightly raised his eyebrows and came over to Lin Xingxue's side, taking her cell phone and quietly looking at the comments. And on the other side, inside the boys' dormitory at Kyoto University, Zhang Mingyang just came out from the toilet next to the balcony after the toilet, wearing big pants, scratching the buttocks after looking at the content of the phone on the scarf pushed over. Instantly cannot help but exclaimed, asterisk. Brothers, out of the big thing. What's the matter? Wang Lei, who was quietly leaning on the bed listening to a song and reading a novel, lowered his head and looked at Zhang Mingyang with a bad smile. You didn't pick through the paper after you took, did you? Go. Zhang Mingyang immediately rolled his eyes at Wang Lei. At this point, Zhu Pengfei, whose computer screen went black, took off his headset and looked at Zhang Mingyang and asked, Old Zhang, what did you say? What's the big deal? Zhang Mingyang immediately raised his cell phone toward the two, said, you quickly on the neck to see Lao San powerful big hair. Wang Lei was puzzled for a few seconds. Netflixed again? Netflix my ass. Look, Zhang Mingyang said anxiously, seeing his appearance. It does not look like a joke. Wang Lei and Zhu Pengfei, two people, immediately picked up their own cell phones, clicked on the scarf interface, looking at the various information about Chu Yang flying all over the place above. Several people were instantly dumbfounded. Crap, this is our dormitory's oldest? Asterisk. This is really false. This world is not too metaphysical a little bit. My college roommate damn actually academician? Asterisk. Brother Meng, quickly confirm, if this is really Lao San. This awesome I can blow a lifetime. It was Zhang Mingyang who said the last sentence. What a wasp. It's a big one. There are no more than 200 surviving academicians combined. And Chu Yang was still so young. Simply awesome and badass. Okay. Inside the hotel room. Just after walking inside the room, Lin Xingxue directly laid down on the bed and began to prepare to undress. It's really too hot after this meal. Hurry up. Turn the air conditioner down a bit. Good. Chu Yang nodded slightly. In the next second, after he turned his head, he saw that Lin Xingxue's clothes had been thrown to the ground. Chapter 126, not to take advantage of you, mainly to save water resources. This. Seeing this scene, the corners of Chu Yang's mouth instantly couldn't help but twitch. Can you imagine? A beautiful young girl with a top-notch figure and a flushed face has removed her clothes in front of you and is looking your way with eyes full of water. Who's going to be able to stand up to this nigga? Next moment, Chu Yang then felt the blood in his body begin to gush. Cough. After dryly coughing a few times, Chu Yang immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice somewhat trembling. Do you know, you're tempting people to commit a crime. Yes? Lin Xingxue looked Chu Yang up and down and instantly saw Chu Yang's dilemma. She jumped straight from the bed to the bottom of the bed. Winks walked to Chu Yang's front, and step by step, she blocked Chu Yang to the wall of the room. She braced herself against the wall with one hand, and with a face full of teasing, she lightly let out a mouthful of hot air in Xu Yang's ear. Then you say, what crime do you want to commit? Bang bang bang. In an instant, Xu Yang's heart began to beat furiously. His throat rapidly wriggled up and down, not even daring to exhale a breath of air. Don't with me. It's really close to topping out. Immediately after that, Xu Yang directly embraced Lin Qingxue in front of him and whispered with a trembling voice, if you mess up again, don't just blame me for messing up too. His eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Qingxue's flushed face, just when he was planning to give Lin Qingxue a little lesson. Suddenly, the cell phone he had placed inside his pocket rang. Lin Qingxue took the opportunity to mischievously break away from Xu Yang's embrace and smiled at him in a quirky manner. You answer the phone. I'm going to take a bath. He he he. Xu Yang fiercely took a few deep breaths. At this time, Lin Qingxue, who had just run inside the bathroom, quietly revealed another head. The bathroom door is unlocked. Yo, you mustn't come in. The corner of Xu Yang's mouth instantly twitched. You said so. Wouldn't I be a bit, well, beastly if I didn't go in? Think of this. A smirk instantly grew on his face. What a cute and romantic little pain in the ass. This little thing will be married later. Must be especially fun. After that, Xu Yang then looked up at the cell phone screen again. After seeing that it was Zhang Mingyang who made the video call, with a slight raise of his eyebrows, Xu Yang directly connected the call. Old Zhang. What's wrong? After looking at the background where Xu Yang was through the video screen, Zhang Mingyang immediately asked curiously, Lao San, where are you? The hotel. Xu Yang smiled back, then sat down on the small sofa inside the hotel room and asked with a smile, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Hearing this, Zhang Mingyang instantly reacted and directly exclaimed at Xu Yang, the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Lao San, you're hiding deep enough. Zhang Mingyang continued to laugh. This is something that honors our ancestors, and you're hiding it even as a kid? You could have said it earlier, and a few of our dads would have had a bright face. Xu Yang was slightly stunned. In the next second, he couldn't help but laugh. There was an agreement before. Identity can't be talked about casually. Sorry, back to school to buy you dinner. You're still going back to school. Ha! Zhang Mingyang froze for a moment. Before making the call they had actually thought that after their identities were exposed, Xu Yang might have to leave them. After all, a title of the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, although it could bring Xu Yang supreme honor. However, incidentally, there were also quite a few corresponding troubles. What about otherwise? Xu Yang nodded slightly and said, I might move dormitories for a bit, but I'm still at school. The dormitory was definitely out of bounds after his identity was revealed. Still, it was able to stay in school. After saying that, Xu Yang then continued to ask, if it's just because of this, I'll talk to you guys when we get to school. Right now I still have some things on my side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You can't be? Hearing Xu Yang's words, and then associating it with the background that Xu Yan was currently in, Zhang Mingyang immediately laughed teasingly. You wouldn't be going out to get a room with senior school flower Lin, would you? Then otherwise? Xu Yang smiled lightly. In an instant, on Zhang Mingyang's side there was the sound of several people coughing. Cough cough cough. Immediately after, Xu Pengfei's voice sounded, Lao San, this night must pay attention to safety do not make a mess. You this time if the New Year's Day holding to come, when Grandpa's also not yet graduated, cannot afford to give the New Year's money Zhang Mingyang laughed evilly. Then we'll leave you two alone in your world of two for now. You continue. You continue. After saying that, Zhang Mingyang directly hung up the phone. Xu Yang put his cell phone down, and a smirk gradually grew in his eyes. After the identity was revealed, some things may have changed. Some, though, remain the same. These sons are quite bold. Immediately afterward, he heard the sound of Lin Qingxue humming inside the bathroom, as well as the sound of clattering water. Does one go in, or does one not? Immediately after, Xu Yang's eyes saw the 2 bottles of water that were placed inside the room. Thirsty, drink some water. After picking up the mineral water and taking a sip of water, Xu Yang's hand loosened slightly. Why is this water leaking on my clothes? It's wet. Why don't we take a shower together and save some water? It's not something I have to wash. This water is wetting my clothes. There's nothing wrong with going in and taking a shower when your clothes are wet, is there? Immediately after that, Xu Yang directly removed all the clothes on his body, quickly walked to the bathroom door, and slowly knocked on the door of the room. The sound of water running inside the bathroom instantly disappeared, and soon came Lin Qingxue's somewhat nervous voice. What's wrong? Xu Yang opened his mouth and after hesitating for a few seconds, he still quickly made up his mind and directly smiled slowly at Lin Qingxue inside the bathroom. I just accidentally wet my clothes when I was drinking water. After saying that, after thinking for a few seconds, Xu Yang added, I declare in advance I came in and bathed with you not to take advantage of you or anything. Just good to drink water accidentally wet the clothes. Plus now is not advocating the saving of water. So the main reason is to save water. Lin Qingxue, saving water? You see what I believe? But in the next second, her heart rate suddenly accelerated a few points. That is not impossible to come in and take a bath. But you are not allowed to make a mess. Chu Yang nodded his head fiercely. Don't worry, I definitely won't mess around. Lin Qingxue froze. You're so quick to agree? How does it feel? Kind of overwhelming? After taking a deep breath, Lin Qingxue then nervously said, Then, you come in. As a result, before her words fell, Chu Yang directly pushed the door in. Shasta. Lin Qingxue's screams then resounded directly inside the entire hotel room. Why did you just come in here without getting dressed? Chapter 127, Phone Call from Parents. 20 minutes later, Chu Yang, who had finished washing up, was driven out of the bathroom by Lin Qingxue. Before he left, he still looked at Lin Qingxue, who was taking a bath inside the bathroom, with a playful smile on his face. Do you really not want me to accompany you to take a bath for a while longer? Lin Qingxue brushed her teeth while blushing a little and muttered, No need, you hurry up and go out. I'll wash my hair later, I'll be out. This man, and talk about how it's mostly about not wasting water? How much water have you wasted by spending so much time in the bathroom? And talk about not messing around? Don't mess around no more. Yo! Thinking of this, Lin Qingxue's mind recalled the advice Li Qian had given her when she left the school dormitory. When you're in a hotel, especially when you're in bed, don't believe any of a man's bull ********. She felt that there should be one more addition to this quotation. Not just in bed. You can't easily believe any bull ****** from men when you're in the bathroom either. Although Chu Yang still abided by those words he had said before. But it didn't seem to be messed up. But it did seem to be messed up again. Thinking of this, Lin Qingxue quickly shook her head again and brushed her teeth quickly after throwing the humiliating image she had just seen out of her mind. Chu Yang was standing right in front of the bathroom door. Immediately after hearing Lin Qingxue's words, an extra smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What's the saying? Can't say what's so great about you, but just want to see you take a shower. That's a very pithy statement. Indeed. Then he was suddenly thoughtful again. This is if you are inside the martial arts world. If you practice your own child's kung fu, can you still practice it? He. But not for long enough to laugh, because the air conditioner blowing inside the hotel room was still relatively cold. A cool breeze blew. The surface of Chu Yang's skin immediately flushed with goosebumps, and he hurriedly ran to the room next to the closet, and took out the hotel's bath towel from it, and honestly put it over his body. Immediately afterward, he went straight to bed. As it turned out, he hadn't been lying down for long when his cell phone rang, a call from his parents. After glancing at Lin Qingxue, who was still bathing inside the bathroom, after a slight hesitation of a few seconds, Chu Yang directly connected the phone. In the video screen, soon appeared a young and beautiful middle-aged woman appearance, but it does seem to be exceptionally well maintained. The state of exceptionally young. And next to the woman, there is a jaded man with gold-rimmed glasses. This was Chu Yang's father, Chu Tianxiong, and mother, Ding Sufan. The two of them had originally run a small company worth millions of dollars, but after learning that Chu Yang had been secretly brought to the Chinese Academy of Sciences to study, and that the Kyoto side had also allocated them a set of more than 100 square feet of family housing, the two old men just sold the small company they were holding, dumped the money from the sale of the company into a financial institution and ran off to Kyoto in style with tens of thousands of dollars of interest money every month. Upon seeing the duo's familiar faces, Chu Yang's immediately couldn't help but smile. Mom and Dad, you guys finally remembered that you still have a son? Chu Tianxiong laughed. What do you mean by finally thinking about it? Don't we usually miss you? Next to her, Ding Sufan patted Chu Tianxiong's palm, then looked at Chu Yang with her cell phone and asked, Son, your father and I saw the news on the internet. That youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It's really you, right? Chu Yang nodded slightly and smiled. Sorry Mom and Dad. I hid it from you before because of the secrecy regulations. Nothing. Ding Sufan was full of smiles. This is a good thing If there is an arrangement from above, then it is definitely not to talk nonsense. This is still clear to your parents. I'm more curious about who is that girlfriend you are talking about. Is there a picture? Send the picture to Mom to see. Cough. Hearing this, Chu Yang instantly couldn't help but dryly cough. Mom, do you want to be so gossipy? But after a few seconds of hesitation, he continued. Later, when I get her opinion, if she thinks it's okay, I'll send you a picture to look at. Can. No problem at all. Ding Sufan immediately laughed. This really needs to consider your girlfriend's opinion. But your kid really hides actually hid your parents. Let me guess. Is it the girl from the Lin family? The one who was at the same table with you at that time? How did you know? Chu Yang froze for a moment. Ding Sufan immediately laughed. when the mother of which do not know the son's small mind. High school, you will every day you this tablemate's name hanging in the ear. Your mom my ears are listening to the callous. Chu Young continued to ask. Then why are you looking at the picture when you know who it is? It's not like I haven't seen it for years. I want to take a look. Ding Sufan laughed, and as she spoke, she slapped the hand of Chu Tianxiong, who was trying to take away the cell phone next to her, and said with a blank look, "Don't be in a hurry. I'll talk to my son for a couple more minutes." Chu Tianxiong instantly skimmed his lips. Seeing this, Chu Yang immediately laughed and said, "Alright mom, let my dad answer the phone." Okay. Ding Sufan opened her mouth and handed her cell phone to Chu Tianxiong. "Answer the phone. Your son wants to talk to you on the phone." Chu Tianxiong finally picked up the phone as expected. On the screen, in the eyes of this elegant middle-aged man, a rare flash of caution appeared. "When is the vacation? Bring your girlfriend to the house for a meal. Your mother and I will return to Kyoto at the end of this month. We'll talk about this when the time comes." Chu Yan nodded slightly. Chu Tianxiong hesitated for a few more seconds, and finally opened his mouth and said, "During the New Year's Eve, CAS has a vacation. Right, and will have to go back to his hometown." Speaking of this, Chu Tianxiong, although still expressionless, but in his eyes there is still more than a touch of pride, just now in the village. "Your second grandpa called me to see," said that our Chu family out of a big man, thinking of the end of the year to open the ancestral hall, to give you a special order, a plaque to hang up. He's been in business for years at least, know the importance of the title of fellow. In their Chu family's clan house, the name could also be at the top of the list. He had worked hard for his money before, in addition to giving on wife and kids a better life. "Isn't that what you're doing? The 4 words of honoring your ancestors?" Chu Yang nodded slightly after hearing this. "If you have time at the end of the year, you can go back. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since he's been back to his hometown." Chu Tianxiong nodded, then fell into silence, endless silence. After thinking for a long time, he then looked at Chu Yang and said, "Alright, you continue to talk to mom. You yourself stay out less late. No matter how important it is, make sure you pay attention to your body and take care of yourself. You hear me?" With that, he relinquished his cell phone to Ding Sufan again. Chu Yang didn't say anything more and only nodded slightly. This is actually very much in line with the current relationship between fathers and sons in China. My father was not a man of many words, but his simple words contained sincere love and care. Maybe not soft enough, and maybe a little harsh, but loving. Whether you are a child or an adult, no matter what your status is, you will always be treated the same in front of your father. Chapter 128. No one will come to save you even if you scream through your throat. Son. After Ding Sufan took the cell phone, she immediately smiled at Chu Yang. "Tell me with mom, how far have you progressed with the other girl?" Chu Yang. "Mom, can you not ask such a powerful question right off the bat? Is that something that can be said?" However, before her words fell, the door of Chu Yang Hotel's bathroom was pushed open. Wearing a white bathrobe, Lin Qingxue used a towel to dish out her still somewhat wet hair while bouncing to the bedside, directly wrapping her arms around Chu Yang and laughing. "Wait and help me blow dry my hair." But then, she felt that Chu Yang's body was a bit stiff and the atmosphere was a bit strange. "What's wrong?" Lin Qingxue asked suspiciously. Next, after she looked her head towards the cell phone held in Chu Yang's hand, as well as the video image inside the phone, the air inside the room instantly froze. "This is my mom." Chu Yang looked at Lin Qingxue with a somewhat stiff expression, and after the corners of his mouth twitched, he hurriedly squeezed out a smile on his face and slowly said, "Say hello." "Ah!" Lin Qingxue instantly screamed, and after jumping away from Chu Yang's body, her face whooshed and flushed. A few quick deep breaths. After forcing herself to calm down, she then came to Chu Yang's side with a face full of nervousness and greeted Ding Sufan inside the cell phone video. "Hey, auntie, good day." "Hello little Lin, long time no see." Ding Sufan's face immediately overflowed with a cordial smile after seeing Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue laughed awkwardly a few times before continuing her greeting. "Auntie, long time no see." At this time, Ding Sufan finally observed the background of the environment where the two of Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue were, and asked with a smile, "The two of you are in a hotel, ah?" Lin Qingxue was shocked and instantly somewhat dared not speak. Chu Yang nodded silently. "Yes, at the hotel." Cough cough. Ding Sufan laughed with a dry cough and looked at Lin Qingxue. "In the hotel is good. In the hotel is good. What's that?" "It suddenly occurred to me that your Uncle Chu and I still have a few things to do, so I'll leave you guys alone for now." After saying that, she also could have glanced at Lin Qingxue and laughed. "Xiao Lin, ah, there is time to go home for dinner with Chu Yang. We still have things to do, so we'll hang up first." Lin Qingxue nodded vigorously. "Okay, bye auntie, bye, have fun." After waiting for the phone to hang up, Lin Qingxue directly flung herself onto the bed, burying her entire head inside the quilt, constantly whispering under her breath, "Ah, I'm done. What's wrong?" Chu Yang asked suspiciously. Lin Qingxue paused for a few seconds before she slowly lifted her head up and looked at Chu Yang. It's so embarrassing to meet for the first time. Auntie won't be thinking nonsense. How can she mess with her mind? She'll definitely think I'm casual. Lin Qingxue bitterly beamed, then cut Chu Yang a fierce glance again. It's all your fault. You didn't even talk to me in advance when Auntie called. Chu Yang, I didn't know that you came straight out of the bathroom and pounced on me. Lin Qingxue nervously straightened her mouth. I was just plaiting my hair. I didn't notice that you were on the phone. As the words fell from her lips, she added quickly under her breath. What to do? What to do? All of a sudden I feel nervous. The first time she met Chu Yang's parents as her girlfriend, the resulting scene was so awkward. Any girl would probably die of nervousness on it. Chu Yang quickly pacified. Don't worry, my parents are very open-minded. No need to be nervous. I'm not nervous. Damn it. Lin Qingxue immediately became a bit worried. They'll definitely think about it later. Moreover, what's your status now? And what's my status? Auntie, they won't be dissatisfied with me at that time, right? She hadn't thought about the meeting the parents part before. But now, after suddenly meeting with Chu Yang's parents, all sorts of follow-up questions came out. The difference in status between the two. With Chu Yang's current status, his parents' standards for finding a daughter-in-law would definitely be raised again. And how could she not be afraid when she still looked so ordinary now? Just now my mom didn't also say that next time you will go home with me for dinner. No need to be nervous. Chu Yang faintly laughed lightly, tenderly put Lin Qingxue into his arms after, dotingly said, moreover, no matter what happens in the follow-up, you don't need to be nervous and worried. Don't be afraid. I'm your backbone. Lin Qingxue slowly looked up. Really? Chu Yang solemnly said. Really? Lin Qingxue immediately laughed again and quickly came to Chu Yang's mouth and kissed him. Then you remember your words today. That's for sure. Chu Yang nodded slightly, then suddenly smiled badly again. However, I have an additional condition. Lin Qingxue was a bit puzzled. What other conditions do you want? Call out to daddy. You. Lin Qingxue was instantly shocked. She just took advantage of me inside the bathroom and now she actually wants to earn my cheapness? Immediately after that, she laughed at Chu Yang and said, calling dad is impossible. And I remember that I'm still a few months older than you, so by all rights, you should call me sister. With that she pinched Chu Yang's handsome face. Hurry up. Call out to your sister to listen. Just talk back? Slightly. Lin Qingxue immediately made a playful face towards Chu Yang. I just talked back. Just say what you want. TSK. Chu Yang instantly laughed. It's useless to talk back. When it really comes to your mouth, won't you just whimper? You. Lin Qingxue immediately blushed and glared at Chu Yang. As a result, in the next second, Chu Yang directly pounced her onto the bed. Woohoo! Lin Qingxue's face turned red. You cheated. You're a hooligan. Chu Yang smiled and replied. There are times when I'm more roguish. It's not like you haven't seen it before. This time, Lin Qingxue directly shut up. Still, there was a stubbornness within her eyes. You're cheeky. You're shameless. I can't talk to you. But the old lady will never admit defeat. Immediately after that, she then saw Chu Yang slowly moving towards her side again. Thinking of the scene that happened inside the bathroom, Lin Qingxue instantly subconsciously took a step backwards, looking at Chu Yang vigilantly. You, what do you want? Don't mess around anymore. Chu Yang laughed more and more complacently. You scream. This hotel is especially soundproof. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Chapter 129, shall we talk about some sensitive topics? Looking at Chu Yang's expression that was full of unhealthiness, Lin Qingxue instantly shrank inside the quilt, wrapped up tightly to look at her small quilt, and looked at Chu Yang vigilantly. You, don't come over here, big bad guy. Chu Yang's smile became more and more unrestrained. After quickly coming together in front of Lin Qingxue, one hand gently hooked her chin and said with a bad smile, this beautiful lady, what are the things that you think about every day inside this little head of yours? Who just said that she wanted me to blow dry her hair and forgot? After laughing, Chu Yang then gently scraped Lin Qingxue's nose. Little friend, this is not a very healthy thought of yours. Humph. Lin Qingxue, who heard this, instantly let out a delicate hum. Who is the unhealthy thinker coming from the two people inside this room? Just inside the bathroom. But just as she thought of that scene, she quickly shook her head and threw the image to the back of her mind. She couldn't think about it. It was just too shy. Alright, come out. I'll go get you a hairdryer to blow your hair. Chu Yang smiled and stood up from the bed. After finding the hairdryer inside the room, he took the hairdryer and walked over to the bedside, and beckoned towards Lin Qingxue. Be good. Come here. Daddy will blow your hair. Dad, your ass. Lin Qingxue immediately puffed out her cute cheeks and quickly whitened Chu Yang in the end, before she was as good as a little daughter-in-law, and slowly came up to Chu Yang, allowing him to fiddle with her hair. After energizing the hairdryer, Chu Yang gently gave it to Lin Qingxue to start blowing her hair. Lin Qingxue just quietly looked up, looking at Chu Yang's angular face, and his gentle eyes when he looked at himself. Looking at it, she couldn't help but sit on the bed and laugh out loud. They say serious boys are the most handsome. Now that I look at it, it's really quite handsome. Your own aesthetics are still good. What are you laughing at? Looking at Lin Qingxue, who suddenly laughed out loud, Chu Yang instantly laughed slightly. Look at you, Lin Qingxue said bluntly. What's so funny about looking at me? Look at your good looks. That's not a wrong thing to say. After Chu Yang heard this, he instantly nodded his head in a serious manner. I also think I'm quite handsome, said. He also rushed to Lin Qingxue, slowly smiled up. In the future, our son and daughter, if inherited the genes of the two of us, the growth will certainly be particularly good looking. But well, when he said this, Chu Yang paused slightly for a few more seconds. Lin Qingxue immediately asked curiously, but what? Chu Yang suddenly laughed badly. Do you know what serious question I thought about inside my head when I was in high school? What's the problem? I remember one time in high school, I think it was a midterm, and wasn't that the one where you got all zeros on all the multiple choice math questions because you filled out the wrong answer key? You still remember this? Hearing this, Lin Qingxue immediately opened her teeth and claws. Of course, Chu Yang smiled faintly. Everything about you in high school, I remember it all clearly. Humph, that's more or less the same. Only then did Lin Qingxue satisfactorily calm the fire of slight game shame in her heart. This kind of black history in high school. Ah, you remembered it, and took it out to say what for? Immediately after that, she then looked at Chu Yang again and asked, you just left one sentence unsaid. What was that sentence? This Chu Yang pondered a little for a few seconds before he laughed. At that time I was thinking, if the two of us get together in the future, this won't affect our children's IQ, right? I'm going to bite you to death. Lin Qingxue instantly couldn't sit still. God, will it affect the child's IQ later? Indeed, in terms of intelligence, there should be a gap between her and Chu Yang. However, he was at least the top science student in Xiangnan province, and his IQ was poor enough to be poor to where? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. Which one are you talking about? Lin Qingxue was puzzled. Isn't there just one? How many more? Literally, or literally, doesn't it all mean the same thing? Lin Qingxue became more and more puzzled. This recent speech of Chu Yang's, why did she feel like she couldn't understand some of it? Forget it. Chu Yang laughed, and finally, after blowing Lin Qingxue's hair slightly a few times, he slowly said, blow pretty much. There's still a little bit of humidity. Just wait for your hair to dry naturally. It's good for your hair. You still know about this? Lin Qingxue was puzzled. That's for sure. Chu Yang nodded casually and continued. You are not aware that when I was a child, my dad, he was a wife slave. Every time my mom washed her hair at home, either my dad blew my mom's hair. If he was really too busy to take care of things, then he called out to me to blow my mom's hair. And he also beautifully called it, Mom is Dad's favorite person, so you have to give Dad face, and take care of Mom when Dad is too busy to take care of things. That's kind of a family rule in our house. Speaking here, Chu Yang eyes also rare more than a few touch of warm expression, and my dad most of the time are busy. So later, it gradually developed into, every time I became my mom's hair blowing royal toolman. Your family is still like this. Lin Qingxue instantly couldn't help but smile, her eyes quickly turning a few times, and after a few seconds of rapid contemplation, she also laughed with a face full of joy. This family rule, you can continue to keep it in the future. However, after her words fell, she saw Chu Yang's gaze staring straight at her. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue's cheeks slightly flushed a few more points, and she looked at Chu Yang somewhat shyly and asked, you, what are you suddenly looking at me for? Chu Yang couldn't help but reach out and pinch Lin Qingxue's tender face. I was just thinking, you said that a person who grows a little bit on the line, but there's no need to be so full of beauty. The corners of Lin Qingxue's mouth twitched momentarily. This kind of love talk did sound quite happy, but coming from Chu Yang's mouth, it felt something else. Immediately afterward she couldn't help but laugh. So, you're sort of commercially blowing each other off? Chu Yang nodded slightly. You can understand it that way. After all, you just complimented me on my handsomeness as well. So as a courtesy, I have to give you a good compliment as well. You. Lin Qingxue immediately laughed and ended up directly lying down on Chu Yang's bed, the light in her eyes gradually flickering. It's a beautiful day like this. I hope it stays that way in the future as well. Surviving the rush, walk through life's hardships, and then fall drunk in his arms at sunset twilight. Be a sweet and charming old lady. Soon. I don't know what I thought of. Lin Qingxue directly leaned on Chu Yang's lap, looked up at him and slowly asked, Chu Yang, why don't we talk about some sensitive topics? Chapter 130, I repeat, I'm not old. Sensitive topic? Chu Yang, who heard Lin Qingxue's words, froze slightly. Immediately afterward he gave Lin Qingxue a tentative look and slowly asked, then, you see the situation in Syria that way? Lin Xingxue instantly froze. Academician Chu, are you serious? The situation in Syria? Was there something wrong with her expression just now? Why did Chu Yang associate the situation in Syria with the problem? Chu Yang laughed. Didn't you say you wanted to talk about some sensitive topics? It's not that. Lin Xingxue was exasperated and laughed at this answer from Chu Yang, then looked at him with some curiosity and asked, I just really want to know, those 3 years you left before, how was it in the end? Was it very hard? After learning about Chu Yang's true identity, Lin Xingxue had actually secretly learned some information on the internet. The days of a researcher are generally dull. We work with a wide variety of equipment and data all day long. It could even be inside an underground base that didn't see the light of day. And it was horrible to think about those days if her imagination was anything to go by. Actually, it's not bad. Chu Yang slowly smiled. We were in Desert North at that time. I won't tell you about the specific research project. Anyway, there is quite a lot of sandy weather over there, but the food is quite good. No? Lin Xingxue froze. She was all ready for a short story, and it was all gone in just those 2 sentences. You want to spy on state secrets? Chu Yang's eyes gradually became playful. Lin Xingxue quickly shook her head. No. I just really want to know if you were doing well within those few years. If it involves confidentiality, I won't ask. Chu Yang smiled, gently rubbed Lin Xingxue's small face, then slowly spoke, engage in scientific research. The environment is a little bit hard, that is very normal, but also then when our forefathers are too good. Think of them back then, but in the Gobi Desert, they researched nuclear weapons with just an abacus and a computer, and with very little technical support or anything, and at that time, they were living a really tough life. So, how did you get through these years? Lin Xingxue suddenly looked at Chu Yang with some heartache. 3 years of isolation. Moreover, Chu Yang was still just a 15 or 16-year-old kid back then. How hard it must be to live in a place like that. Looking at your picture day after day, simmering and simmering, it will pass. Chu Yang slowly smiled, and a touch of determination gradually grew in his eyes. What's more, the light that we follow is the starlight of the 5-pointed star. The 5 stars shining are all beliefs. And sometimes, the power of beliefs is terrifying. Speaking here, Chu Yang suddenly looked at Lin Xingxue again and laughed. Have you heard that phrase? Now it's time for the country and the people to test you. Chu Yang eyes gradually more and more a touch of reminiscence color. Really? I think that one sentence is enough to let me remember for life. After hearing that sentence, what the study of the difficult living environment, the days of hard times and so on, all these will be important. At that time we can say that we are all ready to sacrifice everything for the country and the people at any time. I've read the biography of Mr. Chen. There's a sentence inside the book that reads, if one day the atomic bomb is dropped on the Chinese people, I'll regret it. This is not alarmist talk. I once vowed to use my learning to change the destiny of the Chinese people. I must make sure that the Chinese people have their own atomic bombs and missiles, even if its existence brings about questioning and controversy, but I think it's a preparation to fight against aggression in hand without a sword, and having a sword and not using it, are not the same thing. I admire Mr. Chen, who stepped forward and became the sword maker of China in its time of crisis. Speaking here, Chu Yang's voice gradually turned serious. Now, I want to be the next one. Lin Xingxue suddenly smiled. Her soft little hand quickly gripped Chu Yang's broad palm tightly. Her gaze was firm and with a few moments of adoration as she looked at him and smiled. I believe in you. You will definitely succeed. Don't worry. I know you have a priority to belong to your country and secondarily to me, but it's okay. Saying that, Lin Xingxue suddenly laughed spontaneously. I know that you will love me silently in your way. So I already feel that it's enough, so I will also always stand where you can see me and wait silently for you to come home. From now on, you go and guard the country, and I'll guard you. One day, you'll be mine in one piece. Accepted Chu Yang's identity. He also had to accept Chu Yang's subsequent busyness, sudden disappearance, and even the absence of news for several months in a row. After Lin Xingxue knew Chu Yang's identity, she had already made preparations. She was proud of Chu Yang's identity, also worship him powerful like a hero. But she understands Chu Yang's inability to do so even more, and has been loyal to it for her whole life. That was probably all the love she had for him. Even the wind. All of them were coming toward him as well. Hearing these words, for some reason, Chu Yang suddenly felt his nose a little sour. Immediately after that, he tightly hugged Lin Xingxue in his arms and slowly laughed. I suddenly remembered the 3 luckiest things in the world. Do you know what they are? Lin Xingxue looked up curiously. What is it? Chu Yang spoke slowly, word by word. The first piece of luck was your father meeting your mother. The second piece of luck was my father meeting my mother. And then, there was the third piece of luck that allowed me to meet you. Hear that? Lin Xingxue instantly giggled. Ha 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 ha, you're copying love words from Baidu again? I copied the love words, but it's true that I like you. Chu Yang smiled slightly. immediately after that, and after pondering a little bit for a few seconds, he then suddenly looked at Lin Qingxue again and laughed evilly. Then do you know, what are the two other best things in the world? What ah? Lin Qingxue opened her mouth with a soft voice and asked, sleep with you, for short, sleep with you, you. Lin Qingxue immediately violently ran out from Chu Yang's arms, looking at Chu Yan with a red face. Humph. I want to expose that the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is actually an old colorful batch behind his back. HM? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Didn't I say last time? I'm not old. Pretty much. Lin Qingxue skimmed her lips, then seemed to think of something amusing, slowly placing her hand next to the sash of the bathrobe she was wearing. With just a little bit of relief, she was able to undo her sash. Immediately after that, she looked at Chu Yang with a bad smile and asked, then do you want to be on the balcony, the bed, or the sofa? Chapter 131 Karma Weapon? But in the end, Chu Yang still didn't experience the joy of being on a hotel sofa and a hotel balcony, because, while the two were still playing around on the bed, Lin Qingxue's side of the dormitory also called. Inside the phone, Li Qian and her dormitory inside a few roommates are unusually emotional. Qingxue, we just saw the information on the network. The news inside the Chuyang Chu Academician will not really be your family Chuyang it? After seeing the message on the bib, the entire people inside their dormitory were outright confused. This is a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Even if they were attending classes at Kyoto University, they had met a handful of academicians. However, who could have thought that his roommate's boyfriend was actually an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Moreover, it is still the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences inside the whole of China. That feeling, it's like they're living inside a web novel. Young master, the 3-year period has come and gone, and your identity as an academician can be exposed. It's exciting to think about. Lin Qingxue raised her eyebrows slightly, then she saw Chu Yang who was nestled in her arms, and after smiling, she laughed at Li Qian and the others inside the phone and said, that's right, that's him. Ah, it's really him, it's actually really him. In an instant, inside the earpiece of Lin Qingxue's cell phone came the screaming voice of Li Qian's several people. Is it true that academicians are all around me? Immediately after, Li Qian then continued, then can you ask us for Chu Yang's signature? Ha 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 ha, to actually be able to see the person next to you become an academician in your lifetime. That's too awesome. Signature? Lin Qingxue froze for a moment and gave Chu Yang a glance with an inquiring gaze. Chu Yang slightly nodded his head. Lin Qingxue saw this, which then smiled again and slowly opened his mouth. Did not ask. The last word question has not been answered. Chu Yang directly came to her mouth, ruthlessly kissed the edge of her mouth, so that she can only send out whimpering sound. Other side of the phone. The several people who piled up next to Li Qian immediately had odd expressions when they heard the voice coming from inside the phone. What's going on across this cell phone? We don't dare to make a sound. Only after a long time did Chu Yang release Lin Qingxue with a bad smile. At this moment, Lin Qingxue's cheeks had long been as red as a red apple, and were on the verge of dripping red. In the first place, ordinary kissing is not a problem. The point is, it's on the phone. Ah, big brother, you give me this? In an instant, Lin Qingxue glared at Chu Yang with a pout, and in a low voice, she spat lightly towards Chu Yang. Big bad egg. After saying this, only then did she look at the cell phone screen that was still in the middle of a call again, and after dryly coughing, she looked at a few people and slowly said, ahem, Qianqian, are you guys still there? On the other side, Li Qian's few people instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Zins. How dare they speak? Lin Qingxue continued, I just asked him, and when I go back to school, I'll bring you his autograph. Yeah, Li Qian and the others immediately laughed, but after laughing, a few people then cautiously said, well, other things will wait for you to return to the dormitory and we will talk again. We will not bother you first. Unite. Pay attention to safety. Pay attention to safety. Finish that sentence quickly. Li Qian several people then quickly hung up the phone. You can tell what's going on across the street by the sound of it. That's a bit of eye candy they still have. But then, Li Qian couldn't help but laugh again. Academicians are returned to academicians, but now it seems, even if it is the youngest academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, that is no different from ordinary mortals. Inside the hotel, what should be done? Not still be done? In that case, the excitement in her heart calmed down a little. Inside the hotel, after the phone hung up, Lin Qingxue put down her cell phone and jumped into Chu Yang's arms with her teeth and claws open. You person, I'm on the phone, yeah. You're actually messing with me. It's just too much. Chu Yang laughed evilly. Next time I call, you can try it. No way. Lin Qingxue bristled arrogantly. At this time, Chu Yang gradually hugged her, and after touching her hair which had already dried up almost, he slowly laughed and said, alright, Alright, no more fooling around. I don't think it's too early. Get ready for an early rest. The sleeping you're talking about, is it decent? Lin Qingxue gave Chu Yang a wary look. After the previous series of events, the words that came out of Chu Yang's mouth, she would have to deliberate on them. Chu Yang nodded heavily. Sleep properly. That's fine. Lin Qingxue nodded slightly and quickly shrunk inside the quilt, quickly moved around and threw out the bathrobe she was wearing from inside the quilt before she looked at Chu Yang with some blush again and said, You come in. Remember, don't mess around anymore. Okay. Chu Yang nodded with a smile. After removing the clothes on his body, he climbed straight inside the quilt and turned off the lights inside the room. In the next second, Lin Qingxue came up next to him like an octopus, tightly attached to Chu Yang's body, and in a low voice, she came up to his ear and laughed softly. Mr. Chu, good night. Chu Yang favored Lin Qingxue with a light kiss on her forehead. Good night. Soon, a silence fell inside the room. Day 2. Outside, a nice white light was fading into the sky. After the sun outside the window shone through the hotel room's window onto the bed, Lin Qingxue rubbed her eyes in a somewhat dazed manner, and then slowly climbed up from the bed. After looking at Chu Yang, who had long been sitting up next to him reading a book on his cell phone, a smile immediately appeared on her stunningly beautiful face, and after quickly coming together and kissing the edge of Chu Yang's cheek, she smiled sweetly at him and said, Mr. Chu, good morning. Chu Yang laughed. What's early? Say I love you. HM? Lin Qingxue's little head that had just woken up from sleep might not have been fully turned on yet, and she froze in confusion for a few seconds before nodding her head again in a docile manner and smiling at Chu Yang. I love you. Good boy. Chu Yang instantly smiled. At this time, Lin Qingxue suddenly climbed back onto Chu Yang's chest and slowly raised her head to smile at him. Mr. Chu, HM? Chu Yang slightly lowered his head. Happy 20th birthday. Lin Qingxue laughed softly and smiled at Chu Yang. Do you have any arrangements today? Today, it happens to be Chu Yang's 20th birthday. She's been preparing for today for a long time. Thanks. Chu Yang smiled faintly before putting down his cell phone, tenderly embraced Lin Qingxue and laughed. So far, there's no special arrangement. Follow the leader's instructions. Then today will be at my disposal? Lin Qingxue smiled with satisfaction. First go eat breakfast, then go to the game hall to catch dolls. In the afternoon go shopping to buy clothes for you. Wait until the evening. I have prepared a mysterious surprise for you. Chu Yang smiled curiously. What's the mysterious surprise? The previous year's birthdays were spent at the research base. He didn't feel particularly much about his birthday. However, now that he had Lin Qingxue, he was looking forward to the mysterious surprise she had prepared for him. Lin Qingxue laughed. It's not mysterious if you say it. Wait for the night. I'll tell you at night. Alright. Chu Yang nodded slightly. However, just as his words fell, the cell phone he had placed next to him suddenly rang. The name Wang Weiman was displayed on the screen. See the name. Chu Yang's heart instantly jumped violently. Whenever Wang Weiman called, nothing good would happen. It's just like Conan in that island anime, going everywhere, where people must die. Anyone who has the time can research what kind of karma weapon this is now. Chapter 132, there is no law that forbids it. Lin Qingxue also saw the caller ID and after blinking her eyes, she looked at Chu Yang and laughed. What are you waiting for? Answer the phone. Chu Yang shook his head. Don't want to take it. In case there's something important. Lin Qingxue immediately beamed and directly snatched Chu Yang's cell phone and connected the call. Soon, Wang Weiman's voice came from inside the phone. Xiao Chua, got up yet? Lin Qingxue smiled faintly, and after glancing at Chu Yang next to her, she slowly spoke. Elder Wang, I'm Lin Qingxue. Chu Yang is still sleeping next to him. Do you have something to look for him? Isn't it his birthday today? Wang Weiman smiled. Prepare to say happy birthday to him, and our Chinese Academy of Sciences has prepared a birthday surprise for him. Please wait for him to wake up. Tell him, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Make sure to come to the Chinese Academy of Sciences to attend the meeting. There is an important posting about him coming down from the above, and I must be there, because the sound of the cell phone is external. So Chu Yang also heard Wang Weiman's voice, and after slightly frowning, he took the cell phone in Lin Qingxue's hand and asked towards Wang Weiman on the other side of the cell phone. Elder Wang, what's so important that it has to be me personally present? Right. Wang Weiman nodded slightly, then laughed. Wake up Xiao Chu, happy birthday. The meeting this afternoon. Some decisions must be attended by you personally, so you still need to come over here personally. Chu Yang glanced at Lin Qingxue with some hesitation in his eyes. Lin Qingxue immediately whispered towards him. I'll be fine. If you have something important to do, just go to the meeting over there. The birthday thing can be later. Chu Yang nodded helplessly. Alright, I'll reach on time. When he hung up the phone, Chu Yang immediately looked at Lin Qingxue somewhat apologetically and said, it seems that this afternoon, I can't go shopping with you. Just don't go. Lin Xingxue instead smiled sagely, but as compensation, you have to sleep with me again. Sleep until noon. You go to the Chinese Academy of Sciences to attend a meeting. I'll just go back to school by myself. This is the man she fell in love with. This radiant man accepted him. It's the same as accepting everything about him. So, anyway, she could understand it. At this point, it's time to stop tossing him around with bickering and anger. He's a man of flesh and blood. One time was fine, but he couldn't afford to be so tossed around if it happened more than once. As for yourself, because it's him and only him. So, may we welcome all difficulties. All the rest of the morning, both of them were mushy inside the hotel room. Even lunch was eaten in the hotel room by ordering takeout straight away. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The special car that CAS had come to pick up Chu Yang was parked at the entrance of the hotel. Inside the room, Lin Xingxue was like Chu Yang's wife who had been in love for many years, gently straightening his collar and lapel, and after finally tying his tie, she slowly opened her mouth and laughed. Alright, go down. I'll just go back to the school by myself later. Chu Yang hesitated slightly for a few seconds before he looked at her and slowly said, then, I'll leave first. Go go go. Lin Xingxue nodded seemingly casually. However, just as Chu Yang turned around immediately, she suddenly called out to him again. Wait. Chu Yang turned around. Lin Xingxue's red lips coated with lipstick quickly kissed gently at the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. Only after that did she then quickly wave her hand again and say, alright well, off you go. I'm really leaving. Go go go. Lin Xingxue smiled and nodded. Soon, bang, along with the sound of Chu Yang closing the door, only Lin Xingxue was left alone inside the room. She just sat quietly inside the room, looking at the bed where the two people lay last night, stunned and somewhat out of focus. CAS, high-level conference room. Inside the conference room, a group of senior academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, such as Wang Weiman, as well as the leaders of the General Administration of Science and Technology and some other departments, were seated inside the conference room. Finally, Chu Yang knocked on the door of the conference room. Come in. Wang Weiman, who was sitting in the first place, nodded slightly. Soon, Chu Yang walked inside the conference room, and after looking around and glancing at the people present, he found an empty seat alone and sat down. Seeing this, Wang Weiman immediately smiled slowly. Alright, now our important person is here. With that, he then glanced at the director of the General Administration of Science and Technology next to him again and spoke. Director Zhang, let's have you read out the latest red directive issued from above. Zhang Tianyu, the administrator of the General Administration of Science and Technology, who was sitting next to Wang Weiman, nodded his head slightly, and then he spread out the folder that he had placed in front of him, and after glancing at the people in the conference room, he slowly read out. It has been decided by the upper echelons of the organization of Huaxia that from this day forward, a new joint department will be created. The joint department is led by the Chinese Academy of Sciences and established in concert with the Armed Forces Research Institute of the Ministry of the Army, the Chinese Aerospace Development Group, the General Administration of Security, the General Administration of Science and Technology, and the remaining dozen or so of the country's top military industrial research units. The joint department created this time will receive the maximum support from the upper echelons in terms of human and material resources, where the law is not forbidden. All can be done. Upon the establishment of the new department, Comrade Chu Yang, a senior academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, is hereby appointed to serve as the supreme leader of the new department, and its prime minister. The naming rights of the new department will also be drawn up by Comrade Chu Yang himself. After the creation of the new department, there will be a 15-day public notice period across the web. The words came out, except for a few people. Wang Weiman, who had known about the decision for a long time. Everyone in the conference room, including Chu Yang, was shocked. Not shocked that there's going to be a joint department thing, nor was he shocked that Chu Yang had become the supreme leader of the joint department. Rather, it is the line in the document that where the law is not forbidden, anything can be done. It amounts to giving this joint department supreme authority, and it is still giving maximum human and material support. That means, as long as you don't break the law, you do what you want, you get the money, you get the people, you get to play the game however you want. China's founding to the present day, but none of the characters have ever been so honored. Chapter 133, The Unique Romance of the Chinese. Nine Heavens Research Institute. Something similar to Chu Yang's blooming favor. In the 5,000 years of Chinese history up and down the line, it's only what Emperor Wu of Han was to Huaziwei back then. But even so, although the crowd was shocked, there wasn't a single person who opposed such a decision. Now this decision to set up a joint department, for the scientific research community in China, or for the field of defense weapons in China, that is a crucial step, because Chu Yang's importance was obvious to all. Whether it is the Armed Forces Research Institute of the Ministry of the Army, as well as the Huaxia Aerospace Development Group, Basically some of the top domestic research institutes that know Chu Yang's achievements. All of them want to dig people from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. A top talent like Chu Yang. It should just be taken out of context. Special also has its own special reason. At the very least, letting Chu Yang be the supreme leader of this new joint department. There was not a single person inside the entire conference room who was against it, or even specifically in favor of it. This department was tailor-made for Chu Yang. It was also a stage for him to be able to support his knowledge base enough to be able to exert himself vigorously. After waiting for the people's whispered discussion to end, Wang Weiman then looked at Chu Yang with a smile and said, "Xiao Chua, congratulations to you. In the future, you are also considered to be the leadership of our direct subordinates. As long as you have some needs, whether it is the Chinese Academy of Sciences, or the Armed Forces Research Institute of the Military Ministry and so on, will be as the subordinate responsibility of this brand new department, vigorously cooperate with you." Chu Yang's expression was slightly condensed. "Elder Wang, I'm still so young. Isn't it inappropriate to say something like that? How old is he? Just turned 20 today." Just straight up made him the leader of a new department that hadn't even been created yet. Even in time, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Armed Research Institute of the Ministry of the Army will become a subordinate organization of this Armed Research Institute. Isn't that a bit dreamy? This extreme temptation of power. He didn't even dare to torture himself as to whether he could grasp it or not. Wang Weiman continued to laugh. "This is an order from the highest level. You are all incapable of refusing it, and all of the above have already given you the utmost trust and support. So there is no such thing as appropriate or not. As long as it's you, then it's appropriate." Speaking here, he gradually boarded up his face again. "If I let me know who dares to say anything inappropriate in private, my old man will be the first to not let him go." This news about the establishment of the newest research department. It was also a project that he, Wang Weiman, had joined forces with the Armed Forces Research Institute of the Ministry of the Army, as well as a few executives from the Ministry of Science and Technology, to promote. They know their own abilities. But now, Chu Yang's ability was even more prominent. He might be the only person who could bring the Chinese scientific research field to the top of the world in this century's time. After all, there has been that one amazing technological achievement that has come before, jewel in the crown. Therefore, they were willing to hold Chu Yang up, and even, for that matter, participate in a huge gamble with the fate of the Chinese nation as a stake. At this time, sitting on the other side of the General Administration of Science and Technology's Administrator Zhang also smiled. "Xiao Chua, or Director Chu, you just relax. This position, only you can sit. As for the other issues, you can rest assured that you can leave it to us." Speaking, the expression on his face is also gradually serious. "In the future, all the relevant departments will be escorted, but there is a need. Nothing should be from. We will be for you to sweep the road ahead of all the difficulties and gossip. The only requirement is that you have to be a good Chinese sword maker, and even the identity of the sword executor. I hope that this newly established department will become the hardest and strongest shield, and the sharpest long sword of my China in the future." Chu Yang's body shook violently. It does seem that the top has high expectations for him, and he finally got it. During the WASC launch meet last night, what exactly did that person mean when he said that in the future the burden on himself would be increased again? "The king treats me as a man of honor, and I shall repay him as a man of honor." The next moment, he quickly stood up from the seat he was sitting in, looking at the several people with a solemn and serious face. Chu Yang promised to complete the mission. Shasta, Wang Weiman and the others in the conference room glanced at each other. Like thunderous applause then resounded in this huge conference room. After Chu Yang sat back down on his seat, Director Zhang of the General Administration of Science and Technology looked at Chu Yang and smiled. "Director Chu, do you have a favorable name in mind for the naming of this new research institute?" Chu Yang hesitated slightly for a few seconds. The mind constantly began to recall some of his earlier guesses. Now he could already conclude that an extremely powerful technological civilization must have existed in the ancient times of China. Not sure for what reason though. It led to the fall of this thriving technological civilization. But, in any case, the current Huaxia is considered to be a new generation of civilization left over from the technological civilization of that year. With the support of the treasure trove of eternal knowledge in your own mind, plus the help of China's national effort, he has not been able to push the current Huaxia to the technological civilization of the ancient times. Thinking of all this, Chu Yang gradually smiled, and finally raised his head, looked at Wang Weiman and the others in front of him and laughed. "Let's call it the Nine Heavens." With that, Chu Yang then looked at the people in the conference room again and laughed. "Since it's a department that's mainly responsible for research, let's call it the Nine Heavens. And the results of the future research have even been named after the immortals and gods of ancient mythological stories. This is kind of our Chinese unique romance." Wang Weiman listened to the name and pondered for a few seconds. then nodded his head and smiled broadly. This name can be the sentiments of the immortals and gods are indeed a kind of romance unique to China. Long before Chu Yang, there had already been Heavenly Palace, Jade Rabbit, Chang'e and a host of other technological creations named after mythological stories. On Chu Yang's side, he even directly gathered the 4 divine beasts. The green dragon ship, which is responsible for providing superb computing power, was researched. The curvature drive that was subsequently named Jubilee. There was also the white tiger, a nanomecha that he had crafted with superior force, as well as an AI that had never been disclosed to the public. Wang Weimin had once seen in the laboratory of Beijing University. Xuan Wu. Yes. Director Zhang of the General Administration of Science and Technology nodded slightly, then smiled and said, "Then we will directly name this new department the Nine Heavens Science and Technology Research Institute, and this afternoon we will publicize it on the entire network as well as within each administrative system." After saying that, Administrator Zhang then looked at Chu Yang again and opened his mouth to smile. "Director Chu, I hope you won't let us all down. This newly created research institute is not just a mere national defense weapons research institute. This research institute also shoulders a layer of very important strategic significance." Immediately afterward, he looked at a thick folder in front of Chu Yang and spoke. "Above are some of the staffing structures of the new institute. Take a look, and if there's anything that needs to be adjusted, we'll adjust it all together at the meeting today." Chu Yang nodded slightly. After the folder that was flipped open, the names of various densely packed key researchers came pouring out. Chapter 134 Sectoral Communication Plan for Strategic Development. The first is the logistics sector. Wang Weimin serves as the primary head of the logistics department. That is to say, in terms of scientific research, Chu Yang could be completely in charge. As for the instruments needed, supplies, and even the issue of personnel deployment, all of them were under the responsibility of Wang Weimin. There will also be a prepared armed service. It was also considered Chu Yang's old acquaintance from before. It's Yang Xinghua, the commander of the military headquarters stationed in Kyoto. Research Department. The primary person in charge was Chu Yang himself. The next in charge is the director of the Military Research Institute. In addition to all the scientific and technological personnel in all fields of the country, all of whom are senior researchers serving in various national secret research institutes, academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and so on. It can be said to have gathered all the best and brightest of the Chinese scientific research community, and the only mission of their existence was to assist Chu Yang and conduct specialized assisted research. After waiting for Chu Yang to look at the names inside these documents, Director Zhang of the General Administration of Science and Technology then looked at him again and slowly opened his mouth. "Director Chu, these are the list of personnel drawn from all the scientific research institutes of China, including the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Chinese Aerospace Development Group, the Armed Forces Research Institute of the Military Ministry, and the laboratories of all the major united colleges and universities, university research institutes. As long as there are enough research-level scientific researchers, all of them are here. All of the people inside this folder, while otherwise engaged in their own research in their original units, can nevertheless all be in position within 12 hours at your command. Or even if you still feel that you don't have enough manpower, just make a request and we at the General Administration of Science and Technology will do our best to fulfill all your talent needs." After hearing that, Chu Yang was instantly shocked. Upon hearing that a new department was to be jointly established, Chu Yang sensed the degree of importance that the higher-ups attached to the new institute. But that's too much emphasis. That saying that anything can be done where there are no taboos is really not a joke. Just inside the list he saw, all are academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, armed with the Institute of Senior Researchers, even if the lowest level, are in their respective fields, have taken the well-known awards of some of the university professors inside the big take. Take the name of any random person in here, although it is not the top authority in each field, but also in the pyramid of the tip of the small group of people. But as soon as you give the order, it will all be in place in 12 hours. But awesome can be great. Of course, this was just what Chu Yang himself thought. In the eyes of the strategy department above, giving Chu Yang such a configuration was not even excessive at all. Even all of these people together might not be able to match Chu Yang's achievements alone. After all, this is the god who researched the curvature drive and nano battle armor technology. It's all so now. What other horrible technology can be researched in the future? So, it follows that it would be right to give him as many researchers as he wants. Their greatest fear. It was Chu Yang who was unwilling to take this responsibility. After slightly calming down his somewhat shocked emotions, Chu Yang then looked at Administrator Zhang of the General Administration of Science and Technology and laughed. "Administrator Zhang, after saying so much, can you introduce to me the research functions of this new institute, as well as the strategic significance that you have just mentioned?" Hearing this, Administrator Zhang hurriedly opened his mouth and smiled. The main research function, It's all up to you to make the decision. There are no special requirements from above. That is to say, you can go and research whatever you want to, as long as it's capable enough. Even if you go and research the Mars Immigration Program, or the Chinese Academy of Sciences South Heavenly Gates Program in the first place, we, the General Science and Technology Administration, will give our full support. After saying this, after a slight pause of a few seconds, he then looked at Chu Yang again and laughed. However, after all, it is considered to have drawn the top researchers from all fields in the country. So if there are any other units that have a need for it, the new research institute will have to draw some of its energy to research some other gadgets. Of course, you can participate in these projects if you want to, and if you don't want to, it will be coordinated and planned by President Wang of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Director Zhao of the Armed Forces Research Institute of the Ministry of the Army. And the areas covered are not just in the national defense military industry. There are also subsequent research projects about the Chinese Space Development Group, the General Security Administration, the Chinese Life Gene Research Institute, and even the Meteorological Bureau, all of which will be divided into the new institute. In other words, it's the integration of the technology side of the WAC. Resources come together and so does manpower. As long as the technology products are beneficial to China, they are all within the research scope of the newly established Nine Heavens Research Institute. Chu Yang smiled, rarely looked at the people in the conference room, opened a sentence. So I have become the milkmaid of China, or we are a brick. Where the people need me, I have to move to where? Wang Weiman smiled. You can understand it that way. Immediately afterward, he turned his words around and laughed slightly. But I'm more inclined to the fact that this research institute is the biggest munitions research department in the whole of China. Yes, it is the largest munitions research department in China. Director Zhang of the General Administration of Science and Technology also laughed, and after slightly preparing his wording, he then turned his head to look at Chu Yang again and laughed. As for the words of strategic significance, I think you should have guessed it as well. Chu Yang was slightly stunned. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "It's about the insect race, isn't it?" "That's right." Administrator Zhang nodded heavily. Looking serious, the existence of the bug race is no longer a secret around the world, or at the very least, in front of some countries with strong national power. What with the fact that they may have begun researching the existence of the bug race many years ago, and our country's start is still considered to be relatively late. So, this institute was also established in response to the possible subsequent bug crisis, or rather, a new round of global technological race. Speaking here, Administrator Zhang suddenly laughed again. However, this is all a follow-up. When the Nine Heavens Institute of Science and Technology is formally established, we still hope that Director Chu can properly cooperate with our colleagues in the Strategic Development Department to accomplish some other publicity tasks. This time with a smile. The smile was somewhat meaningful. Chapter 135, Advancement of the Southern Heavenly Gate Plan. Advocacy Mission? After hearing these words from Administrator Zhang, the expression on Chu Yang's face instantly became somewhat odd. At least he is a native cub of China. There are still a few things to know about your own Strategic Development Department. This propaganda mission is probably holding something else back. He then looked at Administrator Zhang tentatively and asked, "Tell me, what kind of things do you need to be in charge of publicizing in preparation for the development of the Southern Heavenly Gate program or some other space race?" Not much more to say about the South Heavenly Gates program. It would have been nothing more than an early WASP idea. Even if the curvature drive has been researched so far, it's not that easy to fully realize it though. The issue of energy supply is a big one. To drive such a large air and space fleet, the energy required is definitely not something that can be realized out of the current technology on Earth. The other is the space race. It wasn't an unfamiliar topic to him, having taken a history class in high school. Years ago, the pretty country had an international look at the space race. The only people who raced with it back then were the then unbroken Red Alliance countries, which was called a space race because the two were close to the same level of power and were in a competitive relationship. And it has been called a contest. It would be a total contest of national power between two countries. The research investment in any one of these projects must be over tens of billions of dollars, or even hundreds of billions of dollars. That's definitely a huge economic test for any country in the world. Red Alliance countries back in the day, it would have been the space race launched by the pretty countries that would have dragged down the domestic economy, only to lead to the eventual disintegration and fall. As for being in this race, is the pretty country serious about the space race? Or is it merely using the pretense of a race to achieve the financial strength to drag down the Red Union countries? The various conspiracies behind this are unknown to all but the two countries that participated in the space race. Sure, that's what's so awesome about this race between national powers. 4. Such tactics can no longer be called a conspiracy, because even if both countries know that this is a conspiracy by the initiating country, you have to make the attempt, knowing that you can't do it. Sort of a hallowed young plot. It's like when pretty country said they were going to get electromagnetic weapons. all of the other major powers must begin to work on technology in the area of electromagnetic weapons. Whether or not there are conditions for research, you must begin to carry out research. Otherwise, once people are really engaged in research and development, and you technology fall behind, and finally waiting for the only backward to be beaten. Fortunately, back then, China eventually researched electromagnetic weapons, and a lot of other countries. Not even some of the underlying theories in it have been worked out. The huge gap brought about by it goes without saying. Administrator Zhang, who heard Chu Yang's words, smiled. The Southern Heavenly Gate program. Immediately after that, he continued, after the establishment of the Nine Heavens Scientific Research Institute, we will immediately begin to declare that we have set up a project to carry out the Southern Heavenly Gate program, which will be used to research and manufacture the Luan Bird Airborne Carrier Platform, the Xian Maiden Airborne Fighter, as well as the Chang'e Airborne Mecha, Airborne Fighter, as well as the Shadow-bearing Airborne Mecha. We'll even announce your status as a researcher of 1 nanometer lithography technology, which will be used to advance the project research of this Southern Heavenly Gate program. Huaxia has never taken the initiative to bring up this aspect of the science and technology competition before. One reason is that previously there was really no more suitable program or technology that could be used for science and technology competitions. The second one is because, also, there is no one with a leading role in the field of science and technology to lead the program this time. So even if Huaxia introduced the topic in terms of science and technology competitions, the nations of the world may not believe it either. But now, as long as Chu Yang's age and identity is announced, and then begin to publicize and create momentum on the network South Heavenly Gate project, there's also the credit for researching the mutant lobster in hand now. All kinds of king bombs are piled on top of each other, and there is no fear that other countries will not believe in the authenticity of this plan. Hearing this, Chu Yang also smiled playfully. Really build, or say, of course not. Administrator Zhang laughed. If we really go to study the Southern Heavenly Gate program, the minimum investment would have to be over $1 trillion, and the outcome is unknown to everyone, so it's pretending to build it. When the Nine Heavens Science and Technology Institute is officially established, we'll unify our publicity to the outside world. It's to advance the Southern Heavenly Gate opportunity. The goal of the first phase is to address the energy side of controlled fusion. Speaking of this, Administrator Zhang immediately smiled badly. Regarding the issue of controlled nuclear fusion, I believe you professionals should understand it better than we do. A device for controlled fusion that simply cannot be researched at this stage of technology. But it's also true that there are related theories that are implementable. So, in the deception piece, the technology of controlled fusion, it's the most representative. And then, after another slight pause of a few seconds, he continued. The second stage is the issue of the propulsion used by the large-scale air and space motherships, and in this regard we can slightly disclose the research program of the curvature drive device, but disguise the research of the curvature drive device as the research of the primordial space engine. In this regard, we do invest a lot of money in researching the material issues involved, between the real and the imaginary. It's hard for them not to believe it. As for other follow-up issues, it's up to us, the General Administration of Science and Technology and the Publicity Department, as well as the Strategic Development Department, to promote the issue. Chu Yang pondered a little for a few seconds. Then he looked at Administrator Zhang and smiled. This plan, you guys should have started preparing it a long time ago. The Southern Heavenly Gates program. There can be a wave of exposure on the internet before one's identity is revealed. The significance of this was probably clear to him now. Saying that, Chu Yang then slowly laughed. You people, you're really a good hand at administration. Far-sighted. It's one ring to rule them all, whether it's a pretty country or one of the other top powers in the world. As soon as the South Heavenly Gates program is established, those countries are definitely going to invest a lot of money, as well as human and material resources in relevant research and development. By the time the money is invested, whether or not it will come to fruition is up to God. And on the Chinese side, all that needs to be paid for is some publicity. As for the research money for the engine piece, that would have required appropriations, and it would have been a complete change of scenery. Even after all the countries had turned their attention to this Southern Heavenly Gate program launched by Huaxia, what exactly Chu Yang and his men were really studying inside the research institute? The personnel of the intelligence agencies of other countries did not have the excessive energy to pay attention to it anymore. It's a double whammy, so to speak. Good. That's very much in line with the strategic sense of what is needed in the strategic development sector. The bureau chief of the day. In this piece of contribution, that is the other countries to hold the dead ah. But after thinking about all this, Chu Yang collected the smirk on his face and looked at the people in the conference room rather seriously and opened his mouth. In fact, I have a suggestion. Will you all see if it's feasible? Chapter 136, The Mission of the Older Generation of Researchers. What suggestion? Wang Weiman, who was sitting in the first place, brightened up. What's going on inside this kid's head? If everyone thought that Chu Yang was just as simple as a simple scientific researcher, but in the end, he was the kind that needed to count his own money when he was sold by others. After all, the launch is a handful of maneuvers. It even includes the means by which those interviewing abroad need to wait for the mutant lobster meat in their bodies to be digested before leaving. All Chu Yang's ideas. And the results are truly remarkable. Last night, according to an incomplete count, the General Security Service captured at least 20 intelligence agents from various other countries in the vicinity of the state guesthouse. Beyond that, no fewer than 10 overseas intelligence officers were also captured alongside some of the other researchers attending the conference. It also implicated a number of networks created by the coercion of overseas intelligence officers. Once again, the arrogance of a wave of overseas intelligence officers was dealt a severe blow. Chu Yang smiled and opened his mouth. I think it, in fact, about the project of controllable nuclear fusion to set up a project, may not be able to come directly to play really. As it happens, I have some ideas about that, too. It's not really true that he's taken his word for it about researching the technology for controlled fusion, on the manufacture of devices for controlled nuclear fusion. During the period when he was researching on the nano battle armor, he had already had a certain idea and had gone to a preliminary study of the relevant technical data. Just invest some money and time in research. He's still sure of getting real controlled fusion technology out of the way. The downside of lithium-air batteries in terms of energy is still pretty big. Follow up by waiting until the nano battle armor is upgraded again. Or maybe after actually working on a curvature drive with increased power. Controlled fusion energy will be at the top of the list of issues that need to be addressed. Since we are all set to have a tech competition, then let's just play for real. And hearing Chu Yang's words, the crowd inside the conference room was instantly stunned. I don't know if I should be shocked at Chu Yang's boldness and confidence, or should he bitterly laugh at Chu Yang's arrogance and hubris. Controlled fusion technology. It is not as if this technology has not been studied by research organizations around the world since it was theorized. However, the magnitude of the technical difficulties of its study, rare in the world, even to the point of saying that if someone could actually work on controlled fusion technology, the Earth's overall level of civilization would definitely rise a big step up the ladder. It is like Watt's invention of the steam engine or Faraday's invention of electricity. It would be human civilization, a milestone step across. Immediately after that, Administrator Zhang of the General Administration of Science and Technology looked directly at Chu Yang and said, Xiao Chua, the South Heavenly Gate program is just a step taken by the Strategic Development Department regarding the situation of the world behind it. You still don't need to be overly concerned about it. Your main thing right now is to do the rest of your research program. Upgrade the nanobattle armor technology and boost the power of the warp drive all you want. There's no need to go to the death of a controlled fusion device. Wang Weiman, on the other hand, kept his mouth shut. After his eyes turned rapidly, and after thinking for a long time, he then looked at Chu Yang and asked, Xiao Chu, regarding the technology in this area of controlled nuclear fusion, how sure are you that you can research it? Speaking as the person inside the conference room who knew Chu Yang the most, other people don't understand Chu Yang. He still knew Chu Yang better. Without a certain amount of confidence, he would never have said something like that without any reason. To know, he is now in the Chinese scientific research community. When the Nine Heavens Scientific Research Institute was formally established, even if all of them present disagreed, if Chu Yang was bent on having his own way, they would definitely not be able to stop Chu Yang. Chu Yang was slightly silent for a few seconds. Finally looking up at the crowd in front of him, he said, let's split it 30 to 70, but the time needed for the research may be slightly longer. It will take half a year to a year of research. Currently there are only two ways to think about controlled fusion, either by focusing the energy with an ultra-intense laser beam or with a tokamak device. On the laser side, the pretty country has the most advanced technology, but it's still nowhere near commercially controllable fusion. The technology requires the use of as many laser beams as possible, focusing the energy to a single point, with no deviation in the energy input in each direction, which makes it very difficult, and strong lasers are extremely demanding on optical equipment. Tokamak devices, on the other hand, have made steady technological progress, and internationally it has been possible to achieve a level where the output energy is greater than the input energy. Even China's own artificial sun has reached a high level. However, controlled fusion mainly uses deuterium and tritium fusion. The reaction equation is 3H plus 2H40 plus N, delta E equals 14, 6 MeV. During the operation of the device, atoms will become plasma at high temperatures, and using a magnetic field can separate the nucleus from the electrons, while the plasma is bound in a tokamak device. But, although the plasma is bound by a magnetic field, the temperature of the inner wall is still as high as 1,000 degrees Celsius. During plasma disintegration, the internal temperature is even higher than 3000 degrees Celsius. Without materials to cope with such extreme conditions, frequent replacement of the inner wall would be a hassle. The second is in the area of superconducting materials. This is the most critical part of the material for a tokamak device. Superconductors are needed to create strong magnetic fields. The stronger the magnetic field, the greater the ability to bind high-temperature plasma. Current superconducting materials, however, all require temperatures near 130 K to realize their superconducting effects. Hundreds of millions of degrees of superhot plasma on one side. One side needs to remain a superconductor at over -100 degrees Celsius. How to put the two systems together for long periods of time for stable operation is a major difficulty. And neutrons from fusion cannot be 100% isolated. And high-energy neutrons can damage superconducting coils. Beyond that, problems such as the source of tritium elements, magnetic confinement time, energy control, and product conduction have yet to be overcome. If one wants to actually realize controlled fusion technology, there are still quite a few problems to face. Even the workload far exceeded the difficulty of designing and researching 1 nanometer lithography back then. The only thing that's a little different is, he has accumulated a lot of relevant knowledge and skills over the years, and has the scientific power of the country for him to deploy. It's not like the materials on the mutant lobster can't be reused. Fusing other materials with nanotechnology, it is not necessarily impossible to make new nanosynthesized materials that can, and do, meet the data required for materials for controlled fusion devices. Of course, the bottom line is this: mutant lobster meat is also capable of boosting human genetic strength when eaten. Under prolonged use, both the individual's ability to think and even the liver side of the equation will be greatly enhanced. Just liver time. He was certain that he would have a real controlled fusion device within a year. Nice guy. After hearing Chu Yang's grandiose words, everyone present was shocked. 37? 6 months to a year? Don't say a year. If Chu Yang was truly confident that he would be able to research the technology of controlled nuclear fusion, even if it was for 3 years, 10 years, the above would be willing to provide all the support to allow him to research the technology of controlled nuclear fusion. However, perhaps it was fear that the crowd would not agree. Chu Yang also opened his mouth to the crowd and recounted, the energy issue has always been a great problem. Whether it's for Huaxia or other countries in the world, controlled nuclear fusion technology must be the trend of future development. That's why I think it's so necessary to conduct research on the subject. Of course, there was another sentence Chu Yang held in his heart and didn't say, as long as you guys give me money and effort. Otherwise, brother will just take the flyer and let you guys lie down and win. The words came out. Everyone in the room was silent. Big gamble. It's definitely a big gamble. Research on controlled nuclear fusion technology. That is not a small fight. It is absolutely necessary to raise the strength of the country to support. That is to say, if the decision is made to actually start working on controlled fusion technology, there is no turning back from the bow. Their so-called strategic plan can really become a strategic plan for technology. Finally, it was still Wang Weiman who heavily tapped the table. After glancing at the crowd with solemn eyes, he looked directly at Chu Yang and asked, Little Chu, if you've decided, then you can rest assured that you'll go ahead and do it. And when the institute is officially established, the old man, I'll make sure that I'll be a good logistical hand for you. When he finished speaking, he looked at the crowd present and said, Everyone, the significance of the existence of the Nine Heavens Science and Technology Research Institute must be known to all of you. And since Xiao Chu was willing to go into the research, then we will definitely accompany him to the end. I, Wang Weiman, vouch for this on my own behalf. If anything goes wrong, all the culpability will be borne by me. Wang Weiman, single-handedly. Chu Yang's face instantly changed. That's a national effort, though he didn't think he would fail. But, once the study fails, then Wang Weiman's reputation in this life would be ruined. Even his name will be nailed to the pillar of shame of the Chinese scientific research community for years to come. This guilt, it's too heavy. While looking at Chu Yang's anxious appearance, Wang Weiman shook his head meaningfully towards him. He also knew that the responsibility was too much. A little carelessness, behind it is an abyss of 10,000 feet. Since ancient times, with any changes and innovations, someone always has to take the blame. It can't be out of fear. Humans then stopped exploring. Chu Yang is still young. There is a long way to go in the future. This responsibility, let him, the older generation, take charge, make a way for future generations. This was supposed to be the mission of their older generation of researchers. Chapter 137, who had to commit this crime? The meeting was adjourned. With Wang Weiman's strong support, and the acquiescence of the rest of the crowd, the South Heavenly Gates program, which was to be used by the Strategic Development Department as war neglect, was thus finalized. And, at the meeting on, Chu Yang also directly made a rough plan for the preliminary controlled nuclear fusion project. So, by the time the meeting was over, It was almost close to 7 o'clock in the evening. After leaving the conference room, General Administration of Science and Technology's Director Zhang and Wang Weiman then walked to Chu Yang's front. The two of them laughed in unison towards Chu Yang. Xiao Chua, time is not early. Want to stay together in the Chinese Academy of Sciences to eat a meal? Chu Yang smiled and shook his head. No need. I still have to go back to school. Wang Weiman was first stunned, then immediately realized, and quickly looked at Chu Yang and laughed playfully. Ha 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 ha. Right. I almost forgot. You are celebrating your birthday today. You have a girlfriend, so naturally, you don't need us, these bad old men, to eat with you. After saying that, Wang Weiman then waved his hand directly towards Chu Yang. Go. Have a good rest tonight. Wait until tomorrow. Your task will be heavy. Administrator Zhang also looked at Chu Yang and slowly opened his mouth. The content of the meeting, I have already sent it over to my colleagues in the publicity department to see. If you can also register a private account of your own on the scarf. And later on, you can appropriately post some sharing of your daily life, and even the non-confidential part of the experimental content on the internet as part of the publicity. Subsequent to the Chinese Academy of Sciences and our General Administration of Science and Technology, will contact the next side directly to give you professional certification. Chu Yang froze for a moment. Looking at Administrator Zhang, he asked suspiciously, Administrator Zhang, this is too. Originally, as a researcher, identity exposure was already a big deal. Now you actually have to open your own personal account in a social media like Scarf. What does that mean? Times have changed. Administrator Zhang sighed, and immediately afterward, he looked at Chu Yang and laughed. Little Chu, the world nowadays is your young people's world. We will all soon have to retire. Last time, when that what's-his-name celebrity fan in the entertainment industry exposed your identity on the internet, the General Security Administration and the Strategic Development Department joined forces with some of the other subordinate departments to conduct a complete overhaul of the entertainment industry. The conclusions drawn made us all feel the backlash. Speaking here, Administrator Zhang helplessly said, we have conducted an implicit large-scale survey of the masses on the internet, and from the results of the survey, the contemporary young people, their primary goal is either to enter the entertainment industry, or they want to become internet celebrities on the internet. Such values are so wrong. The future of the country's strength still depends on you young people to top it. So we followed up with a little bit of other planning. Plus you happen to be the same age as the young people, and it's easier to relate to those other young people today. That's why we decided together to push out a research star, and the chosen one is you. Subsequently, our publicity department will also publicize your personal account on a large scale, and we hope that we can get some results. In their day, most people have as their primary goal in life to be loyal to their country and to make it rich and strong. And now, with all the weird ethos of the entertainment industry, all sorts of monstrous values of money, and outlook on life, follow. There were even ones like so cool, the sunless Netflix appeared. In the short term, there really isn't a problem with that, but in the long run, this is definitely not the path to sustainable development. And after hearing this from Administrator Zhang, Chu Yang hesitated a little for a few seconds before nodding heavily. I understand, and I promise to complete the task given to me by the organization. Kyoto University, Girls' Dormitory. The door to Lin Qingshua's dormitory was locked tightly, and inside her dormitory, Li Qian several people moved their own seats and sat in front of Lin Qingxue in rows, asking with a curious face, Qingxue, are you going to share with us how it feels to be in love with an academician? It's just no different from ordinary people falling in love. Lin Qingxue skimmed her lips and slowly replied, the only difference is that he might be busier. With that, she shook the cell phone she was holding tightly in her hand, and looked at Li Qian and the others and laughed bitterly. For example, right now, after he left at noon, it's 7 o'clock in the evening now, and still not a single message has been sent to me. And then there's, saying this, after a slight pause of a few seconds, Lin Qingxue then looked up at the tightly closed door of her dormitory. I finally feel it now, that feeling of being a star. Originally, after Chu Yang left the hotel, she's about to go back to school. As a result, he waited hard until the evening now, and only then quietly rushed back inside the school, because Chu Yang was now considered famous on the internet, and as her girlfriend, inside dormitory buildings like theirs, from morning to just now, every now and then, there would be all kinds of curious young ladies running inside their dormitories to find themselves. Luckily, Li Qian and the others tipped them off. It was still 10 minutes ago, while most people went to the cafeteria to eat, that she quietly returned inside the dormitory. This is too crazy. It wasn't as if they hadn't had the kind of big stars from the top stream of the entertainment industry come over inside their school, but I haven't heard that it's caused a stir either. Those who should go to the lab to do experiments still go to the lab to do experiments. And those who should go to class honestly still go to class honestly. Which is now. Can't top that at all. Ahem. Listening to Lin Qingshue's words, Li Qian and the others immediately laughed, and after glancing at each other from left to right, Li Qian then clenched her fist with one hand and used it as a microphone for an interview, and came up to Lin Qingshue's face and laughed. Then, you will objectively evaluate whether there are any special changes in your feelings towards academician Chu Yang after knowing his identity. What a feeling to fall in love with an academician, and such a young academician at that. Lin Qingxue, this was definitely considered scorpion poop alone. There's nothing to evaluate. Lin Qingxue shook her head and smiled. There might be a bit of pressure, as if there's a bit more adoration, and the rest is nothing. Li Qian and the others froze. That's it? That's it. Lin Qingxue nodded heavily. It's really impossible to evaluate objectively because I like him in a subjective sense. Li Xin and others. Who suggested this question before? Do you have to be about it? Chapter 138, Showing Love is Not a Crime. However, it was just as the crowd stayed in the dormitory and chatted. Suddenly, the cell phone in Lin Qingshue's grasping hand rang. After seeing that it was a call from Chu Yang, Lin Qingshue's eyes instantly lit up, and she hurriedly looked at Li Chen and the others and said, "Wait a moment, I'm going to answer a call." "Whose call is it? So hot and bothered?" Li Qian. Several people immediately laughed playfully. "Chu Yang." Lin Qingxue put down a sentence and ran to the balcony without looking back, taking a few deep breaths and calming her agitated emotions before crossing the cell phone screen and slowly connecting the call. "Hey, Chu Yang, are you done with the meeting? Finished driving?" Lin Qingxue continued. "Then where are you now?" "Of course it's at school." Chu Yang on the phone slowly laughed. "Aren't I still waiting for your birthday present for me? You're underneath our dormitory?" Lin Qingshue's volume instantly rose. "There's no one around looking for you?" He himself was sneaking back to the dormitory. Chu Yang just stood directly underneath their dormitory building. "It's no problem?" Chu Yang looked around and found that there were indeed quite a few people around who were secretly looking at themselves, and there were even those who were secretly taking pictures with their cell phones. But, instead, none of them came up to themselves to say hello either. He then shrugged his shoulders and nodded his head back. "Yeah, I'm right below your dormitory. What's the problem? What's there to find? Academicians are also ordinary people. Are not all two eyes, a nose, a mouth. Nothing special." Lin Qingxue nodded repeatedly. "That's fine. Wait for me. I'll be right down." Snap. After hanging up the phone, Lin Qingxue immediately got in front of the full body mirror in her dormitory, slightly straightening his somewhat disheveled hair, and then after quickly looking into the mirror and giving herself a simple stroke of lipstick, Lin Qingxue then directly took the prepared makeup bag and prepared to go out. "What's that?" "Qianqian, I won't be going back to the dormitory tonight. There is going to be a dormitory department checking the dormitory in the evening, so you guys can help me cope with it." After saying that, Lin Qingxue opened the door and left. Li Qian and the others instantly exclaimed in shock, quickly getting up and rushing towards Lin Qingxue, who had already run inside the corridor, and asked, "You're not going to eat with us? No more food?" In an instant, Li Qian sat back in her seat with a helpless face. "What's going on? That's gone?" The other two roommates came together in front of Li Qian. Li Qian skimmed her lips. After looking up at the other two roommates in front of him, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Do you guys have the feeling that we're all about to be abandoned since Qingxue fell in love?" "Makes sense. +1. However, after the words fell, one of the roommates asked a curious question. "However, if this is a bed check tonight, how to muddle through it used to be okay." Lin Qingxue was quite famous in Beijing University though, but it's not like anyone in the residence halls department is going to specifically care which dorm she actually lives in. But now, that's still a problem. Downstairs in the dormitory, Lin Qingxue quickly ran from inside the dormitory to Chu Yang. After glancing at the eyes of the surrounding people surrounding over, she found that indeed no one came over to accost her. Then she directly took Chu Yang's shoulder and laughed. "How about it, my Chu de academician? What does it feel like to be a star?" "Not much feeling. Chu Yang color unusual skimmed his mouth. "Just wanted to say I'm not really a star," but then thought of the previous director of science and technology Zhang said to him, then looked at Lin Qingxue slowly said, "Academician or star or are just ordinary people? There is nothing special. That is, there are more people's attention. Now this is also quite good. I just hope that it won't be the same as those celebrities. Wherever you go there is a whole bunch of fans embracing and surrounding. That's how troublesome." Lin Qingxue circled around and realized that it wasn't actually true that there weren't people taking pictures or looking over to their side. There were even people whose faces were filled with an expression of eagerness to try it out. But there was never a single person who dared to come over and strike up a conversation. "See here." Lin Qingxue immediately looked up at Chu Yang and smiled. "Let's just say, is there a possibility that in other people's eyes, you're just too special? Well, at least you're also an academician. For us ordinary people, there might be a little bit more of a sense of detachment, or a sense of awe or something. Haven't you noticed? A lot of people actually tried to come over and hit on you, but they didn't dare move. With celebrities, they may be active in front of the public from time to time, so they seem a bit more grounded. So many people dare to ask for autographs from celebrities, or take pictures together or whatever. After saying that, she skimmed her mouth again and said, "You are not aware of our dormitory today's threshold are almost trodden through. Are going to come to me? Want to see the academician girlfriend is what kind of person? Scared me, do not dare to go back to the dormitory." Aha! Xu Yang, who heard Lin Qingshue's words, laughed. That is to say, would an ordinary person like you also have a sense of detachment, or a sense of awe, towards an academician's identity like mine? Lin Qingxue was silent for a few seconds. Only after that did he look up at Xu Yang with a somewhat complicated expression and said, "Sometimes, there might be a drop, usually okay." However, when he had watched Xu Yang skillfully chatting and dealing with all kinds of top bigwigs at the state guesthouse earlier, she did feel so detached. It's like, they weren't from the same world in general. Is that so? Xu Yang smiled, and this smile just looked bad. Even he hooked Lin Qingshue's chin with one hand, and slowly spoke. "It's quite good to fear me. Woman, come on, call daddy to hear you." Lin Qingshue's face instantly froze. Subconsciously, he reached out and placed his hand on Xu Yang's waist, directly making a 180-degree rotation. Even, she hummed softly in triumph on her lips. "Xu Yang, are you floating or I can't hold the knife anymore? Outside you also want me to call you father. You're too big in guts." Ouch! Xu Yang instantly exclaimed in shock, jumping in place repeatedly. Ouch! 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 Hurry up and let go! Hurry up and let go! See this scene. Lin Qingxue, who was still a little down in the dumps, suddenly laughed again. After releasing the hand that was pinching Xu Yang, he slowly spoke with a face full of sighs. "It seems that academicians are also human." Xu Yang looked up and asked, "How so?" Lin Qingxue laughed. "It's just that it suddenly feels marvelous, and even a bit touching, that academician Xu, who is clearly in the limelight outside, is actually able to be pinched by me and wowed. It even gave me a guilty conscience. It's as if you could have been a free and easy heavenly immortal, but ended up being hardened into the mortal world by someone like me." Xu Yang also laughed. After rubbing his waist, which was still a bit vaguely painful, he wrapped Lin Qingxue into his arms and looked down at her and smiled. "Happy? Not bad." Lin Qingxue nodded slightly. "Then you can take a picture with me later." "What are you doing?" Lin Qingxue instantly froze. "Send a scarf." Lin Qingxue was puzzled. What's the sudden need to post a scarf for? Finish the mission the organization gave me, and by the way, show some love. It's not a crime to show love. Take a picture. Chapter 139, what you have at the moment is best. Take a picture on taking a picture. What are you rushing for? Lin Qingxue immediately blanked Xu Yang, then honestly took out her cell phone, slightly raised her head. The front camera of the cell phone was directly aimed at the two people in front of her, and the red evening sun behind them. However, it was just when Lin Qingxue had struck a cute pose and was about to press the shutter button on her cell phone. Xu Yang suddenly spoke. "Wait." Lin Qingxue turned her head in confusion. "What's wrong? Is there a problem? Can I take a picture of kissing you?" Xu Yang laughed evilly. I don't know whether it was the illumination of the evening sun or Xu Yang's slightly seemingly immodest words that caused her cheeks to instantly blush crimson, and right after that she lowered her head, her eyes unintentionally scanning the ground, and murmured under her breath, "If you want to kiss it, just do so. It's not like I've said that I won't give it a kiss." Next, Xu Yang then directly came to Lin Qingxue's ear. Lin Qingxue quickly closed her eyes. However, after waiting for a few seconds, there wasn't even the slightest movement from Xu Yang's side, and then she quickly opened her eyes and looked at Xu Yang and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Not kissing?" Xu Yang laughed evilly. "Forget it, I'll let you off first this time." Lin Qingxue was slightly disappointed, and after skimming her mouth, she still looked at Xu Yang with a smile and said, "Alright then, take a picture." The last word hasn't been said. Xu Yang then directly kissed the side of her mouth with a swift and quick speed. This sudden kiss instantly confused Lin Qingxue, and her finger casually touched the shutter. Click! The scene was then fixed directly on the two of them kissing lightly. Behind the duo, the sky was dimly lit with night and red evening sunsets. Leaves flutter in the wind. Both faces were filled with happy smiles. After Xu Yang finished kissing, Lin Qingxue still had a dumbfounded smile on her face. She then looked at her cell phone, and after realizing that this picture was taken, her expression instantly became a bit odd. Xu Yang also looked down at Lin Qingxue's cell phone screen. After seeing the photo on the screen, he immediately smiled smugly. "I think this photo is just fine. Why don't we just post this one?" No. Lin Qingxue immediately blushed and shook her head. "This photo is all a bit blurry, and it makes my expression look so dull. Why don't we just change it? Chu Yang's face was full of bad smiles. No need. No need. I just think this chapter is quite good. Send it to me. I'll post it on my scarf later. This. Lin Xingxue hesitated a little for a few seconds before she nodded her head and said, alright then, I'll send this picture to you after I slightly p-picture it. I think it's fine the way it is now. No, it has to be spruced up. Actually, if you send it to me, I can do it. I don't trust your p-picture prowess. The two just walked along. After walking all the way to the school entrance, Lin Xingxue finally beautified this picture. After stopping a car in passing, just after sitting in the back seat of the car, Lin Xingxue looked up at Chu Yang and laughed. Alright, the photos are sent to you. Send the scarf yourself. Honestly, she also didn't expect that in this situation, Chu Yang would actually have to pull her along to post a scarf. This photo would have been sent out. That would be directly announcing to the world that she was Chu Yang's official girlfriend. It's time to say no. It sounds so exciting. And of course, there's that full feeling of security. Try asking, what girl wouldn't want to be treated like that? Chu Yang glanced at the photo Lin Xingxue had sent over. Then he turned his head to look at her and asked, I'll send it later. But right now, where are we going? Didn't you say you had prepared a birthday surprise for mine? You'll know when we get to the place. Go find a place to eat first. Lin Xingxue smiled mysteriously. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Immediately after that, he picked up his cell phone and directly saved the picture that Lin Xingxue had sent her, then directly tapped into the interface of the scarf. Regarding his account authentication, he had gotten it done back when he left WASC and was on his way back to school. But, when Lin Xingxue saw Chu Yang's scarf nickname, her expression immediately became odd. Are you sure? You really want to use this nickname? And it actually carries professional certification? On Chu Yang's scarf personal homepage, nickname is Chu Yang LQX. The profile is a simple professional accreditation, director of the Ninefold Science Institute. The acronym behind the nickname. Isn't that her name? However, immediately after that, she looked at Chu Yang curiously and asked, however, what is your title as the director of the Nine Heavens Science Institute? You are not an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Chu Yang explained. This institute is a new one that will be established soon, and I, the first director of this institute. Speaking here, after a slight pause of a few seconds, Chu Yang then continued. As for the functions of this institute, it should be announced on the network this evening. I can't say anything about it for a while on my side. You can just look at the announcement at that time. The words fell. Chu Yang then directly clicked into the interface of sending a scarf. After uploading the photo of the two together, Chu Yang then suddenly looked up at Lin Xingxue again and asked, right, I remember that you seem to have a scarf account as well. Right, send me the nickname of your scarf account to take a look at it. I'll let you by the way. You're sure? Lin Xingxue was still a little nervous. Chu Yang was at least a public figure now. She's not much of one, but if a picture of the two together is sent out now, it could be really hard for the two to unbind in the future. Of course, Chu Yang naturally nodded his head. Then what if we break up later? Lin Xingxue looked up at Chu Yang and said, have you thought it through? Thinking clearly. Chu Yang slowly nodded his head, then looked at Lin Xingxue and asked, what? Are you afraid? With that, he comfortably held Lin Xingxue's hand and laughed. Didn't I tell you a long time ago, to fall in love with me, but to get married? You're wimpy now? How is that possible? Lin Xingxue immediately bristled arrogantly, but then she said with some nervousness, but what if we fight in the future? Or what if we meet someone else who is better than me? The future is anyone's guess. When I say we will get married, we will definitely get married. It's useless even if the King of Heaven comes. Chu Yang suddenly laughed, and then he gently looked at Lin Xingxue and smiled. Even if we will quarrel in the future, but we will also make up. Even if there is a misunderstanding, we can still sit together properly and explain clearly. Don't worry, our love will only accompany the passage of time. It will only increase and not decrease. As for someone better than you, I think what I have at the moment is the best I can do. Those so-called better ones, it's just a reason some people find when they can't resist temptation. I guess I'm not that kind of person either. And you, I don't think, are that kind of person? As the words fell, Chu Yang then looked up at Lin Xingxue again and laughed. So now, don't worry about letting me post a scarf? Send it, send it. Lin Xingxue smiled and nodded repeatedly. What about your scarf name? This. You wait, I'll just aid it out for you. Chapter 140, 2 in a year. Poverty alleviation with precision. Lin Xingxue took over Chu Yang's cell phone. After a flurry of actions on her phone, she immediately aired out her own private scarf account. Nickname, Mr. Chu's Fairy. After seeing the nickname, Chu Yang immediately looked up at Lin Xingxue and smiled. This name was acquired. It's very spiritual. Lin Xingxue immediately gently hammered Chu Yang's chest a few times. Alright, you hurry up and send the scarf. Okay. Chu Yang nodded heavily, and after sitting in the back seat of the car and looking at it for a few seconds in slight contemplation, he directly edited a copy, and together with the photo of the two of them taking a picture together, he sent it to the scarf. Though a wise man does not enter the river of love, I want to build the country with you. After posting this bib, Chu Yang then handed his cell phone to Lin Qingshue's face as if offering a treasure. Look, how is the quality of this scarf? Lin Qingxue received Chu Yang's cell phone in a serious manner. After seeing the copy and photo posted above, I instantly couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, immediately after, she still forced to hold back the smile on her face, full of serious commented, copywriting is good, very consistent with the identity of your Chinese Academy of Sciences academician, and in the middle of the no sentence of nonsense, there is not a misspelled word, worthy of praise. You're praising? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, although it sounds pretty much like that, but why did he always feel that something was a little off? Lin Qingxue nodded solemnly, just praise. As soon as the words fell, she saw that Chu Yang's scarf was frantically liked up. The number of likes and comments went from 0 to 10, 50, 100 in just over 10 seconds. And the numbers are climbing. Seeing this, she immediately looked at Chu Yang suspiciously and asked, shouldn't this account of yours have just been registered? Why would it suddenly have such a large amount of traffic? And what was that you just said about completing the mission given to you by the organization? Just been immersed in the world of P-pictures. She'd forgotten to ask the question. The above intends to launch a scientific research star. Chu Yang pushed the bridge of his nose that wasn't wearing glasses, then said with a face full of narcissism, and then probably because I'm more handsome, and then younger, in line with the public's aesthetics, I was picked. So you're considered a star now? Lin Qingxue immediately widened her eyes. Next, she then directly paralyzed in the back seat of the car, her mouth constantly muttering, it's over, this is dead, my parents will definitely call me later. Chu Yang curiously glanced at Lin Qingxue, what's there to be afraid of? Anyway, sooner or later a handsome son-in-law has to meet his in-laws. I don't have a problem with that. Okay. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue instantly straightened up. If you think it's okay, go back with me in the new year and meet my parents. You think everyone is as thick-skinned as you are. Though Chu Yang was still holding his own. However, she panicked a little at the thought of all the questioning from her parents that was to follow. Chu Yang froze. I'm just pretending. Are you serious? After swallowing slightly nervously, he then looked at Lin Qingxue and opened his mouth to ask, are you sure? Of course. Lin Qingxue nodded. Now, it was Chu Yang's turn to be a bit at a loss. That what? If it's my first time at home, do I still have to prepare some gifts or something? What do uncles and aunts like? Lin Qingxue looked at Chu Yang's bashful expression and immediately laughed in a quirky way, looking up at Chu Yang and asked, my parents are quite plain. It's better to send something affordable. Plain? Affordable? Chu Yang scratched the back of his head thoughtfully. Then I'll prepare 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of noodles, and 10 pounds of mung beans, 10 pounds of sugar, and bring them to the door? Cough cough cough. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Lin Qingxue was instantly thunderstruck. Come on, big brother. You said it was the past to meet the parents. You think you engage in precision poverty alleviation? It's not the first time I've seen them. I'm inexperienced. Chu Yang said somewhat innocently. Moreover, before, when I was in the research base, I always sent these things during the New Year holidays. After saying that, Chu Yang was bright again. Right, there's also peanut oil and stuff. Lin Qingxue couldn't hold back her laughter. She almost forgot. The one in front of me is really a genius when it comes to scientific research though. But it's true that in some ways the human condition should be unintelligible. After all, after his second year of high school, Chu Yang had lived an isolated life, less contact with the outside world for a few years. It's still acceptable to be that little bit misguided in your thinking. Afterwards, Lin Qingxue then continued to look at Chu Yang and said, alright, just kidding, I'm only 20 this year. Isn't it too fast to meet my parents so early? Chu Yang's face was full of anticipation. Then when are you going to let me see my uncle and aunt? Lin Qingxue guffawed. Do you want to see my parents that badly? Yeah. Chu Yang nodded her head good-naturedly. Meet early, get engaged early, and when you reach the age of 22, and you've graduated from college, you'll be ready to get married. Then, saying that, Chu Yang's face had a touch of anticipation. The old man definitely likes to bring up children. After we get married, let's work hard and try to hold 2 in a year. Whoosh! Hearing Chu Yang's words, Lin Qingxue's pretty face instantly reddened and immediately blanched shyly at Chu Yang. Holding 2 in a year? Who's a girl so capable of giving birth? Chu Yang immediately said back, twins. However, after saying this, Chu Yang took Lin Qingxue's hand again, his gaze fixed tightly on her eyes and laughed. Of course, if you want to have a child later, that's fine too. Anyway, as long as you've always been able to be inside my future life, that's enough. Between 4 eyes, A sizzling atmosphere instantly heated up. At this point, Lin Xingxue placed in the pants pocket inside the phone, suddenly began to vibrate non-stop. Chapter 141, The Harem Cannot Interfere with Politics. After Lin Xingxue opened the screen of her cell phone, she saw a variety of private messages sent over on the scarf, as well as a large number of comments appearing underneath some of the scarves she had previously sent. We are saying that the aesthetics of academicians are also the same as us ordinary people, doghead. Although I don't know exactly what the level of Big Brother Chu Yang's scientific research is, I can always trust Big Brother Chu Yang's aesthetics. Sister, would you be interested in publishing a book titled 100 Secrets Academicians and I Had to Tell? Upstairs, this secret, is it a proper secret? And in her private message list, the top one, there were a lot of private messages sent from the official bibs of tech companies. Hello Miss Lin, I'm Sun Min, the executive director of the executive of the Huawei Group. May I ask for the convenience of being able to add your private contact to talk about it? It just so happens that we are planning to come to Kyoto tomorrow, and if we have time, we can have a tea and chat together. Hello Ms. Lin, I'm Zhang Mingyu, BYT's executive president in charge of business. Is it convenient for me to add your private contact information? We have some business cooperation and would like to have a chat with Mr. Chu. Hello Ms. Lin, I'm Lu Yu, the executive president of Lianwang Group. We see that you are now in Kyoto University to read the Department of Finance sophomore. Our company is very appreciative of your talent. I hope that you can come to our company to serve as a deputy general manager of the science and technology sector. The annual salary of this piece of the time, if you are convenient, we can meet and talk again. My private contact is, sure, except for the tech company people. There were also quite a few well-known groups in the entertainment industry that had thrown all sorts of olive branches at Lin Xingxue. Hello Ms. Lin, I'm the agent of Huawei Group. Wang Jinoa, we saw your photos sent out on the scarf. Whether it's temperament or image of this piece, you are very attached to enter the entertainment industry. I give you the guarantee that you can sign the best contract. Within 3 years, guaranteed to make you become the top of the country's super first-line star. The private messages from other entertainment companies have been much the same. All of them were promising Lin Xingxue all sorts of optimal contracts, as well as all sorts of movie and television resources, business resources, and so on, trying to get Lin Xingxue to sign up with their company's group. Sure, there have also been a number of ordinary sendings of various private messages, but there were just too many people, and Lin Xingxue couldn't even read the private messages. After a quick flip through, Lin Xingxue then handed the cell phone screen to Chu Yang and nudged her mouth, signaling for him to take a look. Chu Yang slightly inclined his head. Immediately after seeing the contents of these private messages, he laughed. Is this considered the trouble of being famous? You tell me. Lin Xingxue instantly blanked Chu Yang before closing her cell phone screen. Chu Yang was slightly surprised. Why? Aren't you going to reply to them? Nothing else. On the inside of the private letter, these top domestic group companies offered Lin Xingxue all kinds of conditions, and there is no lack of conditions of annual salary of 10 million, or even more than 100 million. It's not like the average person wouldn't act in this situation. What's the point of going back? Lin Xingxue was very open-minded and directly laughed casually. It's not like it's me as a person that these companies of theirs are looking at. It's you. She's been studying in Kyoto for 2 years now. You know your own level very well yourself. She might indeed be quite happy if she actually thought that her ability and appearance had gotten the attention of those agents and tech companies. But the point is it really themselves that they care about? That was something she still saw through. But then, Lin Xingxue turned her head to look at Chu Yang again and laughed. But I didn't see it. This academician of yours is still worth a lot of money. Finished, she skimmed her mouth, slowly spoke. However, I looked at our school before. Those professors academicians and so on, do not feel that they are very rich kind of people all feel good low-key that's normal. Chu Yang was full of calmness. Most of the scientific researchers, especially those who are doing the academic piece, most of the time is spent inside the research laboratories to study their own topics. They don't have enough time to do the research themselves. Where do they get so much time to pay attention to the outside things? Compared to the joy of being well-dressed, they are rather more in pursuit of being at ease with their inner selves. Of course, I don't deny that the pursuit of being well-dressed is wrong. It's just that, well, people have their own opinions, I guess. As long as one is human, one has desires. Inquisitiveness is also a type of desire. Even he was not exempt, always curious about the world, and even more so, always with a desire to explore. If we let him work out the technology for controlled fusion, this sense of accomplishment was definitely more comfortable than the one he felt when he bought a lottery ticket and won $50 million. Saying this, Chu Yan looked at Lin Xingxue again and continued. As for money and these things, in fact, many scientific research bigwigs, the patents in their hands are casually sold out. which is millions and millions of dollars. Like that big guy in the math department at our school. For example, it looks very plain though. Still, if he's the one who needs the money, it's very easy to make money if you pull the plug. And of course, these said are just some of the scientific scholars in the head. Most people, who may work as a small researcher in a lab, and work hard on their research every day, in the end, they will only be able to make a living. We get to see the very big research gurus, who are ultimately only in the minority. This was nothing more than Chu Yang's sudden sentiments. He was able to see the accomplishments of many of the scientific greats, and that was because he himself was already at that level. So naturally he is surrounded mostly by bigwigs in this area. And below them, there are quite a few more, and they are all researchers who are slaving away inside the lab. Lack of research funding, lack of researchers, and even institutes not being able to pay salaries for months are all quite normal. The public is able to see the big names in research that are renowned. It's also just that small part of the majority under the survivor theory. But, right after Chu Yang finished speaking, he then looked at Lin Qingxue and asked with a smile, "This is an opportunity to earn $10 million a year, or even over $100 million a year. Are you really not moved at all?" Nonsense. Lin Qingxue immediately blankly glanced at Chu Yang without any good humor. This kind of opportunity is right in front of us. It would be a lie to say that I'm not moved. Saying that, she beamed again and looked at Chu Yang and spoke, "But people, it's still valuable to have self-knowledge. If it's something that I can touch, then I will definitely hold on to it. This kind of thing that's too illusory, forget about it. They came to me. They must have something for you. I didn't want to get you in trouble." Chu Yang smiled dotingly. "What if it's just a simple pillow blowing? That won't work either." Lin Qingxue shook her head. "Why? The harem can't interfere in politics." Lin Qingxue immediately snickered playfully. However, when she finished laughing, she then sighed silently. "It seems that in the future, we'll have to slowly adapt to the status of being the girlfriend of you, the great academician, and make sure to resist the sugar-coated bombs that those people are throwing at me." And hear this. The corners of the driver's mouth, who had been sitting quietly in the front driving, immediately twitched. $10 million a year? Over $100 million a year? Or academician? But anyone who ate an extra peanut would not be able to say something like that, right? Chu Yang smiled and rubbed Lin Qingxue's small head. "Remember, this kind of words we can just talk about it inside private. Don't talk nonsense in front of others." Lin Qingxue looked up in disbelief. "Why? You'll get a beating. After all, not everyone has a date. Driver, it's okay to hear you guys blow your minds along the way. Now you're taking away my right to be a human being?" Chapter 142, The Official Announcement of the Southern Heavenly Gate Plan. After touching Lin Qingxue's hair, Chu Yang opened his cell phone with a smile on his face, started to keep scrolling up the various comments underneath the scarf he had just posted. Lin Qingxue curiously came over to Chu Yang's side. "What are you looking at? Is it that funny?" "No, aw." Chu Yang smiled and handed the phone to Lin Qingxue. "I suddenly understand why so many people like to show their love. That's really fun. You can post more bibs like this in the future." The corner of Lin Qingxue's mouth twitched. Is this person really not afraid of death? But then, she was also full of smiles as she read the comments on the scarf that Chu Yang had posted. "It looks like two people laughing, but it's really three, dog's head, dog's head. Not bad for an academician's speech." The pattern opens up at once. A cultured person sends out a different kind of scarf. "I am cheap and read, I am very cheap and finish reading. Where are the three people laughing? Two people plus a dog, laughs and cries, laughs and cries. Is it only my girlfriend who also kissed me next to me? Dog head, just my curiosity. Is the Nine Heavens Science Institute? I just purposely went to check and found that there doesn't seem to be this institute in the country." After seeing these comments, Lin Qingxue immediately couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, they're so funny." After the laugh, Lin Qingxue then got together with the two of them, full of anti-smiles, and flipped through the comments underneath the scarf, until a crimson hot search appeared on the bib. After seeing the hot search appear, Chu Yang then exited the comments section of this scarf of his and clicked into the scarf's hot search list. And at the top of the Hot 100, it was a scarf sent out by the Scarf Media Number after it was certified on the side of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It was just sent out, and it was sent straight to number 1 on the bib hot list. And various mainstream media outlets on the bib all started scrambling to retweet it. Joint statement of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Since today, the Chinese Academy of Sciences will unite the Armed Forces Research Institute of the Ministry of the Army, the Chinese Aerospace Development Group, as well as the 27 independent laboratories under the jurisdiction of the joint establishment of the Chinese Nine Heavens Scientific Research Institute, hereby appoints a Trianglix academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Chu Yang, to serve as the director of the Chinese Nine Heavens Scientific Research Institute, is now officially publicized. And below in joint statement, there were a couple of hot takes right after it. Statement of Huaxia Nine Heavens Scientific Research Institute. After the establishment of this institute, it will take the development of national defense, aerospace and other science and technology of Huaxia as the basis, the socialist core values as the guiding ideology, and serve the country with science and technology to strengthen the country as the statement and goal. Statement and objectives. In-depth implementation of the new development strategy of science and technology, not forgetting the original heart of the country, bearing in mind the mission of strengthening the country for the motherland's cause of scientific and technological development, dedication to their own strength. China's Nine Heavens Scientific Research Institute announces the launch of the Southern Heavenly Gate program. It has been decided after research that China's Nine Heavens Scientific Research Institute will launch the Southern Heavenly Gate program for a period of 20 years to research and establish a program consisting of a large-scale strategic air and space carrier platform Huanbird, air and space combat aircraft Shen-Nu, tactical robots Shang Shadow and other defense science and technology equipment, in order to form a global integrated strategic defense system. Seeing this hot search appear one after another, the bibbers instantly exploded. Guys, this is going to be something. I found out one thing. Since the rabbit came back from the moon, it's been doing all sorts of things. First the electromagnetic cannon before, then the 1 nanometer lithography technology, and even researched the mutant lobster. Isn't this technological breakthrough a bit fast? Doghead, watch your mouth upstairs. Water meter checker. Should have found something behind the moon. Ha 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 ha. Is 20 years really enough time? I'll only be 42 years old in 20 years, so I should be able to wait until that day, right? There is a say one. I suddenly found a place of extreme fear. The Chinese ancient myths in the Buzhou mountain will not refer to the moon, and the so-called demon race will not be referring to the aliens living on the moon, or even possible to say, before the study of mutant lobsters and so on. It will not be the demon pups created through genetic technology. It always feel that the above this is telling us in disguise that this is going to be a war with aliens in the future. If I say it's alien fighting, no rebuttals. Good lord, when the Southern Heavenly Gate program succeeds, won't that be a rabbit? You say you're an alien. You'd better be an alien. Dog's head. Reply to upstairs. Rabbit, pick up your ears. I wonder if the myths of old are just future technology traveling into the past, leaving behind the same names and naming. Cover your mouth and cry. Ahem. Seeing these comments on the network, Chu Yang instantly couldn't help but laugh. This turns netizens. Their brain holes are still really big. Technology traveling through the future can be thought of. It's a pity that this brain hole doesn't go to write novels. But, when Chu Yang's words fell, the expression on his face suddenly solidified. Future tech. Crossing. A wormhole in space and time? A cosmic level of civilization? Thinking of these things, Chu Yang's expression instantly became strange. Grandma tease. No way. Logically speaking, this thing doesn't sound, well, unreasonable. Chapter 143, a lowly position does not dare to forget the country. What's wrong? Lin Qingxue looked at Chu Yang's suddenly frozen expression and her expression instantly became puzzled. That's a good review to read. What's with the sudden change of color? Is it the great aunt coming? Chu Yang immediately shook his head and laughed. It's nothing. Just thinking of something. After saying that, Chu Yang directly put down his cell phone and looked at Lin Qingxue and asked, by the way, to be honest, I'm still quite curious. What kind of gift have you prepared for me? Hearing this, Lin Qingxue cheeks instantly red. Shyly white Chu Yang a glance. Immediately snorted. Perfunctorily back, just did not say well. First confidential. Not confidential. The mystery can be all gone. The words fell. Lin Qingxue then held Chu Yang's palm with one hand and turned her head slightly, looking up at the scenery outside the car, until the cab drove to the busy downtown area of Kyoto. After parking at the entrance of a shopping mall, Chu Yang directly took out his cell phone and looked at the cabmaster in front of him and smiled. Master, how much is it? I'll sweep it to you directly. Cabmaster took a look at the meter beater on the automobile, how it is inclined to pull out a QR code from the car, turned his head to look at Chu Yang, said, charge you 28. Directly sweep my prestige on the line. Chu Yang directly operated WeChat to sweep the code. After paying the money, and waiting for Chu Yang and his duo to get off the car, the cab driver was ready to find a shared charging parking spot, charging while solving the physiological problem for a while. Simply have dinner. Old Zhang, how are things today? The cab driver who had previously carried Chu Yang and their ride had just gotten out of the car, and immediately ran into an old acquaintance who drove a cab, and then quickly opened his mouth and laughed. You don't know, just now when I was in the car, I drove 2 youngsters. The girls are quite pretty, the boys are barely half as handsome as I am. That's just that the mouth blah 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 blah. Saying that, he muttered under his breath. Inside the mouth casually said either $10 million a year, or more than $100 million a year or something. Really have this financial strength. Still can get on my old Zhang's car? Ha 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 ha. Young people, not pretending can still be called young people? And he greeted the cab driver laughed, and, in our Kyoto this place, casually threw a brick can be smashed into a what the section chief director of the boss. Maybe people low profile may also say, the world originally quite add up. Saying that, he took out his cell phone, opened the screen of the phone, looked at the old Zhang, continued to ask, you see the hot search on the scarf did not? 20-year-old academician or the director of the domestic a soon-to-be established domestic top scientific research institute. That what the photolithography technology is what he researched. Awesome. With this, in the area of chips, our country no longer needs to be necked by foreign companies. That's why it's so important to say that the youngsters nowadays are so good. You can't underestimate them. But there is a say one. Once I see people 20 years old so powerful, and then think of their own home that waste of things. Tonight I have to think of a way to beat him up to be able to. 18 years old and still only nest in the home every day to play the game. Finished thing. Old Zhang immediately consoled up. Calm down, calm down. This kind of person is just a case. The child is so big. Not to do it not to do it. You should have done it 18 years ago. Roll roll roll. The man immediately cursed with a laugh, followed by a rather exclamatory remark. You can really get on the bib to see what's hot later. A South Heavenly Gate program was announced up there, saying that they were going to build large airborne shipboard platforms, as well as airborne fighters and airborne mechs. If this thing is researched, then our Huaxiao will be really powerful. To what pretty country as long as they dare to jump. It's a knife for a little friend. That's really awesome. Nay, I read little when I was young, or else I would have had to make a whole lot of fuss out of high and low. At this time, next to the shared charging parking spot, the 40-year-old female owner of a small fast food restaurant looked at the two people who were talking and laughed. Both of you are enough there is this time. Finish your meal earlier, and also go to run a couple more orders, but also care about national affairs here. There are two of you what The two men waved their hands together. What do you know? This is called a lowly position, not daring to forget the country. So, two heroes, are you having dinner? Give me a chili pepper stir fry with extra meat. Me too. Finished ordering. Old Zhang then took out a thermos cup with wolfberry chrysanthemum tea from his car. While drinking water, he muttered under his breath, I'll check the hot search on the bib. Young academician at 20. I've heard the news before, but I haven't had a chance to check it out yet. But, also just as he clicked on the scarf, after seeing the hot search, about Chu Yang's photo, just drank to the most inside of the tea, left a moment directly by him to spit out, asterisk 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 asterisk. Actually is he? The other man was puzzled. What happened to old Zhang? I drop a dear mother Lu. Is this boy? Just in the car. Is this boy? The old Zhang while in the face of obsessive laughter, while cannot help but slapped his thigh, my old Zhang interest my car actually did academician. Ha 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 ha. In the future, such as my son college entrance examination, I must open my car to send him to the college entrance examination. Is also regarded as dip academician's happy gas. Other side. After Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue had a simple hot pot meal from inside the mall, they ran straight to the next venue. Twilight. Chu Yang held Lin Qingxue's hand, and after gently caressing her wind-blown hair, he looked at her with a smile and opened his mouth. Alright, after dinner, what about the birthday gift you said? Where is it? Wait this. Seeing the room card, Chu Yang's cheeks instantly became paralyzed, and after he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, he looked at Lin Qingxue and opened his mouth to ask, you don't mean to say, give yourself to me as a birthday gift? If it's so exciting, tonight, will he be a human being or? Chapter 144, A Gift from the World. Lin Qingxue looked at Chu Yang's thoughtful expression. Her pretty face instantly turned red, and after glaring at Chu Yang in a flirtatious manner, she immediately laughed playfully and said, you bad egg. Inside your head every day you only think about going to the hotel to do which things? No. Chu Yang immediately shook his head quickly after hearing that. Actually, as long as it's a place where there's no other people, I'm actually able to accept it. Bite you to death me. Lin Qingxue was immediately speechless. After quickly putting the room card inside his makeup bag, he held Chu Yang's hand and slowly laughed. Okay, let's go. First take you to the hotel. Wait until the place. You'll know. Chu Yang smiled and nodded his head, following Lin Qingxue in together on the street slowly and leisurely before walking inside the hotel. Lin Qingxue covered Chu Yang's eyes and slowly swiped open the hotel room door with the room card. After inserting the room card, the room instantly lit up with bright yellow lights, and in the center of the house, there were also boxes, large and small, adding up to just under 20. Rose petals cover the ground. After covering Chu Yang's eyes and letting him sit on the sofa in a well-behaved manner, Lin Qingxue quickly said in his ear, you first close your eyes obediently. Don't open your eyes. Do you hear me? Xu Yang nodded honestly. After that, Lin Qingxue directly loosened her hands that were covering Xu Yang, and after finding the gift that had the label of 20 years old written on it among those 20 gifts, she didn't open the box and directly took this gift box and ran inside the bathroom. And just the moment Lin Qingxue closed the bathroom door, Xu Yang then quietly opened a slit with his eyes and his head looked around in all directions. After realizing that Lin Qingxue wasn't even inside the room, he opened his eyes wide, looking at all the arrangements inside the house. His eyes lit up slightly, and he carefully stood up from the sofa, and after walking around the house, and after listening to the sound of the door inside the bathroom about to be pushed open, he ran directly and quickly to the sofa in the room, and sat down honestly again. And on this side of the bathroom, Lin Qingxue, who had changed into a maid outfit, blushed and quietly pushed open the bathroom door. After looking left and right inside the room and realizing that Xu Yan was still sitting quietly on the sofa, his heart then quietly let out a sigh of relief. After taking a long deep breath, she straightened her back and quickly walked to Xu Yang's front, hands behind her back, slightly bending down towards Xu Yang and smiled sweetly. Alright, now you can open your eyes. Xu Yang's eyes snapped open. When he saw Lin Qingxue, who was standing playfully in front of him, the expression on his face instantly froze. On this current angle, he only had to look up a little to even be able to see the white. Who can top that? What's wrong? Looking at Xu Yang, who didn't say a word after opening his eyes, Lin Qingxue immediately asked nervously, "It can't be bad, right? This dress is a style that I picked for a long time on a shopping website." Next, Xu Yang then started nodding his head frantically and smiled. Good looking. Forcefully hold back the restlessness inside. After quickly swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva, Xu Yang then carefully looked Lin Qingxue up and down. Island-style black and white maid outfit. There was also that pair of straight and long legs wrapped in black silk. Just ask you, what man could resist such a temptation? Really just wanna make yourself inhuman tonight. Next, do not wait for Lin Qingxue to react. Xu Yang will directly hold her to his arms. Some red looked at Lin Qingxue in front of him. Between the nostrils, he can even smell Lin Qingxue just deliberately sprayed on the perfume. Xu Yang looked at Lin Qingxue with a slight gasp and whispered, "Qingxue, I suddenly kind of don't want to be a human." Lin Qingxue's eyes twitched slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Xu Yang's lips directly sealed her mouth. Ryoga. Until Lin Qingxue were a bit breathless after that. Only then did she escape Xu Yang's embrace. Her face was a bit flushed as she looked at Xu Yang and said, "What's your monkey rush? Tonight is so long. There's plenty of time for you to kiss enough." But, speaking here, Lin Qingxue immediately looked at Xu Yang playfully and laughed. "You can only kiss. Oh, I forgot to remind you. Tonight I can't drink ice. Oh, hiss." Xu Yang, who heard those words, instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. Nice guy. What did I say? How dare this little ninny be so bold? However, Xu Yang was not the type of person who really had to do something. After a slight smile, he then directly took Lin Qingxue's hand and laughed with a playful smile on his face. "Not a big problem. I'll allow you to pretend tonight." Pretending? Lin Qingxue was immediately puzzled. What are you pretending? But it was too late for her to think much about it. Directly taking Xu Yang's hand, he pulled him up from the sofa and walked to a large pile of gifts in the room, opening the gifts given to him one by one in front of Xu Yang. "No, oh, this was your birthday present when you turned one. It's the newspaper from the day you were born, yo. I searched the internet for a long time before I found it. A lot of things happened on that day, but the most important thing for me was that you were born. And then this was your birthday present when you were 2 years old. You should have started to learn to walk at that time, and prepared a pair of small socks for you, but we are still a more affordable person, and you couldn't fit in the socks you bought for a child, so we switched to socks for an adult. And then there's 3, and at 3 kids are supposed to be especially fond of candy, so I've got a big box of Ferrero chocolates for you. 4 years old, 5 years old." Lin Qingxue started listing all kinds of birthday gifts from beginning to end, all the way up to 18. Lin Qingxue unwrapped a small box. "Now, that's not putting anything in there that is more appropriate for this age group for a birthday present. There is only a small card of a simple person. It says $4.50 voucher." After seeing this, Xu Yang immediately became curious. What does this voucher mean? Lin Qingxue slowly smiled. "I remember the Civil Affairs Bureau registration seems to be $9. When the two of us a person out of half, but the sister I am still more atmospheric. Sure to take care of the younger brother so for you to prepare a $4-5 voucher. When the time comes with the voucher, you can look for me to get a free marriage license one." Having said that, Lin Qingxue then unwrapped the last remaining small box again. After Xu Yang opened it, his expression couldn't help but freeze for a moment. However, at this time, Lin Qingxue, who was standing next to him, suddenly laughed and stood on her tiptoes to give him a quick kiss on the cheek. "Nah, this kiss is your 19th birthday present. With that, there is a little condition attached. As long as it's not a particularly excessive request, I'll be able to oblige. Chu Yang laughed. There's no rush on this. The day will come. He then looked at Lin Xingxue, who was wearing a maid's outfit next to him, and laughed. So, this dress you're wearing is my 20th birthday present? Lin Xingxue looked up with a bit of a blush. Right. What's the problem? No problem. Chu Yang shook his head, smiled and looked at Lin Xingxue and nodded. It's been hard. All these gifts you prepared for me. I like them all very much. However, these aren't even the biggest gifts I received on my birthday. Lin Xingxue looked up in confusion. Did anyone else give you a gift? This gift is you, dumbass. Chu Yang laughed and scraped Lin Xingxue's cute little nose. You are the world. Gifted to me. Chapter 145, The Focus of the World. Day 2. Near noon, Chu Yang slowly climbed up from his bed. After looking at Lin Xingxue who was still lying next to him sleeping quietly, Chu Yang immediately laughed lightly and carefully climbed up from the bed before running to the bathroom to wash up. There was a constant sound of rushing water. Lin Xingxue, who was lying on the bed, subconsciously tried to lean over to Chu Yang's side, but the head fell straight through. In the next second, Lin Xingxue slowly opened her eyes. The curtains next to the window had been drawn by Chu Yang last night, and at the moment the room was just faintly flickering with a dim yellow light. At this time, Chu Yang, who had finished washing up, walked over from the bathroom. After seeing Chu Yang's figure, Lin Xingxue's eyes that were still a little confused immediately opened quickly. Her voice still a little confused as she opened her mouth towards Chu Yang and asked, "What time is it now? It feels like I slept for a long time." Not long, not long. Chu Yang immediately laughed and shook his head. Our son is in college. Lin Xingxue sat up directly from the bed. Going to college? Is she time traveling? Seeing this scene, Chu Yang instantly couldn't help but laugh. Pretty? Swapped with brains. Chu Yang then smiled and walked in front of Lin Xingxue. Alright, get up first. Do you really think that you slept for 10 or 20 years? Humph. Lin Xingxue immediately hummed lightly. I'll sleep for another 10 minutes. Call me after 10 minutes. It's almost noon and you're still sleeping? Lin Xingxue looked at Chu Yang breathlessly. I don't know which pig it was last night, tossing me around until midnight. What can I do? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. I didn't ask you to do anything. That is. Speaking of which, Chu Yang's eyes then had an extra flashback. Exciting is quite exciting. It just feels like, the back is a little too much. Then don't make me scream. Lin Xingxue beamed, not caring about anything, and directly buried her head and shrunk inside the quilt. Chu Yang was slightly helpless, but there wasn't much more to say, and after a small lifting of one of the hotel room's curtains, he sat down on the small hotel couch and watched the news on the internet. Our country will establish the 9 Heavenly Science and Technology Institute in the near future. The institute will be committed to the future of space weapons research and manufacturing. The current primary goal is to solve the domestic, and even the world's energy problems, so the institute's first phase of the project will be completed this year within the project and dynamic plans to 3 to 5 years. The successful establishment of our country belongs to the first controllable nuclear fusion power station. It is understood that the 9 Heavens Institute of Science and Technology, in conjunction with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Armed Forces Research Institute of the Ministry of the Army, the Huaxia Aerospace Development Group, and many other top domestic scientific research organizations, has drawn nearly 400 scientific researchers to conduct exploration and research in the relevant areas. It is also the first independent research organization in the country to bring together researchers from various fields as one. In terms of administrative rank, it will be above all other research organizations in the country. The establishment of the 9 Heavens Institute of Science and Technology is an initial exploration and attempt in scientific research in our country, and an important part of our strategic plan in approaching the research and development of future science and technology. Short video software on. Various top streaming media outlets in the country have been frantically swiping and publicizing on short video software. Seeing these news, Chu Yang's eyes immediately had more than a touch of smirk in them now. It seems that our colleagues in the propaganda department have already begun to build up the momentum for the 9 Heavens Institute of Science, regardless of whether or not they will be able to bring some of the other top countries into the arms race that has been initiated. But judging by the reactions of various netizens on the internet, the enthusiasm of the masses in the country is still very high. And thanks to this previous operation of publishing IP addresses, the network environment in China has been substantially cleaned up, coupled with the official laissez-faire in this regard, even secretly leading the rhythm. The masses are in a good situation. Other than that, just ask if I can go to Mars for a while in my lifetime. So it's good for the new energy sector? Brothers Meng, do not say, is full position. Just do it. When the youth is strong, China is strong. After delving into the personal information about Chu Yang, the director of the 9 Heavens Science and Technology Research Institute, this is simply a modern version of Lu Xiaohua. In this era, we, China, are the mandate of heaven. Let's just say that if the South Heavenly Gate program succeeds, in the future, will we have a space police force all equipped with air and space mechs? Suddenly it feels a little bit three-body-ish. And while commenting, various enthusiasts have also begun to rapidly popularize some of the knowledge about the South Heavenly Gates program on the internet. Someone makes videos. There are still people who run live streams. There are even people who have drawn all sorts of cool conceptual drawings of various airborne platforms, airborne mechs, and airborne battle armor in the South Heavenly Gate program. Sure, along with the rising heat in the country concerning the Chinese Nine Heavens Scientific Research Institute, some netizens abroad also blew up straight away. Jesus Christ, what are the Chinese up to? 3 to 5 years to build a controlled fusion power plant. That's probably the biggest joke I've heard in this year. There's one thing, I want to give Chu Yang a child. I don't want a name, just his genes. Fake it. The South Heavenly Gate program. The Chinese are really whimsical. On the current level of science and technology, not to mention 20 years, even if it is within 50 years, the Chinese are not sure to be able to complete the so-called South Heavenly Gate program. This is a conspiracy. Absolutely the century of the great conspiracy. Standing post as proof. If the Chinese can research a controlled nuclear fusion power station within 5 years, I lived a 5-speed electric fan. But, foreign netizens are noisy. Along with the various overseas intelligence officers determined that Huaxia was really prepared to establish the Nine Heavens Science and Technology Research Institute and set up the Southern Heavenly Gate program. The beautiful country, the White Bear country, the European Union countries and other top stream of the world's big countries, have begun to convene their own domestic think tanks, day and night meetings to analyze up, for a short period of time. Just let the South Heavenly Gate program, which was established by China, become the focus of attention of the world. One time. The international situation is a dark one. Chapter 146 The Sword of Damocles hanging overhead. It was because there were still many related things for Chu Yang to handle in preparation for the Nine Heavens Science and Technology Research Institute. Therefore, after waiting for Lin Qingxue to get up and taking her to find a place to have a lunch, and waiting until Li Qian and the girls came over to go shopping with Lin Qingxue, Chu Yang returned to CAS alone. As for these birthday gifts that Lin Qingxue had prepared for him earlier, Chu Yang, on the other hand, entrusted the staff of the General Security Department to pack up all these things and take them away, sending them together to the professor's dormitory that was reallocated to him on the side of the capital university. And this side of the dormitory, Chu Yang didn't go back in the past few days. After briefly treating Zhu Pengfei and a few others to a meal at a time in the middle, he moved all of his things out of the original boys' dormitory, completely living inside the professor's dormitory at Kyoto University. But, even so, his days at school also started to get fewer and fewer each day. Although he was still mainly in charge of the research affairs of the Nine Heavens Science Research Institute, he was still the head of a school after all. There are some relevant meetings he still has to go to, including the location of the Nine Heavens Scientific Research Institute, the amount of research funding for the first phase of the controlled nuclear fusion project, and the researchers that needed to be equipped in various fields. All of these had to be finalized by Chu Yang himself. And it was also at the time when Chu Yang was busy preparing for the preparation of the Nine Heavens Science and Technology Institute on their side, accompanied by analysis from various national think tanks, as well as many intelligence officers, who have gathered precise information from various sources. After discovering that Huaxia was indeed prepared to invest a large amount of money to carry out the Southern Heavenly Gate program, these countries were finally unable to sit still. Almost on the same day, many of the top other countries have begun to take to social media in their own countries to show that they belong. Beautiful country will start the High Energy Armed Program. Beautiful country will set up today High Energy Technology Institute. The institute is committed to human frontier high energy technology research and manufacturing, in order to solve the world's energy problems. Beautiful country in the early stage will be proposed to invest 100 billion US dollars, hire the world's most outstanding researchers in various fields, and jointly carry out research on the sustainable development of Zhang energy and Anan. Outstanding researchers in various fields around the world to jointly carry out research on sustainable development of Zhang energy and Anan. At the same time, the beautiful country to the international appeal, sincere invitation to the world's other many, to participate in the establishment of the Institute of High Energy Science and Technology of the High Energy. Sakurajima announces that it has joined the pretty country's high energy armament program, and will invest 50 billion US dollars in research related to the initial project. The White Bear Country Foreign Affairs Director plans to make a friendly visit to China in 3 days. The White Bear Country Foreign Ministry declared that it hopes to be able to work with China in science and technology to further add to each other both sides in the field of science and technology cooperation projects, especially in the field of space and energy research. The follow-up will be drawn up a large number of scientific researchers to China for friendly exchanges, wishing that the two countries' friendship will be everlasting. On the same day, the White Bear country and Huaxia signed a large amount of resource supply orders, including the EU, has decided to set up the Holy Sword Research Institute, adding 100 billion US dollars to the existing research base, in preparation for an in-depth study of the relevant scientific and technological technologies in the field of space and energy. It's safe to say, with HWA taking the lead, the many capable countries of the world immediately began to make their own national moves. Let's not talk about whether or not we really need to invest so much money in research, whether or not there is any relevant technology that doesn't matter. Surely the first thing is to get the project up and running anyway. As for some of the other countries that are weakening, in the face of the Chinese so grandly set up outside the Nine Heavens Science and Technology Institute, can only be their own country's social media painless moaning, innuendo nonsense, or even just ignore it. I can't help it. It's not that we don't want to do it, but strength doesn't allow pulling. And in the Waco courtyard, after Chu Yang, who had ended a full day of meetings, slowly returned to the school's faculty dormitory, when I saw those news on the internet, I instantly couldn't help but give a secret admiration in my heart. Sure enough, people who engage in strategy are really different. That one, at least, has 800 hard eyes, although it was said that now under his leadership, the Chinese Nine Heavens Science and Technology Research Institute was indeed preparing to carry out the relevant research on controllable nuclear fusion technology in a practical manner. But, if he hadn't come up with this idea of wanting to fake it that day, at present, he only needs to do something on the network, and even participate in a few more lectures, run to the institutions around the world, publicize the launch of the South Heavenly Gates program, and then coupled with comrades in the propaganda department behind the scenes to push the wave slightly, pretty much actually able to achieve what it is now. With such a set of operations, it is estimated that it will cost a few $1 million at most. For the finances of this volume of China, it is definitely not even counted along with 9 cows and 1 dime. Even, this money Chu Yang himself could have paid out, but other rival countries are not so comfortable. Huaxia's Nine Heavens Institute of Science and Technology was like the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. No one knew exactly when the sword would fall, or if it would never fall. But no country dares to gamble with all its life on this possibility. If you don't dare to gamble, what can you do? Then there's only fighting, smashing money, real money, getting money and loans or going crazy. Anyway, it's all about achieving one thing, and that's volume. Roll one dead and they might be able to have one less opponent in the future. And the effect of this is various stocks at home and abroad. On the technology side, the energy side, and even the aerospace machinery side, all the stocks that are tied to these things are going up like crazy. As far as Chu Yang knew, Lin Qingxue took advantage of these few days to directly open a 2 times leverage, and in just a few days, directly in the pretty country's stock market, madly rolled away nearly small 1 million. Think about that. After a slight thought, Chu Yang directly dialed Wang Weiman's phone. Elder Wang, I have a small idea that I would like to discuss with you. You say. Wang Weiman's voice on the other side of the cell phone was a little tired. I'm getting old. My body can't keep up. Inside these few days, Chu Yang's hard work was considered hard, but as managing logistics, the establishment of the institute after the selection of the site, the procurement of equipment, and even some personnel transfers, the relevant aspects of the deployment of scientific research resources, that can be his business. It wore him out. If it wasn't for the military side promising to get him a few mutant lobsters to treat his old man properly, his old man is probably ready to quit. Chu Yang slowly smiled. Regarding the piece of White Tiger mecha, I previously used the concept of lithium air battery technology. I remember that this technology is being researched by many countries in the world. However, except for us, other countries have not gotten much of a breakthrough for the time being. Since I'm going to mess with people's minds, I'm going to put another fire under them. Directly announcing that the country has completed technological research on lithium air batteries is a small stimulus for them. See how good I've been to you guys. I am afraid that you will not be active in your research, and I am trying to think of ways to spur you on to do research. Sure, regarding if you really let those studies come up with something, Chu Yan was also not vain at all. Feel free to research any faster, and definitely not as fast as him anyway. Chapter 147. Since then, I have been smiling in the shop with a long skirt and washing my hands in soup for you. Obviously, there was no problem with Chu Yang's idea. Wang Weiman naturally has no reason to refuse, and even very much agrees. Anyway, it is already in the open. The real thing, lithium air battery technology has been hiding, in fact not much use. Poor but as in publish it directly. Perhaps it could also be of some help to some of the country's energy companies. The next evening, after Chu Yang came back from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he had just turned on the television when he saw the news playing on top of it. Recently, along with the rapid development of the economy, our country has also made good breakthroughs in the field of scientific research. From the very beginning of the 1 nanometer precision photolithography technology research to the subsequent biogenetic research, all of which have made significant breakthroughs. And now, we have some very good news for you. In the 9 Heavenly Science and Technology Research Institute Director Chu Yang, under the leadership of academician Chu, after painstaking research, our country in the energy also made a major breakthrough, successfully completed the construction of lithium-air batteries in mass production. The later will be drawn up directly into the civilian range of areas. Lithium-air batteries technology greatly enhance our country in the field of battery energy in terms of technological capabilities. A villa living room, as Wang Fu, the old general manager of BYT headquarters, he has a daily habit of watching the news on time. At this moment, his eyes were staring deathly at a huge screen LCD TV placed inside his living room, his eyes full of shock and excitement. Lithium-air batteries. Ever since BYT launched the new energy side of the car, Bioletti's own lab never gave up on research in new energy batteries. Lithium-air batteries are also a major problem that is difficult to break through in their research labs, and once a breakthrough is accomplished in this area, not to mention the whole of China, and even the world within the field of batteries, it will definitely set off a lot of ripples. Even from this moment on, it's basically a declaration. With lithium-air batteries, new energy vehicles can fully match, and even exceed, the same level and price of fuel vehicles. And he was able to believe it. This technological breakthrough about lithium-air batteries is absolutely real. Can't make any falsehoods. After all, this is a news broadcasting platform within the Chinese orientation. This national-level publicity window, it is flat out impossible to put out fake news. And he also saw the two most crucial words in it. Chu Yang. It's Chu Yang again. Whether it was in the field of photolithography or the field of new energy, he had heard the name Chu Yang like thunder. Pretty country. Central Intelligence Agency. Since the announcement of the establishment of the 9 Heavens Technological Acting Institute in Huaxia and the direct announcement of the Southern Heavenly Gate program, the pretty country's Central Intelligence Agency then directly vacated an office dedicated to docking the information office of people traveling overseas to China, even staying awake 24 hours a day, working in shifts to keep an eye on all the news happening in China. The moment after seeing the research technology of lithium-air batteries announced by Huaxia, the newly appointed agency boss of the Central Intelligence Agency was ranting frantically inside his office. Assholes, this is the answer you're handing me. How many times this time? The last few times I won't talk about looking at it. I hadn't come to the Central Intelligence Agency yet at that time. But what about now? Old me. I've only been in office for how long? And you've delivered me an answer like this. Are all the people in the Central Intelligence Agency losers? Why? You tell me why. As the most powerful intelligence agency in the world, why is it that when it comes to this issue in China, we have to lick other people's asses every time and wait until all their research results are out before we know what they have actually researched? You rotten bastards. You better give me a proper explanation. And hear this. A researcher in the office instantly looked up helplessly and said, "Boss, this can't be blamed on us, mainly because the action of the Chinese side is too fast. You also know, we sent out the intelligence personnel last time. Basically all of them have been exhausted by the Chinese, and now just sent over the intelligence personnel but also just in the corner of their hidden footing, and completely have not yet played to their role. Playing to their role, who knows that in such a short period of time, China has researched the technology of lithium-air batteries? Speaking of which, the expression on his face was also very breathless. Their infiltration of China is a work in progress all the time. After all these years, in the field of scientific research, apart from top-secret level scientific research projects, basically most of the scientific research projects in China, they are aware of. But it's these last few years, China's scientific research is getting faster and faster and faster. They haven't received any information yet. Wachovia then takes a direct step across from project initiation to project completion. One step ahead. Who can stand up to this? The professor's dormitory at Kyoto University. Although Chu Yang's establishment is not in the Beijing University, but in terms of treatment, the Beijing University is still very facetious. Small independent apartment by direct arrangement. It was obviously a lot more spacious than the boys' dormitory they had lived in before, and it had a bit more of a cozy feel to it. For example, in the washroom of an apartment, there were 2 mouthwash cups, one blue and one pink, and one blue and one pink washcloth, etc. And inside the kitchen at the moment, listening to the sound of the television set ringing inside the house, Lin Qingxue, who was still inside the kitchen with a high ponytail and an apron, ran out of the kitchen with a smile and looked at Chu Yang and laughed. "You're back." Chu Yang nodded with a smile and continued to ask, "Why do you have time to come over today? Didn't you say?" However, before he could finish his words, Lin Qingxue directly laughed. "Silly you, today is Friday, tomorrow will be Saturday." Chu Yang had moved to the professor's apartment in Kyoto since He has been trying to coax Lin Qingxue to move into the apartment with him. However, it was naturally impossible for Lin Qingxue to directly do what Chu Yang wanted, although she had basically done everything that needed to be done between her and Chu Yang except for that last step. Living together straight away, though, is just too soon, so she just reluctantly agreed to wait until the weekend. Then she could come to Chu Yang's side to accompany him. As for the rest of the time, it's better to stay honestly in the student dorms. Immediately after, she then looked at Chu Yang again and laughed. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I've stewed chicken soup for you inside the kitchen, and then stir-frying 2 small dishes will be enough, so go take a shower first, and wait to taste the flavor. Saying that, Lin Qingxue raised her head again to look at Chu Yang and laughed. But it's my first time to cook. Ooh, don't laugh at my dishes. Chu Yang smiled. Understood. Lin Qingxue nodded her head in satisfaction and turned around to run inside the kitchen to continue stewing the soup. Chu Yang was standing at the door. Through the glass door, he looked at the hot air rising from the kitchen, and the fragrance of the dishes wafting out of the house, as well as Lin Qingxue, who was slightly clumsy, but full of seriousness, cutting vegetables in the kitchen. A faint wisp of a smile appeared on his face at once. 2 people in one house. 3 meals for 4 seasons. The most romantic place on earth is probably the kitchen where the smoke rises. Since then, I have been smiling in the shop with a long skirt and washing my hands in soup for you. Chapter 148, Not following the set routine. When Chu Yang came out from the bathroom after taking a shower, on the dining table in the apartment room, 2 small dishes had been set out, along with a bowl of chicken soup that was still slightly steaming. After seeing Chu Yang come out, Lin Qingxue immediately smiled and pointed to the meal in front of her and laughed. Quickly taste how it tastes. Chu Yang sat down his body. 1 order of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 1 order of stir-fried pork with chili peppers, plus 1 order of stewed chicken soup. Immediately after that, Lin Qingxue picked up an empty bowl to serve soup to Chu Yang while looking at Chu Yang and smiled. Try this soup first. I have been stewing it for more than 2 hours. It looks like it tastes good. Chu Yang nodded with a smile. After receiving the chicken soup stewed by Lin Qingxue, he lightly blew out a few mouthfuls of hot air, and then slowly tasted it superficially. Unexpected. The soup still tastes great. After putting down the chopsticks, Chu Yang then looked at Lin Qingxue and smiled. Qingxue, is this really the chicken soup you made? According to the network novel's formula, usually if the heroine cooks for the first time, the taste is basically very salty and savory, and then the hero will then eat it with a heart-on and keep praising that the soup is good. You made this soup so good. It makes all the set of sayings I prepared earlier in the shower useless. That's not following the rules. Lin Qingxue instantly blanked Chu Yang. Then according to your meaning, am I going to go inside the kitchen and put some more salt in for you? Salting you to death this. She's been hard at work all afternoon. Cooking well, not just follow the process on the line to see it. Adding salt does make it a bit difficult. However, she had read the recipes on Baidu, and the salt in each dish was calculated and then precisely put into the dish, and she kept trying the flavors. I'm not sure if it tastes delicious or not, but it's definitely edible. Okay. Ha ha ha, it's better not to. I think this is just fine. Chu Yang immediately laughed, then picked up his chopsticks again and tried the other 2 dishes. Although it was said that the knife work did seem to be hard, the cutout dishes were all 1 big piece and 1 small piece, but the flavor was indeed okay. If it sells ugly, it sells ugly. At the very least, it's still edible. After dinner, Chu Yan was very understanding and took on the responsibility of washing the dishes. Then it was time for Lin Qingxue to take a shower. Waiting until the kitchen health are cleaned up almost after, Chu Yang called Lin Qingxue to the apartment within the small study. The above is ready to set up a new energy group of companies, mainly used to produce lithium-air batteries for civilian use, and then gave me 20% of the technology shares, and then gave me hung a chairman of the title, and now the chairman is still short of a small secretary. How about it? How would you like to come to me as a secretary? Willing to come to me as a secretary? Ah, Lin Qingxue froze for a moment. About the lithium-air batteries, she had also just heard Chu Yang say it during dinner, and in knowing that Chu Yang was going to prepare to research controlled nuclear fusion, she also went to learn about the related energy industry. The lithium-air battery piece of technology is also understood a bit. However, it was not expected that the above, after directly announcing the technology of lithium-air batteries, directly set up a group to prepare for civilian use. But then she asked, a little puzzled, why the secretary and not the others? Secretary? As far as Chu Yang's current curiosity is concerned, even if he is just a titular chairman, it is impossible for him to lack a secretary. What's the problem? Chu Yang looked up with a bad smile. There's something for the secretary to do. Nothing to do. Before Chu Yang could say his last sentence, Lin Qingxue then directly understood in seconds and directly rolled her eyes towards him. Screw you. Every day inside your head is net thinking about these colorful things. However, immediately after that, Lin Qingxue looked at Chu Yang and slowly spoke. However, If it's to go to your company, if it's temporarily counted as an internship, I'm still fine with it. In the future, Chu Yang's center of gravity must be in the field of scientific research, and according to the attitude towards Chu Yang from above, as long as Chu Yang researched out more and more things, when it was put into civilian use, various technology companies with Chu Yang as their hub were expected to come out in an endless stream. She also didn't want to just stand next to Chu Yang like a vase. It just so happens that she is also studying economics. If she could help Chu Yang where she could, she would be more than happy to serve. No problem. Chu Yang nodded with a smile. In that case, I'll have someone from above come and contact you directly tomorrow. However, after the words fell, Chu Yang looked at Lin Qingxue with a playful face and smiled. However, if you say so, in the future, you can be considered to be directly in charge of the family's financial power. Lin Qingxue looked up arrogantly. What's the problem? Chu Yang shook his head repeatedly. No problem, no problem. After this chat, Lin Qingxue then held a book on economics and read it inside Chu Yang's study. Chu Yang, on the other hand, sat on the desk in the study and kept writing and drawing on controlled fusion. Whether it was theoretical knowledge or relevant technical information, he had spent quite a bit of time researching inside the treasury of eternal knowledge. Now it's just a matter of getting the full technical information together. The project on controlled fusion is almost ready to be officially started. But right about it. Chu Yang then suddenly raised his head again and looked up at Lin Qingxue, who was quietly reading a book on the other side, his eyes exuding a doting light if anything. Lin Qingxue also felt Chu Yang's gaze. After raising his head, he looked at Chu Yang and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to organize the information? Why are you suddenly looking at me? You look good." Chu Yang slowly laughed. "Smile my ass. It's not very busy. Hurry up and do something." Lin Qingxue instantly blushed a little. This lone man and woman. Chu Yang kept staring at her, and she was under quite a bit of mental pressure. Alright, then say I love you. Lin Qingxue blushed a bit. This was inexplicable. What was the point of suddenly saying this? Said I love you and I'll do something right away. Lin Qingxue's cheeks grew redder and redder. Don't say, you love to do it or not. This stinker. You want to take advantage of yourself all the time. Chapter 149, to have a home, or not to have a home. Early the next morning, the sunrise outside the window slowly fell onto the pink sheets of the room. The alarm clock sitting on the nightstand went off at a leisurely pace. Chu Yang slowly climbed up from the bed before shaking Lin Qingxue, who was still sleeping next to him. Lin Qingxue wooed. After slowly opening her eyes, she saw Chu Yang's doting gaze towards her. Immediately after, Chu Yang opened his mouth and laughed. What do you want to eat for breakfast this morning? I'll go down and buy it for you. I want siu mai and soy milk. Lin Qingxue nodded sweetly. Then he suddenly smiled and hooked his hand towards Chu Yang. Come over here for a moment. Puzzled, Chu Yang came over to Lin Qingxue. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lin Qingxue directly barfed and quickly kissed Chu Yang's face before she smiled and waved her hand at him. Alright, go buy breakfast. What situation? Chu Yang was dumbfounded, but in his heart, he was somewhat delighted. This just got up and was kissed. This wave of treatment. It still feels quite good. Reward you. Lin Qingxue immediately laughed happily. You know, last night when you were asleep, I suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. Then I heard you talking in your sleep and shouting my name. So I was very happy. Ha ha, did I speak in my sleep? Chu Yang was puzzled. I heard you. Lin Qingxue nodded her head and laughed. You're asleep. You definitely don't know that you're talking in your sleep. But it's okay, next time you fall asleep again, I'll record it for you. Alright. Chu Yang rubbed Lin Qingxue's little head, then got ready to get up. You can squint for a little while longer. I'll go down and buy you breakfast. Yes. Lin Qingxue quickly nodded. After Chu Yang left, he looked at the other furnishings inside the room. Little pink quilt. Next to it was her favorite Pikachu doll. The small desk in the house is also set up with a makeup mirror and filler light. After seeing this, Lin Qingxue instantly couldn't help but laugh again. Last night was the first time she had stayed inside this apartment of Chu Yang's. The toothbrush and cups, as well as these ornaments inside the house and whatnot, all of them were purchased by Chu Yang himself. Even, she thought of the look of surprise on her face last night when she entered this room. It's hard to imagine that a big boy in science and engineering has so many girly gadgets inside his room. And at that time, Chu Yang answered like this, putting up more things like this, when you live in, you won't feel monotonous and boring, and even have a bit more of a cozy feeling. I think, in that case, in the future, you'll be able to come to my side more often to live here. Thinking about this, the smile on Lin Qingxue's face grew more and more exuberant. This little cutie, obviously, he is so busy every day at WASC, but he is still able to think of and take care of himself in a thoughtful way. This feeling of being favored, just be comfortable, feeling lucky too. Wait until Chu Yang came back from buying breakfast. Lin Qingxue was temporarily wearing one of Chu Yang's loose white shirts because she hadn't brought her pajamas over yet. After dragging a pair of pink slippers inside the bathroom, then he saw Chu Yang brushing his teeth as well, and next to it were water glasses with toothpaste already squeezed and water poured. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingxue immediately smiled and hugged Chu Yang from behind. This scene of the scene, once do not know in their dreams, appeared how many times now finally realized. What's wrong? Chu Yang, who was brushing his teeth, stopped his hand movements and inclined his head to look at Lin Qingxue and smiled. Just want to hug you now. Lin Qingxue laughed, then looked at Chu Yang who was almost a head taller than herself, and beamed somewhat helplessly. How come you're so tall? Every time I want to kiss you I have to stand on my tiptoes. So troublesome. When would it be better if you were about the same height as me? Or a little bit shorter than me? Chu Yang instantly couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, there will be this day. Lin Qingxue, who had just let go of Chu Yang and was planning to pick up the mouthwash and brush her teeth, froze. When was that? It's grown so tall, and it's able to retract? Take your time and wait until I get down on one knee and ask you to marry me. I'll be shorter than you. Oof. Lin Qingxue bristled. I don't believe your bull *******. Every time you say you want to marry me, but we've been together for so long. It seems like you haven't even said I love you to me a couple times. This was also something that suddenly came to her mind after she heard what Chu Yang said last night. What's wrong with this? Chu Yang quickly spat out the mouthwash, and after washing his face directly with water in the meantime, he inclined his head to look at Lin Qingxue and said, on the day we were together, I remember that I did say I love you to you. Hasn't it been a long time since then? Lin Qingxue bristled. If there are any changes in the future, I will inform you. Chu Yang pinched Lin Qingxue's little face that still had a hint of baby fat with his palm with water droplets and slowly laughed. Alright, hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. I'll wait for you at the door for dinner. Wait until Lin Qingxue finished brushing her teeth. The two men sat opposite each other at the table. Lin Qingxue took the lead and asked, do you have any plans today? Chu Yang silently returned. The site selection for the new research lab site is over, so we're going to go to the research lab later to take a look at the new working environment, and then we'll be ready to make the initial work arrangements. With that, he looked at Lin Qingxue again and asked rhetorically, what about you? What are your arrangements for today's vacation? Didn't you say that you prepared an internship for me? Plus this period of time into the fall cooling down, so I intend to go shopping with Qianqian them, by the way, to buy you a few sweaters. This kind of weather can also almost be ready to wear sweaters. And, going to dye my hair by the way while shopping. Lin Qingxue laughed. So in the future it's also going to be your director Chu's private little secretary. When I walk out with you, I absolutely can't lose your face. So in the future I'm going to pay a little attention to the image. Cough cough. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Qingxue, you're already so beautiful. Just leave the others a way out. Immediately afterward, though, the expression on his face suddenly changed. Wait, dye your hair? He then hastily looked at Lin Qingxue with a smile and asked, are you going to dye one that wants a home, or one that doesn't? Chapter 150, Life's Patchwork of Love. Lin Qingxue? What kind of brainwave is this? She suddenly remembered. Why does Li Chen envy her for being in a relationship and then beat her to death for not being in a relationship at the same time? Because love is really capable of making people feel sad easily. In terms of Chu Yang's current situation like this, it's definitely true that stupid people get stupid. But, does not. What's going on here? But that's probably what happens when you fall in love. Although she was angry 1 second, the next she couldn't help but smile back. What are you thinking about? It's just a simple hair treatment. And then seeing as that dark tea black color is particularly nice these days, I want to go dye it that way, said Lin Qingxue and opened her cell phone. From inside his phone's gallery, he picked out a picture of a dark tea black hair color and handed it to Chu Yang. Chu Yang let out a sigh of relief. It's alright then. Feel free to dye it. After breakfast, Chu Yang was then ready to pack up and go to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Lin Qingxue stayed behind to clean up the mess after the two had finished breakfast. The vehicle of the Chinese Academy of Sciences responsible for transporting Chu Yang had long been waiting at the entrance of the teacher's apartment, and after getting on the bus, the driver quickly started the bus, taking Chu Yang to quickly drive in the direction of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The site of the Nine Heavens Institute of Science and Technology was set in a test facility under the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Kyoto. But now, this experimental organization has been branded as the Chinese Nine Heavens Institute of Science and Technology. Not far away, there was also a standing sign saying that it was a military site and that no one was allowed to enter. Heavy guards were dispatched from all around. Inside, the various experimental equipment also carried out a comprehensive renovation and refurbishment. from these aspects. In addition to his scientific research ability, Wang Weiman's management ability in other areas is absolutely awesome. It's not like people get to be the president of the WASP. That is, in less than 10 days, not only reset the place and location of the laboratory, even if the hundreds of units among the personnel extraction, almost all completed. That's not an easy errand. Also did not have time to visit the institute of the whole picture. Just to the entrance of the institute, Chu Yang was waiting at the door of the Wang Weiman took. To the institute of the internal meeting room went, Xiao Chua. The last few academicians in the field of physics are all for you to draw over. Appear to be all the main group leader are in the conference room waiting for you to arrange the work. Chu Yang hadn't been idle during this time either. He has refined the grouping of all the researchers drawn from various fields, which covered mechanical dynamics, physics, chemistry, material science, circuitry, etc. Almost all the researchers in the market in all subject areas were transferred by Chu Yang, and eventually divided into a project research team. Now that you've transferred them yourself, that must be responsible for them. As for closing meetings and whatnot, he'd pretty much gotten used to it a long time ago these days. There wasn't any stage fright or anything. Then he silently followed Wang Weiman and waited for him to lead the way. He had the presence of mind to look Wang Weiman up and down. Newton lobster effect is really powerful. So some days, Wang Weiman is basically a ton of meat. People ate a fat circle even with the wrinkles on the face, age spots, and even on the head on the white hair, are vaguely glowing with the meaning of the second spring. The roots of the hair at the black a large area. It's a powerful effect. Indeed, Chu Yang thought quietly, then subconsciously rubbed his somewhat sore lower back. Couldn't he or she also consider thinking about getting the military department to send him or her more mutant lobster meat to make up for it? Inside the conference room, countless people were whispering up inside early, regarding the name of the Huaxia Nine Heavens Science and Technology Research Institute. Most of them only knew about it through the notification of the news media. Then immediately afterward, most of them received transfer orders from above, regardless of what exactly the project at hand is in charge of. All of them were left behind, and they came to Kyoto without stopping. It follows from this, above on the importance of the Ninefold Institute of Science and Technology. However, some of them came early. He had already come to Kyoto a few days ago and had no place to go, so he took a good rest inside the guest house for a few days. There were also those who met 3 or 5 friends and piled in to discuss their recent theorizing with each other. However, most of the time, it was still studying the reasons for the establishment of the Nine Heavens Science and Technology Research Institute above, as well as the establishment of the Southern Heavenly Gate program. It's impossible to be nervous, more only excitement. Which one of them has not participated in top program research, and now they're involved in the Southern Heavenly Gates program? It's nothing less than the top secret program to make the 2 bombs back in the day. This is a once-in-a-century event. It's about the image of the country, and what's at stake. Once it's done, all of them will be honored with it. So, everyone is excited. As for Chu Yang, who was the director of the institute, these people of theirs had also pretty much heard of Chu Yang's name a long time ago, and knew even more about many of Chu Yang's deeds. So there wasn't anyone who looked down on Chu Yang because of his youth. Even now, everyone who was inside the conference room was waiting for Chu Yang to come over and preside over the situation for them. Wait for the moment when the door to the conference room is pushed open. The noisy chatter inside the conference room stopped instantly. Chu Yang and Wang Weiman exchanged a glance, and after seeing Wang Weiman's expectant and pleased nod, he slowly walked to the podium at the very front of the conference room. There were no speeches. Directly opened his mouth and looked at the crowd under the stage and opened his mouth. Hello everyone, I'm Chu Yang, the director of the Nine Heavens Science and Technology Research Institute. We are all engaged in scientific research. We don't like to bend things, so I'm not going to be polite with everyone. I'll directly have something to say. It should be clear to everyone that we, the Nine Heavens Institute of Science and Technology, are a research department that the country has particularly high hopes for. The first project of the South Heavenly Gate program is also related to our Chinese national fortune of 100 years. This project is now all of us in the eyes of the top priority. About the specific project of the differentiation of the research objectives will be at the end of the meeting, sent to all of you the project research team leader in the hands. That's the first point of today's meeting. And then there's the second point. Personally, I hate the hassle and the lack of efficiency in the way things are done. So inside the coming time, if not necessary circumstances, for example, the first phase of the controlled nuclear fusion project research success, open to celebrate the banquet, may be together outside of a meeting. The rest of the time, everyone in their own way. There are problems on the report. There is no problem to do a good job of their own research, and strive to improve the efficiency of the work a little bit out of the real thing. I will say these 2 points, and this concludes the conference content of today's address. Thank you. Short dialogue. It was only a few minutes from when Chu Yang went on stage to when he came off stage. but it instantly reaped a lot of applause from the room. It also made many people understand more about Chu Yang, speak without delay, and do things even more quickly. Instead, it also made the hearts of many researchers feel a little more confident of victory for the South Heavenly Gate program they were facing. This one, a man of action. After the meeting ended, the people returned to their respective laboratories and began to complete the tasks that Chu Yang had handed down. As for him, he is mainly responsible for researching superconducting materials in controlled fusion devices. The day passed quickly. This time, Chu Yang, on the contrary, came back earlier than Lin Xingxue. After resting at home for a while, Lin Xingxue returned late to the apartment, smilingly walked to Chu Yang who was sitting in front of the study to continue working, quickly spun around and laughed. How is it? Is this new hair color of mine good? Chu Yang put down the pen in his hand. He took a careful look at Lin Xingxue, then smiled. It's quite nice, especially matching your skin color. Immediately afterward, he continued to ask, how was it? Did you have a good time today? That of course. Lin Xingxue immediately smiled. We went to eat that particularly delicious hot pot restaurant at noon today. The fatty beef rolls I feel particularly delicious. And then also went to drink milk tea. The Commerce Building side opened a new puff store. I feel that the taste is particularly good. And then I had thought to bring some back to eat for you. But I thought that it seems like you don't particularly want to eat those things again. I didn't bring any again. Saying that, she also patted her slightly bulging little tummy. Look, it's all because of Chanxian and the others. Going out today has made my tummy bigger, quacking a whole lot. Then she looked at Chu Yang again with a smile and asked, what about you? What did you do today? Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. In the morning, I went over to give a meeting to some researchers and plan the future project plan. Then at noon, I ate braised pork, but the chef that Wang Lao found over here cooks pretty well, and I've heard that he's a great cook of Hunan cuisine as well. So next time, when you have the time, I can take you over there with me to taste the flavors. And then in the afternoon, when the setting sun outside the window shone into the den room, Chu Yang said as he sat on the chair. Lin Xingxue then leaned against the edge of the door to listen and laugh. And then from time to time, he said something interesting about what he had seen out there today. Both were so joyful and enthusiastic. The desire to share is the love that is pieced together by the details of life. Chapter 151, The First Cup of Milk Tea in Autumn. The two just had a conversation. The conversation was about the smallest things of the day, but both men listened to each other with great interest. Soon, Chu Yang stood up from the desk and led Lin Xingxue to look in front of the apartment's refrigerator. After opening the refrigerator, in front of Lin Xingxue's eyes appeared to look at 4 or 5 cups of milk tea of different colors. See this scene. Lin Xingxue instantly froze, looking at Chu Yang with an odd expression on her face and asked, what is this situation? The first cup of milk tea in the fall. Ah. Chu Yang faintly smiled and laughed, and continued towards Lin Xingxue. When I was on my way back earlier, I saw what the internet was brushing with the first cup of milk tea in the fall, but I didn't know which one of the flavors you preferred, so I just bought back the signature milk tea from a few different brands of milk tea stores. You, Lin Xingxue froze for a moment, and in an instant, she couldn't help but laugh again. Little cutie, bar you, in fact, we live a good life is enough. Some of the wind on the network, we do not need to follow. Not much fun. Immediately afterward, though, she continued, but I love this surprise you've prepared for me. After a slight pause of a few seconds, Lin Xingxue slowly laughed. It took a lot of time to buy these milk teas, didn't it? These milk teas inside the refrigerator are some of the hottest milk tea brands on the market, and each one of them is a little harder to buy, so you should have to wait in line for a long time. Chu Yang this had been busy at the institute for a day now. I can't believe you have time to buy milk tea? Yeah, it's been a long time in line. Chu Yang skimmed his lips and smiled, but luckily, if you're happy, this queue wasn't in vain. He's not trying to take credit, but it's definitely better to say it when it's done. Nor is there any hope of asking for any debriefing, but it's all about liking and liking someone anyway, so there's no need to hide it. What was said and what was done, the stronger the expression of love that can be made, the better. Message if you miss it, definitely not hiding it. You can share everything you do every day, have gifts for the holidays, and pay attention to rituals all the time. He's just a mundane person, rather like the cheesy romance. Hard work. Lin Xingxue immediately laughed, rushed to Chu Yang's front, rubbed his handsome face, and then also walked to the living room sofa, and mentioned several bags with clothes on the sofa in front of Chu Yang. It just so happens that I also bought a few pieces of fall clothes for you. Come and try them on quickly to see how good is my vision. This is Chanxian's idea that they gave me, and picked out a clothes for a long time. They must look good on you. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. He started to take off his clothes right in front of Lin Xingxue. Why are you changing clothes right here? Seeing this scene, Lin Xingxue immediately screamed, her face instantly turning a little red. What's the problem? Chu Yang looked at Lin Qingxue with a smile on his face. Can you actually blush over something like that when you've obviously done more intimate things? No. Lin Qingxue immediately shook her head quickly. Hurry up, go change inside the room yourself. She also knew it was a very normal routine between couples. Two people who have been together for a long time tend to have quieter days. Boys may start to be unkempt. Girls will be too lazy to put on makeup. And all the passion and love will be faded by the that follows. But love is love. In her opinion, love never fades into taken for granted affection as time passes. The love for each other should grow more and more with time. The passion and heartfelt feelings never dissipate. One still brings out the good side of oneself at all times. Chu Yang, too. She didn't want to get between two people and blur that line between love and affection. Chu Yang couldn't argue with Lin Qingxue either. After seeing her insistent little expression, she slowly smiled before going back inside the bedroom herself to start changing her clothes. Not to mention, Lin Qingxue's wardrobe is absolutely nothing to sneeze at. Of course, it was also thanks to Chu Yang's powerful face value. All the dresses that went on fit perfectly and were exceptionally accentuated. After he came out from inside the room, looking at Chu Yang who had changed a set of clothes, Lin Qingxue's eyes instantly lit up. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being my boyfriend, wearing the clothes I picked out. This temperament. Absolute. Speaking, Lin Qingxue came up to Chu Yang's face again, and carefully straightened up his somewhat wrinkled collar, and sleeves, and so on. Immediately after that, she ran inside the refrigerator again, and after picking out a cup of milk tea from it that was more in line with her tastes, she took her phone and walked over to Chu Yang. Come on, take a picture together. Taking pictures for what? Chu Yang was suddenly puzzled. Send a scarf. Lin Qingxue immediately laughed. Wasn't it you who said, to properly complete the task given to you by the organization, to create you as a scientific research star, I'm giving you more exposure. Sure, there was a little selfishness of her own in this, although she said on her lips that Chu Yang actually didn't need to care about those hot stems of couples following the trend on the internet. But who can say no to the first milkshake of fall? Yes, it's so tongue-in-cheek. Lin Qingxue came to Chu Yang's side, holding his arm and holding a cup of milk tea in her hand, with a sweet smile on her face. Once the photo shoot was over, they happily sat down on the couch and began to seriously picture their beauty up. But it's just a simple matter of tweaking filters and tints and such other aspects. Both have very capable faces, virtually flawless. After the picture was done, Lin Qingxue sat on the sofa for a few more seconds to think about it, before she sent out a scarf with the picture. Fall is really great, wearing a warm sweater, drinking sweet milk tea, and then watching the sunset and evening sunshine together, blowing the gentle evening breeze. Because of you, it's all just right. Wait until Lin Qingxue's scarf was sent out. Chu Yang naturally chose to forward this scarf directly. Next moment, it blew right up in the comments section of both men's bibs. Lin Qingxue is okay. Following Chu Yang's heat made her, who originally only had a few hundred zombie fans randomly gifted by the system. Her scarf fans reached a small 500,000 fans all of a sudden. And on Chu Yang's side, under the publicity of various channels of the publicity department, with just one scarf he has nearly 8 million followers on the internet. And this isn't one of those showbiz bought zombie fans. All of them are one active fan. Chapter 152 Research on Superconductor Projects. After seeing this scarf of Lin Qingxue's that Chu Yang retweeted, inside the comments section below Chu Yang's scarf instantly exploded. Good guy. I pay attention to Chu Yang. Big brother is ready to add a little more OUG to my exams. Why every day is able to eat dog food inside his scarf? Excessive. Stuffing us with dog food every day. Is this the daily life of academicians? It seems to be similar to us ordinary people. Dog head. Big brother Chu Yang, I've taken the liberty of interrupting. I'm a research team from the physics laboratory of South China University. Our lab has a question we'd like to ask you. Do you have the time to answer it? Good lord. Is there something weird mixed up inside the comments section? Don't think about it upstairs. Ha 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 ha. I also private messaged Big Brother Chu Yang to ask about the high math problem, but he didn't bother with me. Probably because too many people sent him private messages. Cough. I penetrate. In the circle of friends inside the dog food also, even if, actually in the scarf also eat dog food. God, kill me. The world is really too unkind to the single dog. And inside the apartment, Chu Yang looked at the ever-increasing number of scarf comments. The eyes then saw it on the top few comments in the heat. Math problems in the math lab? I'm just sitting around anyway. Help out with the operation? Subsequently, Chu Yang went directly inside the comment area and directly replied to the message of that comment. I'll send you my email private message. You can directly send me the question. If I'm free at night, I'll give you a favor to look at it. But I'm also just average in the field of physics, so I may not be able to give you an answer either. Inside a laboratory, a few youths with glasses and slightly thinning hair were whispering. I say, Will Big Brother Chu Yang really reply to our comments? He never replied to any of them under that scarf he posted earlier. Another boy said, try beating a dead horse. They, as a team, are working on a physics problem. However, there were frequent problems in deriving one of the physical formulas. It was also right after the boys' words fell. One of the boys who started out with his cell phone to post a scarf comment immediately laughed ecstatically. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, Big Brother Chu Yang replied to our comments and even sent me his work email. The crowd instantly gasped. I dunno. This actually works? Ha 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 ha. Isn't that a promising research for our subject? Good lord. Letting academicians help us with our projects. I wouldn't have dared to think of this if it were in the past. Hurry up. Organize the subject information for me. I'll send it inside Big Brother Chu Yang's mailbox. Other side. Lin Qingxue looked at Chu Yang holding his cell phone and laughing, and instantly asked with curiosity, what are you suddenly laughing at? Did you see any interesting comments? There is an interesting comment. Chu Yang laughed slightly, but then he put down his cell phone and looked at Lin Qingxue. You're tired after a day of shopping, so let me cook today, and you take a good rest. I'll do it. Lin Qingxue hurriedly stood up from the sofa. You've been working all day, and you still have to cook for me when you get home. That's too much work. I'm just casually shopping. There's nothing tiring about it. But, there was also after Lin Qingxue's words fell. The two looked at each other and laughed directly in unison. Why don't we go to the cafeteria and eat? The two hit it off. Immediately after, Lin Qingxue went directly from taking the cup of milk tea that she had just photographed, and together they went to the school's cafeteria to eat, and it goes to a full-time cafeteria for teachers. After dinner, Chu Yang then came to the study. The experimental materials prepared by the South China University side had also been sent over. He was ready to help them study the research. He certainly can't hold up the Chinese research community on his own. What is missing is these young researchers who are willing to take root in the field of research. So help where you can. However, after Chu Yang carefully read through this information, an unexpected smile immediately grew on his face. These guys are actually working on superconductors too. Although the strength of the superconductors that have been worked out in their data fall far short of the strength of the superconductors needed for a controlled fusion device. But, if and when the superconductor material of their research material is actually researched, a small step forward for the advancement of the country's superconductor materials will at the very least supplement the vacancies of special superconductor materials needed in a number of fields. It just so happened that Chu Yang had recently been studying the information on superconductors as well. It's not unfamiliar with the content of the formulas and whatnot inside these materials. After a little bit of understanding, they started tapping slowly on their keyboards, constantly and directly helping them out with this physics formula, and even pointing out some other problems with the experimental program, giving some guiding annotations and so on. It only took, 2 hours, after Chu Yang sent over the research information he had rewritten. Inside one of the laboratories at South China University, a couple of the boys were still going through the physics aspect of the test. Suddenly, the youth who had previously sent an email to Chu Yang screamed again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Come and see. Big Brother Chu Yang will send it to us. A few of the rest of the group walked up to the boys. Seriously, we've been studying this problem for months, and Big Brother Chu Yang got it done in just a few hours? Let's look at the information first. If the information is okay, we'll directly work overtime tonight and make sure to make this superconducting material earlier. Look at the material. Look at the material. Soon, several people saw the materials that Chu Yang had sent over. They were also all PhDs who had researched superconducting materials, and although they said that their knowledge might not be as comprehensive as Chu Yang's, they were still very knowledgeable in the area of superconductors. Seeing the experimental information that Chu Yang had sent over after re-altering it, they are getting more and more excited the more they watch. The man at the head of the group spoke up. After working on the job, I feel like there's something going on this time. The others were also energized and returned to look at the experimental apparatus in front of the one they were responsible for. Until early the next morning, the crowd inside the lab was gathered in front of a testing instrument. After looking at the tested, very stable data superconductor material, the people were ecstatic. Ha, it worked, we did it. Immediately after, one of them quickly said, this must be thanks to a wave of Big Brother Chu Yang. I'll immediately go to the scarf and post a thank you. Big Brother is Big Brother. It's just too awesome. Chapter 153, It's not domestic violence if you take off your clothes. Early morning. Lin Qingxue leisurely climbed up on the bed. After looking at the empty pillow next to him, his expression instantly became a little strange, and shouted Chu Yang's name a few times towards the outside of the house, but he didn't get a response. Doubtful, she left wearing her slippers and walked quickly from inside the bedroom to the outside of the house. The furnishings of the house remained the same. Where are the people? Lin Qingxue was a bit puzzled. Looking at the time on my cell phone, it wasn't very early, and this is going out to work? but if you go to work, you don't have to send yourself a message? After skimming her mouth, Lin Qingxue suddenly laughed playfully again and quickly picked up the cell phone in her hand, sending over a few messages to Chu Yang. The strange disappearance of a certain Kyoto man in the middle of the morning. Obviously it's still hot inside the comforter, but when you get up, you're gone. Who was his last contact? What made him dump his beautiful girlfriend? What is hidden behind this? Is it the moral decay or the distortion of human nature? Tune in to this episode of Where's My Name Stinky Boyfriend? Inside the elevator of the classroom apartment. After looking at this series of messages sent over by Lin Qingxue, Chu Yang immediately smiled faintly, one hand holding the breakfast he had just gone downstairs to buy, one hand holding up his cell phone as he replied, "Just went downstairs to buy breakfast." That's more or less the same. After looking at the message that Chu Yang had replied to, only then did Lin Qingxue have an extra expression of satisfaction in her eyes. After slowly walking to look inside the bathroom, on the sink, his own mouthwash cup was still filled with water inside C, and a toothbrush with toothpaste squeezed on it. After laughing twice with a cheeky smile, Lin Qingxue took the mouthwash cup and seriously started brushing her teeth. It waited until Chu Yang came home. Lin Qingxue's side was also pretty much washed up. The door of the room had just opened. Lin Qingxue hung on Chu Yang's body like a little bear, smiling sweetly in his ear. "Back. What delicious food did you buy for breakfast? It's definitely all what you love to eat." Chu Yang hugged Lin Qingxue with one hand, and with the other hand, he lifted the breakfast that he had bought in his hand, and directly brought Lin Qingxue to the dining table inside the house. After both were seated at the table, while eating breakfast, Lin Qingxue then looked up at Chu Yang and laughed. "I'm going back to the dormitory tonight to stay, yo. Wait until the next weekend and I'll come over to accompany you. Don't miss me too much, yo." Chu Yang slightly froze, and immediately afterward, he looked at Lin Qingxue and laughed. "Can't we do a walk-in procedure?" Originally he still felt quite quiet living here alone, but since Lin Qingxue had come over, the house was much more lively. The thought of her not being here tonight, the heart inexplicably began to miss it a little. "Think beautiful, yo." Lin Qingxue immediately laughed and gave Chu Yang a blank look. "Not even married yet. You're thinking of cheating me to cohabitate. It's okay to come over occasionally to stay with you, but cohabitating all the time won't do. Don't be too greedy. Greed is originally human nature." Chu Yang replied in a serious manner. "Just like when we met in the beginning. I only wanted to know what your name was, and then later on, I also wanted to know how you were called." Lin Qingxue, panic face. "JPG, what's wrong with this guy? That's outrageous." At this time, Chu Yang suddenly turned the tables again and looked at Lin Qingxue and smiled leisurely. "However, if you don't want to move over, it's not impossible. Just explain what is called quantum superposition state, quantum mechanics, quantum tunneling effect, or eternal motion, Newton's first law, the constant speed of light, evolution and natural selection, the three laws of thermodynamics." Chu Yang casually uttered a whole bunch of specialized terms in physics. Lin Qingxue had a dumbfounded expression on her face the entire time. Finally, with a face full of helplessness, he glared at Chu Yang. "If you want to directly say that I have a low IQ, then just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush." "Okay, quantum superposition states, quantum mechanics, quantum tunneling effect, please." Except for one who was undecided when it comes to things. "Quantum mechanics, that's heard. What's all the other stuff, ya? Don't look down on people like that." Cough cough. Chu Yang instantly and violently coughed dryly. "This is just a simple question. I didn't mean to say that you're intellectually incapable." "Yes, you do." Lin Qingxue immediately beamed. Chu Yang opened his mouth, but he couldn't seem to find the words to retort. On the verbal alignment piece, boys seem to be inherently weaker than girls. However, before Chu Yang could continue to speak, Lin Qingxue continued to A over, her face filled with a pitiful little expression. "Are you trying to say that I'm being unreasonable, bullying me?" The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. "Where did I bully you? You just have." Lin Qingxue was still full of pity. Chu Yang shook his head affirmatively. "Absolutely not." Lin Qingxue's eyes shimmering light flickered. A playful expression quickly said, "The little girl cried pear blossom with rain. The gentleman is not moved." Full of even words of sophistry. "The little girl is really cold." Chu Yang, is this a sentence to be answered with a lifetime's worth of learning? How do I get back online, etc.? Quite a rush. But having said that, this little ninny's ability to change the subject is definitely considered a masterpiece. But soon, Chu Yang then smiled badly. "After dinner, come with me to the bedroom." Lin Qingxue immediately shrunk her neck. "What for? I'm leaving and you still won't let me go?" Chu Yang laughed helplessly. "What do you think about all day long in this little head of yours? This kind of thing, isn't it always don't push if you can do it? I can't say it but you, so let's settle it directly." Lin Qingxue's expression grew more and more alarmed. "You want domestic violence? If it's undressed, It's not domestic violence. Lin Qingxue. That said, I can't even argue with that? Chapter 154. But in the end, the two still haven't gone to the bedroom to fight. Big morning. It's easy to get into trouble. After accompanying Lin Qingxue for a while of drama, Xu Yang was ready to pack up and go to CAS. And on the scarf. Because last night Xu Yang casually solved a difficult problem in a physics company, taking him to another level of instant heat on the bib, persuading people to learn physics. 1,000 cuts and 10,000 deaths. Thank you Xu Yang big brother pointing out at triangles. A night's time, solved the problem that our team has not solved for several months. Please big brother accept our knees. Such a mediocre scarf. Originally in the user volume and the vast number of bibs. Such a bib fan number is not much 100 users released bibs. Is not get too much traffic, but nay posting in person. It's also a little known name in the academic world of physics. There are countless brothers and sisters in the same school, and various close friends in academic circles. After seeing the scarf, they all retweeted it, along with the fermentation of the matter. Eventually the heat of this matter directly soared to the top 10 of the hot search list of the scarf. Xu Yang solved in one night a problem that other teams hadn't solved in months, and along with that came this hot search. The internet was instantly abuzz again. Good man. In one night's time, he worked out a problem that a team of physics doctors couldn't solve in months. Stun old iron. What kind of operation is this? Big brother is worthy of his name. How can he embarrass us PhD students? It's Xu Yang. As a big shot in the scientific research world, isn't this a basic operation? Suddenly it occurred to me that in the future, big brother Xu Yang's children, who were born without having to be troubled by difficult problems, are really too pitiful. Xu Yang big brother, can you help me with my thesis? Please at triangles. Dr. Also need to ask Xu Yang big brother to ask questions. I also need Xu Yang big brother to ask questions. So rounding up, I equals Xu Yang big brother, doghead. All sorts of evil-like comments come out of the woodwork. And on the way to the institute, Xu Yang, who was casually swiping his cell phone, also saw this hot search that appeared on the scarf. After finding the scarf posted by the original owner, silently, I posted a comment below. You're welcome, work hard. But, after sending this message, the expression on Xu Yang's face became a little odd. Since these people are reading at the level of age so to speak could never be younger than himself, or even quite a bit older. How does this reply of my own, now that I look at it, feel a little weird? Still old at heart. Immediately after that, Xu Yang directly put down his cell phone and silently leaned against the backseat of the car and rested. All the way to the Nine Heavens Institute of Science and Technology. There aren't any meetings coming up either. Xu Yang then went straight to the laboratory that belonged to him. Inside the lab, as well as there were several researchers wearing lab coats were busy in front of some precision inside the research room. Seeing Xu Yang arrive, one of the researchers immediately handed a research report held in his hand to Xu Yang. Director, the preliminary research report is out. The theory is no longer a problem, but the materials are still undergoing some other aspects of research. Xu Yang was responsible for the research and production of superconductors needed for controlled nuclear fusion. But, theoretically for him, that's just having hands. Inside the eternal treasury of knowledge, there was ample theoretical knowledge. The only thing that's somewhat similar is the materials used to make such superconductors, as recounted inside the treasury of eternal knowledge, are found all over space and are among the more common alloys found in space. Sure, the premise has also been stated. It's in the middle of space. With the current level of technology on Earth, there was still no problem in trying to enter space smoothly, but it is still difficult to conduct a complete mining operation in the middle of space. So matching materials, or you need to do your own research. Xu Yang had also done some conceptualization of the relevant aspects these days. After looking at the data sent over by the researchers, he quickly spoke in a hurry. Have you tried the nanomaterials made from the bone structure on the mutant lobster? He had studied the bone structure of the bugs before. After evolution, the hardness and other aspects of the bug's own bones and their overall performance had far surpassed most of the world's metallic materials. If nanomaterials are made from the material of their skeletal parts, then if you go to fuse other metal nanomolecule materials, it's not impossible to succeed. Thinking of this, Xu Yang's face gradually developed a smirk. That's kind of a good thing about the bugs. The flesh, blood, and even the bones of the body can be said to be a treasure all over the body. Understood. We'll apply for some of the mutated lobster's bones from above for research experiments later. The researcher standing in front of Xu Yang immediately nodded quickly. After joining the institute, each of them was no stranger to the existence of mutant lobsters, except for the military headquarters in Kyoto. They're the only research unit left that has a daily supply of mutant lobsters. It is also known that this researched new species has many special properties. The most obvious point is the little helpers for staying up late. As a researcher, staying up all night with liver data has been a common occurrence for a long time. What then brings about the result is mental exhaustion the next day and a sharp decline in physical fitness. But since coming to the Nine Heavens Science and Technology Acting Institute, not to mention staying up all night, even if they stayed up all night, after eating the mutant lobster, they were able to feel very refreshed. It's like being able to live for 24 hours again. The old back doesn't hurt anymore. Physical fitness is not much of a workout though, but they were also able to feel their physical fitness skyrocket. Even more, according to scientific studies, after the age of 28, men may not be able to beat girls in some areas, but inside these days, certain researchers with families, after a trip back, clearly feel that the status of their families have risen considerably. That's all because of the mutant lobster. Scientific research, by nature, is a continuous process of discovery. Mutant lobster meat is already so powerful, it's not out of the question that the bones could be used as a superconductor. After scheduling the research tasks for the day, Chu Yang then planned to join the research process directly as well. But that's when Wang Weiman, who was in charge of logistics, dialed the internal phone he used inside the institute and told him to hurry up and go to the conference room. Hearing this, Chu Yang naturally would not delay. After changing out of his lab coat, he rushed inside the conference room of the institute. There weren't many people in there. The president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Wang Xinghua, the commander of the Kyoto Military Department, Yang Xinghua, and the director of the General Administration of Science and Technology, Zhang Zhang, each of them had a very grave expression on their faces. After seeing Chu Yang, Wang Weiman immediately brought Chu Yang to the conference room, in front of a computer on the table, and said with a somewhat heavy voice, "Xiao Chua, this is what we just received. A video sent over from a certain coastal military department. Our action. We may have to speed up a little bit. There's no time like the present." Chu Yang froze slightly. After looking up at the screen on the computer, his expression gradually became grave. Chapter 155 Dark Matter Force Field? A black hole? The image inside the computer was transmitted through the viewpoint of the nano battle armor. Although the technology of the nano battle armor still had not reached the level of mass production, the Chinese Academy of Sciences side had still created a production line based on the technology shared by Chu Yang. The country currently had nearly 500 nano battle armors, and all of these nano battle armors were evenly distributed among the various military bases in the country. The purpose is to prevent something like what happened last time with the mutant hounds. And inside the video footage now, in the background was an island, and on top of the beach, several large-sized crabs wielding huge pincers appeared, their pitch-black armor emitting an eerie glow under the sunlight. These mutant crabs in terms of appearance, there were similarities with the mutated crayfish that Chu Yang had previously researched inside the lab. However, these mutant crabs have changed their appearance to be more hideous and more reductive of the bugs, judging by how they are shown in the video footage. The video is also brief, but in less than a minute, the nano battle armor easily subdued these mutated crabs. The video screen then ends. Wang Weiman began to explain to Chu Yang, this morning, our coastal border defense of a certain military island. A company of soldiers in the morning training found, from the sea climbed to the surface up a few mutant crabs. Preliminary judgment. Suspected of being infected by the insect bloodline alienation. That side has dispatched helicopter gunships and transports will be transporting the body to the institute this side of the fast. If so, we'll be able to get detailed data tonight. That fast? Chu Yang's expression became somewhat complicated. Originally, he had thought that with the current rate of global warming, the rate of bug infection and recovery should be slower. And even if it is true that the bugs have recovered, the bugs themselves carry some intelligence. If they didn't have enough strength, they would never rashly appear in the sight of humans. But now, these suspected bug-infected mutated crabs actually appeared in the humans' line of sight in such a big way. That can only mean one thing. That is, in the middle of the sea, an unknown number of bugs had already appeared. Just like cockroaches. When you already have a cockroach in front of you, the problem that represents is that some unknown corner of your home has been crowded with an unknown number of cockroaches. This is definitely not good news. Perhaps our strategic plan will have to be altered. Administrator Zhang of the Science and Technology General Administration looked a bit serious. I've already reported this matter to the Strategic Development Department. If it's confirmed that it's a bug infection, the center of gravity of our scientific research program may have to shift to the bug piece. Controlled fusion is certainly a stage that must be experienced in the future. But this has to be assured that mankind is in possession of a future. They are all aware of the dangers of the bugs. The ones that are showing up now are still all infected. Weak bugs showing up. Once a large number of bugs invade, unless nuclear weapons are eventually utilized, it would be very difficult to stop a large number of bug invasions with Earth's current technology. I understand. Chu Yang nodded with a grave expression. After leaving the conference room, Chu Yang didn't continue to return to the lab anymore either. Instead, he came inside his office room, and after closing the door, he directly leaned back in his seat, and his consciousness directly sank into the treasury of eternal knowledge. Chu Yang directly began to ask into the void. With Earth's current level of science and technology, is it possible to build a blockade line that can block the invasion of the insect race on the borderline of China? Almost instantly, a virtual electronic screen appeared right in front of Chu Yang's eyes. Option 1, build the Great Wall of Steel. With special alloys, consume a large amount of national power. Cast the Great Wall on each borderline in the country. It can form a defense in a short period of time. Option 2, construction of Gamma-89 quantum defense force field. Gamma-89 particles is a special particle in the universe. Through a special energy conversion device, you can catalyze the device. After the absorption of energy, the force field can be absorbed through the magnetic force of Gamma-89 special particles, and the fusion of the air, to form a hard wall of air. Note, if you want to cover a wide area with a quantum defense force field, you must have a stable supply of high-power energy, such as controlled fusion electricity. Option 3, dark matter force field. Create a large dark matter engine, and through special instructions, control the dark matter energy on Earth to form a wall of dark matter energy shield, which can not only isolate external power strikes, but even simulate the black hole data, completely engulfing all kinds of external detection messages, so that Huaxia, from a certain point of view, disappeared in front of the eyes of the bugs. The Great Wall of Steel? A quantum defense force field? A dark matter engine? Looking at the three replies given from the Eternal Knowledge Treasury's side, the corners of Chu Yang's mouth immediately twitched a few times. The Iron Wall would be a no-brainer. When the first emperor built the Great Wall, he used a lot of manpower and material resources, which led to the construction of the Great Wall of China, one of the 7 wonders of the world. And nowadays, even if the Earth is technologically advanced. However, if you want to build a steel wall within the scope of the national borderline, not only do you need to consume a lot of domestic mineral resources, use a lot of domestic manpower and material resources, you may even need to import a lot of raw materials from abroad. That alone tells you how difficult it is to realize. Don't even think about the dark matter engine. As it stands, one hasn't even figured out the principles of the biogenetic engine, can't even master the forces of nature, not to mention having direct control over the dark matter energy that makes up the existence of the universe. The only other possibility is a quantum defense force field. The device to control quantum particles was no longer too difficult as far as the current level of Chinese technology was concerned. The only difficulty is to build several controlled fusion power stations with stable energy output after solving the material problem. After all, trying to maintain a quantum defense force field large enough to incorporate this Huaxia, just think about how much energy output that would actually require. But, although Chu Yang had given up on the dark matter engine approach, however, some notes about the dark matter force field caught his attention as well. Humans have been exploring space for quite some time now, and what is known is that other races of civilizations do exist in the universe. Yet mankind has never found any other technological civilization in the universe. One possibility is because Earth's civilization is simply too weak and hasn't reached a level where it can establish diplomatic relations with other cosmic civilizations. So could the other possibility be that the existence of this galaxy in which humans exist has been obscured by some sort of technological powerhouse, utilizing a dark matter force field, within the range of human growth? Erase the solar system, right out of the star map of the universe? Chapter 156, Jedi Heavenly Pass, Great Wall Plan. This in turn suddenly reminded Chu Yang of the Shanhaijing that he had read in high school, the classic of mountains and seas, the great wilderness Western scripture in the cloud, the great wilderness. There is a mountain called the Sun and Moon Mountain, the center of the sky. Wo Tian Men, the sun and the moon into. There are gods, human face without arms, 2 feet belong to the head, the name is Hush. Zhuansu was born old boy, the old boy born heavy and lie. The emperor made heavy dedication to heaven, so Cheong down to earth. Lower ground is born Choke, in the west pole, to line the sun, moon and stars of the line times. What is written here is the story of the Jedi Sky Tunnel, in the sense of the mythic dimension. It was during the time of Zhuansu the Great that the passage between heaven and earth was severed, and since then man and God have not been connected. Well, this man-God, could it then be likened to humans on earth, and aliens beyond earth? By some special means, cut off the channels of contact and communication between humans and aliens. Think about it. Chu Yang instantly felt a little unnerved. If it was really like what he guessed, the reason why humans couldn't find aliens was because a great power had used special means to cover up the interstellar coordinates of the solar system a long time ago. So what is the significance of his doing this? What's the defense again? Of course, before there was any solid evidence, these were nothing more than Chu Yang's guesses. Right now, his primary goal was still to establish a special quantum defense force field shield in China that was sufficient to guard the entire kingdom. This is definitely something no less big than building a controlled fusion device. And it has to be synchronized. Immediately after that, Chu Yang then said directly towards the void again, Call up the technical information about creating a quantum defense force field for me. Shasta. The space in front of Chu Yang's eyes changed instantly. All sorts of technical information related to the quantum defense force field, related drawings and physical models, all of them appeared in front of Chu Yang's eyes. The next thing he had to do was to chew through all of this information. All of it. A few days later, Chu Yang held another meeting. This time, though, it wasn't as big as the last meeting. It was only that the research group leaders within the institute, who were mainly responsible for researching the core part of the controlled fusion device, as well as many researchers and academicians who had made considerable achievements in the field of quantum physics in China and even in the world, were all gathered together. No exaggeration. These people come together and are given certain specialized equipment and materials, all able to just hand-roll a nuclear bomb. The expressions on the faces of each of these researchers who had been placed here were also very puzzled. Chu Yang had said at the very beginning that he would try to minimize the existence of all kinds of meetings, and it had only been a few days since then, and this was another meeting? Also, almost all of these people within the same field know each other. Just this current lineup configuration. What's the point of bringing them together all of a sudden without any reason? Focusing on the development of controlled fusion devices can already make them a bit burnt out. And just as these people were wondering, soon, Chu Yang led Wang Weiman to slowly walk inside the conference room. Behind the duo were two researchers with a large stack of information in their hands. After handing out the information, Chu Yang directly looked at the crowd in front of him and slowly spoke. Hello everyone. I won't say any more polite words. Now there is a program that complements the controlled fusion project, which I call the Great Wall Program. And the information that is now being handed out in front of all of you has already introduced the content of the Great Wall Program in detail. And I hope that you can first take a look at the program's content. Hear that? The crowd in the conference room instantly felt a bit puzzled. Previously on the Southern Heavenly Gates program, now comes another Great Wall program. What the hell is going on here? Chu Yang continued to speak. The content inside the information is divided into three parts. Firstly, it is about the theoretical basis for the realization of the Great Wall program, as well as the related technical models, and the planning and future of the program. After reading the information, please discuss it among yourselves, choose your own division of labor, and give me a plan of execution. The crowd quickly flipped through the information. All of this information was relevant information that Chu Yang had taken out directly after organizing it from inside the Eternal Knowledge Treasure Trove. The very beginning. These researchers were still talking to each other, and there was a puzzled look in their eyes everywhere. But, when they saw Chu Yang's elaboration of the Great Wall program and the information, and even the mature technical information, each one of them instantly became mesmerized. The technical information embodied within the Great Wall program, if this could be realized, it would be an absolutely great thing for the whole of China. Planned. Chu Yang intended to build several devices for building quantum force fields, place such giant quantum force field emitters within each border of the country and eventually integrate them to form a complete quantum defense force field. It was like a clan formation in an immortal cultivation novel. Once the quantum force field covers the country, unless it's a character with an exempt access device, all sorts of characters, or objects, will be blocked directly outside of China. Theoretically, with a high enough power output, it can even withstand direct damage from a nuclear bomb. And, what thrills them even more is this. Unlike the controlled fusion program, controlled nuclear fusion project, Chu Yang is still relatively conservative, only gave generalized some theoretical information and technical routes, most of the data, or need them to constantly research and test. But the quantum defense force field device from the Wall program, not only is there detailed theoretical information and a complete theoretical model established, but even a wide variety of technical processes are planned in detailed steps, similar to the instructions for model formation. They would be able to directly create this item that Chu Yang needed if they understood it and followed the steps in it. That is to say, as long as there was no problem with the technical information given by Chu Yang, they don't even need to spend extra time researching it, just have people put it into practice. This tech support is way too powerful. Silence. Up to an hour or two of silence. The various experts inside the conference room were all concentrating on verifying the feasibility of this information of Chu Yang. Eventually, nearly 90% of the researchers responded in the affirmative. That is to say, this is entirely technical information that can be put into practice. And seeing the crowd's excited expressions, Chu Yang then slowly smiled again and looked at the crowd and spoke. Gentlemen, regarding the Great Wall plan, do you still have any questions or have any problems with it yet? If there are any questions, I can answer them all for you now. Chapter 157 Planet of the Beautiful Country. Immediately after hearing Chu Yang's words, someone voiced out their own question. Director Chu, why do you suddenly want to research this quantum force field shield? And, I'm curious, where exactly did this technology come from? Researching controlled fusion is already a very costly affair for researchers and domestic information. and now there's a sudden addition of the quantum force field shield program. Even if all the theoretical ideas of this project have been worked out, it is still considered an added burden for them as researchers. Of course, the burden and all that is trivial. Serving their country, they are able to accept any hardship. However, the technology of this quantum force field shield that came out of nowhere was just plain strange. These guys are kind of big shots in the industry. Never heard of the existence of researchers specializing in this technology in the country. The theories of this are just so well researched. A new gamma particle was even proposed. This news would be enough to cause an uproar in the physics community. And, once this quantum force field shield is successfully researched, let's not talk about defense of the nation. If it was installed in the top domestic fighter, when you look at the current level of fighter research in the countries, it's simply that there is not a single one that can fight. The use of the quantum force field shields project is a matter of state secrets. This is something that I will not recount too much with everyone for the time being. Chu Yang slowly smiled and looked up towards the crowd. As for the quantum force field shield technology, it was some ideas that came out of nowhere by me personally, and eventually researched out the technological ideas, but whether or not it can be implemented specifically, we still need to further research out the physical model to see the effect before we can do so. Of course, this was nothing more than Chu Yang's polite words, the technique taken from inside the eternal knowledge treasury, although it was organized by itself halfway through, was also used to measure the success rate of this theoretical model with the genjutsu, unless someone is cutting corners. Otherwise, this has been a very reliable technique. As for the idea that it's a technology he worked on independently, that sounds like a bit of a crock, but it can't be helped by the circumstances. He himself was just a little bit better than the others, so he had researched the quantum force field shield technology. What could be wrong with that sounding? Immediately after that, Chu Yang then continued to speak. I won't talk about the budget aspect of this project. Wang Lao is the one who manages the logistics of our institute. If there is a need for resources or funds, just look directly to Wang Lao. How much money do you want? How much money can we approve? Otherwise, do you have any questions? The words fell. The expressions of all the researchers present were odd. Envy separates me from my mass walls. It's not like these guys haven't worked on projects independently. This begging for research funding from the top, which is not begging grandparents to be able to approve a few million to tens of millions of dollars or so of funding. But once you get to the Nine Heavens Institute of Science and Technology, come up with a random project and that's uncapped research funding. Are you that generous with your money? As for the technology that Chu Yang had independently researched, they didn't need to argue about the authenticity of this one. This one was supposed to be a pervert, able to independently research any project. They expressed their composure. Even the fact that he would just come up with complete controlled fusion technology tomorrow would seem normal to them. Now they have only one idea. This was the only quantum force field shield technology in the world Scorpion Poop had. What could be more exciting for them than working on such a world-class project? The next moment, after the people looked at each other, they said in unison, "No problem, Director Chu. Don't worry, we guarantee that after the meeting is over, we'll draw specialized personnel to set up the project team. As for the power supply in the device, although we can't use the new energy source of nuclear fusion for the time being, we can also use high-capacity lithium-air batteries to meet the energy consumption requirements needed for the test." Hear that? Chu Yang smiled faintly. Then it's been a hard day's work. Meeting adjourned. Wait until everyone has left. Wang Weiman picked up the tablet computer in his hand, clicked on one of the video software, handed the tablet computer to Chu Yang's eyes, and slowly said, "This is this morning's time. The pretty countryside has just released not about the model of their planetary program, as well as the relevant expected data." Chu Yang took the tablet. In the video screen is an excellently modeled 3D animation, and the special effects are rendered to look just like the Cosmic Wars movies. And in the animation, the beautiful countryside introduced an airborne shipboard platform that flies hovering in the sky, similar to an aircraft carrier. Video footage. Clearly exposed are the details of the construction of the various parts of this airborne shipboard platform. Includes repair platforms for airborne battle armor, takeoff platforms for air-to-air fighters. Even in the relevant theoretical introduction, there is a setting about the curvature drive device. It is expected that in 10 to 20 years, we will use the perfect curvature drive device as the flight device of the Air and Space Series equipment, to ensure that all the equipment's speed in space at all times, as well as deterrent power. Good lord, pretty country is copying our setting? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. Regarding the curvature drive, the domestic South Heavenly Gates program, in which it was also explained in detail, will research and design the curvature drive to be used as the power system of the South Heavenly Gates program. The Air and Space series of equipment. Count? Not really. Wang Weiman pursed his lips. Remember the series of information you gave to the Chinese Academy of Sciences to take before, which basically covered most of the pretty country's defense technology weapons, of which we have also found similar conceptual drawings. That is to say, In fact, these items, we have also been secretly researching the relevant technology weapons before. The rendered animation of the project they're tabulating now is probably real, whether it's true or not on the Wasia side. Anyway, Pretty Country is really getting real. Chu Yang laughed. No matter, abandoning the national level to look at it. I'm looking forward to what kind of technological equipment Pretty Country will be able to research or not. Future bugs soldier down. It's definitely not just the current Chinese family that is threatened. At that time, the greater the armed technological power of the Pretty Country, the more hope there was for all of humanity. Think about that. Chu Yang suddenly smiled again. How is the research on the curvature drive device on our side going? After the initial curvature drive was initially modeled, he could have left it alone. It's a hole that needs to be filled. Chapter 158. Never dare to read the new Chinese dictionary. Wang Weiman pondered for a few seconds and laughed. The achievements are remarkable. This piece of the bug race is indeed full of treasures, especially the technology of nanoparticle manufacturing that you researched, and now the skeleton of the mutated lobster. Inside the several experimental organizations under our Nine Heaven Science and Technology Research Institute. That's a scarce commodity. The curvature drive made through nanotechnology has received a huge boost in performance. With the addition of the curvature drive of the insect skeleton nanoparticles, the speed per second can already reach 600 meters per second, which has already reached the speed of the country's top fighters, flying at full power for an hour. Among the Life Gene Research Institute under the Nine Heaven Science and Technology Research Institute, there are already science and technology institutes that have reported to me, wanting to study this mutant lobster you created and then create some variant bug creatures out of it. Because they found through research, in addition to the mutant lobster's skeleton, a small amount of skin tissue on the body of the mutant lobster, after special treatment, the production of nanomaterials, completely exceeded the current domestic special level of anti-load clothing. And not only is it flexible, it can be used as a direct clothing production material, and the defensive power can even be comparable to bulletproof vests. A load-resistant suit is an essential piece of clothing for pilots. It is used to resist the overload pressure that occurs when a fighter jet is overloaded in flight. Sure, not that it's necessary in the nano-battle armor piece, because after using the curvature drive, the human equivalent of panning straight through, generating an overload pressure that is not particularly high. Chu Yang laughed. Leave this problem to me. I still have complete research equipment inside my lab at the Capital University. Within a week, I can create other kinds of insect species. After he finished speaking, the expression on his face gradually became playful again. In that case, this insect race is also considered to be a treasure all over. If the bugs weren't violent by nature, it's kind of nice that this gadget exists on Earth. What great research material. At this time, Wang Weiman looked at Chu Yang again and asked, Shall we reveal any more information over there? In terms of the current international situation, Pretty Country has kind of started to fight with Wasia. There's no verbal pole stomping though, but the planet program they revealed, the target project, at first glance, is China's South Heavenly Gate program. Even, beautiful countryside has attracted a lot of such as Cherry Blossom Island country, Kimchi Stick country and other countries' support. Momentum. China still cannot lose. Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. Then let's release a generation of mecha test videos. Along with a short period of time, the speed of technology in China has been increasing. A generation of White Tiger battle armor stats had long since fallen behind by an unknown number of generations. It wouldn't really hurt to expose the mech's data now. Saying that, Chu Yan laughed again. You can go and discuss with Director Zhang of the General Administration of Science and Technology. If it's not a problem, just shoot out a video, and then follow up with a direct use of the bib to pass it up on the line. And there's no need to engage in any conference. He was worried that he didn't have anything to post on the scarf for this Techstar project that the top was working on. Wouldn't that make a great video clip? Wang Weiman also pondered for a few seconds, and finally nodded heavily. That's it then. We can indeed release the video of the mecha now. Currently, after the establishment of the Ninefold Institute of Science and Technology, the several projects that Chu Yang had researched before were then all merged into the Nine Heavens Science and Technology Research Institute, the Nano Battle Armor piece. There are also specialized researchers to manufacture and study the next generation, not to mention a generation of White Tiger battle armor. As long as there were enough materials, the updated third generation White Tiger battle armor would almost be able to be freshly baked. Evening. After finishing the work of the institute for the day, Chu Yang took the institute's car and slowly returned to the inside of his room at the Capital University. Haven't pushed the door of the room open yet. Chu Yang then smelled the aroma of a good-smelling meal from the doorway of the room. In an instant, Chu Yang, who had been busy all day and his face was a bit stiff, instantly had an extra smile on his face, quickly took out the key to the room and opened the door, pushed the door back. Chu Yang then saw Lin Xingxue who was busy inside the kitchen. He then walked directly behind Lin Xingxue and gently carried her into his arms. you're back? Lin Qingshue's body, who was still stewing soup at ease, stiffened slightly before she happily inclined her head and smiled. Chu Yang nodded slightly, and with his eyes closed like that, he tenderly hugged Lin Qingxue. Looking at Chu Yang, who had a few more tired colors on his face, Lin Qingxue immediately asked nervously, "What's wrong with you? Isn't it hard at the institute?" Chu Yang had become the director of the largest science and technology institute in China at such a young age. It must be a very heavy burden to carry. It's true that it's a bit hard. Chu Yang slowly laughed and didn't open his eyes. "You busy yourself. I'll hold you for a while and recharge my batteries." Lin Qingxue inclined her head. Neither did he look at Chu Yang anymore, and while continuing to cut the vegetables, he slowly laughed. "What does charging mean? Sleeping is slow charging, eating is fast charging, holding you is flash charging, and super flash charging." Speaking here, Chu Yang's face gradually developed a few more expressions of bad jokes. "Eating and sleeping with you is super flash charging." Lin Qingxue blinked innocently. "That sleeping that you said about eating and sleeping together, is that a verb, or a noun? Chu Yang? What's the situation? Why does it feel dirty?" Cough cough. After slightly coughing twice, Chu Yang then immediately shook his head in a serious manner and said, "Noun, definitely a noun." However, after saying that, Chu Yang swallowed slightly. "However, if you want him to become a verb, it's not impossible. Having a girlfriend and having to n*d himself, having one to say, it's quite difficult." It was Lin Qingshue's turn to be confused. Japanese? But soon, she couldn't hold back her laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, from now on I dare not look at the Xinhua dictionary. What's all this about?" But laughing, the expression on her face suddenly froze, and she subconsciously returned Chu Yang's sentence. "Did you tie your belt today? Your belt is pinching me." Chu Yang's face instantly odd. "Bawa, we are saying, is there a possibility that I did not wear a belt today? Lin Qingxue? What are you talking about? It's writable?" Chapter 159, Chinese Immortal Dynasty. Day 2. Chu Yang came to the Chinese Academy of Sciences as usual, and on the other side, the processes and procedures of the New Energy Technology group of companies belonging to the Nine Heavens Science and Technology Research Institute are also almost complete. Chu Yang has 20% of the shares. The naming right was also named after soliciting Chu Yang's side's opinion. The name of the group company was Huaxia Immortal Dynasty Science and Technology Group Company. The New Energies Company, which became a subsidiary of Huaxia Xianjiao Technology Group Company, Ltd., was named Kyoto Razor New Energy Technology Group Company. The significance of the name comes from one of the 9 fairy realms in the incomplete ancient mythological texts, Leze. In the classic of Mountains and Seas, it is written that there is a god of thunder in the Leze, with a dragon's body and a human head, bulging his belly, in the west of Wu. Although Chu Yang currently did not fully imagine how prosperous the civilization of the ancient period of China was, but now since he already has the treasury of eternal knowledge, as long as he was given enough time to develop, he might not be unable to recreate the power of the ancient times of China, and wait until he was more than equal to it before attempting to surpass it. Today is the first day that Huaxia Xianjiao Technology Group Limited started also. However, Chu Yang didn't have the heart to manage these things of the company that picked up the group, so he also let Lin Qingxue take it the whole time. Today, on behalf of Chu Yang's identity, she would go to the entrance of the Huaxia Immortal Dynasty Technology Group Company to conduct a public ribbon-cutting ceremony. Originally, Chu Yang had planned to accompany Lin Qingxue there by himself. However, it was politely turned down by Lin Qingxue, even until after coming to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Chu Yang's eyes were still recalling what Lin Qingxue said before leaving the house, looking at him with a stubborn face. "Chu Yang, in the past, I was actually quite salty, and I even felt that after graduation, it would be fine to find a financial company to work for, but your arrival changed me. And, of course, it's a benign change. I want to become a better person because of you. I don't want to be a burden to you in the future. I'll try to grow. In the future, I will stand squarely beside you, as a comrade in arms who fights alongside you, the kind that will walk side by side together for the rest of their lives." After thinking about all this, the smile on Chu Yang's face instantly became somewhat unstoppable. "That's a really stubborn little girl." However, before the smile on his face could fall, Wang Weiman knocked on the door of his office. After inviting him in, seeing Chu Yang's face full of anti-smile, the expression on Wang Weiman's face instantly became odd. "What's wrong with you today? Full of smiles?" The words fell. Also not waiting for Chu Yang to answer, Wang Weiman said to himself again, Right, almost forgot. Last night was Friday. A little goodbye. Saying that, he also looked at Chu Yang in a serious tone. "But Xiao Chua, although inside the institute, you are now considered my superior. But as a person who has come before me, I still have to advise you properly. Young people, you still have to be restrained. You can't rely on your youth to do whatever you want." Cough. Hearing these words, Chu Yang instantly couldn't help but dryly cough a few times, looking at Wang Weiman with a face full of helplessness. He said, "Elder Wang, you're getting more and more old and immodest. What's inside your head every day? This is my kind reminder." Wang Weiman waved his hand with a smile, and immediately afterward, he looked at Chu Yang and laughed. "Have you looked at the video I sent you inside the internal mailbox? The propaganda department side of the meaning is that you will then give this video footage with a narration. When the commentary is done, the publicity department will organize it a little bit over there, and then you'll upload it directly to the bib." Chu Yang nodded his head quickly. "Okay, I'm going to match the narration here." Wang Weiman continued to ask, "Today is not the day of the opening of the Immortal Dynasty Group. You really rest assured that the little girl to go do not go to accompany her courage? No need." Chu Yang did not hesitate in the slightest and smiled with a confident face. "I believe she can do a good job. However, isn't there a live broadcast on the internet later? If you are free, give me the room number of the live broadcasting room for a while. I'll go and take a look." "You kid." Wang Weiman laughed helplessly and shook his head. "In the end, there's actually some worry, isn't there?" However, after saying this, the expression on his face was a bit odd again. "Your kid is really different from all the young people I've seen. This is 20% of the shares of Immortal Dynasty Group. If it's given to my old man is estimated to be excited for a few days and can't sleep. You're good. The ribbon-cutting ceremony is not going over. Under the Immortal Dynasty Group, there could be far more than one Razor New Energy Technology Company. There is one remaining Four Saints Group Technology Inc. After today's announcement of the initial White Tiger battle armor, preparations for the Four Saints Group Science and Technology Company, mainly responsible for the production of the first generation of simulated prosthetics morphed from the White Tiger battle armor. Let's not talk about the energy piece. Going forward, annual earnings start at least in the hundreds of billions. Even the prosthetics piece is capable of bringing in a decent amount of revenue now. After all, on a technical level, not to mention China, even globally, there was no way to find a manufacturing technology that could rival the bionic prosthetic limb that Chu Yang had researched. The money is split down the middle. 20% of the shares. That's a lot of money. Chu Yang was obviously not clear about what Wang Weiman's side was thinking. Just smiled faintly and said with a face full of indifference, "It's just tens of billions of dollars. It's not even enough for the institute to burn." Okay. There are now several major institutes under the Nine Heavens Institute of Science and Technology. One is working on curvature drives. One is working on controlled fusion. There's another one making a quantum force field defense shield. What remains is that when his side continues to make insectized creatures capable of producing skin epidermis on a consistent basis, there may be subsequent labs coming out that specialize in how to utilize the individual limb structures of the insects. It's all money. Therefore, tens of billions of dollars is absolutely nothing in front of his eyes. Speaking, Chu Yang's side directly opened the internal mailbox. The first glance saw Wang Weiman gave him over to some of the commentary video requirements. The above even have been matched with a variety of text. At what time? With what kind of tone of voice, uttering what kind of words, it can be said that the arrangement of the proper. But, when Chu Yang finished reading the entire content on it, he instantly looked at Wang Weiman with an odd face and laughed. "Elder Wang, this material for the commentary, is the war neglect." "Oh, no, it's written from the side of the strategic Fat Zheng department, isn't it? This hand operation, it's just too showy." Chapter 160, Give her a ride and the whole world will know about it. The entrance to the Huaxia Xianzhou Technology Group Company. At least it is also the top group of companies in the Chinese character head. The company's headquarters cannot be shabby. Directly in the center of Kyoto location, approved an independent office building, was directly renamed as Xian Dynasty Building. At the entrance to the Immortal Dynasty Mansion, at this moment, it has been surrounded by various media organizations at home and abroad, as well as some of the relevant personnel in charge of the science and technology sector. The surrounding area was crowded, so to speak. After all, this is the first technology group in China that is directly facing the nationals with a big head of the Chinese character, and it is a comprehensive type of technology group. With the development of the back, Huaxia Xianzhou Technology Group Limited will only continue to grow in size. Lin Qingxue was sitting inside one of the black sedans that slowly drove by. The photo shoot was average, not at all as dominating as the photo shoot of the previous car, but they are all considered to be relatively okay licenses within Kyoto. Sitting next to Lin Qingxue was a short-haired girl in professional attire, who also looked relatively young for her age, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looking soft and weak. Of course, anyone who thinks she's soft would be wrong. Lin Qingxue was now considered Chu Yang's family member. It was even Chu Yang's spokesperson inside the Huaxia Immortal Dynasty Technology Group Company. There was no telling how many pairs of eyes were staring at her in the surroundings. So that being said, the side of the General Security Administration had also equipped her with a private personal bodyguard. She looked at Lin Qingxue with concern and asked, "Miss Lin, nervous?" Lin Qingxue clenched her teeth strongly. Her face was a bit pale, but she still nodded calmly and said, "It's no problem. It's not just a matter of going up to make a speech or something. It's no problem." Today she is also wearing a sensible black suit. A high ponytail was tied at the back of her hair and the whole thing looked heroic. Although Chu Yang had previously said that she was his secretary or something, but now the position that the Xian Dynasty Technology Group side had arranged for her was the Deputy General Manager of the Xian Dynasty Technology Group Company. Although it sounds like everything is at the mercy of the GM above, but as long as there's nothing too wrong with her decisions, the top will basically approve them, because she represented Chu Yang. Of course, there's a layer of calendaring involved. If Lin Qingxue could really be of great use, it wasn't as if she didn't have a chance to take charge of the entire Immortal Dynasty Technology Group in the future. When the vehicle is parked, the personal bodyguard sitting next to Lin Qingxue immediately got out of the car and opened the door for her. "Get out of the car." In an instant, the flashbulbs of all the people around them focused on Lin Qingxue's face. See this scene. Lin Qingxue's heart pounded so hard that it even created a feeling of suffocation. Although she was not able to empathize with Chu Yang's feelings when he faced many crowds and media reporters when he went on stage at the internal conference of the Chinese Academy of Sciences before. But now, she really understood. This kind of pressure is not something that the average person can carry. But then, Lin Qingxue took a quick deep breath. "Cheer up. We can't disgrace Chu Yang." After secretly pumping herself up in her heart, Lin Qingxue then instantly straightened her back, and with firm eyes, she slowly walked forward, and inside the live webcast, with Lin Qingxue's appearance, the internet instantly exploded. How is it possible for such a young girl to show up at a launch of this caliber? One thing, I know this guy, he was my roommate in college. Hey, good lord, Lin Qingxue, this is the school beauty of our capital university. Why is she here? It's normal. People are Chu Academician's girlfriend, and China Xian Dynasty Technology Group, but the only one, actually have a natural person holding 20% of the Chinese word enterprise. Simply do not be too powerful. Okay, other people's lives, my dreams, that would really be finding a good boyfriend. Straight across the life hierarchy, other people's 20 years old became the vice president of a top Chinese company, while my 20 years old, when I'm hungry, all I can do is yell mom, I'm hungry. Various comment pop-ups rolled across the internet. Mr. Zhang, the director of the General Administration of Science and Technology, also came to the scene in person. Upon seeing Lin Qingxue, she immediately greeted her with a smile, and while leading her towards the company's internal banquet hall, she began to introduce her to some of the main personnel within the company. On the administrative side of the company, arrangements are made with the criminal investigation forces of many Chinese word enterprises in the country. It's either a flat transfer or a high rise. The members of the advocacy department are directly linked to the personnel of the strategic development department. Lin Qingxue naturally nodded and smiled along the way, then quickly allowed herself to start adapting to occasions like the current one. She could actually probably think of the various people on the internet right now by virtue of her. Something like what to rely on a boyfriend, backdoor or whatever. That sort of thing, though, was completely irrelevant after she'd experienced violence on the internet once. Wait for it. She'll prove it in time. Probably the label that most people had for her now was Chu Yang's girlfriend, but the future. She hoped that her name was one that could appear side by side with Chu Yang. Example, Lin Qingxue, General Manager of Huaxia Xianzhou Technology Group Company, or Executive Director Lin Qingxue. She'll get better and better, because of him and for her. One day, she'll match it, and on the other side, inside the Nine Heavens Institute of Science and Technology, after Chu Yang finished recording the narrated voice, he looked at Wang Weiman next to him and asked, Elder Wang, for this video, let's wait until after the ribbon-cutting assembly of Immortal Dynasty Technology is over today before we send it out. The words fell. Chu Yang's gaze then saw on the live broadcast image that appeared on the conference room's projection. Lin Qingxue had already stepped onto the center of the stage and was giving a speech that belonged to her. Wang Weiman froze for a moment. Not sending it now? Later. Chu Yang smiled faintly before pulling out his cell phone from his own body. On the bib hotspot at the moment, there have been all sorts of hot headlines. Domestic establishment of the Huaxia Xianzhou Technology Group Company, Ltd. Lithium-air batteries are expected to be successfully marketed by the end of this year. 20-year-old VP, Chu Yang Lin Qingxue. It's safe to say, today's hot search list, driven by the relevant propaganda department, was all about Lin Qingxue and topics about Huaxia Immortal Dynasty Technology Group Company. Now if he released another video, he would definitely have to steal traffic from Lin Qingxue on the internet. It's just a time difference. It's no big deal, since she already had her own goals and dreams as well. Today, he would send her on a journey that the world would know about. Chapter 161 Car Accident and Warning. Huaxia Xianzhao Technology Group Company. The ribbon-cutting ceremony lasted almost 2 hours. After the process was over, Lin Qingxue had a meal with some of the main managers of Xian Dynasty Technology Company under the leadership of Director Zhang of the General Administration of Science and Technology, which was also considered to be a mutual acquaintance. Immediately following in the afternoon, Lin Qingxue then went straight to work. However, between her current status and still being a current sophomore at Kyodai University, Lin Qingxue could still work at the school office for the time being, except for some necessary major meetings. The processing is also relatively simple. It's almost as if some domestic new energy technology companies have thrown in some orders for lithium-air batteries. Wait until evening. Only then did Lin Qingxue, who had been busy for a day, rub her somewhat tired cheeks and prepare to make her way back to Beijing University under the guidance of her personal bodyguard. Inside the car, the girl who was responsible for protecting Lin Qingxue looked at Lin Qingxue and slowly smiled. First day at work, how do you feel? Lin Qingxue spat out her tongue and laughed, still slowly adapting, feeling a bit stressed. This afternoon, she was just familiarizing herself with the various projects within the group. Of course, it is the lithium-air battery program that is the main focus at the moment. Even in the evening before work, she accompanied a general manager in charge of business within the group, together with a face-to-face meeting with the old chairman of the Huawei Group. Casually negotiating is close to more than $1 billion of project cooperation, and that's just the initial intention to work together. Being involved inside this kind of work was so much more exciting than her little hustles inside the stock market. Again, the burden is naturally more stressful. This is normal. The girl smiled faintly, and also gave Lin Qingxue a rather appreciative glance, laughing. You're still very young. To be able to do this now is already very good. I remember when I was your age, I didn't even dare to go to the speech events inside the police academy or something. Sure, that's probably the norm for that 80% of the world's population as well. There may not be a sensational youthful years, nor the fame and fortune, not to mention the year at any time to hear a variety of business terms, and even a lifetime, may not come into contact with like Lin Qingxue encountered today. Such a scene, some of it is just plain, peaceful living. I'm just lucky. Lin Qingxue laughed. Without Chu Yang, even if she was as good as she is today, she probably wouldn't be able to make it to this point today. But, it was also just as her words had fallen. Hiss! There was a strong sound of tires scraping against the ground. The car they were sitting in instantly and violently stayed in place, while on the other side not far from the road, a black van, crazily crashed directly on top of the face sedan Lin Qingxue and the others were sitting in. Shasta! Traffic on the road was instantly disorganized. See this scene. The face of the girl sitting next to Lin Qingxue instantly sank. For such a scene, she had seen a lot of them long ago, and after quickly calming down, she immediately pulled her pistol from her sack-bulging waistband. Stay in the car. I'll go down and see what's going on. After the girl took a wary look around, she quickly opened the car door and quickly stepped out onto the road. But the next second, the vehicle that caused the accident immediately turned around and quickly left the scene. Seeing this, the heroine immediately pulled out a walkie-talkie from her own body and quickly called out, calling headquarters, I'm now on Highway 145 within Kyoto's 3rd Ring Road. A car accident attack against a protection figure has occurred. The purpose is temporarily unknown. The license plate number of the vehicle involved is Kyoto C, requesting for an interception and arrest. After the report was finished, she quickly put away the walkie-talkie in her hand and quickly ran to the car, hastily asking towards Lin Qingxue with concern. How is it? Are you alright? This time Lin Qingxue acted all very calm and slowly shook her head. I'm fine. After saying this, she then looked at the woman again and continued. This car accident, was it intentional? The woman hesitated for a few seconds. However, with the current international situation, this location where Lin Qingxue was located was actually considered to be in a windy location. This car crash attack will definitely not be the last. In the future, there might be a variety of forms that could be changed to threaten Lin Qingxue's personal safety. Thinking of this, she then nodded heavily again and spoke. Perhaps this is the so-called desire to wear the crown, but must bear its weight. In the future you may still encounter many such similar things. You have to be psychologically prepared. Lin Qingxue slowly nodded her head. I understand. From the moment I knew Chu Yang's identity, I knew that such a day would come sooner or later. After saying that, she couldn't help but laugh again. I don't know if you've understood, but this is actually the second time. The first time, I was directly kidnapped, and at that time if someone hadn't appeared to save me, the person sitting next to you right now probably wouldn't be me. That would be hard for you. The woman nodded silently. The average layman might not come across one such thing in his entire life. Lin Qingxue had actually encountered it twice already. It's fine, just get used to it. At this point, Lin Qingxue's thoughts were still very spontaneous. There are things that someone has to do. It's something you have to do even if you're scared. Since Chu Yang wasn't even afraid, what could she be afraid of? Lin Qingxue continued to speak. But no matter what, I still thank you for protecting me just now. I almost forgot to ask, what's your name? It seems like I still never knew your name. The woman laughed. My name is Lu Shi, but I actually didn't do anything. Get off the car, and that person ran away. I hope the people above caught these people. I just don't know which power is the one. A lot of things don't look like they do inside the TV set. There aren't as many professional killers killing people. Not to mention all the rampaging black ops and such. As long as it doesn't touch those people, the common man simply doesn't get to see this dark side of society. You can't see that many scientists at home and abroad who have exposed their identities have disappeared suddenly or died accidentally and tragically. And how many amazing researchers and scholars, after researching a highly significant experimental result, soon the whole person will disappear along with the results of that experiment of his, all because they exist. Certain existential interests have been touched, possibly other national levels. There could be other consortium aspects as well. And now, the appearance of the Immortal Dynasty Technology Group has offended the immediate interests of many countries and even consortia. Lithium-air batteries. It's already a pretty hacky invention in itself. Once introduced, it can completely and directly rewrite the pattern of the world's new energy market now. Lin Qingxue didn't think about that much. This is not something we need to care about. Our back is still relying on the country. Soldiers come to block. Water to cover up the earth. Now do your own part of the matter is enough. If because of this thing is afraid, I have no need to continue to stay in the Immortal Dynasty Science and Technology Group. She understands. This time it's just a warning. I don't think it was a warning to her this time, though. This was because her current identity was not enough to attract the attention of any major power. Only Chu Yang. They were taking advantage of their car accident to warn Chu Yang. Chapter 162. Let's have a son in the future. Evening. Chu Yang also returned inside the apartment. After looking at Lin Qingxue, who was still quietly busy in the kitchen as usual, a few more points of heartache instantly appeared in her eyes. The news that Lin Qingxue had met with a car accident today. He had heard about it long ago when he was at the research institute, and he had thought that Lin Qingxue would have called to talk to herself and spit on her in the meantime. But he didn't think that she would actually stay inside the kitchen to cook for herself peacefully now. At this point, Lin Qingxue also heard the sound of Chu Yang opening the door and immediately walked out quickly from inside the kitchen. You're back. Chu Yang barely smiled and nodded. Lin Qingxue keenly sensed the change in Chu Yang's mood and hurriedly opened her mouth to ask, what's wrong? Aren't you happy today? Chu Yang opened his mouth and asked with some pain, don't you have something to say to me? You know all about it? Lin Qingxue visibly froze for a moment, but immediately afterward she muttered under her breath, didn't I say I'd tell them not to tell you? But they actually leaked it. When she came home today, she said hello to Lu Shi and the girls. It's just a matter of them knowing. She also knew that Chu Yang's recent scientific research tasks within the institute were rather heavy. So, just don't let such trivial matters bother Chu Yang anymore. Chu Yang smiled. Don't blame them. They're just doing their duty. Immediately afterward, he quickly walked to Lin Qingxue's front, carefully looked her up and down, and inquired with concern, is there nothing wrong with the car accident that happened today? Lin Qingxue casually shook her head and smiled. Nothing much, just accidentally hit a car. Not a big problem. What about today's ribbon-cutting ceremony? How did it feel? Chu Yang continued to ask. It feels quite good. Lin Qingxue nodded her head and smiled. Administrator Zhang, as well as some seniors within the group are taking better care of me. I'm slowly learning from them now, striving to become a veritable vice president within the group as soon as possible. However, speaking of this, Lin Qingxue suddenly looked at Chu Yang again and smiled. However, there is something that I feel I have to remind you of. Chu Yang's complexion was slightly stunned. God, what is it? When I arrived home earlier, my dad called. Lin Qingxue immediately smiled cheekily. How do they two old people play short videos and scarf these softwares? But thanks to your blessing, today's ribbon-cutting ceremony of Xian Dynasty Technology was played on various promotional product stations in the country. And there are even all kinds of press releases and stuff. Anyway, it's just so that my mom and dad can see it. Speaking here, Lin Qingxue slightly paused for a few seconds before continuing to laugh. But you don't have to worry. I helped you ask around. My mom and dad are still relatively satisfied with you as the future son-in-law to be. But the only problem is that this year, if you guys go back to your hometown, they'd like to meet you. Lin Qingxue also explained, but don't be nervous. They don't want to see you because of your academician status, just because of your status as their daughter's boyfriend. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth instantly jerked violently. Take it easy? Can he not be nervous now? If you want to say that you want to meet academician Chu, he has no pressure at all. Most of those who saw academician Chu were expected to have a request, but seeing his daughter's boyfriends, then he was a bit flustered. It wasn't like he hadn't been to Lin Qingxue's house before, or on her birthday. but that time too, he had gone in the name of his classmates, in the name of her boyfriend. It hasn't been there yet. After quickly swallowing a few times and calming his emotions, Xu Yang then looked at Lin Xingxue and continued to ask, "Then, uncle and auntie, what did they say about me?" "Ah, didn't say anything either." Lin Xingxue laughed. "My father just said a few words, so it's this boy. When you were in high school, that kid came to our house for your birthday. I saw him a little bit upset, but this kid is also kind of outstanding, worthy of my daughter. Wait until the new year has time, must be brought home for me to meet on New Year's Eve. I haven't seen that kid for a long time. At that time to find him together to drink tea." Lin Xingxue imitated her father's tone of voice. It was a perfect example. After that, she continued, "And then there's what my mom said." Ahem. After Lin Xingxue cleared her throat, she learned her mom's tone in the middle of the phone, and kept opening her mouth to say, "It's Xiao Chu, isn't it? It's the one who always used to take the first grade in your high school. I used to look at this kid as being good, and I didn't expect to be so promising, but it's a pity, it's just that his eyes are a bit bad. How did he look at you?" After all was said and done, she then shook up Chu Yang's arm and said with a beeped mouth, "Judge me, what kind of attitude is this from my mom? It all sounds and feels as if you're the one who's like her real son." Chu Yang immediately smiled smugly. "Isn't that normal? Generally speaking, it's the mother-in-law who looks at her son-in-law, and the more she looks, the more satisfied she is. What about the old man?" The words of the old husband. Xu Yang hesitated for a few seconds. Then he suddenly looked down at Lin Xingxue with some hard eyes and said, "Xingxue, in the future, let's just have a son. For the record, I'm not a patriarchal person. I just suddenly feel that if we have a daughter as cute as you in the future, when the day comes when she marries out, it's going to be hard for me to die. You think quite beautifully." Lin Xingxue instantly laughed. "This later thing is not even a shadow yet." After saying that, she then looked at Chu Yang and continued, "Alright, get ready to go wash your hands. Then take a break. I'll fry one last dish and then we can get ready for dinner." Chu Yang nodded slightly, walked inside the bathroom of the room and turned on the faucet to start washing his face and hands. But, when he finished washing his face and looked up at himself in front of the mirror, his eyes turned slightly colder again. Naturally, he was able to sense that Lin Xingxue had just intentionally made the atmosphere a little more relaxed, so that he would no longer pursue this matter of her being involved in a car accident. But, his people, there was no one to bully but himself. Whatever forces are behind this, whatever purpose they are hiding, but let this account be counted on the intelligence officers of the states and the country. Blame it on these overseas intelligence agents. He actually dared to lay hands on Lin Xingxue. Looks like the last one didn't hurt them enough. Chapter 163, I want to be a scientist too. Early the next morning, Xu Yang's scarf sent out a test animation about the first generation White Tiger battle armor. The White Tiger battle armor in the middle of the screen was spray painted into a silver, white and gold color, with a small improvement in its shape, and even equipped with a huge alloy sword, which looked intimidating. In the middle of the screen, it was also accompanied by the voice of Chu Yang's narration. This is the first generation of mechs researched by our Nine Heavens Research Institute, the White Tiger battle armor. Of course, at the moment, the initial generation of mechs is only a preliminary design result. At the moment, after wearing it, it can only do simple limb movements, and with a full power time, it can be used for about almost 2 hours or so, but the direction of the limbs is particularly flexible. By the way, the predecessor of the White Tiger battle armor is actually nothing more than the technology of the bionic prosthetic limbs used by our military department. So you can understand that this is actually nothing more than a cobbled together prosthetic limb. As long as there is still a head left, basically all of them can wear our White Tiger battle armor without any problems. Moreover, friends on the opposite side of the screen, pay attention. Our technology for manufacturing the White Tiger battle armor is close to maturity, and in the near future, our Nine Heavens Technology Research Institute's cooperation with the Huaxia Immortal Dynasty Science and Technology Group will be geared towards our friends in the general public, launching privately customized, as well as adapted prosthetic limb products. In the middle of the picture, Xu Yang gave a detailed introduction about the technology of the White Tiger battle armor, narrowed down the data on its range. Then the combat power of the White Tiger battle armor was said to be that much higher, just 10 times higher, which was still that much worse than the stats of the second generation's White Tiger battle armor. Sure, the most critical curvature drive technology is certainly not stated outright, and at the very beginning, Xu Yang still didn't really want to follow the text given by the Strategic Development Department to introduce it. This is too fake. He, a scientific researcher, was able to see that even if some of the real data appeared in it, the vast majority of it was still much exaggerated. However, Wang Weiman still gave him a mental build-up. It's blowing awesome anyway, and it's one of those rare times in life when you blow awesome in front of a national network. Such opportunities can be rare. Then, Xu Yang was spineless enough to give his consent. Test animation as soon as it's available. the bib side immediately gave a quick wave of traffic. It directly topped the topic of the white tiger battle armor to the first place of the hot search. The number of comments exceeded the figure of 100,000 in just half an hour, and it was still going up, and the retweet rate was close to 100,000 as well. And that's just half an hour's worth of data. Good man, isn't this pure Iron Man? Will we have the chance to wear mechs in the future? Holy crap, will there be a specialization for learning mecha piloting techniques in the future? Suddenly I want to go and learn it. Wake up upstairs. Even if the specialty of mecha piloting is out, it's still among the military schools. Take a military school first. Military school? Isn't this just a matter of having hands? Matching photo, Xiangnan University of National Defense Technology student ID. The dude upstairs is awesome. I'm rather concerned about the technology of this prosthetic limb, which is definitely a boon for the disabled. Joy to the world. Joy to the world, brothers. We are saying, or our country's people powerful. Foreign countries did not also launch a what Star Wars program. The result is that other people have not even designed the design drawings. Our side is directly ready to mass production. Kyoto. Inside a certain luxury villa area. Gray curtains covered most of the light outside. A boy with gold-rimmed glasses, a fair face and a bookish air was sitting peacefully in a wheelchair in his room. Underneath his wheelchair, an empty space, all covered with blankets. And at the moment, his eyes were glued to the video in the computer screen in front of him. No one noticed that one of his arms resting on the armrests of the wheelchair had clenched tightly where the armrests were, even revealing gusts of veins in the eyes that were originally like stagnant water. A few more points of vitality gradually appeared. Inside some ordinary village, a man with rough skin and a tanned face quickly rushed to his home on a motorcycle, his mouth constantly shouting, "Good news! Good news!" A middle-aged woman with a tired face immediately came out of the house and inquired, "Didn't you go to the construction site to work? Why did you suddenly come back?" Immediately afterward, a little girl who was no more than 3 or 4 years old also quickly rushed to the door, tightly hugged the man, looked up sweetly at the man and smiled. "Daddy, why did you suddenly come back?" However, she just held on with her own left arm, and where her right hand was, there was indeed an empty sleeve. The man immediately laughed, and bending down, he took the little girl into his arms with a face full of favor, gathering a quick laugh. "There's hope for our little sweetie's arm." With that, he pulled his cell phone out of his possession, showed his wife one of the videos on Wilson. While handing over the cell phone, he couldn't help but laugh with his hands in the air. Our country is strong now, and before long, little sweetie will be able to replace her prosthetic limbs with full bionic ones. The middle-aged woman's face changed. Quickly pick up the cell phone. However, when she finished watching the content of the video screen, her face was a bit helpless again. This condition of our family, even if a fully bionic prosthetic limb is developed now, our family doesn't have the money to buy it. Picture. The Mets made moves that were already uncontested with real people, and an introductory video about the prosthetic limbs, which can be controlled by the body's weak bioelectric current, is also inserted in the back. But, this high-tech stuff, it's always been out of bounds for commoner families like theirs. "You did not look seriously?" the man immediately said excitedly. "Our country has medical insurance." When you go to replace the prosthetic limb, you can enter the medical insurance, and you can rest assured that even if I smash pots and pans to sell iron, I will gather money to install this kind of prosthetic limb for our daughter. Speaking of the last sentence, there was an instant look of determination in the man's eyes. At this time, the little girl who had been held by the man also smiled. "Daddy, do you mean that I can go to school normally like other children?" Yes. The man nodded heavily, his eyes unconsciously reddened, and his voice choked a bit as he said, "We still have to thank our country, and also thank those researchers. If it weren't for them, our family wouldn't really see hope." "Are researchers scientists?" The little girl's eyes were filled with innocence. "Yes, scientists. Then sweetie is going to be a scientist later." Chapter 164. Now there is a demand for launching satellites? The moment. Far across the ocean within the pretty country. It was late at night in pretty country at this time of night, but that didn't stop their group of bigwigs from coming back for a meeting all night long. It contains the Army, Air Force, Navy, and even the military labs, as well as other pretty much the country's top tech groups that sell weapons and equipment. It can be said that the vast majority of the top people in pretty country are gathered here. Now, though, everyone's face was filled with a look of gravity, even sadness. The president of the beautiful country sitting at the top of the table had a grave face, and after heavily tapping the conference room's desktop, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I think you've all seen the relevant information on your way here. Let's analyze the video released by Huaxia this time. Do you think it's more likely to be real or fake?" Next moment, one of them, a blond man wearing a suit and black framed glasses, who looked relatively civilized, spoke up, I've just sent the video to our company's information department to analyze it. The video has faint traces of editing, but the content inside the video should be real. There are no traces of CG animation. That means that Huaxia has really researched mecha? The faces of some people in the conference room turned a little ugly. At this time, an old man in a white coat leaning against the end of the conference table was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. I don't think we need to doubt the officiality of this video. It should be real, but the data in it, it should have been faked. This old man was the one who was in the bug lab back then. Speaking here, the old man suddenly laughed. Back then, didn't we also do something like this? Back in the day when there was an arms race with the Red Alliance countries, he was one of those experiencing it, witnessed firsthand the rapid disintegration of that vast kingdom after this battle. Thinking of this, he continued to speak. The effect in the video footage. If we only pursue that brief moment in the footage, our country's laboratories are actually able to make a similar mecha. This time, whether it's a video released by the Chinese side to confuse the public, or there is another meaning, I think we shouldn't mess up ourselves in the first place. The design of the steel battle armor that we researched and designed on this side of the lab will be out soon. As long as there's enough funding, we can definitely see the results of the design within 3 months. Of course, I still reserve my previous opinion. The genes of the Fae are perfect. As long as we can work out the mysteries of the Fae genes, that's our most important issue at the moment. Hearing this, the blonde man who spoke before immediately sneered. You still have the face to talk about that Fae lab of yours in front of us? For that Xeno lab of yours? All of us have invested how much money into it, and as a result, up to now, you've just handed us a crude Xeno serum that is even uncontrollable. Do you know how much money our company grabbed over to experiment and how much money we've lost for your so-called perfect super warrior serum? What about the Chinese side? Not only have they researched controlled Fae mutation technology, but now they've got their mechs out. What about us? Have you given up the design plans that your lab promised? The old man's face instantly sank. Oris, this is not the time for us to fight internally. Our current enemy is China across the ocean. And as for the alienation serum, I definitely don't admit that my serum is faulty, but rather that there is simply no one of you who can withstand the powerful effects of the alien beast's genes. When he said this, he became a bit agitated. As long as you are able to find a talent with a powerful physique, as long as he withstands the power of the super warrior serum, he will be able to metamorphose into a humanoid monster immediately. At that time, even if the Chinese people's attainments and mechs have really reached such a point, if they face our country's super warriors, it will definitely be nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. Saw two guys firing straight up. The expression of the president of the pretty country sitting at the top of the table suddenly became a bit helpless. One is the top tech consortium in the country. One is the best scientist in the pretty country. Whenever these two meet, they absolutely have to have a fight. He then coughed heavily a few times and quickly said, all right, let's not discuss the issue of the Fae lab. Let's analyze the problem we just had before and then think of a good countermeasure out of it. This time, everyone here must do their best. Speaking of this, a trace of fierceness flashed instantly in his eyes. This sleeping lion of China, since he has gone to sleep, let's not give him another chance to raise himself up. This time in the arms race, we must win. Then funds, he pretty country does not fear any country. More than manpower, he has gathered the best research scholars in the world on his side. The Chinese side has produced a more than capable researcher though. But, can he, alone, match so many scientists on their side? Ninth Heaven Institute of Science and Technology. The entrance to one of the labs in the mechanical department. A young researcher excitedly walked to Chu Yang's front, his eyes full of eagerness. Academician Chu, we have organized this laboratory. You can go in at any time to carry out your research, and if there is a need to help full then you can greet me at any time. All of them were drawn from the major research institutes in the country. Of course, while nominally drawn. However, so many of them could be running towards Chu Yang. It would be so cool to be able to work directly under his hand, wouldn't it? Just right. Chu Yang smiled. I have a list of materials on my side. Please organize it for me and find someone to send it over. If it's something that's not enough, just go directly to Dean Wang. After saying that, Chu Yang then directly handed the folder in his hand to the man. The man froze momentarily. After opening it and looking at it, his expression instantly became odd. Aluminum alloy, magnesium alloy, titanium alloy, stainless steel, graphite fiber composite plate, tungsten metal. After quickly browsing through the materials on it, the man immediately looked at Chu Yang and said, most of the materials in here are available inside our institute's warehouse, but some of these electronic components need to be transferred from other institutes. Saying this, the man hesitated for a few seconds, then looked up again and asked, Academician Chu, do you want to create a satellite? Most of the materials that Chu Yang wanted, all are materials related to the manufacture of satellites. Chu Yang wanted to rub his own hands on the satellite at this point, but right now, There doesn't seem to be any need to launch satellites. 165. Space-based weapons systems. The reaction speed on the side of the Nine Heavens Institute of Science and Technology was still fast. After Chu Yang's demand was reported, that afternoon, a due amount of various equipment and materials were all delivered to the mechanical laboratory where Chu Yang was located. Even the various precision instruments that Chu Yang had previously had inside the laboratory of the capital university were all secretly brought inside this laboratory. Of course, this was also a personal request made by Chu Yang. Perhaps one has too many secrets. When he was doing his own research, he didn't really want other people to accompany him inside the lab if he didn't have to. And, in a way, if it was just a purely operational process, under Xuanwu's control, the effects brought about by the combination of these precision instruments would even still far exceed the effects brought about by human labor. The moment. There was also a thick stack of design drawings on the lab table. On a huge computer screen that stood up in front of Chu Yang's eyes, there also appeared a base model built by Xianwu based on the data given by Chu Yang, similar in appearance to a satellite. It was slightly larger in size though, and had a couple extra strange devices on it. After casually sweeping the materials inside the lab, Chu Yang immediately clapped his hands and laughed. Xuanwu, start the preparations. First assemble the basic model. Okay boss. Xuanwu's mechanized figure echoed inside the large laboratory, and Chu Yang also put on a transparent lab protective glasses, took a wrench and a driver and started to continuously knock and beat inside the lab. But that's before you even start moving a few times. Wang Weiman's side of the phone then called, Xiao Chua, you want this batch of materials and instruments are sent over, right? Sent it over. Or Wang Lao you are more powerful. Chu Yang immediately smiled. In the piece of scientific research equipment, Wang Weiman was still very supportive of himself. Immediately after he then continued to speak. I've already started in assembling the model on my side. It can be completed in about 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Wang Weiman froze for a moment. Although he knew that Chu Yang's research speed had always been relatively fast. Isn't 2 weeks quite a rush though? That's right, it's 2 weeks. Chu Yang casually smiled. Of course, that was only his conservative estimate. The power of the research institute was still very stable, which meant that even when he wasn't in the lab, Xuanwu could still manipulate those precision instruments inside the lab and perform the assembly work automatically. As for the process of research design, that's even less necessary. It wasn't a complicated gadget either. And after a slight night study inside the Eternal Knowledge Treasury, he already had the relevant design drawings. But, after hearing Chu Yang's words, the expression on Wang Weiman's face became even more puzzled. So, what are you studying here? There were quite a few of these materials that Chu Yang wanted, and most of the consumables are for the space environment, and he's read the materials list. On its own, if Chu Yang just wanted to create satellites, it actually wasn't that troublesome. There are several research bases for space satellites in the country. As long as Chu Yang needed it, he could actually directly call for an application and ask that side to send over a satellite that hadn't been launched yet. There was simply no need to be redundant. Moreover, there were quite a few things in Chu Yang's hands right now. Again, I have to keep an eye on the research process of controlled fusion, and sometimes I have to help to get some of the research problems of the quantum force field defense shield. Even when he came over this morning, he had also turned in the other life genetics labs that he was going to work on the other bug mutants earlier, getting them all a little confused. What exactly did Chu Yang want a mechanical laboratory for all of a sudden? So, the purpose of his call today was to probe him. Chu Yang didn't have the intention to hide it. I'm going to research a weather satellite myself, but I'm going to add a little something slightly into it. That's why I asked for a mechanical lab, intending to research it myself. Satellites he can build himself. Even satellite launchers he was actually able to build himself. The process is too much of a hassle though, so this matter is definitely going to be operated through Wang Weiman. So he didn't hide Wang Weiman's intention from the beginning. Immediately after that, he then continued to speak to Wang Weiman. And since you called, it just so happens that I have another thing to trouble you with. I've looked at the news on the intranet, and it seems that there will be a meteorological satellite launching at the end of this month, right? I'm going to send you the approximate data of this satellite I'm making later on. So I'm going to trouble you to communicate with that side, and see if you can modify some of the transmitter's launch data to launch this weather satellite of mine in. You're studying meteorological satellites? The corner of Wang Weiman's mouth jerked a few times. Domestic weather satellites. Know what they know anyway. This stuff is usually something that the DSS, in conjunction with other defense departments as well as research institutes, only work on. What's Chu Yang doing with nothing to do with this thing? Moreover, he didn't remember before that Chu Yang would have the technology to create satellites, but immediately afterward, he opened his mouth and laughed. Okay, then you study it well, and on the transmitter side, I'll figure out a solution for you, but I hope you'll be able to give me a complete copy of the project information, or else it won't be good for how to run it on my side. Xu Yang's level of scientific research is awesome. Within the Chinese research community, that was already a recognized fact. Even after the start of the Southern Heavenly Gate program, he had become a leading figure in the country's scientific research community. But even so, the process that needs to be followed still needs to be followed. Without any reported notification, it suddenly tampered with some arrangements and deployments on the side of the Defense Department. Let alone Xu Yang. Not many people in the country would be able to make such a decision. Sure, he did believe that Xu Yang could indeed build the satellite in just 2 weeks. After all, when he had researched the mutant lobster before, it had taken him less than 2 weeks. Xu Yang smiled and nodded up, quickly saying, "I understand. I'll send you the project information later. And don't worry, their side guarantees that they'll agree. As long as this meteorological satellite of mine is researched, I guarantee that I'll be able to give you a big surprise. Weather satellites." In fact, if not afraid of directly inside the phone shocked Wang Weiman words, he prefers to call this satellite he built, space-based weapons. Chapter 166, Don't Mess with Your Wife's Slave. After hanging up the phone call with Wang Weiman, Xu Yang continued tapping inside the lab again, and while the assembly work is going on, Xu Yang also let Xuanwu organize a project information and sent it directly to Wang Weiman's mailbox. Inside the office, less than 10 minutes before and after Wang Weiman hung up the phone, inside his internal private mailbox he received a message sent by Xu Yang. Seeing this scene, he immediately scared his tongue. This brat, he wouldn't be waiting for this phone call I made to him, would he? And this is just hanging up the phone to send the information over? But then he quickly put on his old glasses. After taking a small sip of the freshly brewed goji berry and chrysanthemum tea, he squinted his eyes and read it carefully. Detailed project application form for meteorological satellite, sky punishment program. Seeing this line, poof sound, Wang Weiman directly in his mouth just drank. Have not had time to swallow the wolfberry chrysanthemum tea to spit out, the corners of the mouth madly twitching up, even with the eyelids are constantly moving. Space-based weapons. This kid actually wants to work on space-based weapons. As long as it's a research scholar in this area of defense, there's basically no one who isn't familiar with those 4 words. Space-based weapons, as their name suggests, are weapons-grade satellites or space stations that are launched into geosynchronous orbit by ground-based launch vehicles or spacecraft, and are used to launch vertical ceiling strikes in geosynchronous orbit against targets in the atmosphere. And weapons in this mode of operation are uniformly referred to as space-based weapons. And space-based weapons, too, are new conceptual weapon systems that have been proposed for years already. Currently known in world history, the only country that could possibly have space-based weapons would be a beautiful country far across the ocean. They started their deployment 10 years ago and expect to spend 10 to 15 years to develop their own space-based weapon system. It even has an awesome-sounding name, the Power of God. Theoretical space-based weapons are actually divided into 3 categories. The first is a space-based laser satellite. It is used to strike deep enemy targets and against satellites of other countries. Because of its speed of light characteristics and extremely low energy scattering, the laser is well suited for precision strikes against high-value targets on the ground. In a sense, the use of such a space-based weapon would make it perfectly easy to kill the president of an enemy country without harming the bodyguards around him. At the same time, space-based laser weapons will be the first barrier to future ballistic missile defense. It's also the best choice. With enough power, it can even block all missile launches from enemy countries. The second is projected space-based weapons. That's the God's Staff space-based kinetic energy weapon system that pretty country wants to deploy. The principle is that a dense metallic substance is thrown outside the atmosphere directly onto the surface of the Earth, and the powerful impact will produce considerable force. These weapons are effective against enemies in installations buried deep within underground bunkers, particularly suitable for decapitation operations. Work with ground forces to accomplish assassination and subversion missions. However, due to the limitations of speed and delivery, these weapons are unable to strike moving targets. The last one is a moon base. Its nature and characteristics are consistent with those of space-based laser satellites, but there is enough space on the moon to build very large laser weapons. That's why this type of space-based weapon is also a scientific research program that was once at a strategic level, and once completed, could become a new strategic high ground and a new strategic level deterrent weapon. But, this can only be the plan for the current WAC. Trying to establish a similar space-based weapons base on the moon would be a difficult breakthrough, both in terms of technical difficulty and international fishing wheels. The only one who has ever practiced, only the second projected space-based weapon. Even back then, he could have participated in the relevant program seminars, but after 2 years of this program, it was simply cut off, because, through their continuous research and design, all kinds of analyzing data, the final conclusion is that, for the time being, the country simply does not have the ability to research space-based weapons. Otherwise the situation might be the same as the current controlled fusion technology, which requires a lot of national power. Though it sounds like the principles of space-based weapons research are actually not that difficult, and it is quite possible to research them with the current technology on Earth. This is because projected space-based weapon systems generally use solid alloys with very high ignition points and high temperature resistance to create launch projectiles. In their original conception, they used metal rods made from alloys such as tungsten and titanium. Preloading of several such metal rods into weapon satellites, space stations with automatic loading systems. After launching into geosynchronous orbit, these live-fire-type metal rods are fired at enemy targets in the atmosphere, and relying on its gravitational acceleration from the geosynchronous orbit to the ground in a single breath, forming a powerful high-speed impact kinetic energy to destroy enemy targets. Theoretically, each tungsten alloy bar of 1x0, 3m size and weighing 9 tons, taking into account the combined effects of gravitational acceleration and air resistance, its maximum speed at impact with the ground is about Mach 10 or less. Combining this velocity data with the final result after converting the TNT equivalent with the impact kinetic energy equivalent, the final power of a tungsten alloy rod is approximately equivalent to 12 tons of TNT explosive equivalent. To put it simply, a single tungsten rod is at least as powerful as 8 DF-21s with conventional warheads. Note, the DF-21 is a domestic, conventional warhead for land-based medium-range missiles weighing up to 1 ton each. However, this is where the problem comes in. Although space-based weapons also sound like a strategic-level space weapon system. However, in the case of a typical space-based weapon loaded with 10 tungsten rods, the cost of transporting autotal of 10 1x0, 3-meter tungsten alloy rods weighing 9 tons each into space would be far greater than the cost of 10, or even 100 or 200. DF-21 intermediate-range ballistic missiles, to a lesser extent, want to really finish the project. It's going to consume hundreds of billions of dollars at the very least. The price/performance ratio is low. And, as awesome as this thing sounds, it's basically not very useful. There's more than one country in the world with satellites in space, having the ability to launch satellites up into space. It is only natural that we also have the ability to launch missiles up there. And destroying such projected space-based weapon systems can be easy. And as a result, it's all these reasons, which made Hwaxia give up its research on space-based weapons. This thing right here, totally, you can say, eat the chicken and discard it. Soon, after reading through most of the project information, Wang Weiman was planning to take off his presbyopic glasses to rub his somewhat tired eyes, and in the process persuade Chu Yang to give up, even if he believed that Chu Yang was able to research a space-based weapon. But in the current international situation, space-based weapons are not very useful. However, also just after he saw unconsciously glanced at the following content, he suddenly and quickly put on his own old glasses. Expression quite serious continued to read, the meteorological satellite, in addition to being able to carry the system of space-based weapons, is also equipped with an other monitoring system. The theoretical basis of its research is, until the full information is read, Wang Weiman couldn't help but make a move to promote global warming. That brat, this is going to be something. Sure enough, that group of people couldn't do anything wrong to anyone but Lin Qingxue. Who in this country doesn't know that this brat is a wife slave? Chapter 167, Heavenly Penalty Meteorological Satellite. Inside the mechanical lab. After seeing the detailed form of the project submitted by Chu Yang, Wang Weiman instantly became somewhat unable to sit still. Calling on a few of his friends who were familiar with meteorological satellites, he quickly rushed into the laboratory where Chu Yang was located. The researchers who were able to appear inside the Nine Heavens Science and Technology Research Institute, coupled with the fact that they were still brought here by Wang Weiman, their identities were naturally very reliable. So Chu Yang did not reject their request to come and visit the laboratory. After coming inside the lab, Chu Yang immediately smiled and walked to Wang Weiman's front. Elder Wang, this project of mine has only just begun, and you're running to the lab in a hurry. Do you have to change your temperament? Not just a simple small space-based weapon. What's so exciting? Wang Weiman had seen the lab that Chu Yang had previously had inside Kyoto University. However, when he once again saw the various precision robots busy inside the lab, his eyes still couldn't help but be filled with a look of shock as he quickly opened his mouth and asked, Xiao Chu, these instrumental data of yours, are they able to be given to the scientific researchers in other labs? Now that's a fully mechanized lab. Chu Yang alone, together with this room full of all kinds of precision robotics people that he himself had transformed. With this effect, it was completely comparable to a general small to medium-sized laboratory fully staffed. If all the research laboratories could use such precision robots in the future, what a quick boost they'll be able to get for their research soon. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. This is naturally possible. But for now, these robots are still only able to do some assembly line work, or the entire process requires the cooperation of the Xuanwu system. And to truly engage in research matters, we still need our researchers on it. Robots do have robotic advantages. But in this area of research and creation, humans will always have the upper hand. This of course. Wang Weiman nodded repeatedly before his gaze went back to an incipient satellite structure in the center of the lab. It is a hexahedral structure almost 5 meters in length, width and height heavy multiplication x 2 meters heavy multiplication x 25 meters. This is a small size among artificial satellites, and next to this satellite structure, there were all kinds of tiny parts placed in different categories around it. As far as the whole ground environment is concerned, it looks very messy, as if it is a car repair workshop. Looking at Wang Weiman and several experts in artificial satellites are just eyelids jumping. It's not like they didn't form Sputnik, but whenever they assembled an artificial satellite, they didn't do it carefully, checking each part several times before installing it step by step. The steps are tedious as hell. However, on Chu Yang's side, these precision robots quickly found the right parts from these piles of parts, and then quickly assembled them on the ground through their robotic arms. Even they saw it not far away. There are specialized smart windows still being made for various parts. It was no wonder that Chu Yang only needed himself for each study. Just what these robotic arms bring to the table is definitely far beyond normal abilities. At the very least, as far as they were concerned, if they were to install it purely by human labor, it would take them many days together to complete the final installation of the small-sized artificial satellite in front of them. Sure, just being shocked at the advanced nature of Chu Yang's laboratory was not the main purpose of their visit today. After taking a few glances at the mechanical laboratory used by Chu Yang, Wang Weiman then quickly looked at Chu Yang and asked, Xiao Chua, regarding most of the research on meteorological satellites, my old man is not particularly good at it, but I stayed a few of the academicians who are more capable in this relevant area to come over here, so you give them another reinterpretation of this design idea of yours. He had brought people over to hear Chu Yang's detailed thoughts on the design of space-based weapons. It wasn't because he didn't want to believe in Chu Yang's strength, mainly because it's a space-based weapon, although this program was called off before. But the country has also invested nearly tens of billions of dollars into the program into research. But now, Chu Yang actually wanted to hand-rub the sky-based weapon with just one hand. Moreover, among the functions of the meteorological satellite reported by him, in addition to the projectile-type space-based weapon system, there is actually another counterintelligence function. Don't say the two together. As long as he possessed one of them, the meteorological satellite that Chu Yang was researching would not be the small thing that he said he was talking about. Chu Yang also understood the intention of Wang Weiman's several people, and quickly opened his mouth and smiled. This is certainly no problem. You guys sit down first, let's sit down and talk. Chu Yang gave orders to Xuanwu. After letting it control the robot to continue the installation, it took Wang Weiman to sit in the lab resting place, and even had the leisure to make a cup of tea for a few of them alone. After drinking the tea, Chu Yang then slowly said, I think the general information, you all should have understood it when you came over here, especially Dean Wang. I can forward all the detailed information sheets to you via email. So, let me focus on two important functions of this weather satellite, which I have named Sky Penalty. Chu Yang didn't have too many courtesies and directly opened the door to explain to the crowd. First is the space-based weapon system, the main principle of which is the principle of the new weapon system of electromagnetic artillery. Through the gas pedal carried on the satellite, electromagnetic energy is converted into kinetic energy of the projectile, which is used to drive to make the projectile reach a very high speed. I set the projectile's material to be a hybrid alloy of two metals, tungsten and titanium, with a layer of nanomaterials produced by the nanosizing of the insectoid skeleton on the surface, which strengthens the projectile's heat resistance as it passes through the atmosphere, and also drastically diminishes the large tonnage of tungsten rod projectiles that, in the traditional sense, a space-based weapon would need to carry. According to my design concept, we are able to install 200 tungsten titanium alloy projectiles in this weather satellite, and the weight of each projectile is only 500 g. By the time it breaks through the atmosphere and falls completely into the earth, each projectile will still be able to retain close to 100 g or so after the protective layer of the outer shell is removed. At this time, the miniature laser guidance system I set up inside the projectile will deliver a precision strike on the target. Chapter 168, This Wave, Again, the General Security Administration lies to win. Hear that? Wang Weiman was silent, but soon there were other academicians asking questions. But, as far as I understand it, projected space-based weapons are only able to be launched against immovable objects, even if you attach a guidance system. But, with the current size of these projectiles, they can't do too much damage at all after falling into the ground. In terms of weapon destruction, space-based weapons do rival the power of missiles on land, sea and air. But, this is the reason for the large size of the projectiles that rely on space-based weapons. A small projectile like Chu Yang's couldn't do much damage at all. Just as much, it's used as a bullet, capable of doing damage to a normal human body. The only good thing about this is probably, because of the small size of the projectile, it was easily able to pass through the air defense fire network of each country and fall to the ground. However, this is a projected space-based weapon. It was calculated before it fell before it was fired. But who can guarantee that everyone will stand still and wait for a space-based weapon to fall? If not, China's research program on space-based weapons would not necessarily have ended just a few years ago. However, Xu Yang was full of indifference. Without any pause, he then directly looked at the crowd and continued. This is to say that the second point of the function that wants to be said, look, I will call it the heavenly eye system. Speaking of this, Xu Yang's eyes took on an extra touch of smugness. This heaven's eye system was not something he had acquired directly from the eternal knowledge treasury. Rather, it was a system that he had accomplished on a whim while researching space-based weapon systems and in the course of studying various advanced guidance technologies. Though the back proves it, the eternal treasury of knowledge does have a similar collection of techniques. But, it's well and truly a bold personal attempt and breakthrough for him. Xu Yang continued to explain. The Sky Eye system is a set of space signal game monitoring equipment designed based on the main body of this meteorological satellite that is still being manufactured. And the main body of the equipment is a radio telescope spectrograph on a meteorological satellite, as well as a full-band communication model capture device. With the two devices, coupled with sophisticated data analysis, I can ensure that the space-based weapon system launches out a projectile that can accurately hit the target. Radio telescopes are basic instruments used to study the various radio waves in the universe, and a spectrograph is an instrument that separates incoming light into a spectrum. However, after Xu Yang had modified the radio telescope that this satellite itself carried, and added this spectrograph that he had made himself, when the device starts to operate normally, this spectrograph is then able to amplify the power of the radio telescope 100-fold. Along with Xu Yang's words falling, Wang Weiman was still a bit confused. After all, he wasn't specialized in artificial satellites either. But a few of their academicians who specialized in artificial satellites were still very knowledgeable about this aspect, and had even been shocked by it. To put it plainly, a spectrograph is like adding another lens to a radio telescope. It's like taking an ordinary video camera and replacing it with a telephoto lens that can change focus at will. It can make the images captured by satellites turn out to be exceptionally clear. Although it sounds like it would be easy, without letting up, it's still technically difficult to actually get this done. Of course, the world is not without. In a famous astronomical institute abroad, there is such a high-end technology that can be installed on the satellite radio telescope with such a special lens. However, this technology of theirs is exclusive to the world. There is no similar technology in any other country or special laboratory. Sure, they didn't bother to question the authenticity of this technology that Xu Yang was talking about at this time. They were more interested in knowing what was that full-band communication signal capturing device that Xu Yang talked about later. Immediately afterward, they went on to ask, and what was that full-band signal capture device you were talking about? This is the age of information technology. Wired signals are out of the question. Wireless signals are transmitted via satellite. It's safe to say, as long as all the countries in the world that are capable of launching satellites stop all the communication satellites launched by their own countries, Earth's communications would have fallen right back to the days of wired communications. It can only rely on electricity to propagate electromagnetic signals. People move on, so except by necessity. No country would choose to discontinue wireless signaling in favor of vintage wired signaling. Of course, that's not to say that the wired signal simply disappears. This method of communication still exists in today's society. For example, in an executive office building, most of the communication devices in the offices of the top executive bigwigs are ancient wired landlines, because this can, in a significant way, eliminate the risk of eavesdropping on communication signals. Of course, this is all beside the point, mainly wireless signals. Among the communication protocols carried by all communication satellites worldwide, each protocol represents a channel of communication. Only by accessing within this channel will you be able to make normal calls. And the full-band communication signal capture device that Xu Yang mentioned, could it be all communication channels under all satellite communication protocols around the globe? If that's the case, then this research result of Xu Yang's could be truly terrifying. In a nutshell, as long as Xu Yang was able to listen in on the various communication contents of the global satellites, and then by some means, it would be entirely possible to listen in on all of humanity without God knowing it. Xu Yang also saw the shocked expressions on their faces, and then he directly laughed faintly. I think that you should all be clear in your hearts regarding the function of this full-band communication signal capturing device, and it is true what you think, regardless of whether it's the previous ordinary communication protocols, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, or even the subsequent 6G and 7G communication protocols. As long as the communication device is transmitting radio waves through the emission of radio waves, This all-band signal capture device attached to the Sky Eye system is able to intervene in it. Speaking of this, a few more coldness appeared in Xu Yang's eyes. Among them, I've also set up screening techniques for key information and encryption cracking techniques. As long as we wait for this weather satellite to be launched into space, we can listen to all kinds of communication information around the globe within the confines of space and filter out a reasonable range and track it using the Sky Eye system. It's easy to find all the command messages sent towards our country from communication satellites from overseas, such as these departments of the Central Intelligence Agency of the pretty country. As soon as the location is determined, it's time for our space-based weapon systems to utilize their capabilities. In a nutshell, whenever various foreign intelligence agencies pass information from abroad to the country, or vice versa, through the content of the transmission, as well as the location of the transmission, it will be able to analyze and deal with, outside the country, or within the country, there are those who are carrying out spying on the infiltration of China. This time, the eyes of the few people, Wang Weiman, who were looking at Xu Yang became a little odd. This kid, he's really tough. If we follow Xu Yang's construction, or if Xu Yang's design could succeed, in the future, it can basically be said that there should be no trace of overseas intelligence officers in the territory of China. It was even said that regarding the discovery to death of an overseas intelligence officer, Xu Yang had directly prepared a one-stop service for him. First, the presence of overseas intelligence agents was discovered through wiretapping. Then use a radio telescope with the addition of a spectrograph to capture the exact location of the target person. As long as the target needs to be outside for more than 10 minutes, it would be possible to directly employ space-based weapon systems to fire tungsten titanium alloy projectiles, and activate the miniature guidance system upon entering the planet. Find your target and kill it with a single blow. What remains to be done by the staff of the General Security Service is probably just a simple process of collecting the bodies. This wave, the General Security Administration can be said to be lying down again.